Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. June stands in front of a woman in the Ice Palace. The girl raises her right hand, and a sign appears that says that he has met with the Ice Queen. She smiles and asks the hero what it feels like to leave his comrades in a deadly place to get here. A mask hangs on the protagonist's face. He asks the girl's last sentence again. He takes his sword out of its sheath and claims that these guys are not so easy to defeat. The protagonist looks out from under the mask at the opponent, and asks if it won't all end if he just finishes off the queen. The woman laughs loudly. He smirks and is surprised by the guy's words, after which he says that he apparently knows nothing about this world. The young man, holding the blade in front of him, demands that she shut up. Dark flashes appear around him. He declares that this is not the time for chatter. The girl is holding a huge ice spear in her hand. June leans forward with a sword in her hands and claims that he will kill her, and then this nightmare will end. The hero takes off. The protagonist and the queen fly towards each other. Their blades meet. The guy parries the blow of his opponent. She jumps to dodge the young man's swing. A woman flies over June. They clash with weapons. The queen smiles broadly. She forms a blue ball of energy in her hand. The hero notices the actions of his rival. He jumps away from the death beam. The protagonist slides on the ground. The guy jumps forward. Blue and purple blade marks collide. A young man hits a girl. She sits on her knees behind June in the center of the ruined ice palace. She turns around and says that it was fun. The hero raises the blade and replies that he did not really care. He plunges the blade into the lady's back. A dazzling blue light emanates from the queen's wound. The protagonist is covered in ice. The system reports that June is absorbing the queen's power. The guy frowns his frozen eyebrows and mentally wonders. A sign pops up that says that his body will enter a state of hibernation until it completely absorbs the Ice Queen's core. Earlier, 0 o'clock, the South Pole, the last dungeon located there, the nest of the Ice Queen. A blue portal appears in the middle of the frozen mountains. The man slams his fist against the wall and swears. Callie makes an angry face and resents the fact that the others will just die. June and his comrades are standing in front of a bright passage. Sky asks the warrior to calm down. A scoreboard appears that says that only one person can climb the stairs. She looks at him and states that they don't have much time, so they have to make an informed decision. The hero hides his face behind a black mask. The girl claims that, in her opinion, a gloomy ghost should go, to which he calls her by name. Gilbert hides his eyes under his hat, and says that he agrees with her decision. He looks up and claims that they will be at a disadvantage if they go up against an enemy with icy abilities. Callie clenches his teeth and curses, then declares that he cannot go on his own. He raises his hand with a sigh and says that, in fact, there is no one better than the protagonist, so he adds that he agrees. A muscular man clenches his fist in indignation. A black-haired girl with a blade behind her back says that since Callie agreed so quickly, then we can assume that we all share the same opinion, to which the warrior asks what this means. The swordswoman looks at her partners and tells them that everyone has already realized that she also believes that a dark ghost should go. June stands in front of his team. They declare that the decision has been made. The hero looks at them and asks if they will definitely not regret it. Gilbert lowers his head and wonders aloud at the protagonist's words, then reveals that if they died because he fails to defeat the Ice Queen, they will most likely regret it. The guy's face is hidden behind a mask. The blonde adds that, however, they trust him. Sky smiles and claims that she is sure that the young man will do everything to prevent this from happening, after which she asks if it is true. The Jun's partners look at him confidently against a light background. They declare that they believe in him. The protagonist mentally apologizes. 25 years later, a large building with glass doors appears. Someone says that with the onset of 2024, a monster appeared that humanity was unable to cope with. A woman in a jacket stands on stage in front of people and says that the Ice Queen who froze the Pacific Ocean with one wave of her hand was an unusual monster, and adds that after her appearance, everyone lost hope, then went on to say that only 5 daredevils, who still had a spark of hope, went to the South Pole. The bespectacled boy raises his hand and claims that it is the conquest of the nest. The black-haired girl replies that it is true and adds that he is quite intelligent for his age. The lights are turned on hanging above the curtain. The speaker snaps her hands and declares that these are legendary players who have accomplished the greatest feats in the history of all mankind. 3 ice statues of June and his partners appear. The woman says that they are now called 5 heroes and asks for their respect. The hero's frozen hand begins to crack. The black-haired girl reveals that thanks to the defeat of the Ice Queen by the heroes, many safe zones have appeared on Earth. A boy in glasses, standing up abruptly with a protruding finger, claims that the ice statue has moved. The woman who is speaking smiles and replies that, unfortunately, this time the answer is incorrect. She stands in front of the protagonist's statue and reveals that the internal temperature of this fortified glass wall is monitored around the clock. The black-haired girl opens her eyes in surprise at the sound, saying that this is done in order not to damage the ice statues. She turns around with a surprised face. The speaker turns away to the audience again and says in confusion that nothing will happen to them now. June gets out of the ice. He falls to the pedestal. Covered with frost, the young man rests on the ground. A sign appears with congratulations that the absorption level is 100%. The hero breathes steam and says that he is cold. He looks up, a window pops up, stating that the young man has absorbed the Ice Queen core and that he has acquired the ability to freeze. A girl in a jacket knocks on the glass against the background of a running man and the audience in the hall. The protagonist slowly asks aloud what is happening here. June in the hospital bed looks at the many blue windows with news about him. He is surprised aloud that 25 years have passed. The hero's hand trembles. He says that he may not have the strength at all due to being frozen for such a long time, then adds that he can't even clench his hand into a fist. His palm is shaking. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the doctors who have entered, who bows and declares that the president of the Players Association is currently heading here. The guy turns his head to ask if he knows him, and in his thoughts declares that if not, then let him turn around. Because he can't stand being disturbed, the doctor agrees and adds that this man has always talked about the young man as a close friend. The gloomy ghost touches his chin, thinking that there are not many people who could call him one. June looks at the man from under the mask and thanks him for passing it on, and in her mind she says that she will find out about everything when they meet. The hero shifts his gaze and reflects on the fact that the world has really changed. He turns his head to the side. The protagonist looks at the city through the window and says to himself that he and his guys sought a safe world. The guy turns pale with thoughts of what he should do now, because he only knows how to fight, then asks himself if he is now unemployed. The young man takes up the mask and thinks that, be that as it may, he does not have to wear it now. June films it with a smile. The doctor awkwardly calls him a gloomy ghost. The hero turns inquiringly to the man, to which he asks why he took off his mask. The protagonist happily picks up his disguise and states that this is because they now live in a safe world, after which he wonders that the heroes are no longer needed. The man in the bathrobe looks indecisive. The guy asks why he has such a reaction, to which he tries to find words. The head of the association enters the ward with two people in jackets and asks to be allowed to explain. The black-haired young man makes a surprised look. The doctors laugh, and June wonders if his name is Taku. The president coughs awkwardly and asks to be left alone, to which the doctors agree. The man exhales with a smile. He, standing opposite the hero, says that he has not changed at all. The protagonist makes a joyful face and replies that this voice definitely belongs to Tog. The guy points his finger at him with a laugh and states that he said that he would have a bald spot, to which the man is surprised to say that the young man has nothing more to say after so many years. Taku puts his hand on his head and states that it was what could be expected of him. June replies that he shouldn't have hoped otherwise. The president of the association sits next to the hero, who asks him if a cure for baldness has been invented in 25 years, to which he replies that this kid is still the same. The protagonist continues that the man has not changed either, except for his appearance, of course. The guy looks at him carefully. Sitting on the bed, he asks what kind of reaction it was from the doctors, after which he asks why they are worried, because everything is already over, to which the man in the jacket answers, what is really the matter? The man lowers his head, saying that 25 years ago, the moment they conquered the Queen's Nest, all players received the same notifications. Young Taku looks up with thoughts that June did it. A window appears stating that the Ice Queen has been defeated. A lot of people are happily raising their hands. A sign came out that says that safe zones are appearing on Earth. People all over the world hugged each other, laughing and crying with joy. The crowd of citizens raised their heads in surprise. A message flashed that an interdimensional elevator had been installed in the Pacific Ocean, as well as a second floor. But this very world did not allow the joy to last even 1 minute. Two men and a woman look up in shock. A lot of people raised their fists furiously, shouting about what kind of nonsense this is and why killing the Ice Queen was not the end. A window appeared asking you to try to reach the last floor. Two dark figures stand against the background of a red flag, after which all the players of the world, the association and politicians gathered to hold a meeting. A man wearing glasses and a woman next to him raise their heads against the background of the Earth symbol. Black silhouettes of people with weapons stand under the bright light. As a result of a protracted meeting, it was decided to send an advance group to the border zone. With a man's hand holding golden sand against a background of papyrus with symbols, Taku reveals that the second floor has become the land of opportunity, then adds that humanity has not only mastered magic and technology, but has also gained access to a vast amount of resources and knowledge. June, lowering the corners of her mouth, wonders aloud at what happened. A man in a jacket sits across from the hero and declares that this has created an abundant land. The protagonist says that this is not what he wanted to know. The president went on to say that there are 10 floors in total. Taku looks at the interlocutor and reveals that the interdimensional elevator has buttons from the 1st to the 10th floor. The young man frowns and pronounces their number, and claims to himself that they had to spend 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen. June sits against the background of a huge one, thinking that after 25 years, provided that the 5th floor was cleared, now they should be on the 7th. The hero looks away, thinking that, however, compared to their previous team, the level of the rest of the players was much lower, so they were the only ones who went to the South Pole, and added to himself that if we were to be realistic, they should be on the 5th floor. The protagonist raises his hand and asks how many levels they managed to capture. Taku looks away with his hand at his mouth. The guy looks at him and asks why he is silent. The man, opening his mouth, tells how many floors humanity has been able to get over the past 25 years. A young man on the bed sits opposite Taku. A man in a jacket says that he managed to take possession of only 2 floors. June opens her eyes in amazement. He falls on his back. The hero clutches his head. The head of the Players Association declares that he has nothing to say. The protagonist covers his face with his hands and repeats about 25 years. He gets up and says that this is an impressive period. The guy angrily raises his hand and asks how they could only get to the 2nd floor. Taku awkwardly replies that even though it sounds like an excuse, there is a reason for it. The young man looks indignantly at the interlocutor and claims that he will listen because he is interested in knowing. He makes an evil look and goes on to want to understand how stupid they are. A man in a jacket closes his eyes with a hand on his chin. He opens his eyes and talks about the Ice Queen Core. June looks at her friend in shock. The president lowers his head against the lava and explains that the 3rd floor environment is similar to a volcanic zone, so only a few players who are resistant to the heat of the magma can go there. A stone platform with a hole in the middle appears. The man continues about how after a while on the 3rd floor, in the middle of the lava ocean, they were able to discover an altar that requires the Ice Queen Core to cool the environment. The hero awkwardly wonders if they were able to do it. Taku covers his face with his fingers, saying how ashamed he is, because they have searched the nest tens of thousands of times. He bows to the blue protagonist and reveals that they never found anything. The guy looks away with the thought that this is not surprising, since he has absorbed him. He puts his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that anyone can make a mistake, then adds that they should treat each other with understanding. The young man smiles against the background of the sun and asks the president if he makes a mistake, he will also try to understand him. The man in the jacket tears up his head at June. Taku happily grabs his hands and agrees. Sweat runs down the hero's face and thinks about when to say it to hear less grumbling. The blue sky appears. The protagonist asks a friend to tell how he is doing. Clouds float on a yellow background. The man asks not to even ask about him. The president looks at his watch, saying that it is very late, then asks the guy if he is hungry, then offers something to eat. The young man shakes his head and refuses. He, taking a brochure with an inscription about 5 sleeping heroes, talks about the Seoul History Museum. June picks her up with a smile and asks about how popular it is. Taku opens his eyes in surprise. He gets up from his chair saying that he is going to the 1st floor, after which he adds that there are a lot of people and journalists there now, therefore, then adds that he does not think that going down there together would be a good idea, to which the hero asks him to just say that he can go alone through the emergency exit. The protagonist puts a piece of paper. The president tells him to return to the hospital immediately, to which the guy replies that he understands the order. A museum building appears. Doors open in front of the young man with a mechanical voice that declares that the authentication was successful. June walks across the tiles. He raises his head to the skeleton of a dinosaur and wonders aloud that such a thing is exhibited here. The hero shifts his gaze to the side. The protagonist stands in front of a huge door, saying that it is here. White steam is shown. The guy looks at the ice statues of his comrades. He sits down in front of them and apologizes for coming so late. The young man smiles against the background of his joyful partners. He asks them if they knew that this world they dreamed of had become better, then added that together they were able to protect it. Frozen people stand under a blue light. June asks them to rest in peace. He pours alcohol into 4 glasses. The hero with a smile raises a glass and asks to take them. The protagonist takes a sip. He lowers his head in front of the statues. The guy looks up and asks if the alcohol really tastes very sweet. Sky's face is covered with ice. The young man swears aloud. He stands up and states that there is a lot of dust on them. June strokes the girl's icy head. The hero makes a surprised face. A window appears that says that the possession of the freeze is confirmed, as well as that the magic parameter is insufficient, and it is impossible to remove the ice cover. The protagonist's eyes open in shock. He looks at the statue in front of him. A message from the system appears that with the help of the freeze skill, he will be able to remove the ice cover from the frozen figures, which the guy mentally wonders about. Frozen people are standing, and the hero assumes that he can remove the ice cover. A window of the system appeared in front of the guy. The young man holds on to the interface and realizes that his magic stat is 18 and believes that they did it on purpose. June stands next to his comrades. The hero stands and understands that it will not be possible to recover in a day or 2, but it is still feasible. The guy lowered his gaze. The interface showed a freeze, and the young man realized that it was a key. An image of the X level appeared, and the guy noticed that Taku had always said that there was nothing higher than the S level, and then realized that maybe he was the very first, but now he had a problem with magic. The guy looked away. Fingers slid across the interface, and June assumed that he had received the title after defeating the Ice Queen. The hero bent down and noticed that every time he climbed 1 floor in the interdimensional elevator, the values of all stats increased by 30 points. The tower was still standing, and the guy explained that assuming that by climbing the floors, he would be able to restore his level, then he would not only greatly improve his abilities. The Ice Queen looks at the sword, and the young man realizes that he will be able to completely subdue the power of the Ice Queen. June reaches out his hand. The young man approached his comrades and said that he could melt the ice and save everyone. His hand touched the ice. The hero bent down and asked them to wait a little longer. The squad was standing, and the guy added that he would definitely get them out of there. The sun shines on the building, and someone shouts that June wants to be restored as a player. The guy turned around and asked why he was so surprised, because he knew that other than that, he was not capable of anything. The man raised his hands and explained that it was too unexpected, because before all he had done was talk about his desire to retire, and June replied that it was 25 years. Taku touched his head and said that he didn't think it was a good idea anyway. The hero turned around and wanted to know why this was a bad idea, to which the protagonist's friend explained that he must first get a good rest. The guy sat in shock when he heard that the second reason was demons. The unknown is standing. A long-haired man stands with a knife in front of the killer. Demons are players who use their awakened powers to satisfy their own desires. Flames engulf the city. They are also engaged in illegal actions, murders and terrorism. They are like a malignant tumor in society. The hero bent down and realized that they had reappeared, and they could not even breathe in front of him. The sun illuminates the valley, and the man said that starting from the second floor, there are no surveillance cameras or a satellite. People are standing, and Taku added that no country has the means left to suppress demons. Most likely, they have felt the taste of life. The hero brought the spoon and said that he understood why his comrade was against his return. The guy exhaled. The young man turned around and assumed that they still hated him, to which the man added that the thought of killing the hero would make them completely excited. Taku raised his hand and asked June to forget about the idea. The guy closed his eyes and realized that the only way to return safely was to leave the name of the gloomy ghost and perform under his own name, and his comrade wanted to know why the young man needed this. The hero turned around and reminded him of the 10th floor. The protagonist picked up his spoon and revealed that he wanted to get to him. The man looked ahead and wanted to know the reason. The young man leaned over and reminded him that there was a volcanic zone on the 3rd floor, and he had said that there was no way to get through that floor. The hero licked the spoon. The protagonist looked to the side and said that there was one way. The man stood up and was shocked by what he heard. Taku stretched out his hand and wanted to know what the hero's assumptions were, to which the young man remarked that the queen's core was needed to pass. The plate was standing, and June said that he had eaten everything, and the man noticed that he had finished Sealanthan. The protagonist rolled his eyes and replied that this was not what they were talking about now. Taku looks ahead in shock. Sweat in large quantities began to drip from the hero's face. The sun illuminates the building, and the protagonist's comrade shouts that he has eaten the Ice Queen's core. The guy staggered back and explained that it wasn't because he wanted to devour it. After all, as soon as he defeated the Ice Queen, it was absorbed into him, and there was nothing he could do. The comrade clutched his head and said that his blood pressure had jumped. The hero bent down and said that he had the ability to freeze. Taku lowered his gaze and assumed that with her help, he would be able to cool down even the heat of the 3rd floor. The man looks away. The comrade bent down and realized that the reason for his return was due to his friends. The protagonist turned and confirmed his words. The manager put his hands in his pocket and said that this was good news. The hero began to clap his palms, and his comrade said that first he would deal with the doctors who saw his face, because this is the least he can do, to which June replied that Taku is the best. The guy lay down on the bed and added that he had a level reset, so now he was on the 1st, and the man assumed that the stats had also been reset. The finger points up, and the young man says that he is right. The manager turned around and said that he had forgotten to tell the hero something. Taku raised his head and added that guilds are now more powerful than associations, and the protagonist suggested that they had lost the right to issue licenses, to which the man explained that he was not talking about that now. An image of people appeared, and the manager said that it is now customary in large guilds to attend exams in person to obtain a license. The hand held out a business card, and Taku added that his license could only be confirmed if he passed the open exam. The hero lies on the bed and says that it annoys him, and the man said that he cannot help him here, because it cannot be compared with past times. The manager stands and says that this is a good chance for him. Taku stretched out his hand and explained that he needed a reason if he wanted to fully support him. The guy looked to the side and asked how they would do it. The silhouettes stretch out their hands to June, and the comrade said that he needs to get the best results so that everyone wants to get their hands on him. The hero stood up and said that he understood everything. The protagonist sits and realizes that he is waiting for the exam. The tower is standing. The Players Association, the place where the exam is taken to obtain a license. People are standing. The hand is holding the ticket, and someone said that its serial number is 75. The guy turned around and noticed that they had spent a lot of money. The woman stands and tells the participants to wait here until they are invited, and someone realizes that the atmosphere here is quite relaxed. The young man sits and thinks that his turn is not soon. Violet energy enveloped the hero, who wanted to listen to what the other participants were talking about. The protagonist lowered his gaze, and the system reported that the skills Fear of Darkness and Enhanced Hearing had been activated. The guy tilted his head, and the voices said that the ancient dungeon on the 2nd floor had been conquered, and the examiner today would be the president of the Taku Association himself, and someone added that this was his 4th attempt. The young man looked ahead and noticed that everything was quite peaceful here. The interface appeared and called candidate number 1. A person is standing in a room, and the system has announced the start of the exam. The hero raised his head. The participant stands with a spear. Glasses sits and notices that he has a staggering fighting spirit. The candidate made a lunge, and someone noticed that the monsters were frightened and were now retreating. June leaned forward, and the stranger assumed that he would easily pass the exam. An image of the zone appeared, and the protagonist said that a spear is an ideal way to secure the space around him. The young man sighed and added that when the enemy began to approach, it was not worth waving it, because it could only make things worse. People look at the interface, which reported that participant number 1 has passed the exam. The hero turned around and assumed that everything would continue in the same vein. The light reflects off the floor, and someone said that it was finally number 75. The man stands and says that they are almost finished. One of the members of the commission turned around and said that they did not like any of the participants today, to which the second added that they did not even meet the basic requirements, and the director asked them to quickly finish with this and let the next participant in. His feet stepped on the floor. The blonde man looked down. The girl looks ahead in shock. The guy tilted his head. A drop of sweat runs down the man's face. Taku looked away. The member of the commission touched his forehead and tried to understand who this guy was, because he had brought with him a sword, a bow, throwing knives, and even a spear, as if he had brought the entire arsenal. The man put his hands on his chest and noticed that the young man was quite skinny and could hardly take care of himself. The woman raised her head and said that this was another imitator of the gloomy ghost. Taku looked down and said that it would be interesting. The hero entered the room with a huge number of weapons, and the protagonist's comrade remembered that he had told him to stand out, but this was too much. The silhouette is standing, and the voice is trying to understand whether the participants number 75 are ready. The guy nodded his head. The system began to simulate opponents, and then reported that the exam had begun. The goblins raised their blades, and June noted that these were 20 dwarfs who looked quite realistic up close, but then summed up that they could try to imitate dwarfs as much as they wanted, and the interface explained that they were dwarfs whose average height was 130 centimeters, and physically they were inferior to the average man. The hero looks ahead and says that this brings back memories of the old days. The creatures rush to attack. Monsters fly at the protagonist. The guy looked up. The young man had killed a huge number of goblins with a single blow. Dwarfs began to dissolve after death. The creatures are smiling. The opponents began to run away, and June noticed that as soon as he killed them, new ones immediately began to appear. The hand holds knives, and the hero does not understand what the point of their murders is. The protagonist turned around and realized that the attack would be from behind. The blades pierced the bodies of his enemies, and the young man realized that these rats were trying to attack him from behind. The dwarf runs. June drew his bow and said in his mind that it was useless to run away. Arrows flew past the monster. The shells hit several targets, and the hero explained that he was taught to shoot a bow by a famous skilled shooter. Gilbert stands behind June. The goblin clenched his teeth in anger. The monsters rushed to attack. The hand began to deliver the sword, and the guy explained that this type of weapon would be the last. The light reflects off the blade. The blade touched the floor. The dwarf runs. Metal draws a line on the floor. The goblin swung for a blow. The hero smiled. Creatures surround the protagonist's arbitrary circle. The enemy stepped behind the line. The hand holds the sword. The guy swung for a blow. Red energy enveloped the young man's eye. June made a bunch of cuts around himself. The guy stands and understands that he is in pain, and the voice said that number 75 has successfully passed the exam. People look at the hero who understands that if he is so hurt after that, then he needs to do physical training, and the man, when the girl says that this is surprising, said that he has nothing to add. The members of the commission are sitting, and one of them says that he turned out to be not just another imitator of a gloomy ghost. The guy raised his hand and noticed that he had deftly wielded a spear. It would work, but it was still doable. The guy lowered his gaze. The interface showed freezing, throwing knives and shooting a bow accurately, and his swordsmanship was at its best, and summed up that his skill with weapons is amazing. The man crossed his arms and said that it was incredible that he was able to do this with such a thin body. The lady touched the system window and said that if you look at his profile, his only skill is the use of weapons, which means that it is a maximum of level D. The member of the commission turned around and noticed that this was not even his auxiliary skill, which meant that it was useless to train him, because as he leveled up, there would be too many restrictions. The guy tilted his head and said that his fighting skills were quite remarkable, but there was a nuance. The woman looked down and added that it was not worth their investment. The girl raised her hand and said that they needed to avoid loss as much as possible, because they did not have to go down the difficult path. The director smiles and understands that there should be no problems with his joining the Players Association. Taku took a sip from his cup and said that they had made up their minds. The cup is on the table, and the man mentally says that he only feels guilty for faking his profile. An image of the system appeared, where it was written that June passed the test. The sunlit tower stands. The hero's friend is sitting. The protagonist smiles and says that this novel is unrealistically funny. Fast food is on the table. June is lying on the couch, and Taku said that this is actually the most respected player in the world, ranked 1 to 3. This is the player that everyone looks up to, the same gloomy ghost. The man clutched his head and began to talk about patience. After loud laughter, blood gushed from his ears. The director stood up and addressed the hero. The comrade put on a fake smile and asked what he was reading. The guy turned around and explained that this is a novel in which the main character is a priest, but they are just fighting there, not healing. Taku took a step to the side and assumed that they were crazy. The man sat down and asked the protagonist to stop reading and take a look at it, because he had brought the materials he had requested. A blue light lit up the room, and the director tried to understand why he needed information about the Unconquered Gate in the first place, and then asked if the hero was going to go there with his level. The guy pokes his finger at the window and replies that he is going to, because then he would not find out about them. The young man exhaled, and Taku reminded him that no one had ever managed to conquer them, and June replied that he had not forgotten about it. An image of monsters appeared, a gate overflowing with various traps that attack everyone in a row. Not even corpses remained of the players who tried to conquer them. The blue portal is standing, so gates that have never been captured are called Unconquered Gates. The hand moves the windows of the system, and the hero noticed that only beginners can enter them, to which the man added that this is even more dangerous, because high-level players are not allowed to enter there, and beginners go there to pump their power, but in the end the whole team dies. The headmaster bent down and said that it was too much to go to the Unconquered Gate in such a state, to which the hero replied that he should not worry about him. Besides, the Unconquered Gate is a headache for the association. The hero's comrade looked away. The guy raised his head and said that he couldn't send his friend to such a dangerous place. Taku was sitting, and the young man added that now should be a touching moment, but he would go anyway, because it would be useful for him. A picture of a clock appeared, and the hero explained that over time, the rewards in the gate increase, and over the years, the gate has not been conquered, hence he will be able to gain a huge amount of experience points. The man stood up and realized that he had chosen this place for the sake of increasing the experience. The headmaster threw up his hands and reminded June that he had already managed to die and be resurrected, and then added that there should be safe ways to level up. The protagonist tilted his head and said that his comrades were still in ice imprisonment and were waiting for him to free them, because they would do the same, and Taku shouted that it was not necessary to choose the thorny path. The hero tilted his head and added that this was not the only reason. The young man looks down and tells him that sooner or later he will have to face the demons, which means that time is definitely not on his side. The guy looked ahead and said that he had to be strong enough to fight back when he met them. The man stands in shock. Taku scratched his head and realized that he hadn't even thought about it. The director covered his face and added that he could not even imagine that he felt such pressure. The hero turned around and thought that he wouldn't call it pressure, but it's better for him not to know about it. Taku looked at his watch and said that he couldn't do anything about it, which meant he would try to find out about the gate he could enter. His hand was holding a soda, and the man added that with this level, he would only be able to enter the Unconquered Gate. A system window began to appear, and the director explained that they appeared 7 years ago. Since then 142 people tried to capture them, but were eventually eaten by monsters. A friend stands in the background of information about the gate and says that only level 1 players can enter it, so this place is called the Grave of Beginners, and the hero noticed that the conditions for capturing are not so difficult. The clock lit up. Taku bowed his head and said that his deposit had arrived. The director stretched out his hand and explained that since he now officially belonged to the association, from that moment he was his subordinate for the entire next year. The guy looks at the man in shock and repeats that he is a subordinate. A purple aura surrounded the young man, who added that he would show the master what a loyal subordinate should look like. The hero sat down on the couch and offered to stay here, because there is a separate building in the association reserved for players and he wants to be provided with a room with a good view, to which Taku said that it was a good idea, because he would be safe here. The protagonist's friend leaned over and added that if everything went well, he would be able to give him an entire floor, to which the guy said that it was no longer up to him because the man would make him work hard. The young man looked to the side. The box is there, and Taku explains that it is his uniform, to which the young man suggests that he brought him something strange. The hero holds a sweater and understands that it is very light. June stretches the clothes and notices that they are elastic. The director leaned over and said that she was very cool. Taku stands in front of the blacksmith and reveals that this is Kwan's masterpiece, and the guy was shocked that he was still alive. The old man stands on the hammer, and the man added that this year he will turn 98. June looks away, and his friend reveals that he passed his workshop on to his grandson, but still works there. The guy raised his hand and said that he would need to drop by and say hello to him. Taku closed his eyes and said that June couldn't do it. The hero stands and tries to understand why, to which the director explained that it is for his own safety that he must beware of such situations. The guy turned around and assumed that he was suspicious of Kwan. The man looked ahead and replied that he did not suspect anyone. The young man bent down. The guy lowered his gaze and realized that they were watching the workshop. The protagonist and the old man are standing against the background of a handshake, and the hero's friend said that the demons are well aware of the relationship of the gloomy ghost with Kwan, and if he meets him now, he will give away his true face. The young man stands and understands that he is right, because if he, as a newcomer, goes abroad to meet with Kwan, then people will definitely suspect something is wrong. The director put his hand on Jun's shoulder and said that he had conveyed to him through their employee what situation they were in now, so he had to understand. The hero stands and understands that nothing can be done about it, and Taku summed up that first he needs to become stronger. The clothes are in a box, and the protagonist adds that he should thank him for the uniform on Jun's behalf. The guy walked over to the box and asked what weapon he should use, to which the director replied that there were much cooler weapons in the association's warehouse, so he could choose any one he liked. The hero turned around and said that he had been waiting for this moment, to which the man asked not to compare this weapon with Kwan's masterpieces. The equipped Jun is standing, and when asked by his friend when he will go to the capture, he replied that at first he thought that it was worth doing it right now, but first he still needed to practice. The guy stands and remembers that he was exhausted by the usual passing of the exam, and if he does not have enough physical training, then he will not be able to fight either monsters or demons. Taku stands and says that he made the right decision, and then assumed that it would take the hero 1 month to clean up. The director turned around, and Jun replied that 1 month was too long, so 10 days would be enough for him. The sun illuminates the overgrown path. After 10 days, Namja City, Mount Jiangma, the protagonist stands in front of the portal. A blue light lit up Jun's face, who said that he had to go forward. Silhouette enters the portal. Gate Curse of Dawn, capture condition, hold out until dawn. An orange glow surrounds the hero. The protagonist opened his mouth. The guy leaned over and realized that he felt comfortable here. The tombstone is standing. The young man looks up and thinks that such places seem cozy to him, which means that he is already going crazy. Jun stands in front of the system window and realizes that the capture conditions are not that difficult. The hero goes and thinks that the goal is simple, because he only needs to hold out until dawn, and he has already come at the right time. People run into the portal, and the protagonist remembered that after studying the materials, he found that the teams that entered early in the morning lasted the longest. The squad was coming, and the guy explained that time inside the gate was different, because the teams entering in the afternoon did not have time to adapt to the time distortion. Besides, in all likelihood, they had to fight immediately. A bloody hand was lying on the ground, and Jun summed up that they were all in a hopeless situation, because all the players were exclusively level 1 or lower. The hero looks ahead and realizes that he has carefully prepared and is now in better shape, and mentally asks them to show what they are capable of. Clouds float across the night sky. A branch sways in the wind. The moon illuminates the trees. The guy sits and says that he has a feeling that the dead are watching him. The young man looked to the side and assumed that it was evil spirits. The protagonist stood up and thought that this was starting to annoy. The crack began to creep along the ground. A hand came out of the ground. The monster holds Jun by the leg, who turned out to be correct in his guesses. The hero hit his opponent on the head. The guy holds a sheath on the zombie's head and tells him not to get out and stay there. The young man looked around and felt that there were a lot of them here. A green light enveloped Jun's eyes, and the system reported that night had fallen, which meant that the night hunter was activated and all his senses were sharpened. The dark silhouette of the hero is standing. Monsters surround the guy, who understands that there are a lot of them, and then added that it is quite difficult for beginners to deal with evil spirits, especially if they are zombies, since they do not feel pain. The dead man appeared from behind the young man. The hand grabbed the sword, and Jun explained that it was impossible to deliver a single fatal blow with it. The hero has stuck the blade into the zombies and realizes that they do not pay attention to the damage taken and focus solely on attacking. The monsters are coming to the guy. The young man made a bunch of cuts around and remembered that they were very good at causing panic among beginners who did not yet have any developed abilities. The protagonist stands and understands why this place is called the Grave of Beginners. Something burst out of the ground, and Jun explained that he was already a seasoned noob. The zombie appeared from the ground. The hero kicked his opponent. The guy smiles and says that he is not so weak as to fall over such nonsense. The young man looked to the side. The horde is walking towards Jun, who has noticed that there are still a lot of them. Clouds are floating in the sky. The protagonist is breathing heavily. The hero sits and says that it is hard for him, and then he notices that they no longer appear. The guy is lying on the tombstone. The young man looks ahead and realizes that there is someone here. Jun stood up and tried to figure out where the sound was coming from. Fog shrouds the graves, and an unknown person said that he was here. The protagonist runs to the sound. The coffin lies in the ground. The hero tilted his head and assumed that the unknown was below, to which the voice gave an affirmative answer. Hands dig the ground, and the guy tries to understand how he got there. A young man is digging graves, and someone says that he trusted his friends and followed them here, but everyone except him died. The hero looks down, and the voice asks for help to get out of here. The protagonist sits and tells the unknown to scream very loudly. The moon illuminates the branch of the tree, and when the voice asked why he should shout, the young man replied that he had to determine its exact location. The coffin was lying there, and after screaming, Jun realized where it was. The hero shoots at the coffin. The young man shoots at the source of the sound. The cartridges fall to the ground. Jun stands and tells that he has been trying to understand for a very long time how these gates managed to destroy more than 100 so easily, and it turns out that it was an unknown person who created this grave of newcomers. The monster burst out of the ground and called the guy a deceiver. The hero takes out a weapon, and the antagonist tries to understand how he found out. The young man rushed towards the enemy. June cut the monster in two and explained that it was impossible for anyone to remain alive in an unconquered gate. The red portal is standing. After the start of the capture, the gate will not even open if at least one player is left alive inside. The man points to the side, and the hero assumed that past players also knew this, but sometimes people act automatically. The guy sheathed his sword and said that it was not surprising, because even if you took into account all the zombies, it would not be so difficult to defeat them all. But the reason lay in the deceiver. A system window appeared and said that all the monsters were destroyed and the hero successfully overcame the curse of the dawn. And June noticed that he had risen 4 levels, and then noticed that his lost stats returned every 5 levels, and also the values increased slightly. But he should be happy with this as well. The silhouette stands and cannot believe that nothing more will happen. The interface appeared and said that as a reward for capturing he received a new ability, namely the Confession of the Dead of rank C, and the hero said that he was scared and really decided that this was the end of it. The guy stretched out his hand and said that he thought that it would be just a random thing, but he acquired a new skill, which means he was lucky. The young man stands in front of a skull, and the system said that the Confession of a Dead Man allows you to look into the memories of the dead, and June concluded that he will only be able to see the memories of the dead. The hero turned around and assumed that he got this skill for defeating the deceiver, and the conditions of use are quite specific, but he thinks that it will be useful to him. The guy clenched his fist and noticed that this was the power gained as a player of June, and not a gloomy ghost. The young man looked up. The sun lit up the silhouette of the protagonist, who said that he was looking forward to the upcoming events. The director sits and cannot believe what he has read. The hero turned, and the man added that since his return to this world, he still could not be silent, because not a single quiet day. Taku smiles, and the young man said that this is why he is all glowing with happiness. The protagonist's friend turned around and said that he was amused to see how nervous these arrogant people from the guild were, and June explained that this was not surprising, because the guild would not take such a risk by divulging information, but it was not clear why the journalists continued to muddy the waters. The hero looks up, and the director asks that the guy is still not going to reveal himself, to which the young man replied that it is not yet time. The man raised his hand and revealed that if everyone found out that he was the one who took over the gate, then he would become very popular, to which June asked Taku if he knew why people buy luxury goods even if all things are made in the same factory. The director tilted his head and suggested that the reason was that they were expensive, and the hero explained that they were special, because not everyone could afford them. The hand is on the table. The guy's friend suggested that he wants to become a luxury product. A pathetic image of the protagonist appeared, who said that he wants to become not just an expensive thing, but an object that everyone can own, but no one knows where to get it, which means he needs to become a legendary limited edition, to which Tonku summed up that he wants to warm up the interest of the public. The man leaned over and said that sometimes a bad personality awakens in him, and then assumed that his blood type is S. The hero turned around and said that he couldn't keep them waiting that long. A man is standing near the gate, and the protagonist explained that smart people will be able to guess, and the rest will think that this is the guy who appears in the Unconquered Gate. Journalists look at the gate, and the young man added that reporters will wait for him to appear at the Unconquered Gate. The hero raised his hand and said that if this happens, then he still does not have to declare himself on his own, because the world itself should gradually learn about him. The director closed his eyes and tried to understand since when he was worried about formalities. The man stood up and offered June to eat, to which the hero replied that he had recently eaten, and he was calling him again, to which Taku explained that he needed to eat well. The hand is on the ground. The young man does push-ups on one hand and realizes that this is the 72nd time. Sweat runs down the guy's body. June stands tensely on one arm. The protagonist stood up and shouted that it was the 73rd push-up. The young man fell to the floor, and the system reported that the value of strength increased by 1 point. The hero lies and rejoices. The guy exhaled. The young man drinks. June closed his eyes and said that he felt alive now. The protagonist looked at his watch. A bunch of system windows with gates appeared. The interface shows the Lofah Garden, the oldest unconquered gate of Korea, which appeared 9 years ago. The portal is standing. If the gate is left alone for a long time, then monsters will begin to crawl out of it, which will subsequently kill ordinary people. Such gates are called open. The government and the association offered huge rewards for capturing the elevator garden, so players from all over the country risked their lives to capture. However, out of 124 attempts, 124 failed. A red veil darkened the gates. The hand holds the tablet, so they had no choice but to ask for help abroad. An image of a guy appeared. They spent a fortune to hire a super recruit from India, Vishi. The silhouette is drawn by a bow, a man with an innate talent, skillfully wielding a bow. The hero sits and understands that in terms of potential, he could be compared with 5 Gilberts at once, and maybe even surpass. The gazebo is standing, but Vishi was defeated and everyone lost hope that the Lofah Garden would ever be captured, and that's how the 22-year-old player with a bright future met his end. The protagonist turned the page. The guy tilted his head and said that he could be in his place. The young man sits in front of the window of the system and realizes that he needs to be even more thorough in his preparation, because he has just increased all the values with the help of physical exercises, so now his stats, except for magic, are more than 30, and for his level such values are quite high. Vishi is standing, and the hero has realized that if even Vishi, the rising star, has failed to capture, then the possibility of a hidden trap in this gate cannot be ruled out. The protagonist stood up and thought that during the preparation he needed to think over all possible scenarios. June began to warm up. Magic surrounded the young man's hand. The hero looks at his hand and says that he is already a little used to using the freeze skill, which means he needs to test it in battle. The protagonist stands in a clearing of a Lofah garden. A system window with a location appeared, and the guy remembered that the necessary condition for this gate is to destroy all the monsters. The young man tilted his head and said that he didn't know how many monsters were waiting for him there, but if the team of 4 failed, then there was some hidden trap that incapacitated them. June shook his head. The hero stands in front of the labyrinth and tries to understand what it is. The guy took a step forward and realized that he had to stay away from this suspicious area first. The young man sits and remembers that the loose will appear at night, so for now he just needs to relax and wait. Clouds are floating in the sky. Darkness descended on the location. Something began to emerge from the ground. The creatures stand. 2 arrows fell in front of the monsters. The silhouette stands and understands that they are warning of their arrival. The hero turned and noticed that there were only 2 of them so far. The guy looked to the side and said that this was a warm greeting. The monster attacked the young man. June rushed to attack. The tip of the halberd stuck in the ground. The protagonist dodged the blow. The hero accumulates magic in the air. An ice spear appeared in the guy's hand. The young man threw a projectile. The blue beam destroyed 2 creatures. 2 silhouettes appear behind June. Someone raised their weapons. The protagonist stands there and realizes that this was amazing, because it was the skill of the Ice Queen. The attack missed the hero. The guy looked to the side and assumed that it was an invasion of monsters. The monsters were standing, and the young man said that 2 were clearly not enough. His foot pushed off the ground. June swung for a blow. The silhouette approaches the opponents. The young man made a series of blows. The enemy is standing. The protagonist rushed to attack. The man approached the monster. The hero swung for a blow. A blue light illuminated the monster. The guy is standing. The young man turned around and said that it was too fast. A crowd of creatures stands in front of June, who notices that there are at least twice as many of them. Sweat runs down the protagonist's filthy face, who realizes that after being killed, their numbers grow exponentially. The wind blew away the plants. The hero made a dash to the side. The protagonist runs and realizes that there are a lot of them. The red beam approached the monster. The young man cut down the enemy. June looked away in shock. The magic began to concentrate in his hand. The blows fell on the ice sheet. The shield began to crumble. The swinging protagonist appeared from under the defense. The cut struck the creatures. The hero cut several wooden ones. Monsters lie on the ground. The guy stands there and realizes that he is very tired. The young man took a step and said that it was exhausting, but not enough to fail the mission, but something was bothering him. June goes and says that although he has a first-class freezing ability, he is also the only one who can handle this level of difficulty so far. The protagonist made a dash and noticed that 4 people should have been enough to clean up. An image of people appeared. Among the players who had tried to capture this gate over the past 9 years, there were strong players with great potential. The talented Vishi was one of them. Monsters surround the party, and the hero noticed that in the materials he saw, he was calm and was able to remove at least half of them, and if he had teammates with him, they would definitely be able to capture the gate. June slashed his opponent. The young man accumulated energy. A blue beam struck the creature, and the protagonist tried to understand why Vishi failed the task, and the system reported that he had taken over the Lofah garden. The sun illuminates the meadow, and the hero said that his whole life flashed before his eyes. The guy raised his head and said that he was alive, which meant that everything was fine. The young man took a step forward towards the wall of leaves and tried to figure out what kind of place it was. The wind blows along the corridor of the labyrinth. June stands silently. The protagonist is coming. The skeleton lies on the ground. Bloodstains spread on the ground, and the hero noticed that these are countless traces of duels. Dead people were lying on the ground, and the guy assumed that they were all trying to escape through this narrow entrance. June looked to the side and summed up that this maze had only stolen their precious time. The silhouette walks forward, and the protagonist said that if they could not cope with the influx of monsters, then this place simply became a dead end for them. The hero looked up. The young man stands in front of the wall and understands that this is the end. A skeleton with a bow lies in the corner. The blue stone is glowing. The guy sat down near the corpse and thought that if he remembered correctly, it was the hurricane bow. June bowed. The hand touched the weapon, and the protagonist asked for forgiveness. The archer fired a shot. If you shoot from the hurricane bow, then in flight the arrow spins unpredictably, like a butterfly, so people compared the wind raised by the bow with the power of the hurricane, hence this name. The hero holds the artifact and realizes that the Indian government handed it to Vishi, which means it must be him. His hand was on the book, and the young man realized that it was a diary. The guy took the book and wanted to know if the name of the owner was there. The protagonist opened a notebook with the date indicated, and the text said that he had been tasked with capturing a Lofah garden located in Korea. The young man raised his head and couldn't believe that they wanted him to do this, and then agreed to participate, no matter what it took. The man held out his hand and asked Vishi to think it over, as this gate had not been able to capture for years. An unknown person stands and says that he may not return. The guy smiled and replied that the Koreans had asked him for help, which meant that he could not refuse, because it contradicted the teachings of the god Vishnu. The young man stands there and realizes that he is now at level 10, and this is his only chance to enter the Lofah garden, so he must do it. The girl looks ahead, and someone asks her if she will go with him. The dark-haired woman turned around and replied that if he was going to go, she would follow him. People are holding hands, and the girl said that she believes him and will go after him anywhere. The lady smiled and explained that even if he said he would go alone, she would still find a way to get there, and she was so happy that he had asked her to go with him. The dark-haired woman covered her face and added that she had to protect him. The guy tilted his head and said that he was glad that she was with him. The girl looked ahead, and the young man explained that there was no one he trusted more than her. The lady closed her eyes and reminded him that she was his partner. Vishi lowered his head. The couple closed their eyes. People hold hands and say that they will seize the gates. Someone is mad and calls for daddy. The man spread his arms in front of the child. The daughter looks down and asks where her father is going, to which the bespectacled man replied that he needs to go to work. The father holds the girl and says that he will return soon, and while he is gone, she must obey her grandmother. The child lowered his eyes sadly. The daughter turned and asked if they would go together to see the animals when he returned. The man closed his eyes and said that they would go to look at them, but in the meantime, let her listen to her grandmother and eat well. The guy stands silently. The bespectacled man took a step forward and said that it was time for them to go, and the young man apologized for what had happened. The child is sleeping, and the father said that he was going on such a long business trip for the first time, but everything would be fine, because her grandmother was next to her. The father smiled and added that he had already promised that he would help him, because he could not refuse. Vishi raised his head and thanked his comrade. The partners are coming, and the man says that he is in a team with a rising star, which means that he must definitely get his share, to which the guy replied that they agreed, and then noticed that he was looking forward to it. The sun illuminates the Indira Gandhi International Airport in New Delhi. People are walking with suitcases. The girl waves her hand. Vishi shook hands and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then thanked him for coming, and his partner added that the dark-haired woman had begged him for help. The guy pulls the arrow and realizes that tomorrow everything will happen, April 23, 2044. The shell hit the target. Arrows stick out in the center of the target, and the young man noticed that he was doing a great job today. The guy smiled and thought that he had a good feeling. The petals fall down, and Vishi said that they entered the Lofah garden on April 24, 2044. The squad looks around, and the guy says that it is very beautiful, and also he sees such a gate for the first time. The young man looked ahead. The partners are standing, and Vishi understands that these are dungeons after all and they should not be distracted, and aloud invited his friends to look around. Darkness descended on the garden. The monsters rose, and someone noticed that there were only monsters of them, and this was too few. The squad fights back, and someone notices that they are advancing and adds that now there are 32 of them. Arrows hit creatures. The monster burst out of the ground. The green beam wounded the man. Vishi turned to his wounded comrade and shouted for everyone to get out of here. People are fleeing. The girl turned and shouted for them to run into the maze, and Vishi hurried. The young man draws his bow and realizes that every time they destroy them, they multiply in number, and then he assumed that their number doubles. But then he realizes that complete madness is going on in this dungeon. The sun illuminates the labyrinth. A man is lying on the ground and calling for a friend. The father squeezes Vishi's hand and asks him to take care of his daughter. The squad silently looks at their dead comrade. People are standing in front of the grave, and the text of the diary said that on April 25, 2044, one of their comrades fell. Scaffolding flows down the guy's face. The young man prays and understands that the sun is setting. Vishi sits and asks the great Shiva to bless them so that tomorrow he can continue writing. The man looks up exhaustedly. The squad is sitting on the ground. Ruka makes notes in his diary, which says they destroyed the 4th Lofah invasion last night. The guy is on his knees and writes down that today the 5th in a row began, and there were also at least 120 of them, but they fought for their lives, and there were about 40 Lofahs left. Vishi tilted his head and thought that even he alone could handle so many. The guy turned to the girl. The young man looked to the side. The author of the notes sits and understands that tomorrow they will be able to get out of here. Vishi holds the dead girl and remembers that he asked that there would be no 6th invasion. The guy is crying. The young man holds his wife's hand and says that he promised to seize the gate, but there is no point in it without her. The stranger took a step and turned to Vishi. The assassin raised his blade and said that it was time for him to die. Ram jumped on the young man. Red light is reflected in the sphere. A flash lit up the boy's face. The young man made a dash to the side. Former friends stand opposite each other. The traitor raised his blade and noticed that he was able to dodge, which meant that he was definitely a rising star in India. Vishi raised his head and realized that Ram had become a demon. The guy turned around and shouted that he had deceived them, and then tried to understand how he could be a demon, because his girlfriend had brought him to them. The villain smiled and replied that he had never heard anything stupider, and then explained that everything was simple, because his beloved was narrow-minded, in fact, like him. The traitor stands and says that he did not know that so many Lofahs would live here, which means that it was necessary to help his friends, because due to the fact that they were useless and died so quickly, he was also in danger. The guy began to cry. The demon smiled and said that Vishi had managed to capture the gate, and now let him give him the hurricane and go to his friends. The young man gritted his teeth. The author of the notes raised his head. The villain raised his hand and said that it didn't matter how evil he was, because he was afraid of dying. Vishi began to run away, and the demon said that he would never have thought that he would run away, although it is no longer so important. The purple infection spreads through the archer's body, and the traitor explained that he would die in any case from the poison that was on his blade. Ram looked away. Blood splatters flew to the sides behind the young man, who realized that the sixth monster invasion had begun. Blood runs down Vishi's poisoned hand. The archer walks and realizes that he is no longer able to feel his hand. The guy takes a couple of steps towards the labyrinth. The guy runs. A blood stain spreads on the ground. An injured player stands in front of a wall. The young man raised his head and said that it couldn't end like this. Vishi is holding his hand. The archer sits in the corner and writes that he no longer feels his right hand, which means that the demon's sword was smeared with poison. But it doesn't matter if it's Lofah or poison, he will die in any case. The guy writes a text that says that if anyone finds this diary, he should tell their families that they ask for forgiveness. The hero is sitting near the corpse. The young man looked down. June flips through her notebook and notices a few pages. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Vishi lies and writes that if his comrades had survived, they would hardly have been able to capture the gate because of the demon. A bloody hand draws letters. The archer writes in his diary. The pen fell on the notebook. The young man raised his head, and the text said that the great Shiva should allow Vishi to rest in peace, and sinners would be condemned in hell. The guy closed his eyes, and the last entry told that Vishi wanted the revenge of the dying warrior to take place. The hero looks down. His hands are holding a notebook, and the protagonist realized that thanks to him he realized everything. An image of the rules of the gate appeared, and June explained that the number of monsters depends on the number of players entering. After all, he came here alone, so there were not many of them, so he captured the gate relatively easily. The guy closed the notes and thought about what would happen if he came with 3 more players, and then mentally said that just thinking about it sends shivers down his spine and he doesn't want to even think about it. The hero put the item in the inventory. The protagonist turned to his bow. The young man took the bow and thought that he would borrow it for a while. The young man looks down and says that he takes it for a reason. Jeong raised his head and said that in return he would avenge Vishi to those cursed demons. The guy stands and tells him to rest in peace. The silhouette moves away from the body of the young hero of India. The tower is standing, and someone is shouting that he was right. His hand through the newspaper on the table. The headmaster stands and says that before they even had time to open their mouths, the whole world found out that it was he who took over the gate. The guy sits and explains that he has already said that this will happen, and Taku added that the young man cannot even imagine how he wanted to tell everyone at work. June looked up and tried to understand why he had come early in the morning to tell him about it, since he could have transmitted it through a console with the internet, to which the man replied that it was more polite to say it in person. The director holds the magazine and says that the Indian government has given him a message. An image of the office appeared, and a friend of the hero said that they were grateful for the return of the diary. The grandmother hugs her granddaughter, and Tagu added that the families of the players have been informed. The protagonist scratched his neck and said that it was good. The guy is sitting, and the man says the young man cannot hide his joy, to which June replied that he is happy, because they have learned the truth. The director leaned over and added that he was a little offended. Taku turned and explained that he was offended by the hurricane, since it had been created as a national weapon intended for the defense of India, and now it had disappeared from the Vishi inventory. The hero stretched out his hand and asked to take a look. A green light filled the room. The man stands and assumes that the guy is completely crazy. The director turned and asked why he was holding it in his hands now. Tagu clutched his head and shouted that he could at least hide it properly, because he knew that the hurricane belonged to the Indian government, to which the young man replied that he would use it and return it. The headmaster stretched out his hand and tried to understand what he would say to them, for the deceased Vishi could not pass it at the gate. The man turned around and asked the protagonist to come up with something, to which the hero replied that in any case he would be more careful with him, so he had nothing to worry about. Tagu raised his hand and shouted that everyone had already decided that the bow was lost, and the guy added that this was not what he meant. The young man sits and tells that with the help of this weapon he will attract demons. His comrade tilted his head and assumed that the demon had died through the gate. An image of Ram appeared, and the hero explained that he was not the only one hunting for bows. The silhouette stood near the cliff, and the young man added that the demon had probably read the articles about the hurricane being lost in the gate, but he was not foolish enough to believe it. An unknown person looks at the window of the system. Someone looked up, and Zhong added that for this demon, the thing was more important than human life. The protagonist put away the bow and summed up that he would understand that the bow was in his hands and would come for it. The director looked at his watch and said that he remembered one case. A system window appeared with the image of the criminal. The hero smiled. Taku explained that he was known for his collection of bows, and the protagonist noticed that they were said to think too much of themselves. The interface showed a search ad, and the man said that thanks to this, he was already being searched for all over the world. The headmaster turned around and added that he wouldn't be able to enter the Lofah garden on his own, since this gate could only be entered from level 10. The protagonist sits against the background of the unknown, and the hero explained that if this guy starts looking for him, then next time he will enter the Unconquered Gate and try to capture him there, because he is stronger than Vishi. The man raised his hands and shouted that Joan was in great danger, which meant he needed to tell the Indian government, to which the guy explained that if he started preparing now, then there should be no problems. The young man smiled and added that the demon wouldn't be able to deal with him so easily. The director stands silently. Taku took a step forward and began to say that he would also think so in his place, but there is a nuance. A heavy hand touched the protagonist's shoulder. The man put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that he was worried about him. The protagonist smiled. The guy raised his head and reminded him that he was an incomparable Jun. The young man touched his friend's hand and told him not to worry about him, because the events of 25 years ago would not be repeated. The director sighed and agreed with the protagonist. Taku holds the hero by the shoulders and says that he has not changed a bit. The clock began to glow, and the director introduced himself. The man turned around and asked if this was true, and then added that it was not part of their plans. Comrade Juna touched his head and said that he would tell him everything. The guy looks to the side questioningly. The young man raised his head and wanted to know what had happened, to which the director said that the journalists had flown like flies. The hero sits and listens to the fact that they found out that he is the player who captured the goal, and now they want to interview him. The protagonist crossed his legs and explained that he could not avoid a battle with demons, which meant that he could choose the place of battle on his own. The guy smiled and said that they should hold a press conference. People are sitting in the hall. Someone is typing a text on a laptop about the player junior. The journalist turned around and noticed that the first gate was the Curse of Dawn, and then the Lofah Garden, and then added that there had been no such newcomers for a long time, which meant that this could be the next star of Korea. Moreover, he knew how to attract attention to himself. An image of a golden man appeared, and the man explained that even among the many treasures, he was the most shining pebble, when suddenly someone shouted that he was here. People raised their heads. A bare foot in a slipper stepped on the floor. The sleep-deprived guy went up to the stage. Someone looks ahead and can't believe that this is a player who has captured 2 unconquered gates, and most likely he came by mistake. The hero looks ahead and realizes that they are staring at him so much, so he had to change clothes. The protagonist tilted his head and remembered that as a grim ghost, he had to dress up too often, so much so that he was sick of it. The guy raised his hand and said that he was June, and the press conference would last 30 minutes. The man looks ahead in shock. Journalists raised and began asking for more information about the gate, as well as how he felt about challenging himself in this way, and why his debut began with an unconquered gate. The hero turned around and said that he wanted to say a few words about the curse of the Dawn Gate. The journalist sits and understands that he has the feeling that he has been in a similar situation more than once, but you can't say from him that he is experienced, but everything is the opposite. The young man looked at his watch. Someone raised his hand and asked one last question, which was whether or not he had decided which gate he would enter next. Jong smiled. The hero stands and says that he has not yet decided, but there is one gate that he really wants to go to, but due to the low level, he cannot do it yet. The young man smiled and stated that it was the gate of the Eastern Sea. The journalist dropped the pen. Myriads of flashes appeared from the hall. The protagonist is standing on the stage, and someone wanted to clarify that this is the very gate of the Eastern Sea. The hero looks away, and the voice says that this is the last unconquered gate of Korea, and if he can conquer it, then he will have 3 difficult missions on his account, and no one has ever had such achievements. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that they were right. People sit in shock. The girl held out a notebook and told her that there were rumors that the strongest first-class monster lived in this gate, and what the hero thought about it. The man turned around and said that the association had long been discussing the issue of assigning this gate the first place in terms of difficulty, but it seemed to him that this was too much. The guy looked to the side and thought that it was not surprising that everyone had such a negative reaction, because it was all the fault of the boss living in the gate. An image of the boss appeared, and the protagonist said that his strength is noticeably different from the power of ordinary monsters, because it is incredibly powerful, and some of them even turn ordinary monsters into their servants, and understand them with them. The hero smiled. June raised his head and stated that if he fought a first-class monster, then he would definitely win. An interface window appeared with the protagonist's last words. The unknown person touched his chin. The man leaned over and said that they had made a big fuss about the newcomer, to which the second remarked that it proved how important unconquered gates were to people, to which the first added that he hadn't heard such amusing news from the first floor in a long time. The assistant turned around and said that if he was interested, they could contact him. Someone raised his head and replied that he was not interested in him at all. A finger touched a sugar cube, and a voice told me that when something unusual happens, people call it an accident, and if it happens a second time, they call it a skill. The man stretched out his hand and summed up that he believes that it is necessary to judge after the third time, because you don't even have to remember the names of those who do not reach the third. The assistant looked down. The man's hands tremble and he realizes that if the player June performs such a miracle again, he will receive a personal invitation from the head chairman Shin Sung-hyun to the Takabe Guild. The hero reads a note. The protagonist put his hands on the paper and said that this was also not suitable, and the director offered to look at another sheet, to which the young man remarked that it was not so bad, but it did not suit him personally. The guy picked up a pile of papers and explained that all these requests were, to which Taku replied that after the last conference, the young man became a superstar. The man looks down and remembers that the high reward of experience points and the difficulty level is relatively low, as well as good pay, and then concludes that it is not easy to find an assignment so that all three conditions are suitable. The hero turned around and said that he agrees to omit the third, to which Taku replied that he cannot, because his relevance in the future depends on his first task. The director held out a sheet of paper and said that this was an order from a father whose daughter was terminally ill. The protagonist's friend sits and tells him that a cure called the core of the flame fox must be found there. The hero tilted his head and remembered that he hadn't heard about it for a long time, and the man recalled that he fought her just 6 months after he first became a player, and the guy added that he almost died then. Taku touched the clock and said that it would be quicker to take a look for himself, and then added that this gate was located in their country and was called the Celestial Fox. An image of flaming dunes appeared. The director turned around and said that they had only appeared 3 months ago, so they had not yet received the status of unconquered, but the monster had already managed to absorb 7 teams. The hero looked to the side and reminded him that when he acted as a grim ghost, the conditions were not so harsh, and the monster had also become stronger. The man raised his hand and explained that everything was not as difficult as he imagined, because now the level of the players has increased. The guy looked down and said that since his return, he had not yet met worthy players, so he could not say anything, but since he was sure of it, his hand touched the paper, and June said that he would take on this errand, and at the same time test the skills of the younger ones. The hero raised his head in surprise as Taku admitted that this was an errand from his acquaintance. An image of the company's name appeared, and the director said that he was the chairman of the Myung-ho group, and the young man realized that it was about the child of Choi Man-hyuk, to which the man explained that it was about his second son Choi Pil-ho. Someone knocked on the door. His foot stepped on the floor. The girl stands and says that the president called her. The man turned around and asked the mistress to come in, and Junu explained that Cha would be his secretary and manager. The hero looks away and understands that if the president continued to personally deal with his affairs, then suspicions would arise. People shook hands, and the woman said that her name was Cha. The secretary closed her eyes and thanked the director for saying so when he explained that June needed to organize a meeting with the Menho group, and for that he would have to discuss everything with Mrs. Cha, and she was a capable person, so the protagonist could rely on her. The light fills the room, and Taka said that they can walk and he expects good results from them. The manager drives the car and asks the hero if he is familiar with the Myung-ho group, to which the guy reminded that it is #1 in Korea, and the girl added that they are known for timely tax payments and protecting the privacy of the royal family. The car is approaching the tunnel. The woman looks ahead and says that tragedy has come in their ideal world. The silhouette is lying, and Cha said that the chairman's daughter was diagnosed with 9-in rupture syndrome. The hero lowered his head and remembered that this is a rare disease and it occurs in people with high-in energy, and the only way to be cured is to transplant something with high-in energy into the body. As the car drove on, the secretary continued that the object was the core of the flame fox, and then added that 29 years ago, a grim ghost, the best player, defeated the flame fox, confirming his outstanding abilities. The woman looked in the mirror and said that he admired the gloomy ghost. The hero closed his eyes, and Cha wanted to know why he was embarrassed, to which June replied that he was touched by her words about the dark ghost. The car drove up to the gate. The guy took a step forward and said that nothing had changed. The secretary raised her head and assumed that he had been here before, to which the young man explained that he had been there a long time ago. The manager turned and asked the hero to wait for her here, because first she would check if their agreement about the meeting was in force. The protagonist looked ahead when he was called. A man is standing in the gate. The old man leaned over and said that he had been waiting for them, and then gave his name. The girl stands in shock and realizes that this is the chairman himself, and the young man said that his name is June, and it is a great honor for him to meet him. People are holding hands, and the chairman says that there is a hero standing in front of him, who has taken over the gate to ensure the safety of citizens, so it is a great honor for him to meet him. The guy looked down. The old man holds on to the young man with both hands. The man raised his head and said that he had only one wish. The chairman began to cry. The old man bowed and asked the protagonist to save his daughter from this terrible disease. The sun shines on the gate, and someone tells them to go into the house, and June says they need the core of the flame fox. The man sits in an armchair and says that after studying a fair amount of information, he learned about a case of manifestation of the 9-in rupture syndrome in France, and it was the core of the fiery fox that was used for treatment. The old man turned around and offered to get straight to the point, and he offered the sum of 1.5 billion won as a reward. The girl looks at the guy, and the chairman added that he will be provided with the material assistance necessary to capture the gate, as well as everything that may be needed to obtain the core. The secretary looked down and thought that they did not expect that the amount would be so large, which means that the hero would accept the offer, and June said that these conditions did not suit him. People look at the guy in shock. The old man closed his eyes. The man turned around and said that he would give up to 3 billion won. The young man raised his hand and said that he didn't mean that the amount was small, because 1 billion won was enough. The manager looks away. The chairman sits in shock. The cup is on the table, and the man wanted to know the reason, and the protagonist explained that in the past, the Dark Ghost sold the core for 10 billion won to one of the billionaires from France, and then added that he offered to give his entire fortune to save his daughter, but the Dark Ghost refused and took only 10 billion. The hero stretched out his hand and said that he had the same reason. A gloomy ghost stands in front of the billionaire, and June summed up that you can't cash in on people who want to save their family. The tower is standing. The guy is standing near the car, and the girl said that he needs to park, so he doesn't have to wait. The secretary looked away. The hero tilted his head, and the woman assumed that he learned this story from the president, to which June replied that he did, because President Taku and the Dark Ghost were close friends. The light from the sunset lights up the sky, and the guy asked if Cha believed in this story, to which the manager said that people believe that the gloomy ghost is cold, like a soulless machine, but in fact it is not. The secretary sits and says that if he were heartless, he would never allow him to do this, because he is actually a good man. The hero leaned over and repeated Cha's words about the good man of the gloomy ghost, and the girl added that after his words, she was even more convinced of this. Her leg is covered in blood, and the manager said that she heard that the parents of the Dark Ghost died in front of his eyes, and in her opinion, the 10 billion received for the core, the Dark Ghost took only because the customer was rich, because otherwise, he would not even take payment. The hero looks forward in shock, and Cha added that a man who is trying his best to save his family sincerely wishes that no one would experience such suffering. Clouds are floating in the sky, and people agree that no one but him can know for sure. The director turned around and asked how he felt about Mrs. Cha. The protagonist goes and says that he can't give an answer as they only spent 2 hours together, but at first glance she seems good to him, to which Taku adds that he will soon find out what she is really worth. The man raised his head and said that Miss Cha was a talented specialist, so she could easily get a job in a large company or some famous guild, but she only worked here because the Dark Ghosts belonged to the association, which meant they were incredibly lucky. The hero stands and tries to understand where he led him, to which the president noted that this bastard was embarrassed and decided to change the topic. His hand touched the control panel. The door opens in front of the protagonist. A pile of weapons were on the shelves, and Taku explained that if he was going to fight a powerful monster like the Flame Fox, then he needed decent equipment. The man leaned over and explained that science had come a long way in the past 25 years. June walks past the flask, and the headmaster reveals that a weapon has been invented that he never thought of before, and that the player's combat capability has increased significantly. The comrade threw the sword to the hero. The president turned around and asked the protagonist to use magic on this sword. Violet energy began to envelop the blade. The purple aura caused the sword to glow. June looks at the blade, and Taku explains that even with a small amount of magic, it seems to envelop the sword and recreate its shape, and it can be used to easily skin an orc. The man points to the side and says that if he uses magic on this, then he will have a magic shield, and there is a magic bomb, to which the hero noted that today players use only such weapons. The director looked away. The president raised his hand and explained that this is a modern highly effective weapon, which means there is no reason not to use it. The weapon is lying around, and June suggested that even the so-called ordinary players use it, to which Taku replied that he was not sure, but he knew that they had customized weapons. Guy stand? The hero looks at the Ice Queen and realizes that it is like toys, in the face of real monsters. The gloomy ghost turned, and the protagonist said that these powerful creatures are able to destroy even the player's magical circulation, so this weapon is useless in battle. An image of a player with a monster appeared, and the young man asked if Taku knew why low-level players came across weak monsters, and the man suggested that if a strong monster appeared, everyone would simply die. A system window with the hero's stats appeared, and June replied that the man was right, and this is very ironic. However, in relation to such moments, this system is quite fair. The protagonist holds a sword and says that the player must constantly meet enemies of his level, so that in the future, when he meets a strong opponent, he can survive using his strength and accumulated experience. The director looked up and realized that he considered this weapon to be ineffective against strong monsters. Taku put his hands on his chest and explained that players who rely solely on this weapon will never be able to achieve anything worthwhile, but it cannot be ruled out that it can be useful for capturing some gates. The sword is near the box. The hero takes out a weapon and tries to understand what it is, to which the man explained that this sword is also made of a new high-quality metal, but it has no abilities, so he decided to leave it there. The guy swung for a blow. The young man lunged. The glass rattles after the hero's attack. The director looks ahead in shock. The protagonist turned around and said that the world has become so interesting, and they cover the limitless growth opportunities of players with these toys. The sun illuminates the sky clearly. The traffic light is standing. A blue glow emanates from the gate. The girl is standing, and June notices that there are a lot of reporters and players around. The manager turned around and explained that everyone was excited about the upcoming mission to capture the core of the Flame Fox, because 26 more players would be going through the gate with him, some of them sent from the guild. The hero brought the cup to his mouth. The young man lowered his head and remarked that it was delicious, to which Cha explained that it was lavender tea. The young man put down the cup and said that after he returned, he wanted to taste this tea again. The girl looked back in surprise when June added that tomorrow she would need to get up early to have time to prepare. The protagonist got out of the car and explained that after capturing the gate, he would have no end of commissions. Reporters surrounded June and began to ask if it was true that he was running an errand for a well-known figure from the Manga group and if it was the first time he was participating in a capture with other players. Frowning, the guy said that he knew there would be rankers, players like them are always on the sidelines, and the archer added that the protagonist has been the most talked about player lately. Everyone wants to write an article about him. Watching him, the guys asked if it was true that this skinny kid had captured the gate twice, because they could hardly believe anything. Even his weapon looked antediluvian. Probably he had something else in his inventory. The stranger with a calm look said that they needed to slowly get ready. The warriors stood in a row. They got together. The guys went towards the portal. The scorching sun illuminated the desert as we were told that we had been transported to the entrance of the gate by the flaming dunes. The guys left the portal. They stepped into the sand saying that their feet were sinking. The guy began to shout loudly that he was asking for attention. The warriors looked at him. Smiling, he revealed that his name was Manhwa, a member of the 13th rank Korean guild, Jeongai. The dumbfounded guys asked if Jeongai was involved in the capture. Stretching out his hand, the guy suggested that they all knew that it was impossible to cope in a place like this alone. The stranger stood in front of him and listened that in a gate with such a high difficulty, they needed to avoid strife so as not to put each other in danger, so he wanted to offer something. Smiling, Manhwa stated that the Jeongai Guild was offering 10 million won to anyone who followed their instructions during the capture. In return they would like to claim the main reward, the Flame Fox core. Listeners were shocked by such an offer. Shouts could be heard in the area that Minu wanted to take it for himself, and they were only offered 10 million each. Even if everyone agreed, he would spend less than 300 million won. The guys looked at each other when the guy said that the guild was sincerely trying to take care of them. If someone wanted to change their mind, they would only give 500,000 won. People raised their hands shouting that they agreed. The protagonist left there. Minu paid attention to him. He calmly asked if June would like to join them. Turning around, MC replied that he planned to act separately. The guys looked after him. The man with a serious look said that he thought that the rumors were exaggerated. He was called their hope, a genius. But if he decided to fight alone in such a place, there was no need to worry about him. The irritated commander asked if he had ever said that he was worried. Looking at the sun, he shouted that they would begin preparations. The protagonist moved through the desert alone. He covered his face with a mask. Imagining the beast, June thought that the Flame Fox was a monster, a cross between monsters and a mythical creature, a boss monster that had grown 9 tails for itself in more than 1,000 years. After all the tails had grown, it had risen above the clouds and become a 1,000-year-old fox. The number of soldiers controlled by the Flame Fox was directly proportional to the number of tails. As he stopped, MC wondered how many tails the Flame Fox in this gate had. Looking at the groups of people, he came to the conclusion that he had to find a suitable place to hide. Minu was frightened. He held out his blade in front of him. The sand suddenly rose. The monsters rushed at them while the guy shouted that the fire foxes were coming. Watching them, he ordered the guys not to panic and wait for his command. The monsters' eyes shone brightly. The guys were scared. Looking back, Minu shouted that he had to act now. The stranger directed the flow of energy into the trap. The man did the same. The traps have been activated. The monsters were moving in their direction. The electricity amazed the foxes. An electric barrier surrounded the guys. The surprised guys asked if it worked. Smiling, the commander thought that this was not the age of antediluvian weapons and primitive traps. He rushed into battle, telling the monsters to see the power of second-floor humanity's technology. The man shot the foxes with a satisfied look and shouted that they had destroyed more than half of them. If they continued in the same vein, it was only a matter of time before the flaming fox was caught. Minu said with a satisfied look that every time his subordinate opened his mouth, he would kill at least one monster. While fighting the foxes, the guys discussed that they shouldn't have been nervous about this gate. There was nothing wrong with it, all because they had joined the Jeongai Guild. A huge shadow fell on them. The stranger raised his head. He was shocked by what he saw. A monster appeared in front of him. The dumbfounded guy began to shout that it was a fiery fox. The beast was waving its tails. The corpses of the monsters lay on the ground. The boss's eyes began to glow. The monster began to howl, after which a notification popped up that they had encountered the boss of the burning dunes, the flame fox. The frightened guy shouted that it couldn't be, it was Gumaho. The only fox that the gloomy ghost had overpowered was the six-tailed fox. Turning around, Minu ordered them to gather, stay in line, and concentrate on the attack. The warriors trembled with fear and said that the Jiangai guild was with them, they could win. Imbuing the blade with blue energy, the commander declared that the monster would die from a blow to the heart or head. Examining the face of the beast, the commander emphasized the fact that the trap he had prepared was several times more powerful than the one they had used before. If caught, it would not be able to free itself. The mad-looking guy came to the conclusion that today he would catch the flame fox and surpass the gloomy ghost. The boss's eyes burned yellow. The monster released a stream of flames from its mouth. Wounded soldiers were lying on the ground. Minu was on his knees. His face was distressed. The guy started crying, thinking that nothing of his plan had worked. Looking at the fox, he came to the conclusion that it was impossible to defeat such a monster. A bundle of fiery energy hovered over the boss. Looking at her, the commander asked if he was going to die like this. June stood in front of him. The guy was surprised. Looking at the protagonist's back, he yelled for the protagonist to get out of there. Drawing his blade, MC replied that everything would be fine. The monster formed a sphere of flames. He fired a fireball at the guys. Turning away from the bright light, the commander emphasized the fact that this was the end. The guy cut the fireball in half. His face was serious. Minu watched him in surprise. June lowered his blade. Looking away, he thought they were too hasty. Looking at the wounded, he asked whether the fox would be satisfied with this alone. Without turning around, he ordered to take the survivors and leave. He turned. The protagonist pulled out his blade with a smirk on his face. Looking at the fox, he said that he had to finish off the thing. The ground beneath the boss shook. The fox began to howl. Watching this, the warriors shouted that they had to leave. MC stood still. A smile appeared on his face. Blade in hand, he asked if they would be amused now that the interfering onlookers were gone. The monster bared its fangs. Streams of flames appeared behind her. The guy rushed into battle. He dodged the magic volleys. Streams of energy flew into him. The blue energy emanated from his hand. June created a shield with which he held off the attack. Frowning, he noted in his mind that as he had thought, she would not allow him to approach so easily. He began to get closer to the monster. The fox watched him intently. She began to form a fireball. Taken aback, the protagonist stressed that it was a giant fireball. Watching the attack, he came to the conclusion that his body would not be able to withstand such a blow. A stream of flames fell on him. There was a powerful explosion. Clouds of smoke rose. The boss was looking around the battlefield. The fox began to sniff. She waved her paw. Tufts of hair fell to the ground. The guy was above the monster. He landed on her face. MC jumped away from the monster, which began to breathe fire. Ice flows began to create under his feet. As he moved towards it, he thought that the strength of the flame fox was directly proportional to the number of its tails. An aura enveloped his blade. Frowning, he wondered what would happen if the number was reduced. The blue beam hit the monster's tail. The tails of the beast fell off. Smiling, the protagonist remarked that it was obvious that her power would also decrease. A red portal opened in the city. People sat at the tents and said that it had been 10 hours since the players entered the portal. The previous team had only lasted 2 days. The man hit the interlocutor and said that he dared to show disrespect to the dead. Looking at the portal, he noticed that they could only pray for their safe return. Ice flows flew at the monster. The fox began to scream in pain. Standing not far from her, the guy asked if it was the first time she was experiencing such pain. He said with a serious look that she had never had worthy enemies and competitors. She did nothing but hunt a myriad of players and could not even imagine that this time she herself would become prey. The beast paid attention to him. She waved her paw. The boss unleashed a devastating attack on the ground. She began to look around, because she had lost sight of the enemy. June pounced on her from the sidelines. The surprised guy asked where she was looking. Her eyes shone brightly. The monster's blood splattered in different directions. Clots of flame appeared above her. The protagonist dodged the magical volleys. He swung his blade. The attacks hit the fox's eyes. MC bounced off her. Opening its mouth, the beast began to form a ball of energy. A stream of flame surrounded the area. Smiling, the guy said that it was again a trick with a fireball, after which he clarified whether she was mad, because she knew that she would die soon. Stretching out his hand, he directed a stream of energy towards the boss. He clenched his hand into a fist. The boulder pierced the monster's head as June said it was too late. The monster was defeated. The protagonist's face was emaciated. He began to fall. While he was lying unconscious, notifications popped up that the guy had defeated the flame fox. As a reward, he received the core of the flame fox. Reporters ran to the portal and shouted that the players were leaving. Looking at the green portal, they said that this could not be. The previous team had been in the gate for 2 days and eventually failed, while they only needed 13 hours. The surprised girl reported that the players were coming out of the gate, which was painted green. Minu came out of the gate. He carried the protagonist on his back. The guys ran to them shouting that they would like to interview them. The doctors put the guy on a gurney. The warrior was standing in front of the microphone. June was unconscious. The nurse stood in front of the commander and asked if they would go straight to the hospital, because first aid had been provided. Shifting his gaze, he declined the offer. Looking at the reporters, the guy suggested that he needed to say a few words. Watching him, people shouted that he was the leader of the team and came out of the dungeon as a winner. He should share his feelings. He listened to what was being said with a calm look. This time the flame fox had 9 tails. At the moment, the player's name Minu is in the first place in search engines. He said that he dreamed of becoming a hero, so he could tell what he felt now. His face was distressed. He glanced at MC and noted that he understood the feeling. The commander remembered how he smiled before the battle and thought that one day, having felt the taste of glory, he would no longer want to part with it, even if everything happened by mistake. He remembered the teacher with a smile on her face saying that today they needed to talk about their plans for the future. They would start with Min. The joyful boy said that when he grows up, he wants to become as outstanding a hero as a gloomy ghost. The guy was upset by these thoughts. Standing in front of many cameras, he said that this place did not belong to him. Looking at the sky, he added that he would now tell them everything that had happened inside the gate. June woke up. He noticed the drip and asked if it was a hospital. The guy noticed a voice that asked if he had woken up. Cha sat next to him. Holding the documents in her hands, the girl said that it was 6 in the morning, he was in a Korean hospital, after which she clarified how he felt. Getting up, MC replied that everything was fine. Closing her eyes, the secretary said that she had been looking through the sent orders while waiting for him to wake up. He was right, there were really a lot of them. Getting up from his bunk, the protagonist asked if this was true. As he left the ward, he said that he was going to the House of Representative Hua. He must have been waiting for him. The girl shouted after him that his condition had not yet improved. Smiling, the guy said that he was still a little out of his mind because he did not have the strength. First he needed to cure a real patient, and he would always have time to rest, so they could go. Sunlight enveloped the manor. The man walked down the corridor next to June and said that he thanked him for coming, but doubted that the guy was exactly okay. He had heard from the Jeongai guilds that he fainted at the gate. After fixing his hair, MC replied that he had just fallen asleep due to overwork. Standing in front of him, Ho revealed that this was his daughter's room. The guy opened the door. His gaze fell on the girl's hand. She was lying on the bed. Frowning, the protagonist noted in his mind that her condition was even worse than he thought. He took out a magic orb from his inventory, saying that he would proceed. The energy began to float in the room. Turning around, June said that he had completely forgotten that an ordinary person could suffer from the heat of the core, and then asked what to wait outside. The puzzled man wondered if the guy was sure that he could use such a dangerous object on his daughter, and whether she would be fine. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist replied that it was so, they could not carry out this operation. But from the gloomy ghost he learned how to do it, so he had nothing to worry about. The man took his hand. Lowering his head, he asked to take care of his daughter. Smiling, MC announced that it would be over soon. The door closed. He walked over to the bed. Holding the orb in his hand, the young man thought that her condition was even worse than that of the patient he had treated earlier. First, the heat of the core needed to melt her frozen magical power. The guy was suddenly surprised. He noticed that dark streams of energy were emanating from the girl, after which a notification popped up, saying that he could absorb the dark force with the freeze skill. His gaze fell on the notification that as he absorbed, his magic points would increase. He remembered how he had pierced the monster's head and thought that the freeze skill was devoid of any flaws. It was an all-powerful skill used for attack and defense, which was also able to increase magic points when absorbing dark force. Looking at the message, he emphasized the fact that even the Guardian of Darkness skill does not have such a function. A dumbfounded June pointed out that the freeze skill could absorb the dark power emanating from the 9-in break syndrome, and then asked if the Guardian of Darkness skill was also capable of receiving something from the dark force. Lowering his gaze, the guy came to the conclusion that later it would definitely need to be checked. Looking at the girl, he noted that he would deal with it later. Now he had to end the 9-in gap syndrome. If he didn't hurry, the patient might get worse. Stretching out his hand, he added that it was necessary to get rid of the dark force sealed in her body. The protagonist saw the mana in her body and stated that he would end it in a go. The blue aura began to spread. As he pointed the orb at her, MC thought that the last time he was a grim ghost, he had forcibly melted the frozen magic power with the warm energy of the core, thereby subjecting the patient to a high load, but he had no other choice. He began to absorb the dark mana and reported that he would only absorb a certain amount of dark force from her body to restore balance. The guy was surprised. Ho sat in a chair. The girl was surprised. She touched the man's shoulder. June came out to them. He was wiping his face with sweat. The guy looked at him. He said with a satisfied look that the treatment was successfully completed. She was healthy. There were no complications. The man began to cry. He fell from his chair. The car drove down the street while Cha said that once they returned to the association, the protagonist would need to rest and refrain from exercising for a while. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that this assignment was crowned with success thanks to her. A smile appeared on her face. He remembered sitting in front of Hua, who had said that he had been thinking for a long time about how to repay him for his help. But at first she wanted to increase the amount of the reward. But it seemed to him that June was not interested. He noted with a satisfied look that he had made a different decision. Surprised, MC listened that any time he needed help, the Manga group would do everything they could to help him. The guy imagined the building and thought that the #1 company in South Korea was the Manga group, which was currently operating in every industry. Warriors appeared in his imagination, after which he added that the real weapon of the company is the firstborn, Chairman Ho, the master of the Red Tower Guild. It ranks 5th in the ranking of guilds in Korea. If you summon the players of this guild at the right time, they will provide invaluable help. Closing his eyes, June replied that he would use this information with caution so as not to harm the reputation of the Manga group, after which the man asked to simply let him know when he needed help, because the protagonist had saved his family. The night sky enveloped the city. Sitting on a chair, the man revealed that he had just spoken on the phone with Ho. He was so happy that his daughter had finally recovered. Looking at the protagonist, Taku wondered if he was secretly taking some kind of miracle medicine, since his muscles were only slightly sore. Smiling, the protagonist said that this time his level has risen greatly. Besides, his stats have increased significantly. Probably because of this he feels much better. He showed a yellow sphere. Shielding himself with his hand from the mana flows, the man clarified whether it was the core of the flame fox, to which he received the answer that it was. The guy did not use it to cure the chairman's daughter. Taking a look at the artifact, June added that he had absorbed the dark force with his freezing skill instead. Slamming his hands on the table, Taka asked if the guy was capable of this, to which he received the answer that the system told him. He even raised his magic points. He surrounded the mana ball with ice and revealed that he had learned something useful. The freeze skill could absorb the dark force from any object. Standing beside him, the man listened to the fact that he could absorb dark power not only from a disease like the 9-in gap syndrome, but also from any object for sure. Squinting, Taka asked if June wanted him to find a suitable item for him. Holding his chin, he wondered if the level of dark power was average for a disease that modern medicine could not cure, and whether it would make sense to absorb dark power from ordinary objects. With a thoughtful look, he said that he would be engaged in the search, and the protagonist could study the market, for the time being. Looking around the city, the guy told us that the player market is an offline market that operates not only in Korea, but also around the world. Looking at the passers-by, the protagonist added that there is an incredible number of items found in the gate, and it has also gained popularity among ordinary people, so it is usually impossible to push through the market. Keeping his hands in his pockets, MC asked in his mind when he had last been to Insadong, noting that it had become much busier. Looking at the child, he reported that after the appearance of the gate, people focused solely on survival. June thought with a satisfied look that everything was fine now. Looking at the building, he noted that today his goal is the black market. People watched the film. They were eating popcorn with an interested look. The protagonist was looking for his chair. He put his hand on the armrest and thought that there was a special place in the cinema reserved for players, a teleportation zone, that could be used to access the black market. His body began to glow, after which he said that this teleporter works disgustingly. The items from the gate gave this world endless possibilities, but the teleporter still makes you sick. Sky's hair was flying. She calmly suggested that she use her magic. MC began to teleport with a satisfied look. He disappeared from his chair with the thought that he wanted to see them as soon as possible. We were transported to Ethiopia, an underground city. The blue flow of energy appeared on the black market. Looking around, June emphasized the fact that the atmosphere there is radically different. Only select customers can get to this place. Each player market is just a port leading there. He drew attention to the people who were swearing. The guys were standing in the alley and discussing that Kim from the ninth heaven had not been seen at all lately. Passing by, the protagonist thought that on the black market there are no guides or ordinary people who come to shop. In this underground world the usual laws of society do not work. He noticed voices that said it was MC who had taken over the gate, and concluded that it wasn't the safest place to be. Looking at the store, the guy noted that the chance of meeting a player who poses a real threat to him is quite low, because basically all the strong players have gone up. He was moving towards the store. The man blocked his way, while the protagonist thought that those who remained there either did not have enough skills to climb to the second floor, or they went back down, unable to withstand the pressure. Such players are no match for him. Frowning, he asked the man to move. Their faces were serious. The stranger stepped aside. The puzzled guy walked past them. The merchant looked up. Looking at June, he stated that he was Korea's most famous player, after which he heard that he had come to see the artifacts. Pointing to the side, the seller said that on that shelf there was everything he had. Approaching the shelf, the protagonist thought that he was counting on a lot, but this was luck. Looking at the items, he received messages that he had sensed cold, dark energy, and low-level icy energy from the object, and asked if he could still raise his magic points even if the object had a low level. The old man was surprised when the guy was surprised at him. June, with a smirk on his face, stated that he had heard that his shop had a separate room with the best artifacts that the newcomers had unknowingly sold to him. The merchant was shocked by what he heard. He slammed his hand on the table with a furious look and cried out that this was nonsense and impossible. MC showed the pendant and said that if he was allowed to take a look, he would buy a few items from the main hall from him in return and would not tell anyone anything. Walking to the door, the old man asked what kind of fool did not know how to keep his mouth shut. He began to enter the password. Opening the door, the merchant asked him to come in. Standing in a hidden room, he revealed that the best artifacts were found there. Looking at the weapons, June noted in his mind that they were in perfect condition, but he couldn't see any artifacts with dark powers. The dumbfounded old man shouted that the guy should not touch anything, because this artifact has incredible power that can freeze. The protagonist put the glove on his hand. The merchant was taken aback by what he saw. While inspecting the artifact, MC read that it is a gauntlet that accumulates the hatred of the ice fairy. It increases stats, but gradually freezes the body of the one using the gauntlet. The conditions for use are level 10, speed above 40 points, and magic above 50 points. Smiling, June read that he had sensed a mid-level icy energy from the object. He could clear the object of the curse by absorbing it, and then thought that the gauntlet had an average level, just like the 9-in burst syndrome. He remembered how he treated the girl and came to the conclusion that he could get the same amount of energy. Voices were heard in the room that the protagonist would take the gauntlet and artifacts that he had chosen earlier. MC came to the bar. The bartender paid attention to him. Guests in the establishments followed him. Sitting at the counter, June said that he would like to order a teleporter to Insadong in Korea and have something to drink, to which he was told that the waiting time for the teleporter would be 10 minutes. The players were watching him. The protagonist turned to shout. Bandit stood over him and said that he was the same, famous, player. As he sipped his cocktail, he heard that he had been heard a lot, that he was a promising newcomer, and then he thought that the black market was definitely not suitable for walking. It was better not to linger there. He imagined how a person came to the interview and told us that it is very important for players to get universal recognition. They depend on joining the guild, as well as the number of bounties. June sat at the bar, reasoning that, however, having achieved impressive success in the gate, it becomes more and more difficult to jump above your own head each time, so some cowardly players use this method to assert themselves. The player slammed the halberd on the table next to him. With a serious look, he ordered to look at him when he was addressed. They surrounded the protagonist and said that it doesn't get to this fool the first time. Today they will teach him manners. He should be grateful, because they are clearing the streets of bandits, while MC calmly develops his abilities. Pointing his finger at himself, the stranger declared that this body contained 5 years of experience. Holding his stomach, MC began to laugh. Taken aback, the players asked what was wrong with him and if he was crazy. Smiling, the protagonist asked if they were clearing the streets. Looking at them, he stated that it was the merit of the first-generation players, and not such scum as they were. Rising from his chair, he added that all they did was intimidate weak newcomers and try to get on the page of a cheap newspaper. The guy was furious. Standing in front of him, MC asked them to launch an attack. He said with a calm air that he would take real pleasure in trampling fools like them into the mud. The guy was watching his opponents. The audience with a smile on their faces discussed that this is the same June that everyone is talking about. If he is beaten up there, then it will turn out to be a grandiose article. The man looked at them and said that they were pathetic, because they wanted to become famous by defeating a newcomer. Smiling, the bandit thought that they could talk to their heart's content. He didn't care, now only the outcome of the fight was important. Looking at MC, who took the knife out of his inventory, he thought that June defeating the fox would be defeated by fighting the Gangnam Trio. The main character with a straight face asked when the teleporter would be ready, to which he received the answer that the teleporter would be in 4 minutes. The guy took a step forward. He stood in front of his opponent with a spear and remarked that 4 minutes was enough to have a little fun. The bandit began to swing his spear. He took it under his arm. The stranger with a straight face stated that he was the death spear of the Gangnam Trio. MC should be proud to have the honor of fighting him. His gaze fell on the dagger in his opponent's hand. Smiling, MC asked if he thought he needed a sword to crush the 3 bugs. The warrior was furious. He rushed into battle. The spear flew into his face. The guy dodged the attack. He caught the enemy's spear. The guy pulled the warrior towards him. He elbowed him in the face. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The bandits' accomplices were taken aback. The man fell to the floor. Holding out his hand, the red-haired stranger said that he would see if June could handle it. He created needles shrouded in a red aura. He released them into the protagonist. The main character dodged the attack. He began to move towards the robber. The warrior swung his blade. The protagonist repelled all the attacks. Smiling, the guy thought that June was just a baby who had finished off a couple of monsters. He was sure that he had never killed a person. He imagined MC being shot in the stomach and pointed out that such idiots were too confident in their victory, so the moment they let their guard down, they were finished. With a mad look, he asked loudly if the protagonist now understood what the difference between them was. From the very beginning they were not going to fool around. The player watched the fight with a satisfied look. Drops of sweat dripped down his comrade's face. June stepped on the player. He turned his attention to the last opponent. His face was calm. The puzzled stranger wondered what it was. Looking at his accomplices, he wondered what the protagonist had done to their Gangnam trio. Frowning, he noted that this could not be. He released the needles into the MC and stated that they weren't done yet. Approaching him, the main character dodged the shells. Observing the opponent, he asked in his mind if the bandit knew how he had managed to defeat a myriad of demons when he was a grim ghost. Looking at the blades, he added that it was all about the skill with which you can read the breathing of the enemy. He deflected the needles. The robber was shocked by this. June stood in front of him and stated that his breathing was too predictable. He plunged the knife into the guy's hand. The stranger was shocked. He grabbed his hand and began to scream in pain. MC approached the beaten opponent. Looking at him, he wondered if he would see his face again. The warrior was shocked. He lowered his head and replied that it was so, he would never dare to look even at his shadow. The protagonist left there. He turned to cry that he had won. The audience surrounded him and shouted that the newcomer had defeated 3 players with 5 years of experience. He was great. They would tell the journalists about it. As June stopped, he thought that the world had become very strange, as if everyone had turned into players within the game. People started clapping at him. While MC thought that for their own benefit, they could even kill a person, they were more concerned about the winner than the victim. Pointing to the portal, the bartender said that everything was ready. Upon entering the portal, MC began to reason that there were only 3 ways to survive in this crazy world: go crazy with everyone, turn off emotions, or live in agony all the time. He turned. The portal opened in an alley of the city. Appearing there, the guy began to warm up. Shifting his gaze, he sighed. Looking at the evening sky, June emphasized the fact that he misses his friends a lot. People watched a video of a fight in a bar. The man sat in the passenger seat of the car and said that this video was filmed on the black market a couple of minutes ago. With the help of his excellent skills, he managed to defeat 3 players whose level is above the 20th. He exceeded all his expectations, after which he asked what the princess thought. The girl took a bite of the ice cream. She looked out of the window. Smiling, the girl asked what his name was. The main character looks ahead and thinks what he is doing here. Ludi takes a picture of June, and from the crowd they shout that they need to hurry, because there are still enough people in the queue who want to be photographed. The guy opened his eyes wide and thought that at this rate he would get home only by nightfall. The girl, accompanied by a guard, stopped in front of the main character and called out to him. Ju took off her glasses and asked for time. The protagonist shifted his gaze thoughtfully. He looked at the girl's fiery hair. The heat comes from the princess's body. An image of personal files cards appears, and June remembers that there can only be one person in front of him. A young girl spreads her arms, and the main character continues to think that in front of him is a member of one of the most powerful guilds, which is part of the Big Six, a princess from the Takabe guild. Ju hands the guy a business card and says it so he doesn't think she's crazy. June reads the business card and mentally says that the Takabe themselves came to him, and continues that they probably want to hire him, and this is a very pleasant feeling. Ju raises her hand and says that she wants to discuss a job offer in the nearby foyer. The protagonist agrees. The guy lowers his gaze and thinks that he really wants to merge from here. The doors of the cafe are open. The girl takes off her glasses and mask and says that she hates going out, and at the same time, nowadays, you can't do without a mask and glasses. And June asks that she doesn't specialize in fire skills. The young lady throws her leg over her leg and says that this is the problem, as she loves coolness. The guard hands the girl a cocktail, and the young man continues to think that even demons are afraid of her, and she looks like an ordinary girl. Is she really a princess? June takes the cup in her hand. The girl drinks a cocktail, and the protagonist asks what the princess needs from him. The guy picks up his cup, and Ju replies that he wants him to join them. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor in surprise and says that he did not expect such a quick offer, and the princess with fiery hair says that the deputy head of the clan told her to hire a player named Seo Jun-ho, and adds that she is not going to spend too much time on it. Ju points her finger at the other person and says that she should have evaluated the guy in person, and adds that he passed the test. The guy lowers his head and asks what criteria he was tested for, and the girl replies that he has a lot of achievements, and has achieved a lot, so she immediately liked him. June looks at the princess thoughtfully. The main character drinks from a cup and reflects that in fact there is no one who could surpass him in experience, and the interlocutor continues that she also highly appreciated his martial art and potential. Ju inserts her wand into the glass, and the protagonist says that she must have heard what happened in the market. The princess confirms it, and says that the other person was very good at the fight. The guy puts the cup on the table, and the young lady asks if his main ability is really only the possession of a D-level weapon. The main character confirms this and adds that this is what his profile says. Ju brings the glass of drink to her mouth and says that it never ceases to intrigue her. The princess spreads her hands and tells June to think about it, since he has already managed to build a career with one D-level skill, and continues that then others can happen to be added to his skill. The main character puts his hand on the book, and the young lady says that if he joins the guild, he will have access to books for different levels and their coordinators will also make a special route through the main gate, for faster development. The protagonist reads the book and reflects that this is all very impressive, because, in addition to having huge resources, They also have a much better incentive and payment system than in the association. June flips through the book and thinks that now it becomes clear why strong players do not stay in the association, and the guilds succeed for a reason. An image of the cover of the book appears, and Ju asks if the guy understands why their guild is one of the best in the world, and adds that they still know more about the second floor. The girl directs her gaze to the main character and inquiringly says that it will probably be better if he joins them, and does not remain in the association. The princess leans forward and asks for an answer. She stares at the protagonist, and thinks that the guy should have no reason to refuse, because this is the Takabe guild, and he is personally invited by the commander. The main character lowers his gaze and says that he is forced to decline the offer. Ju jumps up from his chair and screams in disbelief. The man holds his hand over the crowd of people, and June reasons that by accepting their offer, he can quickly earn money and fame. But this is a trap and he will have to follow all the orders of the guild, and continues that it will benefit him now, but one day the guild will become a shackle for him. The princess opened her eyes wide and asked what she could do. She did not explain something clearly. The young man replied that he understood the benefit of the offer. The guy grabs his chin and asks if she knows the saying that a snake's head is better than a dragon's tail. The girl raises her hand and says that she understands everything. Ju falls into a chair and thinks that he is really smart, because even after joining the guild, you will have to try very hard to reach a high position. The princess looks at the guy thoughtfully and continues to reason that in fact, there is a crazy competition in the guild, in which the elite compete with the elite. The girl looks at the interlocutor and asks that he definitely refuses. The young lady leans her hands on the table and says that there is nothing to be done in this situation, because she cannot force him. The princess turns her head and warns the guy to be careful in the future. Ju holds the curtain in her hand, and June asks if she is going to take revenge on him, and the girl with fiery hair replies that she does not look like a narrow-minded person. The protagonist stands against the background of the evening city, and Ju states that the demons have become active lately and adds that the same thing is happening on the first floor. The protagonist turns his head and asks what. She wants to say that they are up to something. The girl replies that she is not sure, but told him that because the association does not yet have the information. The protagonist raised his head and said that if they encounter demons without prior preparation, he would be offended for them. The princess smiled and thanked for the advice. She waves her hand and says goodbye. June looked back mysteriously. The main character closed his eyes and argues that the fact that the demons have become active may be true, because there is no point in lying to Takabe. The protagonist lies on the couch and analyzes the information received. The man in the jacket props his chin with his hand and says that he knew that the guild had information, but he didn't think it was so much. Ho turns to the protagonist and asks if June regrets turning down an offer that the princess personally made to him. The protagonist rises from the couch and says that he does not particularly regret, because if he pursued the goal of gaining fame and money, he would act differently, and continues, but he does not really care about all this. The other person lowers his head, and June asks if he really wants him to go to them. The dark-haired man looks down and says that in this case, they may have been able to provide him with real help. The guy looked intently at the interlocutor. The main character closes his eyes and says that the guild will be just a headache for him, and he feels much freer in association. Ho covers his mouth with his hands. The man hands the guy sheets of paper and exclaims that in this case he offers to renew the contract and provides him with a whole floor. The guy timidly says that he is grateful, but is it really possible? June takes the documents, and the interlocutor says that he can, due to the fact that he turned down an offer from one of the members of the Big Six, and adds that they are doing well with finances so far. The protagonist signs the documents, and Ho continues that he will do his best to reduce the difference in the amount of information. The main character looks down. He writes his name in the documents. The protagonist turns to the exit and clarifies which floor he can move to, and says that he will go to pack his things. The man turns to the main character and calls out to him. June looks at the dark-haired man, and the interlocutor tells him to write down in the schedule that the capture of the East Sea Gate will take place in a week. The main character wonders why it is so long. The guy raises his hand and says that it turns out that he wants to give time to the bastard demons and adds that all you need to do is throw the bait and wait. June glances at the other person and says that this is how big fish are caught. The announcer looks ahead and says, the player Seo Junho has announced his intention to conquer the East Sea Gate. He puts his hands on the table and goes on to say that this is an unprecedented event, that if the gate can be captured, then Korea will become the world's first safe zone without a conquered gate. The man leans on the stands and says that it has become known that the association has renegotiated the contract with the player Seo Junho, and continues, thereby strengthening the partnership. The host turns his head and asks if it is true that the player Seo Junho rejected the offer of the Takabe Guild and stayed in the association, and the woman replies that it is true, and that the super newcomer of the association announced that he would go to take over the East Sea Gate. The rays of the sun break through the sky. A guy with red hair is sitting on the ground. He leans forward. Singer looks into the distance. He bows his head and asks the blob of magic if he is there. A ghost appears. He looks at a photo of the guy in the newspaper, and the young man says that presumably Hurricane is now with him. The guy turns around, and the ghost says that he heard that the bow disappeared from the inventory of Tikara Vishi, The young man replies that the main character hid it from the public eye. He looks ahead and says that the protagonist has revealed that a demon has killed a rising star in India, and added that he will keep his eyes open. The ghost stands behind the guy and asks what he will go down to the first floor, and Singer replies that he doesn't, and that they have no proof, and adds that they can't afford to stumble upon the association, especially in the current situation. He shifts his gaze and asks if there is anyone else on the ground floor who can be involved. Ghost looks at the young man and replies that there are some shadow shaves that they wanted to use at the Las Vegas auction soon, and goes on to say that they stand out even from those who are desperate for power. The red-haired guy drops his hands along his body and says that he will enter the gate of the East Sea with the Shadow Brothers, and continues that it doesn't matter if Seo Junho dies or stays alive. He turns his head rapidly. He stares into the distance. An image of mountains appears. Singer's eyes flash with fire. He shifts his gaze and says that it is the Sword of Wrath. The guy lowers his head and says that he needs to prepare for movement. He clenches his fist. Singer straightens his shoulders and thinks that this is Kim Woo-jun's Wrath Blade from the Ninth Heaven, and continues that even he, a skilled marksman, is unable to resist it. Flames flare up in the guy's eyes and he continues to think that because of the protagonist, he cannot go down to the first floor and get the hurricane on his own, and that the young man is mocking him. The mountains rise in the mist. The shooter shifts his gaze and says that he will see how the protagonist's luck ends, and that he will personally monitor it. Drops of sweat flow down the young man's face and says that the guy has bitten. He pumps his abs and says that the players from America are Shadow Brothers, that they will participate in the takeover of the East Sea Gate as doctors, and that this is too suspicious. The young man drops his shoulders and says that he has already asked Secretary Cha to find out everything about these types. He raises his head up. A sparkle appears in his eyes. From under the feet of the main character, streams of violet-black magic diverge. It envelopes everything around. The guy moved his neck from side to side and thought that he needed to learn how to use magic in a state of energy exhaustion, and that it was a little dangerous, but Sky showed him a method with which he could achieve better results. An energy flow is approaching the guy. He puts his hand on it and says it feels like a warm greeting. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that in the East Sea Gate, he is not going to be cautious with the use of the Dark Guardian's skill. June brings her hand to her chin and thinks that the condition for the capture is to eliminate the nameless dragon, and muses that beginners will not be able to leave even a scratch on such a powerful beast. The guy raises the sword in his hand and remembers that he has tried to defeat them in the past, but since he does not have the skill to fly, it will still be difficult for him to deal with them. The protagonist puts his hand on his belt and continues to think that he should either grab the dragon's scales and fight right on it, or lower it to the ground. There are only two options. June lowers her head. Information from the secretary appears on the phone screen. June holds up the phone and reads that the Shadow Brothers Vincent and Edward, a group of 2 players operating in America, are veterans who have successfully completed more than 200 missions and are trusted to guard VIPs, and that this is a special case where both brothers have developed a shadow skill. The cameras record what is happening, and the young man recalls the brothers' last interview, that they named the reason for their participation, that they were imbued with Seo Junho's boundless determination. The brothers stand behind the podium. The reporter asks if they are sure of victory. The men answer that they are just expressing their respect for the main character. The men look ahead and continue to say that the player has completed missions in the most impregnable places, and that they are excited to be able to help such a person with the capture of the last unconquered gates of Korea. The main character shifts his gaze to the phone screen and asks if he can use it. Birds soar in the sky. There is a pile of garbage near the fence. The sign says that this is Ilsen Beach, the origin of the gate. A cloud of magic appears on the seashore. Journalists are reporting, and the secretary says that not only Korean reporters have gathered here, but also foreign ones, and continues that the attention of the whole world is riveted on the seizure of the gates. He closes his eyes and asks the protagonist that he is not worried, and June replies that he is incredibly excited. The secretary turns to the main character. He shows the phone and says that shitty toys will make anyone nervous, and he says that he already told the guy to throw this phone away, and why he still uses it. The main character pulls his head into his shoulders. The man exclaims that the young man is so carefree that this gate has already killed more than 500 people, and the guy replies that he is not exactly worried, he just has no jitters. He leans over to the secretary and asks that he has defeated the Ice Queen herself and now he has to worry about some unknown dragon that doesn't even have a normal name, and the man replies that perhaps it makes sense, and that the guy will not be alone today, but with the Shadow Brothers. The protagonist gets out of the car and says that since the 3 of them are the only ones participating in the capture, there is a high probability that the brothers are collaborating with demons. June's escort looks forward, and the protagonist continues to say that judging by their profile, they are quite strong and he is worried that they might attack from behind. The secretary looks at the crowd of journalists and says that they have no evidence, but he has a bad feeling, and adds that he would gladly cancel the gate capture show now. The main character shifts his gaze and tells him not to worry so much, that even if they decide to throw some trick, he has a plan. Vincent and Edward greet June with smiles. The long-haired guy extends his hand to the hero with the words that he heard how he managed to capture 2 gates. His brother adds that it is surprising with his thin body. The protagonist smirks and replies in English that these are trifles. The reporters surround the men, with Vincent stating that they didn't even know the boy spoke English, to which June replies that he just has a friend from England. Edward smiles and says that then there is no need to worry about the problems with the desynchronization, then adds that he was afraid that the capture operation could be in jeopardy. Knowing Vit's abilities in translation, his brother claims that now there will definitely be no problems. The long-haired man looks at the hero and says that this is the last uncaptured gate of Korea, then adds that he knows how important it is and declares that he will do everything in his power. The protagonist smiles and asks them not to worry, after which he adds that he has prepared well. Taku watches a reporter tell the camera that players from the 2 countries are exchanging friendly greetings, then adds that if they reach the goal, then Korea will receive the status of the safest zone in the world. 3 players stand in front of the gate. Edward mentally tells that the most exciting moment when capturing the gate is entering it, after which he adds that it is because it is not yet known what conditions or monsters may be waiting for there. As June stands in front of a blue glow, the long-haired guy notes to himself that, therefore, the players' emotions reach a peak as they enter the gate. He gives a piercing look with the thought that there is a risk involved. As the players walk towards the wind, Edward thinks that the players are so focused on the upcoming battle that they can't expect an attack from behind, so they can't react properly. The long-haired man swings with a grin and silently declares that this moment must be used. Vincent notices his brother's freeze. The short-haired man, looking at him, inquiringly calls his name. Edward's face froze in shock. He asks to wait a little. June stands in front of the blue gate. The surprised guy asks aloud if now is the right moment. The hero's face hides a shadow. Edward looks at him in amazement. 3 players stand on the sand. The long-haired brother makes an angry face with thoughts that they missed such a good chance. Vincent states in surprise that this is an island. A piece of land appears in the middle of the water. Edward turns indignantly at his partner and whispers that the instant attack mission failed, after which he adds that he needs to wait for the right moment during the battle. The long-haired man raises his hand and tells Junior that it is very fresh here, and then adds that he could not have imagined that he would see such a landscape at the gate. Vincent looks around and wonders where this so-called unknown dragon is and states that he doesn't see any monsters. He puts his hand to his mouth and, shouting, asks the hero if there is anything there. The protagonist lowers his head with thoughts that something is wrong, then adds that the boss here does not even have a normal name. He frowns. A red energy appears against the background of the cosmos. The young man mentally notes that this feeling is like a first-class gate. A huge shadow covers the players. The wind lifts the sand and leaves. The brothers make shocked faces. June lowers her eyes to the ground. Vincent raises his head and hand up and wonders aloud what it is. Steam is coming from the dragon's mouth. A large monster hangs in the sky. His eyes are fixed on the 3 guys. The red-haired players are watching the monster. The long-haired one wonders aloud that it is a nameless dragon. Vincent opens his eyes in shock and notes his size. Edward states that now they know we know his location. The brother of the short-haired man turns around and asks June how they can defeat him. The long-haired man looks at the sand. Red-haired players make surprised faces asking where the hero went. Edward opens his eyelids in amazement. His brother declares that it can't be and he didn't even notice how he left. The shadow of the monster flies over them. The King of Power hangs over the 2 players, and a sign appears stating that they have encountered a forgotten dragon. Dark clouds appear. The silhouette of the monster patches up against the background of lightning. A cloudy sky is shown. The brothers jump away from the attack. June watches from the tree as they dodge the lightning. He, leaning on it, declares that now he will check whether they work with demons or not. Red-haired players run away from the dragon's attacks. Edward turns around and curses in his mind. He spreads his arms to the sides and summons green ghosts, shadow soldiers. Longhair turns around and yells at Vincent that he will distract the monster while he searches for June. The summoner frowns. The short-haired man asks if he can do it alone, to which the guy replies that he must not forget who he is, then demands that the hero be brought to him as soon as possible. Vincent runs away and says that he will do so. A lot of attacks hit the dragon. A large number of shadow warriors aim their spears at the monster. A short-haired man runs on the ground. He moves through the forest with a mental question about how long ago they were so wrong. The man frowns and reflects that if everything turns out to be the same failure as during the auction in Las Vegas, then they are doomed. He shifts his gaze to the side. A dark silhouette stands in the middle of the bushes. Vincent smirks and thinks about how this puppy can't even hide his magical aura. The red-haired guy brings his hand to his mouth and asks loudly if June is there. He holds a blade in his hands and says that his brother is already fighting, then adds that they need his help. The shadow of a man stands in the middle of the forest. Vincent swings his blade, yelling for him not to cause trouble, and quickly follows him. Dark energy appears in front of the warrior's surprised face. He looks at the black funnel on the ground. The red-haired man makes an astonished face with thoughts that it is a black place that is overgrown with trees, then adds that it looks like his shadow territory ability. Vincent walks through the woods. The warrior moves under the dark leaves of the trees against the overcast sky. He wonders to himself why he has such a bad feeling. Vincent stands in front of the dimly lit trees, mentally wondering what is going on here, and then says to himself that only Jun's magical aura was felt so clearly. He turns his head and declares to himself that he does not feel anything now. The hero appears behind the man and talks about what a pity it is that they really are for demons. Vincent turns around in surprise. The protagonist jumps away from him. The man looks at the guy and asks what he means, to which he is surprised aloud and asks if he should have said it in English, then adds that they are demons and asks him to stop pretending. Vincent raises his hand with a smile and says that this is nonsense, after which he asks if he was offended because he tried to attack him and therefore now wants to loudly accuse him, then adds that his act is quite justified, because the young man betrayed them first. Jun looks at him with condescension and claims that he is a skilled liar. Vincent makes a surprised look. The hero says that he should have masked his bright red pupils first, after which he adds that the distinguishing feature of demons is crimson eyes. The man covers his face with his hand with a mental question that he has lost control. His red eyes peek out between his fingers, and he notes to himself that this is not surprising, because no one had even been suspicious before. Jun looks at the other person and asks what happened, then asks about the fact that he cannot control his crimson pupils. Vincent stands with a weapon in front of the hero with the words that he, apparently, has completely lost his fear. The warrior lets go of the blade and declares that he will not tremble with horror that the truth will be revealed. Dark green energy appears under his feet. A red silhouette of a long-haired man appears. The short-haired brother tells himself that there is a very rare species of demons that rarely appear in the gates, and if you kill and drink his blood, you can turn into him yourself, then adds that, of course, when you become one, the temper becomes tougher, and emotions become dulled. Vincent smiles broadly and thinks to himself that in return you acquire the skill of devilish energy, and declares aloud that the moment you are filled with the energy of the devil, there is a piercing feeling that cannot be compared with anything. A green spear appears. Vincent spreads his arms out to the sides next to the many guns and declares that he will get rid of Jun's useless legs first. The demon launches a lot of projectiles. The hero stands still. His eyes are hidden by a shadow. He looks at the man's attack. A black haze appears. The protagonist mentally pronounces the advance of the night. Spears fall into dark energy. Vincent makes a shocked face. He looks around to ask where the guy went. Jun appears behind him. The demon looks behind him. The hero says that at first he could only superficially hide his signs of his presence. The man swings his summoned green sword. He looks at the black spot. Dark energy is shown. The protagonist says that after getting used to the skill a little, he learned other things. Vincent is surrounded by black shadows. Jun talks about the sensation, sound, smell, and magical aura. The red-haired warrior turns around. The hero asks aloud what will happen at the next level. The silhouette of a dragon flies against the background of a cloudy sky. Edward looks up with the conscripted soldiers. He notes to himself that he cannot do anything, because he does not even descend below the level of the clouds. The man looks around. His confused brother crawls out of the bushes. Longhair looks at him and asks why he is alone, and where Jun is, to which he replies that this guy is kind of strange. Vincent opens his mouth wide and loudly claims that the hero realized that they are demons, and adds that he also used devilish energy, but could not feel his presence, after which he states that the guy somehow hid his power. Edward raises his hand and asks his partner how he managed to escape, and if the protagonist is so capable, why did he miss him? Vincent makes a furious face and shouts that this is true, to which his brother calls him an idiot, and adds that he fell for a divorce, then asks if they were separated, then why would the young man miss such a chance? The long-haired man raises his head and claims that it doesn't matter anymore and it's better to forget about him, then reveals that he will distract the dragon while it attacks him. The monster flies among the clouds, short-haired aloud surprised that he is so strong, to which his brother agrees and adds that it is therefore quite problematic to attack, after which he adds that, in addition, they are on the ground. Edward looks at the other person against the green skin of the dragon, and says that he heard that they have a flaw called reverse scales, then continues that it is a scale that is turned in the opposite direction from the others. The brothers look at the monster in the sky. The short-haired warrior declares that he is using the shadow movement technique to climb up. The monster notices them. He opens his mouth with lightning. Edward turns around and shouts for dodge. Red-haired players dodge an electric attack. Shadow soldiers disappear. Longhair coughs up blood, thinking that the dragon banished his shadow warriors and inflicted damage directly on him. Vincent turns around and calls loudly for his brother. Edward's eyes turn red. He tells them not to worry about him and asks the man to act according to the plan. He agrees. A short-haired warrior holds a huge shadow spear. He makes a tense face. Vincent launches a projectile. Green weapons fly directly at the dragon. It hits the monster's head. The monster looks at the wound. The warrior falls to his knees, saying that he aimed for the eye and missed, after which he adds that he is no longer flying so high. A short-haired warrior jumps towards the beast and silently talks about the shadow movement technique. A man pushes away from it. He raises his red eyes. Vincent watches the dragon in the sky, thinking that he should have aimed higher. One of the scales of the monster is directed in the other direction. The man notes to himself that he has found it. The warrior jumps on the body of the monster. He grabs at the weak point of the beast. His fingers are trembling with exertion. He tears out the scales with the words that everything is ready. He notices a lightning line below him. He looks down in surprise and says that it can't be. Edward raises his head to the glittering dragon and shouts his brother's name. June is standing on a tree branch. His eyes are directed upwards. He calls demons mindless. A green shadow appears next to the long-haired player. He turns to look at the wounded Vincent who has appeared. Edward crouches down next to him, who states that they have failed, to which the man asks what he is carrying. The monster furiously launches several lightning bolts. The hero watches the fight from the sidelines. He takes a calm look and states that it's because they touched the reverse scales without thinking about the consequences. The monster opens its mouth. The protagonist notes to himself that newcomers who encounter a dragon for the first time often make mistakes about this, and adds that, of course, scales are a weak point, but if you locate them and hit them, the dragon will become enraged and their lives will definitely be in danger. The monster launches a lot of lightning at the brothers. The guy notes to himself that if this happens, then ordinary objects will no longer help. The young man materializes an unusually shaped bow in his hand with the words that it is time to seize the moment. He aims at him and declares that the demons cannot die yet, because they need to gain time. June smiles and asks to calmly let him pull the bowstring. Vincent, dodging the electric attack, loudly calls out to his brother. Edward opens his mouth wide and demands that he talk less, otherwise his concentration will decrease. Lightning strikes the ground. The long-haired man asks himself when it will all end. Many sparkling spears hang in the sky. The man mentally wonders if the magical abilities of this dragon are limitless. He looks up in shock, thinking that he was wrong. The projectile flies through the air. The arrow hits the monster's head. He screams painfully about the pain. The brothers look at the monster in the sky and ask if this is June's doing. They look at each other. The long-haired man clenches his fist, thinking that the hero does not benefit from their death now, because he will definitely not be able to defeat the unknown dragon alone. The protagonist holds the bow with a calm look. The man continues to himself that this task can only be completed by the three of them. Edward looks at his brother and tells him that if June continues to attack, the dragon's gaze will be directed in his direction, then adds that this is the chance they should take advantage of. The monster opens its mouth in a scream. The long-haired man loudly declares that he is attacking again, so he needs to hold out a little longer. The hero smiles and wonders aloud. The red-haired players dodge the lightning. The protagonist notes that their movements have improved and now they do not attack, but simply run away. The guy sits in a tree and asks aloud if they are trying to get the dragon's attention to him, then apologizes and talks about the bright future they dreamed of. He pulls the bowstring with a grin and continues that this is not an oasis, but just a mirage. A young man aims at the sky. Dark purple energy appears around him. June prepares to shoot a black arrow. He launches her upstairs. The hero prepares a new projectile. The protagonist releases the bowstring with a cold face. A purple haze appears. The bow in the guy's hand disappears. He declares that the dragon is finished. The brothers run together through the woods, and June reveals that it's time to go catch the hound dog. Edward breathes heavily and mentally calls the hero names. A short-haired man dodges the lightning. His brother asks himself why the protagonist suddenly stopped attacking. The guy rests his fist on his chin and asks only to look at them. He squats in front of men and declares that, in his opinion, they are not engaged in hunting, but playing shooting games. The red-haired players hit the ground. Vincent asks the guy why he came here, and his brother states that he was the one who sat in the rear and shot from a safe distance, to which the young man replies because he was finished. Purple flashes can be seen in the sky. A projectile hits the dragon's body. Another one sticks into the monster. The monster falls to the ground from his wounds. He lies completely covered in shadow arrows. The two demons turn to the defeated creature. They look at the corpse of the beast, thinking that they couldn't even get close to it, and June dealt with it so easily. They heard that his main weapon is a sword. A lot of arrows cover the dragon's carcass. One of the brothers asks if it's all over. With a smile, the hero materializes a bow in his hand with the words that the hurricane is simply magnificent, after which he adds that Singer will definitely regret it. The brothers look at each other. They put on a happy face and ask the guy to just talk and add that they are just pathetic losers. The protagonist puts away the weapon. One of the red-haired players declares that they will tell him everything about the red-haired skilled shooter and his location in exchange for mercy. June frowns and plugs them, then adds that he has no intention of cooperating with them. The brothers twitch at the guy's words, to which he notes to himself that it is naive to believe that he will allow them to stay alive, knowing about their activities. Vincent makes a furious face and yells that they won't die so easily. The man takes off. June watches him. The hero cuts Vincent's throat with a swing of his sword. A short-haired man stands with a shocked and bloodied face and asks when the guy made it. Edward reaches out his hand towards his brother and shouts his name. A long-haired man swings a dagger and calls the protagonist names. The black-haired youth deflects his blow. A blade pierces the warrior's body. Edward coughs up blood on June's shoulder and asks how it happened. The hero looks up and says that if a fry like them is going to have another life, they should spend it to atone for their sins. A man with brown hair fell down and asked what it was. Jones shifts his gaze and turns to the dragon. The king of power lies on the ground and roars. The guy comes up to him. He raises his sword above his head. Manhwa looks at him and lets out a growl. The hero shifts his gaze to his eye and asks what is wrong with his gaze. The young man lowers his sword and says goodbye. Blood spurts from the dragon. The King of Power looks at the guy. Manhwa closes his eyes. Rays of light descend on the island. A notification appears that the antagonist has conquered the island of the Forgotten Dragon. Jong turns his head towards the notifications and says that he will check later. He walks up to the man and says that he can finally test the skill. The skull flies in the blue light. The guy states that the skill gained for conquering the gates is the Curse of the Dawn, the confession of a dead man. Jong brings his palm to the man's forehead and says that with the help of the skill, it is possible to reproduce and view the memories of the deceased. He lowers his gaze and asks to see the truth. The outline of the figure is distorted. A notification appears that Vincent's memories are being played, and the confession of the dead man begins. A blue fire appears between the man's head and the palm. The guy looks at the sign and says that this is what it looks like. He raises his finger and states that it is like watching a movie. There are even different functions. Jong looks at the search box and states that he will take a look, and adds that the search will show relatively recent memories. Pink and blue lights rise into the sky. The hero sees a man in a black figure. A man with blonde hair shields himself with his hand and asks why they are doing this to him. The antagonist gets the blood of a screaming man. The young man watches how people are killed. The figure says that he will give everything, all the money. Just let them spare the child. The baby calls him. His mother asks to spare them. The child calls her. The guy turns away and says that's enough. Jong stands up and states that he has looked too far. He looks at the skill chart and asks to see all the memories related to the Demon Association. Jong stands in front of the store. A man in a black t-shirt is standing at the table. A man with gray hair irons his laundry. He looks up and states that this is an order, and adds that the guy should join a rookie from the Korean Players Association who is planning to carry out the capture of the East Sea Gate. The young man looks at him and asks what he is talking about. They are preparing for an auction in Las Vegas, and the man replies that he will not learn anything more from him because he is only an intermediary. June presses a button and states that this is where the Shadow Brothers received the order. There's a sign. The guy declares that it's one of those places reserved for secret meetings of the Demon Association. The young man looks at the tablet and claims that, in addition, he may be able to find other information. The guy is standing in a black fire. Someone says that he declares that they are Shadow Brothers. Then, a man looks at men on his knees and states that he likes the sparkle in their eyes. Jong watches them and listens to someone say that from now on, they belong to the second hierarchical level. A man with golden hair looks at his hand and says that he will share his power with them. The hero opens his eyes wide. Notifications appear stating that due to his lack of ability, he is unable to fully replay the memory. The guy raises his hand to his head and asks what was there at the end. He looks at the tablet and muses that the demon has a higher status than the brothers, and adds that he needs to level up the ability first if he wants to get more information. Jong looks up and remembers something. The guy turns around and says that he can view the memories of more than just people. He stretches out his hand and thinks that it is a monster whose strength is many times greater than that of the flame fox, but which did not even have a real name. The King of Power lies on the ground with his eyes closed. Jong reaches out his hand and says that he will see who the dragon really is. A monk is standing. The man stood with folded hands and said that for 5 years 3 countries could not end the protracted war, and asked if he could hear the pleas for peace addressed to His Majesty, after which he added that people wish to live in tranquility. The monk looked at the interlocutor, who says that it is a peaceful life that they have never known. On the wall you can see the silhouette of the king. He claims that the war is still not over. Jong looks at him, the ruler reasoning that even now, the great northern country is waiting for the right moment to reconquer their lands, and asks what kind of peace he is talking about. The king coughs, saying that his body is getting weaker every day, and the monk calls out to him. The dragon looks at the blood on his hand and asks Banza if he has ever heard the legend of the sacred dragon that protects a great country, and that he gets the answer that it is only a belief. Munia puts his hand on the railing and states that he has been thinking about it. The light illuminates the village on the shore. The Lord continues to reason that if there really is a dragon that protects a great country, then his subjects also need a sacred dragon. The sun reflects off the water. Munmasila orders that when His Royal Majesty dies, he must be cremated and his ashes scattered over the eastern sea. Then he will turn into a dragon that will protect that country. Banza looked at him and asked if he was going to renounce the great cycle of rebirth in order to bear the burden of Sura. The bird flies and says that the prime of their life has long passed, but one day they will lose their ego and be reborn as an animal. The bird flies away into the sea. Manhwa concludes that their fate will not be like this. Jong stands over the corpse and is surprised. He looks at the dragon and asks if it was a human before, and adds that if it is the one who spoke about the dragon that is in front of him now. A dead beast lies on the ground. The young man states that it must be Manhwa, the dragon of power, and adds that he would not defeat such a thing. Notifications appear when the level is raised. The guy looks at the information window, which says that there was a murder of an ancestor. He kneels. He folds his palms and claims that this land is now safe, so he can sleep peacefully. The scales begin to glow. It flies into the air. The guy looks up. Jong watches the golden stream, the voice saying that he is grateful for praying for him. There are notifications that the hidden quest of the island of the Forgotten Dragon has been completed, and as a reward he receives a soothing pipe and the title of Heavenly Helper, King Manhwa took the throne in the midst of a long conflict and ruled with a united force for 20 years, until he fell ill in the year 681, after which he left his last will and testament on his deathbed, and also abdicated in favor of his son. Before his death, he stated that the country should not be left without a king, and the prince should receive the crown before he died. The guy checks the notifications and thinks about a hidden quest. He looks at the pipe and thinks that not only was the level raised, but also a special item was given, after which he adds that he did not even think that he would be able to benefit from it. He scratches his head and claims that this is a rather unexpected but pleasant surprise. A green portal appears. People are looking at the stage. The man in the suit turns his head to the guy in the shirt and states that Jong left the portal alone. The interlocutor asks what it turns out that the Shadow Brothers died. The man in the yellow jacket turns his head and says that he will never believe that they have been defeated, and the woman says that it doesn't matter if he has a brilliant career or not, everyone is equal before death, and the Shadow Brothers are no exception. Jong enters the stage, the crowd declares that it begins, and they need to listen to how it went. The guy stands at the pulpit. He tilts his head and says that the reason he came out of the gate alone. People look at him. The young man cries and states that it is all his fault. He stands in front of the crowd and explains that there was a huge maze inside, and their starting points were too far apart. He raises his hand and states that when he came out of the labyrinth, he saw the lifeless bodies of the Shadow Brothers with mortal wounds, inflicted on them by an unknown dragon. People look at him, holding cameras. The guy continues to say that if he had gotten out of the maze a little earlier, everything would have been fine. A mountain rises against the background of the starry sky. A voice is heard saying that the Shadow Brothers have fallen. On the tablet, there is a picture of Chun. He claims that he will never forget their heroic sacrifice. Singer raises his hand and says that he is lucky. A blue figure appears. She asks how the auction in Las Vegas will be held now. The guy replies that sending the Shadow Brothers to the gates was his decision. There are 3 figures. Singer declares that it is necessary to settle this problem, no matter what it costs him, and clarifies that the dogs should now go up to the 2nd floor. He is told that everything is correct. The department believes that it is irrational to leave them to fool around on the 1st floor. Sinclair looks at her and tells her to postpone their ascent to the 2nd floor, and the interlocutor is amazed. The figure stands next to him and states that the management personally ordered them to be summoned. The guy asks if he has forgotten that the Demon Association is convinced that the result is more important than the process, and adds that it does not matter what methods are used, the main thing is that the auction is successful. The figure watches as Sinclair says that no matter how many times you get beaten, it's better than being killed for failing a mission, and this time you have to give the auction in Las Vegas to the watchdogs, because this time they have to succeed. Zhong looks ahead and calls out to Secretary Cha. He looks down at the stacks of papers and asks why she didn't sort out the errands sent to him this time. The girl closes her eyes and claims that she has sorted. The guy examines the papers and clarifies that this is all for him, and Cha replies that everything is correct, and it seems that the successful capture of the East Sea Gate is to blame. June raises his hand and states that according to official information, he made little contribution to the capture, and the secretary replies that this is exactly what was written in the article. Cha tilts his head and states that in the world of gamblers, luck is also called a skill. The guy looks up at her. Cha leans in and says that she thinks it's time to get his hair in order. He looks at me in surprise. In the room, the young man asks if he's not a star, is it necessary? And Cha replies that he is, and that after looking at yesterday's photos taken by reporters, he realized that they looked terrible. She touched the watch. A screen appeared. The girl said that these are the profiles of the top players at the moment. The guy looks at the paper and listens to the secretary say that there are guys among them whose careers are not as brilliant as his. But do they look sloppy? Cha pulls out his wallet and asks if Jong is going to have a good rest, and is affirmative. She puts a card on the table and claims that it is a business card of a beauty salon, and asks to go there to put her hair in order. The guy looks up and thinks that in such moments he misses the times when he wore a mask. Cha looks at him as he says that she can leave early. She stands next to the table and asks if it's true, and Jong states that yes, she spent a lot of energy sorting all the materials, so now she can go home. Cha smiles. She bows and thanks him, after which she wishes him a good day. The guy looks after Cha shouts that he should definitely go for a haircut, and thinks that she is very happy. He touches his hair and thinks it's really a little long. The lights are on in the high-rise buildings. Jong thinks that they will still need to be shortened. The guy walks down the street and muses that it was nice to go to the top-notch salon recommended by Cha, but he was more comfortable in the days of the Dark Ghost, when you could cut your hair anywhere. Standing with a masked youth all over his face, Jong muses that he could take off his mask and go to any barbershop, and no one cared about him. The guy looks at the billboard and thinks that now everything has changed. He stopped. The hero saw the sign of the manga store and thought that sometimes he needed to recuperate in this way. The doorbell swayed. The guy looked around the empty hall and thought that there was no one there today. The young man took off his mask. He took one book and thought that everything seemed to be fine, but made him wonder if the place was on the verge of ruin. Jong carries the books and thinks that he will sit in his seat today. The guy stops, thinking that he will order ramen. The young man notices the girl. She eats ramen. The girl takes a new portion of noodles on sticks. The hero thinks whether this is too much even for a novel. She holds the book in her hand, and Jong continues to reflect on the fact that a few years later, he accidentally met a missing teacher. Cha brings the chopsticks to his mouth. The guy thinks he can't believe it and calls out to her. The girl spits out the food. She looks at the guy and asks if it's Jong. The clock shows the evening time. The main character turns the pages of a magazine. A drop of sweat leaves his face. A girl is reading a book. The guy said that she can watch as much as she wants. She looked ahead. Cha taps the book on the table. The girl, opening her mouth, says that there is nothing wrong with an adult reading books that he likes. Even in ancient times it was believed that the whole world was contained in them. June, raising his eyelids, said that it was a good idea, but he doubted it. A book appeared. The protagonist added that this book is unlikely to contain the whole world. He lowered the reading to the level of the table. Cha said that what an incredible book a guy was reading to say such a thing. The dark-haired guy's face turned blue, and he thought that his book was no better. The girl looked ahead and asked what kind of book he was reading, since they had a tie. The interlocutor looked away. She took the book in her hands and said that what he was reading was no different from her story. The hero turned the page. The clock hand went down after 8 p.m. A hand covered the book from above. June, stretching, said could it be that his interlocutor had also finished reading everything. She slammed the story shut and replied that it was interesting. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He folded his hands and added that it was very unexpected. Cha replied, "Is it really strange that the secretaries came to the comic book rental? Bookcases are near the chairs." The protagonist continued to say that the girl is an elite, and she should not be interested in such places. She opened her mouth and said that such an opinion was quite common. Cha crossed her palms and explained that she liked it, and could read books in peace without attention. June, raising his hand up, said that the girl should like the smell of paper books. She said that she likes the rustle that occurs when turning pages, so she prefers paper books to electronic books. The interlocutor, bringing the book to her nose, confirmed that she liked the smell of the pages. How to describe it? Whether the hero felt the refined aroma of time that was sealed in the pages. The watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Cha, pushing back her chair, explained that she did not notice how time flew by. She thought that it was time for her. The protagonist asked if she could call a taxi. She refused. The girl, grabbing the headphones, replied that everything was fine and her house was nearby. June, raising his hand, said that they would see each other tomorrow morning and the secretary was working like a bee. He could not lag behind either. A tower has grown on the evening street. A middle-aged man, leaning over, asked if the hero was going to the funeral of the Shadow brothers. June, sitting on the couch, replied that he had not forgotten anything there. A man in a suit said why then the hero should go to America. He rolled his eyes and explained that he had learned the secret meeting place of the demons from the Shadow bastards, and he wondered if it was true. The protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that it was a secret, and he himself had to go there first. The president of the association, covering his face with his hand, added that he was worried. The guy asked if it was because of him. The man, shaking his palm, explained that no, for demons, they need to find out information from them. It seems to him that the protagonist will simply finish everyone off. He will definitely get it, so he does not have to worry. The man in the blue t-shirt holding a gun, a representative of the players' bureau, thought that although the man looked like a small fry, he must know something. Taku, opening his mouth, added that then he would simply trust the junior, but if he needed help, let him tell him. The window of the system flickered. The guy in the sweatshirt said that he always needed the help of the chairman. Glowing bones fell on the table. Taking out one of them, the man asked whose they were. The hero replied that the dragon from the Eastern Sea, half of the bones of his interlocutor could use at his discretion. The blacksmith stands in an open flame. The bureau employee says that June should make a sword from the remaining bones, with the help of Quan. The guy turned his head to the side. The man in the suit said that he would contact the blacksmith, and if the interlocutor had any wishes. A window with notes appeared. The president added, for example, the length or weight of a sword. June, leaving, said that the old man should make such a sword as the warrior used before. His interlocutor added that he wondered if the old man knew that the day after tomorrow he would be 100 years old. The protagonist, frozen in place, began to talk about the master of arms. He turned around and replied that if the old man did not remember his holiday, let him retire. The lights of houses glow in the night metropolis. June plopped down on the bed. He pressed his watch. The window of the system lit up, with an inscription that the secretary of the Cha can change tickets for Las Vegas for tomorrow. The protagonist grinned. He threw his hand behind his head and spoke about the window of the system. The guy, pulling the staff out of his inventory, thought that the pacifying pipe was a ritual tool that could get rid of all troubles on Earth and bring peace. The window with information is filled with text. The hero clarified that such a tool can be used only 3 times. The flute lit up in the guy's hands. He added that it was still a powerful artifact. A tablet with notes lit up. June said that the flute, of course, still does not reach the title of the one who brought spring, but this is quite enough. The guy in the white t-shirt clapped his hands and said that the magic index was now the highest. The hero smirked and concluded that if he continued to develop in the same vein, he would soon be able to use sword steel. The katana shone with a purple aura. The protagonist explains that sword steel is an art that requires the comprehension of magic. It can only be used when you acquire high values of magic. It seems that this time he will use it faster. June put his hand on his chest and concluded that most likely now with his values, he could hunt on the second floor. If he mastered the art of sword steel, then he would rise to level 3. He opened his eyelid. A lot of silhouettes of people stand in a row. The guy wonders if he can compete with the 9 lords of the other world. He dangled his leg from the bed and added how strong these creatures could have become 25 years later. A plane flies against the background of the moon. The hero, looking at the sky, thought that it was not entirely clear how many demons were left in the pack. The guy looked at the plane through the window. He said that he couldn't wait. The sun at its zenith illuminated the city, Las Vegas, a place where entertainment and excitement carry people along day and night. It is also called the City of Sin. June put his hand on his neck and asked himself how many hours it had taken him to get here. All his muscles ached from a sitting position. He closed his eyes and thought that if Sky were here, she would solve everything with the help of teleportation. The guy turned to the crowd of people. He adjusted his cap on his head. A hologram projected in the air. He thought that it seemed that now he understood why the street was full of people. An artifact auction involving famous faces from all corners of the world. The guy exhaled air. He adjusted his watch and noted that he was not interested in the auction. The clock projected a map in the air. The young man realized that he was farther than he thought. He looked ahead at his path and thought that he needed to deal with this quickly and have a good rest. A lone lantern illuminated the sign. The guy pressed the button of the air conditioning remote. He slammed it on the table with all his strength and asked what the hell he would do when the master arrived. He was standing at the table next to another guy and noted that everything was in one place. The Shadow Brothers screwed up. The air conditioner broke. Sweat ran down his face. He added that now the watchdogs, the crazy assholes, knew that this was how it would end. Damn it. The blonde guy looked at him and asked about the crazy guys, and asked if he had already met them. He answered him in the affirmative. The blonde-haired guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. His comrades said that he had heard that they hadn't smelled blood for a long time. Those bastards had killed his boss. The door in the room swung open abruptly. The man looked at the people inside. The girl was blowing a bubble of gum, which greeted a squad of watchdogs. The girl looked away out of the corner of her eye and asked what it was. She looked at them and added that it was so hot, he wanted to die. The guy bowed sharply and asked for forgiveness. The girl asked to bring him at least an order. She snatched it from her hands. The lady read carefully from the paper. The thin guy turned his gaze to her. She told them to look at it. The mission could really be changed. She handed the guy a paper. He asked that it could not be. It turned out that she would climb to the second floor in flight. She replied that if he did not believe, let him look with his own eyes. The guy with the dyed bangs took the paper in his hands. He crumpled it sharply in his hand. He and the girl looked at their superior, who asked that the top had made an official protest to them, and besides, they were ordering them to steal it. She crossed her arms over her chest and noted that Carl Signer had never been their immediate superior. A dark figure stood in the doorway. He looked at his subordinates. A dark-skinned guy stretched out his hand to the thin guy. He lowered his gaze to her. He straightened the crumpled paper. The guy held it out to his own with both hands. He grabbed it with his hand. The paper instantly lit up in his hand. The guy at the table looked at this in shock. All on the skin, the guy looked at him and asked what if there were more orders. He lowered his eyes and replied that he did not. The man looked at him carefully. He turned abruptly and said that they were leaving. The door closed abruptly behind them. The man fell to the floor. His companion fell into his lap and asked if he was all right. They were watchdogs. He rubbed his chin with his hand and noted that they looked intimidating, but their leader seemed normal. He shouted at him that he only needed his eyes for decoration. The man with blonde hair asked why he was snapping at him. A drop of sweat rolled down the man's face. He replied that he would only say it once, so let him listen carefully. At home, they were engulfed in fire. The guy said that people call the 9 strongest players in this world the 9 heavens. The leader of the dogs, Arma, is also one of them and has a high rank in the Demon Association. He is a student of Najit Hallow. The blonde guy opened his eyes in shock and asked, Necromancer Arma, who committed a massacre in Turkey 6 months ago. He leaned his hands on a chair and noted that this bastard. The other added that it was rumored that the guard dog squad was originally made up of 5 people, but he didn't like 2 of them, so he turned them into skeletons. The man looked at his comrade. They looked at the man who entered the room in shock. June was standing in the doorway. The man asked what the hell. He scared them. He came to repair their air conditioning. The guy looked at them. He added that where the hell he was worn. You can die from the heat. He asked again about the air conditioner. The main character stretched out his hand and replied that he could help with this. Your man stretched out his arms. One noted that how refreshing. He turns out to be a player. Snowflakes fell to the floor. 2 guys were shivering from the cold. The first asked to stop it. The other asked to stop joking. They politely asked to stop for now. The protagonist adjusted the visor of his cap and replied that he couldn't. He wasn't joking. He took off his cap and added that therefore, they, stupid demons, would just die quietly. His hair was heavy. The guy bared his teeth at him. A severed hand protruded from a pool of blood. The guy leaned against the table and thought that they were definitely small fry. they were only trusted to transmit orders. June glanced at his watch and said that the conversation with the watchdogs would be different. Blood was dripping from the washing machines. The guy asked that Taku. It was him. He replied that he was a moron. The guy was sitting on the table. His interlocutor noted that it was late at night. He asked him for forgiveness for waking him up, but he had a request. The main character looked at the screen. His friend asked that he was in a dangerous situation. He replied that no, he wanted to participate in the auction held in Las Vegas. A photo of his interlocutor was burning on the hologram. The guy noted that he could not get there without an invitation. Whether he could get it, he replied that this is a scoundrel, who he generally takes the president of the Korean Players Association for. A lantern illuminated the sign of the establishment. Taku replied that of course he would get it. Let him say the name of the hotel where he was staying, and the room number. In the middle of the hall stood a man with a diplomat. The main character noted that it meant that the auction would begin in this hotel tomorrow. He stood in the middle of the room and added that he would just look around today, and he thought that the clothes that Taku had sent would not be needed. The guy put his hands in his pockets. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek. He thought that a suit made of silkworm thread was an insanely expensive garment that was of no use. The young man looked at the casino sign. He went to the turnstiles and realized that he had never been there. The protagonist walked forward with his hands in his pockets. 3 men in suits were walking behind him. One asked him to stand. He asked if it wasn't the gambler June, who turned around and asked who he was. The guy adjusted his glasses and replied that they had met in Insadong. He was with Commander Ju. His name was Ing of the Takabe Guild. Did he remember him? A red-haired girl was standing next to the guy. June remembered that it was the guy next to Commander Ju. Now he remembered. He scratched his head and noted that their tandem was quite hilarious, and apologized, which he did not immediately admit. He replied that it happens, and asked what, by the way, what fate he had in Las Vegas. A hologram was projected above the ground. The main character replied that he had come to participate in the artifact auction that would start tomorrow, but it would be a shame to sit all day within 4 walls and not see anything, so he went out to look around, and asked if he was Ing. A man in an official suit said that the organizers of the auction instructed his team to monitor safety during its holding. They are just now on patrol. There was a casino sign above the entrance. He asked that June wanted to visit the casino. The guy said that yes, he planned to go in and see what's going on. But suddenly he heard the sound of an alarm. Ing walked along with the protagonist and noted that he could solve this problem. The methods of running a gambling business had changed, so the alarm went off. He looked at him and added that after the world had changed, the casino had suffered heavy losses due to a few players. He asked that they were using their abilities. The security guard stretched out his hand and replied that everything was correct, so an offer came from the hotel. The doors in the room opened slightly. People were sitting at the tables in the room. The man added that it was possible to open a casino exclusively for players. They went down the escalator. Ing said that it was allowed to use one's abilities to one's heart's content, and that the dealers were also players. The main character asked that in that case, shouldn't high-level players ruin the casino? The guard adjusted his glasses and said that it did not always help. The girl clutched her head in despair. The man noted that sometimes the player's level and ability did not matter. Their princess had never won before. Ju leaned her hands on the game table and shouted that she was sure it was number 2. He was cheating. She lowered her head to the table and added that she could not believe it. There were chips on the table. By the way, about cheating, probability or mental abilities will not help here. In this case, the player can only count on his keen eyesight. The protagonist sat down next to the girl and asked if it was an exciting game. He grabbed the chip with his hand, adding that now he was a little nervous. The commander abruptly raised her head and said that it was very exciting. She looked at the guy and said that who would have thought that they would meet in such a place? Maybe he came because he wanted to become her subordinate. He replied that, no way. Ju closed her eyes and said that she was joking. When what fate he was here. The young man looked at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that he was going to participate in the auction tomorrow. So he went out to look around. He was brought here by player Ing. The girl raised her hand and noted that if there was any problem, let him tell her right away. At the moment, she is the captain of the security of this hotel. The main character thanked her and thought that gambling while working. There were 3 bells on the table. June asked if this game was so difficult. She replied that he had better not start. A dealer in a mask stood in front of them. She added that the croupier has very dexterous hands. According to rumors, he became a dealer after working on the 2nd floor. Other masked dealers walked around the room. The protagonist asked that she did not know who it was. The squad leader replied that yes, since they all wear masks. The guy raised his hand. Quite logically, after all, you need to hide the dealer's abilities. There were 2 piles of chips on the table. Ju turned her head to June and asked that he was going all in right away. He had to get used to his speed first. Otherwise it would be difficult to follow the croupier's movements. She opened her eyes wide in shock. He asked why she continued to lose. Wasn't she used to it? The girl turned away. The croupier asked if he could start. The young man announced that he could. The metal ball rolled under the bell. The dealer changed the order of the bells very quickly. He waved his arms at lightning speed. 3 bells stood exactly in a row. He offered to make a choice. Ju climbed onto the table and said she knew for sure now. She pointed her finger at the left bell and added that she seemed to see clearly on the left. She put her finger to her chin and thought that she could bet a couple of chips. The protagonist said that it was better for her not to bet from now on. She turned sharply at him and asked why. He replied to himself that it was because she had no skills at all. The young man pointed his finger at the bell in the middle. The croupier opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He picked up the bell in the middle and congratulated him on his victory. Ju pointed out that the newcomers were really lucky. She looked at the guy and added that she had heard that fortune only smiled at them once, so he should stop. The girl noted that of course, she continued to play, because she still could not win. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, and replied that what a heartbreaking story. He turned his head to the gaming table and noted to himself that now he could go. Someone's voice called to the bony guy. A girl from the guard dog squad held onto a chair with her hand and asked what they could play. The guy with dyed bangs kept his hands in his pockets and asked not to be called bony. The main character thought to himself that these bastards were here. He smiled slyly and added that luck was on his side. The problem with finding them had solved itself. The girl was blowing a bubble of gum. The main character reasoned that, however, he could not enter into an open confrontation with them until he proved their demonic essence, and they would not just reveal themselves. Then it remained only to create a favorable situation himself. The young man turned his head to the girl and said that it was more fun than it seemed at first glance, so he wanted to play a couple more times. The dealer looked at him and replied that in this case, a girl was sitting to the right of the protagonist. The croupier continued that since there were 3 of them, he would use 5 containers. There were 5 bells on the table. A girl and a guy with light green bangs and looked at him attentively. 5 bells stood exactly in rows. The croupier invited them to make a choice. The girl looked up at him and chose the one in the middle. June looked at the bells carefully and replied that he was choosing the rightmost one. The young man looked up at the dealer and chose the last one on the right. The dealer lifted the bell slightly. He raised it completely and announced that the gentleman who had chosen the most right option, he congratulated them. The protagonist grabbed all the chips for himself. He looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye. She was elbowing her friend. The main character noted that, by the way, this skinny is a more annoying rival than the girl. There was a lonely ball on the table. There were large stacks of chips on the table. The girl pointed her finger at them and asked what talent he had, how he was so good. The guy looked at her and replied that his friend had taught her, that his friend had taught him. The guy in the hat looked to the side and asked that the way to see through the enemy's trick was simple. You need to look not at the shell, but at its essence. The main character looked at him. He added that it does not matter whether he is stronger or weaker, it is necessary to comprehend the hidden essence of the opponent's technique. People were sitting at the gaming table. The croupier noted that he was starting. He changed the places of the bells with lightning speed. The protagonist did not take his eyes off him and thought that it was necessary to keep an eye not on the containers, but on the ability of the croupier. The dealer's hands were resting on the bells. The young man and the bony guy looked at him and said in unison that they were choosing the second from the left. June looked at the guy with bangs. He looked back at him. The dealer replied that it was true. He desperately lowered his hands and said that the croupier would be replaced. Let them remain in their places. The main character looked at Ju and noted that since they had time, maybe he could show her an interesting artifact. He put his hand in his pocket. The young man took out an object. There was a compass in his hand. The girl clarified that it was a compass. The members of the watchdog squad looked at the guy with contempt. He replied that he got it from President Taku. If you fill the compass with magic, then with its help you can find special people. She asked about special people. The needle on the compass spun sharply. The protagonist explained that, of course, they were not among those present. Ju looked at the artifact warily. The arrow suddenly stopped at the people sitting next to her. The girl asked what the arrow was pointing at them. The guy looked at his artifacts and noted that it was strange. It just couldn't be. He broke, or something. He got up from his chair and announced that he was going to the bathroom for a while. Ju asked him to come back quickly. She was burning with curiosity. The bony guy also got up from his chair and also announced that he needed to go to the bathroom. The girl sitting next to him asked if he was going to be long. Then he looked at her and replied that no, he would be back in 5 minutes. The lantern dimly illuminated the street. The protagonist was running somewhere forward. He stopped near the dead end. A bony guy followed him. He looked at him and said that it seemed that the restroom was on the other side. The young man waved his hand. He noted to himself that the artifact was in his hands. This compass must be pointing to demons. He found out that they were demons and therefore ran away here. The guy picked up the compass. He threw it sharply to the floor. June's opponent furrowed his brows and added that how could an artifact shatter so easily? Only if it wasn't disposable, it meant a fake. The blade glowed in the darkness. The main character drew his sword. His rival asked if he had deliberately lured him here. He smiled slightly and said that he had felt it back in the casino, but he was really savvy. A dagger appeared in his hand. He clarified how much he knew about them. The young man looked at him and replied that it was enough. For example, he could tell about their schedule for tomorrow. He raised the dagger in front of him and said that then their conversation would not be long. He abruptly rushed to attack the guy. He barely dodged the slashing blow with the dagger. He gritted his teeth and noted to himself that he was fast. The young man instantly jumped away from his opponent and added that it was not a matter of good physical fitness. He rested his hand on the ground and thought that he had acceleration. The protagonist looked up at him and said that he was now roughly aware of the level of his abilities. The latter turned on him and asked him to surrender and die in peace. He still couldn't avoid the next attack. The guy closed his eyes slightly. He closed his eyelids completely. The bony guy looked at him and thought that this bastard, it seemed he realized that he couldn't follow his speed with his eyes. Not a bad solution. The young man held a katana in front of him. He added that the two areas that would instantly lead to death, the head and the heart, the head was more vulnerable and easier to hit, so he would pretend to aim at it. Jun's opponent rushed sharply into the attack. He swung his dagger at him and noted that he would actually stab him in the heart. A bright explosion occurred in front of him. He knitted his brows and thought it was a smoke screen. A human figure stood in a veil of smoke. The demon said that it didn't matter what techniques he used. He opened his mouth wide and added that his knife was already aimed directly at his heart. The bony guy looked down. His hand was covered with ice. The young man asked him for forgiveness, but he was caught. He fell to one knee. The guy said that if he could predict his attacks, then it was not necessary to have the same speed. He put his finger to his temple and told him that following the nature of his thinking, he knew that if he opened his head, he would aim directly at the heart. He gritted his teeth in anger. Jun asked what was the point of being so fast if his actions were so easy to predict. The bony guy swung his dagger and told him to shut up. The young man instantly intercepted his hand. His other arm was covered with ice. The main character slashed him with a katana. He looked at him and said that in any case, being overly cautious could also be dangerous, couldn't it? A girl from the guard dog squad looked out the panoramic window. She stood on her heels and said that she did not want to admit that this bony guy was much stronger than her in close combat, or in a one-on-one fight. She turned around and added that judging by the fact that he was still gone, it seemed that he was in serious trouble. The lady gritted her teeth and said that what an idiot. But how much arrogance there was. He would return in 5 minutes. Arma asked what kind of guy was there. He looked at his watch, and she replied that he was Asian, sitting next to Ju from Takabe, so there was a high probability that they were from the same guild. A hologram appeared in front of the head of the squad. He noted that these are the profiles of players who are currently in Las Vegas. Let her take a closer look. The girl raised her head up. Her eyes widened in surprise. The image of the main character shown on the hologram, she said that it was him, exactly him. A dark-skinned guy crossed his arms over his chest. His fingers slid across the screen. He thought that it was strange. A newcomer who had only debuted 2 months ago, his subordinate couldn't lose to him. The African-American looked up at the hologram. A newspaper clipping with the protagonist glowed on it. He said that this guy also interacted with the Shadow Brothers. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and replied that seriously. The same guy who was with them in the Eastern Gate. Bangs hung from the top of the protagonist's head over his eyes. Arma reasoned that there was a possibility that he deliberately approached them. If his guess was correct, then it was not a fatal accident that killed the Shadow Brothers, but him. He looked down and explained that at the moment, Jun belongs to the category of a dangerous person. The black guy looked in front of him and added that they would soon find out the truth. A multi-story building stood in the middle of the city. The man opened the door of the black car. The protagonist came out of the salon in a formal suit. He went to the entrance of the building. The guard looked at him, asked him to stay and show his invitation. He handed him the ticket in his hands. The security looked at him dumbfounded. He waved his hand and asked for forgiveness, and said that he could pass. The guy clarified that he could enter without checking. The guard replied that ordinary visitors pass it, VIP clients in that direction. The young man went into the building and thought that he was a VIP client. Ju helped him. He looked into the distance. A red-haired girl was standing near the reception. She noted that it was infuriating, how hot it was. The main character noted to himself that she was light. She placed the crate on the counter and asked for iced tea, as well as adding as much ice to it as possible. Ju gestured with her hand and added that 20 glasses, June called her. She looked at the young man out of the corner of her eye. The lady turned her head to him and asked who they had here. Mr. Snake's head, who said that he would go to the bathroom, and in the end ran away. He asked if she was waiting for him yesterday. A vein on her forehead was swollen. She shouted that no matter how ashamed he was, he should not end the conversation at the most interesting place. The girl was lying with wide eyes in bed. She noted that she was so curious to know what this ice compass was, so she could not fall asleep at night. The main character asked her for forgiveness. He put his hands out in front of him. She asked what he thought an apology would be enough. He said that next time he would treat her to lunch. She turned her head and replied that then she had to choose something expensive. A box continued to lie at the reception desk. The guy asked what kind of box it was. Ju replied that it was a refrigerator for storing cold drinks and ice cream. She opened her eyes wide in shock and noted that there was no need to relax. There was a door to the building in the wall. She added that as soon as the auction began, there would be a heated battle here. He replied that since she specialized in flames, she must often be engulfed in heat. Ju waved her hand and said that of course, every day her body gets so hot that it is annoying. The guy lowered his head down. She added that in any case, she wanted him to enjoy the auction. She was waiting for her iced tea, so he could go without her. He replied that it was fine, then he went. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. June thought that he hoped that there would be no excesses during her shift. Ju looked ahead. She held the box in her bosom and noted to herself that the stage for the auction was so huge. She walked along the seats and added that, by the way, she sits in the front seats because of the guards. Usually only famous people sit there, the Queen of England, even the president of the French Players Association here. She looked around the auction room and reasoned that it was a little annoying, but the stage was so close that even if there was any problem, she could immediately escape from here. There was a row of chairs in front of the stage. The girl asked herself, A14, like here. She sat down in her seat and greeted her neighbor. The main character sat with his arms crossed. The girl looked at him and whispered for him to listen, each seat reserved for a certain person, so he couldn't just sit to his heart's content. He took his ticket out of his jacket and asked if this was not the place A13, so it was written in the invitation. The girl opened the envelope with the ticket. She took him out of there and thought that this was a VIP invitation. His abilities were a level below his, but he got an entrance ticket. The young man crossed his arms over his chest. She added that she was watching. Even the stylist had worked on him. A player who had made his debut only 2 months ago had already received a similar privilege. A drop of sweat was dripping down her face. She asked him not to say that he had spent all the money he earned yesterday in the casino. He turned to her and asked her again. Ju added that he was just wearing a rather solid suit, but still, how did he manage to get a VIP invitation? The guy put his ticket in his jacket and replied that he had received it from President Taku. He had also provided him with these clothes and housing. The girl commented that this is how it is, now it is clear. She looked at him and noted that she did not know that the president trusted him as much as his successor. Wasn't it wonderful? He asked about the successor and said that everything was completely wrong. An image of a VIP ticket to the auction appeared. The girl told him not to lie to her. He thinks that she is so stupid. Only the most influential people in the country can receive this invitation. She stretched out her finger and added that besides Mr. Snakehead was here on behalf of the president, wasn't he? He scratched his head and said to himself that he couldn't say it was, but he couldn't deny it either, and told her that he thought it was too much of a responsibility for him. He noted to himself that Taku had gone a little too far, and that suit too, so he didn't think he could get away with it. Ju put the box down and asked what he was going to buy for himself. He replied that he did not have any specific goal, and she wanted to buy. The girl put her fingers to her chin and replied that similarly, she didn't come here to have fun. Professionals are not distracted by extraneous things, right? The girl waved her hand and noted that it was hot. The guy thought that a man who gambles while working said, but he was glad that the commander was sitting next to him. He stretched out his hand over his opponent's body and remembered that originally, he had planned to deal with the guard dogs alone. But after reading the memories of this bastard, he changed his mind. He narrowed his eyes and added that right now he couldn't defeat Arma on his own. The protagonist held the book in his hand and noted that when the battle began, he would have to enlist the support of the Takabe guilds, whether he wanted it or not. The drawing on the page of the book depicted an artifact called Heavenly Breath, who added that if the rumors about the commander were not embellished, of course he was talking about heavenly breathing. The girl drank the drink from a straw. The young man concluded that they would be able to protect all the participants in the auction. The girl looked around in fright, and noted that it seemed to be starting. A man stood behind the lectern. June looked at him indifferently. He announced that the ladies and gentlemen, they had been waiting for this for a long time. The one-of-a-kind artifact auction held in Las Vegas was starting right now. There was a crown on the red pillow. The host notified the A14 participant that he was getting an ice crown. The guy looked at the girl sitting next to him. She noted that it was interesting. She closed her eyes and added that she might come across something else cool. The young man noted that she always chooses objects related to the cold. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. He asked if she was the one who said that professionals are not distracted by extraneous things. Ju stretched out her finger and replied that a true professional should be multitasking. And by the way, Mr. Snakehead, he wasn't going to buy anything. He replied that he did not know. If he liked something, he would buy it. She added that apparently, he was indifferent to the inventory. The auction host was standing on the stage. The main character looked at the scene and said that it was wrong. Just nothing could compare to the equipment he used in the past. An image of an artifact glowed on the hologram. He added to himself that so far he had only managed to purchase a necklace. The commander looked at the screen and asked why he needed a necklace. After all, it only increases the stamina recovery rate. He wants to give it to someone, his girlfriend. The main character turned to her and noted that maybe he should first ask if he has one. Madam looked at him and asked what happened to my mother. She opened her mouth slightly in shock. He replied that she was dead. The girl held her head and noted that it was better for her to be silent. June said that this was a gift for his niece. She should not worry. The auctioneer pointed to the stand and said that he presented them with an object that had returned after a long time. The participants who came to their auction not for the first time had already seen it. There was a sphere on the pillow. He noted that it was number 84, an unknown ball. The guy looked at him. An information window appeared, which said that intuition was activated. He thought why intuition worked. The ball lay motionless inside the stand. The guy added that this was a reaction to the ball. The man in the back seat held a booklet in his hand and said what he would order to do with it if this award was from the second floor, In 20 years he had not been able to know his essence. The bald man next to him put out his hand and replied that he was right, in his opinion. A few years ago someone bought the ball, intending to solve its mystery. But judging by the fact that this object was again at auction, he still gave up. Who even thought of buying such a useless thing? The guy lowered his eyes to the floor and thought that he meant the same thing. He took the remote control in his hands and added that he had no idea why his intuition was suddenly activated. But it never failed, he could trust this time too. The girl looked at his remote control and asked that he wanted to buy a ball. She looked at him in shock. The host announced that the 84th issue was sold for $60,000. The young man replied that yes, he suddenly wanted to. The soul of the auction spread his hands to the sides and said that now was the main event for today. The man adjusted his glasses. The host announced lot number 85. Spotlights illuminated the stage. He added that a first-class magic core had been discovered on the second floor of the ancient dungeon. On the red cushion inside the stand was an artifact. The host noted that it was heavenly breath. The girl looked at him and said that wow, it was so beautiful. An image of the sphere appeared. She revealed that it also contained a crushing amount of magic, and it seemed that the rumors that this core could power an entire city were not an exaggeration. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked how much it would take. She replied that she thought that he would not even be able to imagine such an amount. The woman pointed her finger at the artifact. Ju said that seriously, it all depends on the number of leaders of different countries who decide to participate in the auction. The guy looked at the stage and replied that he understood. The auctioneer was standing at the lectern. He added to himself that in this case, this thing would cost someone a pretty penny. The girl opened her eyes wide in shock. She jumped up from her seat abruptly. The main character looked up at the stage and noted that now the bastards must steal it. A sum of money shone on the screen. The host raised his hand and announced the bets. Shards of concrete fell from the ceiling. The man looked at the falling pieces of the ceiling. Dust rose around him. He was lying on the stage. Ing ordered people to be taken out. The guard exhaled heavily. Lasers burst out of his hand. He turned his head to the audience and asked them to remain calm. The girl looked at him happily. The guy looked ahead and thought that he had managed to create a protective barrier of quite an impressive size in an instant. Skeletons with weapons fell on the barrier. He added that it was not for nothing that he was called the Guardian Knight. The girl lifted her head and said that only demons could have taken such a crazy step. But who the hell managed to summon skeletons? The guy looked at what was happening inside the hall and suggested that the necromancer who committed a mass murder in Turkey was not the most common skill. He noted to himself that if he managed to get out, it was necessary to share this information. The girl replied that it was quite possible. She looked at the hologram from the watch and announced that attention, the primary task, the evacuation of people, if possible, to protect the artifacts. Ju pointed her finger at the guard and asked him to take care of his heavenly breathing, after which they would start looking for the necromancer. She turned her head and said that the help of Mr. Snakehead would also be needed. Dust flew in the place where the protagonist stood. She asked where he went. He had such a chip or something. The girl looked away out of the corner of her eye. The guard stood in the middle of the hall and asked not to panic and remain calm. The man nudged him with his elbow. He noted that a protective barrier had been installed, so now he was not in danger. He replied that he was not. Well, of course. The man opened his mouth and shouted that they could break through at any moment, and this, in his opinion, did not threaten. He should get out first. A crowd of people gathered at the exit. The girl stepped on the floor and noted what a Babylonian pandemonium. She clenched her fist to attack. June slammed into the wall. She pointed her finger at the hole in the wall and noted that she thought it was faster. Everyone was here. Ing held his forehead with his hand and said that the princess, this building is worth a fortune. She can't just destroy walls like this. She replied that people's lives are much more valuable. A drop of sweat dripped down the guard's face. He said that she had done the right thing, but please don't let her mention him in the report. Ju turned to him and told him not to upset her. A black sphere appeared between them. The guy's glasses flew off. The girl looked at him in shock. Ing collapsed to the floor dead. The blonde hero was falling down. The barrier cracked. The girl named Ju looked up. A guy named Ing pressed his injured shoulder, and the woman said that apparently the barrier disappeared due to being injured. The heroine, turning her head to the side, exclaimed, "What the hell?" The heroine turned to her opponents and made it clear that she would try to buy time until they tracked down the necromancer controlling them. The heroine looked furiously at her opponents and exclaimed that she would turn them to ashes. Skeletons attacked. The woman rushed forward. The building was hit. The skeletons began to burn. Dawn lit up the city. The heroine stands on the roof and says that she cannot believe it. The enemy looked ahead and asked if one person was capable of such a thing. An image of a battle appeared, and she thought that this must be the S-class Flame Lord's skill that she wouldn't want to face, because he was a real monster. The woman began to blow a ball out of her gum and said that the sniper should attack the target from a distance. The girl, having discovered the target, announced that this was where the enemy was. The frame shows a crowd of people. An image of a girl and a guy appeared. Next to the hero lay a ball. The woman looked ahead and realized where he was lying. The heroine materialized a portal to her hand. The balloon appeared in the air. She glanced at the artifact and exclaimed that it was a heavenly breath. The woman stood with the artifact in her hand and the device began to beep. The subordinate, standing on the roof, replied that yes, Commander, and added who she was taken for. Of course, it was now in her hands. The girl, smiling, said that it was great, and the commander now ordered to go to point B. The heroine held a glowing artifact in her hands and said that the mission had passed, but it was a pity that June did not get under her hand. The woman, looking down at the buildings, said that this is it. The guy was running downstairs. The hero looked ahead. The warrior, looking at the enemy, exclaimed that it was June. The woman, aiming her weapon at the enemy, said that he was making a worthless rich man. She aimed directly at the hero's head and made it clear that he wouldn't even feel anything because she would just shatter his skull. A shot was fired. The girl, surprised at the miss, exclaimed that the enemy had dodged. Several portals materialized in the air. The bullet flew out of the portal. The guy dodged the cartridge. The heroine held a rifle in her hands and shouted that he had dodged. An image appeared explaining the technique, and she announced that it was impossible to dodge such a thing, because the shooting was carried out using the teleportation skill. The woman, looking through the scope, said that this time he would not leave. Portals appeared above the protagonist. The guy raised his head and added that this was a shadow attack. There was an explosion. The heroine removed her head from the sight and said that it had disappeared. The woman tilted her head and noticed that he did not make her laugh, because even the ranker Ha and Ho could not avoid her shooting. The girl, looking in confusion in front of her, asked where he had gone, and added that she had to wait a second. The space was illuminated by light. The surface of the roof was covered with ice. The heroine's face began to freeze. The protagonist was standing in the distance. The main character calmly watched what was happening. The opponent, looking at her opponent, asked what kind of monster he was and added that what the hell did he do, and June remarked that even if she found out, it would make any difference. June drew his blade and said that their crew were watchdogs anyway, and added that their team would disappear from the face of the earth tonight. The fire was blazing. The skull was lying on a rock, and the character said that he was hot. Ju, standing in a fighting stance, exclaimed that this was real hell. The heroine looked ahead and clarified that she would deal with everything and immediately go on vacation to the north, and the guy exclaimed that it was a princess. The protagonist turned her head back, and the subordinate said that they couldn't find the heavenly breath and had a problem. The lad stood on the dais and exclaimed that it seemed to have disappeared during all this commotion, and ordered to search the surroundings first. The princess, looking up, said that she didn't understand why anyone would stay in the vicinity with the stolen artifact. Smoke filled the space. The guards scattered to the sides. The girl looked sharply to the side. The opponent stepped forward. The skeleton walked forward. The princess, looking ahead at the enemy, exclaimed that this was still someone. Skeletons surrounded the protagonists. A hairy enemy was approaching the heroine, and she thought that they were black skeletons. The guard was lying on the ground, and Jay thought that the guys she had personally selected had quickly reached their limits. The warrior came up behind the princess and reported that something was amiss. The skeletons walked forward, and the guy added that their equipment seemed familiar to him. The heroine turned her eyes back and asked what he was talking about. Images of missing persons appeared, and the security guard said it had happened 3 years ago, asking if she remembered the missing players case that had been rumored on the second floor. Ju opened her mouth and clarified what the players who had disappeared on the second floor had to do with it. The guard, looking down, said that he was in charge of investigating the case, so he was well aware of the details, equipment, and fighting style of the missing players. The skeleton looked ahead, and the guy noted that everything was exactly the same as the equipment of this undead. The heroine turned her head back. The girl looked ahead with dumbfounded eyes and said that it turned out that these skeletons were exactly what she was talking about. A dark-skinned guy named Arma made it clear that he would organize an attack on the auction site and distract Kong Ju-ha while she had to steal her breath, and asked if it was okay. The protagonist was standing on the roof, and the warrior reported that Cheryl's hotel lounge would be point B, and added that after capturing the objective, they would gather there, avoiding contact with dangerous players. The main character stood over the opponent's body and stated that there was almost no information about the demon association in her memory, and noticed that the leader of the dog squad did not share information with his subordinates. The hero looked down and said that the necromancer Armad definitely needed to count his memories. The skeleton was marching towards the protagonists, and the guy explained that, according to the memories of the dogs, the skeletons that attacked the auction house are players who suffered at the hands of Najid Hallow, who are being manipulated in the present by his apprentice and follower. An image of a map of the city appeared, and June clarified that Arma himself was hiding in a hideout far from the auction hall, and added that there was a trap in the hideout, so entering the place without preparation was like suicide. The guy scratched his chin and said that if he did not come up with a way to penetrate, then he needed to act differently. The watch on the defeated spy began to glow. June, noticing the glow, confirmed that yes, he had found what he was looking for. The mage was sitting in a chair. The dark-skinned man looked at his watch. An image of his messages appeared on the monitor. Arma looked at the messages on the display. The interlocutor replied to messages on the screen. The hero tilted his gaze down and stated that June was not a member of the guild, and there was a third party that they were unaware of. The antagonist snapped his fingers and said that this was a lousy deal. The warrior got up from his chair. The city was dimly lit by the moon. The mage stepped onto the sidewalk. An African-American man approached the room and said that it was the squad's mark. The antagonist turned his head and noticed that, by the way, he felt the fusion of magic in that direction. The hero glanced at the trash can and said that the search was easier. The man opened the lid. Arma, looking at the target, exclaimed that it was the core of the breath. The hero held a cannonball in his hand. The guy held the artifact in his hand and asked if it had to be so cold. The core began to crack, and the African-American added that the amount of magic he felt was not what he expected. The artifact exploded in his hand. Arma stared at the explosion. The character crouched in pain. Looking at his hand, the antagonist exclaimed that it was a trap created from magic and asked who could have done it. The dark-skinned guy shook his head and said that no, he had to calm down, and added that now the task was to focus on defense, and also noticed that the squad's mark had become known from somewhere, and the bastard who set the trap must be nearby. The man's eyes turned red. The skull on the ground emitted a magical aura. The hero stood in the middle of the street, and clarified that he did not want to waste his strength, but apparently he would have to. The warrior stood in the middle of the crowd of skeletons, and said that the enemy should take a risk and compete with them. The enemy flew nearby and said that it was not bad. The protagonist stood behind the black man and remarked that if only he hadn't been completely defenseless during the cast. The antagonist looked back. Blood gushed out of his body. Blood poured from the mouth of the African-American, and he exclaimed that when he had time. The warrior raised his hand against June and said that no, this bastard had been waiting for the cast to start from the very beginning, and said that this was his defeat. The body of the enemy was lying near the wall. Arma looked up to the victor, and asked what his name was. The main character calmly looked down. The dark-skinned enemy was covered in blood, and the protagonist asked if he had answered all the questions of the people he had killed so far. The antagonist lowered his head. The winner raised his hand with a weapon for a blow, and said that he should not be a greyhound, and close his mouth. The skeleton's body began to evaporate. Enemies began to crumble to dust around Ju. The bodyguard, observing the disappearance, made it clear that all the skeletons were disappearing, turning to dust. The girl looked ahead and asked if the necromancer had called them back. The dust was carried to the wind, and the heroine said that or something else had happened. The main character stood over the defeated enemy. June looked down and stated that he didn't think he would rise to the second level. The dead African-American was lying there, and the guy added that his level was higher, and if he hadn't fallen into the trap, June himself would have lost. The protagonist reached out to his bald, dark-skinned head and stated that he wanted to know something. People around were smiling, and the character talked about the summoning system and what they would like at the top. An African-American boy looks into a puddle, and the character added that Najit Hallow liked his abilities. The demons stood in the darkness, and the leader announced that they were appointing him to lead the watchdog squad. The elder demon leaned forward and clarified that their goal as demons was to dominate the entire tower. The warrior smiled and added that he would learn the rest of the details on the second floor. An image of a system notification appeared, and the hero read that due to the level of the ability, it was impossible to fully process the object's thoughts, and the ability was forced to end for the user's safety. The guy scratched his forehead and noticed with irritation that this thing had even blocked his memories again. The main character stood by the corpse and said that he could only see the fragments, but even with them it was quite possible to achieve the result. The hero tilted his head and explained that these bastards are like parasites, because they use orphans and raise real demons from them. A man stood near the silhouettes of orphans, and June made it clear that before turning into demons, they were not even considered humans, but were taken as an expendable resource. The guy clenched his fist and said that he could not sit idly by. The orphan turned into the frame, and the protagonist said that Arma, who staged the murder in Turkey, was also from the orphanage, and added that it was necessary to eradicate this lawlessness in order to stop the appearance of monsters. June turned his gaze to the side and said that it was Najit Hallow. The scientist raised his hand, and the main character suggested that he had probably seen him in the Shadow Brothers' memories, and added that he was one of the leaders of the Demon Association, but he couldn't be sure. June kicked the corpse and made it clear that the mentors and students could rejoice while they could, and added that they didn't have much time left, and said that this time he would uproot them and send them to hell. The sky was covered with clouds. The sun is reflected from the windows of a high-rise building. The heroine covered her face. The subordinate, standing next to her, said that he apologized, and added that they still had not found the one they were looking for. Ju looked down and noticed that she should have run away right away, taking her breath with her, and added that if the fight had lasted a little longer, they would have been able to track their location by the source of the magic. The princess, sitting on the sofa, asked what time it was, and realizing that it was 7 in the morning, yawned. The heroine grabbed her forehead with her hands and exclaimed that it was infuriating, and added that whether she was a princess or not, but stupid demons did not appear, she would be sleeping in the hotel now, and asked what else the guard wanted from her. A subordinate, holding a package in his hands, said that someone had sent her a gift, and the girl added that it was from a fan. The princess, grabbing the gift, added that she did not understand why she was being given something, but remembered that she had asked to refrain from gifts unless they were at an event like an autograph session. The subordinate looked down and clarified that the contents of the gift had already been opened. The girl raised her head and clarified that he had checked everything in advance. Inside the box was an artifact, and the princess said she thought she would be surprised. Ju, seeing the contents, exclaimed. The woman looked at the gift and woke up that it was the original, and added that the breath looked exactly the same at the auction, and the guard reported that it was the original. The woman's eyes widened. The warrior sat in the middle of the hall and shouted what he had just said. The bodyguard looked at the heroine and exclaimed that he had made it clear that she might be surprised, and added that the situation was so absurd, and Ju asked if the necromancer had not stolen the original. An image of signs appeared, and the subordinate said that there was still a note in English inside, and offered to look at it. The girl, holding a note in her hands, read that in addition to the necromancer, 2 more demons had been eliminated, and added that she was taking her breath back, and also clarified that the necromancer was in the alley next to the hotel, and ended with the words of your passing fan, and exclaimed in surprise. The princess, looking at the guard, said that it was true, her fan had sorted everything out, but noticed that she had not done anything. The subordinate, standing at attention, said that thanks to her he would not have to pay a penalty for non-fulfillment of the terms of the contract, and added that he did not even want to think about what would have happened if her fan had not found her breath, and the woman admitted that she did not know who did it, but was grateful to him. The princess held a piece of paper in her hand and asked if it was possible to find out who it was, and added that she wanted to meet him, and the subordinate replied that he was also curious. But first he needed to examine the corpse of the necromancer. The corpse was lying near the wall, and the guard added that it was the work of a professional. The fan did not leave a single trace. The subordinate, looking at the girl, said that with such abilities, he was definitely not a level ranker, but admitted that there was no assumption at all who it could be, and the princess said who he was. It was so interesting. The girl jumped up from the sofa and began to scream. The protagonist walked past and greeted Commander Khan. The princess, indignantly looking at the hero, exclaimed that it was good morning. The woman pointed her finger at him and added that he had no conscience at all, and asked how he could escape in such a situation. June, scratching his head, clarified that this was probably what it looked like yesterday. Ju stared at the hero and said that last time he also said that he would go to the bathroom, and he himself ran away, and added that he was a repeat offender, and if he had power, he should direct it in the right direction. Throwing up a finger, she said that the ghost was saying that the power existed to protect the citizens. June, looking down in surprise, asked if he had said that. The girl held out her hand and explained that it was a gloomy ghost, not him. June, turning his head, clarified that he had said a lot of things, and added that at the time, all of his interviews were pre-written, so he didn't even remember that. The princess stood in front of him and said that if anything happened in the future, there was no need to run away, and added that it was necessary to take care of the safety of the citizens, and asked if they understood this, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he would remember, and added that he had done wrong yesterday. The woman smiled and said that she was glad that he had thought about his act so quickly. The heroine held out a piece of paper and asked if he knew what it was. The girl began to smile and added that her fan had caught the necromancer and sent her heavenly breath. The protagonist scratched his chin and clarified that it was probably not a rancor at all, and the princess asked who it was. The corpse was lying near the wall, and Ju said that after examining the necromancer's body, they didn't find a trace, so they were sure it was a high-level rancor. The protagonist grinned. The hero stood next to the corpse and said that with the help of magic you can eliminate all traces, and added that he learned this from Sky, and also noted that it was still an amazing thing. The heroine read the letter and wondered what the handwriting of an English speaker was, and asked herself if it was necessary to look for it right now. The princess, holding a letter from an unknown person in her hand, and the guy said that he would show up if he wanted to reveal his identity. The princess looked at the guy and asked if she was going a little too far. There was an artifact behind the glass, and the heroine wondered what Mr. Snakehead was doing at the auction, since it was already over, and June replied that it was clear to him to get the things he won yesterday here, and so he came to get them. The princess, pointing to the right rack, said that in this case he needed to go to that rack, and the protagonist thanked her. People walked around the lobby of the hotel, and the heroine asked if he was going to return to Korea, to which he replied that he was, and added that he was even sad that they were parting. The princess, throwing her hand up, said that she would ask again if he really didn't want to join their guild, to which the protagonist replied that he would reject him again, and the girl said that he had hurt her again with his words. The woman was standing across from him and asked if they would meet again on the second floor, to which June replied that he would, and added that they would see each other soon. The woman, covering her face with her hand, said that everyone says so, and everyone is confident, and the guy replied that she will see it herself. The woman stretched out her hand and added that it was good. The princess, looking into the guy's eyes, clarified that if he could go up to the second floor within 6 months, he would receive a gift from her. June, lowering his head, asked what would happen if he didn't succeed, and thought that she was still trying to lure him into the guild, and he saw it, and the girl said that then Mr. Head would grant her wish. They shook hands, and the character said that she shouldn't think that she could retract her words later. The room was lit by the sunset. The boxes were lying on the table, and June announced that the auction had received a necklace of recuperation and a ball. The hero looked at the artifact and thought that his intuition reacted strongly to this. The guy held the AR in his hand and said that he did not feel anything. The ball began to glow. June looked at him and asked if that was it. The ball began to glow brightly, and the protagonist thought that he would leave it in the inventory and use magic, because he would definitely achieve results soon. The guy turned his head on the box. The box was on the table, and the guy asked what it was. A shadow loomed over the box. The second floor is located on Rue Frontier area. The guy bent over the artifact in the darkness. The man was holding the artifact and asked who could have done such a thing, adding that it was a teleporter from the first floor. The warrior looked at the note. The passerby glanced at the paper and said that you need to take care of yourself, and promised that he would rise within 6 months, and the author signed as your uncle. The man raised his head. The windows of the houses glowed, and the character said that the unknown person had begun to act. The sun was shining over the airport. The hero looked out of the window. The girl was riding in the car. The secretary, looking in the rearview mirror, asked if he was bothered by something, to which he replied in the negative. The protagonist scratched his head and replied that he didn't think she would come for him. The woman, turning back, said that as a secretary she was obliged to meet him when he returned to Korea, and added that if he did not need to go anywhere, they could immediately go to the association. June, holding out the gift, said that it was a gift for her. The man looked at the bundle and clarified that he didn't know what to buy, so he just picked up the book, and added that he wasn't sure if she would like it. The secretary, unwrapping the package for the gift, exclaimed that it was The Son of the Gate. The main character looked up and said that yes, it was also a binding, and added that he had heard about this novel, which remained on the rack with bestsellers and a single copy, so he took it. The girl looked at the guy and replied that yes, of course, she had heard about this book. The woman was sitting at the table and said that she wanted to get the original, but could not find it, and the guy added that in this case he was glad that he managed to do it, as he was worried that he would not like the gift. June, smiling, said that if she wanted, she could read the book right now. The secretary, looking at the protagonist, replied that now was not the time, and the protagonist clarified that since there were no matters to be solved, there was no problem. The main character crossed his arms and said that he was not yet used to jet lag, so he would take a little nap, and asked to wake him up when they arrived at the association. The girl looked back. The towers stood under the evening sky. Hua threw up his hand and said that it was a really interesting thing, and said that he didn't know what to do since he had recently quit drinking. The protagonist, standing at the table, clarified that he had contacted Arthur, and he would soon get up, and the interlocutor said that it was great, and made it clear that Arthur suffered because of this case years ago, and now he has already grown up. The secretary looked away, and June asked if it was clear that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and June replied that he hadn't seen him since he got to the edge of the second floor. The hero looked ahead, and the man said that he had clarified that on Earth he remembered his father, so he descended into the void. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and said that the Takabe guild commander Kong Ju-ha told him that the invitation he gave him was important, and the man added that he had taken the trouble to gather information about the character, closing his eyes and saying that then he had a request, because the world should know how much he appreciates him so that no one dares to bother him, and the guy said that he had a request. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy said that it was necessary to find one shelter, and the man asked why it was necessary. The protagonist tilted his head and clarified that he had learned the secret of the demons. The light illuminated the office. The man folded his hands and said that they were taking children and raising demons. The protagonist looked at him and added that he knew the shelter was abroad. The hero banged on the table and shouted that they knew no boundaries. The man began to pour himself a drink and said that he needed it. The protagonist stuck out his finger to cool the drink and asked him to wait. The character put his glass down on the table and clarified that June had called Kwan Noi anyway. The man held a glass in his hands and said that they had ordered the sword before his trip to America, and given his career, he wanted to say that rumors might be spread, and added that he had conveyed that everything would be ready tomorrow and wanted to give it to him himself. The protagonist scratched his chin and said that he should accept the offer of the Takabe guild and become their scout in order to live up to his name. The man sat down at the table and said that he had to go tomorrow morning, and the main character added that it was good and went to rest. The secretary, throwing up his hand, said that he was probably glad that after so many years he would be able to see Noah. The man lowered his head to his hands and made it clear that now he had to do everything in his power. The protagonist looked up and added that nothing had changed here over the years. The building stood in front of the hero. June, pushing the door, said that it seemed that the workshop had passed to Noah's grandson. The guy went inside and said that he heard the sound of a hammer, and added that, apparently, the old man was engaged in teaching his grandson, and also asked how much that crybaby had grown. The hammer knocked on the anvil. Sweat ran down the blacksmith's muscles. The blacksmith's grandson, noticing the stranger, asked who he was. The guy looked ahead. The grandson looked ahead, and June thought that this big man was Noah's grandson, a hero brother, and added to himself that his grandfather was bothering him, and then asked if he was June's player, and what had happened to him in 25 years. The guy turned to the protagonist and clarified that he had received a call from the association and offered to come here. The main character was looking at the anvil. The grandson pointed to the living room and stated that Noah was now on the top floor. Grandfather stepped forward and called the guy a bolt. The old man stood in the room and made it clear that it was difficult to meet June. The protagonist smiled and clarified that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The old man looked ahead. The grandson turned his head and asked if they had met before, and the elder replied that they had. The grandfather turned his head to his grandson and said that he needed to treat the guest. He shook his head and told the descendant not to force him to repeat it. The protagonist smiled and added that he still listened to his grandfather. The old man grinned and said that no one could be forced. The hero pointed back and said that his moralizing had taught him a lot, and added that he still had to study and learn, and recently he saw his grandson handle a hammer, which is impressive, but his muscles are still stingy with praise. The guy shrugged his shoulders and asked why Noah didn't greet him, and added that he hadn't died, had come back, and Noah wasn't even happy, and the old man clarified in what sense he wasn't. Grandfather narrowed his eyes. Noah patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he had been through trials. June looked to the side and replied that thank God the blacksmith is still healthy. The old man looked at the guy and asked what was the reason for his words. The protagonist clarified that he did not know what to answer such a question, and Noah added that Taku had told him everything in general terms, but he never found out what the reason for the hero's return as a player was. June raised his hand and said that it was better to see once than to hear 100 times. The hero snapped his fingers. An artifact appeared in his hand. Noah, seeing the display of power, exclaimed that it was unbelievable, and asked if it was the queen's ability. An image of a crystal appeared. June looked to the side when he heard what was happening. Stretching his hand forward, the man said that after defeating the Ice Queen, he had gained her abilities, and he was able to bring back his comrades, to which the hero replied that yes, so they would continue to try their best. Smiling, he added that they had decided to cooperate a long time ago, they had even signed a contract. The man stared at his hand in silence. The protagonist looked in amazement when he heard that he had signed a contract with the Grim Ghost. Wasn't he a beginner yet? Closing his eyes, the old man laughed and said that he was joking. Looking at him, the MC heard that he just hadn't seen such a confused expression on his face in ages, to which he replied that he should be honest, he didn't call him to give him up, but just to make fun of him. Standing up, the man asked what he was about the object that needed to be made from the bones of the nameless dragon. Of course, he was ready, to which he replied that he had only recently asked, and he had already done it. Looking at the swords, the old man asked what he had forgotten. Taking up his weapon, he added that he was holding the hammer for its sake. Looking at him, June heard that he was holding a sword for him. Wasn't that the promise they had made to each other? The hero froze in bewilderment. The man looked angrily when he heard that he really blurted out this, to which he replied that he should already check the weapon. The protagonist began to draw his weapon. Looking at the sword, he thought that it lay perfectly in his hand. Grinning, June wondered if he remembered such details even after 25 years, and he asked who in their time gave a tiny number of bones and asked them to make weapons out of them. Sitting down on a chair, the man said that he had also added new materials to the alloy. The strength and conductivity of magic had increased significantly. Let him check, to which the hero replied that now. An item notification appeared, to which the protagonist thought that yes, just what he needed. Smirking, he added that he was significantly different from the items lying around in the association warehouse, and then said that his ability was on the same level as happiness. Looking at him, the old man asked that at the same level, they had improved in 25 years. Let him show respect to the old man who had already retired and played Go, to which June asked what he needed her. The man opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that he had never beaten him, to which he asked what he thought. His skills in this game remained at the same level. Holding the tray in his hands, the man heard that now he played it better. Pointing to the glass, he said that he should drink tea. Taking the glass in his hands, the MC thanked him, to which the old man replied that it was precious tea, let him not spill it. Closing his eyes, he added that he had already had a chance to drink good tea. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in amazement, to which the blacksmith asked what was going on. Looking at the drink, he heard that he probably had never tasted it yet, right? To which he asked what kind of tea it was. Looking straight ahead, the man asked again what he thought. He would just lay everything out. The hero smiled when he heard that he would tell only if he beat him at Go, to which he replied that it was agreed. Only then let him not think of backing up. The chips flew up. Pointing to the table, the old man shouted that it was even possible, to which the protagonist replied that it was quiet. Let him calm down. Since he won, then let him tell. The man sat down on a chair. June looked surprised to hear what he had heard about humanoid races. Looking at the hero, the old man heard that he was referring to monsters that resemble humans and move on two legs, to which he replied that this was the case before, but after the opening of the second floor, the vocabulary of the humanoid races had changed. The creature looked ahead. It was heard that at present, the beings they call the humanoid race have intelligence and are even able to communicate with humans. The hero opened his eyes in amazement and asked what it meant that he could talk to an orc, and then thought that in his mind, orcs were monsters that could only scream loudly. Looking straight ahead, the blacksmith said that among the humanoids there have been groups with low intelligence for a long time. It is impossible to exchange information with them. To which the protagonist asked that this is how. Looking to the side, June asked what but why he suddenly started talking about it, to which he replied that he himself asked about tea. The glass was on the table, and it was heard that this Agarite tea was made from tea leaves grown by elves. Looking at the glass, the MC asked that then he would also be able to find it if he went up to the second floor, to which the man replied that he would not be able to even if he gave millions, because no connection had yet been established with elves with intelligence. After looking at the notification, the protagonist asked that exactly, while he was here, he could take a look at one thing. Holding the sphere in his hands, he added that he didn't accidentally know what it was. Frowning, the blacksmith replied that he was not a wise man in the bell tower. How could he know everything? Crossing his arms, he said that he was aware that this orb was a thing of the elves, to which June asked what was what, how did he know this? Looking straight ahead, the old man said that to explain briefly, he had met with an elder of the elf tribe. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at the man, he asked what it meant that he was on the second floor, to which the man replied that he did not go up there himself. The blacksmith left the room, and they heard him lift it up. The protagonist's gaze froze and he thought that the creatures from the second floor could go down, and the old man said that he should not tell everyone about it. Closing his eyes, the blacksmith said that it was a first-level secret, to which June replied that he realized he could continue. An image of a creature appeared. It was heard that elves are mystical creatures with a specific energy. The sphere was on the table, and the man said that the intellectual power that he saw was similar to the energy of water, earth, or trees. This power was part of Mother Nature. He also felt this energy in the ball. Looking at it, the hero asked what it turned out to be an elven thing, to which he replied that if he was interested in what this object represented, let him go to a place where he could meet elves. Raising his eyebrows, the blacksmith said that among the elven items there was a thing through which you could get the energy of the world tree, and he would be able to learn something if he was lucky. The protagonist stood up and replied that it was okay, he would ask the secretary how he could meet the elves. June closed his eyes when he heard that he should not disappear for long. Smirking, the hero thought that he was still pretending to be cold, and the man said that he should not be too upset. Picking up the box, he added that his grandfather simply did not know how to express his emotions. Taking the box, the protagonist replied that everything is fine, it happens, but what is it? To which the man replied that tea leaves. Holding the box in his hands, June heard what his grandfather had asked me to give him. He had never cared so much about strangers. It seemed that he liked him very much. Looking at the man, he replied that he should tell him that he was very grateful, to which he replied approvingly, and said that he had more. Waving his hands, he added that no, nothing, he would soon find out everything himself. Have a good trip. Cars drove along the road, and a question was heard about the dark elves. Sitting behind the wheel, the girl said that yes, this is the name of the fallen elves who betrayed the world tree. These monsters live as a separate tribe, and the gates in which they live have a very high level of difficulty to capture. A vessel with liquid appeared, and she added that if she was lucky, they could get a cure from Lair, the elixir of youth, in their village, to which the protagonist replied that it was a good report. Looking to the side, Cha said that the gate where the dark elves appeared was in England at the moment. They were called the Wild Forest. He was interested in it, to which he replied that at the moment, yes. The hero looked at the notification, hearing that then the following information would be useful to him. An image of a man appeared, and the protagonist thought that the Chanhai Guild, after all, he happened to meet them during the capture of the Flaming Dunes Gate. June opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that yes, in addition to the Jiangai Guild, there would be players from all over the world, to which he asked what was from all over the world, what was known about the gate. A forest appeared, and the girl said that they were in England, in the city of Grantham. The condition for the capture was the elimination of the Dark Elf tribe. Only players of the 20th and 30th levels could enter this gate, and the restriction was on command. The hero raised his eyebrows when he heard that there were 200 people, to which he said that wow. A view of the house opened. The glass flew into the wall. Looking to the side, the guy asked that the guard dog squad had been destroyed. Looking at the ghost, he asked what nonsense he was talking about, to which the spirit replied that it was true. Standing next to the young man, the ghost said that of course, the necromancer could not contact any of the members of the squad, not yet confirmed, but it seemed that they were attacked by June. Frowning, the young man thought that damn, this is a problem, he cares so much about his students. It was raining outside the window, and I thought that not only were they stubbornly pursued by a sword master, but there was also such a thing. Looking straight ahead, the spirit heard the reaction from the association, to which he replied that he had published June's report, but I'm not sure anyone would believe the story that the watchdog squad was attacked by a newcomer who had debuted 2 months ago. Someone knocked on the door. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he was an unexpected guest. The doors opened slightly. The young man's eyes widened. The spirit looked away in amazement. Lightning struck from the sky. Standing at the entrance, the old man asked that he was Call. The guy opened his eyes in fright. The man furrowed his brows. The thought arose that it was Najit. Call closed his eyes when he heard that he had studied his report. His students had indeed killed June, To which he replied that this was the state of affairs, did not know how it was possible. Suddenly, a blow flew to him. The young man hit the wall. Frowning, he wheezed. Holding his staff in his hands, Najit asked what he said he did not know. He thought he had come here to hear such an answer. The guy opened his eyes wide and shouted that he really didn't know, but, looking at him, the old man heard that if he gave him a chance, he would find the bastard June and bring him to him. He rolled his eyes. The particles weakened the boy's neck. Suddenly, Call fell to the ground. Standing in front of him, Najit said that he had 6 months. Let him bring him to him within 6 months. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that in order for him to be able to drag him to the 2nd floor, he must possess at least the 30th level, as a beginner can do in 6 months. Looking at him, the magician replied that he should not be mistaken. Sitting on the floor, Call heard that his life was at stake, so he advised him to do his best. He stood up and said that it was a curse. Ghost looked away after hearing that he should find the ranger, to which he replied that the ranger could help use the interdimensional elevator without the association's supervision. Standing in front of him, the young man heard that it was so, to which he replied approvingly. Frowning, Call said that but first he had to be thrown off his tail. He would personally go down to the 1st floor. The plane was flying in the air. A view of the castle opened up. The bag was on the bed. It was heard that he had safely reached the hotel, to which the hero replied that yes, all thanks to the care of the secretary. The protagonist put his hand on his side, hearing why he left in a hurry. If the capture of the gate will take place only in 3 days, to which he replied that there are several small gates in the area. He wants to capture them and at the same time warm up. The girl looked away, having heard the question that there were 200 people, to which she replied that yes, some kind of problem. Notifications appeared. It was said that after the appearance of the gate, and players in this world, a system suddenly appeared. The man was holding the scales in his hands. The thought arose that it was extremely fair and made so that the level of difficulty of capturing the gate was the same for both players and monsters. People were holding weapons in their hands, and the protagonist thought that since 200 people could enter this gate, in other words, it could be understood that the difficulty level was prohibitively high. Putting his hand to his face, June thought that it was impossible to fight to protect all the 200 people, this gate. Clenching his fist, he added that it would be more difficult to capture them than usual. People were standing near the portal. The spectators stood behind the fence. Smiling, the girl said that the energy radiating from the players is simply incredible. The man frowned. It was heard that the most powerful fighters of different nationalities had gathered here, and also a huge amount of equipment that she had never seen in their country. Turning her head, she said that he should take a look too. Minu turned when he heard the address. He gritted his teeth tightly when he heard that he was looking for the player junior. Standing next to him, the girl said that a little more, and his neck would come off, to which he replied what to do, because he was so waiting for this moment. People looked at the monster. It was heard that the capture of a flame fox, then they also saw it in action. Lowering his gaze, the guy asked that it was a shocking sight, wasn't it? He even felt ashamed that he had always chosen simple and comfortable paths. Clenching his fist, he added that this time he would show him his improved image, to which the girl exclaimed. The hero was standing in front of a man. It was heard that the player June was there. He clicked on the notification. He looked to the side when he heard the address. The guy was walking towards him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had participated in the capture of the flame fox, to which Manhwa replied that he remembered him. He was from the Jiangai Guild. Smirking, the hero said that he heard that he supported him after the capture was completed. Thank you, to which the young man said that he should thank him. Looking straight ahead, he added that, to tell the truth, he had come to him with a proposal. A gray sky appeared. It was heard that he was accidental. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he was not currently a member of any group. Raising his hand, Manhwa asked that if he hadn't joined anyone yet, he wouldn't want to join with their guild Jiangai during this takeover. Raising his eyebrows, the MC thought that the Jiangai Guild, and why not, was ineffective in this gate alone. After shaking hands with the guy, he thought there was no reason to refuse, and then said that they had agreed. People were standing in front of the portal. The players were smiling, looking straight ahead. People walked forward in silence. The hero stood at attention. The protagonist entered the gate. The squad left the portal. June was standing among the trees. Looking at the players, he wondered why everyone was leaving. Raising his eyebrows, the MC asked if the guilds involved in the takeover were not getting together to discuss strategy, to which Minu asked. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment after hearing that currently, thanks to the terminal, after entering the gate, it is not necessary to gather for a discussion, to which he asked. Holding the device in his hands, the guy said that the equipment uses a magical data network so that players who are far from each other can communicate with each other, to which June replied that this is why everyone dispersed after entering the gate. Smiling, the girl asked if he had come to them from the past in a time machine, to which Minu replied that he shouldn't embarrass him. Stretching out his hand forward, the young man said that he was late with the introduction. They were members of their group who belonged to the Jiangai Guild. The guy nodded his head when he heard that it was Choi, their healer, in addition to being in charge of recording inside the gate to get feedback after the capture, to which he replied that it was nice to meet you. The girl waved her hand after hearing that it was so. She is also called a spoiler man. Looking at the hero, she asked what to show him her abilities. The hero looked at her in surprise when he heard that he would look at his face. Suddenly her eyes lit up. The protagonist lowered his gaze and thought that she was not looking at him. Suddenly, So exclaimed in amazement, and shouted that he was just something. June opened his eyes in surprise to hear that he had single-handedly dealt with 10 dark elves, to which he asked that she had the skill of divination. Smirking, Manhwa replied that yes, by looking at a person, she could see their near future, but once she used the skill, she had to wait to use it again, and she had to tell her interlocutor about what she had seen. Such were the limitations, to which the girl said that otherwise she could suffer a serious punishment. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that predicting the future was an extremely rare skill. During the period of the gloomy ghost on Earth, only 10 people had it. Perhaps she would also be able to find out about his friends. He shuddered when he heard that it was for reference. Smirking, So said that her skill was only like a preview, she couldn't see the very distant future, and the prediction was sometimes wrong, since there were always variables in the future. Standing in front of the hero, Minu said that but with her help they are able to act much more consistently, to which the protagonist replied that it is possible to prepare if he knows about the upcoming threats, and he added that it is true. The young man closed his eyes and said that they would continue the performance. He had the skill of physical strength, and then asked that he had the skill of good weaponry. The balance in their group was perfectly distributed, he had a good feeling. Standing in the middle of the forest, he added that then they would slowly begin to move out. They needed to build a means of communication, so they needed to set up camp in a suitable place, to which June replied approvingly. A man stuck the device in the ground. Looking down, the guy said that if you stick a terminal into the ground like this, a magical means of communication will appear. Radar appeared. It was heard that it was a group of fangs. They are still conducting reconnaissance. But they did not find the Dark Elves in the east. The Blue Spear Guild also has nothing yet. The Dark Elves were frightened and hid. Looking at the notification, Manhwa said that the Jiangai Guild was also searching the area to the east. Let them know when they found the Dark Elves. Standing beside him, the hero heard that this was how the gate was being scouted, to which So asked that since they had not yet encountered either the Dark Elves or other groups, it turned out that the number of people here was small. They looked to the side when they heard that it was a little strange. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that the territory of the gate is too vast, so it is impossible to say for sure about the small number of people present. At the moment about 200 players have scattered and are exploring the surroundings, but it is suspicious that no one has noticed the Dark Elves yet. Looking at him, the player asked if they were really scared and hiding. Standing at attention, June said that the Dark Elves were overconfident monsters. Even if they were ordered to hide the fact that there were few of them, they would not just stand by while someone was prowling their territory. Raising his hand, he added that due to the time limit, she couldn't use the divination skill yet rightly. In that case, his skirmish with the Dark Elves that she had seen happen at what time it had happened. Putting her hand to her face, So replied that she didn't know the exact time, but it was dark around, so it was most likely at night. The players looked at the hero. The guy exclaimed in bewilderment when he heard that it was interesting. The hero touched the notification. He sat down abruptly to the ground. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that most likely the Dark Elves were planning a night assault. Even if they turned everything upside down, they would not be able to find them. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that then she should tell the other guilds about it, to which June said that well, of course they could. But it was unlikely that they would believe it. First he would take a little nap, then they would take turns resting. A view of the forest opened up. It was heard that because a very interesting night was coming, a glow appeared in the middle of the forest. Sitting by the fire, the player said that with the onset of darkness, goosebumps ran down his body with fear if the Dark Elves made a night assault. What should they do? To which the man replied that yes, don't make him laugh. Smirking, he added that these types were not even famous for their strength. They were just fallen beings who had gnawed the roots of the world tree. They lacked the slightest intelligence, so they were not even able to talk to each other. Laughing, the guy asked what he thought. Such creatures are able to plan a military situation, to which the player replied that yes. Behind him he heard a rustle. Suddenly the soldier turned around. The man looked frightened and turned around. The creature's eye lit up. Wolf took a step forward. Looking at him, the young man asked that it was a wolfhound. Standing in front of the beasts, he added that he should relax. This is just a small thing that is even afraid of fire, so they are not dangerous, to which the magician replied that there are still a lot of them, so it is a little scary. Smiling, the guy asked that they were definitely afraid of fire. The beast looked ahead. It was heard that they had come so close and did not move a step. The man suddenly looked up in surprise. The player's eyes widened. Looking at him, the man turned. He looked in amazement when he heard that he should wake the guys, to which he asked again. Turning around, the guy shouted for him to wake up the others right now. The creatures stood on the branches of trees. The hero suddenly woke up. He stood up abruptly. The protagonist was sitting on the ground. Looking at him, the girl asked that he had already woken up. Sitting next to the hero, Seo said that as long as everything was calm, she could sleep longer, to which June asked what about the others. Looking at her watch, she added that they had decided to keep in touch every 30 minutes with those on the night watch. It was time to contact them. A radar appeared, and it sounded strange. There was an error in the magic network. Looking at the hero, So said that no one has contacted them yet, to which the hero replied that perhaps they simply did not succeed. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that probably to the guys. A forest appeared. It was heard that guests had already arrived. Notifications appeared that the Night Hunter skill was activated. All feelings were sharpened. The animals looked ahead. Grinning, June thought that the unintelligent dark elves riding tame wolfhounds were making a night raid. How interesting. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that she should wake up the leader, to which she asked that at such a late hour, but she could not see anything beyond her nose. Suddenly, the wolfhound opened its mouth wide, so turned in his direction. Suddenly, the hero waved his weapon. The elf looked in amazement. Looking at the flames, the protagonist said that it looked creepy. Frowning, he thought that he couldn't use the sword made by Quan for such a petty thing, and then said that he should wake up the others quickly. Looking at the beasts, the protagonist said that they had already been surrounded. Suddenly the elves began to attack. In fact, the blow came. MC swung his weapon. The wolfhound opened its mouth wide. The hero struck at the monsters. The elf began to attack from behind. The protagonist looked away. Red particles appeared around the arm. A glow appeared on the hero's body. The monster froze behind him. Grinning, June thought that they were right. Blood is not water. As he stabbed, he added that he really liked the functionality of the black armor that Quan had made in Quan's workshop. The hero looked at the note. The thought arose that he had disposed of the resources at his own discretion, so it was decided to make armor from the bones of the nameless dragon that he asked to use, and the letter said that this armor was forged at the request of the chairman of the Shim Association. He gave it a simple name, Black Armor. Standing at attention, he thought that the gate would be seized, and he would definitely return and thank him, no matter what. The elves looked at him in fear. Smiling, June said that he could see what they were thinking right now, and then thought that one of the two would have to be accidentally missed so that he could chase him into the woods. Minu held off the monster's attack, and the hero thought that only then would it be possible to use the confession of a dead man's skill unnoticed. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked that whoever has a thin gut, he will painlessly send them straight to the next world. Suddenly the creature rushed forward. June struck him. The elf looked in amazement when he heard that it was great, so he was left alone. Looking straight ahead, the MC said that he should run as fast as he could, let him try to escape from him. A view of the dark sky opened. Looking at the corpse of the monster, the protagonist thought that, as expected, their leader was on a completely different level. The creature sat on the throne, and he added that he had heard that the elf who gnawed the roots of the world tree in exchange for power had completely destroyed his intellect, but at the same time his mind remained completely unharmed. Raising his eyebrows, June thought that aside from the leader, the remaining 1,000 dark elves were a danger to other players, and the existence of the elf's dark guardian protecting the king could not be neglected. The hero scratched his head. Turning around, the guy asked that he had already finished. Looking at him, the MC replied that yes, one had escaped, so I had to follow him to finish him off, to which Minu said that by the way, about the night attack, his guesses turned out to be correct. He was sorry that he did not help him in time. Gritting his teeth, June said that everything was fine, there was no need to blame himself, and then thought that the Jiangai Guild had dealt with the wolfhounds, and they were doing their duty well. So looked frightened when she heard that it was exactly how things were in the other camps, to which she replied that she could not contact anyone, either they were fighting now or they were no longer alive. Turning around, the hero said that then they would hurry up, to which Minu asked what he meant. Turning around, he replied that they could save at least one person. The creatures attacked the players. The man fell to the ground. The guy opened his eyes in fright and asked for help. The elf swung his weapon, and he shouted that he did not want to die in vain. The spear rushed forward. The weapon stuck near the man's head. The creature fell to the ground. The hero swung his sword. Blood spurted up. Looking at the protagonist, the young man turned. He looked frightened and asked that he had come, because he saw a signal for help, and the guy shouted that he was fine. Holding the man's hand, the leader said that they were alive, to which the player replied that yes, they, like him, survived only thanks to him. After bowing, the fighter said that it was true, thank you very much, he had saved the lives of the members of the Blue Whale Guild, to which the protagonist replied that it was not worth it, more importantly, how many they lost. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that the 5 comrades, it was all his fault, how could he now repay for the people who died in vain? June stood silently in front of him. Minu looked surprised and said that they were late, and Seo added that even though they were running as fast as they could. Standing in front of the player, the hero said that since everyone was assembled, now they were heading east, the Blue Whale Guild should go north. Looking at him, the young man asked again, to which he replied that many squads were still fighting, he should quickly re-equip and help the others, they should minimize losses. The camp appeared, and the thought arose that there were about 500 dark elves left in the settlement. About half of the elves had made a night raid, which meant that they would have held out this night, and they had every chance of winning. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the players should therefore unite and act in unison, and then said that they should move north and gather all the survivors along the way, then meet in the east. The guy looked down and objected, to which the protagonist replied that he was well aware that it was difficult to continue fighting when he had lost his comrades. However, standing in front of him, June said that one way or another they had to go. If they were attacked one by one, they would definitely be all killed, and then no one would survive this battle. The young man raised his eyebrows when he heard that in the end they would not only be able to take revenge, in the next world they would not even dare to dream about it, to which he thought that revenge for their fallen comrades. Standing at attention, the player said that he was grateful for bringing them to their senses. From now on, the Blue Whale Guild would follow Mr. June's plan of the new star of the Republic of Korea. The man was sitting near the tree. The young man gritted his teeth and exclaimed. A wound appeared on his leg, and it sounded like damn dark elves had put poison on the arrowhead. The wolfhounds walked forward, and someone shouted that it was a curse, these dirty and vile creatures. The animal's eyes lit up. The guy pointed his gun and said that he was a proud member of the Bravo Guild. Looking at the monster, he shouted that he would take at least one wolf with him to the next world. Suddenly the beast bit him on the arm. The pistol buried itself in the body of the beast. Suddenly a shot thundered. Sitting on the ground, the player said that it was a curse. He didn't even have the strength left to raise the gun. The animals ran forward, and he added that in the end he would die. The monsters began to run away rapidly. Suddenly, they were hit. The animal's body was attacked. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. The hero waved his weapon. The thought arose that he was he. Looking at the player, the man said that this is the brat, so this is where he was. Sitting near the tree, the young man said that he was alive. He thought that everything was over, to which he replied that he should not move. The player closed his eyes when he heard that he also survived only thanks to June. He helped in finding him. First they would heal him, and then they would go to say hello to the other members of the guild. He gritted his teeth as he listened to the fact that tonight's gate takeover. The hero put his hand to his face. It was heard that he would have failed miserably. He would not have been with them. There was a view of the camp. Members of the detachment were having lunch. Bringing food to his mouth, the protagonist thought that the critical moment was over. They had suffered losses due to the night raid, but there were still 150 people left alive. Looking straight ahead, he added that on the other hand, the dark elf camp had been roughly halved. People were holding weapons in their hands. The thought arose that now they would not even think of crawling out of their territory. They needed to do everything possible to strengthen the defensive position. Stretching his hands forward, the man shouted that he should hurry up to capture the gate, and June thought that they should take the first step, but the problem is that the healer was sitting next to the player. It was heard that a member of their team was in critical condition. They did not have a healer to cure him of the poison, so he could barely hold on. The young man raised his hands when he heard that he needed to quickly seize the gate and take him to the hospital with the best healers, to which he replied that he understood his feelings, but it was unwise to carry out a quick attack when the other teams were not yet ready. The hero lowered his head when he heard that one wounded man was not worth the victim of an entire raid, to which he thought that how could an attack be organized at all when they were constantly squabbling. Looking at him, Minu asked what he thought. Looking at the players, he said that either they continue to provide assistance to the victims until each of the teams goes into combat mode, or they carry out a rapid capture. Which option is the most effective in this situation, in their opinion? The protagonist closed his eyes and said that well, there are pros and cons in both cases, but the man smiled when he heard that he thought it was necessary to continue the capture immediately, to which he replied that it was as he thought. Healer sat next to the guy, and it sounded like that didn't mean they had to take the risk and sacrifice everything to save one wounded man. Looking down, June said that the reason to continue the capture was the longer they were here, the more disadvantageous their position was. The young man looked at him in amazement, and asked that he had a reason to reason like that. Turning his head, the hero replied that it was not difficult to guess, given the morals of the Dark Elves, of whom he had probably already heard. The leaves appeared. It was heard that they should think of a clear strategy to minimize losses, and judging by the raid last night, he had to accept that this forest was not ordinary at all. Eyes lit up in the sky, and someone said that the Dark Elves, whose intelligence had been destroyed, had taken collective military action, which meant that they had a suppressive being who gave them orders. The girl put her hand to her face when she heard that this creature uses anything to control the Dark Elves, be it intelligence or strength, to which she replied that it was understandable that the very fact of the night raid was strange, not exactly what might happen inside the gate. Raising his hand up, the guy asked, well then, assuming that there were about 500 Dark Elves left, what about the Wolfhounds? It wouldn't be too difficult to deal with the trained Wolfhounds, but still. Looking to the side, the protagonist replied that since the Wolfhounds were no longer alive, he could not worry. People looked at him in amazement and asked again, to which June replied that they should remember what happened during the rescue of the last player. The hero was holding a weapon in his hands. It was heard that they had not forgotten what size the Wolfhound was chasing him. It was not an adult predator, but just a baby. The corpse of the beast lay on the ground, and someone said that it meant that the Dark Elves had lost all the adult Wolfhounds, and they had to mobilize even the babies. The players smiled when they heard that therefore they would not be able to make a massive night raid, but this did not mean that the elves would be inactive. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that once they had completed their preparations, they would make a small-scale raid. Holding the glass in his hands, he added that they would attack their camp again with poison arrows and then escape. Lack of provisions, uncomfortable sleeping quarters, lack of numbers, their resources would begin to dwindle and their ranks would dwindle. Standing at attention, June said that after they played for time and decided that victory was already on their side, they would immediately swoop down on the whole village. The guy looked at him in amazement, and replied that it was clear that what he said made sense. Looking at the man, he added that he should apologize for that time, just their lives were at stake, to which the player said that it was okay, let him forgive them for being too stubborn in their rightness. Watching them, the hero thought that it seemed that they had reconciled, so looked away when she heard the address. A view of the forest opened up, an offer to talk was heard. Taking a step forward, the girl asked why he called her, to which the protagonist asked that she could already use the divination skill. Standing in front of him, Seo replied that of course she could take a look, to which June replied approvingly. Suddenly her eyes lit up. The creatures were standing in front of the cave. It sounded that they had found their tree. Tomorrow they would go east to deal with the dark elves. People were fighting monsters, and the girl said that as he said, there are still quite a few of them. Wide-eyed, she added that there was a dark elf among them who had very bad energy. Looking at her, the hero heard that in his entourage, in addition to the rest of the elves, he saw 5 well-armed fighters. The hero's gaze froze and he thought that probably there was a leader and a dark elf knight. Yesterday's information about the enemy did not really help him. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that thank you, let him share what he saw with the others, and then thought that he was interested in something else, so it was still a little annoying. Looking at him, Seo replied approvingly. June lowered his gaze when he heard that there was something like ice in his hands. It was an artifact. A view of the forest opened up. He heard that yes, that's right, she thought she was very cold, let her go back to the camp, he would like to think in silence. The girl began to leave. The hero stood still, thinking that he had no idea that their leader was so strong, but he would even have to use the freezing skill. The protagonist looked at the crystal. A clear sky appeared. Standing in front of the guy, the player said that last night, their guild's scouting party had discovered their base. Just as So had said, the existence of the leader and the dark elves of the knights had been confirmed. Raising his eyebrows, he added that the dark elves who were at the entrance had lost their intelligence, and were just leaning around the area. Min looked surprised to hear that the leader sat on the throne in the center, and the others lined up in battle positions around him. The man put his hand to his face after hearing that they had to strike first before they completed the formation, to which he replied that the player June was right, they needed to prepare for the capture as soon as possible. June stretched his hands. People were watching him. Looking to the side, the hero asked that everyone was done with the preparations. Minu smirked when he heard this. The players stood still. The guy frowned when he heard that 147 people, not counting the wounded, had completed their preparations. The hero stood in front of people. Frowning, he said that then we would go. A view of the forest opened up. The party was standing in the middle of the forest, and it sounded like a dark elf settlement. Looking to the side, the knight asked what exactly was somewhere here. A tree house appeared, and the thought arose that the dark elves, suffering from the sun's rays because of the curse of the world tree, lived underground and dug tunnels to avoid the light. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this is why it is customary for them to dig dozens of tunnels leading underground and connected to the surface. He was standing in front of the cave. Standing behind him, Minu said that there was only one entrance, and the girl added that it was the first time she had seen anything like this. Standing at attention, June replied that it seemed that their leader was a very smart guy. Looking to the side, he added that since it was only possible to enter in one place, it would be difficult to turn back. On the other hand, if they did not deal with all the dark elves, they would not be able to approach the leader. People looked at him in bewilderment when they heard that they would come in. Torches burned on the walls. People were descending a long staircase. The guy looked away in surprise. A huge hall appeared. The elves stood still before each other. Lowering her head, the girl said that she assumed that the battle would take place in a place like a small ant's nest, but to which the mage replied that there was such a huge space inside the tunnel. In such a scenario, a large-scale battle could not be avoided. Monsters were standing in the hall. More than 500 dark elves were heard, and the guy sitting at the back. The creature sat on a throne. He leaned his face on his fist. The guys looked at him in fright. The girl opened her eyes in amazement, hearing that, on the contrary, everything was going according to plan. He was worried that they would be surrounded and forced to defend themselves. But since there was such a structure here, the clash would just happen face to face. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that they would try and catch 4 of them each. Lowering his head, he added that what if you think about it? People looked in amazement when they heard that such a large-scale boss must have the elixir of youth. A capsule with a potion appeared. I heard that he was talking about the very elixir, the medicine of the elves, which can revive even the dead. Smiling, the protagonist asked that if they found the elixir, they would divide it according to the degree of contribution to the capture. Apparently he was talking to himself. People were standing on the cliff. The squad raised their weapons. It was heard that they were advancing. Let them prepare for action, to which June thought that he finally saw the right mood on their faces. The creatures stood still. The monsters suddenly looked to the side. The elf's eyes widened. People began to run in their direction. The guy struck at the monster. The monster held back the man's attack. They fought with each other. In fact, the blow came. His head was cut in half. Looking to the side, the young man asked what kind of speed it was. Holding the weapon in his hands, the player said that but he had heard that he had only recently become a player, to which the guy replied that damn it, he would not be able to keep up with him. Minu rushed forward. He held back the monster's blow. The creatures began to attack him. The player looked away. Turning around, the hero said that it was dangerous for him to be here. Let him stay in the rear. The supervisor looked at him in surprise and asked that he wanted to make his way alone. This was crazy. Turning his head, the MC said that he often commits madness as it is. Minu froze in bewilderment. The protagonist walked forward, and he thought that he knew that the desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with this man was greed, but looking straight ahead, the young man thought that he still had a long way to go. June turned around when he heard that he would definitely not be far behind next time. The hero's gaze froze. He smirked and thought that he was already waiting for the next meeting. The creature was standing in front of him. The knights held weapons in their hands. Looking at them, June said that the dark elves are knights. Apparently they are a little different from that petty. Raising his hand, he added that then he too. Smiling, the hero said that he would use the appropriate weapon. Imagining the earthy forms of the tree and the elf in his mind, June mused that the dark elf knights were the ones who had defended the kingdom before its fall. Visualizing the blade emitting a fairy spirit, the boy reasoned that not only were they skilled with the blade, but they could also use the power of powerful spirits, and in his current state, he would not be able to fight them. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist said that now their contract with the spirits was terminated, so they were no longer his opponents, and using only swords, they would give him a great chance to deal with several of them at once. With a snide grin, June added that he had never met someone who wielded a sword better than him in his life. At the same moment, the dark elf swung his blade. Noticing this, the boy jumped to the side, dodging the blow. The protagonist looked seriously in front of him. At the same moment, the defender of the forest rushed into the attack. The monster made another blow, which June dodged. Suddenly, the boy noticed something to the side of him. Then a blade slit appeared in front of him. Sharply leaning down, the protagonist managed to dodge this lunge. Looking at his opponent's sword, June thought that it was enough to hit the target, and they would hardly be able to collect their bones. Looking into the dark elf's eyes, the boy reasoned that in this battle, just one hit on the enemy meant that he would never wake up from eternal sleep again. With a crazy expression on his face, the protagonist realized that he had not experienced such excitement for a long time. Immediately afterward, June swung his blade. With a deft blow of his sword, he cut off his opponent's hand. The defender of the forest did not even understand what had happened. A moment later, his hand fell to the ground beside him. Noticing the absence of his limb, the dark elf wanted to run away. At the same time, the boy stepped on his foot. About to deliver another blow with the blade, the protagonist asked how far he was going, and stated that this would not work. At the same moment, June pierced his opponent. The elven knights watched in fright as their kin fell lifeless to the ground. Looking at the emotionless zombie monsters, the boy noticed that this was inevitable, because if this was all they were capable of, then he was even a little disappointed. Wiping the blood from his face, the protagonist said that you need to try at least a little. Suddenly, June noticed something to the side. At this time, his allies were fighting against monsters that turned out to be stronger, and the boy thought that this was great, because they were still holding up well. At the same moment, the elf archer fired his weapon. His arrow hit the girl's shoulder. Minu, noticing her falling to the ground after taking damage, shouted that they had wounded. Looking at the guy with glasses who was using his healing magic, the leader asked where the healer was and asked to call him there while he asked him to wait at least a little. Using healing magic on wounded warriors, the healer claimed that he was treating the wounded there for the time being. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after hearing this, Minu noted that there were too many of them. Looking at the huge number of elves in front of him, the leader asked how many were left. At the same moment, the frightened sorcerer said that there were about 4 opponents for each person, and he did not expect that the confrontation of 100 people against 500 elves would be like this, because these bastards distribute the load, replacing each other on the front line. Looking seriously in front of him, the man with the blade stated that they must have killed 100 elves, but you can't even say that for sure, and if things continued like this, they would be the first to run out of steam. Suddenly looking at Mina standing aside, the warrior explained that he needed to break through so that they did not have time to replace each other. Suddenly, the magician saw something in front of him. At the same moment, the elves began to look around in surprise, and the sorcerer asked why they began to behave so strangely. Suddenly, the zombie knight noticed something in front of him. Immediately afterward, the monster rushed towards the people. With a deft swing of the blade, the man destroyed him and asked what they were up to and why he had fled for no reason. At the same moment, the guys saw how the dark elf knight was destroying his own allies. With a deft swing of his blade, he managed to destroy several monsters. The dark elf knight continued to make his way through the crowds of his kin. Dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, the man thought that they were brandishing swords and didn't even worry about their tribesmen dying, and he didn't understand what was going on at all. At the same moment, he noticed June moving across the battlefield at a tremendous speed. Looking at the boy with a serious expression, the man wondered what he was doing there. Holding the magic tome in his hands, the blue-robed mage declared that he was not just setting the dinner table, but literally feeding them with a spoon, while also blowing on the food, while the man with the sword said that he thought that he could cope with a hefty job on his own. At the same moment, Manu, fixing his menacing gaze on the others, said that he needed to come to his senses when life and death were at stake. There was no room for pride. With a serious expression on his face, the manager explained that now they had a chance, so they had to take it and defeat the enemy. Immediately after that, he, together with the steel, rushed to attack. Watching everything from the sidelines, June thought that he had helped them quite well, and that should be enough. At the same moment, a dark elf knight appeared behind him, performing his blow. With a deft movement of his hand, the boy repelled his attack. Looking at the surprised zombie monster, the protagonist told him not to bother him, because he knew how stubbornly he pursued him. Swinging his blade, June explained that this was why he would send him to the next world painlessly. At this time, the leader of the Dark Elves sat on his throne to the side. The elder, with an emotionless expression on his face, watched everything that was happening. Watching the protagonist destroy his subordinates, the elven chief reflected that he could no longer look at it, because they used to be creatures with outstanding appearance and intelligence. Seeing his knight screaming loudly in pain, the leader noticed that they were nothing more than a bunch of ugly monsters now. Watching June plunge his blade into the Dark Elf Knight, the tribal leader realized that they were now easily dying at the hands of humans, and their former glory had turned into a legend that everyone would eventually forget. Having dealt with the next enemy, the boy slowly walked forward. He walked between the corpses of monsters, says that in his lifetime this is the first battle in which he is confronted by so many opponents, and there are no cockroaches. Looking seriously in front of him, the Dark Elf chief told him not even to dare to talk in front of him about their cursed creatures. Looking at him with indifference, June asked that apparently the elves, who protect in nature, don't like cockroaches either, and perhaps this is because they are dark elves. At the same moment, the leader of the monsters stood up from his throne while the boy asked if he knew that they were like them, and how he became disgusted with his compatriots. Armed with his own, the leader of the Dark Elves declared that he was not going to talk to him for a long time and asked to raise his sword, a man. Hearing this, the protagonist held out his blade in front of him. Grinning mischievously, June suggested that we attack him first. Looking at him menacingly after such words, the leader of the monsters called him an arrogant person. The monster leader was standing in front of June. Suddenly, the Dark Elf chieftain raised his blade. Noticing this, the boy was very surprised, because he recognized the rack. Looking at the leader of the monsters, the protagonist reflected that this is a special sword technique that borrows the power of nature of Genius Manus. As he continued to observe his opponent, June reasoned that it could only be used by elves who possess the power of spirits. When his opponent abruptly disappeared from his seat, the boy thought that she was useless to the fallen Dark Elves. A moment later, the protagonist had to parry the attack with a deft movement of the blade. Crossing his blades with him, the Dark Elf chief clucked in displeasure. Immediately after that, he jumped back. Taking this blow, June looked at his trembling hand and finally understood. Looking at the monster leader pulling his blade aside, the boy thought that the technique perfected specifically for the Dark Elves and his original skill with the sword. Smiling mischievously, the protagonist assumed that with its help he could read the enemy's breathing, which is very interesting. Looking gravely ahead, the Dark Elf chieftain assumed that this pathetic little man must be able to swing his sword only when he was not scratching his tongue. A moment later, the two crossed their blades again. The leader of the monsters struck with his sword, and June dodged it. They then deftly moved around the main hall during their battle. The boy swung his sword to strike again. He managed to make a double cut in the enemy. After receiving a blow, the Dark Elf chieftain jumped back. With his serious gaze forward, the protagonist mused that he was fast and strong, but did not feel the overwhelming power he saw in the Dark Elf's memories. At the same moment, the monster leader was breathing heavily as he watched his opponents. Suddenly, he looked at his kin who were being killed by humans. Then the Dark Elf chief noticed one of his subordinates lying unconsciously on the ground. Bleeding, the leader of the monsters said with the last of his strength that his tribesmen were brainless bastards who blindly believed and followed such a fool as him to the end. Remembering the events of the past when they were true elves, the chieftain reflected that he only wanted to return with them to their former glorious past and correct the mistakes made. The red-robed priest towered over the Dark Elf king and said that this was just a ridiculous death, and if he really wanted to fulfill his wish, he would have to face and defeat not thousands of enemies. Immediately afterward, the chief of the tribe opened his mouth and screamed loudly in pain, realizing that he would not be defeated again. Releasing a huge amount of green energy, the Dark Elf chieftain reasoned that the only possible outcome for him was victory. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, June couldn't believe that the energy had changed. At the same moment, an opponent appeared in front of him, who was about to strike. Noticing this, the boy was very frightened. With a deft movement of the blade, he managed to block the opponent's attack at the last moment. After taking damage, the protagonist flew into the wall. He would then cough up blood because of the pain. Suddenly, June saw the monster leader approaching him again. The Dark Elf chieftain struck again with his blade, and the boy dodged sharply. Looking frightened in front of him, the protagonist realized that here she was. Looking at the powerful king towering over him, June mused that it was a powerful force that he had seen in the Dark Elf's memories. Realizing the hopelessness of his own situation, the boy took out a pistol from his inventory. Jumping back, he fired several shots at the enemy. With a deft swing of his blade, the Dark Elf chieftain was able to cut the bullet in half. A moment later, the monster leader crossed his blade with June, noticing that it was too low to cheat. Due to their collision, green and purple energies were spread throughout the area. The two warriors continued to fight each other. Suddenly, the boy's leg began to tremble from the exertion. Noticing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure, reasoning that he was able to restrain himself with the last of his strength only thanks to the armor of the Black Dragon, and he would no longer be able to fight, hiding his strength. Looking at the people who were watching their battle from the sidelines, June realized that there were too many eyes. At the same moment, the other people also began to look in front of them. Suddenly, the Dark Elf chieftain waved his leg. A moment later, a strong blow fell on the boy. After taking damage, the protagonist flew into the wall. Because of this, stones began to fall from it. June sat near the wall and did not move at all. Looking at his chest, the boy noticed that his rib had shifted. At the same moment, the monster leader slowly began to approach him. Noticing this, the protagonist tried to move his hand. Watching the Dark Elf chieftain swing his blade, June knew he needed to get up quickly. A moment later, an unknown sound reverberated through the area. At the same moment, ordinary warriors rushed to attack the monster leader with great speed and forged his blade. Looking menacingly in front of him, Minu said that he needed to cover the player June. By summoning magic chains with their energy, the sorcerers were ordered to keep firing and not retreat. Noticing how much the others were trying to protect him, June was very surprised. At the same moment, a healer ran up to the boy and began to use his energy, saying that the rib was broken, so it would take at least 30 minutes to restore it. Then several more healers approached the protagonist, who explained that they would also heal him, and maybe they had a low level, but it was better than nothing. A moment later, June was very surprised when the guy with glasses explained that even being in the rear guard, they saw everything. Looking happily in front of him, the healer told me that he had dealt with all the Dark Elven knights that were like monsters, and then fell through to the leader of the tribe, and it was a magnificent sight. Using his healing magic, the other doctors noticed that he seemed to be a rookie, having debuted 3 months ago, but had already learned how to fight so badly, while they were just afraid and worried about his image. While the rest of the squad tried to apprehend the Dark Elf chieftain, the healers added that only about 100 elves had survived, so now they would be able to help, because all that remained was to catch the leader, and the capture would finally be over. Noticing that June was trying to get up, the guy with glasses said that he could not move yet. Taking the handle of his blade, the boy said about 10 minutes. Looking menacingly in front of him, the protagonist stated that they should give him only 10 minutes. Watching the rest of the squad support the monster leader with all their strength, June asked to buy him 10 minutes until he recovered. The tanks of the enemy held on with the last of their strength, thinking that he needed 10 minutes. Looking frightened in front of him, the man thought that now, coming closer to him, he understood everything. Noticing the menacing gaze of the Dark Elf chieftain, the warrior realized that he was facing a real monster, and even if they attacked together, it was not a fact that they would win. Continuing to use magic chains, the sorcerer thought that June could overthrow the leader, because he fought with him almost on equal terms. Looking in front of him, the old man realized that if they held out for only 10 minutes, then everything would work out. Suddenly, Minu turned to the side when someone shouted to be careful. At the same moment, a rift created by green energy appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was the work of the leader of the monsters, who broke out of the encirclement. Running up to the leader, the man with the blade asked him to come to his senses, and he asked for forgiveness and thanked him. Turning back in displeasure, the old man begged them not to forget that their lives were at stake in this battle, but even if they only won a few minutes against this monster and died, it didn't matter, because they would protect their pride. Looking at the monster leader who was exuding sinister energy, the man with the blade in his hands ordered everyone to quickly take their positions to catch this guy. At the same moment, the Dark Elf chieftain stared menacingly before him, calling his opponents annoying insects. At the same moment, several swordsmen rushed towards him. With deft swings of his blade, the leader of the monsters managed to destroy them. Suddenly, spheres of fire appeared out of nowhere. Wielding his sword, the leader of the monsters destroyed the magic of his opponents, not understanding why they always resisted. Looking frightened in front of him, the guy said to carry the wounded to the rear. His ally noticed that they were still holding on. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the leader of the monsters wished them all a speedy death, and did not understand why he was nervous. Noticing an unknown purple energy behind all the other warriors, the elf chief wondered what he was afraid of. At the same moment, he noticed June's menacing gaze. Seeing him, the monster leader was very frightened. Immediately afterward, the Dark Elf chieftain gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Watching how the monster releases a huge amount of green energy, the guy noted that there were about 3 minutes left, and his ally noticed that everything was fine and they would definitely survive. A moment later, the leader of the monsters used his sword to destroy 2 of them. The remaining third guy was very frightened by the tornado of his allies. At the same time, other soldiers were also wounded. Splinters of swords and blood splatter scattered around the area. Looking frightened in front of him, the guy reflected that he had underestimated the situation, believing that the capture was almost over. Looking at the sinister leader of the Dark Elves exuding sinister energy, he realized that this first-class monster was like an entire region, and it would be in vain if they killed hundreds of elves but did not defeat him. After all that had happened, one of the knights clutched his head in fear. A man in a yellow jacket tried to get up from the ground with the last of his strength. Suddenly, the leader's gaze was drawn to an unknown person in the front, who asked if he had finished Rampage. With his mouth slightly open, June wondered why he didn't answer. Standing in front of his opponent, the boy repeated that he had asked if he had finished Rampage. With a look full of self-confidence, the protagonist thanked everyone and said that they had done a good job, and now they should leave him to him. Looking in surprise at the protagonist who stepped forward, the warriors asked if he was sure that he could cope alone, because it was better to attack together. Looking back in puzzlement, June stated that he would be fine, so the best should take care of the others, and mused that he should not forget to hide his abilities. At the same moment, the Dark Elf chieftain raised his blade above his head and called his opponents insignificant worms. Swinging his sword in front of him, the monster leader was about to destroy all of them in one blow. A moment later, green and purple energies reverberated through the area. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Minu called out to Mr. June. At this time, the entire cave was wrapped in dust and fragments of stones. A moment later, the guys saw a huge purple sphere and did not understand what it was. Knocking on it, the commander asked if it was a special technique of the leader, and asked the master if he was all right. Only silence could be heard from inside the sphere, which greatly surprised Mina. A moment later, the voice of the protagonist came from the purple sphere, stating that he had used his technique and had nothing to do with it, because now he was trapped. Closing his eyes in displeasure after what he heard, the head of the mission stated that he had fallen into the clutches of the enemy. At the same moment, June, who was inside the sphere, looked to the side and listened to Ming's voice, who said that they needed to find a way to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, and thought that it was good that they believed him. Suddenly, the boy turned back when the Dark Elf chieftain asked what the dome was. Looking ahead seriously, the monster leader asked if he had been hiding his true strength before. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked not to be surprised until he saw only one of the countless techniques, and this is far from the limit of his abilities. A moment later, snowflakes began to appear in the area. Immediately afterward, a huge icy energy was released from June. Noticing this, the Dark Elf chief was greatly surprised. His feet immediately began to freeze from the cold. Looking at his blade, which was already covered in ice, the monster leader couldn't figure out what it was. Looking up, he saw huge icicles there. Enveloping these very icicles in dark purple energy, June asked if he really thought that he had destroyed it, but suddenly it turned out that after recovering, he could also use new abilities. When he had finished pouring his energy into the icicles, the boy wondered if he could feel his hatred growing. Throwing his blade over his shoulder, the protagonist asked then how first-class monsters feel when they look down on people. Gritting his teeth in displeasure after all that had happened, the Dark Elf chieftain called his opponent a bastard. The narrative of the story shifts to a hallway where someone was shouting at June to stop. It was Taku who ran up to the boy and asked if he could already train, because he had just come out of the cryogenic state. Placing his palm on the scanner, the protagonist explained that everything was fine, and he needed to quickly check the freezing skill or whatever it was, and the man in the suit wondered if he hadn't reached perfection in fighting when he was a dark ghost, and what he was going to develop. Looking ahead seriously, June explained that this was actually a delusion. Remembering the image of the Ice Queen in his head, the boy declared that he was still not good enough. Hearing this, Taku silently stared after him. With a look full of seriousness, the man in the new suit agreed to this and asked, since he was using the freezing skill. Smiling broadly, the protagonist explained that to begin with, they could be divided into 3 categories of use. Returning to the events of the present, when June fought against the leader of the Dark Elves, he said that first of all, it was an auxiliary function. While the leader of the monsters looked in surprise in front of him, the boy told that by using the icy surface, he could create favorable conditions for himself on the battlefield and gradually exhausting the enemy, fight him when he was no longer in the best shape. Touching the armor with his finger, the protagonist stated that secondly, intuitive use, with which he can cover the armor with ice, thereby strengthening his defenses. However, this prevents him from moving, so he uses it only when he needs to repel an attack. Looking at the huge icicle shrouded in dark purple energy, June said that there was also the latter. A moment later, they fell on his opponent, and the boy himself stated that these were additional methods of attack thanks to the freeze skill. At the same moment, the Dark Elf chieftain jumped away from the impact of the icicles. Creating a needle of ice next to him, the protagonist said that the magic of the dark art itself is not very effective, but if you turn it into solid matter with the help of ice, the offensive properties of mana increase dramatically. The leader of the monsters destroyed the attack from the ice with a deft swing of the blade. As he continued to destroy the ice needles, the Dark Elf chieftain realized that he was a magical swordsman, and asked why he had concealed his powers. Moving his hand aside, the protagonist explained that this was the circumstances, but he was also hiding his strength. Remembering how he had released a huge amount of green energy himself, the monster leader mused that his ability was to set souls on fire and lend the powers of fallen spirits for a while, and he couldn't use this skill whenever he wanted, especially since this guy's technique had not yet been fully developed, and was therefore very dangerous. Immediately afterward, the monster leader enveloped his blade in dark green energy. As he continued to accumulate strength in his sword, he stated that it didn't change anything. The dark elf chieftain stared menacingly before him. At the same time, June continued to stare at him with an emotionless expression on his face. Watching the leader of the monsters, the boy said that 10 or even 5 minutes would be enough for him. Continuing to calmly look at his opponent, the protagonist noticed that 5 minutes was enough, and he asked for what? Hearing his question, June stared seriously in front of him. Standing opposite his opponent, the boy explained that he was talking about the time it took to deal with him. Hearing this, the dark elf chief suddenly laughed. Grinning mischievously, the leader of the monsters said that he was, of course, a joker and, apparently, seemed to be a very ordinary opponent to him. Releasing the dark purple energy, June begged not to be misunderstood, as he was trying to praise him. With a look of complete madness, the boy said that maybe now he was not in the same shape, but in the next 5 minutes he was going to give his best. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the leader of the monsters wondered if this was the one. Looking at the blade held by the protagonist, the dark elf chief thought that it was a black sword. Looking menacingly in front of him, he thought that the real black sword burned much brighter, and perhaps he had just concentrated all his magic in the blade. Watching his opponent envelop his weapon in violet energy, the dark elf chief reasoned that with his current magic power, he wouldn't even be able to lift it, but he felt a negative energy that was not like the energy of the black sword. Looking forward, the monster leader asked what this strange technique was. Grinning mischievously, June asked if he really meant it. While particles of violet energy were spreading around the area, the boy told me that it happened 27 or 28 years ago. Remembering how a huge turtle was about to eat him, the protagonist explained that he once fought an armored turtle boss in the gate, and his sword did not leave a scratch on its skin or shell, so at that moment he thought that he had met his end and would die like that. With the last of his strength leaning on his blade, June said that when death was already behind him, he realized that he did not want to die, but in that situation, he would not be able to draw a black sword or anything else, and then he came up with this technique. Wrapping his sword in purple energy, the boy explained that he was channeling his magic into the sword. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist stated that due to this, his strength increases. At the same moment, a memory arose in June's mind of a man wrapped in chains, who said with a smile on his face that in his entire life he had never seen a better technique than that of a gloomy ghost. Hearing this, the boy smiled broadly, saying that this technique is called Ramadat. Enveloping his blade in a huge amount of violet energy, the protagonist reflected that only when his heart was ready to die, the path to salvation opened. Pulling his sword back, about to strike, June reasoned that this analogy of the black sword was the living dead. At the same moment, the dark elf chieftain stared in front of him, dumbfounded. The area around was completely covered with ice, which collapsed from incredible force. The leader of the elves sat on the ground with the sword stuck in his chest. Smiling slightly, the dark elf chief said that it was really only enough for him to do 5 minutes, and he deftly calculated it. Standing in front of his defeated opponent, June asked what he would say last. Pointing his finger at his neck, the monster leader asked to finish him off right there at a time. Looking at the system notification window that appeared in front of him, the boy agreed and said that since he was fulfilling his request, he wanted to ask him something. Taking an unknown object from the inventory, the protagonist asked if he knew what it was. A moment later, the dark elf chief surprised June by saying that it was a spirit egg. Squatting down in front of him, the boy asked what it meant that a spirit could be born from him, to which he received the answer that a spirit could be born from anything, if the powers of the world tree were preserved in this place. Tearing the pendant from his neck, the leader of the monsters said that the necklace, although weak, retained the power of the world tree. Throwing it in the direction of the protagonist, the leader of the dark elves told him that if you put magic into the egg, it would hatch, and he thanked him. Looking at his defeated opponent, June asked if he would not give anything else, since he should have an elixir, and he only remained silent. Then, the surprised voice of the monster leader resounded through the surrounding space, who couldn't believe that he had lost to this person, as the boy said that if he didn't have anything, he should say so. Immediately after that, the protagonist pointed his blade at the defeated opponent. Bleeding, the dark elf chieftain would turn to the world tree in his mind, if it could still hear his prayers. Remembering himself and all his kin from the past, the king said that if his head was enough to pay, he hoped he would have mercy on the fools who followed him. Immediately after that, the story is transferred to the city, where people asked who it was. A guy in a yellow sweater flew into the wall. He stared in front of him, frightened. Looking at the man who stepped on the corpse of a man with his foot, the guy did not understand who he was at all. Directing her menacing gaze to the side, the man with red hair explained that he knew perfectly well what this place was, and asked where the tracker was. June stood in the middle of the battlefield as the system announced that he had crushed the leader of the Dark Elves. Looking at the wind egg in his hand, the protagonist wondered if it was true. Imagining images of people fighting a fire spirit in his mind, June thought that if he made a contract with him, he could use powerful abilities without resorting to his own magic, and before, when he was constantly short of mana, he literally went crazy with envy when he saw a strong ally or enemy. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he now had the opportunity to make a contract with the spirit, and said that he was even in a good mood. Looking at the spirit egg in his hand, June reflected that he had heard that spirits only make contracts with those with whom the energy coincides well, and he is 100% sure that there is a spirit of darkness there. At this time, he had an image of a violet spirit of darkness in his mind. The guy continued to imagine how he was destroying opponents together with him. Suddenly, he destroyed the amulet in his hands, still dreaming of the spirit of darkness. At the same moment, a bright light appeared in his hand, and the protagonist reflected that although faintly, it was possible to feel the energy of the forest. Looking at the spirit egg, June thought that he needed to put his magic into it. At the same moment, it began to split. Noticing this, the young man smiled broadly with joy. People behind the barrier waited for it to subside. The guy with glasses and looking in front of him says that they have defeated the remnants of the Dark Elves, but June still hasn't come out. Glancing at the purple-colored barrier, the healer assumed that something might have happened, and noted that he was worried because he had no idea what was going on there. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of each raid participant. The girl, looking at him, was very surprised. She saw an alert that the gates of the wild forest had been captured, and said that they had finally succeeded. Immediately after that, all the warriors began to rejoice and said that the player June really succeeded, and now they can return home. Smiling broadly, the girl noticed that when they fought with the leader, she thought that they were finished, but thanks to their ally, they survived, and the man added that this was true, and he managed to cope with the leader on his own. At the same moment, the barrier disappeared, and the protagonist came out of it, and the guys who noticed this shouted that he was there. June lowered his head while his companions distracted him. People would come up to him and say it was a great job, asking if he was injured. With an expression full of indifference, the protagonist said that he was fine, as long as the allies noted that if he was wounded, then he needed to start healing. Just passing by the rest of the people, June declared that everyone did a great job. At this time, the guys looked after him in surprise, saying that he looked like he wasn't injured, but perhaps there was some problem. Noticing his frown, the warriors assumed that most likely, the battle with the leader was incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transported to the moment when the plane was flying through the sky. The system's notification window showed a video of the capture of the gates of the wild forest, where the protagonist played a key role. Closing the information window, June noticed that who cared about this key player at all, and there was no use for him. Sighing heavily, the guy declared that everything was meaningless. As the fairy looked out the window next to him, the protagonist noticed that he had asked for a lot, and he only wanted the spirit of darkness, but not the spirit of ice. At this time, the Ice Queen continued to observe what was happening outside. Flying in the air next to June, the fairy said that human technology was incredible, and it was possible to fly through the sky with it without the help of magic, and he noticed that he said not to talk anymore until he had put his thoughts in order. A moment later, he was very angry when his spirit explained that she was just talking to herself and he was very meticulous. Remembering the image of the Ice Queen, the protagonist reflected that this is a monster that struck fear into the hearts of people around the world and froze his friends, and it was she who became his spirit, although he himself sent her to the other world. As she continued to look out the window, the fairy said that they had already changed from wheeled vehicles several times, and now they were flying through the sky, and she thought that this was enough time to put her thoughts in order, and her master replied that he had told her not to speak to him. Turning sharply in his direction, the Ice Queen noticed that no one had actually spoken to him, and June did not understand why he got her. Folding her arms to her chest, the fairy said that she had only appeared because their magical powers coincided well, and it was most suitable for the element of ice. Looking at her menacingly, the guy asked not to make him laugh, and explained that he had been using the Guardians of Darkness for 5 years, and he had been using the freeze skill for only 3 months. Moving her hand to the side, the Ice Queen concluded that this body had come out of the egg, so she needed to stop being stubborn, and offered to make a contract. Looking at her dumbfounded, the protagonist asked if she really wanted to make a contract after everything she had done to people, and she asked what he was talking about. With a furious expression on his face, June asked if she was definitely not aware. At this time, the fairy did not show any signs of doubt. A moment later, the guy looked in front of him in fright, and did not understand what was happening at all. Imagining in his head the main abode of the Ice Queen, he declared that she had frozen the Pacific Ocean, and she noticed that, of course, she felt sorry for the fish. Looking ahead, puzzled, the protagonist added that as a result of this, there were changes in the climate, and reflected that he also heard that thanks to this, global warming stopped. Remembering the image of himself and his friends encased in ice, June realized that he still had to forget about her crime, and stated that she had frozen it along with her companions. Holding out her hand in front of her, the Ice Queen asked if he was pretending to know nothing on purpose, and explained that she was not the one who froze them, and besides, with her power, he could melt the ice. Looking thoughtfully at her master, the fairy repeated once more that she had done nothing to deserve any criticism, and she felt more sorry for herself because he had killed her. Closing my eyes from guilt, I tell June not to make noise, but rather to look out the window. He then turned to the side and activated his electronic watch. Immediately after that, the guy wrote to Taku in private messages, and he asked what was wrong. Then, in the correspondence window, the protagonist asked what he thought the Ice Queen was guilty of, and the manager of the Players Association asked why he suddenly decided to ask, to which he received the answer that it was urgent, so he needed to be faster, and then replied that it was clear that she had turned 5 heroes, including him, into ice. Then, in the messenger window, June would ask what else she had done, and his old friend would ask why there must be something else. At the same moment, the Ice Queen approached him from behind and noticed that it was a great device, because it allowed you to share messages with another person incredibly quickly. Turning back with dissatisfaction, the guy agreed to forget about the past and asked what he would get if he signed a contract with her. Putting her hand on her chest, the fairy declared that she would become his mentor and share her knowledge with him. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at her menacingly. Raising his hand to his mouth after his words, the fairy agreed with this, but noticed that she had indeed lost because she was in a relaxed state. Looking at her with displeasure, June asked what it meant and if she sold medicines, to which the Ice Queen replied that she was not some kind of huckster. As if in front of her castle of ice, the fairy concluded that she was the queen of the ice kingdom of Niflheim, and the lord of all that was cold in the world, and swore to herself that she had never lied. Looking forward, the young man thought that this was an oath that mages take, and if they lied, they would lose their magic, which meant that she was really in a weakened state, and asked how weak she was. With a snide grin, the fairy replied that it was about 100 times. Then from the plane came the disgruntled exclamations of the protagonist, who asked not to talk nonsense, and swear to himself again. And the Ice Queen replied that she did not want to. If she did it again, she would lose her royal dignity. Holding his head, June agreed to her offer and said that since she had sworn she had made a contract, but he had a condition. Looking at his familiar, the guy said that if he felt threatened by her even for a moment, then their contract would be terminated, and the fairy agreed to this. Creating a blue magic circle behind her, the Ice Queen explained that the souls of the person who made the contract and the spirit were connected, and she had no reason to harm them. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist reflected that he did not know if this was the right decision, but there was nothing to be done, because if he thought soberly, he would not be able to clear the gate alone. Biting his finger until it bled, June reasoned that with the powers he had gained, he would definitely succeed. Then he would lean his finger against the magic circle. With an expression full of seriousness, the protagonist knew that first he needed to realize how strong the Ice Queen's skills were. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the Players Associations, the training room where June was. The Ice Queen was flying in the air and declaring that it was very boring there, while the boy said that it was natural, because this was a training room. Suddenly, the fairy saw the protagonist looking at something in the system's notification window and asked what he was doing. Pulling out a blue fairy bracelet and a buff ring from his inventory, June explained that he wanted to test the artifact from the previous battle. Looking at his hand, the boy thought that if he wore them at the same time, his mana would rise above 100, which was enough to clear the level 1 gate single-handedly. Folding her arms to her chest, the Ice Queen noticed that he looked much better with them. Glancing at her menacingly after hearing this, the protagonist said that he did not remember asking her for her opinion, and instead offered to test her skills. Remembering their fierce battle from the past, the fairy asked if he didn't know them better than anyone else, and June replied that only now she was in a spirit body and very different from her former self. Smiling broadly, the Ice Queen agreed to it. Flying next to the boy, the fairy stated that since they had signed a contract, she would show him what she was capable of, because then he might treat her more respectfully. Immediately afterward, the Ice Queen would unleash her frost power. Everything around was enveloped in blue energy. Due to a sharp drop in temperature, the training room was covered with ice. Watching everything that was happening, June opened her mouth a little. Looking frightened in front of him, the boy thought that it felt like his heart was freezing. Remembering how he stood at the entrance to the boss's lair, the protagonist recalled that the same feeling swept over him in the ice castle. The fairy continued to radiate a huge amount of frost energy from her hand. After a moment, she stopped releasing her power. Looking at the fairy in surprise, June asked what was happening, but she only remained silent. Turning abruptly to the side, the Ice Queen explained that she had lost interest. Hearing this, the boy was extremely dumbfounded. Levitating in front of the protagonist, the fairy explained that she did not want to use the force now, and usually when she was interested in something, she could not do other things, and he asked if she was really mocking now. After her excuses, June scratched his head in displeasure. Looking furiously at the Ice Queen, the boy asked what interested her so much. Hearing this, the fairy smiled broadly. Imagining a huge metropolis in her head, the Ice Queen declared that she wanted to look at the world of people. Immediately after that, the guys are transported to the street of a busy city. A huge number of people walked around. Flying from side to side in admiration, the fairy asked what kind of lord was sitting in that castle, and June explained that it was an apartment building, while the spirit wondered what the strange carriage was, receiving the answer that it was a car. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that he was sick of all this, and the Ice Queen called everyone strange, because they bowed their heads in front of the objects in their hands. Looking at the fairy flying in front of him, the protagonist asked if the others could see her, since she was talking so much, but no one seemed to notice her. Then the voice of the Ice Queen came down the street, saying that she could show herself if he wanted to, and June said she shouldn't. Suddenly, the boy saw that the fairy suddenly froze in place. As the protagonist stared at her in surprise, the Ice Queen called out to him. Pointing her finger at the cute cat, the fairy asked what kind of charming creature it was. Looking ahead, the Ice Queen flies forward, the protagonist explaining that this is a stray cat, while she stated that she wanted to pet her. At the same moment, the cat was looking at the fairy, and June noticed that she didn't see her anyway. The Ice Queen slowly approached the furry animal. A moment later, the black cat tried to grab her with her teeth, which frightened the fairy greatly. She deftly waved her paw, causing the Ice Queen to dodge. The fairy, flying away from the black cat, asked what was wrong with her. Eventually, the Ice Queen landed on the protagonist's head from exhaustion. Watching the cat below, the fairy noticed that they had very ferocious monsters living there, and asked if no one cared that bloodthirsty creatures walked quietly along the street. Looking ahead seriously, June explained that she didn't attack anyone bigger than her. Immediately afterward, the boy leaned forward a little while the Ice Queen was very surprised. Taking the black cat in his arms, the protagonist explained that it becomes obedient when it meets the strongest of this world. Seeing this, the fairy was extremely dumbfounded. Watching June happily pet the fluffy animal, the Ice Queen declared that it was a disgrace and told her to go to the training grounds so that she could show him her strength. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the training room. The boy stood in front of the fairy, waiting for her attack. Holding out her hand in front of her, the Ice Queen asked to take a closer look at her strength. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled, saying that he would love to watch. A moment later, a blue magic circle appeared under his feet. It was from it that icicles suddenly began to rise. Then they took the form of a spear. June stared in surprise at the ice spikes created next to him. At the same moment, a spear made of ice appeared in front. Observing the huge number of guns created with the help of frost, the boy noticed that this was a huge power. Observing the various devices created with the help of ice by the Ice Queen, the protagonist realized that in this way he could go to war alone. With an emotionless expression on his face, June declared that it was not bad, and the fairy asked if this was really all his reaction. Suddenly looking to the side, the boy explained that he could do it too, and the Ice Queen said that she would show him now, and he had to see how powerful she was even in a spirit body. Pointing her finger at him, the fairy asked if he really thought he could repeat it. Looking at the blade made of ice, the protagonist thought that it was a very skillful work, and the shape increased the effectiveness of the weapon, so it was hard to believe that she would do such a thing in the blink of an eye, and frankly, he was far from her. Standing in the middle of the training room, June stated that the answer was the same, and he could do it too, but it was only a matter of time. After a moment, the Ice Queen thought as the boy explained that he thought she would show him something impossible for him. Suddenly the fairy remembered something. Turning abruptly to the side, the Ice Queen asked if he was talking about it. Looking in front of him, June was extremely dumbfounded. Assuming a smug pose, the fairy received a positive answer to her question. Then, a joyful cry of a boy reverberated through the training room, declaring that this was exactly what he wanted. The girl with the short hair suddenly felt something. Sitting at her workplace, the doctor felt the vibration even there and noticed that he was really training hard. Looking seriously in front of him, he called out to Taku, asking if he knew what the Ice Queen looked like. Hearing this, the man in a business suit looked at him silently. Sitting at his workplace, Taku explained that only 5 players saw it, or rather, only him, because it was he who went up to the second floor, and the boy noticed that then there would be no problems. A moment later, the man in a business suit was very surprised when the protagonist said that she might show up. At the same moment, Taku was extremely frightened to see the Ice Queen and asked who he was talking to. Abruptly scrambling behind his chair, a man in a business suit asked what it was and whether it was a ghost, and the fairy asked if it was his cowardly friend, to which June replied that, unfortunately, it was. The Ice Queen was then very angry when Taku stated that anyone would be very frightened when they saw such a thing. The man in the business suit was trembling with fear as the fairy asked how this impudent little man dared to call her that. Looking at his familiar, the boy asked her to stop and not touch his friend, asking if she remembered the terms of the contract. Turning away with displeasure, the fairy stated that if she did not watch her words, she would teach him a lesson, and she did not care that they were friends, to which the protagonist said that in front of her was a queen who believed that the whole world lay at her feet. Looking frightened from behind his chair, Taku asked what kind of queen she was. A moment later, the surprised sounds of a man in a business suit echoed through the office. Holding out his hands in front of him, Taku suggested that we first deal with everything. Looking at the fairy sitting on June's shoulder, the man in a business suit asked what it turned out that she was the Ice Queen. Pointing his finger upwards, Taku said that she came from a spirit egg that he had bought at an auction in Las Vegas and revived with the help of the leader of the wild forest, asking if he had missed anything. Sitting in the chair, the man in the business suit noticed that everything seemed to be clear, and since he had resigned himself to her presence, despite all his hatred for her, he had nothing to say. Looking seriously in front of him, June explained that she was incredibly strong, so she would definitely be useful to them, and his friend asked what her class was. Imagining a rating scale for spirits in his head, Taku said that they were divided into lower and higher, and also usually spoke about their own class. Looking at the fairy sitting on his shoulder, the boy asked what her rank was. Turning away in resentment, the Ice Queen declared that he was, of course, the highest, and the protagonist asked if she was sure. At the same moment, the two friends whispered, saying that she was most likely of lower rank or even lower, while the fairy asked how he dared to insult her like that. Looking at the man in the business suit, June noticed that she was strong anyway, so next time he wanted to choose a more difficult gate. Pulling his hand aside, Taku explained that they had been so difficult before, and if he wanted a higher difficulty, it was too much. Imagining huge demonic monsters in his head, the man in a business suit asked if he was aiming at the first level gate. With a look full of calm, June explained that when he had taken over the wild forest, a level 1 gate mark had appeared, and since then, he had leveled up a lot, so he was now able to clear them alone. Pointing his finger at his watch, Taku stated that if he was sure, then good, but on the first one, it was the same, or rather, there were only 3 gates of this level left on Earth. Showing holograms with their images, a man in a business suit said that they were in South America and China. After a moment, he was very dumbfounded. Looking at the projection in surprise, Taku stated that the latter were there, and asked if everything would be normal and if post-traumatic stress disorder would not surge. As long as the fairy continued to sit on his shoulder, the protagonist stated that it didn't matter what difference it made if the cause of the syndrome was with him. Looking at the hologram, a man in a business suit explained that in this case, the next gate is at the South Pole. Imagining in his head a huge tower towering in the middle of the snow, Taku explained that the name of this gate was the Ice Palace. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to June's apartment, when he was told on the phone that I would schedule a press conference for 2 o'clock and he would be met by a secretary, and he understood everything. After finishing the conversation, the boy opened a can of soda. Looking at the Ice Queen looking out the window, the protagonist asked if she had nothing to eat. Continuing to look at the city from the window, the fairy explained that she was a spirit, a higher being who, unlike humans, did not need to eat, and June noted that this was great, because he did not have to spend money on food. As he placed the can of soda on the table, the boy noticed that he wanted to ask something and asked if she knew anything about the interdimensional elevator. Then the protagonist imagined in his head the structure of a tower with an invisible source of the origin of this world, and this very elevator. Looking ahead seriously, June wondered if he found out what it was, maybe he could make it to the end of the game. Hearing his question, the Ice Queen silently lowered her head down. As she continued to look out the window, the fairy suddenly gave a negative answer. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy declared that she was the master of the floor, and asked how he could not know anything, asking him to stop pretending and telling. With a serious expression on her face, the Ice Queen explained that she really didn't know, and swore by her essence. Remembering herself from the past, the fairy said that she may have known something about this world before, but after she lost to him and stopped being the master of the floor, she forgot everything, so even when she tries to remember, her head is still empty. Looking in front of him, the protagonist noticed that this was sad, and thought that the system erases memory, and it definitely has no weaknesses. Immediately afterward, the Ice Queen stuck out her tongue, telling him not to be upset, because even though the memories he needed had disappeared, she was still an entity with a very big name, and someday it would help him. Looking in displeasure after what he had heard, June said that he wished he could believe it, and was going to ask something else. Standing in front of his familiar, the boy told him that, as far as he knew, spirits could not use the mana of the one with whom he had made a contract, and asked how she used the power then, since he did not feel its energy. Flying up to him, the fairy asked if he really didn't know, because even a non-deity should have boundaries. Imagining in her head how they both used the frost energy, the Ice Queen would tell her that when a spirit draws power from the spirit dimension, it needs the willpower of the one with whom the contract is made. Visualizing the two of them falling to the ground from exhaustion, the fairy added that, simply put, if his willpower ran out, then she wouldn't be able to use hers either, and in the worst case, she could even return to the spirit world. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered how the Ice Queen created various weapons from ice, and mused that it would be unfair to use such power without spending anything. Pointing her finger upwards, the fairy said that the one shown to her earlier worked according to the same scheme, and even he would have to train for at least a month to use this one. A moment later, June surprised the Ice Queen when he said that a month was too long. With a big smile on his face, the boy said that he could do it in half a month. Immediately after that, the narratives of the story are transferred to the huge building of the Players Association for a press conference. By knocking on the door, a person received permission to enter. The girl held a jacket in her hands and told the gentleman that she had brought his clothes. At the same moment, June was standing in front of the mirror and adjusting his tie. Suddenly, the boy turned to the side. Approaching him, Cha asked if he was not in pajamas today, and said that she had brought a suit just in case, and he replied that it was interesting to throw it away only once. Immediately after that, the protagonist put on a jacket. Correcting him, June declared that he seemed ready, and asked the secretary how she was. At the same moment, Cha showed a thumbs up, and the boy who saw this said that then it was time to go. At the press conference, its topic was shown on the screen. A huge number of cameras were directed forward. There were many people in the hall, waiting for the beginning. Looking in front of him, the man only said to see how many journalists there were, noting that only 3 months had passed since the last press conference. But the scale of the current one is simply amazing, and this is an unprecedented growth. Looking at his tablet, the man noticed that he had seen him at the press conference before the EC gate was captured, and he was literally exuding energy. Imagining June in his head holding his hands in his pockets, he added that the same energy emanated from him as from Kim Woo-jun and Shin Song-hyun. Looking in front of him, the black-haired guy stated that he wouldn't even be surprised if he said that he would go to the level 1 gate alone today. Hearing this, the people sitting around him were greatly surprised. After a moment, they laughed, saying that he was already exaggerating too much, to which he replied that he had just said so. Suddenly, the black-haired guy noticed someone coming onto the stage. June took a step forward. Noticing this, the man pointed a searchlight at him. People in the hall watched what was happening in anticipation. At the same moment, they all saw a boy in a business suit. As the protagonist slowly walked onto the stage, people couldn't believe that he wasn't wearing training clothes. A huge number of cameras immediately began to take pictures. As long as there was an announcement on the screen about the players' press conference, June offered to start their conference. After a while, a voice was heard in the meeting room, asking me to move on to the next question. Holding the microphone in his hands, the man turned to Mr. June and asked if he planned to enter the gate of the Cave of Trials. Looking seriously in front of him, the boy answered that he was planning, and now he was just drawing up a schedule. Hearing this, the people sitting in the conference hall were very surprised. The girl looked thoughtfully in front of her, thinking that all the best players had gone through them, and with such a rapid growth, it was simply a sin not to try. Imagining a cave shrouded in a huge number of flags in her head, she reasoned that the Cave of Trials is located in the highlands of Tibet, and it is clear from the name that at each stage, players are challenged. Visualizing the inner workings of this gate, the girl reflected that participants who have passed stage 1 can choose to continue their path or stop, and unlike other dungeons, this one has the opportunity to interrupt in the middle of the game. Looking in surprise in front of her, she reasoned that due to the rules against divulging information about what was happening inside the gate, no one knew exactly what the players who passed the trials were getting, but thought they had a good reason to be so eager to go there. Looking at the notification window of the system, the girl noticed that this was excellent, because it was quite enough for an article. At the same moment, June, looking ahead seriously, stated that he would also go to the Ice Castle after the Cave of Trials. Hearing this, everyone present in the conference hall was extremely dumbfounded. Then, for a moment, there was silence in him. Immediately after that, a huge number of cameras began filming, and the question was raised whether he was really going to the Ice Castle. Imagining in their heads a huge tower standing in the middle of a snowy area, people declared that this is one of the 3 most difficult gates in the world that no player has yet managed to pass, a gate that drives people into terror after the Ice Queen. Getting up from their seats dumbfounded, the scientists asked if he really meant this gate. With a calm expression on his face, the boy gave a positive answer. At this time, a helicopter was flying across the sky over the city. In the notification window, the system had information about the next target of the player June, who was going to go to the Ice Castle. Looking at this news, the boy said that they just went crazy about it. Flying closer to him, the fairy asked if he was okay, because everyone believed that he was in a hurry not only with the Ice Castle, but also with the Cave of Trials. Looking down, the protagonist explained that the required level to enter the Cave of Trials is between 25 and 30, but many do not know this. Imagining a man facing a giant spider in his head, June said that the Cave of Trials rewards those who are not afraid to face serious danger, and the level of difficulty is fixed. Visualizing a huge number of gold coins, the boy added that this meant that if his level was at least 1 less, then by going through the same stages, he received a more serious reward. Raising her hand above her head after hearing this, the Ice Queen noticed that it was just fine, and the protagonist said that, of course, it was so, and if only there was an opportunity to get there twice. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, June thought that those who received the reward in the Cave of Trials could no longer enter it, and he was already there as a dark ghost. Looking at the huge city over which he was flying, the boy reasoned that all the awards and experience that he received 25 years ago had been reset, so perhaps he could get there again. A moment later, the helicopter landed on the landing pad. Immediately after that, the protagonist exited it. Suddenly, he looked to the side. June looked down on the huge number of houses around him and thought that he would try to pass this ordeal again. Remembering all his best friends, the boy was going to meet his frozen comrades there. The protagonist then looked sharply to the side. At the same moment, he saw his past self in front of him. It was a gloomy ghost that just stood still. Noticing him, June smiled broadly, realizing that he needed to surpass his past self. Looking at the Ice Queen flying above his head, the boy called out to her, and she asked what he wanted. Looking at the fairy, the protagonist said that he wanted her to train him when he returned, much to her surprise. After a moment, the Ice Queen understood something. Flying over June's head, the fairy clarified that he hadn't already asked for it, and he explained that in any case, she was better at handling the cold, and therefore it would not be superfluous for him to learn too. Pointing happily at herself, the Ice Queen asked if he had just recognized her as a mentor. With a big smile on her face, the fairy declared that, of course, as a mentor, she would teach him everything she could do. Looking at her with a puzzled look after what he had heard, June remarked that he would not like to be her student, but thanked her. Then they made their way to the exit from the roof, and the Ice Queen spoke to prepare for the excruciating training, while the boy noticed that he was looking forward to it. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the Ice Palace. Inside it were frozen statues of the protagonist's allies. All of them were covered with a huge amount of ice. On the floor in front of them was a bottle of booze and 5 glasses. This concludes the first season of this manhwa. The narrative of the story is transferred to the huge building of the Korean Players Association, located in the middle of the city. The training room was covered with ice. Huge blocks of ice protruded from the floor. The swords were also completely frozen and lying on the ground. June leaned on his blade and breathed heavily. The boy, exhausted, looked in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist raised his blade in front of him. Sitting on her imaginary throne, the fairy asked how he felt, and June suddenly noticed her presence. The Ice Queen stared in front of her with a smug expression. Smiling broadly, the fairy was glad that he had finally shown at least some result, and called him a partner. Suddenly, the story's narrative shifts back 15 days, when the Ice Queen flew over June's head and told her partner that he could now control 2 skills, the energy of darkness and the energy of ice like her. Looking at the fairy, the boy noticed that he already knew this, asking why he was repeating. For some reason she called him a stupid person. Imagining a shard of dark crystal in her head, around which energy is concentrated, the fairy explained that in order to use energy, it must be understood, and the deeper the understanding, the sharper the skill. Pointing her finger upwards, the Ice Queen therefore wanted to ask what he thought the energy of darkness represented. Looking in surprise in front of him after what he heard, the protagonist wondered how exactly he himself thought. Visualizing the dark purple energy spreading around the area, June replied that it was a fierce, proud, disrespectful and disdainful energy. Smiling broadly at what she heard, the Ice Queen remarked that this was a beautiful answer and asked what he would say about the energy of the ice. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the boy replied that it was just cold ice. Then the voice of the fairy was heard in the training room, asking what else she was waiting for, and noting that he had only been trying to control her for 3 months, telling him to listen to her carefully. Smiling broadly, the Ice Queen said that the energy of ice is nobler and more graceful than any other, like a versatile beauty. Standing in front of his teacher, the protagonist asked, in general, she wanted to say something was well balanced, to which he received a positive answer. Imagining in her head the confrontation of fire and water energies, the Ice Queen explained that, for example, the energy of darkness, fire and wind is very strong in attack, but not suitable for defense, and the energy of water and earth, on the contrary, will show itself well in defense, but the attacking potential leaves much to be desired. Levitating over her partner, the fairy said that since ancient times, those who wielded the energy of ice were called the all-powerful warriors of the workshop. As June's mind flashed back to how the Ice Queen had crafted so many weapons out of ice, his companion asked if he understood why. Pointing her hand forward, the fairy was about to teach him how to control the energy of the ice. After a moment, the Ice Queen snapped her fingers, releasing energy. Suddenly, a beautiful frost blade appeared behind her. Taking it in his hand, June declared that it was a good sword, and the fairy said that it was a precious blade from the Ice Kingdom of Niflheim, Fragarak. Pointing her finger in front of her, the fairy said that he should make exactly the same, and then they would begin training. Looking at her puzzled, the boy noticed that he was not very good at making objects from ice. Sitting on her throne, the Ice Queen said that since the old days of the war, they were able to become a representative of any kind of troops, and if they did not cope, then there would be no training, and the protagonist stated that this was unfair. Then, the sounds of June's indignation reverberated through the training room. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the events of the present, when the boy held the same frost blade in his hand and asked what this one seemed to have done. Showing it to the Ice Queen, the protagonist asked how she was. With a deft wave of her hand, the fairy destroyed him and declared that it was disgusting. June asked what was wrong with him again. Folding her arms to her chest, the Ice Queen explained that the blade lacked sharpness and balance, asking if he wanted to imitate her precious sword, and the boy asked if she even knew which blade she was already breaking. Immediately afterward, the protagonist concentrated the frost energy in his hands, noticing that it was very difficult. Putting one foot on another, the Ice Queen reasoned that he was simply incredible, and in just 34 attempts, he was able to create a sword that was 62% similar to Fragarak. Remembering their battle from the past, when June was still a dark ghost, the Ice Queen mused that 28 years ago, this power was so powerful that the person who wielded it seemed to be extraterrestrial. At this time, the boy continued to create a blade with the help of frost energy, and the fairy assumed that perhaps she was creating a monster right now. Watching everything from the sidelines, the Ice Queen smiled broadly and was going to just watch him grow. Flying up to the created blade with dissatisfaction, the fairy explained that the inclination of the blade had shifted by 5 degrees, thinking that this was a very interesting entertainment. Looking at her reflection in the blade of the sword, the Ice Queen noticed that he barely made it. Levitating over her student, the fairy laughed that he did it on 152 attempts, and he replied that he tried his best. Folding her arms at her chest, the Ice Queen was suddenly surprised when June asked what was going on this time, if everything was okay. Immediately after that, the fairy destroyed the blade. The boy asked what was wrong this time. Happily turning away, the Ice Queen explained that the sword was beautiful. It was just that today she was irritable, so she broke it. At the same moment, the fairy began to stroke the protagonist's head. Flying near him, the Ice Queen stated that the lesson on creating weapons could be finished, because he did not sleep for 2 days while trying to create a sword, so he needed to rest. Smiling broadly, the fairy added that when he woke up, she would teach him how to use the energy of ice that he had so desired. Looking at her disdainfully after all he had heard, June noticed that this was suspicious and asked that maybe next time she would make him make a spear, and the Ice Queen declared that she would change her mind now. Pointing his finger in front of him with displeasure, the boy said that if she lied then it was for her. A moment later, the protagonist lost consciousness and began to fall. As long as the Ice Queen continued to fly in the air, it completely fell to the ground. He fell asleep on the floor in the training room. Noticing this, the fairy, using her magic, created a blanket. The Ice Queen then hid her partner, saying that even with such an outstanding talent, so much effort had been expended, and the gods were definitely unfair. Looking in front of her, the fairy told him to become even stronger to protect what was dear to him. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to an eagle flying across the sky. It flew over the valley of the mountains with great speed. The narrative of the story is transferred to the huge gate to the Cave of Trials on the plateau of Tibet. Sticking out his tongue, the Shaolin monk greeted the player June and called his name, introducing himself as the manager, and rejoiced at his arrival in the Cave of Trials. The boy looked at him seriously, as the monk explained that the Players' Association had informed him that he wanted to enter the Cave of Trials. At the same time, a system notification window appeared near Jamfar with a list of leaders of the Cave of Trials. Looking ahead, puzzled, the protagonist reasoned that in 25 years, no one had broken his record, while the manager of the Cave of Trials said that these records were passed by everyone who entered the Cave of Trials. Looking at the system's login notification window, June listened to Jamfar say that the internal conditions of the gate could only be known after entering, including the horrors that awaited him there. Smiling broadly, the Shaolin monk said that the blessing of the northeast winds would be with him, and wished him good luck. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transported to the entrance to the Cave of Trials. The boy slowly descended into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a portal in front of him. Looking seriously in front of him, June noticed that 25 whole years had passed. Taking a step towards the portal, the boy was about to enter it. At the same moment, blue lightning appeared out of nowhere. A moment later, the protagonist was very frightened by the appearance of ball lightning in front of him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, several system notification windows appeared, notifying of an error and the re-entry of the same player, which requires a control check. Seeing this, June stared in front of him dumbfounded. June stared in surprise. Suddenly, an unknown black door appeared in front. A man in a hat appeared from there and greeted him. Taking off his hat, the unknown person introduced himself as the manager of the first floor of the interdimensional elevator, and gave his name. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist thought about the first floor. Adjusting his top hat, the man heard a question from June about what he meant by the god of the earth, to which he gave a negative answer and explained that he was just a civil servant whom he had entrusted with managing this place. Looking at Gray dumbfounded, the boy declared that the first floor was earth, so no one could distinguish him from a god since he controlled it, and the man in the hat explained that he did, because the territory at his disposal was limited to the floor, such as gates and monsters that were only there. With a slight smile, Gray remarked that he was glad to meet familiar faces there. A moment later, the protagonist was greatly surprised when the floor keeper called him the Grim Ghost and congratulated him on his return. Looking in surprise after what he had heard, June thanked him. The Ice Queen asked what familiar faces meant and if he really knew her. Looking ahead of him, the man in the hat explained that he certainly knew the Lady of Niflheim, the Mistress of Cold, and the Queen of Ice. Moving his hand to the side, the boy asked what kind of place it was, to which he received the answer that they were in a virtual space that he had created. Suddenly opening his book, Gray stated that he had to do it because of a little trouble. Looking at the Grim Ghost information page, the floor manager explained that he had passed the Cave of Trials 28 years 7 months 16 days 13 hours 32 minutes ago, so he should know that he would not be able to enter the gate after receiving the reward. Imagining in his head the image of the protagonist holding a mask in his hand, Gray added that changing his name does not change his essence. Spreading his hands to the sides, June explained that he did not have this award at all, and the man in the hat asked what he meant. Looking seriously in front of him, the boy explained that this was exactly what he meant, and the current one did not have a reward from the Cave of Trials. Hearing this, the floor keeper looked forward menacingly. With a snide grin, the man with the hat noticed that he was telling the truth. At the same moment, June was very frightened, feeling the pressure from the power of the local manager. Lowering his head down, Gray repeated that he was saying that he had no reward. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy explained that based on this, he thought there was no reason not to let him pass, and the manager said that it was up to him to decide. Hitting the floor with his cane, the man with the hat noticed that he really did not break any rules. With a big smile on his face, the floor keeper told me that it was all about balance, and since he was already there, he knew the trials, and that wasn't exactly fair to other players. Hearing this, June looked menacingly in front of him and was about to offer a solution to the problem. With a look full of self-confidence, the boy offered to raise the level of difficulty and balance the conditions. Grinning mischievously after such an offer, Gray asked if he was serious. Looking in front of him, the protagonist stated that if it allowed him to enter the Cave of Trials, he would agree. With a mad expression on his face, the man with the hat said that he did not know whether it was right or wrong. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the keeper of the floor said that he agreed, and since he had amused him quite well before, he would be able to render such a service. Turning his back on the boys, Gray wished them good luck. Looking in surprise in front of her, the Ice Queen begged him to wait, assuming that he knew her very well. Turning back, the man in the hat answered the question of whether he knew why she had lost her memory, which no one knows, and unfortunately he cannot answer this question. Bringing June back inside the cave, the floor manager wants to have a good time for them. I looked at my hands in surprise. The boy explained that this humid air looked like they had returned to the cave again. At this time, the fairy looked seriously in front of her, saying that she did not understand at all what was on the mind of this palace. Looking at her puzzled, the protagonist asked if she really didn't remember anything, and the Ice Queen explained that she was annoyed by this, because she did not remember anything related to the floors. While the system notification window appeared in front of the guys, greeting the player June, the fairy noticed that in any case she was happy for him, because he had come a long way, flying like a bird, and his efforts were not in vain, and he was glad that everything was resolved and they flew on a plane, and not on a bird. Fixing his gaze on the system's notification window, the boy asked what was there. After reading the information about the first level of the magic trial, where you need to use magic to burst the balls, the protagonist was going to start. Looking at the huge number of blue orbs around, the fairy stated that it looked too simple. Wrapping himself in blue energy, June explained that it was because it was the first level. Immediately after that, the guy destroyed a huge number of balls, explaining that this, roughly speaking, was just training. A moment later, a notification window appeared by the system, notifying him that he had passed the tests of magic. Levitating over the boy's head, the Ice Queen noticed that this was not bad, but it would have taken less than a second if she had been in his place, and he said that as soon as she opened her mouth, he immediately began to lie. Suddenly, there was another alert from the system, saying that if he wanted to get to the next level of the weight challenge, he had to say a code word, and if he didn't, he had to say something else. Looking ahead seriously, June said that he wanted to start, and explained that he was going straight to the second level without a break. At the same moment, he felt a tremendous pressure pressing him to the ground. Looking at her partner in surprise, the fairy asked what kind of test it was, and the boy explained that at the second level, the force of gravity pressing on the body changes every minute, and it seems that it has become 2 times stronger than last time. Imprinting the ground lower and lower with his foot, the protagonist answered the question of the Ice Queen what the other 8 trials are, saying that all the worst that a person can imagine. Suddenly flying into the air, June noticed that, for example, it was simply disgusting, because he had become lighter. Looking at him in surprise, the fairy asked that he did not plan to miss such a precious opportunity, and the boy clarified what she was talking about. Spreading her hands to the sides, the Ice Queen asked how many times in a life there is a chance to be in such an extreme situation, and offered to start training, which the boy replied that in such a situation it only seems to him that it is easy for him. Suddenly, June was slammed into the ground with great force as he remarked that it was actually very difficult. At the same time, the boy leaned his hand on the ground. Immediately after that, the protagonist began to do push-ups, stating that she was right. At the same moment, the voice of a fairy resounded through the cave, remarking that it was now possible to take up running, and June said that it was easier said than done. After some time, the boy fell to the ground from fatigue. Closing his eyes, the protagonist was glad that it was finally over. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, June wondered how much he had raised the difficulty, when suddenly the system's notification windows appeared, notifying him that if he wanted to move to the next level, he had to say the code word, and if he wanted to get the reward and get out, he had to say something else. Rising abruptly from the ground, the boy said that he wanted to continue, and the Ice Queen assumed that he seemed to be tired and suggested that he rest for a while. Sweating from fatigue, the protagonist explained that after warming up, it is better to go through everything at once, and reflected that the reward in the Cave of Trials grows in proportion to the player's efforts, and if he continues now, the reward will be much better. Flying in front of her partner, the fairy asked what the next test was, and June explained that it would be a test of illusion. Looking down, the boy thought about the illusion. At the same moment, memories of the last time he had met a huge monster arose in his mind, and he thought that back then he had fought like crazy to save his parents from the monster. Gritting his teeth in frustration with such a difficult battle, the protagonist noticed that in the end it took him half a day to do this. Deftly wielding his blade, June managed to isolate them from these unpleasant illusions. Sharply looking at the Ice Queen flying nearby, who was very surprised, the boy thought that this time the illusions would be different. While the fairy wondered why he was looking at her, the protagonist reasoned that he would like to have an Ice Queen in them. Feeling the cold energy spreading around him, June knew that it wouldn't be that easy. Immediately after that, the boy got up from the ground, dusting off his pants. The protagonist took the blade in his hand, realizing that he would be tortured. At the same moment, a girl with black hair appeared in front of him, who distracted June. The illusions of the boy's allies appeared from the unknown smoke and called him a traitor, asking if he really wanted to survive alone so much. Noticing them, the protagonist put a blade in front of him and realized that at least this was needed for the test. June looked at the illusions of his comrades, who asked why he left them. The boy looked seriously in front of him, while he was called a traitor. Sky stared in front of her in displeasure, calling him a liar. Spreading her hands to the sides, the Ice Queen asked her partner not to listen to them, because it was all not real, and the protagonist said that this was an illusion. Looking down, June told me that those fools had lifted him up at the last moment. Remembering the images of joyful comrades in his head, the boy added that they all knew that they themselves would die. Suddenly, shrouding his blade in blue energy, the protagonist declared that he would not allow them to insult their memory. Imagining the image of Lamadates in his mind, June reflected that he possessed rapid regeneration and destructive power. Visualizing Sky using her magic, the boy reasoned that she was a universal sorceress both in defense and offense. Remembering Gilbert with a rifle on his shoulder, the protagonist reflected that he was capable of providing remote support. Imagining Neil looking in front of her, June reasoned that she was famous for her unexpected sword attacks, and if she fought everyone at the same time, then he was finished. Suddenly, the Ice Queen was very surprised when the boy asked if she could delay Sky and Lamadat, replying, "Maybe, of course," but his spiritual force would be drastically reduced. Standing in front of the illusions of his comrades, the protagonist explained that it did not matter, and asked how many seconds it would take, and the fairy replied that it was about 30. With a snide grin, June remarked that this was enough. Immediately after that, the boy rushed forward at great speed, thinking that he needed to quickly deal with Gilbert and Neil, who were weak in defense. At the same moment, the Ice Queen held out her hands in front of her and summoned her warriors. Destroying the earth in the cave, the fairy asked to raise her bodies from the cold earth and slay the enemies. Suddenly, ice golems appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing them, Sky activated her staff's magic and ordered the others to dodge. The blue-haired girl then used the magic barrier to restrain the opponent. Noticing this, June gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that the spiritual force was leaving him at a wild speed. Immediately after that, someone pushed off the ground. It was Lamadates, swiftly heading towards the boy. The man with the chains swung his fist, saying that he was finished. Holding out her hand in front of her, the Ice Queen ordered him to freeze. At the same moment, Callie was enveloped in ice. Continuing to use her magic, the fairy told her partner to ignore her and go about his work. Looking seriously in front of him, June praised her and asked her to hold out a little longer. At the same moment, there was an explosion of violet energy in front of him. At the same time, Hilbert sighed heavily. Adjusting her hat, the sniper declared that she would end everything with the next shot. Puzzled by the scratch on his cheek, the protagonist mused that it was an illusion that had even copied his allies' magic shots. Looking at the huge hole in the ground after his attack, June realized that one such bullet would be enough to finish him off. At the same moment, Hilbert aimed his sight at him. A moment later, he pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the sniper noticed that the enemy had disappeared from sight. Looking dumbfounded in front of her, Hilbert asked where he had gone. Behind him, dark purple energy appeared out of nowhere. Emerging from this unknown power, June used Knight's approach. Immediately afterward, a huge cloud of dark purple energy headed forward. The boy stabbed Gilbert in the back with his blade. After taking damage, the sniper fell to the ground. Looking menacingly at his ally, the protagonist reflected that he would not allow him to do it a second time, and remembered who came next after him. At the same moment, the girl opened her mouth wide and asked how dare he. Hearing this, June continued to stare in front of him with a look of complete calm. Mio took up her blade while the boy pondered that she would be next. Puzzled, looking in front of him, the protagonist reasoned that it was not for nothing that she was called the Master of the Sword, because it is madness to fight with her with swords. Looking discontentedly in front of her, the samurai girl declared that he would pay with his life for the murder of his comrade. A moment later, Mio rushed towards him with great speed. Noticing this, June was very surprised and reflected that he only had one chance. Looking at the samurai girl unsheathing her sword, the boy realized that this would be the moment when she mindlessly attacked upon seeing Hilbert's death. Mio swung with her blade, and June deftly dodged it. Immediately afterward, The boy poured energy into his blade and realized that at that moment it opened up to attack. At the same moment, the protagonist struck it with his sword. After the damage received, the samurai girl was coughed up with blood. A moment later, she fell to her knees. Holding her chest, Mio asked why he killed them. At the same moment, June was looking in front of him with an emotionless expression on his face. Looking away with displeasure, the boy noticed that this was a very disgusting ordeal. At this moment, the ice golem began to gradually split. Sky used her magic to defend herself against these huge monsters. With the help of her attack, the girl with blue hair managed to crack the ice. Seeing this, the Ice Queen was greatly frightened. At the same moment, her shackles of ice on Lamadat weakened, and he broke free. Frightened, turning back, June thought about this sound and could not believe in the reality of what was happening. At the same moment, the boy saw the silhouette of Callie in front of him. He broke the ice on his hands. With a snide grin, Lamadat spoke about this technique. Looking menacingly ahead, Callie asked if he thought she could stop him. Continuing to use her ice magic, the fairy suddenly told her partner that she could no longer restrain them. At the same moment, Sky pointed her staff forward. With the help of her magic, she destroyed ice golems. At the same moment, the Ice Queen was greatly frightened by the death of her subordinates. Suddenly, there was an explosion of icy energy in the middle of the cave. The fairy was covering her face with her hands, when suddenly she heard the voice of Juna, with whom he thanked her. Looking up, the Ice Queen saw that her partner had her back. The boy raised the ice shield above his head, noticing that she had done a great job. At the same moment, a furious Callie appeared in front of him. He immediately struck the protagonist with his fist. Watching June restrain him with his ice shield, the man asked if he really thought he was cool. Looking menacingly in front of him, Callie wondered if he really thought he could leave him and fight others. At the same moment, Sky created several purple-colored magic circles and called out to Lamadat. Immediately afterward, she directed her attack forward, telling him to dodge quickly. Noticing this, June jumped off the ground, dodging the magical attack. Puzzled, looking in front of him, the boy thought that it was very difficult to do something with the two of them. Imagining images of his past comrades fighting together, the protagonist realized that Lamadat was tanking and Sky was attacking from a distance, and the duo had become famous for their powerful synergy since they had been working together. Suddenly closing his eyes, June thought that if he wanted to defeat them, he would have to give it his all, too. Enveloping himself in a little blue energy, the boy wanted to use boost. After a moment, the protagonist abruptly opened his eyes. With a deft swing of his blade, he struck at Callie. June then stared in surprise at Lamadat, who was talking about the hole in his chest. Grinning mischievously, the muscular man noticed that this was very refreshing. Clenching his hand sharply into a fist, Callie asked if this was all he was capable of. Immediately after that, he made a blow with his fist, and the boy deftly dodged it. Gritting his teeth in frustration after everything that had happened, the protagonist mused that as he thought it hadn't worked, and he just had a diabolical regeneration rate. At this time, Sky, looking menacingly in front of her, declared that this time he could not leave. Hearing this, June abruptly began to run away. He ran through the cave at great speed and dodged every blow of magic. Moving forward rapidly, the boy thought that fighting with the endlessly stopping Lamadat was a waste of energy, and the usual methods would not work there, so he had to come up with something. Looking furiously at his fleeing ally, Callie asked how much longer he would run, because it didn't bring any fun. Turning back sharply, June said that he was just tired himself, and now it was time to stop. Looking menacingly in front of him, Lamadat declared that he was too greyhound for such mediocrity. Immediately afterward, the muscular man rushed forward abruptly. A moment later, he blocked the way of the boy who was running away. Then Callie punched him. Expectorating blood after taking damage, the protagonist mused that he had not only broken through his ice defenses, but also damaged his internal organs. Suddenly noticing the bright glow, June reasoned that if he could take advantage of this chance, then it would be worth it. At the same time, the boy struck back at his opponent. With a snide grin, Lamadat declared that it was useless, and although his persistence was commendable, he loved it when his opponent fought to the end. At the same moment, the protagonist grinned mischievously, saying that he was mistaken. Wrapping his blade in dark purple energy, June spoke of the end. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that he was going to die. Piercing his ally with dark purple energy, the boy thought that this was inevitable death. After taking damage, Callie began to cough up blood. The protagonist stared emotionlessly at his dying ally. Noticing this, Sky rushed forward dumbfounded and called out to Lamadat. A girl with blue hair stretched out her hand in front of her. A moment later, tears appeared in her eyes. At the same moment, the sorceress fell to her knees while June thought that she was the only one left. As if sinking into the abyss of her own despair, Sky decided that she would finish him off. Suddenly, the Ice Queen flew up to the boy, who said that her energy looked dangerous, and he explained that he knew everything, and this was because she was the last one left. Ordering his dark weapon to appear, the protagonist stated that if he wanted to defeat her, brought to such a state, he would also have to use all his strength. At the same moment, a death scythe appeared in June's hand. Imagining a barrier of violet energy in his head, the boy thought that Sky's body was protected by 7 layers of mana shields and destruction beams. Firmly grasping his deadly scythe with both hands, the protagonist realized that only the energy of darkness, which brings destruction, can break through them. Looking in front of him, June realized that this weapon was wasting a huge amount of mana, but this was the only way he could win. At the same moment, the blue-haired girl unleashed her dark purple energy, wishing her opponent death. Immediately after that, the boy soared into the air above his opponents and was about to strike. Then, he deftly waved his death scythe. Looking menacingly in front of him, the protagonist noticed that he was lucky that she was just an illusion. Looking at the fading illusion of the sorceress, June added that he could not resist the real one. At the same moment, Sky suddenly burst into tears and said that you would be waiting for him. Immediately afterward, the last illusion turned to dust. Then a system notification window appeared in front of the boy, notifying him that he had passed through the test of illusion. The Ice Queen sighed heavily, noting that although they had won, she felt somehow uncomfortable while system alerts appeared in front of her with information about moving to the next level, or receiving a reward and exiting. Looking menacingly in front of him, June said that he didn't have to ask, because he was going on. June opened his eyes and saw a blurred silhouette. In front of him was the Ice Queen, who asked if he had woken up. The boy looked silently in front of him. Flying over his bed, the fairy explained that he had been sleeping for 30 hours, so she began to think that he had died, and the protagonist explained that it didn't take that long, and it seemed to him that he was falling for at least 2 days. Folding her arms to her chest, the Ice Queen stated that this death scythe of his was indeed a powerful ability, but it took him too much energy to do so, and June said that although he had illusions in front of him, he would not have defeated them so easily, so he got off lightly. Spreading her hands to the sides, the fairy clarified how many trials were left, and the boy explained that he could not say for sure. Remembering the image of Gray opening his book in his head, the protagonist assumed that maybe the 10th level would be the last, but the floor keeper changed the difficulty and theme of the levels, so he is not sure, and the Ice Queen asked what that is. He wants to say that there are 6 more equally terrible levels ahead of them. Imagining the staircase leading to the bright light, June said that the Cave of Trials is arranged in such a way that as you progress through the levels, the difficulty increases. And so far, surprisingly, it has not been so difficult, but he does not even know to what level he can hold out. At the same time, the boy took his jacket out of the inventory while his mentor asked if he felt okay. As the protagonist put on his clothes, the Ice Queen said that he had to fight his old comrades, and he explained that these were just illusions. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, June noticed that he was sorry that this time he had not been able to meet with his parents. Looking at him in surprise after hearing this, the fairy asked why his parents would appear at the test of illusions, and the boy said that it was because they were both dead. Hearing this, the fairy was greatly stunned. With a clearly guilty look, the Ice Queen apologized for her behavior, and the protagonist stated that it was okay, because it did not happen yesterday, so he got used to it. Immediately afterward, the fairy put her hand on June's shoulder. Looking at her partner, the Ice Queen remarked that if he didn't know, she too lost her parents when she was 6 years old, so she understood him very well. Hearing this, the boy was very surprised. Upon leaving this room, the protagonist stated that he and she were in the same boat as long as the system announced that he was leaving the healing room. Once inside the cave again, June said that he wanted to start the level 4 trial, and the notification window notified that preparations were underway. The boy stood still while the notification windows of the system appeared in front of him, notifying him that the topic of the level 4 was a sleepless test, and when he passed it, he would not be able to sleep for 10 days, agreeing with something. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared above his head with a countdown of 240 hours. Immediately afterward, the countdown began to take place, and the system announced that level 4, the sleepless ordeal, was beginning. The narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when June and the fairy were sitting on a block of ice while there were 219 hours left on the dial. Looking at the system's notification window, the Ice Queen noticed that it had only been about 20 hours. Looking at her partner, the fairy asked if he was holding on, and he gave a positive answer. Flying next to the protagonist, the Ice Queen assumed that he must be hungry, asking if he could eat something, and he replied that, on the contrary, hunger was keeping him awake while she noticed that he could still take an ice shower. Immediately after this story, it is transferred 60 hours later, when June was in a drooping state. Spreading her hands to the sides, the fairy asked her partner not to sleep. Raising his exhausted gaze, the boy asked her not to let him sleep, and the fairy immediately agreed. At the same time, the Ice Queen threw a snowball in his face. Then the narrative of the story is transferred 98 hours later, when there were 142 hours without sleep on the dial. June suddenly hit his head against something. Looking at his reflection with a tired look, the boy noticed that he was very sleepy. Standing in front of the mirror, the protagonist reflected that he wanted to take a hot shower and go to bed to get a good night's sleep. At the same moment, June's eyes began to close a little. Suddenly, the Ice Queen flew into the room, distracting her partner, asking that he would not fall asleep while he was washing. While the fairy was watching him menacingly, the boy replied that he would never fall asleep. After some time, the dial showed the value of the remaining 24 hours without sleep. Happily spreading her hands to the sides, the fairy explained that there was very little left, and only a day. At this moment, the protagonist, looking emotionlessly in front of him, wondered what the level 9 reward used to be. Remembering the stats window, June mused that he was given heroic composure and an additional 10 points to each ability. Imagining images of his allies in his head, the boy reasoned that this was a reward worth the effort. Remembering the illusions of his comrades, against whom he fought quite recently, the protagonist decided for himself that this time he should also hold out to at least level 9, because this is the only way he can save them. A moment later, June woke up when the Ice Queen called out to him. At the same moment, the boy looked in front of him dumbfounded. Turning sharply towards the fairy, the protagonist asked if he had fallen asleep, and if he had been asleep. Pointing her finger at the system's notification window, the Ice Queen explained that he was awake and asked him to take a look. All zeros were shown on the dial. June continued to sit in front of the system's notification window and did not move. After a moment, he was very surprised. Then the boy fell sharply backwards. Lying on a block of ice, the protagonist declared that he had won, and it was as easy as 2 fingers, and his mentor confirmed that he had won. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of June, notifying him that he had gone through sleepless ordeals. Out of nowhere, several more system alerts appeared, in which there was information that he had gone through sleepless trials, and if he wanted to move to the next floor, he had to say a code word, and if he wanted to receive a reward and leave, then he had to say something else. When the boy covered his eyes with his hands, notifications from the system appeared in front of him about the next level, a test of taste. With obvious displeasure in his expression, the protagonist stated that he was moving on. Remembering how he held back vomiting, June thought about the test of the 5 senses that passed after the rest. Visualizing how he spits rotten bread, the boy reasoned that all the senses were included there, except for touch. Looking at the system's notification window with a hint to advance or exit, the protagonist thought that there was a sense of smell, taste, sight, and hearing. Sitting in the lotus position, June began the test of calmness. Closing his eyes, the boy focused, thinking about the test of sound and the test of silence, which were combined into the test of calmness. And it turns out that if 2 trials are combined into one, then something new will be added. Suddenly angry, the protagonist thought that it was okay, he would somehow endure it and definitely get to the end. At the same moment, June noticed that the Ice Queen was drawing something on the ground. Looking at her partner, the fairy asked in Morse code if he would eat, to which the boy shook his head in denial and reflected that it seemed to be Morse code that he had taught her, and she liked it. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist thought that the next challenge would be the Void Trial, and most players who come to the Cave of Trials give up at this point. Imagining circles on the water in his head, June reflected that emptiness is a primal fear, which is very difficult for people to challenge. Visualizing a person plunging into his own abyss of despair, the boy reasoned that people can be made so helpless just by turning off their senses, and if a person's willpower is weak, he can lose his own self in this emptiness. Remembering the last time he had passed this test in the cave, the protagonist noticed that even he had escaped before this level in the past. Suddenly, several system notification windows appeared in front of him, informing him that he had passed through the trial of tranquility, and if he wanted to move to the next level, he had to say the code word, and if he wanted to get the reward and leave, then he had to say something else, as well as the void trial of level 9 and the trial of time of level 10 would go through together. Seeing this, June was extremely dumbfounded. At the same moment, red notification windows appeared in front of him, informing him that if he was not sure that he would pass these tests, he should refuse to pass them right now, because in them he could lose himself. Imagining the distortion of time in his head, the boy thought that the void trial alone was dangerous, and they had added the test of time to it. With an expression full of emotionlessness, the protagonist reasoned that not only would he be alone in complete emptiness, but they also wanted him not to feel the passage of time. Immediately afterward, June placed his finger on the ground beside the Ice Queen. Then he wrote on the ground in Morse code that he would definitely pass it. Visualizing a portal of dark purple energy, the boy thought that only if he managed to overcome all the trials, he would reach the gate. Smiling broadly, the fairy told him to go without fear, because she would be waiting for him. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist launched the level. Looking at a huge purple-colored portal that appeared out of nowhere, June received notifications from the system that levels 9 and 10, the void trial and the test of time, were beginning. Immediately afterward, the boy's hand was engulfed in darkness. After a moment, he was completely in impenetrable blackness and felt nothing at all, not even the Ice Queen and his own mana. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reasoned that he was June Grim Ghost and was going to win this time as well. In the darkness, June kept telling himself that he would definitely win. In the middle of the void, June wondered how long it had been since he had entered it. Continuing to swim in the darkness, the boy did not feel the passage of time and his essence at all. Remembering the huge portal of the Cave of Trials, the protagonist wondered how he got there in the first place, and explored how to quickly master the abilities of the Ice Queen, because maybe he was too greedy back then. Imagining his surprise when he found out about the merger of level 9 and 10, June reasoned that the last time he gave up before the void trial, and maybe he should have escaped this time. Visualizing how he was trembling with pain, doing push-ups, the boy realized that this was his choice, and he wanted to have power so much that he was ready to put his own life on the line. Remembering the battle against Kali in his head, the protagonist mused that he made this choice because he was confident that he could win. Looking ahead seriously, June said that if it allowed him to enter the Cave of Trials, he would accept anything. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy realized that he would never die in such a lousy place. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of dark purple energy, the protagonist claimed to be the Grim Ghost and revealed his name. At the same moment, June found himself back in the Cave of Trials. The boy suddenly moved his finger. After that, he opened his eyes, thinking that he had returned. Happily flying over him, the Ice Queen congratulated him on his return. Rubbing her eyes, the protagonist asked how long he had been gone, and the fairy explained that he had been gone for 10 days. Rising from the ground, June thought that this was just a disgusting Cave of Trials, and he was sure that at least a month had passed, and in fact he had only spent 10 days there. At the same moment, the fairy looked thoughtfully at her partner. Looking at June, who was full of seriousness, the Ice Queen declared that she thought something had changed in him. Getting to his feet, the boy explained that there was nothing special, although his body was definitely lighter than before. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the protagonist was going to see what had happened to him. Immediately afterward, June enveloped himself in blue energy. Looking away in surprise, the boy couldn't believe that the mana loss had been reduced to 0%, because even when he was a Grim Ghost, the loss rate was 3%. Imagining the threads of blue energy in his head, the protagonist reflected that this was on par with Sky, who had received the blessing of mana and perfectly wielded her energy. As he grasped the hilt of his blade, June knew that this was what it was. The boy enveloped his blade in blue energy. Then he glanced sharply to the side. The protagonist swung his blade. After his impact, there was a powerful explosion. Everything around was destroyed by June's attack. The boy stood in front of the footprint in the cave left by his blade. Looking in surprise in front of her, the Ice Queen noticed that it looked much cooler than the Art of Steel and Sword that he had used before, and the protagonist said that he thought that he could not achieve more. At the same time, several system notification windows appeared out of nowhere, notifying him that he had passed through the Void Test and the Test of Time, so the reward for completing the Cave of Trials was calculated. Happy to hear this, June thought that the long-awaited reward was finally there. With this satisfaction, knocking on the notification window of the system, the boy asked why nothing appeared, and whether the system really lagged, because last time it was faster. Suddenly, a red system notification window appeared in front of him, with a message from Manager Gray that the reward was being calculated, so he had to stop whining. Looking thoughtfully before her, the fairy assumed that the reward must be very large since the steward himself took care of it. At the same moment, the characteristics of force and speed began to change. Stamina and magic also changed their numbers for others. A moment later, June's stat window was completely updated. Looking at his stats in surprise, the boy thought about increasing the level of 2 skills at a time and increasing all abilities by 20 points. And this is 2 times more than the previous reward for passing. But suddenly the protagonist noticed something incomprehensible. At the same moment, the memory of his conversation with Gray flashed through his mind, and he thought that the Cave of Trials was a place where the reward was worth the effort. Imagining in his head how the floor manager gave him his answer, June wondered what was happening. He already knew about everything then. Looking at the new title of Limit Breaker, the boy understood that he even knew about it. Immediately afterward, the protagonist looked at the Ice Queen flying next to him and addressed her, and she asked what it was, to which he wondered if she could pinch his cheek. Immediately after that, the fairy pinched June's cheek, and he said that it hurt him, so he was not sleeping. Imagining in his head the exit from the Cave of Trials, the boy reasoned that +1 to abilities does not sound so cool. But if you add everything up, it turns out that if you get at least to level 130, you can score at least 100 bonus points. Isolating himself standing on the peak of the mountain, the protagonist realized that the farther he went, the more the gap would increase. Looking at the joyful June, the Ice Queen told him to stop talking nonsense, and offered to go already, because even the walls of the cave had time to get tired of him. Turning sharply back, the boy noticed that she was right, and he himself was ready to go crazy from this place. Approaching the portal leading outside, the protagonist said that luck clearly smiled on him, albeit a little late, but he thought he was born in the wrong era, and the fairy asked why he got along with all sorts of nonsense. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to the Shaolin Temple. The monk with the helmet on his head stared in front of him puzzledly and thought that a whole month had already passed, and he was still there, and this could not be. At the same moment, he and the secret agent were extremely dumbfounded. Pointing his finger forward, the man in glasses told everyone to look. At the same time, the rating table of the Cave of Trials changed, and now June held the first place, while someone announced that the rating table had been updated. The Tibetan monk looked happily in front of him. Standing in front of the updated rating table of the Cave of Trials, the guys noticed that a new legend was being born before their eyes. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the orphanage. An unknown man in a robe knocked on the front door. A moment later, the door opened. A man in a business suit bowed and said that his visit to such an unworthy place was a great honor to them, and the unknown person noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The red-haired man looked in front of him and noticed that they weren't having much fun there. Smiling broadly, the man in a business suit explained that they had come there not for fun, but to revive the Pegasus. Suddenly, distraught by what he had heard, the red-haired man was talking about Pegasus and addressing Torres Milo. While the children were happily playing with each other in the street, the man in the robe asked how it was possible to pronounce such words in such a place. Gesturing with his hand, the manager remarked that, of course, it was possible, but if he did not trust him, he could do something. After a moment, the children suddenly stopped. They all froze in their places. The children looked at the intruder while a man in a business suit asked to be allowed to demonstrate. Turning back in displeasure, the red-haired man noticed that these children were getting on his nerves, to which the manager said that they were training hard to become powerful demons like him. A moment later, the children began to play happily with each other again. Grinning mischievously, the man in a business suit offered to go inside. The narrative of the story is transferred to Italy, Rome, when there were quite a lot of people on the streets of the city. Tourists who were there were photographed near the sights. Pointing her finger at the billboard, the Ice Queen told her partner to watch. He is even praised on TV. Turning sharply back, the fairy looked at June, who explained that this was not the time to look around. Looking at his assistant, the boy said that they were there to find and destroy Paradise, and the search would begin in the business district, in which, according to rumors, Torres often appeared. Flying in front of him, the Ice Queen asked that running on the far side was really the only way to find this person or someone else, to which she received a positive answer. A man in a business suit with a big smile on his face asked if he was their lucky man. Looking at him with displeasure, June asked what was wrong with him and asked him to stop while he wanted to hug him and stated that since he had passed the cave test, their income had increased many times over, and asked how he should treat him after that. Then the protagonist's voice rang out through the office, asking why he had called him in the first place. A moment later, June was greatly taken aback when his assistant announced that he had found out something about the orphanage he had learned about in Paris. Imagining a child with red eyes in his head, the man told about the Necromancer Arma, who attacked the auction house. Visualizing a man controlling children, a man in a business suit said that this is a terrible place in which children were trained to make them demons. Pressing a button on the console, the protagonist's assistant stated that he could not figure out his exact location, but found a clue. At the same moment, projections with the image of Torres Milo appeared in front of the guys. Showing a hologram from a photo of a man in a business suit told what his name was, and explained that he used to be an active player on the second floor, but now he has retired. Pressing the button on his remote again, the protagonist's assistant added that it was not that such a decision to leave was rare, because many players leave at the peak of their careers, but Torres began to behave strangely. Immediately after that, he showed a photo of the man walking down the street with the children and asked to look at him. Noticing the children in this picture, June was very surprised, and his assistant said that the detective took this photo by accident, and the locals say that they often see Torres in the vicinity of Rome, but no one knows where exactly he lives and what he does. As he plunged into the darkness, the man in the business suit told me that all they knew was that he took the children to the business district from time to time, and the strange thing was that he always brought different children. As the protagonist's assistant stared menacingly in front of him, the protagonist remarked that this was clearly suspicious, and asked that if he really had anything to do with the orphanage, why was he acting so openly, to which he was told that this discrepancy had forced him to look up the archives of crimes committed in Rome over the past few years. Showing a board with statistics, a man in a business suit asked to see that after each appearance of Torres in the business district during the next week, a report was received about the disappearance of a child. Fixing his menacing gaze in front of him, June, after a short pause, declared that he had to investigate this case. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist's assistant said that he appeared in the business district once every 2 months, and the next week he was supposed to show up again. Suddenly, the story shifts to the events of the present, when the boy sat near the fountain and remembered the words of the man in a business suit that Torres should be found as soon as possible, and noticed that there were no traces there. Flying up to him, the Ice Queen asked if he really wanted to catch him the first time, and offered to go home, to which the protagonist agreed. Immediately afterward, they began to walk away and talk to each other. Suddenly, June was confronted by a boy who asked him for forgiveness. Looking in front of him, the boy sighed heavily. At the same moment, the protagonist grabbed the same boy by the arm. Very frightened, the child asked what he was doing. Moments later, the boy was very frightened when June asked him to give back what he had stolen from him. Immediately afterward, he threw the watch on the ground. Looking discontentedly in front of him, the boy noticed that he thought it would be easy to deceive him, asked why he looked like that, and whether he really wanted him to change, to which he received a negative answer. The child was then greatly frightened when the protagonist stated that he was just thinking about whether or not to turn him in to the police. Looking at the boy in front of him in surprise, June mused that these were just thoughts out loud, so he didn't understand why he was so scared. Leaning closer to him, the boy asked that he was by chance not from a gang of pickpockets. Then the voice of a child was heard in the neighborhood, asking what if it was so, and the protagonist remarked that it was fine. The boy looked in surprise in front of him. While June asked what was happening, he was well acquainted with the area. Immediately after this story, the stories are transferred to the moment when the child was happily eating delicious food. The boy watched as the boy ate everything he ordered. Looking at the child, the protagonist asked what it meant that he was speaking. His name was Marco, and asked him to eat more slowly so that he would not get sick later. Watching the boy seriously, June asked if he really needed to order more, and he explained that he was already full. Puzzled, holding a loaf of bread in his hands, Marco explained that he felt embarrassed that he was the only one who had filled his stomach. Hearing this, the boy called the waiter to him. Looking at the restaurant's menu, the protagonist would say that they needed to wrap up everything they had in their establishment, and would ask how many children were in his gang, to which the boy would say 16. Pickpocket stared admiringly in front of him as June asked for 16 sets. Sitting with Marco at the table, the boy asked if he had a house and parents, to which he replied that he lived together like a warehouse with other children with a similar situation. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist was interested in the fact that none of the adults helped them, and maybe there was some kind of shelter. Remembering the image of a priest in his head, the boy said that once a month people from the church come to them, and they are definitely from the Vatican. A moment later, June looked menacingly in front of him as the child revealed that they said they would cleanse them of their sins and turn them into new people, so that they would take one person at a time to heaven. Imagining books, clothes, and food in his head, Marco explained that they were told that in that place they were given the opportunity to study, as well as clean clothes and food 3 times a day. Looking down, the boy declared that he was not eager to go there. The boy looked in front of him with a fierce look and thought about the strange priests that the child had just mentioned, thinking that there was a feeling of fear mixed with this, and sometimes people who are especially sensitive to energy experience similar feelings when they meet demons. Looking at the empty plates, the protagonist asked if it was possible to see the children who went there, and Marco explained that it was impossible to live in person. Smiling broadly, the boy told me that if you ask the priests, sometimes they bring their letters, and everything seems to be all right with everyone. Smiling back at him, June noticed that this was the way it was, and these priests were definitely good. While the sun was setting over the horizon, the boy asked when they would come next time, to which the child replied that in about 2 days. Hiding behind his cap, the protagonist explained that the fact was that a long time ago he was separated from his younger brother, so he thought that suddenly these priests could help him in some way, and the Ice Queen reasoned that he was lying and did not even blush. Looking at June sitting in front of him, Marco agreed to lead him to them. Then the voice of a boy reverberated around the neighborhood, saying that it was great, and asking what it meant. He could ask him to be his guide for tomorrow, because he promised to reward him generously, and the boy immediately agreed. Immediately after your story, they are transported to a huge temple in the Vatican. The corridor of the church was completely immersed in darkness. The current Pope Francis XII was walking down the corridor with a lamp in his hands. Suddenly, the head of the Catholics saw something in front of him, noticing that it was an intruder at such a late hour. Noticing the silhouette of a man standing near the window, the Pope asked who was there. At the same moment, an unknown person suddenly twitched. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, Francis suddenly realized who he was. Looking at the masked man, he asked if it was really Mr. Grim Ghost. Coming closer to him, the Pope explained that, as he heard, he was now undergoing treatment, and June explained that lying like a log all this time is not about him, and he was glad to meet him, because 25 years had passed. Smiling broadly, Francis remarked that he was glad to meet him and did not think that he would be able to see him again. But, apparently, the prayers of the feeble old man were heard. Bowing to his guests, the Pope explained that, to their shame, they had lived in peace all this time only thanks to 5 great heroes. Looking in front of him, the boy asked what he should be ashamed of, because this was what they had tried for. Looking out the open window, the protagonist noticed that he had come to ask him something. A moment later, Francis was surprised when June asked if he knew anything about the orphanage called Paradise, to which he replied that he had never heard of it. Remembering how Marco told him that the priests were definitely from the Vatican, the boy stated that it meant that even this turned out to be a fabrication. Imagining in his head a Catholic temple immersed in red light, the protagonist mused that these freaks were pretending to be priests under the nose of the Vatican and kidnapping children, and, as he thought, demons clearly had a hand in this matter. Then the voices of June echoed around the area, saying that then he had no more questions, and the Pope apologized for not being able to help him. Immediately afterward, the grim ghost would put his foot on the windowsill. Turning sharply back, June told Francis that perhaps in a few days a great fire would break out in the vicinity of Rome, and asked him to make sure that the necessary services were ready. A moment later, the head of the Catholics was very frightened and asked to wait, and the protagonist abruptly left. At the same time, the Pope looked out of the window. Looking at the city from his temple, Francis noticed that it had suddenly disappeared again. The narrative of the story is transferred to the hideout of Marco's gang when it was raining outside. A boy in a cap, looking at his friends, told them to eat, and he would go out for a while. Suddenly, June came out to the guys, who said that he slept very well. Looking at him with dissatisfaction, the child asked why he could not spend the night in a more suitable place and gave up to him to sleep there, to which the boy replied that they were quite comfortable and pleasant, and there were also cute children. Holding his sunglasses in his hands, June noticed that they could also get out of there right away, to which Marco agreed. Immediately after that, the story was transferred to the street of the city, when the boy said that he was counting on his young guide today. The protagonist and the boy in the cap walked slowly down the back alley. Looking at the child walking in front, the Ice Queen noticed that this boy had a very easy gait, and June agreed with this too. Suddenly, the guys noticed something in front. After a moment, Marco stopped abruptly when the boy asked that he was not going to become a gambler. Blushing with embarrassment, the boy in the cap asked how he knew if he was also a gambler, to which June replied that he could see everything at once by his walk. Putting his hand on the belt, the child declared that he was right and was training to become a player. Folding his arms to his chest, the boy announced that he had a difficult path ahead of him, and Marco said that he still wanted to try, because they had neither a home nor parents on whom they could count. Remembering all his friends with whom he lives, the boy said that this is the best way if he wants to protect his loved ones. A moment later, the protagonist looked menacingly in front of him, when the child added that the priest had also said that he would help him, and that there was a training course for players in heaven, which he immediately thought about. The fairy, looking at her partner puzzled, called out to him, and he explained that he knew, and that they were luring talented children in this way, while Marco told him that when the priest came this time, he wanted to ask to be taken to heaven, and if he only managed to get a player's certificate, he would immediately go to the gates and earn a lot of money. Imagining the image of a gloomy ghost in his head, the child declared that one day he would become a great player like him, and June noted that he was still alive, and there was no need to talk about him as if he would never see him again. Continuing to walk slowly forward, Marco noticed that he still lived somewhere far across the ocean, so he would never see him. The narrative then shifts to a small nook and cranny in Rome. Looking in surprise in front of him, the boy asked if they had almost come to the church. Suddenly, Torres walked in front of them with a little girl. Looking at her, Marco declared that it was Anna. Looking at her companion, June asked who she was, and he explained that she was in their gang until she went to heaven 2 months ago. Hearing this, the boy looked sharply to the side. Imagining a hologram in his head with the image of a man in a business suit, the protagonist reasoned that after each appearance of this person in the business district during the next week, a report was received about the disappearance of a child. At the same moment, Torres looked sharply to the side. Looking seriously in front of him, June noticed that there he was. At the same moment, Marco ran towards Anna, shouting her name. With his hand on the little girl's shoulder, Torres asked if she knew him, and she replied that he was the head of the gang she was a member of. With an emotionless expression on her face, Anna accepted her master's order to greet him as cordially as possible. After a moment, her eyes were filled with emotion again. Immediately after that, the girl hugged her old acquaintance, and noted that she was very glad to see him, and the boy asked how she was doing. At the same moment, a man in a business suit leaned closer to Marco and greeted him, noticing that he had heard a lot about him. Smiling broadly, Torres said that he was alone there, when suddenly June announced that he had finally found him. Approaching the boy said that he had almost lost him, and it was necessary to warn him before running away. Looking at him, the owner of the shelter asked who he was, while reasoning that he had a mask and sunglasses, so perhaps he hid his face on purpose. Scratching his head awkwardly, June apologized for not introducing himself and said that his name was Mark Price, and he had come to see the sights, and asked the kid to be his guide, while the man in a business suit gave his name in response. Stretching out his hand in the direction of Torres, the boy said that he was glad to meet him, and he noticed that it was the same. A moment later, the man in a business suit was very surprised as he shook his hand. Looking menacingly in front of him, Milo couldn't figure out what it was. Smiling broadly, Torres noticed that he had a strong enough handshake and asked that he was not a player, to which the protagonist replied that this was true, and he was now at level 27. Gritting his teeth after hearing this, the man in a business suit reflected that with level 27, these are insects, not even his little finger. A moment later, Milo was terrified when June asked Marco if he was a man from heaven. Glancing joyfully at his companion, the boy gave a positive answer and said that he had seen him before with the priests. Looking in front of him, Torres clarified that he had said that he had come as a tourist, and how he had learned about paradise in the first place. Fixing his menacing gaze in front of him, the boy explained that in fact he was there for another reason. Acting out a scene with tears, the protagonist stated that he really wants to find his younger brother, whom he lost 15 years ago. Looking at the huge building of the orphanage, June said that he learned about paradise when he asked people about his brother, and then he was there, asking if he could check if he was on their lists. Looking ahead, puzzled, a man in a business suit explained that, unfortunately, all the children in their orphanage are under 15. Suddenly, plunged into the darkness of his thoughts, Milo thought that if he let them go so easily, the fact of heaven's existence might be revealed. Smiling broadly, Torres suddenly offered to go with him. Looking at the children who were happily talking to each other about the orphanage, the man in a business suit said that it would be faster if he checked that everything was fine, and he was only happy to help. Taking a serious look at Milo, who was standing in front of him, June declared that he was extremely grateful to him. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the Paradise Orphanage, next to which the sounds of admiration were heard. Marco walked around the territory of the orphanage and asked if they really had such a large area, and Torres noticed that it was really large. At the same moment, the girl with red hair smiled broadly and greeted the director, and he welcomed her answers. Then a man in a business suit walked past her. With a look full of seriousness, Milo gave the order to make sure there was no tail. Hearing this, the red-haired girl looked furiously in front of her. Stopping near a two-story building, Torres said that it was a dormitory, and it contained living quarters, classrooms, and a dining room. Pointing to the window, a man in a business suit said that those who dream of becoming players train in this hall. At the same moment, the boy was admiringly watching the children who were practicing with blades. Those same children were completely devoid of all emotions. Pointing to the front door, Milo asked his guests to go inside. The guard bowed to his master and explained that there was no surveillance, and he noticed that it was excellent. Suddenly clapping his hands, Torres said that he had an idea. Suddenly, June and Marco looked in surprise in front of them as the man in the business suit called out to Mark Prize. With a snide grin on his face, Milo noticed that he was a gambler, too. Pointing with his hand at the children standing next to him, the manager of the orphanage asked what he could do, in which case he would tell something to their children. He scratched his head when Torres asked for everyone's attention and announced that the current player Mark Prize had come to them. Suddenly the door opened, while a man in a business suit said that he had kindly agreed to give them a short lesson, which other teachers would help him with, and asked them to come in. Immediately afterward, they were joined by several people with blades in their swords. June and Marco looked at the people in front of them in surprise. Looking at the boy puzzled, the boy asked if he didn't think that something was wrong there, and the boy noticed that he was quickly grasping. At the same moment, the children looked in front of them with emotionless expressions on their faces. Looking frightened in front of him, the child shouted that their eyes were not as usual. Looking at Milo, who was smiling broadly, the protagonist told him to look and remember, because the red color of his eyes is a sign that he is facing a demon. Folding his arms to his chest, Torres declared that he was very unlucky, because he should have talked about paradise with him. Looking at him calmly, June asked if he had given these children to drink demon blood. Grinning mischievously, the man in a business suit wondered if it could not be seen and how else they would become demons. With a look on his face that was complete madness, Milo said that naturally everyone refused at first, but when they killed a couple of them as punishment, they all drank quickly. Hearing this, the boy fell to his knees. Looking frightened in front of him, the child finally realized everything. His eyes were fixed on the two girls with red eyes, and Marco called their names. Then he looked at the boys standing next to him, noticing that they were Leo and Sue, and they were all demons now. Imagining in his head a photograph where they were all together, the boy said that he did not know anything and sent there even those who cried and refused. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the child asked how he dared. A moment later, he rushed forward with great speed, saying that he would kill him. At the same moment, a woman with red hair appeared in front of Torres, asking how far he was going. With a deft blow of her fist, she managed to strike at Marco. After the damage received, the boy coughed up drooling. He flew to the side, falling to the floor. Pointing his finger in front of him, the man in a business suit began to laugh loudly. Looking at the boy trembling with pain, Milo said that all he had to do was look at this nothingness. At the same moment, Marco clenched his hand into a fist. Being in front of his opponents, the boy declared that someday the grim ghost would still appear to them. Throwing up his hands to the sides, Torres said that if he had told him this 25 years ago, he might have been frightened. At the same moment, June slowly walked forward as the man in a business suit explained that he had been in hiding for a long time and was undergoing treatment, and even if he returned, he would find that none of the demons were afraid of him anymore. After a moment, Marco was very surprised to feel someone's shirt on him. Speaking to the boy, the protagonist suddenly called him by name. Throwing his sunglasses on the floor, June stated that the player is the person who is able to withstand even the death of loved ones in front of his own eyes. Suddenly, taking out a black mask from his inventory, the boy added that that was why, if he really wanted to become a player, he must not give up to the last, even if there was no chance of defeating his opponent. Hiding his face, the protagonist stated that he was not yet a player. Looking menacingly in front of him, June added that so this time he would help him. At the same moment, Marco looked in surprise in front of him. Looking at the back of his recent acquaintance, the boy did not understand where he got the mask of the grim ghost, and it was impossible, and such a great person could not come to his aid, but still, if he was really a grim ghost, then it was good. Suddenly starting to cry, Marco asked to save the other children. Turning sharply back, Torres asked if he meant to say that he was the grim ghost. The man behind him grinned mischievously, explaining that anything was possible, and then it became clear why he was called Mark Prize. Then he stepped forward to meet the protagonist, and noticed that his appearance was very similar to a scene from a cheap movie. Pointing his finger at June, the man asked that if he was really a grim ghost, then 5 seconds would be enough for him to defeat him. With an expression full of calm, the boy noticed that less than 5 seconds would be enough for him. Very angry after hearing this, the demon asked if he had gone completely mad. A moment later, June struck him, and he didn't even notice it. Then the man looked in surprise in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the boy was behind his opponent, who was falling to his knees. Seeing this, the other demons were greatly frightened. Taking up their weapons, people asked if it was the fear of darkness and stated that it had an incredible level of ability. Pointing his finger in front of him, Torres asked why they were just staring at him and ordered his death. At the same time, the demons rushed forward sharply. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man in a business suit mused that the Guardian of Darkness could not really be a grim ghost. As Milo pressed the screen of his watch, he reasoned that he was just using similar darkness techniques, although his abilities really shouldn't be underestimated. Looking at the protagonist standing still, Torres realized what was happening. He was just pretending to be a weakling, but in fact he turned out to be dangerous even to him. But they have a swordsman and a demon archer, which radically changes everything. Immediately afterward, the demons rushed towards June with great speed, wishing him death. Noticing this, the boy raised his hand above his head. Then he deftly snapped his fingers. At the same moment, a wolf made of dark purple energy appeared in front of him and headed towards his opponents. A huge beast created from inner strength was destroying all demons. Turning back in fright, the man noticed that they could not reach him and they could not stop him, so he had to leave. Watching people try to run away from the pursuit of his energy, June wondered if they had run to call for help, and realized that it was useless. Unleashing his inner strength, the boy reflected that he had thought that his mana had increased from what it had been 25 years ago, but after receiving 0 mana loss in the Cave of Trials. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that his magical capabilities had become limitless. At this moment, the male demon was running away from the energy coming towards him at a tremendous speed. June continued to just stand still, destroying everyone with his power. The boy fixed his menacing gaze in front of him. Watching in fright, Torres noticed that he was indeed a demon hunter. Imagining the image of a gloomy ghost destroying his allies in his mind, the man in a business suit wondered if the stories of people being able to single-handedly kill hundreds of demons turned out to be true. Spreading his hands to the sides, Milo called all his subordinates scum. Looking at the emotionless children, Torres told them to move and grab him. At this time, her eyes were painted red, while a man in a business suit stated that it was necessary to detain him until the archer arrived. Immediately after receiving the order, the children slowly walked towards June. Looking menacingly in front of him, the boy thought that he was going to use the children as human shields. Unleashing his dark purple energy, the protagonist ordered them to disperse. At the same moment, his power began to affect the children. The guys continued to stand in front of it, while his inner energy was directed to them. A moment later, all the children were neutralized. Torres watched in fright as the boy in front of him fell to the ground. Opening the front door, the man in a business suit thought that he knew that these words would be of no use. As he walked out of the building, Milo wondered where he was carrying this archer. Looking at the playground in front of him, Torres knew that he would have time to get to it. At the same moment, the man in a business suit was extremely dumbfounded. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Holding his head after the fall, Milo said that he had stumbled at just such a moment. At the same time, Torres noticed something frightening in front of him. Holding on to his severed leg, the man in a business suit screamed loudly in pain. A moment later, Milo stared in front of him in fear as June announced that he had only one question. Looking menacingly in front of him, the boy asked if he had ever thought about how the children he had forcibly made demons felt. With a smile on his face, the man in a business suit explained that, of course, he was thinking, and the protagonist finally understood everything. Gathering the dark purple energy in his hand, June said that then everything was clear to him. Immediately afterward, he would strike several blows at his opponent, saying that then he should understand that he deserved to die. After taking damage, Torres coughed up blood. As the boy towered over his bleeding opponent, he begged for help. Hearing this, the protagonist slammed his head into the ground with great force. Removing the mask from his face, June stated that this was payback for all the children he had killed. Suddenly, Milo had memories of looking at his bloody hands. Looking forward with joy, Torres said that it was the blood of demons. Looking around, the man mused that if he could get hold of the demon's power, he would settle scores with everyone who looked down on him. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Milo knew this was his chance. Immediately afterward, Torres began to smile broadly. At this time, June stood to the side, looking at the system's notification window. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the boy noticed that not even trying to make efforts to develop his own abilities, but at the same time envying others and dreaming of strength was a sure way to turn into a demon. Folding her arms to her chest, the Ice Queen asked her partner that they were watching some cheap series, and he gave a negative answer. Having stopped the video in the notification window of the system, the protagonist said that this is his ability confession of a dead man, and with its help he can receive information from the memories of dead people, and the fairy noticed that this is quite an interesting ability. Clicking on the video playback, June explained that since this man rules heaven, he must surely know a lot about the Demon Association. Suddenly, the narrative of the story is transferred to the building of the orphanage, where children are happily playing with each other. A man with a beard looked out the window with a smile on his face. Turning back, the blond man asked if he was the same Torres Milo who had headed heaven, and he had given a positive answer to his boss. Taking a step forward, the unknown man noticed that this was good. Showing projections of several people in the system, the demon leader stated that he liked his ability to manipulate other people's minds, as he used it to succeed in the case of the missing players on the second floor and the case of the ghost village. At this time, Torres looked down in fright, thinking that he was feeling a lot of pressure. Stretching out his hand in his direction, the blond man noticed that his abilities seemed very tasty. It was Roxanne Azar, the chef who, looking seriously in front of him, remarked that he didn't have to worry. After all, it was just his ability to taste the taste. Immediately after that, he concentrated a ball of energy around his hand. Then the demon slowly brought it to his mouth. Roxanne noted that it has an unusual taste, but it is not so easy to achieve, although he thinks that the available ingredients should be enough. Glancing at Milo, the demon leader said that he was grateful to him anyway, because with his help there was a good new recipe, and since he had provided him with such good ingredients, he would tell him why heaven was created. Looking out the window, the chef explained that high-end dishes can only be prepared with fresh ingredients, and the same is true of demons. Looking at the children frolicking in the courtyard of the orphanage, Azar asks if he thinks that if you give demonic blood to that rabble frolicking on the playground, then they will turn out to be something worthwhile, and he himself replied that no matter how much blood you give them, if it's not a player, at best it will only be a parody of a demon. Imagining in his head the huge number of children in the wasteland, Roxanne said that therefore, in the past 24 years, only 5 children from paradise had turned into first-class demons, and this orphanage was not originally designed to create strong demons. Visualizing the building of the orphanage, Azar said that 24 years ago, the demons hiding in the wasteland came out, did not reach the border of the second floor and created their own association. Recalling the gathering of black-robed people, the chef explained that the fear sown by the dark ghost was so great that they continued to fear the release of the 5 heroes and being frozen and died at their hands. Suddenly, someone sitting at the table said something, and Roxanne said that he was then the head of the association and offered to found a paradise. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man declared that they needed strength. Looking at his hand, the demon leader explained that they needed strength that could be compared to that of the 5 heroes, and the crushing power that they had experienced on their own skin and witnessed. Imagining a clot of dark purple energy in his head, the unknown person stated that they would make sure that the powerful ability of the Guardian of Darkness was in their hands. Looking joyfully before him, Torres finally understood. Imagining the building of the Paradise Orphanage in his head, a man in a business suit clarified that it was really founded in order to create a second gloomy ghost, to which he received a positive answer. Looking in front of him, Azar explained that it was a kind of ingredient factory that supplied the abilities of demon-turned children, and it was his job to materialize these ingredients with the help of absolute taste, after which he took them to a new level to prepare a dark ghost level ability. Visualizing the image of June shrouded in dark red energy, the chef explained that if he could create an ability even half or even a quarter comparable to the strength of this person, they would be able to create a powerful demon. Remembering other people who happily looked in front of him, Roxanne noticed that he had already managed to pull off a similar thing before, but the final result, to put it mildly, left much to be desired. Holding out his hand in front of him, Azar told them that now they had a more effective way to achieve their goal, because the living owner of the Dark Guard had returned. Looking menacingly in front of him, the chef declared that he would go to the second floor again and wait for him. Imagining the golden energy threads, Roxanne remarked that this ability must have an incredible taste, and he was all in anticipation. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the events of the present, when June used dark purple energy on the corpse of his opponent. Looking at his trembling hand, the boy talked about kidnapping children and turning them into demons. Directing his dumbfounded gaze forward, the protagonist stated that they needed all this in order to create a copy of him. Looking at the system's notification window, June said that it turned out that they only needed to kidnap the children and turn them into demons to create a copy of him. Realizing this, the boy looked in front of him dumbfounded. Remembering all those children who were incarnated as demons, the protagonist thought about the thousands of children who managed to be forcibly turned into demons. Imagining the image of Thor's running an orphanage in his head, June reasoned that they were all unhappy. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy realized that they had all died because of him. The protagonist then threw his mask to the ground with great force. Flying next to her partner, the Ice Queen noticed that it was not his fault at all. Covering his face, June explained that he knew everything. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the boy added that it didn't make him feel better at all, and mused that a player who had turned into a demon could not become a human again. Imagining in her head the children lying on the floor at the moment, the protagonist reasoned that he knew this better than anyone else. Remembering the children who were inside the building unconscious, June thought of the children who had become demons. Looking at the building of the Rai orphanage, the boy realized that he had to destroy them all with his own hands. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the main hall of the orphanage. Marco jerked his hand at the children, calling out to Anna and Leo. Holding the girl in his arms, the boy asked them to wake up and asked what was wrong with them. Seeing the gloomy ghost coming inside, The child was glad that he had returned. Holding Anna in his arms, Marco said that they still did not come to their senses, and asked if they had hit their heads too hard, so they should be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Suddenly starting to cry, the boy remembered about the blood of demons and noticed that he needed to get it somehow. At the same moment, June was looking seriously in front of him as the child explained that if they got her, the boys could become ordinary people again. Continuing to cry bitterly, Marco asked him for help. At this time, while the boy asked to save all his friends, placing his hand on his head, the protagonist apologized. Stroking the child's head, June explained that this was impossible. Looking at Marco, who was holding a girl in his arms, the boy said that he understood him perfectly, because that was why demons were so badly perceived by society. Remembering the red eyes of these same children, the protagonist stated that when an ordinary person drinks the blood of a demon, there is either rejection, due to which he dies, or transformation into a demon. Suddenly, the guys looked to the side when someone called out to Marco. Approaching the girl he was holding in his arms, the boy asked if she was okay. The child looked happily at the other children, asking if they had finally come to their senses. Immediately after that, Marco hugged Anna and said that he was very glad, because he thought that they could not be saved. At the same moment, the little girl with a puzzled expression on her face noticed that something was wrong with her. Suddenly distraught, Anna said that she loved him very much. Suddenly releasing her demonic claws, the little girl asked why she wanted to kill him. Then she pointed her hand towards her friend. Noticing this, June abruptly grabbed Marco's clothes. With a deft movement of his hand, he threw it aside. Looking at the sudden surge of dark red energy, the boy reflected that demons are usually very aggressive and cruel creatures, and they pay for their strength with an irresistible desire to kill. Looking at Anna as she furiously advanced, the protagonist was aware that those who drank their blood felt the same way. With his menacing gaze forward, June apologized. He then channeled his dark purple energy towards the little girl. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an unknown red glow appeared. A moment later, a system notification window appeared in front of the protagonist, notifying them that they were feeling a lower-level demonic energy. Noticing this, June was very surprised. As Anna continued to furiously head forward, the boy read a message from the system that he could absorb her with the Guardian of Darkness ability. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist could not believe that he could absorb the demonic energy in the same way as he had absorbed the cold and freed himself. Immediately afterward, June enveloped the little girl with his energy. Standing in front of the chained Anna, the boy wondered that this was impossible, and could he really do such a thing with the help of the Guardian of Darkness? Imagining in his head the image of Azar, who said that no matter how much blood you give them, if it is not a player, at best it will only be a parody of a demon, the protagonist realized that this is impossible. Looking at the little girl dumbfounded, June thought that if it wasn't a player, it turned out that if an ordinary person became a demon, it would be possible to extract demonic energy from him. At the same moment, Marco took a confident step towards him. Suddenly, the boy turned back when he called him a gloomy ghost. With an air full of emotion, the boy asked to be allowed to deal with his friends himself. Looking at the unfortunate children in the building of the orphanage, Marco explained that it was he who sent them to heaven, and everything happened through his fault. Looking at his little acquaintance, June asked if he was sure that these memories would remain with him for the rest of his life. Grabbing the fabric of his pants, Marco declared that he had said it himself. Starting to cry suddenly, the boy said that a real player must be ready for this. Hearing this, the boy and the Ice Queen smiled sharply. Stroking his little acquaintance on the head, the protagonist called him a young woman, which the fairy did as well. Adjusting his cap in surprise, June explained that it wasn't that often that you would find a player playing tears under other people, so he would make a great person. With a smile on his face, the boy noticed that today he would not have to incur this heavy burden. Immediately afterward, the protagonist pointed her hand towards Anna. June gathered a ball of dark purple energy in his hand. Then the narration of the story is postponed after a certain number of hours. A man with red hair got out of bed and wondered what time it was. Bringing his hand to his face, the demon asked if he had slept for 17 hours. Looking ahead with his disgruntled gaze, the red-haired man mused that it seemed that he had become very weak after chasing Kim Woo-jun, and it was okay, because he would still repay him for this humiliation. Suddenly, the demon noticed an alert that came to his watch. Looking at the screen of his watch, the man with red hair read a message that he needed to go to the shelter, because he had something to show. Looking menacingly in front of him after reading it, the demon talked about this impudent Torres Milo and asked who he thought he was, if he dared to summon him like this, and if the reason was not strong enough, he would kill him. Immediately afterward, a man with red hair walked down the stairs. Suddenly, he saw something in front of him. After a moment, the demon was extremely dumbfounded as he looked ahead. Watching the builders who were working with might and main, a man with red hair asked what was going on there. Looking at the people who were dragging the boxes, the demon did not understand what had become of Paradise. Inspecting the garbage lying on the floor, the red-haired man asked where the demons had gone. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the demon wondered what had even happened there. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the huge Vatican temple. The guards looked away dumbfounded. It was there that the gloomy ghost sat on a bench with Marco. Looking in surprise at June sitting next to him, the boy noticed that everyone was looking at him so intently, and he replied that he did not need to pay attention, because next to him he would have to get used to it. Catching a huge number of glances from the Vatican guards, the boy reflected that although he said so, 25 years ago everything was completely different. Suddenly, a priest appeared and came out to the protagonist, and said that all 217 children he had rescued had been examined. At the same moment, Marco looked anxiously in front of him as the man was about to announce the results. With a low bow, the priest explained that no demonic energy had been found in any of them, and thanked him for once again sowing the seeds of hope in their lands. Hearing these words, the boy seemed to beam with joy. Taking a step forward, the stranger called out to the gloomy ghost. It was the Pope who, with a smile on his face, declared that he would like to thank him from the bottom of his heart for saving hundreds of unfortunate children's lives. Holding out his hand in front of him, Francis XII remarked that if he did not mind, they would like to inform the whole world about this event, and asked if he agreed that it was necessary to remind the world of the danger posed by demons. Looking in front of him, June told him to do as he saw fit, and asked if he could ask him given his gratitude, to which he immediately received a positive response. Imagining in his head the image of a girl lying in bed, the boy talked about all the children he brought to them. Visualizing a huge chamber where these very guys were, the protagonist announced that they were all left alone in this world, which is why they became an easy victim for criminals. A moment later, the Pope was surprised when June suggested that he should understand that much of the responsibility for what happened in the center of the world's holiest city lay with the church, which had not noticed the danger under its nose, and replied that of course it was. Marco stared in surprise in front of him as Francis explained that they were indeed going to take responsibility and provide all the children involved in this incident with safe housing and education. Hearing this, the boy suddenly burst into tears of happiness. Patting him on the back, the boy asked if he had heard all this, and explained that after his Vatican education, he would be hired for any part-time job with open arms. Looking menacingly at the crying child, the protagonist asked if he was crying again, and remarked that he needed to stop. At this time, the Pope and the priest happily watched as Marco tried to explain that he was not crying and that something had just gotten into his eye. Rubbing his eyes with his hand, the boy promised that he would study hard and become a good player in order to take the place of his servant. Waving his hand, the protagonist stated that he could not hold his hearing, so he apologized. Placing his hand on his little friend's head, June said that he had no servants. Stroking his head, the boy explained that he had comrades in arms, and if he wanted to become one of them, he would have a hard time, so he needed to start working hard now. At the same moment, Marco was very happy. Then the voice of a boy came from the Vatican Palace, saying that he would try now. The TV showed news with children, and the presenter said that it had become known that in Rome there was an institution for training demons under the guise of an orphanage, and it was reported that all the victims who had been forcibly detained in this orphanage had been rescued. An explosion of violet energy was also caught on camera, and the announcer explained that the employees of the institution were destroyed by a dark ghost, one of the 5 heroes. Breaking the TV with rage, the red-haired man claimed that this bastard had ruined all his plans. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the demon reflected that even though he was just coming to his senses, he was able to defeat him, and this slippery Seo Junho was able to sneak away. Imagining a gloomy ghost trapped in ice in his head, the man said that he would show them again and this time he would let go, but as soon as he dealt with June, it would be the turn of this bastard. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the tall building of the Republic of Korea Players Association. An employee of the association bowed to the boy and greeted him. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something in front of him. Looking ahead in surprise, June asked why it was so noisy outside. Then he went out onto a small balcony. At the same moment, he saw a poster about a gloomy ghost. A huge number of people from below rejoiced and congratulated him on his return. The little boy pointed his finger forward and said that the gloomy ghost had finally come out. Noticing June standing on the balcony, people began to rejoice, rejoicing that it was really him. Seeing a huge number of joyful people, the boy was very surprised. The head of the Players Association, holding his hands in his pockets, explained that according to police estimates, at least 500,000 people had gathered, and the protagonist asked him what was happening. Smiling broadly, Taku wondered if he still didn't understand. Looking at the gloomy ghost standing on the balcony, the man in a business suit explained that they were all going to look at him. Looking at the huge number of people who rejoiced at the appearance of the dark ghost, the head of the Players Association said that they were all very happy to see him back. Hearing this, June silently stared in front of him. Suddenly, the boy turned around when the guy in glasses asked the gentleman to let him go inside. Smiling broadly, the association worker explained that they were grateful to him for being back. Hearing this, the boy went in their direction. Order, looking in the direction of the protagonist, thought that someday they would also be able to see it. Walking down the corridor of the association, Taku said that they organized a press conference, as he requested. Looking at his old friend, the head of the Players Association asked what he could only assume, but his plans were not to simply announce cooperation with the association. At the same moment, June was removing the mask of a gloomy ghost from his face while his friend asked what he was up to. After a moment, Taku was very surprised when the boy asked if he remembered the moment when he had just woken up. Remembering how he looked out the window of the medical ward, the protagonist said that then he had just woken up and, looking at the street, thought that in front of him was the very peaceful life that they wanted, exactly the safe world they were striving for. Holding his black mask in his hands, June stated that it was worth taking a closer look, and it turned out that this was not the case. Remembering the images of Marco and Thor's in his head, the boy explained that during the absence of 5 heroes, the demons spread their wings and enslaved many weak souls, and 25 years ago they could not afford it. Looking at the back of the protagonist standing in front, Taku stated that they failed thanks to 5 heroes, but now he is only 1. Looking seriously ahead, June said that he understood everything and was not at all the same as before, because it seemed to him at first that it was enough to recover to the level that would allow him to save his comrades. Visualizing the fierce gaze of the demons, the boy noticed that this was not the case at all, because no one else was able to restrain the demons as before. At the same time, an old friend of the protagonist was extremely stunned when he added that this is why they tried to create a second dark ghost, and they need to remind the demons that they will not be allowed to act with impunity. Spreading his hands in surprise, the head of the Players Association asked if he was going to become a dark ghost again. With an expression full of incomprehension, Taku declared that he himself knew why no one pretended to be a gloomy ghost, and that this big name could not fail to attract the attention of it. Imagining in his head how everyone points the finger at June, his old friend explained that it is not only the enemies who notice the hero, and if he announces his return, as soon as something happens, people will run to him for help, and if he does not come at their first call, then all the discontent will also pour out on him. Remembering how the boy came to visit his old comrades, the head of the Players Association said that he and his friends had already done enough. Sighing heavily after all he heard, the protagonist stated that he knew all this and he himself did not want to burden this burden, but now there was no one to do it except him, and perhaps his strength would not be enough, but he still had great influence. At the same moment, the Ice Queen flying next to him said that this was indeed a difficult decision, and she would remember the bravery he had shown. Immediately afterward, June turned his serious gaze forward. Remembering the images of children turned into demons and Marco crying, the boy realized that he could not just turn a blind eye to what was happening. Covering his face in displeasure, Taku noted that he was acting as usual. After patting him on the back, an old friend of the protagonist said that he could do as he knew, and asked what he wanted from him then. A moment later, the head of the Players Association was very surprised when June stated that he needed volume. Pointing his finger up, the boy explained that he needed to turn up the volume of the speakers to the full level so that the gloomy ghost could be heard even on the second floor. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to the conference room, where a huge number of people were present. People in business suits looked forward in anticipation of the start of the conference. At this time, the players sitting on the other side were also waiting for the start. Looking in front of him, the man with glasses said that their expectations had been met, and the masters and heads of their teams from the Big Six had arrived, and besides, many players from the top of the ranking had arrived there, so it seemed that the competition to lure the dark ghost to him would be fierce. Suddenly, the bodyguard looked at the princess sitting next to him in surprise, and she was just laughing. The girl with red hair smiled broadly, asking if she would really see the gloomy ghost in person, and the subordinate asked her to calm down. At the same moment, the front door opened, and the host announced that the gloomy ghost and the president of the Republic of Korea Players Association would soon be there, so they asked the dear guests to remain calm. A moment later, June walked inside the conference room. He walked slowly to his seat. Taking the microphone in his hand, Taku was about to say something. Directing his serious gaze forward, the man in a business suit announced that the press conference was declared open, and asked not to ask too long questions. Pointing his hand at the man raising his hand, Taku asked him to ask his question. Holding a microphone in his hands, the correspondent told the gloomy ghost that in the 25 years that he spent imprisoned in the ice, many conspiracy theories had appeared. Looking at the protagonist taking his place, the man asked if he could somehow prove that there was a real dark ghost in front of them. Turning back with displeasure, the guy asked if he was crazy, and other people asked if he was out of his mind, because he was asking for proof. At the same moment, June slammed his hand on the table and said that of course he could. Taking hold of the hilt of his blade, the boy said that if they wanted, he would show them. Immediately afterward, the protagonist deftly swung his sword. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the guy with glasses declared that it was the steel of a sword. The red-haired girl watched in surprise, thinking that this was the perfect mastery of the sword steel art. Looking admiringly in front of him, the blue-haired man realized that he had been frozen for 25 years, but he was still strong. Then the protagonist sheathed his blade, and the correspondent thanked him for his answer. At the same time, another person rose from his seat and asked to say whether it could be said that the gloomy ghost had returned from the recent incident in Rome. With an air full of calm, June explained that he had originally planned to retire. Standing in front of a huge number of cameras, the boy said that when he woke up, President Shin told him something. Imagining a huge metropolis in his head, the protagonist said that, according to him, thanks to the fact that he and his comrades in arms sacrificed themselves, the world changed for the better, and he was so happy with what he heard that he could not hold back tears, and his soul became calm, and he thought to himself that now this world will cope without them. Visualizing an upside-down gloomy orphanage for children, June stated that the tragedy that occurred in the orphanage of Rome made him realize that, unfortunately, he simply could not retire. Remembering the huge number of children lying unconscious on the floor, the gloomy ghost asked if they knew that in the past 24 hours, about 6,000 children had been kidnapped by demons and died. Upon hearing this, the people in the conference room were utterly amazed that the incidents were still ongoing. Pointing his hand in front of him, June said that he thought he didn't know, because on the first floor they didn't have much interest in this, but the events in Rome could definitely have been prevented. Sharply clenching his hand into a fist, the boy explained that if the players, guilds, or associations had intervened, everything would have been different. Looking menacingly forward, the protagonist added that if that were the case, the demons would not be able to rise again. Hearing this, the red-haired girl and her subordinate were greatly puzzled. A moment later, there was an awkward silence in the conference room. The videographer stared in front of him, dumbfounded, as June announced that was why he had called this conference to say something. People on TV were looking at a kid who hoped that all the demons would hear him. A live broadcast from his conference was shown even on buildings. With an air full of seriousness, the protagonist declared that he had finally returned. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when June was lying on the couch and looking at the notification window of the system. He slowly scanned the information in them. The boy looked at the headlines of the articles about himself and the gloomy ghost. The protagonist also read comments where people asked various questions, and reflected that, to some extent, his speech really had an effect. Suddenly, June was very frightened when he heard the voice of the Ice Queen, who was distracting her partner. Looking sharply around the corner, the boy asked what had happened. Sitting on the couch, the fairy stated that she had watched one season and asked to put two. Taking the remote control in his hands, the protagonist said that she, of course, surprised him, and offered to teach her how to use it, so that she would not scream like that every time. Flying happily in the air above June's head, the Ice Queen noticed that her throat was completely dry, and she needed to drink tea, and he asked if he was her slave. Slowly walking forward, the boy agreed to carry out her order, while the fairy once again asked him. Pouring soda into a glass, the protagonist wondered if she really thought that he would tolerate it so easily. At this time, the Ice Queen looked at the unknown liquid in the glass, and June wondered what he would get from him now, and asked him to hold it. They say that now people drink such tea when their throats are dry. Happily leaning on the glass, the fairy asked what it was, because it has a very refreshing aroma for tea. The protagonist watched everything with a snide expression on his face. A moment later, the Ice Queen took a sip through the straw. Immediately after that, she began to fly madly around the apartment, and screamed loudly. Frightened, she pointed her finger to the side, and told her partner that this drink attacked him, and he laughed loudly at her. Holding a bottle of soda in his hand, June explained what it was, and noted that, unfortunately, it did not suit her taste. Clenching her hand into a fist of displeasure after what had happened, the Ice Queen declared that she would not forget this humiliation. Looking at the fairy flying in front of him, the boy said that he was playing a drama for her, and asked him to watch while he was studying. Immediately afterward, the Ice Queen happily sat down on the couch, stating that generosity is the virtue of kings, so she forgives him, and the protagonist couldn't believe it was so easy. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transported to the elevator on the 7th floor. Going inside it, June reflected that thanks to the demon hunting in the orphanage, he had risen to level 29, and the magic stats had also increased significantly. Smiling slightly, the boy reasoned that he could slowly start using his old techniques again. Suddenly, he received a notification from Taku. Bringing his hand to his ear, the protagonist greeted his old friend and asked what it was. Looking at the huge number of documents on his desk, the Players' Association asked where he was, to which the gloomy ghost replied that he was going to the hall. Looking at the people sitting at the conference table, Taku said that he was apologizing, but he needed to come to him as soon as possible. Looking at the guys sitting at the table, waiting for June to arrive, his old friend explained that the heads of the Big Six teams had come to talk to him. Hearing this, June was puzzled and wondered why they would suddenly need him, and asked if they had come for a gloomy ghost. After a moment, the boy was extremely surprised when his old friend replied that they needed him, and reflected that they had come not to a gloomy ghost, but to an ordinary player. Remembering the people sitting at the press conference, the protagonist reasoned that in general, if you think about it, although the meeting was organized in a hurry, the heads of the teams arrived suspiciously quickly, they should not have had enough time to arrive in advance. Thinking back to the images of the people in the conference room, June thought that perhaps they had originally appeared there to attract a new player. With a puzzled expression on his face, Taku answered the question why he didn't just refuse, that he really wanted to do so. Imagining images of harsh players in his head, the head of the association replied that there were those among them who would only be angered by such a refusal. With a snide grin, the protagonist said that if so, he would definitely come. As he imagined the guild leaders waiting in the reception hall, June could see that he had an idea. Slowly going inside, the boy greeted everyone. Looking confidently in front of him, the protagonist asked what made the famous heads of the Big Six come such a long way. Looking at him haughtily, the red-haired girl wondered if it wasn't obvious that they were there to hire the player who had won first place in the Cave of Trials, and June asked if the others were there for the same reason. Looking sharply to the side, the other guild leaders noticed that this was the case. Spreading his hands to the sides, the boy apologized and explained that due to personal circumstances he could not join their guilds. Holding out his hand in front of him, the blue-haired man explained that if he was worried about the penalty for early termination of the contract, then it was not worth it, because their guild was ready to pay the rest of his contract. Putting the scabbard of the blade on the table, the boy said that it was not a matter of a fine at all. At the same moment, the guild leader looked at the Chinese two-handed saber dumbfounded. Imagining this very weapon in his head, the blue-haired man reasoned that the grim ghost had used this sword when he went to the gate at the South Pole. Visualizing the image of a gloomy ghost, the protagonist assumed that they all knew perfectly well what it was, and revealed that it was given to him by the strongest player himself, and after he declared a war against demons, he began to gather loyal forces on the second floor. Hearing this, the guild leaders were greatly puzzled and couldn't believe that the dark ghost was really creating its army. The red-haired girl stared in surprise in front of her, and couldn't believe that Mr. Snakehead was so close to the gloomy ghost that he could become his representative. Imagining a banner in the form of a golden shield in her head, she reasoned that if they teamed up with the dark ghost in a common fight against demons, then the PR effect would be simply incomparable, and no advertisement could compare to it, so their guild simply had to join him. Showing 3 of his fingers, the boy stated that the gloomy ghost put forward only a few conditions. Imagining the image of Taku in his head, the protagonist said that firstly, it is necessary to exclude a situation in which the representative would have a personal attachment to any guild. Visualizing the silver banner of the association, June explained that it was imperative that he maintain his affiliation with the association. Presenting the newspapers lying on the table, the boy added that secondly, the partner guilds needed to have enough influence on the second floor, and thirdly, the partner guild should not hide the information he needed from the gloomy ghost. Visualizing a bright flash of blue light in his head, the protagonist said that in return he promised that after receiving the necessary information, he would appreciate the efforts of the corresponding guild and publish information about the help provided to it. Looking ahead of her after all she had heard, the red-haired girl pondered that whatever the terms of the treaty were, in the current situation, the Big Six had no choice but to accept them if they wished to receive the recognition of the Dark Ghost. Imagining everyone pointing fingers at the Players' Association banner in her head, the guild leader was aware that after the press conference, the guilds had been criticized for not being able to control the demon activity, and all this time only being busy filling their pockets as much as possible. Visualizing a gloomy demon who holds the entire earth in his hands, the girl with red hair understood that in the end, the initiative could not but pass into the hands of the hero of humans. Then, the voice of the guild representatives reverberated through the meeting room, saying that he was apologizing, but he was afraid that this was not a decision they could make on the spot, so they needed to listen to the guildmaster's opinion first. Waving to them, the boy would walk away and say that then they should contact him when they consulted. Leaving the guild representatives alone in the room, the protagonist noticed that it was time for him to go, and said goodbye to them. Sighing heavily, the blue-haired man said that it looked like they wouldn't be able to lure June. Imagining in his head the images of a gloomy ghost and the protagonist standing back to back, the representative of the guild explained that since the hero had chosen him as his representative, now it was simply impossible. Spreading his hands to the sides, the man with blue hair asked if this meant that the grim ghost saw hidden potential in him worthy of the level of 5 great heroes, and the girl with maroon hair noticed that perhaps this was why he was able to become a representative of the ghost. Remembering the image of Gilbert adjusting his hat, the guild representative stated that everyone was well aware of how the grim ghost was able to note his talents, and the sniper's abilities were originally at D level, and no one cared about him, but only the grim ghost was able to see potential in him. As June was walking down the corridor of the Players' Association, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Immediately after that, the boy turned back sharply. Looking at the girl with red hair, the boy asked what she wanted, and she noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and greeted him. Remembering their meeting on the roof of the building, the boy said that the last time he parted on such a cool note, and did not think that their next meeting would take place like this, and Cone noticed that it was true, and asked that they decided to meet on the second floor. The protagonist looked at the girl with red hair in front of him, and said that just in case, he would like to warn her that he could not give her any special treatment because they knew a friend, and she explained that she did not need it. Awkwardly looking away, the guild representative explained that she just wanted to ask him something out of curiosity, and wondered if he was close to the dark ghost. Scratching his chin, puzzled, June explained that he wouldn't say that, because they had a purely business relationship, and Cone asked that he had already met him in person, while he noticed that she had also seen him yesterday at the press conference. Looking in front of her, the girl with red hair meant that he had seen him in an informal setting. With an expression full of indifference, the protagonist gave a positive answer to her question. Holding out a photograph of the gloomy ghost in front of her, Cone asked him to get an autograph for her if he met him again. Dumbfounded by the poster of himself, June could not believe that she really needed an autograph. Looking away in puzzlement, The boy said that he would definitely ask him, and like a sparkling girl with red hair, she asked if he would definitely do it. A moment later, an atmosphere of love began to float in the neighborhood, and Khan asked to tell him to write that this was his favorite fan Ju-ha, and the protagonist explained that it was already too sweet. Imagining a gloomy ghost in her head, showing a cross, the girl with red hair declared that she was not asking him to do so, and if the gloomy ghost himself said that he would not write, then there was really nothing to be done about it. Then June's voice rang through the corridor of the association, agreeing to give it to him, and Kon explaining that she would keep this autograph as a family heirloom. Then the girl with red hair ran away, thanking Mr. Snake's head. At the same moment, the boy looked down in puzzlement. He was looking at a book with a biography of the great Korean. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story is transferred to the training room. Stretching his hands, the protagonist looked at the notification windows of the system. June reflected on his stats that if he continued like this, he would be able to fully recover his previous stats somewhere around level 60. Imagining a huge tower with monsters in his head, the boy reasoned that as soon as he was on the second floor, he would immediately turn into a complete beginner, and even if he used the glory of the gloomy ghost, he could not do without the information support of large guilds like the Big Six. Spreading his fingers on his hand, the protagonist thought that if he wanted to master the second floor, then he would need to rework his techniques. Imagining the threads of blue energy, June thought about the methods of magic control that he currently uses, and noted that it is quite effective, but it consumes mana too quickly, which is why this technique lacks strength and speed. Releasing blue energy from his hand, the boy realized that there was only one thing that could help, and that was a booster. The narrative of the story continues to take place in the training room. June was standing in the middle of it. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the boy gave the order to launch a hologram of 10 level 100 opponents. As holograms of enemies appeared around, the Ice Queen asked what he meant he was going to train, and the protagonist replied that he wanted to learn how to use his old techniques again before he got to the second floor. At the same moment, the conscripted wars began to appear. The doll was behind June's back and was about to strike with its fist. Noticing this, the boy deftly dodged his opponent's lunge. A moment later, he made a counterattack on him. With a deft blow of his fist, the boy hit the doll. Looking at the disappearing hologram, the fairy noticed that he had invested mana in the blow, and this is quite interesting, to which the protagonist replied that the attack power is increasing, but the magic consumption is too high, and so far he does not have enough mana to use this technique all the time. Imagining the constant use of mana in his head, June explained that he had tried a technique in which energy would be used only at the right moments. Visualizing how mana is used only at the right moment, the boy added that, unfortunately, this leads to a decrease in the strength and speed of the blow. The protagonist looked in front of him, while the Ice Queen asked what he was going to do then, and he replied that he had just come up with something. Recalling his conversation with Sky, who told him that if even one element was missing, it would lose its meaning, and thanks to this technique, he remembered through which channels in his body mana flowed. June stated that he needed to use mana control, concentration, and endurance. Feeling the energy pouring through his body, the boy remembered the channels of the body. Sharply clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist could feel where the mana were passing. Enveloping himself in the energy of the blue color, June was ready for battle. Swinging his fist, the boy used a booster. Immediately after that, he struck in front of him. Seeing the aftermath of this attack, the Ice Queen was greatly stunned. Everything in front of the protagonist was completely destroyed. Looking in surprise in front of her, the fairy noticed that this was simply incredible. Seeing that June could not move, the Ice Queen asked what was wrong with him. Moving his hand to the side, the boy explained that these are the consequences of using a booster, and the body's abilities increase significantly, and the brain does not keep up with them. Imagining a burning computer in his head, the protagonist explained that in other words, the head simply overheats, and noted that this is an incredible ability. As he clenched his hand into a fist, June noticed that even as a grim ghost, he couldn't use the booster for longer than 10 minutes even as a grim ghost, but now he needed to get him to use it on the battlefield. Immediately after that, the system restarted the holograms of the opponents. Swinging his fist to strike, the protagonist stated that he must do so before he captured the gates of the Ice Palace. Drawing the story takes him a week later to the huge building of the Players Association in Korea. Holding a digital thermometer in her hands, the Ice Queen noticed that her partner had too high a temperature, and this was dangerous. At the same moment, waving was heard around the area, leaving blue footprints. June continued to fight against the dolls, raising his body temperature. Watching how the boy dealt with his opponents, the fairy said that he could use her abilities to cool his body, and he explained that he had already tried, and the use of a booster already greatly complicates the fight, and if he also used her abilities, it would only become harder for him. Immediately after that, the protagonist destroyed the next enemy with a deft blow of his fist. Looking at the hologram disappearing in front of him, June said that he had to control the situation. The Ice Queen, holding a digital thermometer in her hands, asked what he was thinking, and the boy explained that in any case, it would take him at least several months to learn how to put her advice into practice. The two then exchanged glances with each other, not understanding anything. Immediately afterward, The protagonist's disgruntled voice rang out through the training room, asking if she knew anything, and the fairy explained that of course, but she wouldn't say anything to him. Holding a digital thermometer in her hands, the Ice Queen noticed that her partner should learn it himself, and June noticed that this was very low on her part. Standing in the middle of the ruined training room, the boy noticed that now he would be able to use this technique in real combat. At the same time, the protagonist turned on his smartwatch. June then spoke into his gadget and called for the secretary, asking if she could find a free teleporter for him, to which he received an answer from Child that of course she could, who asked when he needed him and where he was going. Looking at his smartwatch, the boy explained that tomorrow he had to go to the gates of the Ice Palace at the South Pole. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to the South Pole, which was all wrapped in snow. The man, wrapped in warm clothes, was sneezing. Shivering from the cold, the man announced that they were there. Looking at him, June noticed that he had said they needed to wear warm down jackets, and the man in the coat was explaining that he had only helped him get there and would be back soon. Looking at the portal in the middle of the snowy desert, the association worker wished him victory. At the same moment, the portal sparkled brightly. After a moment, he disappeared completely, and the Ice Queen noticed that he was somehow weak, because the weather was excellent, just what you need for a picnic, while the protagonist asked what she was talking about, because even he with his resistance to cold almost dies. June then pushed off the snow abruptly. A moment later, he landed a little lower. The boy raised his head up, looking in front of him. Being near the gates of the Ice Palace, the protagonist stated that here they are. Immediately after that, a system notification window with information about the gate appeared in front of him. The system notification contained information about the Ice Palace with the turn condition, team limit, capture condition, and difficulty level. Studying the information in the system's notification window, June noticed that this was a first-level gate that even players from the second floor could not capture, and the Ice Queen asked if he needed time to gather his strength. Taking a confident step forward, the boy declared that he was already assembled. The protagonist then slowly walked towards the portal. In front of him, he saw a light reflecting off the ice. Because of the bright light, June covered his face with his hand. The boy was looking in front of him, holding his hand in front. He found himself in an unknown place with ice peaks. Looking at the fairy sitting on his shoulder, the protagonist said that the condition for the capture was the elimination of the owner of the palace, and asked where the palace itself was. Suddenly, June looked to the side as his assistant told him to go northwest. Looking at the Ice Queen in surprise, the boy asked if she had already been there. Sitting on the shoulder of her partner, the fairy gave a positive answer. Seeing the huge castle in front, the Ice Queen explained that this was the land of the Nibelheim Ice Kingdom. The towers of the castle rose high up. The entire palace was made entirely of ice, while the fairy explained that she had once ruled there. Looking at the huge ice palace, June asked if this was Nibelheim. Sitting on the boy's shoulder, the Ice Queen said that it was definitely him, but noted that she had disappeared, and did not understand how the ice palace ended up in the gate, and the protagonist replied that he thought they would find out when they got inside. Looking back at the great ice castle, June asked her to know if she remembered anything else about the building, and the fairy wondered what they remembered and what it was about. Imagining a projection of an ice castle in his head, the boy asked who the current owner of the palace was. Visualizing the image of the knight, the protagonist was interested in how many soldiers there were in the garrison now. Imagining the warriors walking down the corridor of the building, June asked if there was any secret passage inside. Waving her hands angrily after hearing this, the Ice Queen asked if he really wanted her to give him state secrets. Grinning mischievously, the boy wondered why she was saying that. A moment later, the fairy was greatly stunned when the protagonist said that they now have the same fate for two, and from now on they do everything together. Immediately afterward, the Ice Queen would turn away in embarrassment and say that she would say everything, but he had to stop, and June remarked that he would do it right away. Pointing to the side, the fairy asked if he remembered the gate she had built. Imagining a portal located on the mountain in his head, June asked if she was talking about the Queen's Nest, and noted that such a thing would never be forgotten, and the Ice Queen said that she originally planned to place all her knights in the final dungeon of that gate. Visualizing a graph with a small highlighted part, the boy asked what it meant that they had not defeated all of her knights, and the fairy explained that it was only a small part of them, and she had not been able to summon all the forces of Nibelheim. Looking at the huge palace in front, the Ice Queen explained that she had 27,000 soldiers in the Ice Palace, but she thought there were far fewer of them in this gate. Looking puzzled in front of him, June noticed that he could only hope that there were really fewer of them. As she flew in the air in front of him, the fairy noticed that Sir Keys might still be there, and the boy asked who he was. Imagining a knight in black armor in her head, the Ice Queen told her that Kis Bremen was a knight who had sworn allegiance to her, and the master of the Ice Palace. Visualizing this knight's menacing gaze, the fairy explained that the commoners had called him the first sword of the kingdom, and he was indeed the most powerful knight she had ever known. Slowly moving forward, the protagonist asked how strong he was. Looking at the Ice Queen who was pointing her finger upwards, June asked what that meant. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, the boy asked only not to say that he could not stand against him for an hour, and whether he could not hold out even for 10 or 1 minute. Pointing her finger in front of her, she declared that one finger would be enough for Sir Keys to tear him to pieces. Yes, that's how strong her knight was. Scratching his cheek in puzzlement after hearing this, June asked if he was stronger than her, and the Ice Queen stated that she had already said several times that she had become very weak then. Smiling broadly, the boy noticed that then he could no longer worry. Approaching the entrance to the Ice Palace, the protagonist assumed that this knight would probably not be in the best shape either, and offered to go and fight him. Once in the throne room, June would say that it really did look like him, and would ask if the royal color shouldn't be red. Imagining a white flag in her head, the fairy said that each side had its own way, and they, for example, had a white lion as the symbol of the royal family. Looking at the ice-covered throne room, the Ice Queen said that just for reference, now they are walking along the passage that used to be called the Path of the Night, and the main one there was Sir Keys, the strongest warrior in the kingdom, because his palace was practically a sacred place for other knights, so there was a belief that whoever walked this red carpet will become the same great warrior. Looking at the boy in front of her, the fairy added that those who dreamed of becoming a knight really came there to test themselves, and he asked how the tests were held. Placing her hands on her belt, the Ice Queen explained that this was called a test of chivalry. Imagining several armored warriors standing in front of the door in her mind, the fairy explained that behind this door there was a gigantic arena with 100 knights, and it was necessary to demonstrate your strength by fighting them with swords. Lowering your head down slightly, June asked why. Clutching his head sharply, the boy did not understand why she was talking about such important things only now, and this was the way to pass the gate. Stroking her partner's head, the Ice Queen begged him to calm down, explaining that she had warned him before he entered anyway. While the protagonist was taking out his blade, the fairy said that she herself did not know how many knights were inside. Imagining a warrior in armor in her head, the Ice Queen noticed that during the trial, he would fight 1v1 anyway, so they wouldn't be able to overwhelm him with numbers. Scratching his head awkwardly after all he had heard, June remarked that it was great, and she calmed him down, so there was nothing to say about it. Asking what it meant, it turns out that he just needs to defeat 100 knights. Imagining a pyramid of battles in her head, the Ice Queen gave a negative answer and said that who else would remain after that must defeat the knight of their leader. Kneading his hand, the protagonist said that it meant not 100 knights, but 101, including this cheese kitty. Immediately afterward, June placed his hand on the gate. Then, he strained to open them. After a moment, the gate began to gradually open. Inside were knights dressed in armor. Various guns lay on the floor. Going inside, June stopped in front of the warriors. The knights stood in several columns. Looking puzzled in front of him, the boy assumed that it seemed that they were all frozen there, and asked if they were alive at all, to which the fairy replied that she did not know, and did not yet feel life in them. Immediately afterward, the guys turned around abruptly as the door closed behind them. At the same moment, the knights began to move. Suddenly, the warrior grabbed his blade. After a moment, the soldiers pointed their swords in front of them. They stood along the carpet, raising their blades. Holding the hilt of his sword tightly in his hands, June could see that it had finally begun. At the same moment, an unknown man in armor was climbing the stairs. The warrior walked slowly forward along the carpet. An unknown soldier was watching a boy who was standing near the front door. Pointing his finger in front of him, the man said his name, introducing himself as a knight of the Ice Palace. Hearing this, the boy looked in surprise before him, while the knight asked the stranger why he had come there. With his serious gaze forward, the protagonist was about to answer his question when suddenly the Ice Queen stopped him. Waving her hand, the fairy said to say that she had come to pass the test of chivalry. June looked at her in surprise after hearing this, and the Ice Queen declared that it would not get any worse. With contentment, poking the boy with her hand, the fairy ordered him to say as she said, and he immediately agreed. With a look full of seriousness, Sheamus asked once more why he had come there. Standing near the passage to the next room, the knight of the Ice Palace declared that if he did not answer this time as well, they would consider him to have entered the castle illegally. Immediately afterward, June would put away his blade and say what he had come for. Pointing his finger at himself, the boy declared that he wanted to pass the test of chivalry. Hearing this, the armored warrior looked menacingly in front of him. The narrative of the story continued to take place in the Ice Palace. There was a small guest house on its territory. June sat inside it near the fire, and thought that it had been 3 months since then. Eating stale bread, the boy noticed that this time had passed since he had arrived there. Suddenly he remembered how the knight shouted loudly that he had to go forward. Hearing this, the soldiers put their hand behind their side. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, the protagonist asked what was wrong with them. At the same moment, Skymus, slowly moving forward, declared that now 100 knights would test whether his sword had anything to be proud of, and the fight would continue until one of the sides lowered its weapons and admitted defeat. Upon hearing the commander's order that the first knight should come forward, the soldier would take up his blade and be called Phil, the Knight of Nibelheim. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the warrior declared that he was starting a battle. Looking at him with a smile on his face, June wondered if this was the test of chivalry. Immediately after that, the boy took his blade out of the inventory, saying that they would not waste time and would go straight to the point. At the same time, Phil rushed towards the enemy with great speed. Crossing blades with his opponent, the protagonist reflected that there were no easy opponents among the knights. Thinking back to his reflection with the spear-wielding warrior, June reasoned that if they were players, they would be at least level 100. Imagining in his head the movements that the knights used when fighting against him, the boy realized that unlike the players, they did not have superpowers, but they perfectly honed the art of using weapons, and each knight differed in the individual steel of the sword. Taking a bite of stale bread, the protagonist reflected that at some point it occurred to him that they could be even more dangerous than the players. Looking in displeasure in front of him, June said that he would never have thought that the steel of the sword could be so different, and the Ice Queen asked what he was talking about. Remembering his blade shrouded in blue energy, the boy said that the players always use the same technique, and they fill their swords with a lot of mana, which makes the weapon seem to envelop the flames. But the local knights are different, and some have a sword that seems to be covered with needles, someone stretches out like a spear, and so on. Spreading her hands to the sides, the fairy answered the question that they did not have a player system in Niflheim, saying that it was impossible at all. Looking at the Ice Queen puzzled, the protagonist asked what was happening, and the knowledge of ability indicators could not be verified, to which he received a categorical negative answer. Imagining the images of the Knights of the Ice Palace in his head, June stated that in order to reach such a level, these warriors had been training and accumulating magic all their lives without even being able to check their own stats, and that was good perseverance. Spreading her hands to the sides, the fairy asked her partner if he was aware of his weapon when he used the steel of the sword, and he asked if he really should, because he thought it was enough just to understand how magic works and have the necessary amount of mana. Imagining a heart shrouded in flames in her head, the Ice Queen said that a knight is not defined by what weapon he uses, but by whether there is a place for dignity in his heart. Her knights only selected the right weapon for themselves, and subsequently created the steel of the sword in accordance with it and their fighting style. Looking out the window in his cabin, June thought about the right weapon. Visualizing a huge number of different weapons in his head, the boy reasoned that thanks to his ability, mastery of weapons, he could handle any type of weapon well all this time, so he did not think much about what suited him, and he chose the sword just out of habit. Then the voice of the protagonist resounded through the small house, asking that if he already had the steel of the sword. It turned out that he would not be able to modify it like knights, and the fairy replied that he could. Visualizing a bottle of water, the Queen of Ice asked to imagine that it was filled with a transparent liquid like a bottle of water, and asked what would happen if something was added to it, and June replied that then the color of the water would change. Pointing her finger in front of her, the fairy was declaring that it was the right thing to do, and in other words, now his inner potential was enough to absorb anything. He put his hand on his leg, and the boy noticed that it was excellent, and then it would become his goal during the passage of the gate. Smiling broadly, the protagonist stated that he wanted to learn the skill of using weapons and create a new sword steel. As he opened the door to the knight's trial hall, June thought that he had spent 3 months training this way, and now it was time to go back. When he went inside, the knight said that an unknown warrior had arrived, so everyone needed to get ready. Raising his blade above his head, the soldier told the stranger to enter. Immediately afterward, the knight swung his huge sword. Looking at the energy heading towards him, the protagonist mused that it was a storm of swords. With a slight grin, June realized that he was no longer what he used to be. At the same time, the boy took the enemy's attack head-on. After taking damage, the protagonist's blade was slightly damaged. June gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands. Trembling with fright after what had happened, the boy reflected that although he had managed to deflect the attack with the sword, he was still hooked. But he realized something. Then the protagonist pushed off the floor with his foot. As he soared into the air above his opponents, June realized that the technique was now his. A moment later, the boy swung his blade, sending a stream of energy at the knight. Noticing this, the other warriors were extremely stunned that he was able to learn Phil's technique so quickly. At the same moment, the protagonist stared menacingly in front of him. Grinning mischievously, June remarked that good things should be shared. Then, the sounds of sword fighting reverberated through the test room. After a while, the boy stood on his feet, leaning on the blade. Suddenly, a warrior approached him, who told the stranger that he had proved himself worthy. Holding out his hand in his direction, Seamus asked if he could tell me his name. Hearing this, June lowered his sword down. Then, he shook hands with the knight of the Ice Palace. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy called out his name. Smiling broadly, the armored warrior noticed that he had a rather interesting name, and remembered it. Placing an unknown badge in the protagonist's hand, Seamus stated that if anyone asked him about the knight who had impressed him the most, he would name him. Looking at the unknown symbol he had received, June would ask what it was, and the armored warrior would explain that it was a sign. As the knights lined up in front of him along the carpet, Seamus announced that he symbolized that he had passed the tests of chivalry. Turning his back on him, the knight of the Ice Palace explained that those who had completed the tests were given the opportunity to meet the lord of the palace in person. Hearing this, June clenched his hand into a fist and was glad that the hour had finally come. Holding out his hand in front of him, the armored guy wished him good luck. I waved to him. The protagonist thanked him for this. Immediately afterward, June made his way to the door leading to the next room. Once inside another hall, The boy thought that he immediately felt that even the air was different, and the bodies seemed to be imprinted on the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in front of him, puzzled. Looking at the huge throne on which the man sits, June sensed the keys of Bremen. Flying beside her partner, the Ice Queen called the knight by name. Looking at the warrior in black armor, the fairy noticed that it was really him. Watching Bremen sitting on his throne, the Ice Queen noticed that he was the strongest knight in her kingdom. June was standing in front of the warrior in black armor. Looking in surprise, the Ice Queen noticed that it was indeed he, the strongest knight in her kingdom, kissed Bremen. Hearing this, the boy looked menacingly in front of him. Looking at Keys, the protagonist realized that he looked as strong as in her stories. Flying a little ahead, the fairy assumed that he seemed to know that the player was the player, and June said that judging by his formidable appearance, she was right, and suggested that we start. Immediately after that, the kid started spinning the spear over your head. After a moment, he deftly grabbed it with both hands. Noticing this, Sir Keys also took up arms. The two warriors then clashed in a fierce battle. The protagonist swung his weapon to strike. At the same moment, several spears headed towards the black-armored warrior. Noticing this, the master of the Ice Palace looked menacingly in front of him. With a deft movement of his blade, he managed to repel all enemy attacks. Looking at Bremen raising his blade, June noticed that it was not so easy to get to him. Enveloping his spear in dark purple energy, the boy used a booster. Looking at her partner puzzled, the Ice Queen asked if he really wanted to use such an energy-consuming ability right now, and he replied that he simply had no choice, and asked him to keep track of the booster time. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist repeated the words of the fairy, who explained that he had another 1 minute and 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, June rushed towards his opponent with great speed. A moment later, the two of them crossed their weapons. Suddenly, the boy noticed that his spear began to crack. At the same moment, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. It was suddenly slammed into the wall, which greatly frightened the Ice Queen. June was in the wall of the Ice Palace. Looking at the destroyed spear in his hands, the boy reflected that it was now useless and already painfully different from weapons. Immediately after that, the protagonist jumped down. Then the boy took his blade out of the inventory. At this time, Sir Keys looked silently before him. Suddenly, he took a step forward. The black-armored warrior slowly approached his opponent. Looking ahead, June asked if it was the fog, and the queen told him that Sir Kitty's ability was an ashen mist, and there was nothing special about the fog itself. Looking at the image of the owner of the Ice Palace, who was hiding behind the smoke, the fairy explained that his veil limited the enemy's field of vision and made attacks much more dangerous. In the midst of the fog, June noticed that he couldn't see anything at all as the Ice Queen counted down to 42 seconds. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly in his hand, the boy thought that time was not on his side now, so he needed to stop the booster. Immediately afterward, the protagonist remained standing in place, surrounded by fog. Trying to see something through the thick haze, June felt that he was watching him. Looking around, the boy wondered where he was. Suddenly, the protagonist felt that an opponent appeared behind him. At the same moment, June sharply dodged the enemy's attacks. Then the boy jumped back. Rushing to attack Bremen with great speed, the boy shouted that he could not escape. At the same time, the protagonist made several swings of his blade, which the owner of the Ice Palace repulsed. At the same moment, the black-armored warrior swung his hand. A moment later, he grabbed his opponent by the neck. After taking damage, June coughed up blood. Sir Keys continued to slam the boy into the ground with great force. Bremen then plunged his blade next to his head. Suddenly, the black-armored warrior was very surprised to notice something. At the same moment, the Ice Queen directed her attack at him. Deftly jumping back, the owner of the Ice Palace dodged the magic projectiles. Sir Keys stared menacingly before him, hiding in the mist. Looking away with displeasure, June noted that he could not allow himself to be beaten any longer. Releasing his dark purple energy, the boy moved forward. Looking at her partner puzzled, the fairy asked if he could try to take him by surprise, and the protagonist explained that nothing would work because he was too strong not to be noticed. Immediately afterward, June began to heal his wounds with a healing potion. Looking in front of him, puzzled, the boy thought that he was in a complete asshole, and due to the long use of the booster, his head stopped working normally. Trying to see the silhouette of his opponent through the smoke, the protagonist reasoned that this damn fog also interfered, as if it was not enough for him to have to fight an enemy superior to him in all respects, and everything was going exactly according to his plan. Looking forward menacingly, June said that he had to do things differently. Looking at the impenetrable smoke in front of him, Sir Keys remarked that it was commendable that he had been able to hide in the fog that he had created. Looking around, Bremen noticed that he was beginning to feel him, because he was already near. Suddenly, the black-armored warrior sharply looked to the side. At the same time, he saw an unknown silhouette in front of him. Rushing in his direction, the knight declared that he was caught. Immediately afterward, the master of the Ice Palace swung his blade. When Sir Keys finished his shot, he was much surprised. He didn't understand anything, because there was no one in front of him. Suddenly, everything around was instantly frozen. Bremen was bound by ice, which appeared near his feet. Staring menacingly in front of him, The black-armored warrior knew that this was a trap, but it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Looking sharply to the side, the knight heard a voice that asked if he knew at least how the fog was formed, and told him that it was made up of many tiny particles of water formed by the evaporation of liquid. Suddenly behind his opponent, the boy added that if you lowered the temperature, all these particles would turn into ice. After everything that had happened, the owner of the ice palace was very frightened and knew that he had to get out. Looking menacingly in front of him, the protagonist declared that it was too late. At the same moment, everything around was completely shrouded in ice. His opponent's sword was also covered in frost. June stood in front of Serkis, who had turned into a block of ice. The boy looked straight ahead, thinking that this was Bremen from Nibelheim. At the same moment, the protagonist gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. The Ice Queen watched everything that was happening from the side with sadness on her face. A moment later, June swung his blade. The ice that bound the owner of the ice palace turned red. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, June could not believe what was happening. Looking at Serkis, who had a sword in his chest, the boy could not believe that he was still alive. Looking at the Queen of Ice flying nearby, the knight asked her forgiveness. Looking at the fairy puzzled, the protagonist asked if she would appear to him, because he was looking for her, and she replied that she had no right to do so. Looking ahead seriously, the Ice Queen claimed that the monarch was the one who stood up for his subjects, and the knights of the Ice Palace were also subjects of Nibelheim, but she was unable to protect them. Placing her hand on the knight wrapped in ice, the fairy noticed that this was all that the weak could do. Looking at Bremen, who was crying, the Ice Queen explained that he could only cry in silence after his defeat. As she continued to keep her hand on the ice, the fairy remarked that he should remember that too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a system notification window appeared, announcing that he had taken over the gates of the ice castle. Then another system notification appeared that he received a key to the armory as a reward, as well as restored some of the lost points and increased his stats. Happily looking at the notification window of the system with the information that he had passed the hidden test of knighthood of the Ice Palace and was now becoming an S-rank weapon master, June noticed that their rewards, however, were generous, and it was not for nothing that he had been stuck there for 3 months. At this time, the Ice Queen was watching the kid in puzzlement, who reasoned that the breaker's limit had given him even more points, so he was very happy. Then the voice of the Ice Queen echoed through the throne room, telling her partner that his laughter was only upsetting her now, and asking him to go see what reward he had been given, and he noticed that she was right, and was going to go to the armory. Immediately after that, June opened a huge door with the key. A moment later, the boy found himself inside the armory. Looking at the huge number of weapons in this room, the kid would receive a notification from the system that he had entered the armory of the Ice Palace. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the protagonist received notifications from the system that he would automatically be outside of it as soon as he chose one of the items, and asked if he really needed to choose one, because there were so many things there. Laughing at her partner, the Ice Queen asked what he called him, and it seemed that he continued to watch him closely while June stated that he would have done without such close attention. Fixing his gaze on the pedestal with swords, the boy began to choose his weapon. He looked at the bows on the other side and wondered if there was anything stronger than the black dragon. Then the boy grabbed some weapon with his hand. It was a halberd, which the protagonist deftly swung. Looking at the weapon, June saw its description from the system and was surprised at the skill of the bloodsucker, because he did not know that such a thing could happen. Flying over his head, the fairy asked if he really thought it was a good weapon, and the boy replied that of course it was a good one, because the effect of bloodsuckers would allow you to fight even with a superior enemy, restoring strength in the course of the battle. Looking thoughtfully in front of her, the Ice Queen noticed that if he thought so, then, of course, he could take it, and now he had to go quickly from there, because soon the gates were already closing. Slowly descending the stairs, the protagonist suddenly called out to the fairy. Looking at the huge painting of her, June told her to look at this portrait that hung there. Stopping in place, the boy noticed that it was just beauty. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something in front. He looked at the hair of the girl depicted in the painting, and thought about the shape and color of her hair, because it was familiar to him. At the same moment, June remembered the Ice Queen's words that these are the lands of the Ice Kingdom of Nibelheim, which she once ruled. Looking at the fairy in surprise, the boy asked if she was in the portrait. At the same moment, the Ice Queen suddenly blushed with embarrassment, and the protagonist who noticed this noticed that it looked like it and asked to remove this thing from sight. Then from the Ice Palace came the loud cries of displeasure of the fairy, who said that there was no way she would be removed, and she had to stop talking and leave as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, the narratives of the story are transported to the huge building of the Korea Players Association. The healer used his magic on the man's shoulder. Smiling broadly, June thanked him for patching him up, and the doctor explained that there was nothing wrong with it, and assumed that he must have had a hard time. Looking at the boy, who looked like a homeless man, the doctor noticed that he looked as if he had been rescued from a desert island. Looking at his secretary puzzled, the protagonist asked if everything was really so and he really looked like that, and she replied that the most important thing was that he returned safe and sound. People looked in surprise in front of them, whispering that he had spent 3 whole months there. Eyes were fixed on June, and they said that it was rumored that he had already cleared 3 impassable gates, asking that he was also a member of the association. Looking at him puzzled, Cha assumed that he must be tired and was about to walk him home. Immediately after that, the boy and his secretary left the office. Rolling her gaze down, the girl with short hair apologized, because it was necessary to take him to a less crowded place, and the protagonist asked why she asked for forgiveness, because he had been gone for 3 months, so it is not surprising that people react like this. Standing still, Cha stated that she thought such a reaction was even for the best. Imagining in her head the huge number of people who had turned their backs on Taku, the secretary said that while he was in the Ice Palace, the situation became somewhat tense, and many announced their refusal to sponsor, and some even demanded the donated money back, so that their president had a hard time. With a sad look in her eyes, the girl with short hair added that she thought it was quite natural, because the fame of their association was based on his merits. With a look full of emotion, Cha said that even if they were criticized, the association would endure everything, when suddenly June stopped her. Directing his serious gaze forward, the boy explained that there was no need to worry so much about the image of the organization, because it was all unimportant. A moment later, the secretary was extremely stunned when the protagonist stated that neither the words nor the actions of these people actually mean anything. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl with short hair asked if he really did not care what they said about him, and asked to see how people's opinions had changed in just 3 months of his absence. With a calm expression on his face, June said in response to the secretary's words that if she were in his place, it would alert her and, perhaps, make her think about why she was doing all this at all, that it seemed to him that she did not quite understand him. Imagining in his head how he brought drinks to his frozen comrades, the boy said that he wanted to climb to the top not for the sake of others, but quite the opposite. Recalling the images of friends imprisoned in ice, the protagonist explained that his goals are related to his own desires. Holding out his hand in front of him, June apologized if he disappointed her, but there was nothing he could do about it, because he was telling the truth. Lowering her head down, Cha noticed that she thought he was right. With a look full of regret, the secretary said that she too should have followed his example, and it was a pity that she hadn't thought about it earlier, calling herself stupid. Hearing this, the boy smiled broadly. Moving his hand aside, the protagonist noticed that she was indeed a little stupid sometimes, which greatly surprised the girl with short hair. After a moment, Cha laughed. Turning her back sharply on him, the secretary said that if she was so stupid, she could hardly cope with his affairs either, and something completely flew out of her head that he was being told there from the Big Six. Cha's voice then rang through the corridor of the association, saying that she was leaving now, and the protagonist asked her not to leave. A person knocked on the door and received permission to enter. A guy in a business suit opened the door and, when asked what he had, explained that a gloomy ghost had got in touch. Looking at business documents, the man noticed that nothing had been heard from him for 3 months. Looking seriously in front of him, Shin Sung-hyun, the chief chairman of the Takabe Guild, asked what he was saying. Immediately afterward, the voice of a subordinate reverberated through his office, saying that he wanted the information they had on demons sent to him within half a month, to which he was told by the master that he needed to compile and send him intermediate and lower-level materials, asking if he was sure that it was a good decision. Bowing to the chief chairman of the Takabe Guild, the guy in a business suit assumed that it looked like he had sent the same request to the rest of the guilds, and he met the messengers of the other 5 guilds in the interdimensional elevator. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, Hyun pondered that he wanted to force the guilds to compete with each other, and probably decided that during his absence, they had conspired to restrict the flow of information. Imagining the image of a gloomy ghost in his mind, the chief chairman of the guild suggested that he was probably going to get rid of the insufficiently informed guilds, and they all fell for his bait. Immediately after that, the man put his hand on the documents. A moment later, his subordinate, putting his hand on his chest, obeyed the order that he needed to send everything except special and high-level information. Sneering mischievously, the chief chairman of the guild, Takabe, thought that they would show him more, and his guild would be the only one with which the ghost would cooperate. June sat at his desk while the story reminded us that the Takabe guild master had ordered the available information on demons to be sent within half an hour. Imagining the clock in his head, the boy reflected that he had deliberately set such a condition for the Big Six in order to turn the reaction of the guild leaders to his advantage. Suddenly, the protagonist received a notification on his smartwatch. As June opened the system's notification window, he mused that he thought large corporations valued punctuality. Looking at the information on the hologram from the great guilds, the boy noticed that he didn't even have to wait 30 minutes. Studying everything that was sent to him, the boy said that the main problem of clever people was that they thought too deeply. Imagining the building of the Ice Palace in his head, June reflected that while he had been in the Frosty Castle for the past 3 months, the representatives of the Big Six had probably agreed among themselves to limit the level of information supplied to him, and they had plenty of time to do so. Visualizing the handshake of 2 respected people, the boy thought that it was worth playing at least a little on their desire and competition, and now everyone is already in a hurry to provide him with the best information to be on a short leg with him. Looking at the notification window of the system, the protagonist said that he was getting information that he could not buy for any amount of money, and these people are also called the Big Six. But they are growing and growing. Imagining the image of the Ice Queen in his mind, June reflected that he had 10 days left before he went to the second floor. Thinking about this, the boy looked away. Visualizing the series on TV and several posters, the boy understood that until then, he and the fairy still had a lot to prepare. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, the protagonist reasoned that it was probably worth starting by memorizing all the information that he received from the Big Six, and asked why it seemed to him that he was the only one trying there. At this time, the Ice Queen was happily chewing on goodies and asking what he was talking about, and the protagonist stated that he was sitting there, teaching everything, and she was just having fun. Pointing to the TV screen, the fairy declared that she was actually studying culture, and June noted that anyone would say that this was not study, but entertainment. Looking at the huge stack of documents on his desk, the boy said that it would take 3 days to see all this. Imagining the territory of a huge state in his head, the protagonist reflected that the entire border territory is occupied by the giant empire of Reuben, so most of the second floor is under its rule, and over the past 25 years, the Big Six have spent enough time and effort to deeply take root throughout the country, dividing into 3 factions. Visualizing the aristocrat bowing, June reasoned that the imperial loyalists included Takabe and Silent Moon, and that their main efforts were to get closer to the imperial family, which earned the members of these guilds many titles. Imagining the representatives of the other guilds in his head, the boy thought that then came the pro-aristocratic Labyrinth and the Heavenly Path Guild, which focused on attracting regional nobles. Visualizing the image of the priest, June realized that finally the cultists from the White-Silver constellation had managed to enlist the support of the religious state cult of the Sun. Imagining the star mark on the map, the boy realized that the remaining guild of Harlem had chosen the path of mercenaries, not joining any of the factions, and now the scale of their activities surpasses any other. Visualize in your head a huge tower towering in the middle of the wasteland. The protagonist thought that the borderland is now a completely unknown place for him, but this only makes his curiosity burn more. Realizing this, June smiled broadly. Immediately after this story, he is transferred to Taku, who, looking at the documents, gave permission to enter. Raising his head, the man in a business suit was very surprised. Cha Seun stood in front of him, and he asked if it was she. Putting her hand into the inside pocket of her jacket, the secretary answered the question why she had come, that she needed to say something to him. Then, the girl with short hair put the envelope on the table of the head of the Players Association. Looking at this letter, Cha explained that this was her letter of resignation. Looking at the secretary in front of him, Taku thought she had thought it through before making such a decision, but asked to be allowed to at least ask why. Hiding her hands, the girl with short hair asked if he remembered the day she first came to him. Closing his eyes, the man in a business suit said that, of course, he remembered. Imagining a priestess praying to the god in his head, the head of the Players Association reflected that a few years ago, in the Summern district of the second floor, there was an outstanding healer who was nicknamed the Holy Maiden. Visualizing a girl sitting on the ground in the rain, Taku reasoned that she once found herself in a difficult situation, although she had previously spent her entire life working for the benefit of other people. The healer was in the middle of a dense forest, surrounded by bandits, and a man in a business suit said that no one gave her a helping hand, except for one person. Remembering how he extended a helping hand to her, Cha stated that she respected him as much as the Dark Ghost, because he was the only one who came to her aid at the moment when she needed it most. Remembering June's allies who were covered in ice, the girl with short hair explained that this was why she was going to continue working as long as he didn't mind. Visualizing the booze he brought to his frozen comrades, the secretary stated that she had understood something after her conversation with June the day before. Placing her hand on her chest, Cha said that she understood what had been driving her all this time. Smiling broadly after hearing this, Taku congratulated her. Looking at the former employee of the association standing in front of him, the head was glad that she had finally found her own way. With a look full of confidence, the girl with short hair thanked him for saying these words and asked if he didn't mind if she returned this magic seal ring later when she was gone for good, which the man agreed with. Looking happily in front of him, Taku suddenly congratulated her on her return. Looking at Cha Seun, the man in the business suit called her a gambler. Dumbfounded, looking in front of him, the head of the Players Association asked if he really pitted the Big Six against each other. Pointing his finger at his old friend, June explained that here was the high-level information they had sent him, and he replied that he could just sell sand in the desert. After reading the information in the system's notification window, Taku was extremely surprised. Suddenly, the boy noticed that his friend was somehow restless. Looking at the graph in the system's notification window, a man in a business suit stated that he thought that the association was close to the guilds, but they still care about them like the moon. Sitting in front of the head of the Players Association, the protagonist noticed that this motivates them to become better and better, and the protagonist noted that this is true, because someday they will definitely stand on a par with them. Looking at the starry night sky, June asked how the association was doing without him, and Taka said that they were busy recruiting players from the second floor and reorganizing their information-gathering bodies, as well as expanding their influence in the borderlands. Spreading his hands to the sides, the man in a business suit told me that, of course, It was not so easy to do in a day what the Big Six had been trying to achieve for 25 years, because all the main zones of influence had already been distributed, and fortifying a base on the far outskirts of the empire was a dreary business. A moment later, the head of the Players' Association was extremely surprised when the boy remarked that without a serious investment in the war, it would not be easy to catch up with the Six, and he wondered when it was easy. Abruptly getting up from his seat, the boy was going to see what would happen. Smiling broadly, the protagonist turned to his old friend, saying that in a week he would go to the second floor. Hearing this, Taku suddenly fell into a stupor. Lowering his head down, the man in a business suit said that this is it. So it is. With a look full of sadness, the head of the Players' Association said that he was ashamed in front of him, because if only the association had started working on expanding its influence on the second floor much earlier, maybe he could have supported him there. Smiling broadly at his words, June explained that he had already had enough support for him. Recalling all the previous actions that had happened to the boy quite recently, he stated that it was thanks to him that he was able to get new documents and get a player certificate with such ease, and he had done so much for him, giving him equipment, housing, because all this was also thanks to him. After listening to his friend, Taku suddenly burst into tears as he added that it was all the support of the highest class and thanked him. The narrative of the story shifts to a zoo located in India while the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Inside it was a huge number of people who were looking at wild animals. The boy happily ran forward, saying that there was a lion, and his father said that he could fall, so there was no need to run fast. At the same time, another child was watching the joy of the family. The girl stared silently in front of her. Suddenly, a woman came up to her, asking Nishi why she didn't come closer. Holding an amulet with a photo in her hands, the girl in a yellow t-shirt explained that she was just fine there. Looking at her, the woman smiled silently. Squatting down, she turned to Nisha, saying that she knew for sure. A moment later, tears welled up in the girl's eyes as her grandmother said that her father was always there for them, even if they couldn't see him. Hugging her daughter, the woman said that he was probably still looking after her. Smiling broadly, grandmother remarked that she was sure that he would like her not to lose heart. Immediately after that, the girl brought her hand to the woman's face. With a big smile on her face, Nisha told her grandmother that Dad wished she hadn't been upset either. At the same moment, the woman looked in surprise in front of her. Suddenly, an image of her joyful son appeared in her mind. Crying with joy, my grandmother noticed that she was right. Taking her granddaughter to the zoo, the woman asked that now, maybe they would go to take a closer look. She agreed in some ways. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the building of the Korean Gamers Association late at night. Looking in surprise, June asked what Secretary Cha was doing there. Hearing his voice, the girl with short hair turned back in embarrassment. Stopping abruptly in the middle of the corridor, the secretary called out to the protagonist, and he asked what she was doing there at such an hour. Waving her hands, Cha explained that she had to help the president with some documents, so she was late, and June asked why he was forcing her to do all this, noting that she might have to talk to him. Then, a boy's voice rang through the corridor of the association, saying that the time was late, so she should go home as soon as possible, and the girl with short hair thanked him and wished him good night. Immediately after that, the former healer walked away. Suddenly, Taku came out of his office and asked why he was still there. Looking at him with contempt after hearing this, the protagonist asked how he dared to make his secretary work late into the night. At the same moment, the man in a business suit was very puzzled, because Cha had asked him not to tell anyone about her departure. Hiding his hands in his pockets, the head of the Players' Association asked him to forget about it, and noted that he was glad that he was there, because he had something interesting. Immediately after that, an old friend of the protagonist held out a piece of paper in front of him. Taking it, June asked what it was. Imagining the image of Gilbert in his head, the boy wondered that this was the address of his son Arthur, and Taku asked him to come to him and help him in any way he could, while he asked if he really thought that this boy even remembered him. Then the elevator came to the 70th floor. Before the elevator doors slammed shut, a man in a business suit asked one last question, asking if he would go to him like a gloomy ghost. Looking seriously to the side, June replied that he would think about it later, and said goodbye to his friend. The narrative of the stories continued to take place in the tall building of the Korea Players Association. Going down to the lower floor, the boy looked in front of him, thinking that somehow he was hungry, and he needed to come in for a snack. Then the protagonist left the building of the Players Association. At the same moment, someone began to watch him from afar. An unknown person was watching June from the roof of a nearby building. It was Call, who stared menacingly before him, glad that he had finally appeared. Leaving the store with a bag of groceries, the boy heard how he was asked to come again. While taking off his mask, the protagonist suddenly noticed something in front. In front of him was a white cat that was meowing. Looking at her embarrassedly, June apologized because nothing from his purchases would suit her. Hearing this, the pet left with dissatisfaction, and the boy called him cunning. Suddenly, the protagonist saw something in front of him. An unknown man stood in a small alley. Looking in front of him, June mused that he almost didn't feel it, and it must be a high-level player. Standing in front of the boy, a man with red hair offered him a walk. As Call drew his weapons from his inventory, He noticed that it was all for his sake. As the protagonist stared menacingly in front of him, his opponent noticed that he clearly did not like to fight in such a place. At the same moment, June stood opposite his opponent, a goat for the future at the edge of the horizon. Hearing this, the red-haired man was very surprised as the kid revealed that he knew that this item was meant for ranged combat. Taking his weapon out of the inventory, the protagonist asked why the archer would appear in front of his opponent, and whether the demon call singer was really so confident in his actions. Looking at his armed opponent, the man with red hair noticed that he knew quite a lot, and this simplified the matter. Raising his weapon sharply, Call declared that he was mistaken, for perhaps under normal circumstances he would have been right, but when the forces of the opponents were not equal, it no longer mattered. Immediately afterward, the demon would draw an arrow on his bow. Noticing this, June was very frightened. Remembering how he had just talked to a nice store clerk, the boy listened to his opponent offer to leave there while he asked in a good way. At the same moment, Taku was stretching in front of his window. The boy stared in front of him in fear as Call stated that if he wanted innocent people in the vicinity to die, he could refuse. Immediately afterward, the two would move into the forest. Looking menacingly in front of him, the man with red hair noticed that first he had to allow himself to be praised, because he did not run away and walked with him to the last, so his courage was worthy of respect. By showing two of his fingers, the demon said that he was therefore giving him the right to choose, and the first option would be that he would let him handcuff him with a magic seal and go with him. Smiling after hearing this, June noticed that he did not like this something at all, and asked about the second option. Hearing this, Call grinned mischievously. With a look full of madness, the demon declared that he would cut off both of his legs and drag him with him like a dog. Looking menacingly in front of him after his words, the boy thought that the mana he emitted alone was enough to feel such pressure. Looking at the opponent holding a bow in his hands, the protagonist realized that this was a level 100 player Call singer. Suddenly, the demon was very surprised when June said that he was choosing the third option. Holding his blade out in front of him, the boy said that they were in the mountains, and the air there was very clean, so he thought this was the perfect place to bury him there. Very angry after hearing this, the red-haired man called him an arrogant bastard. Immediately afterward, Call would draw the string of his bow and ask if he thought he was the smartest. A moment later, the demon fired 3 arrows at the protagonist. In response to this move, June made a few swings of his blade. Deftly wielding a sword, he managed to destroy the opponent's arrows. Seeing this, the red-haired man was extremely dumbfounded. Looking at his shattered arrows in surprise, Call stated that this simply could not be. Watching the protagonist standing in front of him, the demon said that he had become a player less than a year ago, but had already been able to deflect all the arrows of his bow. Taking a step forward, June stated that he saw bewilderment on his face. With a look full of calm, the boy assumed that, probably, he thinks that how could his player at level 30 deflect the arrows of a level 100 player? But not everything in this world fits into the framework of common sense, and he is just not included in this framework. Holding the bow in his hands, Call declared that he admitted his mistake, and apparently he should not underestimate the man who was able to clear the level 1 gate single-handedly. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the red-haired man thought that he had no equal on the first floor, and if he went up to the second floor now, he would surely begin to progress even faster. Looking forward with his menacing gaze, the demon reasoned that if he was indeed much stronger than he expected, it was too bad. Imagining the silhouette of June shrouded in deep blue energy in his mind, Call knew that perhaps in the near future he would be able to stand in one row with 9 heavens. Realizing all this, the red-haired man pulled an arrow on the string of his bow and noticed that he was really sorry. Aiming his magic weapon, the demon declared that he was sorry that such a talent would have to be destroyed there and now. Enveloping his arrow in dark red energy, Call commanded the hooked arrows to destroy him. A moment later, a man with red hair was firing a huge number of projectiles forward. Seeing this, June was very surprised. Jumping sharply up, the boy tried to dodge each arrow. Looking discontentedly in front of him, the protagonist reflected that the arrow had changed direction. Watching the projectiles deftly spin around him, June realized that his opponent must be controlling them with magic. At this time, the demon smiled broadly and said that he welcomed him into the depths of his sea. Suddenly, an explosion occurred near the protagonist. Looking to the side, June noticed a huge hole there. Gritting his teeth in fright, the boy noticed that it was only 1 arrow. Looking at the dark red energy, I thought that he was not just controlling an arrow, but filling everything around him with his mana, which made even simple movements difficult now. Imagining himself as if immersed in the energy of the red color, the boy reasoned that he was right, and he really seemed to be in the abyss. Realizing this, the protagonist enveloped himself in blue energy and thought that if he was hit at least once in this state, he would not win, and activated the booster. At the same moment, June noticed a bright red glow above his head. The boy looked menacingly in front of him. Then the protagonist made a deft swing of his blade. Noticing what had happened, Call was extremely dumbfounded. Watching June destroy his arrows with a blade, the red-haired man couldn't believe what was happening. At this time, the boy destroyed all the opponent's projectiles with his sword, until he realized how level 30 player could repel the attack of his arrow hooks. Standing in front of the protagonist, the demon laughed, saying that it seemed that during the chase, his senses had been dulled. As Call unleashed his dark energy, he remarked that it was definitely not just the rookie's luck. Looking at June, who was shrouding himself in blue energy, the red-haired man said that it was good that at least now he had come to the realization, and now he realized that he would have to give his best in a fight with him. The demon then sneered mischievously. Looking furiously before him, Call remarked that he would no longer underestimate him. At the same moment, the energy of the red color spread across the battlefield. Looking menacingly ahead, June reflected that his mana had been raging all along, as if he had been in a whirlpool, and now it had suddenly died down. Looking at the red-haired man pulling an arrow on the string of his bow, the boy thought that he seemed to be in the vortex of the storm, and he said that he could consider himself an honor. As he continued to aim his hook arrow, the demon remarked that this time they would have to part ways for real. As if unleashing a red dragon, Call used an explosive dragon's arrow. A moment later, the red-haired man was releasing his arrow. At the same moment, a huge red energy dragon rushed towards June. Noticing this, the boy looked menacingly in front of him. A moment later, an explosion occurred in its place. The demon stared in front of him, trying to see what had happened. After a moment, Call was greatly stunned by what he saw. The unknown appeared in front of him, frosty energy. Looking in surprise in front of him, the red-haired man wondered what it was and where such cold mana came from. At the same moment, June, staring menacingly in front of him, used the veil of darkness. Immediately afterward, the dark purple energy rushed towards the demon. Noticing this, Call was greatly frightened. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the red-haired man asked if he had used two abilities at once. Looking forward with his frightened gaze, the demon wondered if he was hiding his true powers. Seeing the shards of ice in the impenetrable darkness, Call remembered to whom it might belong. At the same moment, as he froze everything around him and enveloped him in dark energy, he explained that he wanted to do with a simple freeze. Unleashing his two powers, the boy declared that he had left him no choice. With a snide grin, the protagonist concluded that now he would no longer be able to leave the witness alive. Looking menacingly in front of him, June thought that there was no way he could leave there alive today. With a snide grin, Call asked what it meant. He didn't want to say who he really was, and noted that there was no problem with that, because it would untie his tongue. Holding out his hand in front of him, the man with red hair opened his inventory. Immediately afterward, he summoned a huge number of arrows and stated that he would only need one attack. Pulling an arrow on his magic bow, the demon announced that one attack would be enough for him to finish him off. With an expression full of calm, June used a booster. Enveloping himself in a huge amount of blue energy, the boy thought that if he hesitated, he would fry his brains faster than finish off his opponent, and the best thing would be to slit his throat before his arrows arrived. Immediately after that, the boy took a step forward. Then he rushed into the attack with great speed, realizing that he needed to quickly switch to close combat. To direct his arrows forward, Call stated that he himself was running to the place of his death, which was excellent by using the rain of flowers that filled the sky. With a snide grin, the red-haired man explained that his stream of arrows would show him the real hell on earth, and not a piece would remain of his corpse. A moment later, the demon was greatly stunned by what he saw from the front. At the same moment, June continued to rush forward despite the arrows. Seeing the big smile on the boy's face, his opponent asked why he was smiling while he thought he had been waiting for this moment. Abruptly immersed in the dark purple energy, the protagonist said that he was waiting until he was completely confident in his victory and relaxed. Suddenly finding himself behind his opponent, June knew that now was the right time. Looking menacingly in front of him, the boy used a shadow offensive. At the same moment, Call turned back, frightened, calling June by name. With a deft movement of the blade, the boy struck at his opponent. Looking puzzled in front of him, the protagonist reflected that he was instantly able to react and dodge, because he was really fast. Suddenly, the red-haired man bared his demonic claws. Then he struck at his opponent. After everything that had happened, June jumped back. Looking puzzled in front of him, the boy thought about his regeneration and that if you cut off his arm, then a new one would immediately grow. Imagining a slit in the demon's neck in his head, the boy reasoned that in order to become a demon, it was necessary to drink the blood of another, and at the same time, the human body was not able to fully cope with the demonic power, which is why many people drank demonic blood, diluting it with water. Visualizing a whole plate of demonic blood, the protagonist thought that some madmen are so eager for unlimited power that they drink the blood of a demon without diluting it with anything. Looking at the Call smiling mischievously, June understood that the few who remained alive after that were reborn as demons and could use the abilities of the Blood Master. The red-haired man slowly walked forward, talking about the ability to disappear suddenly, and judging by the fact that he didn't use it right away, he thought he couldn't use it all the time. Gathering magic arrows next to him, the demon promised that this time he would definitely send him straight to the other world. Holding on to the hilt of his blade, June mused that he thought he had already figured out his weak point, and asked what it meant that he would be killed, and noted that he was sorry that they had only recently met. Looking in front of him, Call said that if he agreed to handcuff him with a magical seal, then so be it, he would spare him. Hearing this, the boy grinned sharply. Pointing a finger down, the protagonist sent his opponent away. Pointing his finger at himself, Call stated that if he wanted to kill him, he had to try, next time aiming at the neck. At the same moment, June pushed off the ground with his foot. He then headed towards his opponent at great speed. The red-haired man pointed his magic arrows forward, noticing that he really didn't value his life at all. Swinging his blade and destroying the arrow, the boy thought that his head was beginning to overheat. At the same moment, a shell flew into his hand. As he continued to run forward, clenching his teeth in pain, the protagonist knew he needed to focus. With a deft swing of his sword, June fought his way to his opponent and once again told himself to concentrate. Watching everything with displeasure, the demon was beside himself with rage that he was breaking all his arrows. Squeezing his hand sharply in displeasure, Call mused that it was clear that he was already at his limit and did not understand how he was getting ahead. He aimed several magic arrows at his opponent. A man with red hair wished him death. Noticing this, the protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. He then deftly used his sword to destroy all of his opponent's attacks. After what had happened, the demon gritted his teeth in displeasure. As he raised his sword to Call's neck, June was glad that he had made his way to him. Seeing him, the red-haired man put his hand forward. At the same moment, he grabbed his opponent by the neck. Immediately after that, the boy began to cough up blood. Noticing this, the demon smiled broadly. Looking at the violet energy hovering around his hand, Call declared that he had finally won. Suddenly appearing behind him, the protagonist concluded that he had caught him. Hearing this, the red-haired man was extremely stunned when he was called an idiot. Immediately after that, June struck with his blade at the opponent. After taking damage, the demon expectorates blood. The boy was standing behind his opponent, who was falling to the ground. Turning sharply back, Call asked how he had done it. With a menacing expression on his face, the protagonist told the guards to finish eating. At the same moment, wolves appeared from his dark purple energy. Trying to move away with his foot, the man with red hair said that now he understood everything. Looking at June standing in front of him, the demon declared that the dark ghost, the sworn enemy of all demons, was him. Pointing his finger in front of him, Call said that he was a coward who deceived the whole world, and asked why he was hiding in the first place. Looking at him with a calm expression, June was about to answer why he needed all this. As the dark purple guards headed forward, the boy explained that he was going to die soon anyway, so he wasn't going to have anything to tell. Seeing this, the red-haired man was frightened. A moment later, a loud scream of pain echoed through the area. On TV, a shot was shown of the girl hugging the boy and saying that she could not believe that the runaway puppy was found by her brother, from whom they were separated in childhood. The Ice Queen was eating popcorn and watching TV while the voice of a girl came from there, declaring that she missed him very much and now they would never be apart again. A moment later, the fairy continued to chew popcorn in complete silence. Then the Ice Queen reached for another portion. With a deft movement of her hand, the fairy pushed the box of popcorn away from her. Raising her head up, the Ice Queen called her partner, because he said that he would come when it was time to watch the episode, and asked where he was running around. At this moment, June was standing in front of the corpse of the defeated opponent. The boy enveloped him in his dark purple energy. Looking down menacingly, the protagonist called out the name Call Signer. Remembering the image of a man with red hair staring menacingly in front of him, June wondered that he was being hunted by a sword master, and whether he had come down to the first floor just for him. Looking away in puzzlement, the boy reasoned that perhaps he was already being persecuted, and he did not care enough. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that he had been able to extract something useful from his memory. Imagining a demonic haven in his head, June stated that somewhere on the second floor was the location of the Demon Association, and the information obtained from Signer's memory completely coincided with the information provided by Takabe. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of the boy, and he was talking about the received data, which would definitely be useful to him on the next floor. At the same moment, he looked at the system's notification window, which contained information that his dead man's confession ability had been upgraded to be ranked due to constant use. Waving his hand away from the notification of the system, the boy noticed that he thought so, because there is always some kind of catch. Stretching out his hand towards the bow, the protagonist stated that he would take it and leave. At the same moment, June sensed an unknown danger. There was an incomprehensible man in front of him, and the boy was thinking about the pressure on his whole body. Looking at the silhouette of the person in front of him, the protagonist wondered if he was already there. Looking at the blue-haired man, June knew that it was the seventh of the 9 heavens sword master Kim Woo-jun. Looking ahead, the boy reflected that in Call's memories he was on the second. Even if he had already managed to get there, his speed was simply terrifying. Unsheathing his blade, Kim asked if he didn't know it had come down to earth. Hearing this, the protagonist stared in front of him dumbfounded, while the sword master stated that when his scent on the second floor suddenly disappeared, it baffled him. Holding on to the hilt of his blade, Kim declared that it was impossible to get rid of the demonic stench and smell of endless pursuit. The boy stared in front of him with an emotionless expression on his face as the sword master declared that Call Signer would not be released this time. Looking at the bow in his hand in a frightened way, the protagonist couldn't believe that he had mistaken him for a demon simply because he had the edge of the horizon in his hands. Waving his hands, June asked to listen and explained that he thought he had misunderstood everything. At the same moment, Kim drew his blade. He made a cut that passed next to the boy. The protagonist stared in front of him in fright as the sword master concluded that he could no longer be fooled by a deceitful tongue. Holding his blade out in front of him, Kim said that he would not repeat the same mistake twice. Gripping the bow tightly in his hand, June knew that he didn't seem to be listening to him. Opening his mouth a little, the boy realized that there was nothing to be done, and he would have to deal with him. They say that he had just killed the Call himself. Pointing his sword at his opponent, Kim said that he was with his ravings again, while the protagonist claimed that he could prove it. Immediately after that, June started the call on his smartwatch. Putting his hand with the watch in front of him, the boy declared that he was not a demon. At this time, everything around was destroyed due to a fierce battle. The protagonist sat on a broken bench while someone's voice was heard around. With a serious expression on his face, Kim said that he understood everything, and explained to Mr. President that if the opportunity presented itself, he would definitely meet with him. At the same moment, he calmly looked in front of him. Bowing to the boy, the sword master apologized to the player that he had indeed made a mistake. Waving his hand, the protagonist explained that there was nothing wrong with this, because he himself would have done the same in his place. Looking down, Kim explained that he had to raise his head as an apology. A moment later, he dripped an unknown potion onto June's wound. After a moment, the boy felt a surge of energy all over his body, realizing that it was an elixir. Holding out a bottle of purple potion in front of him, the sword master explained that it would heal his wounds. Sitting on a bench in front of Kim, the protagonist stated that using such a legendary potion for his scratches was too much, and Kim replied that he shouldn't worry so much about it. Putting his hand on his chest, the sword master said that he only wanted to take responsibility for his mistake, and June reflected that he didn't even know that there were still such worthy players in the world. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised when Kim wanted to ask him something. Standing in front of him, the sword master said that he was well aware of his abilities, because he had cleared several gates that remained impregnable, and in the Cave of Trials he was able to break his record and the record of the Grim Ghost. Looking at June sitting on the bench, Kim noticed that after all, he had just moved to level 30, and he could not believe that he was able to defeat Call Singer alone. Then the voice of a boy would reverberate through the area, agreeing to tell him how he had gifted him, but in return he would have to agree to his terms. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking seriously in front of him, said that he owed something. With his hands in his pockets, June stated that he should say that he was the one who killed Signer, and not tell anyone about his abilities. Looking down at Kim, the boy added that he would also need his help someday. Opening his mouth a little, the sword master explained that it would not be difficult to help him at all. Looking seriously in front of him, Kim concluded that if he used forces that violated moral principles, he could not stand aside. Smiling after what he heard, June said that he had not done anything like this, and was not going to do it. At the same moment, ice appeared under the boy's foot. Having created a frosty kingdom around himself, the protagonist stated that now they have come to an agreement. Looking seriously in front of him, June said that he would reveal his secret to him. Seeing this, Kim was very surprised. Looking at the sharp peaks of the ice flows, the sword master noticed that this would indeed be enough to catch a demonic archer off guard, and not so far from the ability with S-level attributes. Imagining a platform on the second floor in his head, Kim stated that it was the very key of association that would calm the heat of the third floor. Looking ahead, puzzled, June noticed that he did not even think that he would understand everything immediately. Looking at Kim standing in front of him, the boy stated that he was sure that he himself knew that this information should not fall into the hands of demons under any circumstances. Hearing this, the sword master sharply drew his blade. He then made a few swings of his sword. At this time, the protagonist stared in surprise in front of him, while Kim noticed that he understood everything perfectly. A moment later, the ice created by June was completely destroyed. Hiding his blade back in the scabbard, the sword master turned to the protagonist and said that Call Signer had been killed at this place an hour ago, to which he immediately agreed. The narrative of the story is transferred to a tall building in the middle of the city. June opened the front door and went inside the apartment. Sighing heavily, the boy thought about whether to take a shower or immediately fall asleep. At the same moment, a disgruntled ice queen appeared in front of him and called out to his partner. Frightened by her, the protagonist asked why she frightened him, and the fairy asked what time he thought it was. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, June explained that it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, and the ice queen explained that he clearly did not go out to see his friend for a while. Taking off his shoes, the boy said that he went out for this, just something to do. Holding a popcorn box in her hands, the fairy asked him not to stay late next time, and the protagonist agreed with this. Suddenly, the ice queen noticed something. Looking at June's shabby look, the fairy noticed that he looked lousy. As the boy opened the refrigerator door, the ice queen wondered what had happened. The protagonist explained to a can of cold beer that something very serious had happened. Looking out the window, the fairy asked what had happened so seriously, and June told her that he had killed Call Signer. At the same moment, the boy sat down on the sofa. While the ice queen asked who he was, the look did not know him, and he answered that it was a demon. Opening a can of beer, the protagonist explained that he was much stronger than those they had encountered last time. Watching June start drinking alcohol, the fairy said that he had confused her, and asked that he hadn't said that he was going to meet his friend, and he explained that he had stumbled upon Call on his way home when he went to the grocery store. Suddenly, the Ice Queen was very surprised when the boy called out to her, and asked what he wanted. Looking at the can of beer in his hand, June noticed that there was so much in this world, and all the while he was surrounded by people whose abilities surpassed his imagination. Imagining huge blocks of ice in his head, the boy reflected that, having escaped from the shackles of the ice, he did nothing but try to free his comrades in arms. Analyzing the huge tower rising upwards, the protagonist reasoned that it was only after today's meeting with Kim that he realized how other players had managed to grow over the past 25 years. Remembering the images of the strongest people of our time, June thought that they were really strong players and were now on the frontiers of the second floor. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the boy thought that when he saw everything with his own eyes, he immediately understood. Looking at the cuts that were created by the blade of the sword master, the protagonist realized why people called the 9 heavens this way. Remembering how he took a number from Kim, June reflected that even his character was quite pleasant. Flying in front of his face, the Ice Queen asked why he had suddenly fallen silent. Sharply clenching his hand into a fist, the boy said that he just came to the realization that he needed to work even harder on himself. Imagining several stars located on the map in his head, the protagonist reasoned that in addition to Kim himself, there are 8 more people who are on the same level as him, and one of them is clearly an enemy. Visualizing the image of the king of the dead Najid Hallow using his magic, June thought that he was the master of Arma and the same demon who had given the order to call Siner to capture him alive. Remembering the beautiful landscape with the sea and mountains, the boy reflected that he had done well on the first floor, since he already had basic knowledge of the world, but the second floor was still unexplored land for him. At the same moment, the Ice Queen placed her hand on her partner's head and asked him to listen. Looking at the fairy in surprise, the protagonist listened as she said that she believed he could do anything. Smiling broadly, the Ice Queen noticed that he had been doing quite well all this time. Looking at her embarrassedly after hearing this, June asked why she was suddenly saying that, and did not expect such consolation from her, while the fairy said that he just looked like a sad puppy in the rain. Then there was an atmosphere of goodwill between them, and the boy remarked that of course he could handle anything, and he was actually a living legend of this world, and the Ice Queen said that she shouldn't have told him that, because he only began to show off more. Looking in surprise in front of him, the protagonist noticed that he thought he would have to leave early tomorrow morning, and the fairy asked why and what he had there again. Immediately afterward, June smiled broadly and explained that he needed to say goodbye to someone for the last time. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred to the waiting room in which the people were. A girl in a business suit called out to Kim. Sighing heavily, the sword master listened to how he was asked to answer and asked why. Approaching him, the girl asked what it meant and whether he remembered what his job was. Looking at the completely emotionless Kim, she wondered if he had managed to forget everything in these few months. Then, the voice of the sword master reverberated through the waiting room, explaining that one would not forget such a thing, and his girlfriend asked if their super elite sword master could not forget about his work. Stretching out her hand in front of her, the girl asked where he was. The Silent Moon Guild's chief chairman, Song Chaiwon, looked in front of her and wondered where the edge of the horizon was. Hearing her question, Kim silently stared in front of him. Waving her hand furiously, the girl in a business suit asked him to say at least something and asked if he had really killed Siner, because it was not for nothing that he was glowing in all the headlines, and the sword master gave her a positive answer. Looking ahead, the guild chairman, Silent Moon, asked why he hadn't brought his bow that he was supposed to get, and if Call was stronger than he expected. Holding his hand, Kim explained that this was not the case at all. Imagining in his mind how he seemed to be holding a demon in his hand, the sword master mused that he was sure that if he only wanted to, he would be able to finish him off with one hand and extract all the secrets from him. Walking slowly forward, Kim reasoned that something incomprehensible had happened before he even got to the place. At the same moment, he noticed June standing in front. The boy looked at him menacingly, and the sword master thought that he had been dealt with by a promising newcomer. Seeing the bow that this man was holding in his hands, Kim reasoned that since he had single-handedly dealt with the Call, the trophies had also gone to him, since he had every right to do so. With his mouth slightly open, the sword master realized that he had made an agreement with him, and said that it was a mistake. Folding his arms to his chest, Kim claimed that he had killed him before he could draw his bow. Hearing this, Wang began to tremble with displeasure and spoke of a heavenly sword master, a man who seemed to be born to be the perfect warrior. Flushing with rage, the girl in the business suit couldn't believe that he had just made a mistake. Spreading her hands to the sides, Guild Chair Silent Moon asked if he really wanted her to believe it, and he hit his head while fighting him, and Kim explained that he was fine. Holding her head after everything that had happened, Vaughn said that it didn't matter anymore, and it was a pity, of course, that this happened with the quest, but there was nothing to be done, and she would report to the Duke herself. Then, the sword master asked for forgiveness with a guilty look, and the girl in a business suit stated that from now on, no more apologies. With her hands on her belt, the chief chairman of the guild, Silent Moon, asked why he had done this, and only asked him to dismiss these clumsy attempts to lie to her. Closing his eyes, Kim said that he thought that she could not be fooled. Sitting in the chair, Vaughn asked what had happened, because she had not seen him smile so broadly in a long time, and the sword master explained that he had not been able to get the edges of the horizon, but he had found something better. Looking in surprise in front of her, the girl in a business suit asked what it was. After her question, Kim looked sharply to the side. He just continued to sit on the couch and was just silent. Then his gaze went out the window. After a moment, Kim suddenly smiled, stating that he was talking about the future. The narratives of the story are transferred to the museum building. June went into the room where his old comrades were. The boy looked happily in front of him. Looking at the frozen guys, the protagonist noticed that they had not seen him for a long time. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared in front of June. It contained information that there were not enough magic points, and it was not possible to remove the ice cover, and the boy noticed that nothing had changed. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that at least it was no longer written that he had absurdly low points, and therefore there was at least some progress. Looking at the Ice Queen flying nearby, June asked if he was speaking correctly. Looking back at him, the fairy confirmed his words, and June noticed that she was quite quiet and did not look like her. The Ice Queen had an expression full of emotion, and the boy who noticed it asked if she felt guilty. Without receiving an answer, the protagonist sighed heavily. Looking in front of him, June asked at least to know if they were alive. Directing her serious gaze forward, the Ice Queen heard the boy ask if it was true. Examining the bodies of the protagonist's comrades, who were shrouded in ice, the fairy stated that of course, but if he wanted to free them, then he needed to become much stronger, which he agreed with. Immediately afterward, June looked seriously in front of him. Suddenly turning his back on them, the boy said that he had to go. Flying after him, the Ice Queen asked that he would soon go to the second floor, and if he really did not want to see them again, and the boy replied that he was fine as it was. Looking at the ice-covered tiles on the floor, the protagonist stated that if there was anyone worth looking at longer before leaving, it was Noah and Taka. With a serious expression on his face, June was talking about these guys. Remembering how they all had a good time together, sitting around the fire, the boy concluded that it would be better for him to wait until they could meet normally. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that there was very little time left to wait. A plane flew across the sky at great speed. He was heading towards a huge city with large high-rises. Then the plane landed at the airport on an artificial island in the Pacific Ocean. After a long flight, June stepped on the ground. Stretching his body, the boy said that he almost missed the plane. Remembering his game against Noah, the protagonist wondered who would even offer a man who just came to say goodbye to play for 7 hours in a row, and he, of course, is inhumanly strong. At the same moment, June visualized the old man moving the chip and saying that he would be fine and would wait for him to return. Looking ahead seriously, Noah added that he was also confident that he could handle it. Looking in admiration in front of her, the Ice Queen asked her partner if it was all done by humans. Then June's voice reverberated through the surrounding area, saying that it was an artificial island created thanks to human technology, and the fairy noted that the technology of Earthlings was simply incredible. Immediately after that, the boy approached a tall building. Looking in front of him, the protagonist assumed that this was probably the interdimensional elevator. Glancing at her partner, the Ice Queen said that she could feel everyone looking at them, and he said that he expected something like this. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of June and greeted the player. Looking at the documents, the man in sunglasses explained that they had received a message from the association about his arrival, and on the second floor they had to remain careful, so now he would instruct him. Imagining a castle under the blue flag in his head, an employee of the association said that when he moved there, he would find himself in the Ruben Empire, where power, as he knew, was concentrated in the hands of the aristocracy. Visualizing the image of a demon in a robe, the man advised him not to go against them, and besides, on the frontier, you need to be wary not only of demons, but also of other players. Visualizing a person with great wealth, the employee of the association explained that many of the people are ready to commit any crime as soon as they find themselves outside the control of the association. June looked in front of him as the man told him that he advised him to always be on the lookout for other people, and the man thanked him for the warning. Holding in his hands the document of a man in sunglasses, he stated that then they wished him good luck in battle. Moving towards the elevator, the boy noticed that it was smaller than he thought, and looked like an ordinary elevator of 12 people. A moment later, the elevator door slammed shut. Pressing the button of the floor he needed, the protagonist thought that perhaps he should just choose the second floor as his destination. At the same moment, June and the Ice Queen were very frightened. They were heading up the tower at great speed. The boy looked in admiration in front of him, while the fairy stated that he did not say that the elevator would be completely transparent. Hiding behind the protagonist, who was telling the Ice Queen to look, she asked what was there. In front of them, the guys saw a huge number of the same columns rising into the sky. Behind the head of her partner, the fairy could not believe that there were so many dimensional elevators, and June explained that this was why demons penetrated unnoticed to the second floor. The Ice Queen grabbed the boy's hair as the elevator shook again. At the same moment, the dial showed that they had arrived on the second floor. After a moment, the doors opened in front of the protagonist. While in an unknown city, June saw alerts from the system that he had reached the frontier of the second floor and the effect of the title Spring Bearer was activated, and all ability points were increased by 30 while he noticed that the effect of the Spring Transporter was working normally. Smiling broadly, the boy talked about the second floor and the Ruben Empire, thinking that this place was completely different from Earth, as if he was in some fantasy game. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply clenched his hand into a fist. Joyfully examining his body, June realized that there was much more magic in the air there too. The boy continued to stand near the elevator, waving his arms to the sides. The guy passing by looked at it puzzled and wondered what was wrong with him. Glancing at the broadly smiling protagonist, the warrior reflected that judging by the way he was behaving, this was a newcomer who had entered the second floor for the first time, and it was probably not necessary to offer him to join the guild. Looking puzzled in front of him, the guy in the green robe asked what he was muttering under his breath while the other man said he was busy. Looking at the soldier who approached him, the man was glad that he had returned, and he asked where so many people had come from. A moment later, the unknown guy opened his mouth wide in surprise as his friend explained that he didn't know anything. Looking at the broadly smiling June, the guy realized that this was the same player. At the same moment, the kid looked at the people gathered around and wondered if they were all guild recruiters. A moment later, the warrior slapped his ally in the face. As he advanced, the man declared that they must force him to join them at once. At the same moment, a girl with red hair blocked his way. With a smile on her face, she declared that she would not allow them to do this. Taking a step forward, the unknown declared that they were the first to score it, so if anyone would force it, it would be only them. The red-haired girl was smiling broadly as she said that she would make him come in. After that, Khan walked forward with an air full of enthusiasm. June threw up his hands to the sides, saying that the frontier was simply incredible, and asked how the air could be so saturated with magic. Flying in front of her partner, the Ice Queen said that when viewed from the outside, it might seem that he had come there to do breathing exercises, and the boy asked why it was and explained that he needed time to get used to everything. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a girl with red hair who was talking to a guy and believed that he seemed to have seen her somewhere while the fairy was saying that they were in a public place, so he needed to stop behaving like this, because everyone would take him for a fool. Spreading her hands to the sides, the Ice Queen said that she had seen it, but it didn't matter, and June declared that it was Khan and called out to her. The girl with red hair looked sharply to the side, saying that it was time for her to go when someone called out to her. The boy waved to her, saying that he was there, and Khan stated that she was waiting for him, Mr. Snake's head. Running up to her old acquaintance, the girl with red hair noticed that she was so annoyed, because if he had come a couple of days later, she would have won their bet, and the protagonist asked for forgiveness, because he is not one of those who know how to lose. Looking happily at her friend, the girl with red hair asked if there were any problems with communication and if he understood the speech of the locals. Although everything would become clear with Vita in any case, he said that so far he had managed to talk only to her. Pointing her finger to the side, Khan asked him to follow her and wanted to show him something, asking if he liked coffee. Immediately after that, the story takes place when there were 2 glasses of cold coffee on the table, and a girl with red hair said that only representatives of noble families can enter this cafe, so it is a good place if you want to talk to someone in silence. Looking in surprise, June asked if she was an aristocrat, and Cone told her that she was a baroness, and she did not have her own land yet, but she had already become an aristocrat. Sitting opposite her at the table, the boy assumed that he probably wouldn't even be able to enter without her, and the girl with red hair noticed that everything was exactly like that, and asked how he liked the coffee. Holding the straw, Cone listened to June tell her that it was delicious and assumed it was an Americano, while she explained that there were many popular things from Earth to be found there. While the boy was drinking coffee through a straw, a girl with red hair asked what his first impression of the second floor was, and he thought about it. Looking at the street of the city, animated by people, the protagonist explained that everything was new to him there, so it was clearly felt that he was not on Earth. Adding extra syrup to her coffee, Cone asked that it looked like he was in a fantasy world, and explained that it would take some time to get used to it. Holding a glass of coffee in her hand, the girl with red hair asked Mr. Snakehead what he had ever thought about what would have happened if humanity had not been able to close the gates 30 years ago. The protagonist stared in front of him, puzzled, while Khan clarified what would have happened if it had not been possible to stop the monsters that poured from there to the ground, and received an answer from him that he did not know, but thought it would not be pleasant. Looking in front of her, the girl with red hair noticed that a similar disaster had occurred in these lands. Imagining a huge monster attacking the city in her head, Khan said that 1,000 years ago, there were also many gates there. Visualizing how the monster destroys ordinary people, the girl with red hair said that the monsters that got out of there could not be stopped, and humanity was destroyed. Then, she continued to imagine a city infested with huge monsters in her mind. Sitting across from her acquaintance, the red-haired girl noticed that it was only at this moment, many years later, that all the gates of the frontier had disappeared, although the monsters that had escaped from them had not had time to multiply enough to still inhabit these lands. Drinking coffee through a straw, June reflected that once this world had already experienced its end. At the same moment, Cone was suddenly embarrassed, asking Mr. Snakehead if he remembered what she had asked him to do last time, and how about it. There was nothing new. Taking a book about a gloomy ghost out of his inventory, the protagonist asked if it was really about it. A moment later, the red-haired girl began to cry with joy as she held the magazine in her hands, and expressed her gratitude, saying that she loved the gloomy ghost very much, while June was glad that she was pleased. At the same time, Khan handed him a piece of paper and asked him to take it, because he had won the bet, so here was a gift from her. Holding a handwritten letter in his hands, the boy asked what it was, when suddenly he received the answer that it was a recommendation. Pointing her finger forward, the red-haired girl would tell him that she would allow him to have dinner with Viscount Hosi of Malib, and the protagonist would ask why he would do this with an aristocrat. At this time, the Ice Queen was levitating in the air next to the guys while Cone explained that it wasn't just dinner, and if he liked it, then who knows, maybe he would give him a quest, and June asked if she was really talking about tasks like in games. Looking happily in front of her, the girl with red hair gave a positive answer and said that in this world, rewards can be given for helping people, so everyone tries to get closer to the aristocrats in order to gain access to more valuable rewards. Imagining a portal of blue energy in her head, Khan said that if he wanted to go to another city, it would be most convenient to use a teleporter. Visualizing the portal of violet energy, the girl with red hair noticed that although he would not be able to use it. Looking sadly in front of him after what he had heard, June asked why he couldn't. Immediately afterward, the kid would check his system window on Khan's advice and speculate that the numbers had gone up 30 points due to the title effect. Looking at the line in the description of her character, the protagonist asked what it was and why it said tourist. Sitting across from him, a girl with red hair said that any player who was there for the first time automatically received this status, and it gave the right to stay there for 90 days. Khan's voice then reverberated through the restaurant, explaining that if he completed enough quests, the guild would give him a new status at some point, and asked that since he had finished drinking, they could go. Turning back, the red-haired girl added the last thing he might have heard before, but had to be careful with the other players, and June said he wasn't the kind of person who could be stabbed in the back so easily. Giving the boy a few items, Khan claimed that it was a map of the Empire and a guidebook created for guild members. Turning back, the girl with red hair announced that she was giving it to him on purpose as the eldest, and the protagonist asked that it was possible to give it to a person who was not a member of the guild so easily. Smiling broadly, Khan wished him good luck in leveling up and said that next time he would treat her to something more expensive. Looking happily in front of her after everything that had happened, the Ice Queen noticed that it was interesting, and asked if he thought that this girl was a real fox, and June said that she always got something from her. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, the boy did not understand why it was a fox, because it looked more like a cat or a dog, and the fairy said that he really did not understand women at all. Levitating over him, the Ice Queen asked what he was going to do next, and the protagonist remembered that she had said that they were in the city of Kilion, and was going to stay there for a while, which meant that he should start by looking for a place to live. Hearing this, the fairy pointed her finger at a nearby building and asked what about this sangria establishment, noting that she had actually had her eye on it for a long time. Pointing his finger behind his back, June declared that he would go there. Seeing the dilapidated building in front of her, the Ice Queen asked only not for this ruin, and the boy explained that it was the Resting Dewdrop, which was a great name. Being in the middle of the initial city, the protagonist stated that he needed a place where information from all over the city would flow, and the fairy noted that she was sure that there were enough people in Sangria for this, too. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when a bald man cornered a guy and declared that he seemed to have nowhere else to run. Falling to the ground, the newcomer explained that he had nothing at all, and asked why he was doing this. Other warriors watched all this from the sidelines, and while the robber said that if he was so helpless, it was not worthwhile to go to the frontier. While the novice knight was trembling with fear, the man stated that he had caught the eye of Mr. Fly, and this was very important. Having kicked him, the unknown person stated that this was his name. The bald man continued to beat the newcomer while his allies guarded the passage. Turning his back on his victim after the end of the massacre, the bandit noted that he was hot, and was going to see what he had there. As he poured the coins into his hand, the bald man declared that there were as many as 30 gold pieces, and that was why if he shook them well, there would always be something. Smiling broadly, the bald man noticed that after all, it is possible to make a profitable business on players. The narrative of the story moves to a tavern with an unknown name. June suddenly entered inside him. The boy looked around, saw people sitting at the tables. Putting her hands on her belt, the Ice Queen noticed that it was quite noisy, and the boy thought that it was really just like in a game tavern. Awkwardly scratching his head, the protagonist reasoned that the adventurers are the masters of the frontier, and the players who came from Earth are gathered in one place. Watching how the guy communicates with the girl over drinks, June thought that it is possible to distinguish one from the other thanks to the Vita that the players use. Looking at her partner, the fairy asked how he wanted to collect information there, and he replied that he had several ideas. June then took the menu in his hands, and the waiter asked what he would order. Looking in the direction of the man standing next to him, the boy asked for a signature dish, a bottle of the best alcohol and a mug of tea, to which he said that there would be lamb steak, Hagenal beer and black tea, asking if everything suited him. The people sitting at the next table were extremely indignant. Listen, and the boy said that this is exactly what he should understand, and the waiter announced that he had 51 copper coins, and the payment would be made in advance. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered the lessons of counting money from Khan, who said that 1 copper can be considered 1,001, and thought that then 51 coppers is about that much. Immediately afterward, June dumped a few gold coins from his pouch on the table and asked if that would be enough. Seeing the huge amount of gold coins, the waiter was extremely dumbfounded. Looking in surprise in front of him, the man explained that these were gold, not copper coins. Looking ahead, puzzled, the boy explained that he had just arrived and, apparently, had messed up a little. Taking only 1 coin from him, the waiter said that he would take it and return with change, and also gave advice that it could be dangerous to show gold in a crowded place. Hiding his coins in his inventory, the protagonist said that he would remember it and thanked him, reflecting that Taku had given him 1,000 local gold coins for the journey. Inspecting the large cabinet with glasses in the inn, the Ice Queen asked her partner if he really wanted to show off the money, and he explained that Khan had already told him about the local currency in advance. Winking with one eye, the protagonist stated that all flies flock to the smell of money. At the same moment, a man stood up from his seat. Then he slowly walked towards June. A moment later, the warrior slammed his hand on the table. Looking menacingly at the boy, the warrior asked the player to listen to him. Pointing his finger at himself, the man said directly that he was interested in money. A frightened waiter passed by, while the warrior asked if they could talk in a quieter place. Looking emotionlessly in front of him, June thought that they were the strongest flies there, and the fairy noticed that they looked like complete thugs. A moment later, the man grinned mischievously when the boy agreed to go with him, and noticed that the players were really complete idiots, and the boss was right. Once on the street, the warrior was extremely frightened. At this moment, June stared menacingly in front of him. He held the man by the leg and beat another opponent with it. Then the boy threw the body of his ally in the direction of another robber. Seeing this, the man was very frightened. Bringing his fist to the opponent's face, the protagonist asked if he had finally finished chattering. With a menacing expression on his face, June ordered him to kneel down and begin the countdown. A moment later, the robber fell to his knees. Putting her hands on her belt, the Ice Queen noticed that the humans were very pathetic, and June said that it was just fine. Moments later, the rogue was even more frightened when he was asked to lay out everything he knew and where to find their boss. Looking at the protagonist exuding malice, the man explained that he himself did not know anything, when suddenly he said that he was in the game house. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to an underground casino. June coughed into his fist and wondered if it was a gambling house or a raccoon hole. Looking at the people playing cards, the boy remembered the words of the bandit, who said that their boss's name was Fly and he was a well-known scoundrel in Kilian. Looking at the huge number of cards and chips on the poker table, the protagonist recalled how the man told him about the gambling business, bars and everything related to entertainment, saying that it was in his hands, and he also did business with aristocrats, so he knew much more than small children like them. Looking menacingly in front of him, June reflected that the atmosphere was completely different from the one in the hotel. Pushing back the chair, the boy was about to start, and asked the players if he could sit down. Looking at him with a smile on his face, the man remarked that he had not seen him before, and the protagonist stated that he had only recently arrived in Kilian. Hearing this, the aristocrat grinned snidely and remarked that he was quite an interesting guy, because he immediately went to the gambling house, asked to take into account that they made high stakes, and asked if he had enough money. Looking seriously in front of him, the protagonist stated that it was enough. Then the children began to play cards. June held playing cards in his hands, preparing to make a move. At this time, the man with the mustache was looking in front of him, puzzled. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the aristocrat did not understand what was wrong with this guy. Looking at the completely calm protagonist, the man thought that he was some kind of fledgling newcomer, but he had been playing for more than an hour and was not even going to stop. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the man could not believe that this was happening against him, the card genius Fibo. Looking at the chips lying on the table, the aristocrat noticed that he already had 300, or even 350 of them, and wondered if he was some kind of wandering champion of card games. At the same moment, the protagonist stared menacingly in front of him. The Ice Queen flew from side to side, saying that on the left there was an unpaired deuce and a pair of ones, and the other had 2 pairs. Watching everything that was happening from the window, the bald man noticed that this guy was good and lucky today, and also saw Fibo losing to someone for the first time. Looking seriously in front of him, Fly asked what the was doing. Watching June, around whom the fairy was flying, the leader of the criminal organization stated that he looked like a player, but he lacked the ability, and also interfered with their cause. Holding his hands behind his back, the bald man asked how he dared to encroach on his money, and ordered him to be brought to him briskly. At the same moment, the man with the mustache looked puzzled at his cards and realized that he would leave him penniless so soon. At the same moment, The aristocrat looked at the croupier behind him, who said that he would shuffle the cards. Dumbfounded, looking in front of her, the Ice Queen explained to her partner that the dealer was cheating. Imagining in her head how the players towered over her, the fairy said that it was all a scam, and even the dealer was with them. Putting his cards on the table, June thought that it was rather strange that they realized so late, that they said that perhaps we would end here. Looking at the boy getting up from his seat, Fiba wondered if he was leaving right now, and maybe it would be better to play a little more, while he explained that he had already won so much that he was beginning to fear that he would lose everything back. Suddenly, a man appeared behind June and asked him to wait. Turning back sharply, the boy asked if he was him, and the casino employee said that the owner of the establishment would like to treat him to alcohol, so he asked to follow him. Leaning on the head of her partner, the Ice Queen asked if the owner of the establishment was the same boss, and the protagonist agreed to meet him. Entering the VIP room, Junior was told that usually only aristocrats were allowed inside. Looking around in surprise, the fairy noticed that it was dark there, so she had to be careful. Suddenly, the boy saw something in front of him, and an unknown voice asked him to pass. With his hands behind his back, the bald man explained that there were a lot of players going in, all of them cheating with their incredible abilities, and asking if he knew why he kept letting them in. Turning around sharply, Fly said that it was because he was sure that he could always get his money back. A moment later, the protagonist was a little puzzled when the casino manager remarked that he had heard a lot about this player. The owner of the gambling club is sitting in a chair. He holds a sheet of paper in his hands and reads that Seo Junho's name is a player of about level 35, and adds that June is quite a famous person. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that the man had done a good job. Fly furrowed his brows and said that all you had to do was ask the players a little bit, and they would tell you anything, and asked that the guy was a good player. The main character keeps his hands in his pockets, and the man asks what the young man thinks, why he does not forbid the players to visit the club, and continues that at least they do all kinds of tricks to fool the club. The boss clenches his fist and says that he is confident that he can get his money back. The protagonist looks at him, and the man continues to say that in this city all drinking and gambling establishments belong to him, and quite naturally, he is on a short leg with the aristocrats. Fly puts his hand on the armrest and says that no matter how strong the players are, they are still foreigners here, and adds that they can't do anything against the aristocrats, and asks if he is wrong, and June agrees with him. The young man keeps his hand in his pocket and replies that everything is correct. The protagonist throws the chips out of his pocket and says that he has a proposal for the boss. He puts them on the table and offers that he will return all the chips he earned, and in return, the man will sell him information about aristocrats. Fly frowned. He hits his fist and is indignant that the guy is returning him the money he received by deception, and that he should tell him something else, and adds that the young man, apparently, still does not understand what situation he is in, and that he can easily take all his money. The guards are approaching the main character. The main character shifts his gaze. He clenches his fist and thinks that he wanted to settle everything peacefully, and that he only wasted his time. A man in glasses swings a cane. The protagonist envelopes everything around him with his energy. He raises his hand. His hand tends to the opponent's face. The guy's palm hits the man's face. The main character bends over him. A man with glasses falls. June puts her foot on him and asks why it was so difficult to listen to him right away. The bodyguards try to get up from the floor, and Fly is indignant at what they are doing. The protagonist's hand goes down to the chips. He gets down on one knee. The guy aims with a chip. They fly at opponents. June raises her hand and says that some people need to be given a kick to make her think. Fly holds a gun in his hand and orders the guy to stand. The main character turns around. The boss grits his teeth and says that it is a lethal weapon that players like so much. He points the gun at the protagonist and tells him to put the chips on the table immediately and fail, then he will spare him. And June asks that the man will provide information about the aristocrats. Fly looks at the guy with fury and says that no way. Streams of purple magic are approaching the man, and he says that it would be better for the guy to get out of the way. Fly, look at your hand. The main character points a gun at the enemy and says that he should have been listened to earlier. Drops of sweat flow down the man's face, and he wonders how this is possible at all. The boss spreads his arms to the sides and tells June to think it over. The man looks at the guy and says that if the protagonist pulls the trigger, he will be drawn into a very unpleasant story, and adds that he does not need it. The guy points the gun forward. Fly drops his hands and thinks that the guy wants to pull the trigger, and that some player can kill him so stupidly. June takes aim, and says that the man is braver than he thought. Fly raises his hand and shouts that he will tell everything. He closes his eyes. The bullet flies at the man. The young man intercepts her, and says that he should have done so, and adds that all attention. The sky is reflected in the windows of the house. The protagonist holds a notebook in his hand and says that the men did a good job during the week, and adds that he was able to gather a lot of information about the second floor thanks to them. Fly and the guard quickly run away. The guy shifts his gaze, and the Snow Queen says that she will finally become much calmer, and June replies to her that now he will see how everything can be put into practice. The young man rubs his chin. He stands in front of the information stand and says that you can start with the quest. He looks carefully ahead and thinks that he would like to practice hunting first. The guy holds a sheet of paper in his hand and decides that it is suitable. He goes ahead and says that in 10 days the hunter competition will begin, and that he needs to hurry up and have time to reach level 50 in this time. The Ice Queen hugged the protagonist's head and asked him to walk slowly, otherwise she would shake too much, and June replied that she could fly on her own. She climbs on top of the guy's head and says that she will have to hold on. The main character raises his hand up, and his partner says that he is walking too fast. The guys look after the protagonist. The young man shifts his gaze to the main character and says that there is no better prey than the player who has just arrived on the floor. The main character put his foot near the paw print. He knelt down, and Ice Cube said that judging by the footprints, they must be huge. The guy raised his hand and said that he was interested in how strong they were, and added that he was hoping for entertaining opponents. Fog envelopes the environment. The Ice Queen says that they need to wait until the fog clears, otherwise they can't see anything at all. The protagonist agrees and says that it will be difficult for them to find opponents now. The partner threw her leg over her leg and said that he looked, well, too happy. June scratches his head and says that he has never seen such monsters on Earth, and adds that this is a good opportunity for him to test how powerful the creatures are on the frontier. The monster bared its mouth, and Ice Cube said that his partner should remember not to relax, and the main character replied that he understood this, and added that she could hear any sound. The guy puts his hand forward and says that the whip wolves have finally appeared, ruthless punishers. The protagonist stands in a stance in front of opponents. The monsters get closer, and June tells her partner to look at their tails, as they look like whips, and the Ice Queen asks why they were called that. The guy rushes forward. He holds out a spear in front of him. The tip of the monster's tail shines, and the main character argues that now it is clear why no one took on this quest, and continues that they are much stronger than it seemed. June pushes off with her foot. The young man looks ahead, and thinks aloud that he thought he would have a little fun with them and then finish them off quickly. The tails move rapidly. The whip wolves open their mouths, and the guy decides to apply a new plan. He strikes at the monsters' faces. June smiles. The protagonist soars up and exclaims that in order to get used to the pumped abilities, this enemy is ideal. The main character hits with weapons. A man with dark hair looks from behind a rock, and says that he is one against the four of them, and they should not hesitate, and the other replies that Seo Junho is in front of them and everyone knows him. Dell looks at the fight and says that this guy has become known throughout the first floor as a super rookie, and the level of ability, they say like Kim Woo-jun's. The guy with the short haircut clarifies that, is he really that strong? The red-haired guy raises his hand and says that he just recently found himself on the second floor, and adds that he is only at level 30, and they are on average 70. He can't do anything. The criminals look at each other, and Dell says that he will go ahead and distract his attention, and they have to do the rest, and the dark-haired guy says why he always gets the easiest job. The whipwolves fly in different directions, and the criminals reason that their lives can change a lot if they get so much gold. June pins the monster with her foot. The guy turns his head and says that now, if he returns and turns in the quest, his fame will increase, and Ice Cube says that the girl who looks like a fox said that the higher the fame, the more bonuses you can get. The protagonist raises his head and asks his partner why she calls her a fox, and says that it seems that quests alone will not easily raise fame, and adds that it would be nice to catch the criminal, and the partner objected that he is in too much of a hurry. The guy closes his eyes, and thinks that he can hurry up once. The Ice Queen opens her mouth wide and says that it seems that his wish has come true. Feet step on the ground, and Ice Cube says that someone is walking in their direction. June turns his head and asks if this is his fan, and his partner wonders how he could have thought of such a thing. The guy leans his foot on the defeated monster, and inquiringly says that the man is such a devoted fan that he was able to get here despite the monsters. The stranger holds out his hands and confirms it. Dell squints his eyes and asks for an autograph from the protagonist. The main character smiles and asks if he has paper and a pen. The Ice Queen crosses her arms and says that she can also take a photo. The stranger says that an autograph is enough for him. June looks at his opponent and asks what he wants to see in the inscription. The criminal asks him to wish him good luck. The dark-haired guy looks forward and says that their colleague did a great job. A man with a short haircut directs his gaze at the main character, and Ice Cube says that June doesn't see that he is being scammed. The main character closes his eyes and quietly says that did they really think that he would not notice them. The dark-haired man lowered his head, and the protagonist continued that it was really possible to underestimate him like that. The criminal steps on the monster with his foot and indignantly shouts that how did he manage to finish off so many whipwolves if he is only level 30. Dell holds out his hand to say goodbye. June shifts her gaze and says that there must be 4 of them here, and the culprit is surprised. The protagonist shakes hands with the stranger and says that the 4 of them had the courage to go against him. The perpetrator clenches his teeth in pain. The main character directs his gaze at the man and says that they needed to bring at least 40 people, then they would have played. A man with short hair raises a knife above his head and yells for Seo Junho to die. The protagonist pulls his hand back. The palm rushes into the face of the criminal. The enemy flies aside. A man with dark hair directs a bundle of magic towards the guy. June turns around abruptly. He holds his opponent by the hair. Del stares in horror at the approaching beam of magic. The main character rushes towards the opponent. He quickly throws his hand forward. The protagonist grabs the criminal by the face. The guy pushes his opponent. A man with a short haircut runs away into the woods and shouts that he wasn't going to do anything and was just forced. June points her finger towards the criminal. The man looks back in horror. The main character stands among the defeated. The guy covers one eye. An Ice Cube asks how he is going to lead them in such a state, and the main character replies that he only beat them a little. The protagonist smiles and asks if his fame and truth will increase if he turns them into the guards. The Ice Queen looks at him and confirms. The light illuminates the footprints on the ground. The sun reflects off the guild emblem. The guy is sitting at the table. The hero is standing, and the young man remembered that it was he who came in the morning for the quest. The skins fell on the table, and the guild member understood why the protagonist had returned so quickly. The fur is shiny, and the guy notices that these are all whiplash skins and they are in good condition, which means that all the wolves were killed in one blow, which indicates an incredible level of skill. The protagonist turned, and when asked what his name was, he gave his name. The guy stood up and remembered that the hero had brought criminals in a case of missing people a few hours ago, and then called the protagonist the real savior of their city. June smiled and realized that the rumors had already spread, and the guy added that starting tomorrow, they would definitely assign him quests that matched his level. His foot stepped on the floor, and the hero said goodbye to the guild member. The guy was standing there, and the system reported that he had earned 550 fame points. Then the guy noticed that now he could not go to the bulletin board, and the queen wanted to know his opinion about the battle in the frontier. The young man turned around and replied that he liked it, and compared it to the game, and the queen realized that he was very pleased because he had fought new monsters. The companion looked ahead and called out to the protagonist. The bald man swings a blow and refuses the request of an unknown person. The bearded man raised his finger and asked for help only once, to which Fly replied that he had told him more than once that he did not want to and would not. Someone hit him on the head. The bald man turned around and wanted to know what the hero was doing here, to which the protagonist noticed that he was offending people again. The man raised his hands and shouted that everything was wrong. The guy stands and listens to the owner of the gambling business, who explained that he was the first to annoy him with stupid requests. The unknown man was holding his head, and the young man noticed that he looked decent, and his aura was fine. June turned and wanted to know what the request was. The man was standing, and the bald man offered to go to his office, because there was no place for such a conversation. People are sitting at a table, and Fly said that this man's name is Hakan and he is from a noble family, and also used to work as a mercenary, but now he has retired, to which the bearded man said that he is still working. The hero is holding a mug, and the bald man said that this is the player June, and also, although you can't tell in appearance, he is very strong. The man turned around and assumed that he was stronger than Fly, to which Fly replied that they were about 3 sheets of paper apart. The protagonist raised his hand and said that in any case, Hakan, as he understood, needed help. The tables are standing, and the man explained that he has one thing to do, which is to have someone go underground with him, to which June wants to know what is required of him. The protagonist touched his face and thought that he could get a lot of money in the dungeon for the main monster, then asked what he knew about this dungeon. The man bowed his head and explained that there was the tomb of the great thief Shafrim. An image of young mercenaries appeared, and Hakan said that 10 years ago, he and his wife, while still mercenaries, found an ancient document in one of the cleared dungeons. The mural is lying down, and the man said that it talked about a statue of the goddess of 5-colored light, who bestows health on its owner, and then added that from that day on, they began looking for information about this artifact. The girl looks up, and the narrator said that it seemed to them that finding the statue would be their adventure when they retired, but unfortunately this did not happen. The man is sitting, and Hakan said that last year his wife suddenly fell ill, and the cause was a long-standing tumor, the treatment of which is impossible. The mercenary stands in front of the forest, and the bearded man summed up that now the statue of the goddess is of special value to him, because he must find it, even if he has to go alone. The man looks ahead and says that he eventually found out that the statue was on Shafrim's tomb, and he tried to go there alone, but couldn't break through the monsters. The bald man turned around and replied that even if his words were true, he still wouldn't do it. Hakan exhaled and said that he understood everything, because he couldn't force a person to do what he had to deal with himself, and then he wanted to leave. The hero put down the cup and said that he would help him. The protagonist raised his head and suggested that they leave tomorrow at dawn. The mercenary stood up and thanked the young man, and then added that he only needed to find a nurse for his wife. Fly turned and told him to get a good night's sleep before the road, and he would look after his wife himself. The guy lowered his head and thought that in fact, glory is more important to him now than the reward for clearing the dungeon, which means that it would be more profitable to complete quests instead. People were standing in front of the entrance, and June realized that he could not pass up such an offer, and the man explained that they were there, because this was the tomb of Shafrim. Bearded goes and tells you that the last time he came here, he met a whole group of kobolds at the entrance. The hero took a step forward and asked what level they had, to which Hakan replied that they had level 60, but inside the monsters were even stronger, and their skins were red like blood, and they were twice as large as ordinary kobolds. The guy looks ahead and says that they are bloody kobolds, and the mercenary adds that they are rushing right at him, not caring about the wounds at all, and then asked him to be quiet. The bearded man put the lamp on the floor. The man aimed with a crossbow. The projectiles pierced the monster's body. June turned around and noticed that it was a great shot. Hakan looked ahead and said that he had been doing this for 30 years, and then added that it was a good start, and they would rather move on, and noticed that there was a terrible stench from these creatures. The hero goes forward and thinks that it looks more like a tomb, and more like an ordinary cave, but so far everything is going much better than he thought. Stones fall. People turned around and realized that it was a vibration, but it did not look like an earthquake. The mercenary bent down and assumed that they were monsters, and judging by the roar, there were at least a dozen of them. The spear began to appear in the protagonist's hand, who said that no matter how many of them there were, they would deal with them all. Creatures fly at teammates. The monster opened its mouth. Kobolds surround the group. Hakan turned around and noticed that there were at least 50 monsters here, and then assumed that they were waiting for them on purpose. The hero looked to the side and said that they really had an excellent sense of smell, which meant that they remembered the smell of a man. A grimace of horror appeared on Hakan's face. The sick wife is lying. The mercenary took aim and realized that they couldn't stand up to so many creatures, and then shouted for June to run. The opponents are approaching, and the man asked him to gather reliable people in return, and also be sure to find the statue of the goddess and give it to his wife. The crossbowman leaned down and added that it was hard for him to ask him about it, but it was his last wish. The hero smiled and said that he himself would give the statue to his wife. The man looked to the side, and the guy added that she would be much happier this way. The young man attacked the monster. Kobolds are standing. June rushed to attack. The protagonist swings a spear. The hero began to slow down, and Hakan shouted the guy's name. The guy killed a bunch of monsters. June turned and reminded him that he had said that no matter how many of them there were, they would deal with them all. The young man swung his halberd. The hero bent down and noticed that 2 were in the front, and 1 was on the left. The guy halved his opponent. The mercenary stands in shock. The young man looks ahead and realizes that the 3 are on the right. The blade is rapidly approaching. The protagonist blew off the kobold's head with 1 blow. The guy kills monsters with a huge number of cuts. The queen turned and noticed that he had killed them quickly, and June said that the training had not been in vain. The man stands and understands that the hero is very strong, because in the 30 years that he was a mercenary, he managed to see such skill for the first time, and against his background, even level 80 players look faded. The man turned around and said that if it wasn't for him, this place would have become his grave. The young man looked to the side, and the mercenary added that he had fought well, and the young man asked if it was too early for Hakan to think about graves. The light reflects off the walls of the cave, and the protagonist added that his crossbow was just right, and they should also continue to move forward together, to which the man thanked June for such words. As the teammates walked, the crossbowman noticed that he could no longer smell the creatures, which was a good thing. The hero turned to the words of his comrade that when they were done with this matter, he would retire and live happily with his wife, replied that he should postpone it for a while, because first you need to clear the dungeon, and then he will listen to him, otherwise every time someone starts saying this, he does not return alive. Hakan stepped on the slab and remarked that it was foolish of him. The protagonist stopped, and the man shouted that something was wrong with the floor. The guy stopped in time in front of the pit with stakes. The skull is lying, and the young man realized that it was a trap. The mercenary looked down and said that although June was strong, anyone could fall into such a trap. The partner walks along the edge and says that you should never relax in the dungeons. The hero turned around and remarked that if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't know what would happen, to which Hakan said that he could help him in some way. The queen stretched out her hand and asked the protagonist to be careful, because there are still traps ahead. His foot stopped in front of the rope, and the man said that the owner of this tomb was a scoundrel, but they were very lucky that he specialized in setting and disarming traps. The mercenary bent down and asked if the guy had anything else to learn, to which June said that he would tell him what was what, and he was happy to do so. The hero looks down, and the partner tells that in fact everything is simple, because you just need to memorize everything once. The arrow points to the nails, and the Hakan noticed that if you cut the rope, which is so fastened, then nothing will happen to the nails. The man cut the rope and noticed that the mechanism did not work. The protagonist turned around and suggested that if he wanted to set the same trap, he would need to do the opposite, to which the mercenary remarked that he was a smart young man, and the guy thought that he would then need to try to combine this with the abilities of the ice. Light illuminates the walls. His hand touched the door. My partner entered the passage. Hakan looks ahead. The object lies on a pedestal and understands that there is a statue of the goddess of 5-colored light in front of it, which means they succeeded. The statue is lying, and the hero said that the man is great. The protagonist is standing, and the mercenary replied that this is all thanks to the player June, and he also hopes that everything that was written about the statue will turn out to be true, because this is the only way he can help his wife. The guy looked to the side and thought that everything was too smooth, which meant that something was wrong here. His partner took a step forward and said that it was a pity that Sophia was not with him now. A silhouette looms over the man, who says that they are taking the statue and immediately leave. The hero looks ahead. The protagonist rushed forward and shouted for Hakan to move away immediately. The creature looms over the man, and the young man shouts that there is a monster there. June attacked the enemy. Paws are on the ground. The red monster bent down, a man-infused blood kobold champion of level 83. The aura envelopes the creature, and the protagonist noticed that it literally exudes magic, which means that this monster was clearly created on purpose. The hero drew his weapon and told the dog to attack. The guy runs and assumes that these are again reptiles from the Demon Association. The young man struck a blow to the opponent's body. Paw grabbed the spear. The monster is holding June's weapon, and the system has reported that the effects of blood loss and bloodsucker are involved. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the interface added that its strength, magic, and regeneration rate had increased by 600%. A pistol appears out of thin air. The hero shot the kobold. The guy looks ahead in confusion. Energy is stored in the barrel of the pistol. The projectiles hit the monster's body. The pistol shoots at the enemy. The boss tried to capture the protagonist. The young man turned and noticed that the creature had powerful blows. June clenched his fist. The hero hit the monster with an uppercut. The protagonist kicked. His hand grabbed the kobold's fur, and the guy noticed that the boss was holding on well. The young man raised his fist. June unleashed a series of punches on his opponent. Attacks hit the creature's face. The hero drives the kobold's muzzle into the floor. The protagonist swung and shouted that they would check how long he would hold out. A crushing force fell on the boss's face, and the guy repeated his words. The fist touches the opponent's cheek. The man runs and asks how the young man feels. June laid down and said that no matter how many monsters were pumped with mana, in the end they were still monsters. The queen stretched out her arms, and Hakan shouted that he was hot like a ball of fire, to which the hero replied that he was fine, and it happened to him every time. The mercenary held out a bottle and asked the protagonist for a few drinks, and the system reported that the level had been increased. The guy drinks water and says that one big monster was clearly given more than a bunch of remnants before, and the interface added that the value of all points has been increased by 3, and the level is 43. The partner looks ahead, and the young man added that now he can take the statue. Hakan goes ahead and says that she will finally be his. The statuette glows, and the man said that June could take all the other treasures for himself, because he definitely deserved it. The hero turned around and began to say that if the mercenary did not mind, he did not have time to finish. The blue crystal glows, and the guy tries to figure out what kind of stone it is. The young man holds the material and asks for information about the item, and the system reports that it is a spirit stone, which is a delicacy of spirits that increases their power. The queen is sitting, and when the hero says that he will give it to her when they return, she refused. June turned around and added that the spirits liked him and also increased their strength, to which the companion replied that although she was a spirit, she was still a queen, so she wouldn't eat any stones. Hakan looked to the side and said that if the guy took what he wanted, then they could return, and the girl added that a simple tea would be enough for her health. The light reflects off the walls of the cave, and the hero tries to figure out how to feed the piece of ice. A sick woman is lying. Clouds are floating in the sky. The hand holds the statue, and the wife said that the statue of the goddess really exists. Sophia lies down and adds that she also shines just like in the legends, to which the mercenary says that she can now become the same as before. The young man stands and realizes that the bald man has spent a lot. The couple looks at each other, and June explains that he hired 2 nurses, bought expensive medicines, and the hero did not know that Fly was capable of this. The man scratched his face and explained that in childhood they fed him more than once, and now he is repaying his debt. Hakan took a step to the side and noticed that Sophia was getting a little better, which meant that the statue really worked. The woman holds the artifact and says that she doesn't even know how to thank the protagonist, and also thanks him for saving her, as well as her husband. The mercenary bent down and, after thanking them, said that he had helped them a lot. June raised his hand and said that it was not worth it, because they had obtained the statue of the goddess together. The bearded man turned and added that this would hardly be enough to repay, but he wanted to treat him to something later. The hero goes and says that he will be glad, and also wishes a speedy recovery to his wife. The protagonist looks back and assumes that they are tight with money, and the bald man said that in their young years, while working as mercenaries, they earned a decent living. Fly goes and tells that when Hakan's wife got sick, he spent everything on medicines, and the guy asked to hold the bag. The young man holds out the gold, and the man assumed that this is his share, to which the hero replied that now he will help the mercenary with his wife, just let him not say that it is from him. The head of the gambling shop holds a bag and tries to understand why the guy needs all this, to which he replied that he has no particular reason. June raised his hand and replied that he just seemed to be a kind and honest person and wanted to be fine, and then added that if he caught him stealing, he would be in trouble. The sunset illuminates the valley, and Fly said that the guy should not worry, because everything is clear with his money. The hero tiredly opened his eyes. System windows appeared that reported that his fame level had increased. The protagonist is lying on the couch and notices that because of yesterday's fame points, so much has been added. The guy touched his face and thought that in just a day he had exceeded 1,000, which meant that the minimum level at which he could communicate with the aristocrats of the frontier had passed. A piece of cake was on the table, and June explained that it was a treat for the ice. The hero is sitting, and the queen noticed that he was in a good mood, and the protagonist explained that now he cannot work hard for the sake of fame points and focus on experience. The girl turned and thanked her partner for the cake. The young man turned and assumed that she did not like him. Ice smiles and says that it was very tasty. June tilted his head and told her to eat it, and the spirit added that the cake had a very delicate sponge cake, and such a refreshing taste of strawberries. The hero crumbles the crystal on the cake and realizes that there is no other way with fastidious children. The girl eats the cake and says that he finally understands what she likes, and the guy understands that the body cannot be deceived. The young man pokes at the system window and thinks that now he needs to find out what kind of monster it was in the dungeon, and he hopes that one of the players has already encountered such a monster and wrote something about it. The interface appeared and said that the information board and the news board were closed, and June tried to understand why access was closed everywhere. The protagonist took a sip and said that in order to open them, you first need to collect enough OI, and her partner tried to understand what this meant. The queen is sitting, and the hero said that player points are a digital currency that is used on the second floor, and they can also be earned by completing various activities, and the girl noticed that first there were fame points, and now the Olympics, and summed up that there are so many things to collect on the second floor. The guy looked down and remembered that it was also impossible to score the Olympics. The girl was lying on the couch, and the young man greeted him and said his name, and Ju realized that it was Mr. Snake's head, and tried to understand what had happened to him, to which June apologized and wanted to ask something. The redhead smiled and asked what happened, to which the hero tried to find out how to score the Olympics. The guy is standing in front of the system window, and a woman's voice said that video recording is suitable for him. The interface showed videos with monsters, and the girl said that there is always a great demand for filming hunting or killing raid bosses, and the more views he has, the more OI he will get, and the young man realized that he can earn these points, at the same time gaining experience. Ju looks at the interface, and June asks if she knows anything about mana using monsters. Ju stood up and replied that this was the first time she had heard of monsters using mana. The red-haired woman bent down and tried to find out why he suddenly asked about it, and the hero said that he was just interested, and then thanked him for the answer. The guy looked down and said that the girl also did not know about anything, and the queen noticed that he was very naive, because she could just pretend that she did not know. The spirit put her hands on her chest, and the young man noticed that such a possibility could not be ruled out either. The hand is holding a cup, and June assumed that the Big Six already know about it, but they have agreed to keep it all a secret. The protagonist looks ahead and adds that Takabe and the rest of the guilds may indeed not know anything. An image of the final boss appeared, and the hero revealed that it had been 25 years since the frontier opened, and information about mana-using monsters had yet to be revealed. The monster looks ahead, and the guy realizes that they have appeared recently. The foot in the slipper stepped on the floor. The young man stands and says that you can't sit on your pants. Lightning struck the ground, and the queen suggested that he would go hunting, to which June replied in the affirmative. The partners look out the window, and the hero added that he should become even stronger. A frog sits on the ground, a hunting ground in the vicinity of Kilian. The protagonist goes and reminds her that he told her that they would hunt with her again, to which the protagonist replied that she was also waiting for it. The guy turned around and asked if she wanted to complete the swamp slug quest herself today. The queen looked down and clarified that she would do it alone, to which the young man replied in the affirmative. June will look ahead and add that he wants to test how strong she is now, and the spirit said it was a good idea. Slugs are crawling, and the hero asked if I needed anything for this. The partners are standing, and the girl replied that her abilities are based on his mental strength, so she wants him to be as collected as possible. The boy turned and said what was going to be done, and the queen remarked that he would see her hunting for the first time. The girl smiled and hoped that he was looking forward to it, because he would have to see an extremely pleasant sight. The monsters surrounded the partners. Slugs look ahead. The hero stands and says that for the first time in his life he was surrounded by slugs like this, and this is a rather strange feeling, and then asked Ice Cube if she could cope. The queen snapped her fingers and replied that she should not be underestimated. Icicles hang from a branch. Ice began to cover the monsters' bodies. Frozen creatures are standing. The guy looks at this scene. The spirit clapped her hands and added that this was not the end. Ice projectiles pierced the frozen monsters. The young man looks forward, and his partner remarks that she is very strong, to which June says that he is impressed by what she has arranged. The queen scratched her head, and the hero reminded that according to the quest you need to bring the cores of 100 slugs, and she blew them all up. The light cuts through the vegetation, and the spirit is guilty and offers to move on, and then adds that next time she will show him real strength, to which the protagonist asks not to blow up their cores anymore. Feet step on the ground. Slugs crawl after the young man. My partner raised her hand and asked me to look at it. The icy energy enveloped the monsters. The girl summoned frost shards. The queen held out her hand. The shells hit the creatures. Her hands were holding the cannonballs, and June noticed that this time she had pulled them out. The hero stands and says that she is very fast at creating ice spears, and her accuracy is excellent. The remains of the slugs lie on the ground, and the guy noticed that they only fly quite slowly, and the girl replied that there was nothing to be done about it. The young man touched the spirit and told her not to be so upset, because now she could be on his side, which means she was now his support, and then asked about the ice golem. June looked to the side and added that he had been carried away by the battle last time and had never seen it. Chunks of ice rose into the air. The ice golem stands in front of June, and the hero notices that he is bigger than he thought. The creature looked down, and the boy remembered that last time they had moved quite freely, and assumed that they were conscious, and the queen explained that it was something like that, but they were still very stupid. The young man turned, and the spirit added that for this reason it was better for her to control them herself during the battle, and the protagonist asked if she could help him. Her partner flew up and told her that she was the Ice Queen of Jippelheim who had frozen the world, but even though she was no more than a supreme spirit now, she could easily cope with such a task. The hero turned around and tried to see if she would prove it in a real battle, which meant that he needed to find more slugs. Clouds are floating in the sky. Light breaks through the vegetation. Ice spikes rose from the ground. The items are in the cup, and the queen noticed that this is already the 100th core, which means they have already collected everything. The partners look at the sunset, and the guy praises the spirit for his work. June touched his face and thought that, as she had said, the golems were too tight, but if they had at least the same level of intelligence as the children, it would be good. The golem's head is lying, and the hero said that he is very pleased with the result, because she can fight at the same time controlling as many as 4 creatures. The protagonist looked down and said that when they returned to the city, they had a lot to prepare. The queen turned around and suggested that he could just go to the field tomorrow and raise the level, and June replied, originally he was going to do so, but there is a nuance. The hero stood up and explained that she was much stronger than he expected, so the plan changed, and he thought that now he was aiming for the Cobalt Hunting Festival. The guy looks ahead and realizes that before he thought it would be enough just to prove himself for the local lord to notice him, but now he thinks that he can win. The sun illuminates the buildings, and June mentally said that he needed to train the ice golems as soon as possible and climb to level 50. The queen looks at the food and says that they have donuts today, and then assumed that it is a special treat, commensurate with the effort expended. The hero took a step towards the exit and said that she should eat, and he would go meet someone, and the spirit said goodbye and warned him not to get hit by the carriage. Her partner took a bite of the donut, and noticed that the donuts tasted even tastier than usual, with 2 incised spirit stones inside. The guy is walking down the street. The young man looked at the notebook, and said that Shasha was one of Fly's debtors. The image of a sorcerer, an alchemist. The history of frontier alchemy is immeasurably longer than on Earth. The local masters are known for their excellent potions, which is why players even call them elixir wizards. June looked down and remembered that the Skypath Guild had sent him a book about the most important and noble houses of aristocracy, and then added that it was from there that he had learned about it. The cloaked figure stands Charlotte Chemist, an eminent alchemist whose talents have caught the attention of the Big Six. The hero raised his head and tried to understand why she decided to live under a false name, but for him this is a good opportunity. The guy stands in front of the mansion and assumes it's here. The young man looks ahead and mentally says that he did not know that there was such a place in Kilian, because from the outside it looks exactly like a haunted house. His hand touched the bell, and June noticed that the doorbell was broken. The hero stands and shouts if Shasha is there. The young man raised his head and shouted the name of the alchemist. A silhouette appeared through the window, and the protagonist noticed that she was still there. The woman looks down. June waves her hand. The gates opened. A red liquid splashes inside the bottle, and the girl asked who he was. The bespectacled woman raised her head and wanted to know what he wanted from her. The protagonist turned around and replied that Fly had told her about it, and the alchemist had assumed that he was in debt. Shasha took a step and told the hero to enter. The guy stands, and when the woman says that she does not know what to do, because she does not have money to pay interest, he replied that he did not come for this. The hand put the bottle on the table, and the young man added that he wanted to help her get rid of her debts completely. The alchemist closed her eyes, and June spoke her name. The protagonist sat down in a chair and said that he had heard that she had quite a deep knowledge of her field, and he had come to ask for a favor. The alchemist raised her head and said that she could not answer his request, because she was too tired of all this. The hero moved and noticed that she refused without even listening. Shasha picked up the bottle and explained that everything was already obvious, because he was going to ask her to make him some potion, but an alchemist, not a craftsman who made all sorts of potions. The hand is holding an orange sphere, and the woman did not have time to tell that they are artists. The alchemist looks at the artifact, and June explains that this is the core of the fiery spirit, and this is too capricious for most people to handle. The hero looked ahead and said that he wanted her to make him an elixir out of it. Shasha lowered her head, and the guy added that he would understand if it was impossible. The bottle was lying on the table, and the woman began to say that she respected herself too much to buy into such a childish trick. The protagonist smiled, and the alchemist continued that when such a thing is shown, it is simply impossible to stand aside. Shasha raised her hand and asked what he wanted from her. June pointed his finger at his head and replied that he needed an elixir that would raise his mental strength. The woman bent down and said that it was possible to do it. An orange glow comes from the orb, and the alchemist told him to prepare a lot of money, because he had to pay everything she owed Fly and throw another 50 gold on top. Sha put on her glasses and said that it was not bad. The alchemist goes down to the basement and tells him to come back in 5 days. The hero looks after her and realizes that this number of days is just enough for him to reach level 50. The queen is asleep. The guy reaches for the spirit. The young man took the blankets and told his partner to get up. The girl flew up and shouted that she was asleep, and the protagonist asked if she was afraid of becoming obese if she only ate sweets and slept, and the queen asked not to talk nonsense. The companion raised her hands, and the hero said that it was time for them to go hunting. The guy raised his head, and the spirit tried to understand who he was going to hunt in the middle of the night. The partners look at the monster, and the young man replied that he was going to hunt a thunder bear. The protagonist sits and tells her to listen to him carefully, because he has 3 goals with her for the next 4 days. June turned around and explained that the first goal was to climb to level 50. The queen looks ahead, and the hero adds that the second goal is to work out joint attacks with her, and the spirit wants to know about the last goal. The guy turned around and replied that he would need to make a video for the community of players and get enough OI. The boss raised his head, and the girl suggested that he was going to film her as well, to which the young man replied that it would not be included in the video. The monster runs at the protagonist, who adds that he will ask her to take it off. The paw reaches for June. Violet energy enveloped the creature's body. Blood rushed to the ground. The hero turned around and asked if she had filmed, to which his partner told him to look for himself. The guy raised his hand and said that it seemed to him that this was what he needed. The dead bear is lying on the ground, and the queen displeased to say that no one fights with a thunder bear like this, because there was nothing funny or impressive, and there is no special equipment, which means that no one will watch this video, to which the young man replied that he agrees about the funny and impressive, but he had the technique. The girl turned around and irritably noted that cutting through an opponent in seconds with the steel of a sword is not a technique, to which the hero said that he could not do otherwise. The spirit raised her hand and wanted to know how he was going to receive the OI with such an approach. The guy grabbed his sword and said that they would leave it for later, because first they had to deal with the bear. The monster roars. The girl looks ahead. The young man raised his head and asked if she was ready, to which he received a positive answer. The creature rushed to attack. The enemy looms menacingly over June. The queen turned. The hero looks ahead and at the words of the spirit, which is the most important thing to achieve, continued so that their thoughts converge. The paw approaches the player. The guy made a rapid cut. The bear swung for a blow. The protagonist looks ahead in shock. The shield blocked the enemy's attack. My partner raised her hand. The shrapnel struck the monster. A large icicle pierced the silhouette of the creature. A bear expectorates blood. The moon illuminates the clearing, and the girl noticed that it was only 4 seconds, and this was even without mana. June raised his hand and suggested that if the opponent was a powerful boss, then the video should be good. The queen suggested another idea. Ice Cube turned around and offered to try to see what others were loading and learn from them at the same time, to which the hero remarked that this was a good suggestion. The guy sits and realizes that most of the boards are closed, as he thought. A hand pokes at the interface, and the guy says that he can connect to a regional channel and see if there is a video there. The partners sit in front of the window of the system, and the voice tries to understand if there is anyone nearby, because a pack of thunder bears is chasing him and he needs help. A signal flare flew into the sky. The protagonist stood up and noticed that help was being requested, and then suggested that it might be a trap. The spirit opened its mouth wide in surprise. Her partner raised her hand and told June to look there. Someone is running. An unknown person looks ahead. The bear roars. The squad runs away, and someone shouts that they will soon catch up with them. The player turned around and told them to shoot a flare, because they needed help, to which the girl asked that he thought that someone would come. The rocket is flying upwards, and the man explained that Dave's company was going to hunt all night tonight, and he also recorded a voice message asking for help in a regional channel. The companions look at the signal, and the unknown man told her to hope that someone would actually come. The long-haired man landed. The player turned around, and Dave asked if Pompey could hear him. The monsters jumped forward, and the voice added that as soon as he saw their rocket, he immediately checked his voices, but he was too far away. The group is running, and Dave said that he will not be with them until 15 minutes later. The man looks ahead and says that they won't last 5, to which the voice suggests that they meet somewhere in the middle and suggested a place where they were distributing food. The bear is running, and a member of the other squad explained that it is 7 minutes away, but they will also try to get to it as quickly as possible. Blue energy envelopes the paw. The monster hit the man on the shield. The electricity hit the player's body. The man sits and shouts that they need to break through them, and then they can escape. The paw approaches the warrior. The guy stretched out his hands and shouted that he would hold them. Pompey concentrated his energy in a weapon. The long-haired man attacked the monster. The spear inflicted a shallow wound on the creature's body. The bear attacked Pompey. Electricity hit the man's body, and someone shouted his name. The squad holds off monsters. The player defends himself with a shield. The leader of the squad blocks the attacks and tells them to just run away. The group is surrounded, and the guy shouts that they are idiots. The bear swung for a blow. Pompey peeks out from behind the shield. The hero killed the monster with one blow. The man looks ahead in shock, and the protagonist says that he is at the place where the flare was launched, and there are other players. People are standing in a shock state, and the guy realized that their situation is not easy. The young man turned and explained that the first thing to do was to help them. The light is reflected off the lens. The partner holds the camera and says that it was a spectacular appearance. The partners look at the rocket, and the queen offered to go and help them, because if you film how he appears at the most dangerous moment and saves them, then he will be able to gain a lot of views and get a decent number of OI. The hero turned around and incredulously assumed that someone was really in danger while hunting in the middle of the night. The spirit turned, and at the guy's words that it could well be some killers who were trying to lure other players into a trap, she replied that in this case it would be necessary to deal with them. The signal drops, and the girl added that if this signal is just a trap, then they will film how he hunts hunters, which means the video will be excellent. June smiled and said that in any case they would remain in the black, which means that Ice Cube is a genius. The hero stands in front of the bear and understands that he cannot show everything he is capable of. The guy raised his head and thought that if he looked too weak, it wouldn't do him any good either, which meant that he would have to control himself in this battle. The spirit touched his face and assumed that it would look interesting if he knocked down these wretches with a dagger. The hand holds the blade, and the young man agreed with the director. The squad retreats, and June thought that ordinary players do not hunt with a dagger, because there are not many advantages to this method, and the risk of dying is quite high. The monster swung for a blow, and the hero added that if he killed the assault bears with a dagger, he would clearly not seem like a weakling. The guy dodged the attack. The young man struck his opponent in the chest. The bear opened its mouth. June looks ahead seriously. The queen films the murder of the monster and says that the other bears are watching him. June turned around and replied that he would then go to them. The creatures stand. People are watching this scene and trying to figure out who this guy is. The hero walked up to the bear and thought that he had already shown speed, so he had to show strength. The guy runs forward. The creature raised its paws. The enemy swung for an attack. Paw and blade collided. Electricity struck the protagonist's body. His hand clutches the weapon, and the young man says that he has one pumped-up friend. The hero inflicted a cut and explained that he would deal with such a thing in a second. The monster looks at the severed fingers. The guy raised his hand to attack. A purple swing blew off the bear's head. The head flies away from the body. The group looks at the battle in surprise. The protagonist wipes the blood from the blade. The queen flew over and said that the two were trying to escape, and June said that he had already done enough, so let them leave. The girl came up and thanked the hero for saving him. Pompey stands and says that although he asked for help, he had little hope that anyone would actually come. The young man smiles, and the man suggests that he is the same player June, to which the protagonist replied positively. Longhair bowed and said that it was an honor for him, and he was also a fan of his, and at the end he added that although quite a lot of time had passed, he still congratulated him on the first place in the Cave of Trials. The girl interacts with the interface and says that they want to thank him for saving him. The hero lowered his gaze, and the unknown asked to take their Olympics. The partners are standing in front of the system windows, one of which reported that an anonymous person gave him 100 Olympic Games. The man turned around and said that when you first get to the second floor, the most difficult thing is collecting the games, but if he could, he would give more, so if the guy uploads something to the community board, he will definitely click recommend. The bear is lying dead, and June said that in fact he did not help them for the sake of a reward, but still he is pleased. The hero sits and says that he did not think that he would also be given the Olympics, and the spirit noticed that they were nice guys, and the system reported that the recording was suspended. The protagonist looked at the video and said that they would now check how well she was filming, and the queen added that she would watch it too. The guy dodges the blow, and the interface explained that edit is a feature that allows you to change the recorded video quickly and easily. June was sitting, and his partner said that here he needed to cut out the part where he was given the Olympic Games, and here he needed to raise the angle, and here to slow down the video. His finger touched the screen, and the hero noticed that she was a real director, and the spirit added that she was going to come up with a name for him. The queen put her hands on her chest and told her that something symbolic was needed, and then suggested that it be called again, as a miraculous salvation. The guy types and says that he is not in this life, and his partner asked to wait, because she has a better idea. A system window appeared, and the young man called the video a test, and the queen tried to understand what was wrong with him. The interface shows a video, and the hero notices that next to him is not a queen, but a small child. The head fell to the ground. The guy stuck the bear in the ground. Ice covers the monster's body. The icicle pierced the creature's body. The protagonist turned around and said that it was great, to which the girl explained that she could not do otherwise. The frozen bears are standing, and June noticed that out of the 3 planned tasks, they had completed 2, namely synchronize their abilities, and also reach level 50. The partner touched the hero's shoulder and asked when they would watch the reaction to his test video, to which the guy wanted to know that they would first have a snack or check the video, to which the queen offered to watch the video, because she was very curious. The young man pokes at the interface and notices that there is no real time in the rating. The system window showed the number of views of the video, and the protagonist tried to understand whether such a number of views was possible, and the girl recalled that there were only a few hundred views under the rest of the videos. June leaned over and wanted to know how much he had been given the Olympics for this. A system window appeared and reported that 1760 Olympics had been earned, as well as 1153 Olympics received from other players, and the hero realized that it was almost 3,000. The guy smiles, and the spirit said that the number was not small, and the young man asked to look at the number of comments. A system window with comments appeared. June sits and reads messages where people are trying to understand what level he is. My partner is chewing popcorn, and one of the commentators can't understand why it got into the real-time rating, because he can do it too, and the second wanted to know why he didn't show how the last two couldn't catch up, and someone noticed that this is an amateur level. The protagonist leaned closer to the window. An image of the comment appeared, where he suggested that it was all thanks to artifacts, and with armor from Quan, anyone could do that. The hero lowered his gaze, and someone asked if the anonymous person was given such armor, he would be able to repeat it, to which he received a positive answer. The queen turned and said that the earth had no dignity at all, because they were ready to quarrel over any trifle. The protagonist looks murderously and says that when there is a campaign against the kobolds, he will show everyone, and then no one will dare to doubt him anymore. The guy rushed to attack. People watch the video, and the man says that he is incredible, and it immediately becomes clear why the gloomy ghost chose him as his representative. The redhead turned around and said that she would have to stop calling him Mr. Snakehead. The assistant looked away, and the girl assumed that June was trained by a gloomy ghost, to which the guy tried to understand why she was interested in this. The hero dodges the blow, and June explained that she had looked at all the ghost materials she could find, and it turned out that she and June were eerily similar in handling a dagger. The girl bent down, and Ing assumed that if he really studied with the gloomy ghost, he would most likely practice with a sword, which meant that he didn't need a dagger, to which the redhead said that he was probably right. Ju looks at the screen and adds that the protagonist asked her a few days ago how she could earn the Olympics. A system window with the hero appeared, where it was written that his real-time rating was 4th place. The hand lies on the skull. The old man is sitting. The guy took a step and said that he found out which hotel and in which room June was staying. The man tilted his head, and when his subordinate offered to take him there, he replied that this place would not be suitable. The head sits and says that there are too many extra eyes in the city, so let them just watch him, because as soon as he leaves the city, then they will begin to act. The assistant looked down and revealed that he had watched his video, and he was moving much faster than he thought, which meant that a level 90 demon would most likely be enough to deal with him. His hand clenched his skull as the guy added that he would go too, just in case. An unknown person is standing, and the man added that he should take 2 more, to which the guy clarified that the 4 of them would follow him. The head lowered his gaze. An image of the killer appeared, and the man explained that he had already escaped death 3 times. The servant stands in front of the Lord, who reveals that this is the 3rd time since the battle with his boss called Signer, so this is his chance to take revenge, to which the servant responds with gratitude. The old man closed his eyes. The man turned around and began to say that God forbid he would survive this time. The hero looks away. The head opened his eye and said that after that he would take it himself. The sun illuminates the room. The spirit is asleep. The guy turned around and said that he would buy her a normal blanket later, because she covered herself with toilet paper. His foot stepped on the floor. The young man looks ahead and thinks that he will go hunting kobolds. Someone turned around and tried to understand if this queue was moving. The knight looks back, and someone says that if you distinguish yourself in competitions, you can get acquainted with an aristocrat, and the man noticed that this is the guy who uploaded the video with the dagger. The hero walks, and people understand that his video has risen to 3rd place in the real-time rating, which means that this is really him, the wonderful savior June. A guy is walking, and someone said that this is a super beginner who has riveted everyone's attention. The sun illuminates the fountain, and the hero noticed that there were a lot of people here, and then assumed that not only players but also adventurers had gathered here. A system window appeared, which said that 76 people were now waiting for registration, and the protagonist understood, and the guy realized that they all learned about the hunt through news and newsletters, which means that in order to get more important information, you will have to use personal connections, but news about such small quests can be seen online. The man raised his head. The hero turned when someone suggested that he was June's player, to which the young man replied positively. People looked to the side, where the knight explained that he is just the right thing to do, and he is also glad to meet him, and then added that his name is Max and he is the head of the guard, and all his people have heard of him. The chief stretched out his hand and said that they were here. The hero goes to the playground. The fighter fights off the blows, and the protagonist assumed that the entrance test is taking place here. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that this was his acquaintance, who was a very worthy player, and his name was Fiber, and he was the commander of a knightly squad. The old man turned around and said that he was glad to meet June, and then added that he looked very strong. People are standing, and the commander reminded that he is a player, which means he must have a level, To which the hero replied that he is 50th, and Fiber said that he is not very high, and this is already very interesting. The knight stands and says that His Majesty ordered to do without unnecessary sacrifices during the hunt, so they test everyone who wants to take part in the expedition. The man pointed to the side and asked him to sit there for a while and wait a little. The hero sat down, and Fiber explained that when his turn came, he would go up to the ring. The sun illuminates the armor, and the protagonist realized that he would be fighting after the Knights of Kilian, and noticed that they looked powerful. The guy folded his hands and wanted to know if it would really be so. The man in armor stands and says that he is Fix the adventurer from the lands of Melbourne, and the opponent replied that he is the Knight Viber. The young man turned around and clarified that he would leave the wooden sword at bay. The man waved the weapon and said that they could start. The young man rushed to attack. The spear passed along the edge of the wooden blade. Fix looks ahead in shock. The man turned away and said that he liked his mood. Weber knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. The knight put his sword to the boy's throat and said that he was out. The hero sits and realizes that this is too tough for the entrance exam, which means that only every 30th will pass. Someone walked past June. The young man stands and says that he is the player Pack. People looked to the side and realized that he was still alive. The man took a step forward and asked if the guy could cope without a weapon. The player raised his head and explained that he was fine as it was. The hero looks ahead with interest. Someone clenched his fist. Pack rushed to attack. The knight blocked the blow. The guy swung for a blow. The young man put his hand forward. The blow threw away Viber's sword. The protagonist is sitting, and someone remembered that this is the same guy known for his lack of talent, because he made his debut as a player at the age of 16, but just the same amount of time, and he never really moved forward. The guy tried to hit his opponent, and the unknown person added that this time he trained somewhere, and now he decided to return, but his abilities remained at the same level. The leg hit Pack in the stomach, and the viewer summed up that no matter how much you train, but you can't go anywhere without talent, because only June, who made his debut, is a great example of this. The man in the hoodie tried to understand why he was still trying so hard, to which his friend explained that it was all about revenge. The guy fell to the ground, and the red-haired man said that his entire family was killed by demons. The young man is breathing heavily. The hero looks ahead and remembers the words about demons and revenge. Puck stood up, and June remembered the words about his lack of talent. The guy raised his hand for a shot. Viber prepared for the attack. The hilt of the sword struck the young man in the face. Blood gushed out of the fighter's nose. The legs sent Pack to the ground. The protagonist is sitting. His hand touched the floor. The guy swung for a kick. Something is rapidly approaching the knight. The young man tries to strike. Pack rushed to attack. The sword touched his chest, and someone asked him to stop. The old man stands and says that this is enough. The commander turned around and said that this test was organized not just to test his strength, because the expedition is a dangerous business, and you can die there. The guy looked down and said he didn't care. Blood ran down the young man's face, and Fiber noticed that this was not just stubbornness, which meant that in 4 days he should come to the town hall before dawn. The hero raised his head and tried to remember why he was so attracted to this guy, and then realized that he reminded him of Gilbert. An image of an archer appeared, and the protagonist revealed that after losing his wife, he decided to become a gambler to protect his only son, but due to his low level of ability, everyone laughed at him at first, but in the end he was able to enter the top 5 players in the world. Pack was standing in front of Gilbert, and June thought that if you were to compare the two, his comrade was much more talented, because if you take the maximum talent level as 10, then Gilbert had it for a deuce, and this guy had half a point. The hero will rise, and the man said that it is the turn of the next participant. Peck turned around and noticed that this was the guy from the bear video. The knight raised his sword and said his name. The protagonist turned and introduced himself. The fighters stand opposite each other. The guy wipes the blood. June took a step forward. The hero looks ahead. My legs pushed off the ground. The knight tried to strike. The protagonist grabbed the man by the throat. June knocked down his opponent. Weber flew into the floor with all his strength. The young man exhaled, and the commander said that he was passing. The old man raised his head and reminded him that in 4 days he would be in the square. The guy closed his eyes. The hero looked away. The spirit is asleep. The girl is lying down, and the protagonist said that it is already morning. June stands in the aisle and asks if she likes her new home. The queen came out and said that she did not even know, because she had only a bed of furniture, to which the guy remarked that it was better than before. A system window and information about Pack appeared. Demons killed his entire family, and he was the only one who managed to survive. Then he made his debut as a player. The hero sits and understands that no matter how much effort he makes, it's like carrying water with a sieve, which means there is a reason why he has been marking time for 16 years. The partner looked ahead and said that she did not know who he was talking about, but it seemed that he had a difficult fate, to which the protagonist explained that he had met this man on a test trial. June is sitting in front of the window, and the queen noticed that there are a lot of bad comments, and it's not very polite to laugh at someone who dared to pass the test, to which the hero supported her opinion. The interface appeared and reported the characteristics of the protagonist, who thought that for a while he had only hunted like a cursed man, and this bore fruit, because the ability points have noticeably increased. The young man lowered his gaze and assumed that he was sure that he needed to score 200 magic points. The sun illuminates the roof of the building. The hero summed up that with these magic points he will be able to unfreeze his friends. The woman appeared in the aisle and noticed the guy. The young man stands and notices that she does not look very good, to which the alchemist explains that she had a hard time. People sit in front of the elixir, and June assumed that he was ready, to which Sha explained that she was called a brilliant alchemist for a reason, because he would be delighted. Purple smoke rises from the bottle, and the woman explained that this elixir strengthens psychic powers, and the system reported that it is a unique secret elixir to increase psychic powers. The alchemist stretched out and said that there was one thing, because the energy of the material he gave her was too strong, so it was possible that he would not be able to drink the whole elixir, and if it seemed to him that he could not cope with it, then let him just spit out the rest. The hero clung to the neck, and Sha added that if something went wrong, then his brain would simply fry. Sweat began to run down the guy's face. The young man lowered his head in pain. The alchemist leaned over and tried to understand how he felt, because he had drunk it all at once. His hand touched his forehead, and the woman assumed that he did not listen to her at all, because she had already said that it was dangerous. Sha withdrew her hand and noticed that he had a fever. The spirit cools the hero's head and tells him to hold on, because the elixir is almost absorbed. The protagonist opened his eyes heavily, and the queen added that the mana should help him cool down. Yellow energy began to burst out of June's body. Sha looks ahead in shock. The guy stood up, and she tried to understand how he was. A golden aura envelopes the young man's body. The hero looked ahead and explained that he felt good, and also now he saw more. The hand put down the bag, and the protagonist explained that it was 50 gold, as they had agreed. June turned around and told her that as for the debt to fly, he would meet with him and give him the money, so she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The woman smiled when the hero said that he would come if he needed something again. The protagonist is standing, and Sha noticed that the elixir still worked, because even his look has changed. Clouds are floating in the sky. June walks towards the crowd, where the commander says that there are 671 warriors here today, and he is grateful to each of them for helping to defend the future of Kilian. The old man raised his hand and added that for the past few months, their eastern gate had been closed due to hordes of vicious kobolds that had settled in the Hainal Desert. The people look ahead, and the commander says that their goal is simple, and it is that they need to conduct a punitive expedition against the kobolds of Hainal and destroy their leader. Pak looked to the side, and the man added that the amount of the reward depends on the participant's personal contribution, and someone remembered the words about the leader and assumed that he was about the strongest kobold, and the other suggested that these words were about their lord. The hero stands and understands that the one who has shown the greatest activity is honored with a personal meeting with the owner of these lands. A system window appeared in the background of a squad of people and reported that this was the event of the fortress of Kilian, and he had taken part in a punitive campaign against the kobolds, and the commander shouted for them to line up and start moving towards the eastern gate. The army is marching through the desert. People are looking ahead. The sun shines on the mountain, and someone suggested that this is Mount Haginal, and he hates climbing such steep slopes. The guy raised his head and said that they should not give up prematurely, because if they beat back this mountain path, they would be able to drink Hainal beer again. The hero looks ahead, and the unknown person said that he would think about beer. The spirit turned and noticed that everyone was so relaxed, and then added that even though this squad was assembled in a hurry, they could not be so careless, to which the protagonist explained that when the battle began, they would come to their senses. As the people walk, June tries to figure out what he can do, because he can get as many points as possible from the start so that others can't catch up with him, or he can do it gradually so that others don't see him as a threat. The hero looked to the side and noticed that since the high-level monsters would not appear immediately anyway, it would be better to just observe the situation at the first stage. Someone raised his hand and told me to stop. The knight stands and says that he can smell the kobolds. The protagonist put the shield on his arm and thought that now he could see what the others were capable of. Viber raised his head in horror. The monsters run at the squad of people from above, and the man shouts that the kobolds have set up an ambush, so we need to hold the line. The knight bent down and tried to understand how many of them were there. The creatures opened their mouths wide. The monster swung for a blow. The man killed the kobold. The shells hit several opponents. The hero bent down. The protagonist rushed to attack. The dagger stabbed into the creature's neck. June runs forward, and someone shouts that they need to attack faster. The guy makes his way through the formation, and the unknown person adds that if they do not attack, then all the points will go to the knights. The blade is rapidly approaching. The hero made several cuts. The protagonist grabbed the handle with both hands. The young man pierced the kobold's body through. June turned. Peck swung for a blow, and the hero realized that this was the guy. The fighter hit the monster. The protagonist looks ahead and notices that his training was not in vain. The young man swung, and June thought that he himself was in pain from blows of such force, as he had done last time during the fight with Viber. Clack is rapidly approaching, and the hero summed up that he always hit with full force. The protagonist raised his head and realized that he had something to learn. The man smiles and says that they repelled the attack, and the bastards are running away. June touched his hand, and someone shouted that there were 5 more left, which meant that all the points would go to those in front. The silhouettes stand at the top, and the hero assumed that they were bloody kobolds. People look ahead and try to figure out if they are blood kobolds or blood goblins. The sun illuminates the cliff, and an unknown person said that there was someone on top, but he had never heard them appear in these parts. June looks up and realizes that he doesn't like it, and with this attack, they were only testing their strength, as if someone had given them such an order. The light of the fire illuminates the tents. The guy is sitting. Someone came up and asked if he would mind if he got hooked. The protagonist looked down and said his name. People are sitting, and the hero wants to ask the young man something. The guy took a bite of food and wanted to know why he always fights with his bare hands. Puck looked down, and the protagonist explained that he was not asking because he wanted to offend him in any way, because he was genuinely interested. Wood was burning in the fire, and the young man said that he could not answer because it was due to his abilities, and his partner noticed that the atmosphere immediately became heavier. There was nothing to breathe. The hero turned and apologized for asking this. Puck stood up and said that he would go on patrol, and the protagonist added that he was sorry because he wanted to get close to him. The spirit touches his forehead, and says that she sees no reason why getting close to him would bring him any benefit, to which June explains that he looks like someone who will definitely become stronger sooner or later. The young man is standing, and the hero thinks that he does not know when this will happen, and how strong he will become, and even if it turns out not to be so, he would still like to ease his pain. Luke glows in the sky, and the protagonist said that now he has one reason to hate demons anymore. Clouds are floating in the sky. The squad is walking along the road. The girl sits and says that it is hard for her outside the house. June turned and told her to be patient for a while, because they were almost at their lair. The group is coming, and the hero added that with so many people, even blood goblins will not bother them. The sun illuminates the protagonist, who has noticed that so far nothing has happened that could be filmed, and if it goes like this, then he is unlikely to accumulate OI. A bright flash appeared at the top. The kobold is standing. June looks up in shock. The ground has begun to crack under the feet of people who do not understand what is happening. The man raised his head and shouted that stones were falling from above. The people turned. The ground began to crack, and the commander ordered the entire squad to go down. Shrapnel falls from the top, and someone shouts that this is a rockfall made by the kobolds. The warrior raised his shield and shouted for them to hold on. The stone destroys the earth, and someone is trying to understand whether the kobolds are able to think of this. Something is approaching the hero. The young man looks up. The guy stands and understands that if they hide underground, they will be able to avoid danger for a while, but this is far from the best solution. People are running around, and June added that as soon as the rockfall is over, there will be hundreds of bloody kobolds here. The man covered his comrade with a shield. The armor began to appear on the hero's body, who realized that someone would have to stay behind and stop them. The spirit raised its head and warned that it was coming soon. The protagonist jumped. June runs up. The guy makes his way through a rockfall. Shrapnel flies past the young man. The creatures stand. Monsters stare at the approaching player. A pink aura enveloped the bodies of the kobolds. Red projectiles flew towards the hero. The protagonist dodges the attacks. The halberd appeared in the guy's hand. The young man cut the shells. Opponents are shocked. The young man climbed to the top. The kobold looks up in horror. June swung for a blow. The gold cut killed a huge number of monsters. The hero landed on the ground. The guy looks ahead. The creatures stand. The young man shot a bow. The shells hit several targets. The young man turned and drew his bow. The arrows wounded the kobolds. June reached for the arrows. The kobolds look forward. Blue energy enveloped the weapon. The light is reflected off the shield. The monsters rush to attack. The hero runs forward. The opponents are approaching each other. The kobolds jumped on the protagonist. The spear struck one opponent. Blood fell on the guy. The creature jumped. The young man substituted his weapon. The monster gnaws on a spear. June threw away his spear. The hero threw a shield. The weapon struck one creature. The protagonist jumped back. A guy runs near a kobold. His foot pushed off the ground. June pathetically flies into a crowd of enemies. The young man stood up. The hero looked back. The creatures lick their lips. The hand holds the sword. A bunch of cuts hit the monsters. Ice covers the ground. Pack lies there and realizes that he is cold. His hand is digging up the ground, and the guy remembered that there was a rockfall, and he passed out, but in any case, he had to get out. The young man looks ahead and shouts that he must get out. The fighter broke out of the ground. The queen looks at the man who says it's cold. The spirit raised her hands. People rise from the ground. Peck looked up and noticed that someone else was fighting, which meant that not everyone was overwhelmed. The sounds of blows are heard at the top. Silhouettes fall down. Something landed in front of the guy. The dead kobold is lying, and the young man realized that the battle is thundering from above in full swing. Peck began to stand up and mentally say that he needed to help them as soon as possible. The guy climbs with difficulty. The young man climbed to the top. A spinning hero kills monsters. Peck looks ahead in shock and realizes that it's June's player. The protagonist cut two monsters. The swordsman bent down. The blow fell on the monster from behind. The player looks intently ahead. The young man watches the scene in shock. The guy stands there and realizes that he can't believe his eyes, because he has been fighting alone all this time. The man clenched his fist. The kobold flies at the distracted hero. The protagonist turned. Pack punched the monster. A young man drives the creature into the ground. People are fighting. June looked away in surprise as he was thanked for holding on. The guy turned around and thanked him for fighting all this time. The hero lowered his blade and asked what the others were, as well as how the other players and adventurers were feeling. The players turned when they heard someone start cursing at the kobolds. People rise up and realize that all this time they have been fighting against one person. The man stands in shock and tries to understand how many he managed to kill, to which the second added that he killed everyone alone, and also surrounded by several hundred of these creatures. Corpses of creatures lie on the ground, and who said that he is a monster? Because they will give a lot of points for this, of course, but put your life at stake for this. The knight bent down and realized that he had stood up for the squad, for them, and that was cool. Someone stands and curses the kobolds, to which the man replied that it is okay to think about them, because their death only makes them feel better. The creatures are standing, and an unknown person noticed that there are also bloody ones. The crowd is standing and the player said that he just wanted to hunt for such people, and then added that if someone is not confident in himself, then let him stay in the rear. The hero exhaled, and someone shouted that he should not try to take all the points for himself. People rushed to attack. The monsters opened their mouths. The commander turned and addressed the squad. The commander swung and shouted for them to destroy the enemy. Players kill monsters. Dark silhouettes stand behind the kobolds. 2 red lights appeared in the fog. Red energy began to accumulate in the mouths of the creatures. People kill monsters and say that they have had enough of tricks. There was an explosion. The protagonist stands next to Puck and thanks him, because they almost hit him, to which the guy replied that he probably would have managed to dodge without him. The young man turned and said that the hero should go. A dark silhouette sits on a throne, and Peck explained that he should go to the Lord of the Bloody Koboldo, because he had earned every right to fight him first. The guy ran and added that they could handle it themselves. His partner flew up and tried to find out how his head was, because he had probably already spent a lot of energy to deal with all these dogs, to which June replied that everything was fine, because Shushi's elixir worked perfectly. The girl hit the guy on the head and said that they would talk about it after the battle, because she did not like his behavior. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he was not straining so much, and noticed aloud that after such words, he only began to want the battle not to end more. The player looked back. People are standing. At the sight of June, the squad smiles. The hero raised his head. The protagonist looks up and orders the kobold to come out of his kennel. A clawed paw grips the armrest. A huge monster sits on the throne, the Lord of the Bloody Kobolds. The monster jumps in front of June with a sword. He lands in front of the hero. The kobold makes a fierce face. The protagonist raises the blade. The beast jumps on him to attack. The guy deflects the blow. He counterattacks the monster's chest. The monster's armor cracks. The young man declares to himself that he doesn't care. June makes a few swings of the blade. The red kobold defends itself from attacks. The hero dodges the claws. He kicks the face of the enemy. The young man makes a startled look. It rolls from the blow of the beast. The protagonist looks at his opponent. He lifts off the ground. The guy grabs the mane of a kobold. The monster is looking behind him. The young man plunges his sword into his back. The monster's eyes sparkle with red lightning. June holds onto the blade with effort. The beast throws the hero away with a loud cry. The man with the shield looks around. Puck looks in the direction of the howl. The protagonist's eyes glow golden. He rests on the ground. A kobold with a sword in his back stands in front of the guy, who mentally asks if only a few kobold wizards were able to arrange such a rockfall. The blade sticks out from under the monster's mane. The young man notes to himself that this lord also has magic. June furrows her brows, thinking that even now he can feel her. The monster furiously opens its mouth. The hero piercingly observes the enemy, and claims to himself that this is demonic energy. He materializes a weapon in his right hand and says to himself that the booster effect will not last long. The protagonist and the lord stand in front of each other. The guy notes to himself that the time has come for the decisive blow. The monster attacks with its claws. The young man dodges his hands. He carefully observes the enemy. June hits the monster's knee. The kobold swings his paw. It hits the ground. There are cracks on the stones. The protagonist flies over the monster's head. The lord launches projectiles with his palm. A lot of spikes fly towards the falling guy. The young man holds a knife with both hands. An explosion appears. The beast hits its back on the ground from behind the wave. June's blade flies away. It is imprinted on the wall. The hero looks up. His opponent swings his fist with 3 rings. The protagonist closes their eyes right before hitting. He dodges and mentally pronounces the name of the flow technique. The guy moves behind the kobold. A black-haired young man grabs the hilt of a sword in the back of the monster. The lord looks back in surprise. June's pupils shine gold. Both the hands and the blade emit violet energy. The hero holds the weapon on the back of the beast. The body of the monster falls with blood. A lot of stones fly down. The Ice Queen flies over the bent hero and asks if he is okay, after which she adds that she told him not to overexert himself like this. The spirit raises his palm to his mouth in surprise. The protagonist asks her to cover him, to which she asks again. The guy looks down with thoughts that the Lord was pumped with demonic energy in the same way as that strong kobold and adds to himself that last time he could not do it because of Haken, but now no one interferes with him. The young man stretches out his hand and aloud names the skill of confession of a dead man. The shadow of the monster stands in front of the defeated beasts. The Lord of the Blood Kobolds was destined to become a leader from birth. A fang monster is reflected in a pool of blood. With invasions and wars it united disparate packs and became stronger day by day. A lot of kobolds open their mouths with their hands raised. Two monsters turn to the voice. Someone asks if it is him. He is told that it is only if they do not have two lords. Two figures approach. One of them declares that it is time to start. A man and a woman wear hooded cloaks and masks. June squats in front of the defeated beast. He mentally declares that they are demons. The hero closes his eyes. The Kobold King's hands are covered in blood. A masked man and a woman kill many monsters. The protagonist notes to himself that now they are definitely superior to him in strength, and even singer. The hooded guy shifts his gaze to his partner and tells him that he needs to hurry, then asks him to quickly feed the Lord a demonic bead. The woman holds a red pebble in her hands and assures the animal that he will like it. She swings and tells the kobold that it will now be right in his heart so that he will never forget her. The Lord opens his clawed paw. He bares his fangs. His eyes glow burgundy. The monster lies on the ground in front of the demoness. She states that it is still strange to meet the Lord of the Blood Kobolds right away. The woman turns her head to the man and says that it is as if they have jumped over a few steps. He replies that they are being pressured by other groups, after which he adds that they need results as soon as possible. The monster's pupils glow scarlet. The girl wonders why they interfere at all, because it is the two of them who rake on the spot, then adds that she would have killed everyone. The guy demands that she watch her tongue, because the commander can hear, then asks what is going on with the experiment. The demoness touches the beast's nose with her finger and declares that it has definitely become stronger, then adds that, judging by the fact that it does not try to disobey them, the intellect has also grown, then states that this is a complete success. The woman looks at the Lord from under her mask and asks where Kilian is, then adds that now his task is to capture this castle, then continues that there is no time limit, and he can give his best. June holds his hand over the defeated kobold leader. The hero looks down and thinks about the demonic bead and how the demons are still experimenting. Several warriors look up at the crumbling rock. The protagonist notes to himself that when they have enough data in their hands, they will probably try to raise even stronger monsters, against which entire guilds will have to fight. The guy looks at the corpse of the defeated lord with thoughts that he needs to gain strength as soon as possible. The young man stops his step because of his voice. The Ice Queen demands him to stop and start again. She points her finger at him, and June wonders aloud, to which June declares that his outing can't be that boring, and then adds that he should be sweaty and hunched over, and that he can lean against the walls. The hero looks at the spirit tiredly and declares that his sweat is already dry, to which she offers to use a booster. The protagonist says that this is all for the sake of a man in armor turns around and asks people to take a look. Pack is breathing heavily. Someone asks if everything is quiet. The player wonders if everything is over. Several people look at the stone pillars. One of the warriors asks who won. The other states that June could not have lost. The hero comes around the corner. The man makes a surprised look asking who it is. The guy next to him declares that this cannot be. The protagonist leans against the wall with a heavy gaze. Someone calls his name. Several warriors begin to weep. One of them loudly calls out to the protagonist. A large number of people run towards the guy shouting that they won. Two men stand on either side of the young man and ask if he filmed the video, then ask him to edit it as soon as possible and upload it to the community. One of the warriors makes happy faces. The first declares that if June looks at his Mad Slime guild later, they will treat him. The second claims that they are alive thanks to the hero and adds that he does not like players at all, but he is ready to support him. The protagonist leans on Pack's shoulder and laughs tiredly. The man supports him and says that the young man looks very exhausted. The swarthy guy makes a surprised face at the hero's words that this is good. The protagonist looks at him and explains that he meant they won. June leans on his friend with the thoughts that, being a gloomy ghost, he could not afford to show fatigue, because if others saw that it was hard for him and he was not able to endure, then the whole world would no longer feel safe. A yellow sky is shown. The hero says to himself that now he can freely lean on someone else's shoulder. Fidibra stretches out his hand and declares that thanks to the actions of June, 497 members of the punitive expedition were saved. The hero shakes hands with the old man, who expresses heartfelt gratitude on behalf of his wards. The protagonist replies that he is glad to hear about how so many people survived. Puck looks at the guy with his arms crossed. The commander of the knightly squad tells June that he is also the first in terms of points earned, so the Lord will soon call him. The young man replies that he will wait. The Ice Queen sighs on a tree branch. One of the warriors bids farewell to the hero. The other declares that they will see each other again. Puck looks at the protagonist and claims that he did the right thing when he joined the expedition. Boyfriend responds by asking if he has raised good levels. The young man makes a surprised face. The swarthy man declares that this is not what he meant, then adds that he was able to learn something from looking at him. Puck closes his eyes and talks about how he understood the meaning of being soft on the outside but the inside. then adds that he shouldn't have been chasing only strength all this time. He holds out a piece of paper saying that this is his ID in the community of players, after which he asks June to contact him if he needs any help. The hero takes the note and says that he will definitely do so, after which he adds that Puck will definitely become stronger. The man looks back at the protagonist, saying that he will have to try hard to meet his expectations, then adds that he will not forget what he has learned from today and will try to temper not only his body, but also his mind. The dark-skinned man leaves. The Ice Queen calls for her partner. The hero's face is sweating. She wonders if she can grumble a little now, to which he asks a little later. A multi-story building is shown. The spirit declares that the protagonist is no longer a hero, so he is absolutely not obliged to sacrifice himself for the sake of others, then adds that this is not necessary. The young man lies on the bed with his eyes closed. The Ice Queen above him says that he does not understand that because he sacrifices himself, he hurts those who care about him, then adds that if her knight suddenly made such an unauthorized decision, she would deprive him of all titles and would be terribly angry with him. The spirit points the finger and demands to consult with her in the future, because, after all, they share parts of the soul with each other. The hero turns on the bed and irritably declares that he understands. He opens his eyes to the spirit's words that she is worried about him. The protagonist rises and claims that he will behave more carefully, to which the girl is indignant that he does not understand her at all. She crosses her arms and reveals that she is a high-level spirit. The guy shifts his gaze to the blue glow. The Ice Queen shines blue, wondering aloud what it is. The protagonist makes a surprised look and calls it a piece of ice. The spirit makes a frightened look. A window appears that talks about raising the rank. A house is shown against the sky. June brushes her teeth. He looks back at the Ice Queen in the bathroom and says that it turns out that he has grown up. The girl makes a sad look and replies that this is not the case and she is still small. The hero asks why she refuses. The protagonist happily picks her up, declares that she is so big, to which the girl indignantly asks to be let go and reveals that she is the Queen of Niflheim, then adds that he has no right to treat her like this. The protagonist tilts his head with the words that he has, since she is now his spirit, and adds that it turns out that her rank has increased, and he thought that he was on the same level all along. The girl's face sweats. She says that this is just the highest level of the second level. The hero notes to himself that according to the rank of spirits are divided into low, low, medium, high, and adds that the higher it is, the stronger its owner. The protagonist lets her go in surprise. The queen points her finger at him and states that she has now moved from the highest rank to the second level, then adds that she is the first to do so. The girl runs away. The young man asks aloud what it is. He sighs with a smile and thinks that she is now left with the middle, high, and upper grades, and adds that then she will eventually reach the highest rank of the fifth stage. A blue sky appears. The man drives the carriage. June says that after all, the Lord called him to him. He adjusts his jacket and asks if the queen will go with him, or if she will continue to work on the video, to which she replies that she is almost done. The spirit watches a video with Cobalt and explains that he does not like to be distracted, so the protagonist can go alone, to which he agrees. The driver smiles and asks if the guy is ready. He declares that he can leave. The hero stands with two escorts in front of the manor with a fountain. The man knocks on the door and declares that the protagonist has arrived, and the other side replies that he should come in. A young man enters the opening. Someone wonders if he is the same player who distinguished himself so much during the last expedition. The blonde smiles next to Fidibra. The young man claims that it is him, Kilian, who introduces himself. June approaches the men and reveals his name. The old man claims that he caught their attention during the selection tests. The Baron happily raises his hand and says that the other players usually somehow immediately droop when they enter this room, but the hero is different. The maid bursts into the room and shouts that the young master is now in critical condition. The blonde makes a surprised face. He runs past the woman and declares that he needs to leave. Fidborn looks after him and apologizes to the guy, after which he adds that today seems to be an inappropriate day for a visit, then asks to come back another time. The hero looks at him and asks if he can also visit him, to which the commander is amazed aloud. The old man frowns. The young man says that, suddenly, this is a disease that only the players know about. The man opens the door and replies that June can examine him from afar, but no more, to which he agrees. A blonde guy is breathing heavily on the bed. Kilian loudly asks how it happened. The Baron stands in front of his sick son and is indignant at the man next to him that he told him that his condition has stabilized. The maid weeps over the young master. The priest reveals that he suddenly has a very high temperature, after which he adds that he tried to use divine powers to relieve the fever. The Baron makes a panicked face and asks the man what to do then, to which the man replies that he is only an apostate priest and has done everything in his power. The blonde falls with his hand on his head. Friedborn raises his fist and asks the Holy Father to help his lordship, who agrees and asks to be taken to the nearest bedroom. A blonde boy is breathing heavily with a rag on his head. June is standing over him. The old man demands that he move away from the child and reminds him that he told him not to approach him. The hero looks down in surprise and thinks that things are bad. He puts his hand on the sick man's forehead, thinking that all living beings, including this boy, have magical powers. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that the magical power of the Baron's son is now twisted into a tight ball. In the chest of the blonde guy there is a black sphere. June notes to himself that this energy should be distributed in a certain sequence, but now it is all confused, and that's not all. A dark purple ball glows. The hero looks at the surprised Friedborn and declares that he feels demonic energy in the patient's body, after which he adds that he should not worry, since he is not going to tell anyone about it. The protagonist frowns and reveals that he can try to get rid of her. The old man watches the young man and replies that this is nonsense, because even the priest of the Temple of the Sun could not do anything, to which June asks if he is sure. After all, he is a gambler, not a priest. A golden chandelier hangs on the ceiling of a rich room. Friedborn curses and asks how the hero is going to get rid of this energy, to which he replies that his skills will help him with this. The old man touches the hilt of the sword on his belt and tells him to try, but warns him not to do anything stupid, to which the protagonist states that he can slit his throat. A dark-haired youth touches the boy's hand. A window appears that says that he feels low-rank demonic energy. June looks down, and a table pops up stating that he can absorb it with his Shadow Guardian ability, and that absorbing demonic energy increases his stats. A black haze appears around the hands of the hero and the Baron's son. The guy notes to himself that he must be more careful, because he cannot harm him. The black blob approaches the infected heart. A dark spot penetrates the organ. The protagonist thinks that if he wants to unravel the tangle of this energy, then he needs sky. A blood-red sphere appears. June keeps her eyes closed with tension. He notes to himself that the girl was called the greatest sorceress who brought down from heaven. Black hooks draw the demonic essence from the heart. The hero thinks that there is nothing to be done, and he needs to start from the outside. A pale light appears. Kilian and the blonde woman make a worried look. Friedborn tells the man that he needs peace, to which he replies that he can't rest right now, then asks how Seamus is doing. The boy lies on the bed with a rag on his forehead. The old commander of the knights replies that thanks to June he has become much better. The Baron looks at the old man and declares that he owes him back and asks where he is, to which the warrior replies that he has gone to his own world. Kilian makes a surprised face. Friedborn tells that, apparently, in order to completely defeat the disease, he needs the help of a friend and therefore went after him. The leaves of a tree are shown against the blue sky. The Baron declares that they are immensely indebted to the hero. A door sign appears, which says about the president of the association. Taku abruptly enters the room. The protagonist eats noodles and is surprised aloud by the arrival of a friend. The man points his finger at him and asks what happened, because he did not even warn that he would come. The guy chews with chopsticks in his hand and replies that there is an urgent matter and adds that he needs to see a friend. The president approaches the guy and wonders aloud at his words. June continues to eat. The man asks if he misses him, to which the young man is surprised, because he did not say anything about him. Taku sits down opposite him and asks if he has any other friends besides him, to which the hero agrees. The president stops eating in surprise. The protagonist declares that he returned to break some ice. The guy opens the soda. His interlocutor asks if he is going to unfreeze the rest of the characters. The young man nods in response with a smile. He wonders in amazement if he is ready. Taku makes a joyful face and says that finally, the heroes of the past will come to the present to get together again. June replies that we will see. The protagonist looks at his friend and reveals that he has learned something in the frontier. A pale light appears. A can of Coke is next to the snacks. The president of the association talks about the devil's bead and adds that the damned demons are up to something again. The guy holds the drink in front of him and explains that they have already become active and this time he managed to cope, after which he adds that, however, if they start acting on a grand scale, he will not be able to prevent them. His interlocutor replies that it turns out that if the demons manage to grow a stronger monster then they will have nothing to oppose. June looks at the can of Coke and says that he needs it to leak the information to the guilds, and adds that he can't do it alone, and he wonders if they know anything about the case. A modern city is shown in the window. Taku agrees and adds that if even the son of Lord Kilian got it, then these beads may well be stuffed into someone from the ordinary inhabitants of the frontier. The hero explains that he does not know anything yet. The protagonist touches his chin and reveals that the boy himself has no traces of the bead, and he did not become a demon, then adds that he believes that he was given some simplified version of it to eat, or even just part of it. He frowns and says that if the demons can do this to any of the aristocrats or even members of the ruling family of the Ruben Empire, it will be a real disaster with horrific consequences. Taku puts on a tense face and reveals that he will raise the issue at the upcoming World Conference. A modern city appears against the background of a blue sky. The man adds that it would be good to live without all these demons. The president gives a surprised look, and June states that he will make this dream come true someday, to which he asks what he is talking about. The hero crosses his arms and claims that if their frozen friends really wake up, then he plans to announce that the dark ghost is going to the second floor. Taku makes a tense look. The protagonist says that he cannot guarantee that after coming out of the freeze, they will continue to be players, so he will have to go forward himself. The man wonders to himself that, is it possible that 5 heroes of the past will unite to go up to the second floor? Frozen statues of his partners stand side by side. The president notes to himself that just thinking about it makes his heart beat faster, then adds that they really don't know what they will do after defrosting. The spirit waves his hand from behind the couch. Taku asks how she is and clarifies that she decided not to go down. She tells where she is. The man wonders aloud what she is doing there. The Ice Queen sits in front of the screen, and June reveals that she watches TV shows and movies that have been released since their departure. The president makes a surprised face, to which the hero adds that it is all for him. A cityscape is shown. Taku is amazed aloud that the spirit is editing the guy's video, as well as that she is capable of it. The young man replies that it is amazing and adds that she has also risen in rank. Evening descends on the metropolis. June holds out the tablet and says that he went, after which he asks his friend to send more of all sorts of movies and TV shows to the gadget. The young man stands in front of Taku and explains that he will take the device with him to the second floor, to which the man agrees and clarifies if there are any preferences. The Ice Queen brings her hand to her mouth and says in English that the classics are eternal, then asks to remember. The president bows and says that he will download classic paintings, then adds that the hero's house is still empty. He agrees and asks not to forget about the tablet. A blue sky appears. A building with many windows is shown. The protagonist stands in front of the frozen figures. The statues are standing. The guy looks at them. He raises his head at his comrades in the ice. The queen pokes him with her elbow and calls him partner, to which he asks what happened. He looks up, thinking that it took a long time. A gloomy ghost covered with frost lies on the floor. The guy tells himself that it has been 9 months since he woke up, then adds that, on the one hand, it seems that it happened so long ago, and on the other hand, as if it happened only yesterday. The hero in a hospital gown looks ahead. He notes to himself that he managed to kill many monsters and clear a lot of gates. Several bears open their mouths. The protagonist mentally says that he has visited a city that he previously saw only in his imagination. The young man and Beck run from the explosion. June notes to himself that he has gained a lot of experience. The Lord of the Blood Kobolds opens his mouth. Many friends and partners of the hero smile. He declares to himself that he has made new acquaintances. The protagonist grabs the back of his head with his right hand, saying that he regrets going through all this without them, after which he asks aloud if it is stupid. He reaches out to the frozen Callie, thinking that he tried his best after all. The Ice Queen makes a surprised look. A lot of system notifications appear, which say that the possession of the freezing skill has been confirmed, and with the help of it the guy will be able to remove the ice cover, as well as that the magic points are enough to remove the freeze. Then a window is shown in which it is written that the understanding of the skill is too low and June will receive a penalty for using it, also that when removing the cover, 70 magic points will be irretrievably spent and the curse of the cold will be obtained. A sign is shown that says that then the hero will be able to remove the cover only after 90 days. The protagonist frowns. The system asks if he really wants to remove the ice cover. The queen raises her head. The young man asks where so many debuffs come from and what this curse means. The girl replies that his level of understanding of freezing is much lower than she had at the time of placing the seals. June looks up with the thought that 26 years have passed, and the curse is still in force, and adds that either the ice flow was so strong, or I am very bad at freezing. The hero stretches out his palm to the frozen Callie, thinking that he should try to reduce the penalties when the guy uses this skill in the future. He looks up and says to himself that, however, something else is important now, and mentally asks whom to free first. A man under the ice is holding onto a hat. The protagonist mentally notes that his name is Gilberto and for the sake of his son, he will be ready to do anything to raise the levels faster. Mio stands frozen. The young man says to himself that if she wakes up the same as before, then her family's orders will be above all else. A dark-skinned man makes a piercing look under the ice. The young man thinks that it is enough for Callie to say that strong monsters and demons are waiting for him, and he will run to fight. Sky is in a frozen state. June thinks that she is obsessed with magic, and if she finds out about the existence of a fantasy world, she will immediately happily go there. The queen stands with her hands on her hips. The main character mentally says that it is necessary to unfreeze the one who will be most useful now, because so he can bring the defrosting of the others closer. The girl asks him about his decision. The hero tenses his face and agrees. He stretches out his palm to the statue. A window appears, which says that then he will be able to remove the veil only after 90 days. The protagonist frowns. The system asks if he really wants to do it. The guy asks to give him his friend. The ice under the young man's hand cracks. The freeze falls from Sky's body, and a sign is shown stating that the veil has been removed. June lowers his head in pain. A message flashes that his magic points have been reduced by 70, and that he has been subjected to the status of cold for 30 days. Sky falls down. The hero catches her. He looks at her with a piercing gaze. Steam comes out of the girl's mouth. She opens her eyes to the guy. He watches her and greets her awkwardly. June is reflected in the woman's eyes. She lies on the wet floor and greets the protagonist, Sky, the great mage. Sky looked out the window and noted that she couldn't see the gate. The bus drove up to the stop and the girl said that only people walk without any fear. June, looking out the glass, stated that this is something they created together. The guy saw his reflection and added that it was them together, he, Ramadat, Gilberto and Mio. The mage tilted his head slightly and announced that now the monsters did not threaten anyone. Sky put her hands to the glass in silence. The hero, noticing the girl's tears, asked what was happening to her, why she was crying. The protagonist pushed the guy away with her hand and asked why he was staring so intently. Clouds covered the night sky. The stars shone in the sky. The lamp burned brightly on the ceiling and the guy said that 26 years had passed. The mage, turning to his friend, added that he woke up only this year, so now he and her are the same age, and she is no longer the eldest, and Sky objected, because age is usually calculated from the year of birth. The man handed the woman a cup and replied that they were like relatives anyway, and she said that even if they were the same age, he could not call her sister. June, looking down, admitted that she was stubborn, and asked if she remembered the Ice Queen, to which she replied that of course she did. The girl held the cup in her hands and the hero remembered how he fought together with the queen for 3 days, and apologized for not being able to keep his promise. The warrior, stroking her comrade's head, replied that he had coped. The woman looked at him kindly and said that without him, they would not have defeated her, so there was no need to blame yourself. Sky placed her mug on the table and asked what had happened to him. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the heroine and stated that she should see it herself. The character stuck out his finger and froze the cup. The warrior, looking at his ability, exclaimed that it wasn't magic, but an ability, and June explained that it was an X-rank freeze, and she would probably be able to use something like that. The warrior turned her head on the guy and asked what it meant that he had obtained a title, something like an X-rank skill owner. The protagonist turned away and assured that if you think about it, no, when she first used magic, she received a notification, and steps to magic always give something when used. Sky scratched her chin in thought, and the main character said that yes, when he overcame the dungeon stage, he also received a reward, and wondered why he didn't realize earlier that she was on the stage, and even if he tried again, he wouldn't be able to jump to the level. The protagonist looked to the side and advised him to look at the status window, as he was most likely still level 80, and she was still level 8. The heroine pointed her finger at the screen and exclaimed that she was still level 80, and the curse of ice had lowered his stats, but they would recover in a month. The Ice Queen soared above June and explained that it was probably because he was touching the queen's core, and the heroine asked if she was the only one who had been thrown off of all of them. The heroine looked away and explained that although she was not sure who he was communicating with, the main character looked at the girl with confused eyes. The protagonist turned his head sharply. The Ice Queen pursed her lips. The warrior looked at the creature and asked what it was. The creature, looking ahead, said that it was the Ice Queen. Sky quickly hugged the creature, shouting about how cute she was. The queen, caught in a tight embrace, exclaimed that she was the Queen of Nilfheim, the one who would freeze the world. The protagonist calmly watched what was happening. The queen was in her arms and noticed that yes, she was also the same invader who had attacked their planet. Sky, pushing the creature away, clarified that she was indeed the queen. The creature flew up to the ceiling and said that her greed had caused them a lot of trouble, and she apologized. The queen pursed her lips and Sky replied that okay, she was human, so she would accept her apology. The girl pointed her finger and said that in return she had to answer a couple of questions, and she replied that, of course, the queen is always responsible for her mistakes, and she will help as soon as she can. The main character recoiled from his mug and announced that it was exactly said. The tower reflected the rays of the sun, and the hero wondered if it was June when he arrived. The heroes walked along the corridor and passers-by asked if he was joking, and who was the beauty next to him who looked so much like Lady Warrior. There was a sign on the table and the employee noted that he congratulated them, as they achieved what they wanted and did a good job. Taku, sitting across from the hero, announced that he was grateful to June, but June had probably received a fine, and the situation was more serious than he thought. The man pointed his finger at the protagonist, and June stated that even with a loss of 70 magic points, he would not hesitate to save his friend, and then explained that in reality it could become a burden. The girl smiled and said that he loved the word reality so much, and if you think about it, the two had met in the past. The main character shifted his gaze and Taku asked what about the fine. The man crossed his arms and asked if he really reduced magic by 70 points and half the rest of the stats for a month. The characteristics window showed his data, and the young man thought that everything would be restored in a month. Taku, looking ahead, said that it might be difficult on the second floor, and suggested that he simply cure the master's son and go down or spend a month training the people in the nest. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that the nest was a playground for those who had just awakened, but now he was not up to it, since he would raise his reputation in Gilinan. Sky perked up on the spot and the man asked what she thought about it, and why her level hadn't changed, and if she could go to the frontier. An image of a dark tower appeared and the character asked if everything was the same there, and if the tower was still there, and if she would be able to see the magic that was so exciting. The warrior looked ahead and Taku announced that if they became active again, they should announce their return today, and move the statues of the others just in case. The protagonist opened his eyes and stated that he had already done everything, and remarked that the demons would not leave such things unattended, and he did so as soon as Sky woke up. The girl opened one eye and noticed that waking up after 26 years and immediately helping someone was unusual. An image of vegetation appeared and the character added that this is his rare skill. The character showed his mask and suggested that this might change their plan, and suggested postponing the advance to the frontier. June proudly looked ahead and declared that there were mages on Earth, and great mages on the frontier. The heroine turned her head hopefully to him, and he said that this was why they could become an unexpected factor for demons. The man scratched his chin and added that he would move the press conference to the afternoon. Taku got up from his chair and asked if the demons were avoiding Sky because of their ferocity, and Sky remarked that there was no need to worry, because once he finished off the pair, they would not be able to avoid her. Taku, looking at the image, announced that they could also distribute this photo. The photo depicted frozen people and the hero clarified what kind of photo it was. Taku, looking at the screen, asked if they were trying to lure demons. The protagonist looked ahead and said that demons rarely appear. The magus lowered his head and added that therefore, they should use this opportunity and destroy them one by one. People were sitting in the hall. June, putting the mask on his face, said that it was time for him, and he went. Sky, crossing her arms, added that she wished him good luck and advised him to have fun, as he was finally back after 26 years. The Ice Queen was levitating in the air and warned him to be careful and not to escalate the situation. June, looking forward from under the mask, said that it was time for the hero to appear. The mage stepped out of the shadows. The magician, turning to the journalists, thanked everyone for appearing, saying that they could begin. Journalists looked at the stage and the character said that it was 3 times that monsters attacked the ground in the last 4 months. The guy tilted his head and announced that he had information that the number of crimes on Earth had decreased, but on the frontier it had increased by 37%. Taku drank a drink. The main character stood on stage and stated that he had been trying to get rid of the monsters for a long time, and announced that he wanted to have 2 bodies. The journalist looked up and the protagonist said that he was a representative of the guild, and supported the heroism of the dark ghosts, and the man asked him if he had found the answers to the questions. June, looking ahead, confirmed that of course. The paparazzi scratched his chin and the protagonist explained that if he couldn't get 2 bodies, he could find someone equal to him in strength. The hero tilted his head and added that he did not like to pull, so he introduced his partner the Archmage, and asked not to steal his line. The warrior, showing herself to the audience, exclaimed that it was she Sky Killiland. An image of the news appeared, which talked about Sky's return. An image of the news with the main character appeared, and the guy thought that the masses were rejoicing, because heroes do not die. The girl looked from the screens at the streets and a voice announced that a gloomy ghost lived on Earth, and the Archmage on the frontier. People walked along the road and wondered who would return next. The magician looked at the watch and the character noted that originally they only wanted to help the public. The head of the corporation sat at the table and said that the return of all 5 heroes changed the situation, and now they could destroy the monsters. The moon hung over the building. A museum security guard, walking around the building, announced that he had suddenly been sent to guard the museum. The guy pointed his finger at himself, and said that he was going to tell the 5 that he personally defended them. A colleague of the guard, standing next to him, replied that he was joking, because the shift lasts only 7 hours, and this is enough. Something swept sharply behind the heroes. The man rolled his eyes. The heroes fell to the ground. The enemy, pricking the guard with a needle, said that it infuriated him. Bending down, the antagonist said that if they were on the frontier, they would just kill the monsters, and patience is not needed here. A colleague, looking away, noticed that if the guild members died or got hurt, the others would receive a signal, and advised them to simply gather information. The scout, licking the needle, said that there were 8 people nearby, and they did not pose a serious threat. The bodies of the guards flew to the side and the hero added that apparently the statues of the heroes were inside, and the ghost and the Archmage were also there. The antagonist, looking ahead, remarked that they didn't know anything because it was garbage, and his companion added that since the 2 were their opponents, it was worth being on the lookout. Night enveloped the sky. The guard was lying on the ground. The enemy stepped over the guy. A shadow reflected on the door, and the character exclaimed that he should move away, as it was made of mithril. The man clenched his fist. The man knocked down the door. The hero entered the room and announced that, as expected from a wave master, even a couple of pieces of mithril cost a fortune. The partner looked menacingly to the side and said that they did not have time, and they would only take the statues. The guy, admiring the prey, noted that it was a pity, but okay. The man put his hand to the ice and said that the toy was now in his hand. The magician looked ahead and asked why the object did not shrink. The warrior looked after him and remarked that it was enough to play and it was time to act, and the boy replied that yes, he would start now. The hero put his hand and irritably said that rubbish, nothing works, and why it is so useless and cold. The ice golem jumped on the guy. The hero's head was shackled by ice. The antagonist jumped away from the blow and exclaimed that it was shit. The magician was lying on the floor and abruptly announced that it was a trap. The golem stared at the enemy. The mage shifted his gaze and said, "Wow, these golems." June put his sword to his neck and remarked that he needed to put them away, and she advised him not to overdo it. Sky stared at the enemy and said that she wanted to understand how much stronger he had become. The demon, looking at the magician, exclaimed that he was a gloomy ghost. The protagonist slashed the mage with his sword. The antagonist was running along the road. He clenched his teeth. An image of painted signs appeared and the character said that gravity is a prison. The mage looked ahead. The guy threw his hand up and added that the detection of power is a spear of lightning. The girl flew under the warrior. The demon, stretching out his hand, exclaimed what it was. The opponent was sealed in a cube. The enemy was cubed and shouted. An explosion occurred in front of Sky. The thief fell to the ground. The mage looked up and began to scream. The protagonist, tilting his head towards the enemy, said that he should greet the monster. The main character squeezed the antagonist's head. June used the spell and said that he was using the curtain of darkness. The demon, looking at his opponent, said that he was a ghost. The thief, standing on the road, said that he would not die without resistance and added that he would not let him die without a fight. The main character tilted his head at his opponent and asked where such arrogance came from and whether he really knew him. Looking into the eyes of death, the enemy replied that of course he knew him. Standing on the road, the antagonist announced that 27 years ago there was a massacre of demons in Paris, in the Ark. Throwing his hand up, the warrior added that he was there. June, looking ahead, noticed that the demon would have no problem dying today. The protagonist stood near the dogs and said that he had lived 27 years, and said that they were the hounds of darkness. The dog attacked the antagonist. The demon, looking up, exclaimed that the enemy had changed. The antagonist parried away the dog's blow. His hand was seized by magic. The demon gritted his teeth and said that the shit attribute system, as expected, would not allow him to fight the ghost for long. The thief looked ahead. The enemy turned his head back and announced that it was necessary to end the battle in one blow. The protagonist held back the enemy's blows. The demon, attacking, exclaimed. A lot of beams went at the antagonist, and he screamed. The warrior gritted his teeth. The main character swung his sword. The enemy's fist flew past his head. The enemy put up a fiery shield. The warrior recoiled. The demon, looking ahead, noted that he couldn't give his opponent space. After delivering another blow, the antagonist asked how long it would last. Running back, he exclaimed that the enemy would mock him. The enemies fled to each other. The mage, curling an eye, replied that he would mock him for the rest of his life. The protagonist swung his weapon. He took a step. The enemy's fist is magical. June, looking ahead, said that it was over. The main character swung his sword. The antagonist was lying on the ground. The demon, clenching his teeth, announced that all that remained was to use this skill. Gritting his bloody teeth, the antagonist added that as long as the enemy did not know about him, he would definitely be caught at least once. The hero began to run forward. The magus, looking at the enemy's tactics, noted that the demon had been hiding his skill all this time and was trying to win with one blow. The protagonist looked ahead and announced that it was not worth mentioning Paris then. An image of the hero's memories appeared and he said that 27 years had passed for the demon, but only 2 years for him. June, putting his finger forward, said that now it was clear it was him. A column of ice broke through the enemy. The protagonist threw up his hand. The man looked up and asked if it was an ice golem, and if that meant that the archmage's spells could reach even here. The golem's eyes flashed, and the hero replied that no, not that. The demon looked ahead and explained that it was a ghost skill, and it was even stronger than it had been 27 years ago. A gloomy ghost stared forward at the enemy. The girl was sitting on the roof. The warrior, looking at her comrade, asked why he had come and what happened to that guy. June, looking ahead, replied that he had caught the demon and read its memories, and she had to use the confession of a dead man's skill. The sun was shining on the city, and the guy added that he got a lot of information because the demon was from the first generation of players who appeared 30 years ago, and the character asked how this was possible and what kind of skill it was. Sky, looking at the monitors, said that she had changed her mind because she was originally going to work with him, and the protagonist asked what she was talking about. The heroine looked into the guy's eyes and said that now she has come up with another method where she will hunt demons alone and bring them to him. The warrior scratched his head, and she added that he would be able to read their memories and progress, and it was too dangerous for a mage to participate now. The sky lit up the sunset, and the character announced that Sky was right, and it was a fact that he could not use skills that required a lot of mana. June sat down next to her, and said that then she would have too many worries, and the character added that everything was fine, because she had been coping alone for 10 months. The warrior closed her eyes and said that now they would share this burden, and when Ramadat, Mio, and Gilberto returned, she would be able to just show off as before. Turning his head, the character exclaimed that he had worked the most in the past, and asked what he should do now, just show off. The buildings reflected the light of the sun, and Sky said that he always came to her with pleas to do this or that, and added that she should help Lord Galeon first. An image of a lattice in the sky appeared. The frame shows a notification that the heroes have arrived on the 2nd floor. The door is open. The city stood under the sun. The guy looked around and the character noted that there is incredible architecture everywhere and mana is everywhere. The warrior put a finger to her lips and asked how much her knowledge of magic could grow. The protagonist leaned over and announced that he was willing to escort Miss Sky to the manor. The girl closed her eyes, and then asked the player June to accompany her. The end of the 2nd season. Birds flew over the city, and a passerby exclaimed that it was the Archmage, and confirmed that the rumors of Sky Killerland's awakening were true. The warrior, jumping in the fountain, noted that the environment was so interesting, and added that if there was time, it was worth checking out the tower, as there were probably many hidden discoveries here, and said that the head was rumored to be the commander of the knights, and the bishop of the Sun Church was as powerful as the 9 heavens. A local man stretched out his hand and asked June about his companion and if she was the kind of girlfriend who could cure their master. The woman smiled and the guy replied that yes, this is the Archmage Sky Killerland, one of the 5 heroes in his world. The villager, turning his head, exclaimed that he had heard of her, and added that she was indeed Sky Killerland. The protagonist looked at the local, who clarified that the legends of the 5 heroes had reached them, the bards in the tavern sing about them, and they were very popular here. The girl stepped out of the fountain. The heroine walked towards the guys and the man announced that it was a great honor for him to meet the Archmage of the Earth in person, and added that he was Thever, the commander of the knights. Water splashed on the ground. The warrior turned her gaze and admitted that she had not expected to be received here in a way that she was not received on Earth, and said that she should be taken to her master as soon as possible. The guys looked ahead and the hero reported that this is one of the 5 heroes Sky Killerland. Lord Gillinan bowed and announced that their reception was shamefully simple for a representative of the world, but asked me to feel at home, as it was nice and comfortable here. The main character stood behind and the Lord noted that he didn't think she knew people in such circles, and the protagonist added that he called her his friend of the player but technically just led her here. Lord Gillinan looked ahead and said that he wondered how they had become so close, since it had not been long since she had woken up, and suggested that they follow him, as Seamus should be in his room. The man opened the book and the Lord announced that someone to take care of had come to him. Pesernage was reading a book, and the girl asked if he remembered it. Seamus looked at the guest and said that he was Seamus Gillinan, and reminded him that they knew each other since he was June, and apologized for not being able to greet her earlier because he was unconscious due to illness. The guy looked up and Sky replied that there was no need to apologize and offered to check his lines, and the boy added that he completely trusted her. The warrior looked at the patient and said that he was a good child. The main character looked down and the character clarified that 20 minutes would be enough for the procedure. The girl shifted her gaze and added that she could begin. The woman put her hand on the bed. The core began to glow. The boy's chest burned brightly. The core sparkled. The heroine conjured with her hands. The boy's circulatory system began to glow. Sky, looking down, reported that his lines were now stable, and said with relief that everything was ready. The protagonist looked at the girl and announced that it was a great job, and she replied that it was amazing to help someone again after so many years. The bedroom was illuminated by light. The sun was shining into the room. The Lord crossed his arms and noted that his son had always dreamed of becoming a mage. Gillinan looked at the warrior and said that if it weren't for his son's illness, he would have sent him to the Imperial Magic Academy, adding that he would like to hear her opinion as an archmage. Sky was drinking tea and the man asked if his son could fulfill his dream and become a magician. The protagonist looked down and the girl replied that she was really sorry, but it was impossible, since magic lines are like clothes, and if they expand or change at least once, they will never be able to return to their previous state. The Lord closed his eyes and she explained that although his son's lines had now stabilized, he would no longer be able to use magic, and based on June's words, the demons were to blame. Tea was on the table and the heroine confirmed that the energy she extracted from Seamus's body was indeed demonic. The warrior looked away and the Lord began to say that he was ashamed to ask her for anything. Lord Gillinan looked down and asked her to please find the demon that had shattered Seamus's dream and avenge it. Sky closed her eyes and the man said that he was asking her like a pathetic father, unable to protect his son's dream. The protagonist stared away silently and assured them that they would do so, addressing him as his lordship. A pop-up quest was staring and June read that his son's enemy was a demon who poisoned the nobleman Seamus Gillinan, and offered to kill him, promising a reward of 100 gold coins and 1,000 fame points. The sun was shining in the sky. Lord Gillinan took the book in his hands and announced that he had also kept the book for his son. The mage looked at the warrior and asked if she shouldn't use this book, since it strengthens magic chains, and she added that this is just what he needs now, and he will become twice as strong. The girl was chewing food and the hero asked if she had thought about it, and asked to give him her hand for a second. Sky took June's hand and said that his magic chains had become a little stronger, and she didn't think he would experience a loss of mana at that level. The heroine, looking at the guy, remembered and said that he probably remembers how she studied science. The woman gave a thumbs up and offered to give him exclusive information as a friendly mentor, and explained that the computers they had used before could be considered as an example, and reminded them that they had an overclocking feature. June frowned and said that he remembered her saying that she was inspired by it to strengthen herself, but then stopped and thought that he had spoken too formally. The guy rushed forward and remembered that she had really said that he needed strong magic lines if he wanted to get something stronger than a buff, and added that there was another condition. Sky held up her index finger and said that he met both conditions, and added that she would always be his senior, and the character asked what both conditions she meant. The generators glowed and June wondered that he understood that his lines had strengthened, But what was the second condition? And the warrior explained that he needed a cooler to accelerate himself. The protagonist looked at the plate and the girl clarified that freezing would be ideal, as he needed to cool down so that his brain would not melt from overclocking, and the character remembered that he had experimented with it himself. But the freeze was not enough to cool down when he tried to strengthen it. The ice froze and the heroine said that he would not have coped without her, his wise sister, and reminded him that it was not his body that needed cooling, but his magical energy, and he needed to create something that would suppress overheating and strengthen his magical lines. The guy jumped and the woman explained that it was quite risky, but if he coped, he would become much stronger and faster than with a simple boost. Sky turned around and concluded that it was his turn, and if he did the calculations, he would get answers, and then the hero asked where he was going. The Ice Queen peeked out and the girl said that she would see the sights, as she said that she would go around when she was done with the treatment, and the warrior announced that he thought she would stay for a couple more days. The warrior turned to June and replied that he was mad if he thought she would stay, and added that of course not, after all, demons were terrorizing people right now. The protagonist noticed an object and asked what it was. Sky, holding the coin, explained that it was her lucky coin, which was always with her and would ward off bad luck at least once. The Ice Queen hugged the protagonist, and the heroine added that he said that their little ice had gone to the spirit world and had not yet returned, and she would try to find a way to get to the spirit world later. The warrior looked back and the hero said that she should wait, as the spirits deserve some personal space, and the heroine added that she would think about it again when she was done with the demons, and said goodbye. The main character was standing near the table. The queen, looking at Sky as she left, mused that she thought she was a mage, but in fact she was a spiritualist. The protagonist looked ahead and announced that knowing her would overexert her, and he was worried about her. As Sky stood on the roof, the young man remembered that he had been fighting alone for the past year, and she probably decided that now it was her turn to harass herself for him. The heroine looked ahead and the guy announced that she was one of those girls who fully paid off debts, and added that he needed to score another 150 points before he could reach full strength. The people froze and the protagonist said that before he could reach his full strength, he needed to score another 150 points, quickly raise the level and return to the previous state. This was the only thing he could do to catch up with her. The mage, looking into the distance, concluded that he had to master acceleration to overcome this chasm, and mentally promised that he would not hold it back. The glass of the tower reflected the light. The ammunition was lying on the floor and the hero asked Junior if it was his trash, and he replied that yes, it was his armor. The blacksmith put his hands on the table and said that it needed to be repaired, but it was better to make a new one, since this one was falling apart. The protagonist looked ahead. The blacksmith inspected the armor and added that it would not last long, but then apologized, and the main character said that he was not to blame, because this armor had saved him many times, and asked if the blacksmith could make him a new one if he agreed. The dark-skinned character looked at June and agreed to the job and replied that he even wanted to, but asked if he minded. The guy took a look at the armor and announced that it was good, but then he would like to add something to the new armor, and asked if he could get him some mithril. The main character looked at his interlocutor in surprise. The protagonist looked ahead and asked where and how to find mithril, but then remembered that the time he had rebuilt the door, it had been made of mithril, and wondered how much he needed. The main character smiled and the blacksmith replied that the more, the better, and he added that he could get it himself. The blacksmith saw the amount of mithril and exclaimed that it was impossible, and asked where June got it. The magician looked at the table and clarified whether there was a lot of material, to which the magician replied that no, not a little. The man scratched his chin and the blacksmith announced that he could mix it, and then the hero specified what exactly to mix. Pieces of material were lying on the table and the character said that he planned to use the bones and cover everything with mithril, but with so much mithril, everything changes, because he will grind the bones, melt the mithril and mix them. Noah appeared in the workshop and announced that June could at least say hello when he arrived, and added that he couldn't believe he could see so much mithril, and the protagonist wondered if it was a long time since they had seen each other. The old man was coming downstairs and the guy asked if it was difficult to get mithril at this time, and he added that he had not seen it for decades. Noah looked at the table and said that yes, apparently it was not so easy to get it, and asked if June was altering all the armor. Grandfather looked ahead and said that he should leave this matter to his grandson, and added that he understood. The grandson put his hand on the material and asked if the grandfather wanted to help. Grandfather turned away and exclaimed that he should not even ask, and announced that he was free. The protagonist looked ahead and the grandfather announced that if he took orders, then everything would be packed for a dozen years ahead, and added that then he would not be able to help, even if he was asked. The blacksmith scratched his head and said that Noah did not take orders, and the old man asked why he froze, and ordered him to prepare a template and a plan if he was going to mix. Grandpa looked at the boy and asked if he had seen the knight who announced that he had woken Sky. The stove was on fire, and the protagonist replied that she was, but she hadn't even come to see him, and added that he would need to talk to her later, and made it clear that she was still preparing to climb to the second floor. Noah put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that if anything else broke, the magus could come, and added that he had been through a lot. Grandfather looked at June and said that he had done something important. The protagonist looked to the side and announced that there were 3 more left. Noah looked at him and assured him that he would do it. The moon was shining on the city, and the hero thought that everyone supported him for no reason. The sun shone on the village, and the guy said that when he freed 3 more, there would be more such people. An image of a power-up book appeared. The main character closed his eyes. Magic emanated from his body. Fluid flowed through his veins. Blood flowed through the arteries. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The queen, looking at the amplification, told the mage not to twitch. June looked down and exhaled. The main character looked to the side and told him to breathe out, otherwise he would suffocate. The queen flew up and said that she was worried about how the buff would go, and the character added that there used to be 1 road, but now there are 4 lanes. The creature looked at the hero and said that the mana storage had become larger, and if you use it all, then the consumption will increase. The main character smiled and announced that even crazier was that this was not the only benefit, and added that they would see what happens next. The guy looked at the interlocutor and explained that the new lines should double the amplification effect. His heart was beating, and the queen warned June to be careful. The hero held the ball and the heroine said that his body was heating up quickly, and this was obvious. The protagonist threw the ball and announced that he would throw the ball with 13 revolutions per second. The mage jerked off and said that he was starting now. The guy grabbed the ball and announced that there were 7 turns. The man was holding the ball. The mage looked down and noticed that mana strengthened the body, but it could not be used twice. Fluid flowed through his veins, and the warrior said that he would divert 1/10 of the mana into the chain with the help of freezing. The protagonist tilted his head. June began to scream. The hero slammed the wall, and the queen asked if he was okay. Ice covers the wall, and the character notices that this cooling is different, and he has a high fever. The queen looked at the hero, and the mage announced that 10% was not enough, and she added that if so, she would start with 15 and raise by 1%, but then decided that 5% was better. The ball was covered in ice, and the queen made it clear that it had to remember, its energy would not pass through any line. June pressed himself against the wall, and she said that if this energy went beyond the heat and froze his line, he could lose his magic forever, and the protagonist added that he would start at 15 and raise 1%. The contractor looked ahead, and the character said that now that he understood, he could go edit the video, but the queen added that if something happened, he should call him. The head mage looked ahead. The protagonist bent his back. The brain became visible in the frame, and the guy said that he was starting to accelerate. June opened his mouth and added that this was a race against time. The new hero looked down and announced that he could do it, because it was him. Darkness enveloped the room. The person clicked on the save button. The queen threw up her hands and exclaimed that she had finished a masterpiece. The heroine smiled and said that 5 days of his training had passed, and added that she would at least please him with the video. The queen looked out and said that it was not just a sauna. The heroine looked inside and asked what it was. The sorceress flew up to the protagonist and exclaimed that the contractor had fallen through again. Blocks of ice appeared on the floor. The hero, sighing, said that it was more difficult than he thought. The spirit of ice, opening his mouth, said that she had 2 good news to cheer up the hero. He asked for good news. June was sitting on the ground. His partner said that she was done with the video. He replied that she was somehow long and thanked her. The queen, stretching out her hand, spoke of the second news. The interlocutor, frowning, was indignant. The goddess said that she had used all their currency. Rays of light fell on the floor from the window. The guy asked that they had 4,000. The queen said that these were good deeds. He said that he thought it would be better than last time, but still. The interlocutor, stepping back, explained that this is 10 times more than she earned. If she does not succeed, then she will never stick her nose into this area again. June, moving an eyebrow, clarified the spirit of ice, asked if they could just watch the video and then discuss. She, putting her finger to her mouth, said that she knew what she was doing. Such videos work better. The hero added, "Is the video really only 35 minutes? The guy, frowning, asked his partner not to start buzzing. He just began to look. The system screen with text lit up. This is a secret that only he knows. The spirit, opening her mouth, wondered why the hero called her name. He opened his mouth and told her not to lie, because she was just watching dramas instead of editing videos. She, putting her hands on her waist, added that she was only engaged in video. June, leaning on his elbow, said that they would easily get 10 times as much or even 20 times as much. The interlocutor froze in place. The hero said that she was so good at it that he even lost track of time. The queen, gesturing with her hands, rejoiced. She sat in the lotus position and said that she was a genius. A window with information lit up. June looked away and said that maybe his partner does editing well, but she has problems with naming. She replied that it should be softer, because this is her first work. A loading screen appeared. There is an estate in the forest. The light falls on the walls of the room. The queen said why she was so nervous. Ice is floating in a glass. The guy said that he will go to the train. The protagonist sits on the bed. The spirit of ice added that she alone will no longer be nervous. She, putting her finger to her ear, said that she would look only with the contractor. In 10 minutes, he added that if the interlocutor was so worried, if it was interesting, he could take a look. Metal columns grow out of the bowels of the earth. The guy asked what his partner was waiting for. She clarified that she wanted the video to be the first in the top. The interlocutor, opening her mouth, said that she needed to be the best. June, drinking water from a glass, thought that the tops of the videos were dominated by guild members. This was their second job. The world's population was 8 and 4/10 billion, and at the front all 2 and 7/10 million. A man with a club stands on the battlefield. The hero mentally said that the most watched video of the Takabe guild hunting for giants. A staggering 123 and 5/10 million views. The queen, opening her mouth, clarified about the views. June, sitting on the couch, asked if this message was from Sky, a link to a private community, why he had received it. The window with a blonde girl lit up. The guy added that she had 1 and 4/10 million. It's stupid. He raised his eyebrows and said that although the girl was a hero, 1 and 4/10 million in a week. The partner, touching the hero's shoulder, asked that the contractor had only 7,000 subscribers. He explained that these were people who watched the test video, and Sky gained so much, without doing a damn thing. The protagonist, stretching out a finger forward, was surprised. He looked down and said about hashtags for videos. The man raised the blade over the long-haired girl. The main character said that what the hell was she sticking out her tongue. The Queen of Ice added that this girl was pretending to be cute on social networks. Vines wrapped around the warrior. Sky snapped her fingers and said that 26 years had passed. She, sitting on a plant, said why the fighters were so weak. The fighter made a lunge forward. The girl, pointing her finger on the screen, said that they would take the shot again. You just need to adjust the rear light. A blue aura enveloped the man with the sword. He uttered a thunderclap. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth and said that it looked like the girl was diligently hunting demons. A blue window appeared with a dialogue between June and Sky. He twitched and was surprised. The Queen of Cold, clenching her fists, said that 10 minutes had passed. The contractor, pointing his finger at the screen, explained that they would now see how the audience reacted to the work of his partner. The monsters in the video are fighting, and people are reacting violently in the comments. June, looking to the side, added that there are many good additions. Whether his partner wants to see a place in the top, she agreed. A place in the rating list was lit up. The guy, looking down, explained that it was unbelievable because they were not even a guild. The goddess of ice added that she still expected the best, how much they earned. A window appeared with the currency balance. The protagonist, turning towards the interlocutor, asked that 40,000 was not a lot of money. She replied that she did not know. The spirit, taking a cup of tea in her hand, said that tea always tastes better after a victory. The guy clarified that it looks like the views will exceed 8 million. At least you shouldn't worry about money. The guy in red gear froze in the screen of the system window. The man said, "Isn't this hunter the one they are looking for?" The suit worker opened his mouth and said that 6 major guilds were interested in information about the red-armored warrior. The corporat, who was sitting in a chair, said that it meant that he had to bring the collected documents. The interlocutor, raising an eyebrow, replied that there is a nuance. The fighter grew up an orphan, studied well and then became a player. For someone so special, his past. The man in the suit, looking ahead, explained that the past was too ordinary. Apparently the association had a hand in the past. Maybe there was information about the warrior. The skyscrapers reflect the light of the sun. The advisor explained that it seems that the chairman of the association has hidden everything well. The man in the suit asked if the guild leader had refused to join their company. The man with the tail confirmed that it would be better for the chairman to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. A photo of a red-haired girl appears on the table. The workers say that Juha said that she and the guy are just best friends, so they need to ask her to invite him to join them the next time they go to the dungeon. A man has put a nail-clipping tool on the table. The corporate muses that the chairman declares that he doesn't want to be the head of a snake, but inside thinks he's a dragon. The two warriors look at each other. A man in a suit works on a tablet, and mentally says that some things are too obvious. It will be better if the head agrees to help. A candle is burning on the table. The protagonist took a breath into his lungs. The sword is lying on the floor near many ice crystals. The guy closed his eyes. The screen lit up. The hero thought that another week had passed. The views only increased. June, looking away, said that in the end they received 42,520 currency. He congratulates the interlocutor on his success. The spirit of ice replied that the protagonist was really worried. The Ice Queen, raising her leg, said that she knew that everything would be like this. As the guy's training goes, he replied that he could withstand acceleration for at least 40 minutes. The partner, frozen in place, clarified what had happened here. The guy, raising his chin, said that he could not hold out for more than 42 minutes. It was difficult to cope with the heat at 46% of acceleration. The interlocutor asked if this was not enough. She opened her mouth. June said that he had room to grow. He couldn't lose. Wouldn't it be better to practice further? The spirit of coldness agreed. She blushed. The queen rushed to the side and added that she somehow did not like it. The hero replied that it was open here. Sky, who entered the room, asked if the hero could read her memories. She would write them down. The protagonist, who had fallen to the floor, agreed. The girl, sitting on the floor, said that she was expecting the 120th level. Why are there so many strong people here? The guy said that he was just an executor. Because Sky hadn't fought for a long time, it's normal to cross paths with strong ones. The interlocutor, turning her head to the side, said how the hero was doing. He said that he was working on stabilization. Blocks of ice have formed on the floor. The guy thinks that he will soon gain 50%, but does not think that he will be able to move further, the girl objected. Sky, looking to the left, said that there was no need to rush, because he was already 50%, the junior agreed. The girl, putting her finger to her mouth, asked if the Ice Queen was missing. When she arrived, the guy explained that she was busy. The protagonist threw open the doors of the room. Sky added that he should come when he was done hunting. He asked if she was his mother. The man in smart clothes bowed and said that the Baron wanted to talk to the guy about the reward for capturing kobolds. The blue-haired huntress, raising her hand up, said that June had become popular. He clarified whether the book was not a reward. The roofs of the manor are exposed to the sun's rays. A man in a tailcoat, folding his hands behind his back, asked his son to say hello, because the hero, the boy's benefactor, a dark-haired mercenary, asked how the boy was feeling. He replied that it was much better. The blue-eyed child opened his mouth and said that he had had a good dream. He would become a wonderful lord like his father, because he should be able to do this with the help of magic. The protagonist, looking ahead, explained that of course, the interlocutor would be a wonderful lord. The man with gray hair turned to face the hero and said that he apologized for calling the protagonist so late. In fact, he heard that he did not leave his room, so it was not possible to meet. June explained that he had been training. The man in the yellow suit opened his mouth slightly and asked if in such a small room, from this day on, the hero could use their training room. If the master allowed, he would provide him with a special training room. The dark-haired guy, clenching his hand into a fist, agreed. A curtain hangs from the window. The head of the manor reveals that now the player, June, has been invited to reward him for slaughtering the kobolds. The Queen of Ice sat on the protagonist's neck. He asked that, to be honest, he had already been given a reward. The lord held out a small chest and explained that the reward was for Seamus's treatment. The hero took the box in his hands. The blue ball lies on the mat. The protagonist asked about the origin of the gift. The interlocutor explained that it was just an elixir. The member of the manor, squinting his eye, says that it is a snow pomegranate. It grows in the northern snow-covered plains once every 100 years. The guy closed the chest. The interlocutor added that if he did not give the gift to him, he would receive a stigma of incompetence and would be responsible for the death of hundreds of people. The hero had already cured his son. The hero, putting his hand on the box, thanked for the gifts. A warrior lunges with a sword. He rushes towards the training dummy, thinking that he has reached 38%. After consuming the snow grenade, all his stats have increased by 10, and his magic by 15. An icy aura enveloped him. He mentally said that he had already reached 42%, then 43. The hero, squinting his eyes, remembered the conversation with the ice spirit contractor. This belt will do. There is a white strap on the table. The protagonist explains that this belt is a full-fledged armor. It should be studied, and also find out how the distribution armor system works. Is there magic recognition by blood? Even if the hunter takes damage in battle, the armor remains intact. The protagonist, unfolding the letter with the text, "Please do not break the belt. The master is tired of making it, and his name is 100 armors. But if he breaks, he will fix it." The hero said that the blacksmith is really related to the spirit of ice. She, eating cookies, explained that people definitely do not know how to name objects. The guy said that it was difficult to paint the armor black because of the mithril itself, so the name is now white armor. The belt was attached to the waist. The hero added that to hear this from the one who came up with the name Mountain Salmon. The queen was indignant. It seemed to her that she heard the word salmon. The belt lit up. The armor began to cover the hunter's body. He thought that he had reached 44%. Twisting the air with his movement, June mentally said that the armor now envelopes his body in 24 fractions of a second, the current state of stabilization of acceleration. The warrior, cutting through the training dummies, said that it was already 60%. The table suddenly appeared during the training. The candle burns. June says that 63% is stabilized, since the body temperature is 37 degrees. The armored warrior, cutting the candle, said that in 3 days, the curse of cold would be lifted. Now it was time to finish what he had started with the lord of the manor. A man in a green cloak, sitting on the ground, said that the target had left the castle. The purple-haired guy opened his mouth and explained that June had entered the fields through the north gate. Coming out of the shade of the plants, he says that they will finally meet in a month and a half. The red-eyed fighter asked what about Sky. 3 weeks ago, the protagonist escorted her to the Gylian. The fighter with an eye patch added that he had checked the girl's social networks. She was now in the Wulong Forest, in the east of the Empire. Such a distance was a trifle for an archmage. The mercenaries talk about the murder of the main character. A hunter in a cloak, approaching the castle, says that he has waited too long. They will start hunting. His eyes flashed and he said that the hunt would finally begin. The main character stepped onto the ground and noted that it was finally hunting. A fairy was flying near him. He added that a lot of time had passed since those kobolds. She said that it was about a month and a half. At the top of the hill stood 2 wolves. The guy swung his hand to attack and thought that he would see how far he could go without boosting and accelerating. He covered himself with his hands for protection. He grabbed the enemy with his hand and noted to himself that he was much weaker than before. A drop of sweat ran down his face. The young man pulled the monster by the tail and realized that he was able to pull it over. Why it was so strong. He gritted his teeth in anger. An image of the movement of energy appeared. The protagonist decided to try to twist it a little. He pulled the wolf's tail and thought that next was the speed of reaction. The main character swung his fist for a blow. He struck at the enemy and concluded that it was good, they had completed the check. The other wolves bared their teeth at him. He said that in any case, they were the first people he had met here. He jumped and swung his halberd and said that he still hadn't received the whiplash quest. I felt sorry for them. The axe cut the piece of wood in half. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Two guys were hiding in the grass. One said that looking at Jun's past behavior, he often performs heroic deeds. If he sees an outsider suffering in front of him, he will not leave it like that. Carl looked at the victim and noted that this was where they would start, and ordered Nino and Saiso to set up an ambush in a convenient place. They looked at him and agreed with this. He clarified that he would control the course of the battle from here, so let them be more careful. Next to him stood another young man. Carl ordered him to go too. He was cleaning the bush with his hand for passage and together with the guy said, for the signer. The main character looked down somewhere. The guy noted to himself that he was just a stepping stone to the final goal. Their goal was the sword master Kim Woo-jong. He frowned and added that for such an aggressive man, Signer had said that he was quite lucky, but he assured him that his luck would not help him today. The moon was shining in the sky. June said that his stats should have dropped by 50% a month ago, but why he feels stronger is because of the acceleration. The lines are now stronger too. The fairy flew in front of him and asked him if he could try to fight demons instead of monsters. He noted that no matter how many demons there were, the frontier was too big. How could he find them here? The Snow Queen pointed her finger and wondered if he didn't know the answer. She said that demons could live there. For example, there were many unforeseen twists and turns in such places. The young man looked at the lonely house in the middle of the forest and asked what was there. He pointed his finger at the object and told her to forgive him, but there was nothing there. Whether she could see it, even monster traps were there. They were used by mercenaries and hunters. A mage wouldn't buy that. Someone's blood was flowing on the ground. The fairy noted that this smell. He looked to the side and replied that there was blood. He felt it too, and asked her to search the perimeter. She replied that he should leave it to her. The killed man lowered his head down. She said that there were no monsters there. The protagonist replied that the corpses were killed with one blow. He put his hand to the chest of the murdered person and activated the skill, Confession of a Corpse. She hoped that the woman's words would not become true. The young man looked at the corpse of the man. A guy came up behind him and called out to his relative, and asked what he had done, why he was silent. The protagonist reluctantly turned his head at him. He added that he should answer. He did. He looked at him dumbfounded. The main character asked why he was asking him. He frowned and noted that he had killed him 10 minutes ago. The guy's body was pierced by June's weapon. At the last moment he asked how he knew it. The guy thought to himself that he had set a trap for him. Blood flew in the air. Nino and Siso rushed at him. The young man concluded that it probably meant that he was not alone. He glanced at them and activated the skill, creating a battlefield of another world. He held a sword in his hands. The protagonist lifted his head up. As the sun fell from the sky, he noted that Carl, a proven right-hand man, had seen his skills in Signer's memories. The enemy stepped on the ground and asked why it was the desert. They took a fighting stance. He added that he hated the heat. The guy clenched the sword in his hand. Nino asked that he should start and finish everything quickly. Saiso replied that no, this time he was the first. The young man narrowed his eyes at them. His opponent looked at him and noted that he was a super novice Earth. The guy with the eye patch asked that he was running away from the fight. The guy crouched down to dodge the attack. He dodged enemy attacks. Nino looked at him out of the corner of his eye and noted that the repulsive force of their magnetic field exceeded the speed of sound. As he coped, June looked at him, and he added that he could see everything. Carl squeezed his eyes shut. The protagonist climbed up on a stone slab. Saiso said that only a year had passed since his debut. June's opponents quickly pushed off the plates. The main character stood in front of Nino's face and noted that he was fast. The enemy flew away at high speed to the side. His body was flying in the air. The man with the eye patch opened his eyes wide in horror. The main character gritted his teeth from the pressure and thought that he was just trying to subdue him. Oh no. Saiso approached his comrade, who added that this speed, the effect on a moving target, was completely different. He was moving at the speed of sound. The veins on his opponent's face swelled. He shouted that he would kill him. He would kill him, bastard. The young man looked at him calmly and wondered if that's not what they always did. They don't feel absolutely anything when they kill, but they get so emotional when it comes to them. It's disgusting if he doesn't think so. He opened his eyes wide and replied that he should ask for forgiveness, or he wanted him to forgive him because he had killed people before. June looked at him from under his brow and replied that of course not. Let him not say anything, so that he would continue to consider him a scumbag. Carl folded his hands and asked how much Nino would be able to control the magnetic field without Saiso. He got into a fighting stance and replied that he had been without him for about 10 minutes. The guy gritted his teeth from the onslaught and said that then he would see how he coped. He would cover him. The main character looked down. In the middle of the battlefield, Nino told him to just help, and he would kill him. He opened his mouth wide and noted that he was the best. Nino threw his hands up and added that it was Saiso who was for him. Arrows flew at the protagonist from above. He raised his head to them. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought 63%. He dodged every arrow instantly. Carl gritted his teeth in anger. Nina looked at him and noted that he was a small rat. Arrows flew down to the ground. Carl clarified that he was finished. He replied that no, not yet, just a little. The protagonist flew through the battlefield. Nina threw his hands to his sides and shouted that he would no longer be able to dodge. Boulders burst out of the ground. An aura appeared behind the opponent's back. It glowed brightly in the dark. The eyes of the main character shone brightly. Nino lifted his head up. June's fist was aimed at the back of Carl's head. He closed his eyes and told him to wait for him in hell. The guy looked at him and asked why he should go there. The young man slammed his head into the ground from the blow. From the enormous force of the blow, he gritted his teeth. The Snow Queen hovered over the battlefield. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that 64%, he was losing control. The fairy clenched her hands into fists, and he added that he was already 66. Sky held out her hand. She looked at the main character. He asked how she got here. She put her hand to his head and replied that she had given him a coin, so she had cast a spell on it, so she would immediately know when he was being attacked with magic, and now she needed to extract information from them with the confession of a dead man. The Snow Queen opened her mouth wide, and Sky noted that she had caught it. The light was on in the windows of the building. June and the girl were sitting at the table. She raised her cocktail glass and told her that one of the branches of the demon associations in the Canal Mountains, there was at least one demon related to the association, so he would tell him whether to make a move or wait to make sure. The hooded young man replied that they were meeting on the full moon of an even month, so there were still 5 days left. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. He added that they were weakened, so he needed to strengthen. He was hunting, leveling up, getting used to accelerating, training with golems, already something. The Snow Queen ate a sandwich. He noted that the best thing he got was acceleration. All that remained was to get a little more control and the quality of the battles would change. The girl put her fingers to her chin and said that when she first saw this place, she felt carefree. But now everything is different. June raised a mug of beer and replied that yes, he was expecting something darker. Since it was an association of monsters, it was no longer possible to make mistakes against such enemies. Saiso's corpse lay on the ground with his mouth open. Sky waved her hand. The guy pointed out that she had to do everything. He needed to train with acceleration. She replied that he would forgive, but she couldn't. The city stood in the middle of the mountains. He added that they didn't know how strong they were yet. This might be the last chance to destroy them. Foam was floating on the surface of the beer. The protagonist said that if they blindly went forward, and they turned out to be stronger, it was over, the girl asked. So maybe it was worth disguising herself instead, he asked her again. The fairy wiped her mouth from the crumbs. The girlfriend of the main character said that yes, they would not even be able to recognize him. She would make him a disguise potion, so he would just need to play well. She leaned her head on her hand and said that great. The key task was to find out how strong they were. She would keep an eye on him, so if she realized that they could fight him, let him just give a signal. The moon was flying out from behind the crowns of the trees. Sky added that he should try to use the boost while hunting. He would learn how to use it perfectly. The guy looked at her and thanked her. She wished him good luck. The young man put his hands in his pockets and asked why they had to go so far hunting. The Snow Queen stuck out her finger and replied that there was no need to attract people's attention. He noted that she should not worry. There were definitely no players here. There was a bear in front of them. The fairy clarified that it was a steel bear. The protagonist replied that he did not know. He had never seen such a bear. She added that it was not obvious. He looked at him. She noted that his whole body was made of steel. The main character thought that if he increased his energy, he could easily catch it. But today he would not use it. He narrowed his eyes and added to himself that for starters, stabilizing acceleration. Stabilizing takes longer than he thought. He needs to focus. An aura enveloped the steel bear. The Snow Queen shouted that it seemed that he had noticed them. The guy drew his sword and thought to himself that it was dangerous to use acceleration against someone he could not control, and what was more important, the monster rushed at the main character, who noted that he needed to control the speed. He held out his blade and reasoned that it was really a monster from the Canal Mountains, more like a legged weapon. If he lived on the ground, it would be difficult for people to attack him. The enemy's eyes burned red. His blow threw the young man away. He slid several meters on the ground. The fairy put her hands to her face and said that it was foolish to fight him in strength. He was on one knee and replied that he knew he was not stupid. He could not be competed with strength, and he thought that it would be as easy as possible. The protagonist looked at his enemy. He rushed sharply into the attack. The blade of the main character struck the belly of the bear. He did not take his eyes off him. The monster flew several meters away from the force of June's blow. He turned to the bear's corpse and asked that he had already died. A fairy ran up to him and said that he could not control his strength at all. He justified that he just wanted to hurt him. Clouds flew across the sky. She added that in her opinion, he was not yet ready to take part in battles. The guy asked what he should do. He needed to hunt. They didn't have much time. She wondered why not try her way. The Snow Queen sat on the neck of the main character and told him to stay in the increased frequency mode always, except for hunting. He asked what was serious, although it could work. Birds were flying in the sky. She explained that the method was primitive, but he would see the effect. He thought that it looked like he would have difficult days. The young man did not take his eyes off the steel bear. He opened his mouth wide. The guy looked at him. He swung his blade. An image of attack trajectories appeared. The severed paw of the bear collapsed to the ground. The guy adjusted his cap and noted that he could control the frequency of speed by 15%, and also got a level of 60. The fairy pointed her finger at the moon, and told him to look at the full moon. He replied that they would go to sky. She clutched her head and clarified that maybe it was worth hiding somewhere. He replied why he should hide during the planning of the mission. Stars were shining in the sky. He thought that it was only 7 hours before the curse of bitter cold. The flask with the liquid was on the table. The young man asked that the curse was almost complete. She replied that when he received the energy back, he would have to move carefully. It would be more difficult to control the frequency. He picked up the potion vial and said that he knew she would complain. This is the potion she was talking about. Sky replied that yes, the effect would only last 6 hours. She was in a hurry with it, so the effect actually happened. A patch appeared on the guy's t-shirt. The girl added that he should take another one. He asked that it was a patch. She looked at him and told him that she was magical. A sound was transmitted through her. If something happened, her sister would come to him. The guy looked at his shoulder and replied that it was interesting. He thought the preparation was over. They could move out. The fairy picked up the flask and asked him if he was confident in his acting skills, and he asked what she was talking about. Thanks to the confession of a dead man, he had the boy's memories. The young man took the bottle from her and added that in other words, no one would recognize whoever appeared. She noted that she would see everything through his eyes. Drops of sweat were running down Carl's face. He thought that damn, he was screaming so loudly. Someone asked how arrogant you had to be to come here. The guy looked down. Another asked that he was a cockroach. Another noted that he thought he went after the twins, but it turned out that he survived. The young man looked at them and thought to himself what Goff could have done, and said that if they mentioned Signer's name again, he would personally tear their lungs. The company looked at him. One asked that his master had died, and he was still faithful to him. The girl noted that she was jealous of the teacher with such a faithful servant, but he died. What good was it? The man with the scar on his face opened his mouth and asked that everyone had gathered. He rested his hands on the railing and revealed that he was Wang, a member of the Pride Medal, the protagonist noting that he was the guy. Wang looked at those present and revealed that they knew the reason they had gathered was to help him destroy the dungeon. The guy raised his head at him. He added that he had collected them, on the recommendations of high-ranking players. His pupils glowed with red fire. He noted that they were just tools. On the field his orders were absolute. If they disobeyed, they would pay him with their lives. The people present in the room looked at him and agreed with his words. He jumped over the railing and said that then let them get ready. They would move out soon. John, in the form of Carl, thought that there were only 2.5 hours left from the effect of the potion. He could not use the frequency increase while the curse was active. He stepped on the floor and added that perhaps he would have enough skills as a dark ghost, but it was better to find out what you were capable of. A huge gate appeared in front of the squad. The guy looked at them. Someone said that this is a closed dungeon. They will not be able to leave it until they clear it. The commander of the detachment stretched out his hand and commanded them to enter. The gates opened slightly. The main character gritted his teeth. The man with glasses put his fingers to his chin and asked what had happened, where the others were, where was Wang. The girl took a closer look and also asked what was going on. Bangs hung over Carl's eyes. He thought that, damn, this gate. Someone added where everyone went, this is an illusion. The girl tapped on the wall and noted that it was a trap. It was he who did, freak. The guy replied that there was already such a gate on the ground. When they entered, all random places moved. The Snow Queen spread her arms in different directions and asked the main character if he was okay. He replied that she should not worry. The young man grabbed his shoulder with his hand and thought that this was the gate to the labyrinth, where he had to destroy the monsters living within these walls. Such a gate was his favorite in dark days. The girl touched the wall of the maze with her hand and asked that it was the labyrinth gate. It seemed that they were really separated from the rest of the group. Then they had to find one first. That's right. The man with glasses replied that they really had no other choice. She looked at him and noted that, of course, he knew that with him they would be calm for their lives. He replied that this was true. Carl walked along the wall, which said that he should not relax his vigilance. First he needed to check the equipment. The guy thought that if he killed them, he would find out everything about Van with the confession of a dead man. He looked behind the wall and added that he needed more information now, such as how big the gate was, whether the rooms were connected or not. The girl stretched out her hand and asked what he was, that he was crazy. The man explained that it was necessary to consult with them first before opening it. The three of them walked through the labyrinth. The main character noted that the walls are so high, there are many traps. It looks like an ordinary labyrinth gate. There were plants growing on the walls of the labyrinth. The guy noted that they were bigger than he thought, and there were no monsters. The man with glasses stood behind Carl and asked why he didn't tell his thoughts. He replied that even if he did, they would not understand. The girl looked at him and noted that this freak was wrong with him. The main character was looking somewhere ahead. The girl added that she did not like him from the very beginning. An aura stretched from the corridor. The girl continued that Signer, this bastard trusted only him and constantly followed him. The guy thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to find demons in such a labyrinth. A fairy was sitting on his back. She asked what he was up to. He replied that he would reduce the number of sounds and everything would become clear. The girl took the sword in her hands and asked who he was chatting with. Let him go first, and be a meat shield. The guy looked at her and realized that the disguise would not last long. It was better to kill them. The young man stood in front of them. The lady asked that he wanted to try his luck. The man took out a blade and said that everything would be fine with him. His master would no longer protect him. She added that she was so eager to go after him. The guy looked at them menacingly, and stated that they should take care of the guy behind them first. They raised their heads up. Behind them stood a huge mantis. The man slightly opened his mouth in shock and noted that it was a wall mantis. He struck him sharply. He fell to the ground dead. The girl shouted that this was madness. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. He thought that a real horror of labyrinths had finally appeared, a wall mantis, a predator that climbed to the tops of the hierarchies of such gates and used the walls as a trowel. The monster lifted the man's body. The girl exhaled heavily and noted that this idiot froze because of surprise. She held out her sword in front of her and added that she didn't want to, if there was such a wall here. Madame raised her head high and called out to Carl. She sat down slightly and asked what he had done. The girl opened her mouth in anger and said that obviously it was not a wall. She did not know his plan, but it was so easy for him not to fool her. The mantis bit through the man's body. The guy looked up at the wall. He raised his hand and thought that if the wall mantis mistook something for a wall, he would rush at it without hesitation. The corpse of the man was lying on the floor. He added that now he would be able to get information without getting his hands dirty. But there are definitely other praying mantises here. The young man put out his hand and said that they needed to finish quickly, before they ran to the smell of blood. A bandage hung on the girl's face. The protagonist noted that it was Bango, the Witch of Wang's escort. She has an ability, the cause of death. She allows you to know how the target died. If you think about it, she touched all of them before they entered the gate. The man with the scar on his face swung his hand to attack. The protagonist thought that other than that, Wan's ability, the all-seeing eye, the ability, the A-rank ability, which reveals the truth about the target and allows you to predict attacks. The Snow Queen asked what he was going to do. It would not be so easy for him. The man covered his face with a hand of protection. June replied that there was at least some difference. He just had to be a little more careful. A man stood in front of the girl. He noted that as expected, he was gorgeous. Wan held out his hand. The mantis raised its limbs in front of him. The girl put her finger to her temple and reported that the number of demon deaths due to wall mantises was increasing, but all demons were level 90 or higher, which was strange. The man with the scar on his face looked to the side and asked if he was attacking on the sly. Dust flew over the walls of the labyrinth. He added that 23 deaths, that's too much. 6 more corpses were added in a second. Mantises are not so difficult to kill, it's too strange. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that an insect had appeared among them. The guy opened his eyes wide under the paws of the praying mantis. The main character looked somewhere ahead and noted that he thought they were finished. Blood flowed from the mantis's claw. The young man was standing not far from them. He swept past them. The fairy flew over him. He noted that he always wondered if the disguise passed, whether the facial muscles would contract. She added that soon the ice curse would subside, after all. Dust flew through the labyrinths. The protagonist clarified that after about an hour. She replied that they had little time. They needed to dig into their memory. The man raised 2 blades behind June's back, who noted that there was no need to rush so much. He grabbed his neck with his hand. He gritted his teeth from the tension. The guy said that the longer he lived, the more strange abilities he saw. He noted that even Wang could not see him. The young man looked at him. He put his hand on his corpse and thought that was why he was in Wang's squad. It seemed that they understood the situation. The witch stood in front of Hex and said that he was right. Something very strange was going on. He looked at her. She said that they needed to find the survivors. They needed to deal with it before fighting the boss. He replied that it was okay to use the ability, the cards to find them. The guy in the hat was standing next to them. The girl continued that he was next. He replied that it was good if he used the ability of guiding instinct, who could understand where Hex was going. Blood flowed from the mouth of Hex's body. The guy's eyes widened in surprise and thought that the guiding instinct, damn it, had already begun. Too late. Wan put his foot on the corpse's head. He looked at the main character and said that it was surprising. This insect looked so familiar. The main character stood in front of them. He noted that it was very unexpected. The Snow Queen put her hand on the top of his head and said that retreat was impossible now. He was under the curse of ice. How much more was left? He replied that about 50 minutes. The guy in the hat looked at him and clarified that he was targeting them. Why? The guy thought that he was stronger than when he fought Signer. June glanced at everyone and added that with the incomplete acceleration and the curse of the ice, too many variables can borrow the strength of the ice. Wan looked at him and asked what they said. He was under the command of Najit Hallow. It's true, the situation is much better than it was before, so why would he do such a thing? The young man looked at him and did not answer. He continued that he did not seem to intend to answer. He instantly appeared behind his back and said that if so, they would find out for themselves. A fist flew into the guy's face. He thought that it was so fast. He swung his sword. The guy put his sword in front of him for protection. He turned around and thought that he had reacted. Wang's fist hit the sword. He looked at the protagonist and asked if he was really Carl. A lot of blows flew into the protagonist. He slid a few meters on the ground. The guy held on to the sword and noted to himself that it was harder than he expected. It was dangerous to receive a direct blow. Juan looked at him. Bango put her hand on the guy's shoulder. He said that it was his boyfriend. She said that okay, let them leave him to her to play. The young man looked at them from under his brow. The fairy noted that just acceleration would not be enough. He replied that he knew. He raised his sword, and she noted that it was Carl's unique ability. Juan folded his hands and asked again that the battlefield was another world. He had heard about it. He lowered his hands and added that it was always interesting what kind of talent the commander wanted to get. The guy put his hands out in front of him and said that they were going. The young man stood up in a fighting stance and thought to himself that the commander wanted Carl. He needed to read another memory. The magical wolves rushed to attack. Jun stiffly rested his foot on the ground. Juan swung his clenched fist to attack and said that a battlefield that ruled even darkness was useless. With one blow, he defeated all the wolves. The main character watched him carefully. He abruptly flew up to him and said that although he now understood why the commander wanted him so much, with his skill, it would be possible to create a second shadow room. The young man's eyes widened. The Snow Queen noted that there was danger. Juan struck the guy's sword with all his strength. He asked that even the ice. He opened his mouth and eyes wide. The guy swung his other hand for a blow and noted that he could read all his actions and thoughts. The main character flew several meters. He looked at his opponent and thought that acceleration, 30%. The young man instantly counterattacked. He delivered many blows in a short period of time. The protagonist held a sword in front of him. He swung his fist. A fist flew into the jaw of the main character. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Juan looked up and wondered why he had broken through the ceiling with them. He looked at the guy and asked that this was not a battlefield of another world. Wait, The guy looked at him from under his brow. He continued that it was a polymorph spell. He gritted his teeth and thought, surprisingly, he was a spy, but how he used Carl's skill was not his skill. Blood dripped from the young man's mouth. Juan stood in front of him and clarified what was going on. He knew what he knew. Only Carl was able to mimic his skill. He looked at him and added that no one even guessed. But if you think about it, his body would be more useful than Carl's, the ability to control ice and darkness. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked that he was exhausted. He raised his hands in front of him and added that he was beginning to come to his senses. Juan exhaled loudly. He rushed at him and shouted that he would not kill him. The guy looked at him. He instantly attacked him in the jaw with his fist. The information windows reported that the ice curse had been lifted. All skills had been restored. Jun dealt a crushing blow to the guy. His opponent flew to the side. Juan was furious. He watched the protagonist and thought that the guy's hand was faster than his gaze. Another blow flew to him. The warrior was shocked by the damage he received. He swung his fist to strike back. Juan missed because MC was gone. He was behind him. The ground shook suddenly. The guys hit each other in the face. Jun kept a close eye on the enemy. He jumped to the side and drew his blade. The girl looked at the master and asked if he was all right. The enraged guy ordered to kill the boss as soon as possible and clear the gate. He shouted madly that they should immediately begin to carry out the order. The protagonist was enveloped in blue mana, after which he thought that he would apply an acceleration of 15%. He rushed into battle. Juan cried out with a satisfied look that the main character was much more dangerous than Goff. Swinging his fist, he noted that it was even better. The guys collided. They galloped onto the battlefield, inflicting many attacks on each other. Deflecting the blows, Juan noted in his mind that he could see the movements and thoughts of all his opponents. He was furious. Trying to aim at Jun, the guy stressed that he needed to surpass his speed. Ice covered his face. He thought he needed to hold it back longer. Blue energy surrounded the area. The protagonist rushed past him. Juan was badly injured. Blood ran down his face. MC sheathed the blade. He closed his eyes. Behind him, a black bundle of energy struck the opponent. The guy suddenly disappeared. Looking at the monster, the guy said that no matter how big the boss was, a beetle is a bug. Raising his head, the man noted that the guy had sent them forward. The girl with a calm look revealed that they couldn't contact the outside world, so Juan sent them to clear the gate to prepare for all the eventuality. But there was no way he would lose to Guff. The ice shackled the guy. The surprised magic asked if it was ice magic and if there was another boss there. Her hands were frozen. Jun was standing behind her. Looking at her, he asked if they looked like this before. After all, it was indeed an annoying technique. The Ice Queen placed her hands on her hips and noticed that she had said that this technique was very convenient. Sighing, the protagonist said that it was lousy anyway. Cooling significantly reduced mental abilities, risky to use thoughtlessly. The girl flew next to him and said that after all, thanks to him, even the king of the mantis was frozen. MC calmly said that he just needed to deliver the final blow. A dark aura surrounded the ice-clad people. Looking at the orb, The boy asked if his interlocutor knew when he was most worried while going on raids, after which the Ice Queen clarified if it was when the reporters and the crowd were shouting, to which she was told that he was most worried at the moment of receiving the reward. As June examined the orb, he noticed that it was the Wall Mantis Queen core. The surprised girl asked what it was. Smiling, the guy said that it was the core of the Queen of Wall Mantises, after which she stated that monsters leave behind a variety of loot. She was shocked when she heard that she had also left behind a core. The orb disappeared from the protagonist's hands. MC said with a satisfied look that she didn't have to worry, 95 bosses had a core. Puzzled, the Ice Queen replied that after all, when she signed that contract, there was nothing like it. Looking at her, June asked what contract she was talking about, to which he was told that she meant her contract with the floor manager. The surprised girl asked what these memories were. She remembered standing among the Rooney and revealed that when her kingdom fell in ruins, she met the floor administrator. Her eyes shone brightly. Someone was standing in front of her. Looking at the person, the Ice Queen reported that it wasn't a man. It said something about another chance. The girl was examining the creature. Standing in front of the protagonist, she revealed that she could no longer remember, but perhaps if she ate a couple of spirit crystals, she would be able to remember more. Lowering his gaze, MC told her not to strain too much, but to just say if she remembered something, after which he suggested in his mind that she remembered something because of the new spirit level. If the memories come back when the level is raised, you need to give her spirit crystals more often. Holding her face, the girl said she won't eat spirit crystals, she refuses to eat it. They came to the room where the chest stood. June opened the chest, and a message popped up that he had received 100 gold. He took out a book, after which the Ice Queen clarified if it was a skill book, an effect that, when used, turns the user into a shadow that can pass through walls. Examining the item, the protagonist noticed that in other words, it is the skill of wall mantises. The surprised girl said that it could be useful for stealth assassinations or eavesdropping, after which there were reports that the mastery of the advanced skill of the same element, Guardian of Darkness, had been confirmed. He could combine these skills, Guardian of Darkness and Shadow Wall. When merging these skills, the one of higher rank would absorb the effect of the other. Looking down, the guy asked about the fusion of skills. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he read that depending on the effect of the top rank skill, the other would suffer some changes after the fusion, after which he remarked that if he agreed, the Shadow Wall would disappear, but it would be possible to use it through the Dark Guard, and the Ice Queen added that he would not lose anything from the fusion. The guy with a serious look said that he wanted to confirm the merger. A purple aura enveloped him, after which a notification appeared that the skill fusion was complete. He said with a serious look that he wanted to use the Guardian of Darkness. Dark energy hovered around him. Taken aback, the Ice Queen asked why there were no changes. Looking at his hand, June asked him to just wait. A flood of dark mana surrounded him. He suddenly disappeared. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if it really worked. Dark energy moved around the room. Watching this, the girl asked if the contractor was okay, since he himself had become a shadow. The guy came out of the shadows and said that he was more than fine. Looking at his hands, he said that he had already given up hope of getting such a technique. He couldn't even imagine it. But he had managed to get it that way. He was so glad that he wanted to cry. Fog enveloped the mountains. A girl with a drill in her hands tried to break through the ground. MC noticed her. He stood behind and asked what she was doing. Taking off her mask, Sky turned around and asked if he had left any traces of himself there, after which the guy asked what she was doing. The Ice Queen sat on his head while Sky said that she had drilled the gate, wanted to get inside to save him. Looking at the spirit, the girl said that she wanted to study it further. Looking at the fire, she listened to what everyone remembered about the 7 squadrons. June imagined blades sticking out of the ground and told them that the demons were so well trained that they could rival the 6 major guilds in terms of training. Although there were not many demons in each squadron, they were all terribly strong. Monsters appeared in his imagination, after which he reported that it included a squadron of pride, despair, anger, silence, gluttony, laziness, and envy, noting that among the demons, there were 7 leaders. The weapons they had chosen were only for them and served only their squadrons. Juan, the guy he had defeated, belonged to the Pride Squadron. Sitting in front of the fire, Sky asked if each squadron had its own tasks, to which she received the answer that it did, which was probably why he could not learn anything new about the Demon Stones. In 2 months the entire Pride Squadron would head to Port Lane for a joint operation. Looking down, Sky noted that if this happened, it would definitely not be easy to manage. Stretching out his hands to the fire, the protagonist asked if she wanted to go there right now, noting that it would cause much more problems than she thought, to which he received the answer that she would do just that. In 2 months the guy would understand how much less trouble would arise. Looking at the flames, the girl stated that June could do as she saw fit. She was thinking of leaving the Takabe guild, because their guild master had contacted her and wanted to meet. The protagonist asked with a serious look if she was talking to Hyun, and if he could go with her. Looking away, she asked them to relax, because they would just talk. Leaving there, the girl added that she was not Ramadat, she would inform him if she found out something. MC noticed a projection that said he had a new message. Touching the screen, he wondered who it was now. He was surprised. The protagonist imagined the image of a guy who wrote that it was Kim, and then asked if they could meet if it would not be a problem for him, because he needed help. Standing in front of the projection, June asked if it was the Holy Blade Kim himself. The fire went out. Sitting on a log, he wondered if his interlocutor was pretending and why the Holy Blade needed his help. The guy with the calm look said that if he was still a gloomy ghost, he was just June now, after which he clarified whether he should ask for photo confirmation. Touching the screen, the protagonist noticed that something had come to him. He saw the photo and said that it was true Kim. He even engraved it on the wall with a sword. He writes wonderfully, but the selfie needs to be worked on. He looked at the sleeping spirit, and then wrote a message asking why he had contacted him. Looking at the screen, MC waited for an answer. He was surprised when, after a long time, he received an answer. Looking at Kim's photo, the guy read that if possible, they should meet in person. June made his way through the snow-capped mountains. Holding on to his jacket, he revealed that they are in the snowy region of Brahma. Thanks to its C-rank resistance to cold, it is not as cold as it could be. Sitting under the guy's jacket, the spirit said that she was cold, to which she received the answer that she should not lie, because she was the spirit of ice. They came to the building. June knocked on the door. Crossing his arms, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning around, Kim assumed that they were cold because they had a long journey, and then asked them to enter. Looking at the fireplace, the guy said that he would explain why he contacted him. Sitting across from him, he asked if the player knew about dwarves, to which he was told that he had never seen them, but had heard of them. The surprised protagonist listened to the fact that they now live in the gorges of Brahma, after which he suggested that even if it was a cave, it must be very cold there. Kim said with a serious look that the walls of the cave would not save them, but their technology was quite possible, after which he clarified whether June knew about the habits of dwarves. Looking at the map, the guy said that they are aggressive, love to drink and are very stubborn. Imagining the mountainous terrain, MC remarked that he only knew that they could migrate in tribes from time to time, after which he heard that it was true, they migrated en masse every century, and now it was this moment, and the icy Hamel Gorge, their new place. Adjusting his jacket, Kim noted that he had helped with this task, but the problem turned out to be in the place of relocation. It turned into a gate. The protagonist, with a calm look, stated that he thought that the Yo Blade could deal with most creatures alone. The player imagined a monster, and told him that the problem was the spirit witch, the spirit of the snowy plains, who was the boss, and the frost did not allow him to get close, after which June mentally noted that his resistance to cold was just that, but it was only C rank. Smiling, the guy noticed that if the protagonist borrowed the power, then the dwarves and he would help him in any way possible. Surprised, the Ice Queen told the contractor to ask for the rights to the reward from the Ice Witch. Watching them, Kim said that he would not take the reward for the fight, after which he said that he learned a little from the elves to communicate with spirits. He listened with a satisfied look that his spiritual level did not seem small at all, and then thanked him for the compliment. The puzzled girl said that it seemed strange, but a person should learn to talk politely. The guys moved through the snowy terrain. Turning around, Kim asked if the speed was normal, noting that he hoped it wasn't too fast for the protagonist. June looked at him and replied that he could do it faster. Squinting, the guy said that the protagonist, as always, exceeds his expectations, then he will gradually speed up. He suddenly jumped up and announced that they would arrive in a day. MC said with a satisfied look that it would be a good workout. Blue energy enveloped him as he applied a 20% boost. He suddenly caught up with his companion. The man was moving through the dungeon. He shattered the stone with one kick and said that there was not a single trace there. As he surveyed the ground, the stranger heard a voice that asked where the survivors were. Taking a step forward, he said that he did not feel the slightest presence, as if everyone had been slaughtered, as if someone wanted to remain undiscovered at all costs. Sighing, he listened to the question of whether there was a high-ranking player next to the gate, after which he said that this was not the case, they had calculated everything on purpose. As he squatted, he assumed that they had missed some of Kim's or Brian's movements. Looking at the wall, the man said that the whereabouts of Sky, this girl, were still unknown, but the 5 heroes were just a relic of the past. He listened with glowing eyes as the leader said that he, who had never met them, could not judge them. If the investigation was over, then he should return immediately without any nonsense. Sticking out his tongue, the stranger replied that his body was eager to act. Maybe he would play with someone on the way back. Looking around the settlement, the guy said that they had arrived. This is the residence of the dwarves of the White Anvil tribe, Del Ace. Looking back, he asked if June had said that he had never seen them, to which he received a positive response. Inspecting the buildings, the protagonist revealed that he was not sure what their village should look like before the gate opened. He had only seen it in the movies. He noticed the children at the fountain and wondered what dwarves were really supposed to look like. As he walked beside them, MC wondered that they were dwarven children, but there were no adults in sight. He took out a lollipop and came to the conclusion that he needed to leave a good impression. The boy glanced at the candy. Looking up, he turned to Kim. June was shocked by the question of who this imperfect guy was who looked so much like Kim. The girl grinned and noted that she thought he was cute. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Smiling, the boy asked him to look at his face. Standing behind, Kim asked to be allowed to introduce them. They were Graham Gulder, the chief of the White Anvil tribe. Imagining dwarves in a different guise, the guy thought that they had no beard and hair. These were just stereotypes from the movies. With his arms crossed, the boy listened that he would be 250 this year. The guys were moving along the gorge. MC looked around. The Ice Queen was shivering from the cold. Kim raised his head. A monster appeared in front of them. June remembered sitting in front of Graham, who had told him that many people knew what elves and orcs looked like, but few knew what they looked like, dwarves. No matter how many years he had lived in this world, his appearance would continue to be the same as that of a human child, and only one point was true in the description given to them in their world. The guy with an interested look asked if he was talking about his skill. Closing his eyes, the dwarf replied that it was true. They dwarves lived in a land filled with good energy, and were engaged in building blast furnaces and building kingdoms. Imagining the settlement, Graham said that he was born and raised in this place called Del Ice. But unfortunately, the energy of the earth faded, so they had to move to a new place. But after the completion of the construction in the Hamel Gorge, a banshee, called the Ice Witch, settled there. Standing over it, Kim asked to defeat the Ice Witch, but the protagonist must avoid harming the environment, which is why he failed. Dwarf held his chin and stressed that they didn't know much either, but instead of information, they could produce the things they needed to protect themselves from the cold. Sitting at the table, he added that if Kim was confident, then he had the appropriate abilities, so he asked for a favor to return their new home. Smiling, Graham emphasized the fact that if MC returned after completing the task, then they would forge dwarven weapons. The young man said with a serious look that although he could not say with certainty whether he would cope or not, he would still retake the Hamel Gorge. Kim stopped and said it was a yeti. With a calm look, June asked what his friend was going to do. The player drew his blade. He attacked the monster. The protagonist was watching him closely. Swinging his blade, the guy struck the yeti. There were splashes of blood on the rock. The guy was surprised. Kim looked at him and said that everything was ready and they could go. Following him, the main character listened that if they went forward a little more, they would come to the dwarf canyon. He turned to his companion with a serious look. Looking around the rocks, June said that starting from there, he had to go alone. Stepping forward, he asked if the guy was saying that the Hamel Gorge was somewhere in this blizzard. Smiling, he thanked him for showing him the way. The protagonist began to move on alone. Steam was coming out of his mouth. He opened the gates. MC looked up. Looking around the buildings, he said that they were the icy Hamel Gorge, the new Del Ice. Looking at the Ice Queen that was covered in ice, he asked if there was a murderous atmosphere in the dungeon. She flew up to him and said that she had thought she was going to die of cold, to which she was told that she could not believe that the cold-loving Ice Queen would say such a thing. Spirits flew over them and asked them not to come. The girl pulled his shoulder and asked if everything would be fine, noting that if he was scared then it was okay, he could just go back. He hit the object on a stone and said that he was not afraid at all. June tossed a smoke bomb that emitted a glow. A smoke bomb pierced the wall. While observing the ghosts, the spirit asked if the contractor knew what the banshee's creature was, after which MC revealed that it was a weeping ghost and a harbinger of death. He listened with a serious look that it was true. There was a saying that if he heard her weeping, he would most likely die. Usually vengeful spirits who survived an unjust death became banshees and looked for someone to listen to them. The protagonist was looking at the settlement. Going down the stairs, he stated that he had been told that the local banshee was a ghost that had been around for several hundred years. Moving on, he added that fortunately, it was not a difficult opponent. The Guardians of Darkness were good at eating spirits, so it was easiest for him to deal with them. Puzzled, the Ice Queen asked what her interlocutor planned to do, because she could feel the ghost energy from there. Frowning, June emphasized the fact that he would destroy the first person who appeared in front of him. He glanced in the direction from which the voices came that he should not come, and if he did, he would die. The monster appeared before him. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that their opponent was a spirit body, so the Ice Queen should not waste his spiritual force as she pleased. The furious banshee screamed that she had kept telling them not to come. The spirit flew aside. The guy rushed into battle with the idea that the attribute of darkness ignores everything and attacks the target directly. He grabbed the witch by the head. The protagonist knocked down the monster and noticed that both the banshees and the souls were like scribbles on a board, which could be erased with just a glance of darkness. Ghosts watched the battle. Banshee calmly asked why her opponent was not freezing. Holding her back, June said that he was just sick and tired of getting cold. Looking at her, he asked the Ice Witch to let go of all her regrets and go to heaven in peace. The monster was suddenly surprised. Lying on the ground, the ghost said that the Ice Witch was not her. Logs were burning in the fireplace. Shivering from the cold, the girl asked her sister when her mother and father would come. Their eldest sister hugged them and replied that they would be coming very soon. The wind was blowing around the building. Looking at the fire, the girl listened to the question of whether mom and dad had fallen into the hands of the Ice Witch, having lost their way. Smiling, she said that this was not so, they just had a lot of visitors today, so they lingered, after which she offered to wait for them a little longer. Closing her eyes, the girl noticed that her eyes were sticking together. Sitting under the blanket, her sister said that it was impossible to sleep. When mom and dad returned, they would all have to have dinner together. With an exhausted look, she repeated that it was impossible to sleep. Her eyes closed. The light was shining through the shutters. The girl paid attention to this. Morning came. With a puzzled look, she asked if it was her mother. The girl looked at the door. The stranger began to cry and clarified why they were so late, and why they came so late. Someone opened the door. The girl was horrified by what she saw. June touched the spirit's head. The Ice Queen looked at her, and told her that it turned out that the witch was somewhere else. She was so focused on something that she needed her own double. Flying over the banshee, she claimed that in order to make this kind of bait, she had harmed this child and his family, put an ice curse on him, turned ordinary people into ghosts, and used them as bait for more than 100 years. The protagonist furrowed his brows as he listened to her. The spirit looked at the ceiling and called to Mom and Dad. Ghosts flew next to her and asked her sister not to cry. Looking up, MC glanced at the girl who was saying that at such moments, it was worth making the most rational decisions possible, since it was a witch who had cast an ice curse for such a long time, and then said that although she was indeed strong, she was still not as powerful as the master of the magic tower. Looking at Ghosts, he emphasized the fact that he was confident in his abilities. A blue aura hovered around the demon. She poured liquid into the cauldron. Holding the vial in front of her, the monster announced that they were starting the 3189th experiment. This time she had drastically increased the proportion of zinc. After dousing the skeleton with a potion, the ice witch said that she would soon be able to restore her lost life force. Her face was serious. Observing how the skeleton began to cover the flesh, she noted that this was a failure. The experiment required more vitality. Glancing at the goblins, she ordered the first group to dispose of the defective item and clean their workplace. The witch added with a calm look that she needed more test subjects, so the second group should go and get consumables. If they didn't hurry, she would use the group that would finish the assigned work later as consumables. The goblins were frightened. They ran away from her. The monster sat on the throne. Looking at the photo, she clarified how many times she had already failed since becoming an immortal mage and lich. She had even given up trying to keep score. The lich with glowing eyes noticed that she wanted everything back. Looking at the ice flows, she added that she wants to regain her sense of touch, taste, pain, and even the sound of a beating heart. She wants to become human again at least once. Approaching the cave, the protagonist assumed that it was a witch's dungeon. Standing behind the banshee, she asked what June intended to do when she met the witch, to which she received the answer that he must put all souls to rest. He added with a serious look that both she and her younger brother and sister should be retired. After all, they had been locked in this world for hundreds of years. The puzzled girl asked if MC was sure he could handle it, after which he asked her to hide behind a snowstorm with her younger brother and sister. Steam was coming out of the guy's mouth as he said that they shouldn't be sucked into what would start from now on. Snapping his fingers, dark energy began to emanate from him. Streams of mana began to bind the goblins. The pillars in the cave were shrouded in an aura. June, with glowing eyes, noted that he wanted to use shadow gravity. The cave began to collapse. The surprised witch said that this could not be. In several hundred years this had never happened. The goblins began to fall into the abyss. The enraged witch shouted for all the guards to head for the exit. The monsters rushed into battle. The protagonist stretched out his hand. Dark mana enveloped the werewolf. The creature suddenly disappeared. Raising his hand, June asked him to stop sending his henchmen and get out on his own. His face was serious. The black energy struck all the monsters. A collapse began in the dungeon. The lich's eyes shone in the darkness. The enraged witch loudly asked how dare he. Watching her, the guy replied that she had finally come out of the shadows. The monster stood in front of him. Frowning, she asked how he had broken through the banshees and infiltrated them. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist applied shadow gravity. The witch watched him furiously. A stream of purple mana flew beside her. Raising her head, the witch noticed her notes. She watched them closely. Examining the papers, the lich reported that these were her research notes, and she cried out with an enraged face that these were her efforts, which in the future were to become the world's property. Flying over the ground, she summoned the Vanitas Legion and asked if MC realized what he had just done. A horde of monsters stood in front of the guy while the witch said that hundreds of years ago, people feared and revered her strength. They were certainly not given to understand her grandiose ambitions. Even her master did not understand her. The protagonist held the blade in front of him. A powerful sound sounded, and the lich said that today she would follow the will of fate. It was time to say goodbye to the canyon. Standing next to the dragon, she noted that it was time to return to the world with her head held high. Swinging his blade, June sliced through the monsters. Gritting her teeth, the witch said that she would show everyone who was right and who was wrong. Folding her arms, the banshee said that he had to run. There was no way he could defeat the ice witch. The spirit with a calm look asked not to be cowardly, because they are not the ones who should be afraid now. Standing on top of the dragon, the lich said that no matter how hard they tried to stop her, the witch began to scream that she would eventually overcome death. Ice flows began to scatter to the sides. Turning around, the guy was taken aback by what he saw. He frowned when he heard the voice of the spirit. The Ice Queen was flying in front of him. Holding her hands in front of her, she stated that this time she could not silently watch someone do evil with the power of cold. After all, she was The one who freezes the world. After which she asked in whose direction the monster dared to throw this dirty piece of ice. The spirit created horses from ice. Surprised, the witch wondered if she had blocked this attack. She was attacked while she said there was no reason for hostility towards her. Turning around, the Ice Queen shouted that the contractor could now join the fight. The puzzled guy said that her eyes turned out to be blue. Armor appeared on his body. He rushed into battle. The monsters were watching him. The protagonist's face was furious. He raced past the monsters. A dark flow of energy struck the witch. With a blank look, she asked if he was more outstanding than she was in terms of efficiency. Light shone through the shutters. The banshee's face turned red. She hugged her brother and sister and asked if it was the Ice Witch. The door began to open. The upset girl said that they were wrong and she was begging for mercy. The witch should only punish her and not make a banshee out of her brother and sister. The door handle turned. Sunlight fell on her. Her parents appeared in front of her and said that they were a little late because her father decided to sell all the tiger skins. As an apology for being late, they bought sweet rolls. Smiling, the tear-stained girl clarified why they were so late. The man hugged her with the words that Dad was very guilty. Sitting on the ground, MC asked if the souls of those children had flown to heaven, to which he received the answer that the Ice Queen did not know anything, after which he added that one way or another, he hoped that they were happy. The young man touched the girl's body. The queen offered to go back now, but the guy asked to wait, because he had to do one thing first, because earlier the Ice Witch said something strange. The spirit hid her hands behind her back, clarifying about the important. The hero explained that she was focused on the battle, so, apparently, she did not hear. June stared down as he continued to talk about how she had suddenly mentioned them, confessions of a dead man. The girl's face shone with a magical light. The woman was pouring the potion into the vat when someone asked if she was alone in such a place. A rose was visible on his jacket. The man told that he was pleased to meet the Ice Witch. After being asked who he was, the guy grabbed his top hat, apologized for such a sudden visit, and began to talk about his name. The witch frowned as she looked at him, clarified that she hadn't asked his name. The woman put her hand forward, shouting and asking how a man dared to set his foot in this place, ordering him to get out of here. The man's eye burned red when he said that it was very difficult. He explained that he had thought to confine himself to a very light conversation. Chunks of ice rushed forward. Someone put his hands in his pockets, magically blocking the woman's attack, saying that if only she hadn't released the thorns herself. The Ice Witch stared at the scene in surprise. The young guy took off his hat, winked, said that he was a sorcerer who was looking for monsters like her, and that he was a member of the Demon Association, one of the 9 heavens, the 5th to ascend to heaven, Isaac. The queen put her hands to her mouth, asking about the 9 heavens. The main character replied that he could not believe that he had managed to see Isaac from the 9 heavens, about whom he had only heard rumors. The spirit clarified that he was also seeing him for the first time. The Ice Queen watched him attentively, listening to him that this was the personal information of occultists who considered themselves to be classified by the 9 heavens, and asked what in this case, who and how called these people the 9 heavens. The guy climbed onto the concrete slab, sharing what he had heard about it from Taku, and if he explained, it would take a long time. The queen clarified that she had a lot of it, and she would listen to the hero. A cave was shown when June began to talk about how although every person on Earth knows it today, the name 9 heavens came into circulation not so long ago. The young man lowered his head, saying that the first person who called himself Heaven was an occultist, and this happened 11 years ago. The young man smiled broadly, crossed his arms. The hero explained that he had declared himself to the world, calling himself the sky. The spirit suggested that, probably, everyone treated him like a weirdo. June replied that he looked like a crazy idiot. The silhouette of the guys is depicted, who laughed, focusing on another person. The young man told that everyone he met laughed at him. The queen asked about the fact that this occultist silently endured ridicule. An unknown man in a hood walked away, after explaining that he had killed everyone. The wounded young man lay gritting his teeth, talking about how it was a shocking debut, although up to the level of the Big Six. The hero said that although he was not up to the level of the Big Six, he was still able to separate single-handedly from the elite troops of the large guilds. He watched as the man in front of him stamped his foot. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing that from the top of the mountain of corpses, which he himself had erected, specifying, the face of the unknown person was stained with blood as he began to speak. He was smiling, saying that he was a heavenly demon. The hero was talking about how he was the main demon association at that time, and this was the first appearance of heaven. The demon towered on the rock in front of the other demons. June said that this shocking news was enough to excite people. The occultists began to rampage on the 1st and 2nd floors. The man smiled when it was said that in the midst of this era of demonism, new methods had become necessary for players. People flew away from the use of magic. He explained that the symbol that could compete with the heavenly demon, such people were the Thunder Emperor of the 2nd heaven. The suited guy looked away as he continued to talk about the ferocious ghost from the Tokibi Guild, and the silent moon holy blade. The young man held out his sword in front of him as it was said that in order to keep the heavenly demon under control, 8 more heavens were filled, and 9 heavens appeared. The man walked towards the building when it was said that 5 years ago, a celestial demon appeared in the capital of the Ruben Empire. He smiled, telling Citron that this was where his journey began. The girl asked if everything would be fine if he went alone. She turned back, listening to the question of whether she would make it. After all, these were the new elite troops of the Big Six. In the back, a crowd of young men with weapons were next to the knight. The girl explained that as soon as she finished, she would follow her. The demon appreciated this as a wonderful mood. The guys were shown from above when someone said that this bastard was fearless. The man frowned, addressing the guest, why he came here, saying that no one was happy here. He replied that that was why he came here. The celestial demon closed one eye, telling that he wanted to prove his existence to the whole world, the value of the first heaven. Kim grabbed his sword, shouting about Memento Mori, activating an explosive flow of energy. The demon smiled as a red orb lit up in his hand, saying that it wasn't too much. He swung the energy ball around, adding about the heavens. The sword master clenched his teeth as he tried to fend off the attack. The guy dodged when an explosion occurred behind him. The young people's eyes lit up with different colors. The dishes fell to the floor. The three characters rushed to attack the demon, saying that on that day, the Thunder Emperor Hak, Hyun, and Kim clashed with a celestial demon. The man delivered a precise blow to the head, emitting energy. It was explained that if the level of the heavenly demon was even one step higher, then all the heavens would be shattered on that day. The young man lowered his head as he listened to the question of what had become of the heavenly demon. The guys were smiling as they raised their mugs. It was said that the celestial demon's subordinate Valencia Citron had single-handedly defeated the elite players and disappeared along with the injured heavenly demon. Fireworks flew over the settlement. It was said that it was also recognized by the sky. The guy silently looked down, thinking about how the duel and the proof. As a result, the heavenly demon had achieved his goal and disappeared. The young man looked straight ahead. He crossed his arms as he stood beside the Ice Queen. The young man remained silent, thinking about how the exhausted members of the Nine Heavens couldn't stop the heavenly demon from disappearing. He had an object in his hand as he reasoned about how they had missed the chance. A notification has appeared for the reward for the quest, Frozen Heart. June stared at the artifact, thinking that the reason why the heavenly demon was silent now wasn't because he was healing his wounds. Those wounds had long since been healed. The scoundrel laughed, saying that it was great, and he too would join in their amusement called the Nine Heavens. The demon was smiling, spreading his arms to the sides, stating that when he returned, it would be much more fun than today, and would give 6 years to try to stop him. The guy looked down, realizing that he was striving for the top of the world, rising to a higher level. The young man sat on the fence as he reasoned that this was the reason he had to become stronger, because the world could be destroyed by one person. The Ice Queen was snacking while sitting on the floor. Kim stood behind the hero, asking if he had thought about what kind of weapon he wanted to ask the dwarves. The guy replied that he had several ideas. They never said that they would make one weapon. The sword master smiled, confirming that he was indeed a very interesting person, as expected, and hoped that he would quickly go up to the 3rd floor. The young man smirked in response, asking that since they were talking about it, maybe he could share information about the conditions necessary to move to the 3rd floor. June clutched the back of his head, hearing that even if he wanted to tell, he still couldn't do it. When he was asked if he knew about the Cave of Trials, he replied that he understood him. Kim stared with interest, noting what exactly this could say, explaining that he and the Silent Moon Guild assumed that there would be a floor master on each odd floor. The queen was chewing food when the main character thought about the master of the floor. A girl was shown as he chased away the thoughts in his head that the Ice Queen was the final boss on the 1st floor. The guy held his chin, wondering if that meant there wasn't a final boss on the 2nd floor. Then what were the conditions for moving to the 3rd? Kim pointed his finger at the hero, saying that it would not be so difficult. In fact, there are many people who have fulfilled the conditions for moving to the 3rd floor. However, due to the nature of the environment, they were unable to start active activities, clarifying that he still has the end of the horizon that he received last time, isn't it? June looked at him with incomprehension, answering that there was. He heard that in this case he needed to visit Duke Schubert once. The sword master closed his eyes, saying that it was one of the 2 largest mountain ranges in the empire, and when would he be there? It was reported that a new legal notification had been registered. June looked down, wondering about the official notification. The message said that the administrator of the 2nd floor of Reiji declares that the store will open in a week, so let him decide for himself whether to come or not. The guy looked carefully, saying that it was not so urgent. 2 characters were scrolling through the system window. The main character, saying that he saw an official notification for the first time, asked why he had such a manner of speech. Kim replied that it was just such a character of the administrator, clarifying that the store was opening soon, whether he had enough PP. The young man smiled, clicking on the message window, said that he was about to look. He had a little more than 80,000 points. The interlocutor noticed that this was not enough. He should have at least 200,000 points. The guy asked again in surprise. The sword master was sitting opposite, explaining that there were a lot of valuable items in the store that would require so many points to acquire. In his case, he uploaded videos of his activities to the guild and received the distribution of the so-called PP profits, wondering that earning points alone must be a difficult matter, right? The Ice Queen continued to eat when the young man, noting that he was right, clarified if there was any good way to replenish the RR. The sword master looked at his wristwatch, saying that it was necessary to periodically check the bulletin board in the community section, and it was also useful to look around from time to time. June touched his chin, asking about the bulletin board. Kim said that since he had free time, he advised him to start with the bulletin board, and it was time for him to go. The queen raised her head, holding the food in her hands, listening to how time had passed so quickly, and he had done a good job. The sword master stood on the railing, replying that he had done a brilliant job, not him, and if he had been in his place, he would have simply cut the banshee. Kim stood looking at the fireworks, standing on the fence. The sword master turned around, saying that there was something else, asked if he could switch to you in the future, since they have an age difference of only a few years. June closed his eyes, saying that he didn't mind and thinking about how he was about the same age as his father. The guy put his hand on his belt as he watched the sword master jump down, using the sky-crossing sword to grab the weapon. The young man and the Ice Queen stared at the bright flash. Graham put his hands on the table, telling June to listen to him, clarifying what he was saying now, so that they should do all this. The guy smiled, confirming, asked about what would not work. The boy closed his eyes as he heard that the hero should put away the few daggers he had added to the list last, and replied that when he was making a sword for Kim, he had called him a dwarven ripping brat bastard. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek when he heard that the real bloodsucker turned out to be someone else. Graham, without opening his eyes, asked if everyone had a good time at the festival. Hearing the answer that yes, he added that in this case it was time for them to get to work and light the fire. There was more flame in the stove, to the exclamations that they were kindling a fire. The boy swung his hammer, preparing to strike. He clicked on the button in the system notification, explained that while he was waiting, it might be worth checking the bulletin board. A notification appeared that 500 RR was spent for opening the bulletin board. The Ice Queen grabbed the guy's hair, wondering if it was too expensive. He replied that even if it was expensive, there was nothing to be done. The spirit put her hand on the guy's shoulder, asked if it was possible to just check the bulletin board, and received an affirmative answer that it was impossible. The hero closed his eyes, starting to move. He was among players with different levels. June looked away in surprise, said that it was the same. The young man closed his eyes, saying that in a word, it was a duel. The queen asked. Silhouettes of people with glowing eyes were depicted. The guy talked about the fact that there is a function to hide one's appearance, as well as a challenge system where you can get more PP, challenging players of a higher level. The Ice Queen was surprised to hear him say that there was even a rating. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that it is safe to say that there are those who do nothing but challenge others to earn PP. He pondered that if he needed to score at least 200,000 points. An unknown guy was kneading his fists, saying that he was doing everyone with one left. It was even interesting. A message appeared that a new enemy had been picked up. The notice stated that it was an unknown level 76. The man smiled, wondering if this was not the same friend who had only hunted before, who had first looked here for the light. Letters in fire were shown as the player exclaimed to go to the daddy for free PPs. A splash screen of 2 players appeared. The notification stated about the battlefield of the Khan River. In front of the enemy, who smirked that he was hiding his profile, the silhouette of the main character appeared. The fighter was smiling as he reasoned that he was cute, and very cute, even with a high level. Users who don't know a damn thing except their hunting, once here, face a lack of skill in one-on-one combat. The scoundrel took out a knife, realizing that this was a real battle. The hero stared at him silently. A countdown appeared. The opponent stood on his tiptoes, thinking that although it would hurt, he would kill him. The man pushed himself off the ground, apologizing to the dueling mob. The guy flew into the attack, gritting his teeth. He stopped abruptly when he saw something in front of him. A dark silhouette stared with bright eyes opposite. The fighter has launched his weapon forward. He understands that he will properly demand RR. The guy dodged the first blow with the blade. The villain fell to the ground as the path began to collapse. In the system message, there was a question that maybe there is some hack in the selection of opponents. An anonymous user replied that he was confused that he lost the second the fight began. Against the background of the sign and the dead player, there were questions about whether he did not strike at the speed of light. Offering to look at his profile, he is a member of the guild and he has level 102. He was asked if he was joking. Another player is shown falling with blood from his mouth. When he explained that he also lost as soon as the signal to start the fight sounded. These are the abilities of that gentleman. The tip of the weapon reflected the light. When someone asked about that kid using a sword, someone said that he thought it was a spear. Users continued to discuss that he was also out from a spear strike. The message discussed that the man wielded a halberd, not a spear. The guy put the weapon on his shoulder when someone explained that it didn't matter if it was a spear or a halberd, the result was the same. The young man was brandishing a knife when someone asked that he wasn't using daggers. The guy was loading the bow when they were discussing the fact that he had pierced someone's head with an arrow. June jumped with a shield when the user noted that he was level 117, but he passed out from a couple of shield hits. And how is this even possible? The question was that the game was hacked, and how many weapons he had in his arsenal. The notification told everyone to send an email to the administrator, even if the rest could be ignored, but this issue should not be ignored. The man, screaming, swung his weapon in flight. He struck a blow from which the enemy dodged. The young man smiled, noticing that he was good at wielding a spear. The opponent clenched his teeth, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. The man began to attack, wondering how he knew that his weapon was a spear, the star spear of the galaxy. Whirlwinds of energy rushed towards the guy. The hero fired a pistol, saying that there is one gap. June reloaded the magazine, talked about the fact that 80,000 points had been earned. He blew on the barrel of his gun, realizing that it was more difficult to accumulate glasses than he had thought. A message appeared that he had won and returned to the waiting room. The hero was lying cross-legged talking about how people now rarely responded to the call to a duel. The queen noticed that there were even rumors that he was using illegal programs. The guy said that he wanted to collect at least 500,000 points. The Ice Queen held the cup in her hands, knowing that he had nevertheless accumulated a lot in such a short period of time, wondering how much was on the account of the one who had accumulated the most points. June, smiling, closed his eyes, assuming 10 million, maybe more than a billion. The message about Reiji was that they should see each other. The main character put his hands behind his head, looking inquiringly at the notification window. The spirit clarified that Reiji was not the administrator of the second floor. They teleported. The guy asked questions about what was going on, and whether he had done something wrong. June appeared abruptly elsewhere. The hero scratched his head, seeing messages that the administrator needs to get to work, and shouldn't the hacking problem be solved? Another message said that they have a hack used here, and the administrator is sleeping. This is generally normal. There was a toy bear lying on the floor. A notification appeared that he had ordered guild members to send 100 letters every day until he solved the hacking problem, and it was said that he was blocked. The girl touched his chin, asking who he was, and what he even thought of himself in order to send her 100 letters a day. She clarified that even if she received a bunch of emails, she would just run a macro. The guy looked at him in disbelief, replying that yes, he was reasoning that this man was Reiji, and he should be careful. The finger of the black hand called him to it. The queen sighed, asking why they should come closer. The girl looked at the hero, saying that, as he had already noticed, she was an extremely calm person, but her superiors asked her for a detailed report. So now the work is through the roof. She put one foot on the other, saying that she would do a little check, so she had to wait a bit. The young man wondered if she should have called herself lazy instead of Reiji. The lady pointed her finger, realizing that the name June was not a pseudonym, originally from South Korea, looking with her eyes for where the year of birth was. The guy lowered his eyes, listening to what the hell it was. She wondered if he was really 50. Reiji placed her hand on her face, looking at the fact that the Earthlings had already greatly improved their cosmetic technology. And a special note, this was an attack on the master of the floor on the first floor 26 years ago. The girl stared in surprise at the system window, asking for a second. The lady wondered that he was the same gloomy ghost. The queen clenched her teeth, saying that she could not believe that she did not immediately recognize him. Reiji leaned on the bed, exclaiming about what he looked like. The Ice Queen got close to the ear of the main character when she talked about how she was lazy, so she didn't even try to look for him, the 5 heroes, specifying that tiny baby, the Ice Queen. Turns out, the spirit asked a question about how it is possible to be so tactless. The queen hung around his neck as they listened to what she called a grim ghost and an Ice Queen, and she didn't know about the other administrators, but she still believed in them. Reiji clenched her teeth, saying that they should get to the 10th floor and send her to retirement. The hero in her head began to understand what her true intentions were. The girl stated that there were no more investigations and checks, because everything was sick and tired. The slipper flew to the side when the girl said that she needed to stop, because now was not the time for this. Reiji winked, saying that she was thinking she had taken up too much of the gloomy ghost time, and as an apology, the older sister would give him a reward. When the girl pointed her finger at them, the young man clarified about the award. The administrator came closer, answering that the store would be open soon, and let him just accumulate 800,000 points. The hero asked questioningly. The girl's eyes lit up when she asked for the word that he would save the necessary amount, collect and do it. The young man smiled, said that he would try. She replied that it was excellent, wonderful. The Ice Queen crossed her arms when she heard the reasoning that somehow he was doing it for his own good, wasn't he? A building was depicted when Reiji noticed that the spirit was impenetrable, so stubborn. Khan looked back, drawing water, heard that he wasn't the one who used the hack. No, the administrator sent an official letter that there was no hack. One young man looked at the monitor of another, asked if it was serious, reasoned about what was happening. He won a series of victories in the challenge system. Relying on his skills, the interlocutor noticed that it seemed that he was not interested in fighting with those who had a lower level than himself. The girl clarified what was going on here. The young guy turned around, specifying that she had grown up a little yesterday. The lady smiled, closing her eyes, explaining that, on the contrary, she had become shorter. Asking if it was possible to take a couple of centimeters from them, she received the answer that it was impossible. The silhouette of the hero was shown on the monitor. When the girl asked again about what kind of talk about duels was there, the guy noted that the princess also once went crazy about these fights. One newcomer appeared and tears everyone like an ace heating pad. She was surprised to come closer after hearing that he had been winning since day one. So many people began to suspect that there was some kind of hack going on, and now he had even beaten a level 120 player. The game city was shown when they asked the question that the hero has only 76 level, and isn't it amazing, he is excellent at all types of weapons. At the moment he has 27 wins and not a single defeat. Kone's eyes widened, silently watching. She clarified what his nickname was. Energy spilled out of the girl's back. It was said that here comes a new challenger. The silhouette of the guy could be seen against the background of the northern lights, next to the penguins. When the command appeared that the battle was beginning, the girl looked ahead in surprise, reasoning that the man in honor was the 76 rookie rumored about. The hero pressed the sword to his chest as the lady wondered what was going on. She didn't hear the sound of the sword being unsheathed, asking if it was definitely level 76. A flash of energy occurred to the side. Khan smiled, thinking that it was magnificent. To begin with, it was worth noting that he had a light body. Flames appeared under the girl's feet. She put her hands in her pockets, looking at the fire. The lady looked up, realizing that he was just too fast. She continued to think that even though he was her Hube, she had no intention of giving in to him. The young man sliced through the flames with a sword strike. Kone wondered what was attacking head-on. The girl stared through the flames, thinking that this was a beautiful sword line. She opened her eyes wide. The blade cut through the fire. The lady held out her hand, asking herself if she should dodge. The blade sliced through the flames as the cries of invincible fire could be heard. Khan slammed into the ground, trying to stay on her feet against his attack. She was on one knee, reasoning that the opponent only had a 76 level and couldn't lose so easily. Suddenly, a sword point appeared on her nose. The main character stood, pointing a sword at the girl. She asked herself that such a pitiful death awaited her. Jun silently raised his weapon. The lady opened her mouth and stared at him, wondering if it was. The guy looked away as she wondered if he was giving in to her. Khan gritted her teeth, chasing away the thoughts that no, she was the head of the Takabe guild department. The girl gathered her hair in a bun, saying that she had made a mistake when addressing her younger friend. Flames appeared behind the girl's back. She stood up, saying that from now on, she would fight properly. The hero silently looked in her direction. She frowned, saying that she would give her best. The lady ran to attack, using the flames. Jun dodged the fiery blow of the enemy. There were explosions in front of her, to which she was in a hurry. The silhouette of a young man was visible in the fire. Khan angrily launched a fireball into his face. He closed his eyes from the bright light. The young man swung his sword, deflecting the lady's attack. Kone swung her legs, throwing punches as the guy tried to dodge each one. The hero was calm, avoiding a kick to the face. The girl clenched her teeth in anger as she looked at her opponent. Her kick was aimed clearly at the head. The main character leaned back, trying to dodge by crouching. He grabbed her leg without difficulty. Jun realized something. Fiery blows flew from everywhere, heading towards the guy. The guy jumped up, trying to dodge. Kone watched the scene intently. The young man looked at her calmly. The opponents hit each other in the legs in mid-flight. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, wondering if the technique was the same. The sword stuck in the ground. Jun flew to the side as Khan slammed her face on the ground. She was angry, pointing her finger in his direction. The young man was smashing fire attacks with his sword. Cutting through the flames, he swung his weapon at the lady. His sword stopped at the head. The girl, who clenched her teeth, thinking that this man did not look like a genius. Flames flew to the sides as she realized that he was exactly the same monster as Hyun and Kim, wondering if he happened to know a dark ghost. Khan's face was beaded with beads of sweat as she asked questions about how he couldn't help but know him. This was the player she respected the most. The hero's eyes lit up when he noticed that this was the reason why their fighting styles were similar. He twisted the sword in his hand, saying that when attacking with an attribute-based skill, it was better not to think about defense, because her body would become stiff. Jun sheathed her sword, saying that if she was afraid of being hit, she should make a fake attack first, or pretend to be following her opponent's lead, and let her use attribute skills mixed with punches. And if she filled in the gaps and adjusted the angles in this way, she would be able to see the shortcomings of her opponent's techniques. Kone stared in surprise, asking why he was telling her all this, someone he had never met before. The hero stood looking at her, thinking about her question. The guy exhaled, and awkwardly said about her being cute. The girl blushed, smiling, and asked again what he had said. A notification appeared that the enemy side had waived its rights to fight, and this is a victory. It was said that the earnings were 180,000 points. Kone jumped up from her seat, talking about paying for the location provided. The hero silently listened to the fact that if this was not enough, then later, she would properly repay his kindness. The lady would correct all her shortcomings and challenge him to fight again. Let him prepare. The girl bowed, thanking for the lecture. The young man pondered, scratching the back of his head. He continued to hold his head, reasoning that it seemed that the owners of the flame attribute often had a red face. The queen noticed that he was talking nonsense again, completely unaware of the atmosphere. Jun stared intently in front of him, saying that somehow or another, he had 80,000 points. The Ice Queen said that in the end he had collected everything. The guy was sitting on the couch talking about the fact that the administrator's store would open soon, asking about the fact that it was about an hour before the opening, right? The main character clicked on the message box, reasoning that first of all, he needed to call Sky. The spirit spat out the tea, trying to stop him. He pulled his cheek, asking questions about what he was doing, and why he should call that sorceress. The young man replied that he had a request for her. Someone touched the queen. She shrank in size from the girl's touch. June noted that she was not allowed to come here like this. Sky looked at him, saying that she didn't care. He wondered if the meeting with Hyun went well. The girl asked if he meant that ferocious ghost. Sky gritted her teeth as she said that the meeting had gone well, and sooner or later, she would get rid of that bastard. The young man grinned, cautiously asking what had come over her again. Sky holds a cup of tea in his hand and asks why he calls himself a space player, and adds that she was embarrassed. And Ice Cube says that so far he is fine. The protagonist looks at the girl and says that she is an archmage herself. She looks at him and asks which side he is on. The guy turned his head to the girl and asked what was on the side of Gilbert, Mio and Ramadat, and asked her to tell in detail how shocking the situation was. The young man brings his hand to the cup. He takes the tea in his hand and thanks the protagonist, and Sky for answering his call, and goes on to say that his name is Shin Sung-hyun, and that he is a space player, and adds that the world also calls him a ferocious ghost. He brings the cup to his mouth and says that he has a request for the boyfriend and girlfriend, and Sky asks that Mr. Shin Sung-hyun gets straight to the point. A girl with blue hair stares at the young man and he asks her not to post information on social networks about the hunt for occultists, and she asks for what reason. Sky drinks tea, and Hyun says that he heard that she recently came out of her frozen state, and goes on to say that his personal opinion is that it is not only reckless for the girl to hunt alone now, as the social media post itself will reveal all of her movements, and asks what she will do if the demon association surrounds her. Sky closes her eyes and asks that the guy thinks she's too weak, so she shouldn't show off. Hyun opens his mouth and says that at this rate, she will die. The girl looks up at him and says that she is a little confused, whether he is worried about her or giving an order. The man with glasses looks forward, and the player says that it is both, and adds that if she is held hostage, and that it is not a period of 25 years ago, when she was the strongest, and adds that the era when you could do whatever you wanted is in the past, and Sky asks that she is a hostage. The girl looks at the guy. The young man leans forward a little and says that there is nothing wrong with caution, that she must be careful. Sky rushes out of the room and says that she enjoyed drinking tea, even though it tasted so. The man raises his hand and asks why the head spoke to her in this way, and adds that no matter how you look at it, she is the one whose exploits are described on the pages of textbooks. Hyun closes her eyes and says that his advice was correct, and the assistant replies that she is nevertheless on a higher level than him and that he hurt her pride too much. The girl looks ahead and thinks, after all, if we make a comparison, she is on the same level as Jun-ho, and continues that she must have a higher level. Sky grits his teeth as Hyun says that whoever becomes a hero once is a hero forever. The guy finishes his tea and says that even heroes should be careful now, and asks the man if he passed his message on to Ju-hai. The man lowers his head and asks what Lee Hyun says about inviting Seo Jun-ho to participate in the next raid, and that they are finding the right time to send the invitation. The guild chairman shifts his gaze and says that there is no need to rush, and adds that he feels it will be fun. Sky slams her fist on the table, and the protagonist asks her to calm down. He puts his finger to his head and says that in fact, Hyun said everything correctly, and the girl asks why he is rude. Ice Cube lowers her head, and June says that he was thinking about it too, and that if Gutchin had directly warned her how carefully he must have thought it through, and that if they hadn't been frozen, they would be 10 times stronger now. The protagonist points his finger forward and says that whatever the reason, the fact remains that at the moment they are stronger than them, and that when the girl becomes the strongest again, she can go straight to Shin Sung-hyo and relieve her soul properly, and continues so that he does not dare to give advice regarding the lives of others. And how dare the green youth point out to his older comrade, what should he do? Sky lowered her head. June looked at the girl and asked what was wrong. She closed one eye and asked that the guy had contacted her, saying that he had a request, and offered to move on to the main thing. A weapons room appears, and the protagonist says that last time during the hunt for occultists, he had a good catch in his hands. There is a bracelet on the table and the young man continues that he would like her to add some of her mana, and the girl exclaims that it is mithril. She holds the bracelet in her hand and asks what the guy wants her to cast the enchantment. Sky turns to the young man and says that she can't say that she can't, but she is too lazy to do it, so it will take a long time, and the protagonist offers that in return he will give her a book. The young man holds a book of lich spells in his hands and says that he took a quick look and thought that these notes could help her improve her magic. The girl rounds her eyes and reflects that the lich even planned his retirement flawlessly, that he even described the content of the lecture on magic in detail. She stretches out her hand to the book. June holds the notes, and tells Sky to cast only 3 spells. She shifts her gaze and says that it will take about a month, and agrees because in order to become stronger, she will fulfill this request. Ice Cube is on her knees and says that her life is now over, and the protagonist asks what happened. She turns her head and says that the Archmage has attached a location tracker to her, and that she has a fate that she cannot escape. June winks at Ice Queen and says that if she listens well, he will erase him, and continues, as it is enough to light the spell with the help of the Guardian of Darkness. And Ice Cube replies that she is touched by his words for the first time. It hovers over the main character, the admin store is open, access can be requested through the community window, and the admin store is entered. The Snow Queen gritted her teeth and said that this woman was summoning them again at her own discretion. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had not yet sent the request. A young man is walking through the store, and the girl asks if he has collected the required number of points. She holds a newspaper in her hands and exclaims that it is 800,000, and June replies that he has collected everything. A chandelier glows on the ceiling, and Reiji says that she even wrote an official statement, so he couldn't do otherwise, and the guy asks that this is the receptionist's store, and adds that the size is smaller than he thought. The girl opens her mouth and says that each store has different products, because each administrator has a different topic, and whatever the case, she is an administrator, and adds that product ratings are blocked, so you need to make purchases with extreme caution. The protagonist turns his head and asks why she asked for 800,000 points. The girl looks at the young man and asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about, and when she said this, and continues that he doesn't know that everything is being recorded now, and that if his words are heard upstairs, everyone will be in big trouble, and tells June to close his mouth and look for what he needs. The guy turns to the administrator, and Ice Cube says that she does whatever she wants. There is a root of the plant on the showcase, and the guy says that it is a restorative elixir, and that it looks good. The main character's eyes light up and he exclaims that this is 100 years of snow and water. Reiji holds the newspaper and says that the dog apricot, which has a good smell and a bright effect, is the size of a rat's tail, and that it is the worst value for money. It is clearly not worth 300,000 points, and adds that the newspapers have been writing all sorts of things lately. June walks over to the window. He takes a bottle in his hands, and the girl says that it is a freesia concentrate, and the guy thinks that it has an excellent effect of increasing physical strength, and the aroma of flowers envelopes the whole body. The main character opens his mouth slightly and thinks that it is written that a surprise attack and shelter is impossible, and this is good information. Reiji raises his glasses and says that there is no time limit for staying in the store. The product in the window is illuminated by the sun's rays. A weapon hangs on the wall and the administrator says that trusting his insight and luck, the young man will be able to find what he needs on his own. The guy looks at the shelves with goods. The girl turns her head and says that although she wants to retire, she is an honest administrator. June looks up and thinks he didn't expect her to help in this way. The guy points his finger up and says that the store is treacherous. A glow emanates from the box, and the young man thinks that not knowing information about the items, the girl is telling him what to buy, and continues to think that it is worth buying a Poeclops core for 700,000 points. The protagonist looks up, and the girl asks why he takes so long to mess around, and adds that being a hero, how can you be so unaware? She lowers her eyes. The protagonist shifts his gaze and thinks that the administrator's words mean that there's a way to effectively use 800 points. There are boxes on the shelf, and June is sure that in this case, he found holy water and the heart of the dog of darkness. The guy put his hand to his chin and thinks that the holy water of Mita is an elixir that represents Een, and that if you can't overcome the cold, you can freeze to death. The administrator shifts his gaze and says that people who do not have the ability to have the attribute of darkness are unable to touch the heart of the dog of darkness, and continues that if each of these elixirs is worth 400,000 points, then it is worth 2. June holds the box in his hand and thinks that he doesn't know about the others, but these 2 elixirs fit him perfectly, and he buys them. The elixirs glow blue, and the main character thinks that Reiji told him to collect 800,000 points because of these 2 things. The girl closes her eyes and says that the guy spent exactly 800,000 points. The administrator puts his hand on the belt. The young man thanks her and says that she can safely apply for an actress. The protagonist looks down and asks that this store can be used by any player, and that then occultists can use the services of the store. The girl clutches a newspaper in her hand and asks why the guy can't leave them alone, without taking any measures, and adds, because the administrator does not interfere in the affairs of the players, or rather, he cannot interfere. June looks at her and asks why. Reiji gives a thumbs up and says that such a rule was set by his superiors. The main character looks at the girl and asks that the girl implies a god by her superiors. She folds her palms and replies that it's too large, and adds that it's time for her to Spatenka, and that she needs to close the store. The protagonist looks forward and asks the girl to wait a couple of minutes. She refuses, and the young man thinks that she really does what she wants. Nevertheless, there is at least some sense in it. A magical glow appears from the box, and Ice Cube says that the Een energy is too strong for the guy to handle now, and the young man says that he can't believe that even freezing the X rank is not enough. The box is enveloped in streams of purple magic, and the guy is sorry that even after some time it does not disappear anywhere, and decides that this elixir should be taken by him. Magic surrounds the protagonist. A ball of black energy hovers above his palm. The guy is sitting in the lotus position. A pink glow envelopes the entire space. Mana increased by 50. Proximity to the darkness attribute of magnification. Seo Junho, LV 76. Title: Bringer of Spring. Strength: 238. Stamina: 227, Speed, 225, Mana, 277, Reputation, 3850. The main character closes his eyes. He leans forward a little and thinks that thanks to this, he completely surpassed himself in the days when he was a grim ghost. A fire appears in his eyes and he continues to think that now he can wake up another comrade. But in this case, the stats will drop again, and decides that there is something to think about. Icicles hang down. Graham puts his foot on the chest and says that dwarves never forge weapons for those with weak hearts in the first place, and adds that such people are incapable of using their weapons. The boy raises his head and goes on to say that June can take him because he is no different from Kim Woo-jun, and that the rest will be ready soon, too. The protagonist shifts his gaze and says that he is counting on him. Sky waves his hand. The main character rushes forward. He turns his head a little and thinks that soon a big fight will break out on Port Lane. The Ice Queen races over him and asks if it could be better to have another hero in his arsenal. A piece of ice flies over the field and thinks that it is better if it concentrates more power in its hands. Animals are jumping around the field. The protagonist rushes forward and thinks that his skills have surpassed him in the past, and that his self-confidence is still below the plinth because there are too many strong people in this world. A fire burns in his eyes. Magical explosions fill the entire space, and June thinks that in the end, facing the enemy personally is the only solution. The lighthouse lights the way. Waves are walking on the sea. June looks at Ice Cube and asks that she came to the sea with him. Come to think of it. The queen smiles and says that she saw the sea only from the porthole. The waves crash against the rocks, and the guy thinks that if you look at the nature of the area, this place is perfect for sniping. The cliff rises above the sea, and June thinks that if he takes a position on the cliff, he will be able to make the most of the horizon line. Ice Cube looks at the young man and says that most likely the occultists will think the same. The protagonist points his finger forward and asks Ice Saucer to compare the buildings to a cliff and say which one is taller. The clock tower towers over the city and the Ice Queen says that it is slightly higher than the cliff, and the guy says that then he will take up a position in that place. Ice Cube opens his mouth and asks why the guy is digging a hole if he is going to take up a position on the tower. June digs a hole and says that you shouldn't give your opponent an intentional advantageous position. The queen opens her mouth and says that the young man will set a trap. Drops of sweat run down the protagonist's face, and he says that the occultists will clearly aim for this vantage point. Birds are soaring in the sky, and the guy says that then everything will be under his hood. The waves crash against the rocks. The player straightens his back and says that everything is ready. His shadow falls to the ground, and Ice Cube says that she would never have thought that dwarves would give the guy a bomb, and he replies that it is a very special bomb. He holds an explosive device in his hand and says that he has installed everything, you just need to press the red button. The queen grabs her head and asks to be careful. The main character offers to inspect the clock tower and go hunting. Ice Cube clenches her fists and says that Taku sent a message. A message from Taku appeared on the phone screen that Gilbert's son was in danger and needed to be there. The young man looks at the screen and says that Arthur is in danger. The protagonist walks across the room and tells Tak that something has happened to Arthur. The man gritted his teeth and said that it was all his fault. The guy looked at him and asked if he had done a bad job doing one thing or another in Dustong. The other man clutches his head with his hair and says that Dustong is not a place where you can do one thing or the other without any worries, and he goes on to say that he has ever heard of the guards. Taka sits on the couch and is surprised that June still doesn't know. The child raises his hand, and the man reveals that the Guardians are an organization created by the adulthood Arthur, and goes on to say that, first of all, it is true that the name comes from the Guardian of Darkness. The guy in the hat looks into the distance, and the man in the costume continues to tell that the determination to follow the will of the gloomy ghost. The young man adjusts his hat, and Taka concludes that the purpose of the organization is to keep the occultists under control. The protagonist shifted his gaze in surprise and clarified that he had never heard of this kid doing anything like this. The dark-haired man lowered his hands and said that Arthur did not want to become a burden, so he asked not to say anything to him. Taka put his hands on his knees, and the guy said that even in this case, he should have told him everything. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that if Gilbert opened his eyes and found out that something had happened to his child, then what would he do then? And the interlocutor replied that when he heard that June's level was reset, he agreed to fulfill Arthur's request. The dark-haired man leaned forward and said that he could see the protagonist going out of his way to help the boy. The guy looked down and thought that again the fault lay with him, because he was not strong enough. Ice Cube crossed her arms, and Taka said that Arthur was no longer a child and would soon be 30 years old. The young man looks at the settlement, and the dark-haired man says that 6 months ago the guy reached level 113 and revealed the location of the base of the top leadership of the Demon Association, which is located in the same Dustong. June shifted his gaze to the interlocutor and clarified that he had really advanced so far to the base of the top leadership, and the opponent replied that he had been persecuting occultists associated with the top leadership for 3 years, and continued that here was a report sent by Arthur. The main character looks at the screen. He opened his eyes wide and read that the goal is to communicate with the chef regularly, and said that the chef means someone who absorbs abilities. Ice turned her head and listed the man's feelings. The dark-haired man holds his hands in front of him and asks what is going on here, and the Ice Queen went on to say that she had listed the 7 sins of the Demon Association, and added that Arthur seemed to be looking for gluttony among them. The protagonist shifted his gaze to the screen and cursed at the young man. Taku shows a picture of the destroyed building, and says that after receiving the report, the connection to it was cut off. The protagonist lowers his head and tells him to contact Sky immediately, and tell her to take everything she has with her. The interlocutor looks at the main character and agrees. A girl with blue hair looks down, and says that she warned June that it would take time to carry out his order and adds why he urgently called her, and the guy replied that Arthur is in danger, and the girl clarified who he was talking about. The man with dark hair looks down, and the protagonist asks Sky if she doesn't know the young man, and the girl, after thinking about it, remembers that he is Gilbert's son. The young lady opened her mouth wide and shouted that Arthur was in danger, and who were the freaks who dared to make that sweet boy cry. The protagonist turns his head and tells Sky to come with him to Rhea. June looks at the crowd and says that they need to wake up Arthur's father. Taku looks at the main character and says that he is responsible for what is happening, since he failed to cope with the role of an uncle, and adds that they should definitely find the young man. The blue-haired girl turns to him and tells him not to worry, and they will bring him back unharmed. June lowers her head. The protagonist stopped in front of the ice statues. Sky propped her side with her hand and said that she agreed that it was necessary to wake Gilbert up, if only because he was Arthur's father, and asked the protagonist that he was definitely fine, because he would spend his stats. The guy turned his head and said that he didn't care about it, because he had recently replenished his mana reserves. The protagonist puts his hand forward. When the seal is removed, 30 mana is always consumed. The level of stats will decrease by 50% for 20 days due to the curse of extreme cold. No other ice statues will be able to be opened for 90 days. June looks down, and reflects that compared to last time, the penalty has decreased. Sky looks at the statues. The protagonist raises his head and addresses Gilbert. A man holds a hat in his hand. The curse of extreme cold dissipates. June narrowed his eyes, 30 mana points destroyed forever. The protagonist looks at Gilbert and asks about his condition. The man grabs the guy's hand and warns him not to touch his hat. The protagonist looks down. The girl closes her eyes and says that it's good that he is the same as before. A young man opens his eyes. Arthur's father holds his hat and asks where he is. Gilbert raises his hand and asks about the fate of the remaining 2, and June replies that they cannot be unfrozen yet, as he can only choose one at a certain time, as was the case with Sky and him. A girl with blue hair closes her eyes and asks if they are toys for him. Arthur's father looks up and says that it's good that they trusted him at the last moment. A man in a hat points a gun at the Ice Queen. He squints his eye and says that she still makes him feel cold. The main character raises his hands and asks the man to calm down, and Gilbert asks the guy to explain what this situation is. The protagonist looks angrily at the interlocutor and says that he will tell everything, but later, because now there is a more serious problem, and adds that the problem is related to his son. The young man looks away, and the main June says that the young man is missing. The blonde boy laughs, and the protagonist says that they have all woken up for 26 years. The guy holds a gun in his hand. The protagonist continues to tell that Arthur grew up and began to persecute the occult, and adds that he understands that Gilbert is puzzled by the reason why he was woken up. Arthur's father leaves, and asks to be told everything on the way. June looks after them and tells Sky to return the bracelet he gave her before they set off. The girl turns to the main character and asks if he is really going to use it now. The protagonist looks at the interlocutor, and the girl with blue hair continues to say that the current situation leaves much to be desired, as she and Gilbert are subject to the debuff of the curse of cold. The bracelet shimmers in the rays, and the main character says that it is now that it is worth using what you managed to prepare for this day. June puts on the bracelet and finishes that he means that radical method. The man raises his fist, and the protagonist reveals that in the past he had a chance to encounter an occultist named Wang Hen, and goes on to say that he has come to the conclusion that his ability is dissipation. The main character looks away and says that he will be able to solve the problem associated with the curse of severe cold on his own. Gilbert looks at the guy and asks how long it will take him to do this. The girl with blue hair rests her hands on her hips and says that the time will depend only on June, because she has put a dispel spell into the bracelet. The protagonist lowers his head, and the girl continues that he will have to constantly pour mana into the bracelet until the curse disappears, and the guy decides that he will use dispel. The main character is holding on to the bracelet. The curse of extreme cold cannot be dissipated. The Ice Queen turned her head. Sky crosses his arms. The force, dispel, weakens. Arthur's father shifts his gaze. The guy is holding his wrist. The duration of the curse is reduced by 30 minutes. The protagonist raises his hand. He bends down and says that his head is spinning. Gilbert grabs his hat, and June speculates that even mithril, the highest conductivity mineral, has heated up, and goes on to say it's likely the result of reducing the month's originally planned amount of work to 5 days. The girl with blue hair lowers her gaze, and the protagonist continues to reason that it is not at all clear what will happen. First, the bracelet will burn out or run out of mana reserves, and mentally adds that Sky has already done everything in her power, and Gilbert needs to go in search of his son as soon as possible. Drops of sweat flow down the face of the main character. He thinks that in such a situation he cannot become ballast. The girl turns her head. June grits her teeth. The protagonist kneels. The guy's pupils dilate. The ice cube is holding on to her partner, and he thinks that his consciousness is like in a fog. Sky approaches the protagonist. She raises her hand and asks if the guy is okay. June rests her palm on the ground and apologizes to Gilbert. The protagonist raises his head and says that it will be difficult for him to dispel the man's curse now. The effect of the curse of extreme cold is over. The girl with blue hair opens her mouth wide and exclaims that she has to worry about him again. Arthur's father looks at the guy and tells him not to pay attention to him, because the condition of his partner is more important now. The main character puts on a mask. The protagonist raises his hand and says that they have 2 hours in which to find the young man and return to the first floor. Sky looks forward and says that it's been a long time since she used the Sky Taxi, and goes on to say that someone here is ordering the Archmage to use the teleportation shuttle. The young lady smiled and exclaimed that it was a great honor for her to take care of her friends. The girl takes the guys by the hands and tells them to go save their friend. Clouds cover the sky over the outer lands of Dustong. The man holds a knife in his hand and shouts to capture those people alive. The guys run away from the chase. The sun appears over the horizon, and River asks what they should do, because there is a warp point. Arthur opened his eyes wide and shouted that he had to be silent and run. The explosion thundered behind the backs of the guys. Arthur falls face first into the water. The sentinel recognition is complete, moving to the target point. The young man drops to one knee. He looks into the distance, and wonders why the doors are open. The young people are standing in front of the entrance, and River asks if they moved in the wrong direction, and Gilbert's son tells them to go there quietly. The young man looks ahead and thinks that the blood mist is his Uncle Chan's ability, and asks Uncle Chan aloud what happened. The man with the bag on his head turns around, and Arthur asks why the doors were open from the outside. People are sitting tied up on the floor. A man from the darkness greets the head, and a young man is interested in what is happening. The guy looks ahead in fear. The man with the beard looks at the guy and says inquiringly that soon there will be occultists here, and they will be enough for the head of the guards. Gilbert's son raises his head and asks why he betrayed them, and the opponent replies that he did not betray anyone, because he killed Uncle Chan, whom the young man knew, a year ago, because his abilities seemed very useful to him. The guy looks furiously ahead. The man with the beard bares his stomach, and says that because he ate it, he had a chance to know about Arthur's existence. The young man lowers his hand down. Birds fly over the trees. Leaves swirl in the air. The young man turns his head and says that he sees Mistress Sky. The brown-haired guy wonders if there is a grim ghost next to Mistress Sky, and the dark-haired guy asks him again and replies that there is another person with them. The young man raises his hand and says that the third is the gray sniper. The protagonist lowers his head, and the young man with brown hair says that the grim ghost and the Archmage have woken up their comrade and are all heading to the second floor together. A girl with blue eyes waves to the audience. Arthur held his hand near the holster and realized that the reason why he didn't kill him immediately was clearly because he was targeting June. The man with the beard said that the only descendant of the 5 heroes of the past, in the Demon Association, would make him rich if they managed to find him. He looked at him and added that now he had nowhere to run, so they should agree on what would be beneficial for both of them. The guy furrowed his brows. He noted that if he obediently followed him, he would save the lives of his comrades, who were like family to him. People in bags were standing not far from them. The man asked why those for whom they are delicacies are still not visible. River was peeping at them from behind the wall, who added that when they were here, he would not be able to say with certainty what would happen to his comrades, so let him decide quickly. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that they would never let them live, but the guards, his family. He closed his eyes and said that he asked everyone for forgiveness. The demon crossed his arms over his chest and replied that yes, there was no need to shed blood. The guy narrowed his eyes at him and decided that here and now, he intends to protect everyone. He shot the enemy with a pistol. Gilbert rolled up his sleeve and noted that it was 800 kilometers to the west. He was on one knee and added that there was still a decent distance left. June replied that then he needed to run, starting from here. He looked into the distance and added that the teleportation could be detected as it formed a magical wave of great power. The blonde guy looked at his comrade from under his hat. The guy explained that if he got tired while running, then let him immediately say, "They move out first then." He replied that there would be no problems with this, especially since only with him they could find out the exact location of his son. Sky looked at everyone and said that he remembered him complaining about why a small child would get a tattoo, but she was good for engraved a tracking spell on his body, wasn't she? Flying over the mountains, the young man thought that he could not have imagined that he would feel so tired. 26 years old, this is the time when most machines and objects fail. He stared into the distance, and added that let him act to the limit of his strength, immediately after waking up. If he was even a second late, he had no idea what could happen to his son, so he should consider this situation as a blessing. Dust was flying in the air. The demon closed his eyes and said that for some reason he could not tolerate green youths. They did nothing but cause unnecessary trouble. Arthur was hanging over him, who added that as for this ability, wouldn't he be better at using it than that Chan or whatever he was? The guy closed one eye. People in sacks were sitting nearby. River told them all to hold on tightly. The man told the head to answer him. If it hadn't been for the order to take him alive, he would have already chopped off all his limbs. The bearded man stretched out his hand and noted that the gloomy ghost had returned and the archmage had awakened. He looked back and said that moreover, he had caught their nephew. Wasn't it a series of joyful events? The guy grabbed the rope with his hand. He shouted, "You bastards, why did they come so late?" He shouted after him that he was a little rat. The guy pulled the people in the bags behind him and thought, what if he used his ability to move? A drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and he added that he could save everyone. A portal opened in front of him. He realized that he only needed to touch. He landed on one knee. The young man closed his eyes slightly. He collapsed to the floor from exhaustion. People in sacks were sitting on the floor. Sweat was flowing down the guy's face. He noted to himself that he had coped. He cut the rope with a knife. Someone said, "River's great job, thank you." River looked away. Someone else added that they needed to request help from the Players Association immediately. Another noted that no, they should go to the guild immediately. A voice from the TV said that the next news, the hot topic for discussion, was the entrance of the gloomy ghost and archmage to the second floor. A photo of the main character was burning on the TV screen. A voice from there said that it was confirmed that a gray sniper was also present there. It is known that there has not yet been an official announcement of their position. The guy watched the development of events and realized that attracting attention, the gloomy ghost bought a little time. You can't blow this chance down the drain. A demon and his company were walking along the road. He asked why they were so late. Someone from the company replied that he didn't see the news. They say the dark ghost entered the second floor. As they had to set up patrols everywhere to spy on him, they were naturally a little late. Arthur lay with his eyes closed. The demon carried him on his shoulder, and noted that they were a few hours behind schedule. He was walking in the middle of the woods and said that this was more than enough time for those bastards to sit on their tails. Someone replied that yes, there were too many unnecessary complications with this child. River sat in the crown of the tree and thought that they hadn't gone far yet. They would need to guess the moment when that freak would leave the head. He watched them closely and added that fortunately, the head was still alive. The guy carefully peeked out from behind a branch. He gritted his teeth in fear and thought that he had to continue to hide without getting into the enemy's sight. The man with the beard turned back. A man fell from the tree with a knife and River and noted that this is the same owner of the ability to move in space. What a cute baby. It seems that he returned to save his head. He shouted to let him go. The demon ordered to kill him. He would only be trouble. There was someone else's hand on the guy's face. He thought it was a curse. He had acted too recklessly. And since he was physically weak, the point of the knife reflected the sun's rays. The man's head exploded. Tears poured from the guy's eyes. The blood of the murdered man flew in the sky. The demon raised his sword and said that the dark ghost had come to save his nephew. The moment he made one more lunge, the boy's head would fall off his shoulders. Let him not do anything stupid. Many men have circled the routes. He looked down at them and asked what the hell was wrong with the ground. He looked ahead of him. The protagonist swung his sword, the veil of darkness, the side of death. June slashed his enemies with his sword. The demon's eyes glowed red. He noted that the mind-blowing ability that was to be expected from a gloomy ghost. It was an ability he must absorb. He used it much better. A hole appeared in his body. He fell to his knees. Gilbert looked through the scope and said that if you can't bite, then you shouldn't yap. The demon held Arthur by the neck and said that it was a mind-blowing ability, as one would expect from a gloomy ghost. Gilbert watched him through the scope of his rifle. The bullet flew through the entire forest. He added that he must absorb this ability. A hole appeared in the body of a man with a beard. He said that he would use it much better. The guy fell headfirst to the ground. June looked at him and asked who dared to touch his nephew. They had completely lost their fear. The young man looked up and clarified that it was his uncle. He kept his hands tied behind his back. River ran to him. He asked that even Aunt Sky was here. The main character noted that today's youth does not really know anything, and if something is unknown, you need to teach a lesson that will be remembered for a lifetime. The girl stuck out her finger and replied that their Arthur immediately recognized her. The protagonist said that there was nothing surprising here, because they write about her in all the media. The guy grabbed his hand and said that no, although not quite clear, but he still had memories of it. Thank you very much for your help. June watched him, Arthur apologizing for making them this way because of him. The girl leaned her hands on her waist and replied that God, child, there is no need to act awkward just because he has grown up a little. He said that nevertheless, he was able to hold out thanks to the necklace of endurance that his uncle had given him. He closed one eye and remarked that he was really very grateful. A shadow crept across the ground. A human figure stood far away from the guy. Gilbert approached his son and said that he had grown a lot. He looked at him and asked if he had done well. The young man opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He opened his eye and clarified that it was his father. He stood in front of him and told him to forgive him. His father was too late. Arthur threw himself into his father's arms. Gilbert hugged his son. June and Sky watched them. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes. Gilbert's tears streamed down his cheeks. The sun was setting behind the mountains. There was a TV hanging on the wall. Someone wondered if it was definitely not a hallucination. There were guys sitting at the table, one saying that he could not believe that he had seen a gloomy ghost, and that the Archmage himself was next to him, the second asked them to stop whispering. The protagonist sat alone at the table. The guy had a blindfold hanging over his eye. He said that he was glad that his comrades survived thanks to River, but now that their hideout was open, they needed to quickly move to another location. Sky looked at him and clarified that to begin with, let him say what this level of security is. 2019. In this scenario it would be safer to just lock the door. He replied that this protective curse was created by their mage Dolores, and he also had a complex scheme. The girl noted that although it was confusing, but in any case they managed to break through it. Gilbert put his fingers to his chin. The blue-haired girl said that she would instantly transfer everyone, so let him tell her the coordinates of the destination. The guy asked in surprise that she would carry everyone alone. Arthur's father adjusted his hat, which clarified that he was so surprised, he had already forgotten who his aunt was. The fairy flew up to the main character and asked what he was thinking so deeply about. A mask hung on the hero's face. The information window said that the confession of the dead man had risen to a rank. From that moment, the memories were saved automatically. Guillotin bared his teeth and said that he would make them stronger. A drop of sweat flowed down the man's face. He added that there were no failures in his cooking, because if 10 people tasted his cooking, and everyone died, then no one would know what kind of taste it was. The guy and the girl were sitting tied to a chair. He noted that now they would begin tasting the strengthening treatment. In the claws of the tweezers was a magic stone. The tied-up guy opened his eyes wide. Guillotin shouted for him to endure. If he spit it out, he would finish him off. He bared his teeth. A strengthening treatment with a survival rate of 10%. A person stood on the corpses of other people, the abode of gluttony, the place where the occultists thus spawned get the opportunity to climb up the corporate ladder. In fact, this place serves as the waste disposal department of the Demon Association. Blood flowed from his mouth after many trials and errors, and in battles with each other, they had reached a scale comparable to the size of most large guilds. Guillotin was squatting near Pride. The main character raised his fist to the mask. The Snow Queen said that the most terrible enemy is the one whose skills cannot be measured. He thought that the bastards from the Demon Association, how do they even manage to restrain such strength? If one abode is already so good, then they could conquer the whole world right now. The fairy put a bent finger to her chin and remarked that this was why the difference in power was such a serious problem. June sat opposite her. Arthur said that the Archmage, he would help her. Let her not overexert herself too much. She replied that it was fine, she would accept their good intentions only in words. Sky closed her eyes and said that the energy needed to teleport a large amount was nonetheless. She insisted in front of a crowd of people and explained that it was not that she was neglecting them. Her hair flew up. Her hair returned to its previous position. She concluded that she thought it would be more correct to say that it was much easier for her to do it alone. The blue-haired girl smiled slightly. To the right of the crowd of people stood Gilbert. Someone from the crowd said that he could move more than 30 people at a time. Arthur looked at his subordinates and ordered them to unpack their things first, take care of their personal needs. Sky put her hand to the back of her head and wondered if Arthur was seeing this for the first time, since he had separated from his aunt in early childhood. He exhaled heavily and said that he wanted to thank them again. He never expected that he would have a chance to meet his father. Until now he had only imagined this meeting, but he could not even think that today was the very day. The protagonist hugged the guy and added that yes, today was a truly significant day, but let him leave joyful outpourings as his beloved nephew, and whether he would deign to talk to him as the head of the guards. The main character put his hands in his pockets. Arthur said that he could already take off his mask. He replied that he was not yet able to trust his subordinates. The guy noted that all his subordinates, guys who are trustworthy, he should not worry about this at all. The young man looked up and said that the object of his concern was the skills, in his opinion, what level of training the guards had. Gilbert's son pointed his finger at the bottle and explained that they were mostly non-combat hunters, but the number of combat-type hunters, including him, was 9, and as for his abilities, he was the first among them. He turned to his uncle and asked if he wanted to knock over a glass. The protagonist looked at him and announced that he wanted to organize a training session for the guards, including him. A mask hung on his face. He added that therefore he needed allies whom he could trust. A drop of sweat slid down Arthur's face. He was holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand and asked if he didn't have the big 6 guilds behind him. He had heard that they had officially announced their cooperation with the Dark Ghosts, who said that they only wanted to use him for political purposes. If it became dangerous to them, the guilds could immediately turn their backs on him. The young man lowered his eyes and said that without a doubt, learning from a hero is a tremendous opportunity, but they need time to recover. He put the bottle down on the table and added that too much blood had been spilled in Dustong. The Snow Queen flew beside June, who noted that it was indeed a great honor for him to receive such an offer from him. The guy looked at him and explained that, however, as the leader of the group, he would choose to reorganize for the time being. The main character replied that he understood him. He walked away from him, and he called to him. There was a bandage hanging on his face. He asked what he had heard. There were times when his father was called a garbage can. It's true. The protagonist looked at him out of the corner of his eye and replied that they said that he was the very bottom, and there was nowhere to fall below. Arthur looked at him dumbfounded. who added that there was a time when his father Gilbert took on any dirty work that came along. There was a picture of Gilbert on the wall. He continued what he thought. Before meeting him, he continued to lead such a lifestyle. The guy reasoned that maybe it was because of him. He was just curious if his father was seized by despair and despondency after his birth. The protagonist looked at him and replied that as a parent was something to protect. With no time to succumb to despair and despondency, he had never been a burden to Gilbert. Arthur calmly looked at June, who noted that on the contrary, he turned out to be a hope that gave him the strength to overcome everything. He turned away. The latter asked him to remember this. Gilbert wore a hat on his head. He put his hands on his waist and said that even after 26 years, the stars still shone so brightly. His son remarked that he was exactly the same as 26. He looked up at the sky and told him not to speak. It's so surprising. The son who followed him is now the head of the guild, and for him it was only a few years ago. The guy smiled slightly. He picked up a bottle of alcohol and said that he did not know if he liked butterbeer. Unfortunately, he did not find anything about his preferences among the records about it. He looked at him and asked that he also drank alcohol. The young man replied that he was already an adult, and if he met him, he would like to drink a bottle of beer. Gilbert leaned his hands on his waist. The guy sat down on the ground and added that this was just an item from the wish list that he fantasized about, so he would drink or not. Arthur's father adjusted his hat and noted that as for alcohol, he liked anyone. The moon was shining high in the sky. He told him not to drink too much. The guy noted that this was what he wanted to say, because he had to go through so many difficulties immediately after waking up. Gilbert replied that the one who was really having a hard time. Now let him not worry, he returned, so you can postpone taking care of the occultists for a while. The young man sat next to his father and told what concerns him. He looked at him and continued that he had arranged for a training session with June for all of his subordinates, including him. He looked at him and clarified that this bastard did not, or rather, why he had made such a decision. Clouds flew high in the sky. He replied that isn't it an amazing possibility? Gilbert replied that the possibility, well, it really could be considered a possibility. The guy had a bandage hanging over his face. He explained that he wanted to undergo training at the proper level to become a strong ally for him and his uncle. He looked at his son in bewilderment. Young Arthur closed his eyes. He looked at his father and asked if he would give his consent to this. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He turned his head in the other direction and noted to himself that he could not get used to it once he had grown up like this, and said that it was okay, let him do as he saw fit, and let him take it. Gilbert handed him an object, and he asked what it was. The guy held it in his hands. He replied that it was his diary. From time to time he made notes to show it to his children in the future. He looked at it, and added that there was one plus to the fact that it was frozen. Now he got the opportunity to fill it out with his son. The young man smiled. He added that if you think about it, he had lived as a hunter longer than him. The moon was shining high in the sky. The young man replied, well, not without that. The father asked if he could find out how he lived all this time. The son replied that of course. He sat on the throne and asked if they were exterminated. His subordinate replied that according to the information of the Celestial Communication Pavilion, this was the work of a gloomy ghost and archmage. He looked at his boss, who ordered him to contact Goosen. The guy clarified that he meant the sin of despair. The man with the beard looked at him and replied in the affirmative, adding that if he didn't prove his worth, he could be expelled at any time. There was a bandage hanging on the guy's face. He clarified that he should tell him that the Demon Association was such a place. Pride rose from the throne and announced that he would participate in the operation. Arthur was on his knees, and June said that they would end their endurance training there. He added that when they felt like they were about to die, then growth would begin. To become stronger, it took a little talent, luck and hard work. A fairy was flying beside him. The young man was breathing heavily. The guy looked at him and explained that this applies to both combat and non-combat hunters. Sweat was dripping from the hunters' faces. He added that since they had all made it to the second floor, they were fully qualified. They now needed to develop their individual abilities, and there was nothing better than a real fight for that purpose. Arthur's face turned red with exertion. In front of him was the protagonist, who explained that from now on, each of them would fight him one-on-one. The one who was ready would step forward. A chandelier hung on the ceiling. The Snow Queen wondered if he was going to continue training only their endurance. The main character looked at the screen of the tablet and replied that no, from tomorrow they would start training in real combat, how to become stronger. He would just teach them the basics. There was a dish of oranges on the table, and she noted that the way to become stronger meant that before the battle with the occultists in Port Lane, let him be trained by her again. The guy sat in the chair and asked her again. The fairy explained that even from the point of view of teaching someone, sometimes you need to look back. She was holding a cup of tea in her hand. The Snow Queen poked him in the nose and asked if he planned to give up on developing the freezing skill forever. She crossed her arms over her chest and added that the Guardian of Darkness, the freeze skill, would prepare him for the scorching heat of the third floor. If he practiced beforehand, wouldn't the eyes of the occultists be on June? There was a mask of the main character on the table. He thought that it was true, he should also grow. Arthur held a pistol in his hand and asked if it could be used. The main character held a shadow bat in his hand and replied that he could at least launch missiles. Sweat was dripping from the guy's face. He abruptly appeared behind the protagonist. The young man aimed his revolver at him. The bullet hit Jun's weapon. He swung it to attack. Gilbert's son narrowed his eyes and noted that it was a curse. The crowd of his comrades looked at him in horror. He stretched out his hand and realized that there was nothing left to do but use his skills. In response, the main character also put out his hand for a magical attack. Arthur looked at him in shock and thought that the difference in their abilities was so great. He abruptly jumped to attack him. The guy barely dodged the sword attack. The main character stood in front of him and noted that the look had become better. A drop of sweat flowed down the guy's cheek. A group of his subordinates stood at a distance from the battlefield. The sun was setting behind the mountains. The protagonist asked if he was ready to give up. He replied that he was not. There was a jar of liquid hanging from the tincture, and Sky asked him what he was doing when he woke up, wasn't it? Anyway, what it was, she meant how he felt when he saw his son grow up. A pipe was sticking out of Gilbert's arm. He sat on the bed and replied that he looked a lot like him, while at the same time he still had some of his mother's features. The girl looked at him. He lowered his eyes and added that he was confused, not by the desire to apologize, and at the same time he was relieved that he had not returned too late. The blue-haired girl sat on his bed and noticed that it was true. Enough time had passed for both body and soul to change. But he was right. It was not too late. He clarified what she was talking about. She was also not late in some business. June entered the ward. She replied that it was not his business. He announced that Arthur said that he would go to a closed training. The guy was holding a mask in his hands. Gilbert asked who allowed him. He replied that he himself decided so. He had no right to stop him from Arthur's father. But what was it? He could not train. Arthur's father looked at his companion and replied that the boy was clearly determined to follow him. For his sake he must have gone in search of stronger enemies. He looked at the answer and noticed that it was for their sake. In Sky, I was absorbed in watching TV. A voice from there told me that the third returnee, the hero Grey Reaper, while the saviors of the world are returning, the Destiny Guild is preparing a press conference. There was a TV on the wall, and she asked if the old man was still alive. The guy asked how she could call Mio's father that. Let her watch her tongue. She narrowed her eyes slightly and replied that she didn't like him, and neither did his subordinates. A voice from the TV said that reporter Han, who he thinks will be the next hero to return, he replied that it is difficult to guess, but he thinks that Tenmei Mio is a likely candidate. The main character smiled and remarked that how funny they are. Where was the official announcement made about the return of the 5 heroes? Gilbert picked up a bottle of beer and replied that it was their specialty to inflate a case out of nuggets of various information, and Gilbert noted that even after all this time, nothing had changed. The guy looked at the neck of the bottle and asked what was it, why the beer did not come out of the bottle. Sky took the bottle away and explained that he had to focus on recovering until the next mission. No alcohol. He asked what she carried. Did he look like a little child? The girl looked at him and added that there was exactly 1 month left before the mission in Port Lane. The main character took a bottle and said that he needed to spend this time on self-improvement. Gilbert gritted his teeth. He added that they would level up, and that they would bring their condition back to normal, and that they needed to appear in front of each other in a stronger form. Clouds were flying over the mountains. Gilbert clarified that they were now saying that he would not be able to touch alcohol for a month. Sweat was dripping from Play's face, and he wondered what was going on. The main character looked at him and noted that it annoyed him to death. Play stood on his head. He added that he was again forcing him to do what he had done last time. He replied that he should forgive him. He was to blame for not being able to properly train the newcomers. June looked at him and commanded quietly. The bald man fell to his chest and thanked him, who ordered him to keep a good eye on his guys. The protagonist looked at him contemptuously and added that the moment the bad rumors reached him, this building would blow into the air. He replied that of course, interest rates were reduced. He led a very decent lifestyle. The protagonist clarified that he was serious. He gritted his teeth and thought that this bastard had been quiet for a while. So why did he suddenly burst in here and make such a commotion? June asked him to listen, and he opened his eyes wide and replied that yes, let him speak. The guy looked down at him and asked if there was a way to make a lot of money, legally. Pride stretched out his hands and asked if he was doing quests, and he had just received 1 task for a reward. He clarified, the reward, the target is by chance not a person. The Snow Queen was eating cookies. He replied that lately even dangerous monsters have been given a good monetary reward. He asked how much they pay. The man replied that 150 gold coins. Bodies of people were lying on the floor. The main character asked that 1.5 billion. He thinks, with such a high pay, the competition for the task was serious. Pride noted that there was a case. But now everything is exactly the opposite, because that creature is too strong. Saliva flew from his mouth. He added that the monster had caught and devoured all the hunters and mercenaries. Their number had already exceeded 100. In the darkness stood the silhouette of a monster. The bald man stretched out his finger and said that he had heard that a guild was planning to carry out its own raid soon. So without knowing how things would turn out, one way or another, a location, a fief in the west, the protagonist asked if he had just recommended this task in the hope that something would happen to him. A helmet hung on the skeleton. He replied that how could he do that? If it was about him, then he had enough strength to defeat this creature. The guy closed his eyelids and noted that if you think about it, he hadn't hunted in 1,000 years. Should he go there to stretch his legs a little? He crossed his arms over his chest. The information window announced the activation of the gate and the movement to the west. Twin mountains. High in the sky, the sun shone over the mountains. The Snow Queen folded her hands and said that those twin mountains were truly majestic, a delight for her eyes. There was a city in the middle of the mountains. The guy noted that there was still a little time left before the payment by the association. He had a lot of fun, slept enough, spent all his money on moving through the teleporter. He put his fist to his chin and explained that his current balance, it's a silver coin and 22 copper coins, it's about 120,000 won in Korean currency. He's a little worried about this situation, but there are tasks of 1.5 billion won on the horizon. He needs to visit the Adventurers Guild first. The fairy spread her hands and noted that it seemed as if the mountains were swallowing the sun. The sun was setting behind the mountains. A sheet with a task hung on the wall. The main character said that defeating a mutant troll near the western sun, the reward is 150 gold, 600 reputation. So that monster turns out to be a troll. The Snow Queen noted that if we are talking about a troll, then isn't it a monster with a high regeneration power? She flew near the protagonist. He replied that most likely it would be difficult to defeat him, but in any case, they would not try, they would not know. He tore the leaf off the wall. The fairy clarified that it is not possible to take a sheet with a task and tear it off the bulletin board like this. The guy turned around and said that in any case this is a quest that no one does because of fear for their lives. The fairy noted that it seemed that his actions had attracted the attention of other people. The people in the crowd were looking at him contemptuously. June looked at them, and she added that the envy of those who don't have abilities is the same as before. The guy exhaled and asked what they would say that they couldn't do anything until they were asked to do it. A lantern hung on the wall. The guy in the hat approached the protagonist and asked if June was he, and thanked him for accepting the task. The Lord said that he would like to meet in person with the one who agreed to complete the quest. The Lord's messenger bowed and added that if he didn't mind, they would like to invite him to breakfast at the Lord's residence. The Snow Queen flew up to the guy and asked that she had already seen such a pattern of behavior. It was a common cliché. He replied that he thought all lords had a similar manner of behavior. The dog wiggled its nose. Next to her, a cat was drinking from a bowl. The Lord told him to come in. So he was the hunter June. He was Pavior, the Lord of the Western Sun. There was a boiled lobster on the platter. He added that before he went hunting, he had to have a good meal. He was a very famous person, a guardian of darkness. June sat opposite him and replied that he was an ordinary person, not well known, and asked if he had any other information on the purpose of the quest. Pavior pricked the salad with his fork and replied that first of all, the monster was different from ordinary trolls who were about 4 meters tall. His glasses were cheerful on his face. He added that he was stronger than his usual counterparts. The Snow Queen was eating cake. He added that he seemed to have excellent regeneration powers, as experience had shown him to use cunning tricks against humans. The protagonist looked at him and noted that given that he had devoured more than 100 people, his words sounded convincing. The Lord folded his hands and added that yes, he was like a pain in the ass. He looked down and said that at first, the reward was only 10 gold coins, an absurd amount for this level of difficulty. But as he could see, after raising the amount to 150 gold coins, it was not possible to succeed. The duckling stood beside the dog, Pavior saying that since he was the lord of these lands, he had a huge responsibility. If only the mutant troll were killed, his fief would prosper in complete safety. But every time he saw the fear of the citizens, he was consumed by a sense of guilt. The troll opened its mouth wide. June wiped his mouth with a napkin and reassured him not to worry. He would deal with this pain in his ass. He thanked him, and said that that thing began to act actively in the course of the sun. The Snow Queen raised her glass of wine, which wished them a safe return. Birds flew over the mountains. Clouds flew in the sky. The fairy noted that, by the way, about the Lord, he seemed to be a good man. The guy replied that indeed, because he even allowed her to take desserts with her. She flew next to him and noted that they were just too tasty, so she could not resist, and he was really sure that he could cope alone. June looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He walked with his hands in his pockets and clarified, I mean, alone. She was with him. A man came up behind them. A couple of other people were standing next to him. The scarred guy looked after the main character and said that the reward for the mutant troll belonged to them, the Guild Field of Illusions. The Snow Queen flew nearby and asked if this valley was so wide. It seemed that they had already stomped decently. The guy closed his eyes. He looked at her and replied that indeed, it seemed that someone did not want him to practice a little. The taper asked him about the exercises, what he was talking about. The man from behind stretched out his hand. He watched them and said that it was necessary to tie him hand and foot. There was no chance of victory in a face-to-face fight, even if he wandered endlessly around his welcoming space. The guy walked with his hands in his pockets. He smiled slightly. He noted that before he broke this barrier, the guild would already kill the troll, come late, and they were already gone. The guy closed one eye. He lifted his leg. He was standing in the middle of the forest. The man noted that it seemed that he had prepared a lot of things, so he even felt a little guilty, but in general, he did not have time for it at all. The warriors fly up from the monster's blows. A fighter with a sword holds his weapon in his hands. The giant troll grinned. The monster's hand grabbed the throat of one of the mercenaries, and he wheezed. The head of the squad prepared a sword for a lunge, saying that the monster was a bastard. He cut off his wrist. The commander, opening his mouth, asked when the asshole pin would appear. One of the members of the squad pointed his pistol forward. The monster tolerates pistol attacks. The flesh is torn away from the monster. Raising his pistol, the mercenary in military uniform said that he had no idea. In this situation, it was necessary to join the battle together from the very beginning. Sick replied that why did they spend so much effort? Because that bastard regenerates. Blood splatters fly to the ground. The head of the guild concluded that the regeneration rate is completely different from ordinary trolls. Well, what kind of creature are they fighting? One of the hunters turned his gaze upward. The monster instantly healed all its wounds. The warrior with the pistol, ready to pull the trigger, said what the commander was saying. He replied that the deputy should gather the guys and leave here and not come back. Closing one eye, the warrior said that in any case, if they continued like this, they would all die. Standing in a fighting stance, the man in the raincoat explained that the pin was useless here, that Pole would be able to do something if he came here. The deputy said that he would wait until his partner came. A soldier in a shirt crawls forward. The captain ordered his partner not to be stubborn and leave. If he is gone, then what will happen to the others? The stubble warrior opened his mouth slightly and asked the deputy to ask the Big Five to subdue the monster and give him a lavish funeral. The long-haired fighter raised his eyebrows and objected. The head of the fighters, turning away, ordered him to shut up and leave. His partner was immediately upset. The fighter, clutching the blade in his hands, shouted that he would sting the enemy endlessly and he was ready for his attack. The monster bared its teeth. Troll sent the commander flying with one blow. He flopped to the ground. The monster approaches the feet of the wounded man. The monster looks ahead with mad eyes. His opponent turned around and realized that everyone was gone. Blood was coming from his mouth. He said that now they were left alone on the battlefield. He froze in place, thought that in this case it could be considered that his life was not lived in vain. The guy addressed the captain by name. Sick, scratching his head, was indignant. The hero asked if he was the head of the guild owed to Sick. The protagonist, putting his hand in his pocket, wondered if he had ordered his subordinates to make sure that the guy could not climb here and if he had rented hunting grounds here. The captain of the squad looked away and wondered if June had broken through his men. They stood aside. The hero's eyes darted over the eye sockets. He asked what the ice spirit was feeling. The protagonist stood still. The ice fairy explained that the smell was disgusting. This troll must have swallowed demonic jade. The guy in the gray sweater, putting his hand on Sick's head, asked him to sit still so as not to accidentally get hit. The monster screams madly. Lightning sparks near the protagonist's face. He says that he is already coming. Armor enveloped the swordsman's body. The captain warned that the troll regenerates much faster than ordinary creatures. The monster's claws rushed forward. The tip of the sword slices through the air. The guild leader adds that at normal movement speed, the troll cannot be killed. Unleashes lightning strikes on the creature. June runs forward and tells the commander to shut up. He screams in pain. A warrior in armor cuts off one of the enemy's heads. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He ordered Sick to shut up and watch silently. The monster's eyes shone a shade of red in the darkness. A small troll is eating a piece of bread. A man in a raincoat said that Roland should remember forever. You can't take off your hood in front of people. There is a glass on the table. A man in glasses. He explained that no matter what happens, do not do it in any way. The monster bared his teeth. His interlocutor added that as for food, he would take care of it, so the trolls should never eat people or attack them. The fingers of a human hand grabbed a fork. The man said that this was their common promise. The armored knight froze in place. His partner asked if Roland could learn swordsmanship. A warrior in armor said that if he was ordered, he would do it. The monster eats food with a fork. His mentor said that in the past, elves and dwarves were also considered monsters. The first step is Roland should be the first troll mercenary. June, clutching the sword in his hand, said that he didn't even know. He had to see what would happen next. The Queen of the Cold replied that the contractor had dealt with the monster. It seemed that no matter how strong a mutant the troll was, its regenerative ability was limited. The monster's blood is spilled on the floor. Ice, flying up, said that the hero took over, demonstrating stunning speed. It was quite good, but if the princess were in his place, she would freeze the troll and break it into pieces. The armor disappears from the guy's body. He says that next time he has the opportunity to fight him, he will do so. The head of the monster lies on the ground. The protagonist explained that it was to be expected from someone who received the recognition of a gloomy ghost. The warriors run up to meet the savior screaming. It was a magnificent battle. They knew that it would be hard, but I never expected that everything would turn out to be so bad. Bloody rags lie on the ground. The fighters explained that they are really very grateful. The hero gave a thumbs up and said that it was a matter of free competition, but how a guild could monopolize the hunting grounds in this way was not the best example for future generations to follow. Sick, spreading his hands to the sides, explained that he really appeared in front of his savior in an extremely inappropriate form. To be honest, the commander was worried that the hero would rush headlong into battle and mess up, so he did so. The protagonist exhaled and Shiki replied that if he knew that June was a talented fighter, he would ask him for cooperation. The head of the guild, bowing, said that his team would stand up for the defense of this place, and the hero could still inspect the cave of that troll. The guy in the sweater added that if they understood everything, then the topic was closed. The leader of the warriors bowed and said that if his subordinates were going to restrain their savior, they had to do it properly, because they were the ones who allowed them to break through the defenses. The fighter on the left replied that the head was really fawning over June so much. The moon illuminates the forest thicket. The warriors from the guild say that no matter how you look at it, they owe their lives to the hero. It's true. Sick, opening his mouth, said that before going down, maybe they would see if they could get something out of the corpse. A few drops of blood are spilled on the ground. The warriors are talking about where the monster's body went. A huge troll raised his sword over the man's head. Sick was indignant. Isn't the monster dead? The guild master turned around. The protagonist blocks the blow with his sword. The monster bared its fangs. The hero's hair blows in the wind. He says that he is completely surprised, because someone ate demonic jade, because even the kobold lord did not die so easily. The opponents stood opposite each other with blades. The hero says that this is a good stance for a monster. June strikes and thinks that the monster does not wield a sword chaotically. The hunter's eye lit up. The troll's pupil turned red. The hero performs a sword strike. The fighters have crossed swords. The protagonist concludes that his opponent has learned swordsmanship and uses it. The armored warrior parried the monster's blow. The flash from the impact shone brightly. The hero clenched his teeth. He deflected the enemy's sword. The blade sliced through the space. The point of the knife sliced through the air. The hero's eye flashed. The ice spirit opened its mouth. The monster screamed. The hero mentally said that he was good at wielding. June's face is reflected in the blade. He stretched out his hand and said that it was at least clear that the possession of the sword had nothing to do with the power of the demonic jade. The armored warrior dodged. The troll has shifted. The hero's silhouette blurred from the speed. Striking a blow to the neck, the hero said, "Memento mori." June swings from behind the monster. The beast looks back. The hero looks at him in flight. The protagonist launches a black wave at the enemy and says in Latin that he is mortal. The guy frowns. The beast coughs up blood. It freezes when frozen. His face is covered in ice. The young man cuts the immobilized enemy. June sheathes the sword. The queen declares the contractor, and then says that she cannot believe that he used this technique in practice. She makes a happy face and reveals that June has finally begun to use her abilities in various ways, and adds that she has not experienced such pleasure in a long time. A lot of people look shocked. The monster's body lies cut on the ground. His head is lying frozen. The shadow of the hero's hand hangs over the face of the defeated troll. The protagonist frowns down. He stretches out his hand to the corpse and speaks aloud about the confession of the dead man. The Lord stands next to the knight and reveals that the troll's regenerative ability is one of their greatest blessings, and it will be a great advantage for the swordsman. The hooded monster makes a sound. The man with glasses looks at him and explains that he sent a letter to the mercenary guild and adds about a civilized troll who wields a sword. Roland looks down. Lord smiles and says that they have confirmed the entrance test, then congratulates the troll and adds that he may become a star. The armor shines on the warrior. Roland makes a sound, to which the Lord replies that he should not be nervous, then explains that if it is about him, then he will cope. A knife and fork lie on an empty plate. The man in glasses tells the troll to be confident and not to lose heart, even if he fails the exam, to which he replies with an unintelligible sound. The Lord looks up and claims that they will show everyone that trolls are capable of interacting with humans. Roland looks at him from under his hood. The candle is burning. Brute is sitting at a stone table. He writes something in a book. Roland twitches at the sound. Someone asks if it's the right guy. Another voice answers positively. A woman's foot steps on the ground. She declares that the troll, which is raised by man, is very interesting. A girl and a man are standing at the entrance to the cave. She speaks. Wonders aloud that Roland can wield a sword, to which he roars. Pink-haired smiles and states that it will definitely be good stuff and adds that she is curious to see his abilities first. June furrows her brows, thinking that this is the same way it was last time. The sword falls to the ground. Roland lies bloodied on the ground. The woman sits on it with a smile. The man declares that this is the end of the imitation of the monster by humans. The girl wonders aloud where it has been seen for the troll to be so quiet. In the palm of the red-eyed man lies a red stone. He reveals that this is all because he suppresses his thirst for violence, and adds that with the help of this they will pull out the wild hidden nature inside. He holds out the object to Roland. A red-eyed man strikes at a lying man. The troll's eyes turn blood maroon. The man in the cloak orders to kill and devour as much as possible, then adds that if he does not do this, they will visit him again and immediately begin to kill as much as he cannot right in front of his eyes. 2 people fall in blood. 2 warriors are lying on the ground. The red-eyed man asks Roland if he really wants to interact with humans, then says that they will start a rumor, and soon everyone will arrive at him. The troll grins his face. The man in the shirt makes a frightened face. The man in the cloak is referring to Roland's food, and then adds that if it turns out to be tastier than he thought, then he should not be too surprised. The monster opens its mouth. His eyes burn bloody. The troll throws the man into the pit. The red-eyed one declares that originally his species were just such wild animals. Roland grins his face. Lord says that no matter what happens, he should never eat people and adds that this is their promise to him. The brute trembles over the broken dishes. The man in glasses says that they will show everyone that trolls are also capable of interacting with people. Roland sits with a fork and knife. June is standing in front of a stone table with broken dishes. The man behind is surprised aloud that there is nothing here and adds that he thought that there would be at least some bones lying around here. The queen looks at her contractor. Someone says that it looks like an ordinary cave. The girl asks the hero if they are late. The protagonist lowers his eyes and replies that he does not know. Sick turns around. He watches the ledge and asks Pin to come here. A lot of people are sitting in the pit. The warrior is surprised aloud that they are there. The head of the guild looks down and wonders aloud that the caught ones were not eaten. A crowd of men looks up. A house appears against the blue sky. The lord declares that it is the key to Rockford Bank. June asks why he gives it to him. The hero holds a cup of hot drink to his mouth. The man claims that this is a reward, to which the protagonist says that he has already received his 150 gold coins. The Ice Queen is sitting on the window. The interlocutor laughingly replies that it was only a payment for the ads and adds that it is from him personally, and with his help the guy will be able to open the safe. The young man holds a cup of tea and asks what is inside. The lord asks if he has ever heard of the Tears of the Sun. June asks what it is. The man holds the drink to his mouth and asks aloud how best to express himself. He puts down the cup and says that he hopes that the hero, having a warm heart, will be able to take proper advantage of this and calls the guy a hunter. The protagonist lowers his eyes and asks if the lord feels a little better. The man silently looks down, then states that at first he could not understand what happened. Little Roland looks back at the man with glasses. The lord declares that he was really a kind kid, even if he was a troll and a monster. The man looks down. He states that he has never seen Roland harm others. The man in the yellow tie sadly lowers his gaze, saying that he really thanks the hunter June. The hero frowns and says that this is not something for which you should be grateful. The lord silently looks at the protagonist. The protagonist asks him if Roland was family to him. The Ice Queen frowns. The man states that if he hadn't taken up his upbringing, he would have become one of the common trolls who harm people. The monster looks around. Lord continues that this would have happened even without the intervention of the occultists. With his eyes closed, he picks up his cup and reveals that he trained him enough to even send him to participate in the mercenary exam, then adds that he was his son. The lord sits in front of June. The Ice Queen frowns at the window. A fire appears. The hero tells the interlocutor that, once upon a time, there was a man who lit a fire for his comrades, who slept, shivering from the cold. The guy looks at the red flashes with a smile. The forest camp is located in the middle of the trees. The protagonist says that the man was new to the party and a kind soul and adds that since it was cold in the camp, he was afraid that his comrades would catch a cold. The two monsters look at the light source. The boy continues that the cold was not something he should have been worried about, and adds that the danger was the night monsters attracted by the light. The man runs away from the bloody splashes. The young man says that after a while their camp was attacked, and the recruit quickly ran to call a comrade of the combat type, who went on reconnaissance. Two human silhouettes stand in front of the corpse. June explains that when he returned with the fighter, everyone was already dead. A man in glasses makes a shocked face. He brings the pistol to his temple. Blood splatters fall on the hero. He looks to the side and says that no Vicho didn't know that good intentions also come at a price. The lord lowers his gaze. The protagonist says that, sometimes, good deeds are associated with great responsibility. The man asks if the guy is really offering him to take responsibility, and not run away like the newbie. The young man looks at him silently. Green-eyed sits across from him. A man wearing glasses with the same eye color is smiling. A day earlier, someone knocks with a hammer and asks for silence. A lot of people are sitting in the courtroom. The lord stands surrounded by men in knightly armor. He states that this is all because he looked like a man when he wept bitterly over the loss of his mother. The judge adjusts his glasses and asks the defendant's last words and adds that trolls are sentient, but they are classified as monsters because they cannot communicate with humans, then adds that they are beasts that are no different from primates, after which he asks if the man senses human intelligence in that troll. June frowns. The lord replies that if you follow the general theory, then his words are correct. The man in the yellow tie stands there and explains that, however, the inherent aggression of trolls can be corrected by sufficient training and education when they are still young, then adds that there was no problem because they confirmed that he was sufficiently restrained and controllable. People in the hall make indignant faces. The judge replies that this is not a matter that the Baron could decide at his own discretion. One of the witnesses claims that even his own dog does not bite like that. The old man looks down at the accused and says that, as a result, contrary to expectations, the troll caused numerous victims and asks him what he thinks about it. The man replies that it is his fault, and he should have paid much more attention to his upbringing. The lord lowers his head. The old man asks him if he thinks that the reason why everyone survived, although they received many injuries, is due to the upbringing received from him. June puts her palm on the wooden railing and addresses the judge. He holds out a blue ball of light, declaring that external factors are the cause of the Baron's troll rampage. The red-eyed man holds a bloody pebble in his hands and says it's because he's suppressing his thirst for violence, then orders the troll to kill and devour as much as he can. Roland makes a fierce face. The man in the cloak is surprised by the troll's desire to interact with people and adds that this is where his imitation ends and calls him a monster. The judge touches his chin. The hero claims that the occultists gave Roland demonic jade to ignite anger and the desire to kill. 2 letters appear. The protagonist tells about the mercenary Hylian and the commander of the Knightly Order. The guy looks ahead and reveals that the documents presented are testimonies of real people who have experienced the same case, then adds that the goal of the occultists is not only to exacerbate emotions with the amplification of magic through demonic Nurit, but they also seek to confuse people by creating discord and conflict in society. The Baron closes his eyes. Someone claims to have heard a favor. One of the observers wonders if this is not the knight who distinguished himself in the Cobalt incident. A man in the stand sighs and says that it would have been better if the troll had not been there in the first place. June frowns. Someone is amazed aloud at how you can raise a troll like your own child. The judge touches his chin. One of those present in the hall claims that the monster has become a toy in the hands of occultists. The green-eyed man lowers his eyes. The old man states that he will pass judgment, then adds that the defendant caused numerous injuries and chaos due to unauthorized breeding of monsters, after which he added that the defendant also admitted that he trained the beast. The judge opens his mouth and states that, accordingly, the defendant has been found guilty and at the moment he is deprived of his status as Lord of the Western Sun. The old man looks down at the man and adds that, in addition, the defendant has been ordered to work for 5 years in the Imperial Department of Racial Interaction. Someone claims that the deprivation of status is too much. One of the observers replies that this is too light a punishment and should be put behind bars. The former lord smiles faintly. Little Roland frowns and growls. The man apologizes and declares that he will not come closer. The guy in glasses raises his palm and asks to calm down, then says that he was just picking mushrooms nearby. He holds out a cookie and offers to eat it. A young troll pushes a person away. The young baron smiles. Roland eats a cookie with a questioning face. He chews a treat. The guy with a satisfied face sighs and asks if he wants more. A person kneels down in front of an eating monster and tells him to chew slowly, because half of it spills out of his mouth. The former lord looks around and reveals that even under the pressure of the occultists, Roland did not lose his humanity for a second until the very end, and adds that if he could do it, then other trolls are also capable of it, adding that this is not the end of his son's dream. June crosses her arms with a smile next to the queen and replies that later, if the opportunity arises, he will visit the lord. The man closes his eyes and laughingly says that the Western Sun will soon have a new baron, and the next time we meet him, we should call him simply Pavier. The hero turns his gaze to his spirit, who says that it reminded her of her father's words. The man in glasses smiles weakly. The girl says that it is important to punish all 10 criminals. Pavier stands against a backdrop of large mountains and the city. The queen adds that you can't allow a soul to be touched by injustice, then adds that the protagonist has just saved one of his subjects. A high-rise building appears. Someone is shouting. Ing turns to the voice. The redhead declares that the answer has come, to which the blonde asks what it is about. Ju looks at the screen with a smile and reveals that she sent a message to June and finally got a response and asks if the hero has written to get out of her sight because he is busy. The girl makes a joyful face. The man in glasses says that, judging by what he has seen, he is not that kind of person at all. She wonders if she should take his word for it. The blonde man brings the mug to his mouth and tells him that it is difficult for him to watch her sigh, so he asks just to check. A sign is shown with the hero's answer, which says that he is just about to leave the village and asks what they have to do with him. Ju is surprised at the perfect moment. A system message is displayed, which says that everything is very simple, and they would like Mr. June to participate with their guild in a raid on the dungeon. A window pops up, with an inscription that the head officially invites the protagonist. The redhead frowns. He turns to Inwu and asks if the hero refuses. Since he did not answer, the man replies that the guy needs time to think about the answer and suggests that she wait a little. A mug of iced coffee appears. The girl declares that she is burning with anticipation, because the head of the guild is also taking part in this raid, then adds that it will be an interesting picture if the protagonist also joins. The blonde lowers his head and replies that the young man made some impression on the head. The woman turns her head and asks if the Cobalt incident alone is not enough to make a huge impression, to which Ing replies that any more or less talented hunter can do something like this. The blonde man approaches the lying Jew and declares that this time in the dungeon it will become known who he is, Mo or Do. A window appeared with a message that June agreed to go. A man in a jacket and a redhead look at the screen. The capital of the Ryark Empire. A huge castle in the middle of the city appears. The hero is standing in the doorway. Someone says that this is Pavier Limousin's safe. The protagonist looks down and snorts. He looks at a small black and gold vault, says that this is a safe inside a safe, then declares that he thought there would be more things here. The queen next to him says that, most likely, there are tears of the sun. The guy holds a golden key in his hand and says whether he was thrifty, or if his situation was worse than it looked outwardly. The spirit crosses his arms and asks aloud if this does not mean that the value of the tears of the sun is very great, provided that they are kept so carefully. The young man replies that it is time to open the safe. The bottle with the red contents is on a metal surface. June and the queen make surprised faces. the girl suggests that they make an assessment as soon as possible. The hero holds the bottle to the spirit. A window appears with the inscription that it is a unique item, as well as that this liquid gives the user the energy of polar yang. The protagonist stands back to back with a gloomy ghost. The queen reveals that her contract has the negative qualities of crowding and frost, then adds that if he drinks it, it will become more like poison. June replies that it is, and it is not a potion that can be drunk by anyone. Kim holds his sword with a smile. June forms a fireball in her hand. The hero touches his chin with thoughts that this is a difficult situation and adds that it is a good object, but he cannot use it. The queen hands him a sandwich, and the protagonist considers giving the elixir to Keys or Zdu, as someone like them would benefit from drinking it. The spirit hands the food with a smile. The guy asks what it is. She replies that he missed lunch, so it's time to stop thinking a lot and just chew. She puts the snack into the young man's mouth. June sits across from the queen on the fountain and asks if she really cooked it. The girl stands with her arms crossed and replies that she cooked it herself and took it with her, then asks if it is delicious or not. A little white-haired girl asks for fresh vegetables, right down to lettuce. The woman smiles and says that she has very beautiful eyes. She replies gratitude and notes that she also has a beautiful appearance. The aunt asks if she wants some cookies as a bonus for the purchase. The child in the raincoat replies that she will not mind. June blows a sandwich and reveals that due to the fact that the queen has polished a lot of spirit stones, she has become bolder, to which she asks again. The girl frowns on her face. The hero denies and notes that she has become taller, then adds about the taste. The spirit smiles happily. The protagonist states that it is quite tasty. The queen rests her hands on her hips and proudly says that it's probably not that she has good cooking skills, but simply toast, bacon, and butter are a combination that can't help but be delicious, before adding that she can't watch her contract starve. June wipes her mouth with a smile and declares that she enjoyed eating and she cooks very well. The hero crouches in front of his spirit. The lady laughs. The protagonist says that of course, you can't say that, then adds that the food she cooked is quite edible, to which she shouts in surprise. June's eyes are closed. The queen is outraged aloud that, despite the number of videos watched, she received so many complaints about her dish. The guy replies that the sandwich is the easiest to prepare. The red-haired woman approaches the young man and calls him. She raises her hand with a smile and asks how he lived all these months. June stands in front of her and notes that they haven't spoken in about a month, then thanks her for offering to participate in the raid. The fire-haired one said that it wasn't even her who was proposing to her, and then asks why he said 1 month and adds that she feels like they haven't seen each other much longer. The hero with a smile shifts his gaze to his spirit and mentally notes that during the duel he acted incognito, and declares aloud that, indeed, several months have passed. The protagonist follows a joyful Jew, who declares that the imperial branch is straight, then asks to follow her. The guy asks if there was anyone else who was invited. Redhead turns around and replies that there were 2, but only one is eligible to take part in the raid. The young man frowns and asks about the criteria for sending a message. The girl replies that because of his excellent reputation, his very existence is beneficial to the guild. The queen opens her mouth in surprise. Jew adds that in the second option, it is necessary to have outstanding abilities. The young man looks up at the white petals of the trees. The fiery-haired woman continues that anyone who has one of these requirements can be invited, although it is quite difficult. Jew shows June a huge building and reveals that it is Aime's palace, then adds that when you visit someone's house, you need to greet its owner. She looks back and says that it's good that the hero was invited to the Takabe guild, but meeting one of the 9 heavens will be a truly great experience for him. The protagonist smiles and replies that he is looking forward to it, and notes to himself that this will be his second meeting with a representative of the 9 heavens. Ing points to the door, greets the protagonist, after which he reveals that the chapter will arrive any minute, and asks him to wait for a while. The guy looks at the man and agrees. He keeps his hands in his pockets. A young man stands in the center of the hall on a red carpet. June furrows her brows. In front of him is a door under a large golden symbol. The queen lowers the corners of her mouth. Hyun comes out of the opening and talks about how happy he is to meet. The man looks at the hero and introduces himself as the head of the guild Takabe. The protagonist watches him and says his name. The man closes his eyes and reveals that he has heard a lot about him from Ju. The guy smiles and replies that he has also heard about him from the manager. The queen hides behind the young man's shoulder, and Hyun wonders what the redhead said about him. The guild leader pulls out his wand from under his cloak, and June replies that the girl said that meeting the 9th heaven would be a great experience for him, to which he repeats his words with a laugh. Hyun creates a white light source on the end of the stick and states that this is a slight exaggeration. The hero makes a surprised face. His interlocutor adds that, however, he should not disappoint the protagonist. The space around the men is distorted around the dark sphere between them. They move to another room. The guy is surprised at his talent for controlling space and adds that he seems to have seen magic. Hyun holds a magic wand in his hand and thanks, albeit belatedly, for June's acceptance of his invitation. The hero looks at the interlocutor and replies that it is worth thanking him. He makes a shocked face. The protagonist finds himself on the couch. The head of the guild says that he will give him a contract and information about the dungeon. The man holds a piece of paper and reveals that the goal is a 1-star dungeon and adds that this is the rank that the god of adventure measures. The guy asks again. Hyun replies that there are many gods here on the border. A pen appears in the air. The man declares that they will move out in 3 days, then asks if the young man needs more time to prepare. The head of the guild gives June a piercing look, who notes to himself that there is still plenty of time before the day they are supposed to meet in the port lane. The hero lowers his head and declares that these days are enough. The protagonist holds the document in his hand and says that there is also a list of those taking part in the raid and adds that the highest tanker has that the 20th level. He looks up and claims that the man's combat power is really amazing, to which he asks to carefully read the contract and sign at the bottom. The boy reads carefully. Hyun adds that even if he participates in the raid as a guest, he will still receive his share of the rewards that the dungeon will give, to which the young man replies that this is good. The head of the guild opens his mouth and asks if June has any wishes. The hero looks down and declares that there are none. He signs the contract. The man claims that he is counting on him. The chairman creates a purple sphere. The protagonist asks if he uses this wand to control his abilities, to which he replies that it makes the process of controlling space much easier. The guy smiles and declares that this is amazing. Hyun nods and adds that although he is an expert at this, his spatial perception skills are somewhat inferior, so there is nothing else to do. A purple light shines at the end of the item. June mentally notes the fact that a 9 heavens level talent needs to use an auxiliary tool is very impressive, then adds that he feels he is very strong, and then continues that this is not a wall that he is unable to overcome. The protagonist observes Hyun's abilities and mentally says that this is another monster like Kim. The man offers to move to the guest room and adds that he hopes that he will like her. The men find themselves in the middle of the crowd. The guy looks back at the empty room and mentally declares that this is completely different from teleportation. The chairman says that they will see each other in 3 days. The guild master turns to the young man and claims that he is looking forward to seeing his skills as good as his reputation. June looks at him and replies that he will do his best to show it. The hero watches the disappeared man. The queen sighs and states that she feels like she is looking at a young gentleman from a chaebol family. The protagonist looks back. Ju calls the head of the guild amazing. The guy is surprised aloud by the appearance of a girl. The redhead winks and says she'll take him to the guest room and wonders what it was like to meet the 9th heaven. The hero scratches his head awkwardly and replies that Hyun looks quite strong, to which the fire-haired woman asks if this is their first meeting. The queen frowns. The protagonist states that she has not had the opportunity to meet him before. Ju says that she understands. Fish swim in the water. The protagonist and the redhead watch the lake against the background of the sunset. The young man asks if he made any mistake. The girl replied that he met the head for the first time and already calls him Hyun. With a strange smile, Ju reveals that they have crossed paths 3 times already, as well as exchanged messages, then adds that she even got an autograph from a gloomy ghost. June looks at the interlocutor. She is indignant that he still calls her a leader and nothing more. The girl smiles strangely. The hero replies that he will call her Miss Ju from now on, to which she says that it sounds too harsh. They look at the water. The protagonist asks again, to which the girl laughs and says that, in any case, he does not need to worry about clearing the dungeon and adds that, as before, he will be able to protect the young man. June looks at her and thanks her, to which she states that those with power must protect each other. Fire-haired looks into the distance and says that if Grandpa Lightning went with them, she could be completely calm. The protagonist looks forward and asks who it is. The sitting man is surrounded by many lightning bolts. Ju replies that it is the Thunder Emperor, then adds that this is the person who inflicted her first defeat. The old man's eyes sparkle with electricity. Redhead claims that she will be with them, so there is nothing to worry about. Hyun is sitting in a chair and sunlight falls on his face, and he remembers his question about whether June has any wishes. The hero flips through the document and replies that there are none. The head of the guild is surprised aloud that the protagonist did not find it strange that a hunter of 120th level entered their group. The young man looks down. The chairman reveals that the maximum level talents are deliberately sent to the dungeon, which have nothing to regret, but June completely ignores this point. The hero signs the sheet. Hyun says aloud that the guy is either not interested, or he already knows that even those who have reached the maximum level have to return to the dungeon every now and then. The man raises his pen. He states that she reacts to skills that are related to attributes, and then adds that the response is positive. The chairman smiles and says it's a strange thing, then adds that June is an interesting person. The hero leans against the wooden railing next to Ju. The guild leader declares that, as expected, when you want to get to know a person, you should keep him as close as possible. Frowning, the guy asked that everyone had gathered. Standing in front of him, the people replied approvingly, to which he asked that no one had any unforeseen circumstances last night, did they? The girl put her hands behind her back, hearing that no, all 80 people were fully prepared for the raid. Experienced hunters took the initiative so that the attack on the dungeon could be completed quickly, and the leaders had to make sure that no one fell behind. Everyone understood him. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that what an amazing fighting spirit. Smiling, the spirit said that it felt like her brave knights were in front of her. Holding the wand in his hands, the guy said that then they would set off. A portal opened in front of him. Frowning, the young man said that everyone was coming in. Smiling, the player said that he could not believe that he had the honor to participate in such a mission. It was heard that everyone should be extremely careful and not hesitate. The protagonist raised his head up, and the guy asked what it was. Wasn't it about an ordinary dungeon, from which only ruins remained? Gritting his teeth, the player said that this was a serious scale, and the girl asked why these crumbling trash turned out to be something like this. Stretching out her arms to the sides, the Ice Queen said that she loved this place. A view of the abandoned building opened. The guy was walking to the entrance to the park, and someone said that suddenly seeing such a picture in front of his eyes, maybe it was a trap. The symbol of the park appeared. It was heard that from now on he would tell them the rules of using Foreverland. Each person must take one ride on the attraction. It is forbidden to refuse to ride in the middle of the way. It is forbidden to climb out of turn. Let them climb on the rides in turn. When they all enjoyed the local attractions, Foreverland will fall asleep soundly. Closing his eyes, Hyun said that it was a simple dungeon where you had to ride the rides on a first-come, first-served basis, and then asked that they just didn't say that there were those who were not able to ride the rides among the participants in the raid. The girl frowned when she heard that there were no such people, to which she thought that no, for a second, she can't ride the rides, she gets motion sickness on them. Looking to the side, the guy said that he would ride the attraction with the highest difficulty, and let them calmly attack the dungeon, following the rules. Standing behind him, the squad responded approvingly. The girl smiled when she heard that there were so many attractions in total. The map she had taken earlier said that there were 9 of them, and then asked that she was in the same boat with her. Hye-won raised her hand and replied that yes, the head had personally divided them into groups, to which she was told that it was okay, she would trust her, it could be dangerous, so let June stay close to her. Pointing ahead, the girl asked what but who was that over there? Raising his finger up, the man replied that he was a gas man, invited as a guest. If they needed gas, then let them just tell him, and he would immediately spray it. Looking at him, the hero said that he was June, glad to meet everyone, so they would begin to slowly plan the route. With her eyes wide open, Hye-won said that there were many members in their group, so how about going to the ghost house? To which she was told that no way, and she added that if it didn't fit, she would look at another option now. Pointing to the map, the player asked that there is a safari here. She loves animals, doesn't she? Smiling, the manager replied that well, if we are talking about animals, then she likes it, they go there, to which she said that what a relief, I am sure there are no special problems, because they will just need to move by car along the established route. The car was hit. Closing her eyes, Kohn shouted that she definitely thought there was no problem, she had a driver's license at all, to which Hyun replied that the brakes had suddenly failed, and she added that he should stop the car, they would turn over at this rate. The car began to burn, and someone said that if you look closely, this is what is written here. Looking at his reflection, the protagonist heard that the attraction is called a real horror safari. It turns out that there may be predators here. Holding the map in her hands, the girl said that it didn't matter who came their way, all they had to do was go through the route, to which the leader replied that she would incinerate anyone who approached, and the gas man said that what a passionate lady she was, he would fall in love with her now. Smiling, the Ice Queen said that she should just watch how he fluffed his tail, to which June asked what she had already managed to take all this. The girl looked frightened when she heard that the creature was approaching again. Let them not stand like idols and kill her. She flinched at hearing that he couldn't aim. Smiling, Hye-won said that this is how it works, it looks fun, to which the manager replied that this is some kind of nonsense. This is the worst combination, she does not want to be here. The snake was crawling on the branches, and someone asked what was happening. On each attraction there are such risk factors as monsters. Looking to the side, the hero said that that's right, in any case, they will have to go through the route to the end. This is a dungeon, and they must follow the rules for using Foreverland. Standing in the water, the gas man asked that, by the way, if in the middle of the way they refuse to take the route, then what is the penalty for them? To which the protagonist asked that if it was so curious, he could take it and check it himself. To which he replied that he had to refuse this offer, and the head added that he was not nervous at all. Looking straight ahead, she asked that initially, as an experienced hunter, she was supposed to protect the guests. Suddenly the serpent rose up. The head looked at him in fright and shouted that it was an anaconda. The fiery spheres rushed forward. It was heard that she would deal with her. The monster was hit by blows. Stretching her hand forward, Khan asked that she was immune to fire. What should she do? To which the hero replied that the snake had no immunity. It just quickly shed its skin after being wounded. And she added that where the target was on the map, let him be ready to spray the gas. Frowning, the protagonist said that when the gas man was ready, let him just burn the hell out of everything, not caring about the coordinates. The most important thing now was to break through. Looking at the map, Hyun said that the target was in a straight line directly in front of them. The man stretched his hand forward. The gas compartment opened. Releasing the gas, the man shouted that it was a powerful gas, with such a volley. The serpent looked away in bewilderment. Looking straight ahead, the gas man said that he should add just a little bit of light. Kohn looked to the side and asked if it was just a little bit. The fiery charge rushed forward. It flew towards the gray smoke. The anaconda opened her eyes wide. A powerful explosion thundered. It was heard that everyone should turn away. Hye-won looked at her in amazement, and asked that the thing had been eliminated, to which the girl replied that such expressions were forbidden. The serpent was blazing with bright flames. With her eyes wide open, Khan shouted that she wouldn't be able to last long. A blue flash appeared in the air. The hero struck several blows with his sword. The forest was covered with flames. It was heard that the river had completely dried up. It turned out to be a really amazing bundle. The girl looked away when she heard that the safari had been attacked by poachers, to which she asked what kind of nonsense it was. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, listening to the fact that the original Hepidol will be summoned to provide protection for Forever Land. But seriously, why do they keep adding something every now and then? Frowning, Khan said that they had no choice but to hurry towards the exit. But what was Hepidol? Holding the poster in her hands, Haiwan said that if she was not mistaken, it was one of the amusement park's mascots. A poster appeared. It was heard that the mascot was a bear, a tiger, a cheetah, a mouse and a hare. Lowering her head, the girl said that if we are talking about Hepidol, then it is most likely a cheetah. Okay, everything is clear with a cheetah. But what is meant by original? A roller coaster appeared, and someone said that now it is useless to think about something like this. For a start they will move on. Plants appeared on safari. Looking straight ahead, the gas man said that he thought it was the land of the Serengeti. Going forward, the girl said that let everyone gather their strength, judging by the map. Immediately after this section they are waiting for an exit. Looking down, Khan asked that although they had walked for a long time, she didn't feel tired, and they, even earlier, although she had used her ability, she didn't feel sorry at all. Stretching out her hand, the Ice Queen said that she would never forget that she had to buy her a cheesecake. She would never forget about this promise. The hero closed one eye and replied that he would not forget, let him not worry, so he would work a little longer. An exit from the park appeared, and someone asked that this was not the exit. It seemed to be really him. Rushing forward, the man said that he would be the first to get out of here. Here it was. He already felt the taste of the successful completion of the mission. Suddenly, a blow flew to him. Hwon looked frightened and asked what had happened. She put her hand to her face when she heard that she should give him treatment first, to which she replied that yes, now, and then thought that this bastard was very fast. The beast ran swiftly forward. The thought arose that it must be the original Hepidol. Stretching her hand to the side, Khan said that she would try to attack him first. To be honest, she was not sure that she would be able to hit him on the first try, at such a speed. The beast's eyes lit up. The creature ran swiftly through the explosion. The leader looked away in amazement. The monster waved his hand and said what a slow attack. Suddenly, the cheetah struck at the girl. Looking at her, he said that it was just ridiculous. The beast turned sharply. Smiling, he said that he was here to avenge the anaconda. Lying on the ground, the gasman said that he had a gas leak. It turns out that he would die like this, to which the player replied that he should not talk or move. In the past she had treated wounds and more serious than this. Cheetah smiled when he heard this. Rushing forward, he asked if someone had left his back exposed. The girl lowered her gaze when she heard that it was very painful and blood gushing out, to which she replied that half of his side was torn out. So it was not surprising that he was bleeding. Let him wait a little, he was almost completely healed. She clenched her teeth tightly. Lightning flew in the air. The thought arose that it was some kind of nonsense. The cheetah slid along the ground, thinking that he was just running. The protagonist buried his face in the ground, and he added that they also wanted to say that he was caught. The monster looked away. Jun's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that he was a human being. Suddenly the cheetah jumped up. He smiled broadly. The hero struck him with his fist. The beast flew aside. He fell to the ground. Frowning, the cheetah thought that this was beyond his strength. He was following him on his heels. Then he could move on to a frontal attack, and as soon as the poachers relaxed their vigilance, suddenly he opened his eyes in amazement. The girl summoned flames around her. Being in the midst of the fire, the creature said that it was he who lost to some insignificant people. Khan froze, staring at the flames. Standing behind her, the girl said that he was destroyed, to which she replied that wait, there was no way she would sign up for it twice. The man closed his eyes and said that she had really done an amazing job. He couldn't believe that her original talisman had been destroyed. Now they were almost done with their mission. Smiling, the manager asked. The hero sighed when he heard that the head had destroyed 2 talismans. Now only a bear and a tiger remained, but wasn't the fight too difficult? Looking up, the girl asked that it was not really. The talisman was strong, but it was easier to deal with it than she thought. Maybe it was because there was a sudden attack. Watching them, the protagonist heard that her ability to see loopholes in the opponent's defenses is simply amazing, which means that they were helped by an unexpected attack and a good moment. An amusement park appeared, and it was heard that the head would fight with one of the 2 remaining talismans. The man frowned and said that the last and at the same time the most difficult route was a wandering theater troupe in the sky. Looking at the tent, he added that if the head was late, they would go inside. The man lowered his gaze and thought that he was Chang. He was 32 years old. He was the one who had been dubbed the brain of the Takabe Guild. As a deputy, he should take responsibility for the empty seat of the head. Looking at his watch, he added that but he hadn't returned to the set time and was very late. It had been too long since he had entered the haunted house. Frowning, Chan thought that if they continued to wait, they would face a serious delay. He had no choice but to attack this place himself. Stretching out his hand, he said that she was following with him, to which Khan replied that he should trust her, she would protect him from any danger. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that he should move away from the entrance, to which he asked what was why, and he was told that because the opponent is the original talisman, to which he said that in this case, he just needs to be very careful. The deputy opened his eyes in amazement and thought that no, he had only leveled up to level 83. The leader grabbed him, hearing that damn, this is their guild's raiding company, he can't entrust this mission to an outsider, he is the one who should enter the tent, to which she shouted that no, he can't enter. Didn't he hear the notification that he had to keep the queue? June lowered his gaze when he heard what he ordered him to say to the head, let him trust her. The room appeared, and someone said that although he was the deputy head, he was sometimes extremely sensitive, and when he clapped his hands, saying that he was good, the show would soon begin. Looking down, the hero asked what was more important now, that she said that the house was designed for 2 people, true, but in this situation, there are too many empty places here. Smiling, Khan asked what was true, but he didn't want to say that someone would suddenly appear in the empty seats, yes, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't even know this could very well happen. Frowning, the executive said that as she sat there, she suddenly remembered the auction house in Las Vegas. Looking at the masked man, she asked again. The girl frowned when she heard that she was asking everyone to take their seats, to which she asked what the hell was the concept here. The hero looked at her, hearing that it didn't look like it was the original talisman next to him. Suddenly, the masked man turned his head. Cone looked frightened and asked if this situation was uncomfortable. People in masks looked at her. She heard that she was asking to take her seats. She froze with fright. The protagonist frowned when he heard that it was good evening, thanking all the idiots who came here. The jester raised his hand in the air and said that the wandering theater troupe in the sky could be called the best in Foreverland. Smiling, he added that if they didn't want to fall down in fright, they should all wear seatbelts, but in reality, there were no seatbelts. Lowering her gaze, the manager said that the mood was below the plinth. The jester stretched out his hand to the side and said that he would allow him to introduce the murderous members of their group to them. Let them be lenient to them, because they had been preparing so hard for the introduction. The girl looked at her in amazement and asked about the earthquake. Smiling broadly, the clown said that so, the highest stage. The eyes of the masked men lit up when they heard what was being launched. Red rays could be seen from the tent. Suddenly, a blow flew to him. Looking up, the guy said that it was the same. The man gritted his teeth tightly. The pillar rose high up. Closing her eyes, Khan said that she should not worry, she would protect him. The platform rose to the sky. The beasts smiled as they looked ahead. The pillar rose higher and higher, and someone asked how high they had climbed. Looking at the scene, the hero asked that the guys seemed to be really working hard. Bats were flying around the pole. It was heard that he was not taking this situation too lightly. In any case, they would not be able to escape, so they would watch the performance. Let him be very careful. This trial has the highest level of difficulty. When the original talisman appears, they will have to work together to destroy it, so he will do. Stretching out his hand, the jester shouted that soon they would present to their attention the most popular part of the performance of a wandering theater troupe in the sky. They began the execution of the bear. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the execution of the bear, the original talisman, would appear on the stage, and someone said that now he needed to be ready. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that if anything happened, she would burn everything to hell here. Bowing, the clown said that he should let them bow out. Khan's eyes widened in amazement. The beast smiled, and she asked again. Suddenly the creature looked furiously. The supervisor looked at him in fright. The monster crawled forward. It was heard that the lucky one from among their viewers would be executed by the bear himself. It was really amazing. June looked at him in amazement, and thought that it was like the resurrection of a troll that time. No, it was much more important, since it was about someone in the audience. The beast's eyes lit up, and he added that he didn't mean the 2 of them. Suddenly, the creature screamed furiously. Frowning, the hero said that they would be the first to attack. Looking to the side, he added that if she set him on fire with her flames, he would deliver the final blow. Cone's eyes widened and asked what she had done first. She froze with fright. The beast looked at her angrily. The leader's gaze froze in place. The masked men grabbed the hero. The girl stared at the monster in silence. Her eyes widened. Suddenly, Khan fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she thought what it was. The beast waved his hand, and the leader added that she was dying, or something. If her end was like that, then why did she make so much effort? It hurt to tears. Blood was pouring from the girl's mouth. She was lying on the ground. All the masked men froze. The monster's gaze froze. Smiling, the Ice Queen asked that he was sure he would not regret his decision. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that regret, he does it precisely because he does not want to regret later. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist reflected that he could have protected her, could have prevented what had happened. Despite the fear that his abilities would be revealed, he was pathetic, because in the past time he had forgotten about the most important thing. June suddenly struck the monster. The creature's eyes widened. Frowning, the MC thought that even if everyone in this world was too scared to act. Waving his hand, he added that he had to take a step forward. The fist flew into the monster. The ground beneath them shook. Gray smoke appeared on the landing. The beast's eyes were glowing red. He stared furiously ahead. The hero looked at the girl. She was lying unconscious. The protagonist's eyes widened. Suddenly he rushed forward. MC ran swiftly towards the girl. The pillar began to crack. It was heard that they should look there. Was the tower not collapsing? The stones were falling. The man raised his head up. He knitted his brows and said that let them prove it. June gritted his teeth tightly when he heard that he hadn't been mistaken about him. He grabbed the girl sharply. Khan was unconscious. The hero looked at her. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared. His eyes filled with rage. The protagonist looked away. Suddenly, his eyes turned black. Ice appeared on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the MC exclaimed. The spikes were stuck into the beast. The monster's body was pierced through. Stones fell down. Crossing his arms, the guy said that it was so beautiful. An explosion thundered behind the guys. People began to run away. The debris came out, fell down. Cracks appeared on the stone. June and the girl were falling down. Stretching her hand forward, the Ice Queen turned. The hero silently looked ahead. He stepped on a piece of rock. Shrapnel scattered to the sides. The protagonist landed on the ground. Closing her eyes, the girl turned to him. He lowered his gaze when he heard that he should forgive her. She lost. Opening her eyes, Cone added that she said she would protect him. Smirking, the MC replied that she had won. Since she survived, then she had won. Standing in front of him, the guy said that the mission was accomplished. Looking at the hero, he asked that he had eliminated the target. The people looked at them in amazement, hearing that yes, the target had been destroyed. More importantly, the leader had been badly injured, to which Hyun replied that he had seen. Standing on one knee, he added that he was grateful for protecting a member of their guild. Frowning, June said that he should tell me if there were any victims. Looking down, the chairman replied that 24 people had minor injuries, 7 were in serious condition. Hyun smiled when she heard that this was it. They had cleared this dungeon without a single sacrifice. Turning around, Hyun said that he had done a great job. The hero smirked when he heard that he thought he was going to die, to which he replied that he should call Miss Hyun as soon as possible, and the gasman said that she had already gone to get the potion. A starry sky appeared. It was heard that his abilities, captured in the video, were striking to the eye. He hit his level. What kind of power it was. Thank you for saving their leader. The spirit smirked upon hearing this. The box was on the ground, and someone said that this was a reward for clearing the dungeon. Let him open it. The man looked at him in surprise and replied that it was fine, but he really had to do it alone, to which Hyun asked that he was afraid, to which Jang replied that he was not, just preparing for any unforeseen situation. Suddenly, a huge gesture appeared, to which he shouted that the box had increased in size. Could it be that the raid was not over yet? Coins suddenly began to pour out of his mouth. The man looked at me in amazement, and shouted that second, "Why are they falling in this direction?" People smiled as they heard the coins pouring in an endless stream. Hyun sighed heavily. The hero crossed his arms and grinned. Standing in front of the people, the guy said that upon return, the wounded would immediately be treated in the medical unit, and the commanders would begin to pay rewards. The rest of the staff could rest until the next notice. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that the way things are organized is what a guild means, and Cone added that it is. It's not for nothing that they are part of the Big Six. The chairman looked at him in amazement when he heard that he still understood why he was nicknamed the Fierce Ghost. He had never flinched during the raid and convinced him that the Takabe was not in vain in his current position. MC turned his head when he heard the address. He gritted his teeth when he heard that she would keep his secret. She was talking about his freezing abilities. Looking to the side, June said that this was how she saw, and then thought that she had only seen the ice saucer. The manager smiled, and he added that what a relief. A glow appeared near the wand. It was heard that everyone had done a great job. Now it was time to go back. People turned to the chairman. The hero looked away in surprise. Turning his head, he asked what it meant. Looking at him, Hyun replied that even if he deceived the whole world, he wouldn't be able to fool him. Taking a step forward, he asked what he was saying that he was deceiving him. Passing by the hero, the guy said that as the head of the guild, he is extremely rarely admired by anyone. The shadow of a man appeared. Smiling, the chairman said that he wanted to meet him at least once. The protagonist froze in amazement upon hearing this. They stood silently in front of each other. Looking at the guy, he asked why he called him that. He was not a gloomy ghost. Closing his eyes, the MC said that he didn't know why he had such thoughts. Smirking, Hyun replied that he had foreseen such a reaction. In the world he was known as a representative of the dark ghost. The spirit ate popcorn, hearing that, but why does the gloomy ghost need a representative? He who wandered alone until he met the other 4 heroes. As he walked forward, the young man asked if there was really a need for a representative after his return, and then said that well, it would be assumed that we were talking about the world after 25 years, so perhaps he needed help adapting to it. Single-handedly confronted the army of kobolds, he is a talent who literally fell from the sky. June frowned when he heard that as a hunter, he had never made a mistake, and suddenly became a representative of the dark ghost. Looking at Hyun, he heard that the time of the dark ghost's awakening coincided with the time of his appearance on the scene. Was there anything strange about the fact that he could have doubts about the relationship that connected the two of them? Having seen him in battle earlier, he was finally convinced. Raising his eyebrows, the chairman said that although it was difficult for him to see everything clearly as he blended in with the night sky, he had clearly used the attribute skill technique. Holding the popcorn in her hands, the spirit heard that it was most likely a dark ghost technique called the Guardian of Darkness, to which she replied that he guessed half. The hero turned his head and said that it meant that in his eyes, the only proof of his abilities was a scene in the night sky that he had caught a glimpse of. Raising his wand up, the young man replied that there was nothing of the sort. Hyun smirked and asked what he remembered that pen. He had used it when he signed the contract. The protagonist looked up, hearing that it was not just a pen, but an artifact that reacted to those who had the abilities of an attribute. A glow appeared at the tip of the pen. Looking straight ahead, the MC thought he was very meticulous. The chairman knitted his brows. The Ice Queen flinched when she heard the address. Sitting down on a rock, June said that from now on, let him keep everything he saw secret. Let him swear by the name of the Ninth Heaven and the Takabe Guild, to which Hyun replied that he swears by the name of the Ninth Heaven and the Takabe Guild, that he would keep everything secret. Closing his eyes, he said that thank you very much, this is quite enough. The spirit put her hands to her face and said that he was finally there. The guy silently looked ahead. A beast appeared behind the hero, and it was heard that the Guardian of Darkness would show. The man gritted his teeth. Ice spikes appeared around them. Hyun looked surprised to hear that the Ice Hunter was his ability. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that what he saw was an additional technique. With the help of this power, he managed to free the gloomy ghost from the icy shackles. Ice spikes appeared, and he added that this was why he had become its representative. It was only through interacting with it, and growing further that he was able to awaken other heroes. The guy silently looked ahead, hearing that he was not a gloomy ghost. Closing his eyes, he replied that they would pretend that today's conversation had not taken place. The protagonist looked at him attentively. Looking at his wand, the chairman said that in return, for his active participation in this raid, he would give him a reward worthy of a representative of a gloomy ghost. Had he heard of the Sage of the Pointed Tower? MC looked at the envelope when he heard that a hunter who understood the essence of things and could deftly predict the future. Many people were lining up to receive guidance from him who had left the mortal world. The man stood still. It was heard that the heads of guilds and presidents of associations also had to wait several months to see him. What he had just given him was a letter of introduction to him. Smirking, Hyun said that with him in his arms, he could meet the sage at any time, wishing him to benefit from the trip. Ice Cube holds a cocktail and a pie in her hands, and tells June to make sure he buys a buck cheesecake, and adds that there's no way she'll settle for that little crumb, and the protagonist replies that he doesn't understand how it happened, but she seems to be eating too much lately, and that if she continues like this, whether he will become the first spirit suffering from obesity. Graham raised his head and asked the main character if he was alive, because he thought that the young man was dead, and the guy replied that there was one thing, then another, so he was late, and continued that it was not a big deal, that more time had passed, the equipment would not rot. The protagonist holds a bottle in his hand, and the young man asks if this is what he is thinking, and the young man replies that it is vodka, and that it is a small gift from him, although he is not sure if it will be to Graham's taste. The dwarf closes his eyes with pleasure and asks what about their relationship, why he brought something like this, and what he does not like it. Graham holds the bottle close to him, and June says that when he earns more money, he will buy the guy a lot of bottles of this alcohol. The protagonist puts his hand on the weapon and asks the young man to explain the items of equipment, and the short guy says that it is not forbidden, and continues that it is a two-handed sword 2 meters long, a saw sword with 32 high-strength moving barbs, and asks if the guy sees the fuse on the crossbar. The Ice Queen drinks a cocktail. The dwarf rounded his eyes and continued to say that if you unscrew the fuse and pour mana inside, the mechanism will start, and that the protagonist will only have to pull the lever. The young man raises his sword and says that the size of the weapon is more impressive than he thought, and Graham says that June has lost all his form, so he looks weaker than Kim Woo-jin, and the guy states that he likes the weight, length, and design. Graham looks up and says that he needs to remove the fuse and pour in mana, and teaches the guy to pull softer, not so hard. The young man examines the sword and says that he is looking forward to the introduction of the next weapon, and the dwarf says, which is not surprising, because whose hands it is, and that the spear was made of 1,000-year-old steel. The spear shimmers, and Graham says that 1,000-year-old steel is a rare metal mined at the top of Del Ice. The protagonist looks at the weapon and says that the design is stunning, and that it looks like a dragon carved out of ice. The dwarf puts his hand on his belt and says that a normal person who touches it will be completely frozen and die of hypothermia, and asks if Seo Junho is confident in his abilities. The young man brings his palm to the weapon, and Graham asks that although he forged it according to his order, he can definitely use it, and exclaims that the main character is a reckless boy. Ice covers the protagonist's hand, and the dwarf says that before taking this spear in his hands, you need to at least put on gloves. The young man looks up and thinks that the spear is definitely very cold. The ice monster opens its mouth. The main character looks in front of him and thinks that he has not been so unbearably cold for a long time. A piece of ice closes its eyes. Frost resistance resists cold. June holds a spear in his hand and says that now something like this is a mere trifle. The freeze skill completely suppresses the cold. The ice dragon looks forward. Ice Cube drinks a cocktail, and the protagonist says that he is lucky that he is not stiff, and Graham says that if this is called luck, then unlucky dwarves like him should go outside and stuff their belly with earthworms. June holds a weapon in both hands, and the dwarf says that seeing that the guy needs these types of weapons, he thinks that Seo Junho is going to start a war. He turns around and asks the guy to win and not lose and die. The protagonist turns his head and replies that of course, and adds that they should not forget who will use the weapon he made by whom. Gilbert holds a rifle in his hands and asks the guy what this is, a weapon made by dwarves. The guy replies that he was told that it changes its characteristics depending on who exactly uses it, and the man asks why it is so light, and the guy replies that he really likes heavy weapons more. The shooter continues to say that this is not the case, and that he is used to the weight of his original gun, and asks for crates. And the protagonist tells him to stop whining and try to shoot, and that he talks too much. The shooter aims at the target. He pulls the trigger. Gilbert reloads the weapon and says that a silencer should be put in here. The protagonist puts his hand to his head and exclaims that it is destructive power, and asks what the man was aiming at. The city is located on the seashore, and the man replies that he hunted a rooster, and June asks where the rooster is. Gilbert says that this is a game played by snipers. The weather vane spins in the wind, and the main character says that this gun uses the principle of increasing the rotational power of bullets with the help of his mana. Gilbert asks if this is not similar to the guy's original ability, and he replies that it is, and that he can add his own power to the power of this gun. The man bows his head and says that the stats can be changed, and asks that the Ice Queen is with him now. The guy points his finger back, and says what's wrong with him, and that she's working hard to gain weight. The man turns his head and says that he doesn't understand why he is with the one who froze them, and adds that in any case, thanks to her for saving his son. Ice Cube frowns, and Gilbert continues to say that if she hadn't, he wouldn't have left her alone. The protagonist leaned against the railing and told the man to stop, because this little girl was about to have indigestion, and added that he had crushed her that day, and that she was now reborn as a lower-level spirit. The man looks ahead, and Ice Belt is indignant that she is a second-level spirit. The guy says that she is a lower-level spirit, and goes on to say that he has received help from her countless times since he woke up, and that it was also that he was weakened. The Ice Queen pursed her lips. The main character shifts his gaze and says that at the moment she is an ally whom he can fully trust as well as a man. Gilbert looks at the guy. The protagonist says that he will not ask him to trust her, but asks him to watch from the sidelines and draw conclusions. June shifts her gaze to Gilbert, and the man says that if so, then he has a question for the Ice Queen, and goes on to say that for what reason he created the conditions for a one-on-one fight that day, and the guy says that Sky has arrived. The girl approaches the men and greets them. She says that she moved as soon as she felt the presence of the Ice Queen. The clock tower towers over the city. The guy says that Ice Cube has disappeared. The Archmage asks that she has urgent business, and the gunner replies that she doesn't seem to like the girl, and why she doesn't see it. The girl with blue hair turns her head and asks the man why he is jealous now, that he and the Ice Queen have such a close relationship. The gunslinger opens the jar and tells the lady not to worry, that he is not at all interested in the creature that stole 26 years of their lives. Sky says that Ice Cube is not what it used to be, and Gil replies that he has already heard about it from Junho, that she has been reborn as a lower-level spirit. The man drinks from the can and says that he will not pay attention to what they do. He opens his mouth furiously and asks what the nonsense is, and that the period of abstinence from alcohol has passed, and adds that he is fully recovered, and why he still can't take a sip. Sky replies that he doesn't know what to say, and let the man try to guess why she does this, and Gilbert continues that how does he know what is on her mind, and asks the protagonist to let him have a drink. June closes her eyes, and the girl asks who his teacher is, and what kind of grandfather's glasses the man is wearing. Gilbert crosses his arms over his chest and says that he was told that this is the squeak of the season, and the Archmage is indignant that she decided to wear glasses for once, and because of him she looks like a poopin' old woman. Wave-like rays rush down, and the man swells that Arthur bought these glasses for him. The girl is surprised that it was Arthur who chose them. June opened his mouth and asked if it was like retro, and added that the guy definitely had a sense of style, and that the exchange of compliments should end there, and he would explain the details of the plan, and that he would be listened to carefully. Sky furrows his brows, and the protagonist says that 2 organizations of the Sins of the Demon Association are planning to arrive in a week, and that it has been identified as the Sin of Pride, and goes on to say that it includes those who were killed during the operation to save Arthur. Gilbert shifts his gaze to the guy and asks that the second one is still unknown. The blonde man sits on the throne, and the protagonist continues to say that he failed to understand what goals they are pursuing. The boy bows his head and says that when the battle breaks out, they will fight separately, and that each must defend his position, and turns to Gilbert that he provides sniper support from the clock tower, and Sky must help with destructive magic. The waves crash against the rocks and the Archmage asks what Junho will do, and the guy replies that he will blend in with the crowd in the city, and as soon as he figures out the target, he will immediately try to stop the enemy. The young man lowers his head, and the girl says that he has the most dangerous role, and he replies that it is because he is the greatest threat to them. The protagonist shifts his gaze to Sky and says that there were youngsters in their days who secretly believe them to be fated relics, and asks if he shouldn't demonstrate something for edification. He closes his eyes and replies that it's time to discipline the youth. Gilbert puts the jar to his lips and says that for the young people it was 26, and for them it was only a few seconds, and that it was time to move quietly. The jar explodes. The protagonist pulls their hand to the side and says that they will be able to target the backbone of the Demon Association. Gilbert runs after the main character and shouts that he ruined all the beer, and that it is impossible to drink it, and the young man replies that Sky does this, so he wanted to try it once. The waves crash against the rocks, and the man says that this is a place for strategic leadership of the troops. The leader of the monsters holds an ember in his hands and asks when the boy will appear. Prz looks at him and replies that he will show up in 3 hours, and the man with the goatee asks that he secure the lockdown. Pride covers one eye, and the interlocutor asks what to block for what period of time. A man with a goatee replies that it is necessary to ensure a block for 5 hours. The settlement is located in a bay, and a man with gray hair reasons that from now on, no one will be able to enter and exit the city without his permission. The sun illuminates the houses. The Lord's order is heard that the inhabitants of the city should not approach the barrier and go to the shelter as soon as announced. The guy lies on the ground and wonders about what is happening, and the occultist with a knife replies that the guy is too brave, and the second adds that it is necessary to change the approach to beating, since he did not die immediately, and asks how a colleague got into the monastery with such skills. A masked man raises a knife and asks to shut up. The knife rests on the guy's face, and the man continues that his original specialization is torture, and he has something to show. The attacker flies aside. A member of the scouting squad looks at him in surprise and muses that what didn't look like magic. The man falls. The brown-haired man quickly runs away and thinks that this is why he should never participate in a reconnaissance group, and adds that all this only puts him in unnecessary danger. The occultist rushes down the street and shouts that when he finds the sniper, he will tear him to shreds. Gilbert is standing on the balcony. He looks through the scope. A fleeing enemy appears in the crosshairs. A young man fires a shot. The bullet does not hit. The running man turns his head and exclaims that the shooter missed. A man with brown hair abruptly dodges and says that he is faster than a bullet. He falls to the ground. A young man looks at the fallen man. An elderly man approaches the lying man and asks about his condition. The occultist swings his sword and shouts that he does not need to worry about some old man. The boy turns away and shouts that he needs to run away from this madman urgently. A member of the recon squad chases after the guy and yells for them to run away, and adds that he will also run after them all the way to the hideout. The child holds a ball in his hands. The villain looks at him from above and tells the child to run too. The boy turns. A man with brown hair shifts his gaze to a flying bullet. The metal clod is rapidly approaching, and the occultist thinks that it is flying, rotating around its axis, and continues that it is even possible. The child is crying. Gilbert holds the rifle and says that the enemy can only dodge his bullet once, stubbornly chasing the target. Track the target until the mana is completely depleted. The sun illuminates the city tower, and the shooter continues to say that it will not be possible to completely get rid of the tail. The blond man turned his head and said that the life signals of the members of the reconnaissance squad were disappearing one by one, and Pride asked what the situation of their main military forces was. The occultist replied that they were slowly infiltrating the city. The man with the goatee looks forward and tells them to forget about the reconnaissance squad, since it is made up of members of the Despair Abode anyway, and asks who was able to kill them all, and is told that it is being investigated. A man with dark hair lowers his head and says that the bastards, out of desperation, will first of all go to conquer their target, and his partner continues that they will destroy the city gnats. The knight lies on the ground, and the occultist says that there should be no witnesses. A man with red hair opens his mouth and shouts that it's time for them to slaughter all the inhabitants of the city. Shadows reflect off the building, and the woman asks about what is happening. She is told that everything is very clear, since they cannot escape because of the magic of those bastards. The woman in the headscarf raised her hand and said that she had heard that the thieves who roamed the streets were occultists. The knight goes forward and orders the second squad to gather to unite with the commander, and adds that it is necessary to bring all the inhabitants who did not have time to evacuate. The dark-haired man turns his head and asks about the sound. The woman hugs the child to her. The blond guy has opened his eyes wide, and the occultist muses that they don't need to waste time killing these weaklings. A girl with dark hair smiles mischievously, and says that they need to be killed because they are all weak. The knights stand in a line and ask people to take cover behind them. The soldier looks at the opponent and says that if they want to fight, they are ready to fight them, but they should not touch the people who are here. The occultist girl puts her finger forward and says that they are ready to get rid of the knights first. A girl with buns on her head directs energy towards the knight. Her eyes are shining, and she is amused that her opponent has no resistance to poisons and looks very pathetic. A guy with a short haircut looks at the knight and calls on his opponents to attack. A bald man looks angrily at his rivals and says that they are all bugs who do not know their place. The masked man raises his hand and says to keep them in place. A girl with blue hair comes up from behind and says that, in fact, these guys annoy her terribly. The demons turn around. Sky lifts her finger up and tells them to continue talking, but first, she will give them a small gift. The girl with the dark hair turns her head, and Sky continues that they should be brought to their senses. A girl with blue hair directs magical energy, and exclaims that he will straighten the opponent's brains if they do not mind. A man with a bandaged head stares ahead and commands a report. A dark-haired guy replies that he was contacted by branches in Paris and Switzerland 28 seconds ago, and all 5 branches in Seoul were in touch before noon. Shadow sits on the throne and asks if it's true that the last time the dark ghost was spotted was in the Pacific Ocean. The guy replies that it's likely that it's an illusion created by Sky's magic. The man goes on to say that he could have gone up to the 2nd floor again, and the other guy reports that there was information that Sky and Gilbert were seen during the operation in Port Lane. To which Shadow clarifies the number of occultists in the area. The guy with scars on his face replies that the number is decreasing, and at the moment there are 28 occultists from the abodes of pride, and 16 from the abodes of despair. The young man raises his head and asks if they need to provide additional military forces. A man with a bandaged body brings his hand to his chin and says that there is no need for this, since he has already sent reinforcements. A girl with buns on her head lies on the ground, and a man from the crowd expresses gratitude for saving her. The knight holds a sword and asks the girl with blue hair who she is, and Sky replies that she is disappointed that she is still not known, and the 2nd floor begins to bore her. The young lady adjusts her hat, introduces herself and adds that she is the kind archmage who saved them. The weapon glitters in the light, and the blonde man asks what kind of ugly thing she is holding in her hand, and the girl with blue hair replies that the name of this weapon is the Gate Driller. The man with the beard shifts his gaze to the girl and clarifies that she has a weapon that will break through the barrier surrounding the city, and Sky tells them to follow her if they want to live, and the man exclaims that not all the inhabitants were brought here. The archmage raises his shield and says that she knows about it, but they need not worry about it. The tent stands on a cliff. A man with long hair tells Pride that he has information that the people who are now interfering with them are in the city. Pruz looks into the distance and continues that he is an archmage and a Grey Reaper. The man with gray hair turns his head. The interlocutor adds that there is a high probability that the Grim Ghost is also in the city, and Pride replies that it would be good for them and continues that the heads of the archmage and the Grey Reaper placed on the altar would be enough to strengthen their reputation, and asks what and how they will do if the Grim Ghost is added. The rays of the sun break through the clouds, and the prize replies that for them it will be an achievement incomparable with the original goal. The interlocutor agrees. The sun reflects off the water, and a man with a beard says that for those who are called heroes of humanity, today will be the last day. The occultist squeezes the knight's head and says that he wants to see how hard he needs to squeeze his head in order for him to die. A guy with blonde hair rushes forward. The knight holds the opponent's hand. A young man holds a sword. The occultist deflects the bullet with his sword. The bullet ricochets. The girl falls. Blood pours from the man's mouth. Teeth fly out of the guy's jaw. The young man holds out his sword in front of him and wonders why the bullet doesn't stop. The shot reaches the target. Gilbert looks through the scope and asks June where he is. The protagonist replies that he is 11 hours from the tower, in the slums. Arthur's father moves the sight and says that the knight is leading the last group of refugees towards the square. The man in the hat holds a rifle in his hands, and Sky reveals that while she was moving towards the back gate, she spotted 3 occultists of the level of the squad leader, and Gilbert says that there are 4 opponents. The shooter takes aim and says that the occultists are moving through the park towards the square, and asks if he needs to eliminate them. The blue-haired girl looks forward, and June orders her companion to save the bullets, and Sky says that the Grim Ghost is cool. The guy runs down the street and says that if someone hears the girl, what will he need to do, because he is Seo Junho now. The knight holds out his sword, and the young man asks Trade to be entrusted with the job. The man with brown hair turned his head, and the commander says that the opponent looks quite strong and he does not want to be responsible because of the guy's amateurism. The long-haired young man picked up his sword and said why were they starting this conversation again, since he wasn't going to die, and added that he wanted to experiment with his new equipment, and that it was just trivial fun for him. The guy goes to his opponent, and Trade says that he will deal with him himself. A man with dreadlocks on his head raises his hand and says that an order has now been given to all commanders to finish the job as soon as possible and go back. The clouds covered the sky, and the guy with the long hair thought that, as usual, the commander's abilities were based on an attribute, and Trade shouted to the knight that he was lucky today. He stares ahead and continues to say that he will meet instant death. A soldier stands in front of an opponent. The pole in the hands of the warrior breaks. The weapon falls to the ground, and the man with the dreadlocks says that his opponent in his pants out of fear, and why doesn't he give out of here? Trade shifts his gaze and says that it's all because weaklings have inherently wrong judgments, and adds that they're just shrouded in a sense of justice. The knight looks at the enemy, and the man with dreadlocks on his head continues that they deny the simple law of this world to the very end, that everything is decided by force. The protagonist lowered his head and said how weak these bastards were. The main character touches his head with his hand and says that he is completely against such an opponent. Trade asks who is in front of him. His subordinate replies that in front of them is the famous bastard Seo Junho. The commander closes one eye and argues aloud that this is the same guy who acts as a representative of the gloomy ghosts, and how well everything is going for them, that they can prepare for promotion. The knight turns to the boy and tells him to step back, adding that he can't afford to fight alone, and asks June to take care of the townspeople behind. The man with the dreadlocks on his head gritted his teeth and said that his rival was asking about his full power, and continued that the eagle was trying his best, even if he caught just one bug. The protagonist approaches the enemy, and Trade says that their original goal was not to fight, but to exterminate. Drops fall from the sky. The protagonist stands in front of the crowd and says that if the opponent were not an occultist, then with his strength he could do a lot of good things. Trade grits his teeth angrily. The guy lowers his gaze. June raises her hand. Ice flows float in the air. The commander clenches his fingers and says that he didn't have any information about the guy's freezing ability, and adds that he uses ability compatibility like a cowardly brute. The main character turns a surprised look at his opponent. The protagonist holds his hand in front of him and says that this is a simple world in which force decides everything. June points her hand at her opponent. Chunks of ice rush towards the occultist commander. Drops of sweat are running down Trade's face. Ice flows affect the body of a man. The man with the dreadlocks opened his mouth wide. The main character looks intently at his opponent, and says that this is the world that he likes so much. A guy with brown hair holds a sword in his hands. The Ice Queen looks into the distance and asks if her partner hears the noise, and the protagonist says that he thinks the sound is coming from the sea. The main character peers in, and Ice Cube asks if he sees something. The guy replies that he sees poorly, and adds that most likely he understands what this situation is. A man holds a chain with his hand. The dragon's head emerges from the water. June turns her head and says that after hunting the monster, they want to tame it with the help of demonic Nefpit, and adds that occultists will never participate in conquering a monster for the sake of world peace. The hooded man bared his teeth and asked Junior what he was talking about, and the brown-haired guy warned his companion not to approach the protagonist too thoughtlessly, because he had certain skills, and the hooded man replied that the abodes of pride had never been shaken. The sun illuminates the roof of the building. The protagonist stands in front of the occultists, and the Ice Queen repeats that someone is approaching. The earth trembles, and the protagonist replies that he can tell that the approaching person is ignorant without even knowing who it is. June turns her head. A man in a hood looks at a colleague and says that it is really him. The buildings stand on the street. The occultist draws a sword and says that they cannot show weakness in front of the leader. The knight pushes the main character away and tells the guy to move away, because he cannot become a knight, showing his back to the enemy. Pride swiftly attacks the knight. He directs his gaze to the protagonist. June lowers her head. A guy with brown hair smiles and greets his leader. The man stands on the knight's ammunition. The man with the goatee itches and tells the protagonist that his whole body was on fire and therefore he could not restrain himself. The gray-haired man opens his eyes wide and says that it's not about one of the 4 main attributes, but about the ability to freeze, and adds that June must be the one who freed the 5 from the shackles of the ice. Pride looks away. He looks at the sword. A man dodges a sword strike. A man with a beard looks at the main character and says that the guy is too impatient and they have plenty of time to chat. The protagonist lowers his head and offers to start a conversation. He sheathes his sword. A man with gray hair looks at the other person and asks if he will go with him to the Demon Association. The guy replies that what answer he hopes to hear. The body lies on the ground, and the leader of the demons says that he doesn't care what he will be, dead or alive, he will go there anyway. Pride smiled, and the main character asked that the leader was not too arrogant. The man replied that he often hears this. The man with gray hair turns his head and says that he enjoys tearing the mouths of those who say this, and adds that this is how he earned his name. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the interlocutor, and the monster commander continues that he will make June smile beautifully. The man looks attentively at the enemy, and the main character asks what he is among the occultists. The guy's pupils narrowed and he asked how strong his opponent was among the garbage that he disposed of. June comes closer to his opponent. Pride strikes. The main character intercepts the attacker's hand. The demon leader turns his head. The protagonist jumps over the opponent. The protagonist lands abruptly on the ground. A man with a goatee leans forward. June holds his opponent's hand. The pride flies back. A man with gray hair clenches his teeth. The guy puts his hand out in front of him. Ice flows are rapidly covering the road. The occultist raises his hands up. Energy flows fly in different directions. The protagonist purses his lips. Rocks fly over the ground, and the demon leader says that there is an official rating for hunters like June, which was determined by the sage from the Spire Tower. The main character rushes forward, and the man continues that they are not interested in such a weak system. The protagonist looks to the side and reasons that the debris has stopped flying away. The man with the beard wrinkled his brow and said that they were fighting and killing to increase their rating. The rocks hang in the air, and Pride goes on to reveal that the rank he received in this way corresponds to the 37th place. The stones rush forward, and the man finished by saying that their rating is measured solely according to the combat power of occultists around the world. The main character directs his gaze to the approaching stones. His eyes widened. A flash of explosion lit up the encirclement. Fragments fly in different directions. June runs away from the energy flows. The main character squints to the side. The man with the goatee laughs and exclaims that now the guy understands who he is dealing with. The main character was running away from stones flying at him. He turned around and thought that he had accelerated by 15%, but he could barely keep up with his speed. Shards of stone flew at him. He added that such was the power of leaders. A man flew over his head. Lightning shot from his leg. Pride broke the ground with its landing. Small particles of stone flew around him. He ordered Prose to lock them up. Here he sat later than the lotus and took the order. He squeezed his eyes shut. A magical dome appeared above the heads of the protagonist and Pride. The guy lifted his head up. The fairy asked that they were blocked. He replied that it was the same type of barrier that surrounds the city, so it was someone's power, not a tool. The man with the beard bared his teeth and noted that this was the right answer, only he no longer had time for idle chatter. Metal balls bounced off the ground. The Snow Queen pointed to them and said that they looked like iron, but in reality they were very elastic. The young man said that in fact, they seemed to resist gravity. The man waved his hand to attack and asked if he had ever heard the other bullets. He made a turn to attack with all his might. The main character covered his face with his hand and thought that they were flying. The man raised his hand and asked if he knew what was good in controlling the kinetic energy of things. He squeezed his hand and answered his own question that this process relieved him of the need to move on his own. Steel balls emitted lightning. He added that these things were no different from his subordinates. The protagonist looked at him and said that if he was going to use these bullets, then let him start already. Stop wasting his temporary listening to all sorts of nonsense. He noted to himself that the acceleration was 17%. Pride furrowed his brows and told him to shut up and wait, because now he was calculating the best trajectory. He would be in a difficult position if he accidentally finished him off, just cut off a couple of limbs, and that was the end of it. Metal spheres rushed at June. A single bullet flew past his face. He turned his head. The guy instantly dodged each attack. He carefully observed the movement of the sphere. He stretched out his hand and reasoned that the 30% acceleration, damn it, the speed of these steel bullets was too great, would simply freeze them. One of the balls was covered with ice. The young man fell to the ground and noted that he had lost sight of one. A clot of his blood flew through the air. He ran away from the balls flying at him and realized that freezing was also not an easy task. The Snow Queen drank from a straw and clarified that he was trying to freeze one bullet after another. It didn't work that way. He replied that this was the best thing he could do. There was not a single thought in his head how to achieve greater efficiency. Pride stretched out his hand. She asked that he thought that he had survived everything he could. She did not think so. The battlefield was covered with a magic dome. Frozen steel spheres flew in the air. He asked her to help her a little. The fairy explained that she was worried about something. If she continued to help him like this, it could become a bad habit. He shouted that it would not become a bad habit. The fairy flew by and asked that he was sure that this was the tone in which people usually asked for help. The guy gritted his teeth from the tension and quietly asked her to help. She said that she did not hear him. He repeated the same thing, but louder. The fairy looked at him and noted that this was the Ice Queen's second lesson. The young man ran through the battlefield. She said that it was important to use freeze in a concentrated manner, as much strength as necessary. This skill could destroy the target, just like the Guardian of Darkness, and let him remember that his essence was in the power of freezing. Let him expand his area of perception. Steel balls flew in the air. She added to what extent the object should be frozen, as well as to what extent she wanted to freeze it. The main character raised his head to the steel spheres. The Snow Queen stretched out her finger and remarked that he could digest this kind of information, didn't he? Let him try again. The protagonist stretched out his hand. The fairy asked what he was worth. If it seemed to her that he was on the verge of death, then she would save him. He thought that he would expand the zone of his perception. Ice-covered spheres flew by. He added that in such a situation, it was absolutely impossible to simply hear the theory and immediately understand the essence. The main character opened his eyes wide. He squeezed his eyes shut with all his might. June held out his hand, the fairy remarking that he had done well, but his reaction times were much slower than hers. Pride held out his hand and shouted in bewilderment at how this was even possible. Shards of ice flew in the air. He added that he was saying that he had frozen all 50 steel bullets at once. Who was he anyway? The guy fell to his knee and asked him to wait a second. He looked at him, and added that it seemed that what had stopped once, he was unable to start again. The Snow Queen put her fingers to her chin and said that, and not only that, these balls that he used were now their weapons. Pride put his hands out and replied that damn it, he used to carry 512 with him. Why now, why today? Shards of ice fell to the ground. Sweat was dripping from his forehead about the man with the beard. He called out to Pruz and demanded an answer from him. He replied that he was focused on maintaining the barrier, so he did not hear his voice immediately. The guy was sitting in the lotus position. He ordered him to remove the barrier immediately. Pride raised his head and added to be more alive. It flew several meters away from the explosion. The man gritted his teeth and noted to himself that there was no point in continuing the battle using his combat skills. He would simply put all the remaining kinetic energy into the last blow to finish him off on the spot. He knitted his brows. A charge of energy burst out of his hand. The Snow Queen made a gesture with her finger and noted that, unfortunately, she was here. Take opened his eyes wide in surprise and said that he clearly felt the same cold. The main character instantly found himself behind the enemy's back. Blood gushed out of the man's mouth. Jun's blade pierced through him. Ice crystals formed together with the impact. The whole man began to be covered with ice. He begged him for mercy. He wanted to live. The young man looked at him indifferently. Ice crystals came out of Pride's mouth. Pruz looked ahead of him and asked what it was. He was sitting on a cliff and added that the connection with the leader had been cut off. The guy put his hand to his temple and asked if the leader could hear him. His eyes widened in surprise. Someone's voice said what a disgrace. He didn't think it would take so long. Gus Sion stood behind and added that this was an order from the Dark Moon Temple, and that Mr. Shadow had ordered support, as he was not completely sure of the strength of the Pride realm. He replied that yes, he was a member of the Abode of Pride. The long-haired man looked at him and clarified that he could not contact his master right now. The guy turned to him, who added that he was talking about Pride. It looked like he had been knocked out, so the connection was cut off. Pruz looked at the city and replied that it couldn't be. Now the leader was fighting with an insignificant A-rank hunter, who noted that despite this, it seemed to him that his leader was now in danger. Gus Sion said that it looked like that little hunter had pinned him against the wall. The guy replied that it couldn't be. Ice crystals came out of Pride's mouth. Pruz's eyes widened and asked if he would help him. It seemed that the situation was really dangerous. He replied why would he help? The guy noted that earlier he himself said that he arrived to help. The main character stuck a sword in Pride. He fell headfirst to the floor. Gus Sion replied that it was true, he had come to help with the mission, and whether his leader died or not was no longer his concern. The guy looked at him in shock. He bared his teeth and said that he really died. He did not hear. He really threw away his hooves. He joined hands and added that he knew that one day he would meet such an end. Gus Sion said that ever since the bastard in the 35th place took the position of leader, who would have thought that he would fall so cheaply, the guy had turned on him. He wiped away his tears with his finger, and said that the one who fought with him was an A-rank hunter. He opened his eyes wide and noted that it turned out that their leader didn't even reach a rank. The defeated Pride was lying on the ground. Gus Sion said that what an idiot, Pride. He was not at all surprised that he had lost his temper. Wasn't it for the best for them? Being under the control of such an idiot was a real torture. Sweat was dripping down the guy's face. He replied that it was true. He had no right to be called a leader. Gus Sion stood behind him and told him to just look. Even his subordinates cursed at him. How ridiculous. He lifted his head up and added that then maybe they would listen to what the dead man had to say. The main character looked away. The fairy said that she had just felt a wave of demonic energy of great power. He held the man by the shoulders and replied that he also clearly felt it from the direction of the dragon rock. On the top of the cliff, a red fire burned in a flash. The guy noted that of all the occultists who were expected to appear today, the strongest must be the Pride, and that's who. The protagonist looked at her and asked if Gilbert could see anything on the dragon rock right now. There were two of them. One had just appeared. He aimed his rifle and noted that he did not look remarkable what he should do. June replied that he should take a wait-and-see attitude and report to Sky on the situation. The girl stretched out her finger and said that she had broken through the barrier and let the civilians out, so she could join them. The guy replied that okay, let her come quickly, need to find out who their opponent is, so let her head to the sea. The fairy flew behind him and noted that perhaps it was some other leader of the monastery, who said that such a possibility could not be ruled out. He pulled her cheek. She said that then she would help him properly. He replied that there were 3 of them, so there was enough strength. The girl stroked the Snow Queen on the head. The main character told her to remember this house properly. He hid the corpse of the leader of the Abode of Pride here. She replied that it would be good to read his memories later. But why did he tell her about it? Reading memoirs. After all, this is his specialty. The guy looked out the window and replied that since it was not known how everything would turn out. An aura was thickening on the ground. Gus Sion looked at the girl and the guy and said that he had said that they would come. He immediately realized that they were pretending to be insignificant sixes. Pruz was standing behind. He added that he was the leader of the Gus Sion Despair Abode. Let them not pay attention to this guy. He still supported the barrier, so one light touch was enough to make him die. The main character looked at him and asked why he had come here. He stood in front of him and replied that he had seen him remove Pride. Thanks to him, the Demon Association would save its face. Nothing special, just one sentence for him. The girl stretched out her hand and said that they did not have time to listen to their proposals. The guy asked her to calm down. They were standing on the edge of a cliff. He asked what kind of offer he had. The leader replied that since he had personally eliminated Pride, his position was vacant. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes how he dealt with him. Gus Sion stretched out his hand and asked if he would like to join the Demon Association. Pruz peeked from behind the leader, who noted that this was a huge advantage. The Abode of Pride definitely needed a leader like him, not this idiot who had been in charge earlier. If he joined them, he would take about 31st place. Sky looked down at him. The guy stood in front of him and asked him again what he was saying to his face to join the Demon Association. He pointed out that as far as he knew, he was a representative of a dark ghost. Wasn't it better than messing with old junk? The leader of the monastery held out his hand. The main character showed him a disrespectful gesture. He noted that such a presentation of the answer is something new. Hyujin looked at him and said, well, there is nothing to be done. Then he will ask the next question, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 12, let him choose the number he likes best. June stood in front of him and thought that he was suddenly asked to choose a number. It had something to do with his abilities. Sky stretched out her hand and told him not to even think of answering. He said that it was clearly too much, so they were not going to choose. He repeated the guy's gesture and said that okay, he won't wait for an answer, then he will stop at 1. This is his favorite number. The Snow Queen pointed her finger at him and noted that she had never met such a strange occultist. It was the first time she had seen such a person. He thought that he was one. Behind Hyujin stood Pruz on one knee. The girl looked at him in shock. The guy asked what happened. The leader smiled slightly and told her not to be surprised. It was useless to track him. It was not a teleporter. A hole appeared in his head. Gilbert looked at him in shock and pointed out that this bastard wasn't real, that the hell was going on. He bared his teeth and noted that he would never personally show up in such a stinking place. The girl jumped at him to attack and shouted what he had done. The enemy abruptly evaporated. Sky looked in front of her, discouraged. The Snow Queen landed on one knee. A drop of sweat dripped from her cheek. She noted that it seemed that they had been forcibly moved somewhere, just like that gentleman had done in the past. June was standing next to him, and said that it was completely different from that time. They were standing in the middle of the room. He noted that it was a musty room in the dormitory. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and asked him again that he was saying that Gyujin's ability, the owner of the dormitory, he wanted her to believe it. The captured Pruz hovered in front of her, and replied that it didn't matter if she believed him or not. That bastard was now finished. She looked at him and clarified what it meant. Blood gushed out of the guy's mouth. He noted that nothing was changing there. He opened his mouth wide and added that neither time passes, nor hunger. He does not grow, does not age. An hour in reality is equal to 1 year. The girl looked at him in shock. She stretched out an open palm. He added that even if he returned, he was unlikely to be in his right mind. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, and said that he did not know him at all. The Snow Queen sat in front of the laptop and noted that there were no more films to watch. He replied that then let him start all over again. Sometimes it is fun to watch everything in the second circle. Headphones were sitting on her head. She explained that she did not like to watch the same thing twice. And what a day it was already in a row. The guy said that exactly 1 month and 1 day had passed. Headphones from my head and noticed that it meant not 1 month at all, then 1, this is a year. June opened one eye and replied that it looked like it. The fairy threw up her hands and shouted that she was suffocating. She felt bad. Why was she here too? The guy said that she was also his spirit. There was a stack of comics on the table. She added that there were no windows, no goodies, no new dramas. This guy called her contractor did nothing but read comics. He replied that he took them with him to read at such moments, and at one time he trained his skills through this subculture. The Snow Queen took the comic book hand and said that she was chatting everything that came to mind. Even the comics were already lying in the corner. The protagonist said that even if it was nonsense, you need to say at least something. You don't want to eat here. You don't want to sleep, as if time has stopped. He was lying on the bed and added that he couldn't believe that he would have to stay here for another 11 months, and she asked if his tone was too peaceful. There was a lamp burning on the ceiling. He said that she thought so. When he got out of here, beat Hyujin to death, she asked that after 11 months, if it would not be too late. The guy looked at the ceiling and replied that he didn't think so, because in reality, time flows differently here. Although this ability to create additional space is strong, it is still not strong enough to significantly affect real time. How many people have gone crazy here? A handle was sticking out of the door. The Snow Queen said that it turned out that there was another folder with dramas, which Taku had put down. The protagonist sat down on the bed and noted that it was great. He needed to practice. The fairy asked what other practice. He replied that it was mental practice. She flew over and asked if it would be better to practice her freezing skill. The guy looked at her and said that he had thought about it too, but he was already at a level where he could be used more or less consistently. He was trying to come up with some combat techniques that he could use in reality. She rested her hands on her waist and asked him again. He asked her to wait. He had never used a halberd lately. No, he had a new weapon. He could use it. He let go of his eyes and added that he thinks his combat skills are already at an ideal level. The Snow Queen hovered near him in the air. He noted that there were dozens, no, hundreds of different scenarios. Every enemy, every situation, every terrain, and the position for each weapon was different. She folded her arms over her chest, and he continued that the fact that they were now locked here was also one of the variables. He doubted when Gusion was talking about numbers, and he should have stabbed him in his mouth. The protagonist sat in the lotus position and explained that one should not be conceited just because he was treated like a hero. He still had a long way to go. The fairy wondered if it would be better to freeze his mouth instead of hitting him. He closed his eyes and replied that he hadn't thought about it, especially since the cold wasn't his main ability. His forehead was covered with ice. The Snow Queen shot snowballs at him and asked what was not the main ability, then what was the secondary one. The guy was hiding from snowballs with his hands. She added, you can use it more or less consistently, but come on, they will call it a secondary ability. She took off the mask from her face and said that he was still quite a beginner. The fairy pointed her finger at him and added that in emergency situations, he could barely keep up with her when she said something to him. All he could do was basic freezing, creating icicles, and summoning ice golems. The puzzled looked at her. She pointed out that it was too arrogant of him to say that he was able to more or less use this ability. She hovered in the air near him and ordered him to try to make a sword like this. He looked at her. A sword materialized in his hand. He noted that it was not difficult. She raised her sword and asked him to try to strike this sword without magical power. The guy replied that wasn't it natural for her sword to break. She asked why he was so sure of it. He looked at her and added, because he's stronger. She hovered in front of him and noted that this would not happen, so let him hit. The Snow Queen flew away from the impact. It somersaulted in the air. The guy turned to her and asked that he hit her too hard. He looked at his broken sword. The Snow Queen put her sword to his throat and said that she saw that this was the real situation. His ice froze so quickly that the air froze with it, so it turned out to be an unbalanced structure. She stepped on her sword. The fairy went to the guy and asked if it was time to try to create perfect ice from now on, but it would be possible if he fully felt the freeze. In the middle of the battlefield there was a frozen troll. She added that quickly and urgently. Different things, but he, who didn't know this, always froze even unnecessary parts. The main character held his sword in his hand. The Snow Queen said that although it was an add-on, from her point of view, it remained at the level of screaming tinsel and was nothing more than a facade. The Snow Queen looked at him and thought that from her point of view, this was no different from a child's game, but since he didn't get this ability because he wanted to, she didn't interfere. She put her hands behind her back. The guy said that he didn't know why the one who froze them was with them, one way or another. If one day she betrayed them, then on this day, let him stop, she would now have indigestion. She smiled slightly. He added that he had received help from her countless times since he woke up. Gilbert stood in front of them, who noted that of course, it was not without the fact that he was very weak, but at the moment, she was an ally that he could trust completely. The Snow Queen was in the air. He said that, just like them, he would not ask them to trust her, just let them watch from the sidelines and draw their own conclusions. She pursed her lips. She looked at the protagonist and told him to take it as an honor that the Ice Queen was personally training him. If he could keep up with her, he would definitely become stronger. The guy was standing in front of her. He let go of his sword and replied that it was an honor for him. A tall building stood in the middle of the forest. Gusion was sitting on the sofa. Images from the cameras were projected on the screen, someone's voice asking him to let go and change his anger to mercy. He poked his finger at the screen and noted that almost an hour had passed. The guy who was doing interesting things now. Was it too harsh to lock him up for a year? He looked at the screen. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He looked at the scoreboard in shock and thought what time it was. The hour was almost running out. Gusion's eyes widened in surprise and added that June, that bastard, why was he the only one, was perfectly fine. The guy was sitting in the lotus position in his room. The leader opened his mouth in surprise. His subordinate reported that there were still reports of casualties coming from the city center. All occult messengers had also joined the battle, and he was the only one left. The young man closed his eyes. He noted that he wasn't an ordinary A-rank nonentity. But what the hell was that? Gilbert was falling from the ledge. Demons climbed up to him. One asked him that he thought that he would be able to hide there forever in complete safety. Now he would be left without a head. He pointed a gun at him and asked again about complete safety. The bullet hit the demon. Spent cartridges fell out of the drum revolver. The guy looked down and said that he thought they were safer than he was. All opponents fell from the wall. One of them turned his head in the fall. A hat sat on the boy's head. A voice asked where he was. He replied that he had almost reached the coast. Gilbert landed on his enemy. A voice saying it was a lie. He had just set off, wasn't he? He adjusted his hat with his pistol and noted that there was nothing of the kind. He was just distracted for a while, slightly adjusting the enemy ranks. Sky looked to the side and said that anyway, he needed to run here as soon as possible. It was a serious situation here. It hovered over the sea. The mouth of the sea monster is tied with chains. Soldiers swam around him. The commander said that he was trying to leave again. Do not let him hide in the depths. Spears plunged into the monster's body. He jumped to the surface with all his strength. The blonde guy shouted that the idiots were out of pride. It seemed that they were doing all the work. Their task was to knock him out. The soldier looked at him and replied that he knew. He was swimming in the sea. He added that he should wait. He was not trying to shock him. He replied that it was true. The blonde demon opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What will they do, selfish scum?" The monster opened its mouth wide from the electric charge. Chains also hung from his mouth. The corpses of demons fell to the water. Sky spread her arms to her sides. The soldiers raised their heads up. One said that one headache becomes more. The monster closed its mouth. The girl told that she knew. In the shelter she happened to hear a story. They say that he is like a guardian deity of this sea. But don't let him worry too much. The monster's head sank into the water. The archmage folded her hands for a magical attack. Whether the soldiers were standing on the same monsters, she said, she felt this power. But it was too early to be surprised. Blood gushed out of one soldier. He fell into the water. Someone said that it was an amazing sight. But this would be the end of her tricks, even a little sorry. A soldier jumped out of the water. The tip of the sword bent against the girl's armor. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. The girl looked at him and said that she was actually sorry too. She had only managed to break through 3 of her 7 levels of defense. Nevertheless, let him accept her congratulations. He was the first to go this far. The guy's body shattered into hundreds of pieces. Gilbert stepped ashore. He looked into the distance at the horizon and said that Sky, he would deal with everything. He opened his mouth wide. She replied that if he was done, then let him shoot as soon as possible. He noted that she was so impatient. He got down on one knee and noted that it was good to let her watch so as not to get shot. A shell flew out of the muzzle of the rifle. Gilbert was on one knee and noted that he would now switch to a more powerful weapon. A huge charge burst out of the muzzle of the rifle. The soldiers turned to this charge. The protagonist closed his eyes. He called the Snow Queen. She replied that it was so. He said that it was time to return. They were sitting in the lotus position on the floor. She noted that it was the longest year in her life. He asked if he could ask for an extension of his stay here for another month. The doorknob moved. A light burst out of the crack in the door. The guy said that he was joking. It was a joke. All this time he was thinking only about the operation in Port Lane. He hoped the battle was not over yet. The Snow Queen looked at him and said that even now he was only talking about this. Wouldn't it be better if all this ended happily? He smiled slightly and remarked that this was not the case. He just wanted to fight. The main character looked at the ferry. Soldiers were swimming in the water. One said that even if it was an archmage, she was completely alone here. Sky was flying in the air. He added that there was no need to hold back. Let them attack in a crowd. She folded her hands for a magical attack and noted that since they were discussing a strategy, shouldn't they talk about it without her hearing? Magic cubes materialized on the heads of enemies. They were standing on the back of the monster. The girl bared her teeth and asked if they could try to withstand this reverse gravity. The opponents soared into the sky. One of them looked at Sky. She folded her hands and ordered them to get out of here. Their commander ordered them not to retreat, to hold on. The glass in his mask cracked. He added that the abode of pride could not be destroyed easily. If they played for time, they would win. The girl looked at him out of the corner of her eye. They grabbed the cubes on their heads. Demons were flying in the air. The girl noted that they weren't real madmen. She covered her head with her hands. The girl gritted her teeth and asked what Gilbert was doing, fired once and stretched out his legs. What a weakling. He was lying on the ground and replied that it was bingo. Sky looked out of the corner of her eye at the enemies and thought, damn it, they all attack in disarray. She spread her arms to the sides. Splashes of water rose up on the surface of the sea. The girl said that she believed that they were not worth using this card against them. But now there is an emergency. Demons were in the air. A cyclone appeared in the sea. Fallen demons were swimming in the depths. The girl looked down. Waves were moving on the surface of the sea. One of the soldiers held a knife and said that, the abode of pride, everyone should hold on. The cyclone rose higher. One of the demons grabbed his arm. His comrades flew past him. The girl furrowed her brows. She stretched out her arms in different directions. Under the protective dome, a monster opened its mouth. The cyclone rose up into the sky. The girl thought that June, I wonder, he felt the same way when he had to carry all the load on his shoulders alone and had nowhere to retreat. She gritted her teeth and added that he must have encountered similar situations many times before she woke up. The glass in the demon masks cracked. Drops of rain fell on Gilbert lying on the ground. She added that her older sister would never disappoint him. Raindrops were dripping from his face. The guy asked if he was okay. A cyclone was passing in the sea in the distance. He added how much he had missed while he was away. He closed his eyes and replied that he didn't even know, probably missed the opportunity to demonstrate his brilliant activity, because only 1 hour had passed since he disappeared. Drops of rain dripped from June's face. Gilbert asked where he had been, and he replied that it was the longest hour of his entire life. He said he'd done a good job, let him rest and he'd finish the rest. Gilbert closed one eye. The Snow Queen flew over him, and he asked that she had been with June for an hour. She looked at him and replied that of course she was protecting her man, whether it was for 1 hour or 100 years. Now he was beginning to trust her. He gave a thumbs up and said he didn't even know. He would probably trust if she protected another person. Her main fan was fighting alone over there. Sky stretched her arms out to her sides. Lightning flashed from her eyes. One of the soldiers said that they were almost there. Let the abode of pride hold on. He raised the knife and added that all she had to do was break through the defenses, and then they would end her life with one blow. All the demons abruptly attacked the girl. She gritted her teeth in exertion. The knife hit her armor. Ice crystals appeared on the surface of the sea. The entire cyclone turned into ice. Particles of glass flew out of the demon's mask. Sky looked down. The guy stood not far from her and asked her for forgiveness for interfering, but let her give in to these bastards to him. He was standing on the ice. He lifted his head up and thanked her for being able to hold out while he was gone. Sky hovers over June next to the frozen enemies. She speaks aloud about the hero's return. Steam comes out of the girl's mouth. She talks about hearing from pros how the guy spent a whole year locked up, then notes the changed atmosphere around him and adds that he has begun to look more masculine, but he is still not her type. The young man looks up with a smile and declares that if the opportunity arises, she should also go there. The queen flies to the mage, who replies that she needs to think about it. Then Sky is surprised by her appearance, and asks if she has also been there for 1 year. The spirit points its finger at the girl. The queen tearfully hugs the girl and complains that she had to see only the protagonist's face all this time, then notes that spirits, like people, turn out to be social too. Sky looks at the Ice Queen with a smile and asks her to calm down, then praises her for her resilience. 2 masked men stand frozen. The young man exhales steam and turns to Sky. A huge pillar of ice appears in the middle of the sea, and June reveals that after a year, he needs to check something. He holds a crystal umbrella over the ladies and asks if the mage is ready to give him this fight, to which she asks him not to lose his vigilance. The hero winks and declares that he will not make a single mistake, then added that he also did not sit idly by during the past year. People in suits break out of the ice. They surround the protagonist. One of them watches the guy in armor, and says that this is the same guy that Mr. Hallow mentioned, after which he adds that there are no indulgences, then orders that he only strive to move up. The man hides his face under his helmet, and calls on his allies to get rid of the restraints. The red lens of the man's suit is revealed. He reveals that even if they have to die, they must complete the mission. People in unusual clothes show their mouths with huge teeth. June sticks the knife into the ground, saying that the body still remembers. He smiles and thinks about speeding up. Lightning runs through the hero's body. He says to himself that he has increased the speed to 80%. Electric lines swirl around the protagonist. He looks straight and declares that it's time to go. The monsters open their mouths in a scream. The young man at great speed inflicts many knife blows on opponents. A lot of ice and fragments appear. June stabs several men in suits. The body of one of the humanoid monsters cracks. The hero is surprised at their durability. The protagonist makes a piercing look with the thought that then you need to check how much % of steel is in these monsters. The chest of the guy's opponent is shown. Red vessels appear. Blood cells move. They are frozen. The veins turned into ice. June swings his sword in front of immobilized enemies. The monster's face is covered in frost. It makes a surprised sound. The hero frowns. The saw on the blade of the sword begins to sparkle. The protagonist cuts many people in costumes. Shards of ice fly around the young man's weapon. He says goodbye. Sky and the queen look at the frozen plains. The girl with the crystal umbrella is surprised that June has been studying for a year, to which the spirit reveals that although the hero is not as strong as she was in her time, the result is definitely positive. The long-haired woman says that this place is surrounded by the sea, and until recently, it was raining here. Sky furrows her brows and reveals that these are the perfect conditions for the protagonist when it comes to using their freezing abilities, then adds that these occultists really chose the wrong day, then wonders why the Ice Queen is so far away. The spirit turns its head and is surprised by the question, after which it explains that they have always been at such a distance. The long-haired girl replies that just a second ago they hugged tightly. The queen states that she just closed her eyes for a moment, and therefore got lost, to which her interlocutor is amazed aloud at how shy she turns out to be. The women stand on the Leviathan's smiling head, the monster making a sound, to which Sky translates it as a question about who the boy is. The magician looks into the distance. June holds a sparkling sword with chainsaw blades in her hands. The long-haired girl tries to explain better. She smiles and explains that the guy is someone, like the main character. Sky shifts his gaze to the sunlight. The girl raises her hand with a smile, and says that it is really so. Ice shards fly against the background of a glimmer of the sun. Huge ice floes float on the sea. A broken monster mask lies on the ground. Covered in frost, June lowers his head. He exhales steam from his mouth. The hero looks at the rays of the sun breaking through the clouds with the words that he has returned. The hero takes a step on the ground. Gilbert smiles and states that gray suits the protagonist. Sky claims that she was the first to wear pale white. The man replies that he no longer talks to her about fashion. The girl wonders why. The dark-haired guy grabs his shoulder and declares that he is very happy to see them all. The blonde man is surprised that this has come over him, then adds that apparently the consequences of 1 hour for him are quite great. The queen sighs with a smile and says that the young man just lazed around and read comics for the first month, after which she adds that if someone saw him, they would think that he was on vacation. June replies that she, in turn, forced him to train, and she herself continued to watch movies alone. The hero touches the face and claims that the spirit said that she did not watch movies several times, but she still made many circles and adds that she has probably already memorized all the lines. The queen replies that she has not yet reached the point of watching everything 10 times. Gilbert is surprised that the protagonist has been chilling for a whole year. The young man turns to the voice. The Leviathan thanks the people, and June is amazed that he could have been talking all this time. The huge beast says that for the first time in 728 years of his life he has faced such trials. The hero is surprised that this gentleman is older than he thought. The protagonist looks back over his shoulder. The black monster says that he does not think that this can be called a reward for the help given to him today. The young man asks in surprise. A black object falls to the ground. The Leviathan agrees and reveals that he hopes they will find it useful. The 3 hunters and the spirit look down. June notes aloud that they are scales. The beast explains that they can make weapons or armor out of it, and even if it is recycled into a work of art, it will be of high value. The monster towers over the players and wonders what the hero would do if he could be controlled. The protagonist closes his eyes and replies that he would not let this happen. The chain sword begins to spin. The guy adds that, however, just in case, he prepared for this mentally. The Leviathan's eyes glow blue. He declares that he admires Jun's determination to fight him and notes his fighting spirit, and then bids farewell. The hero holds on to the handle of a shovel and says that, fortunately, he can read the memories of the leader of the monastery. He stands with a tool in his hands. Gilbert asks if the protagonist means the hidden body, to which he agrees and adds that he forgot where he hid it. The blonde asks the queen if everything is okay with June, to which she is silent. Sky appears in the air and reveals that she put the mark in the right place, then asks the hero if he has forgotten how to find it. The protagonist replies that he remembers these methods. The man in the hat notes aloud that the girl looks very relaxed. The magician smiles and says that when she gave the occultist a thrashing, all the stress was relieved as if by a hand. Then she asks the dark-haired young man why he needs a shovel. June closes her eyes and replies that he buried dwarven bombs here, so he needs to redig everything up. Sky asks if he needs help. The hero stands in front of his comrade and declares that he does not need to, then adds that he will dig everything out alone, and at the same time put his thoughts in order. The long-haired girl answers in surprise that she is going to a magic tower and adds that if he refuses, then there will be no second chance. Gilbert turns his head to her and wonders at Sky's destination. The magician raises her hand and reveals that everyone who uses magic is in a magic tower, then states that she should learn new magic or learn additional formulas. June leans on a shovel. The blonde claims that it is completely unsuitable for her to train, after which he declares that he will join Arthur. The long-haired girl replies that she needs to follow the training of the guards and do personal training. Gilbert turns to the hero and asks what he plans to do. The protagonist smiles and reveals that he hasn't decided yet and will think about it while digging the ground, then claims that the two of them are great fighters, so he doesn't worry about where they decide to go. The queen puffs out her cheeks and is indignant that the young man did not even mention her. Gilbert points his finger up with an object in his hands, and June says that he is sure Sky will be able to adapt to the magic tower. The spirit repeats the blonde's gesture with a smile. The hero adds that if she demonstrates her skills there, then perhaps the 5 heroes will be seen in a new light, then adds that he is sure that they will cope with everything with a bang. The protagonist leans on a shovel and declares that he is looking forward to good news. Gilbert and Sky smile. The man replies that if the young man needs help, then let him call, because he will always be waiting. The magician confirms the blonde's words. The dark-haired young man closes his eyes and asks Sky to take Gilbert to his destination. The girl asks the man to say hello to Arthur. The protagonist stands in front of the disappearing comrades and wishes them good luck in the future. The queen sighs and notes aloud that they are left alone, and adds that she has a lot to say to the guy. June awkwardly touches her face. A lot of people walk on the ground. The spirit resents that the hero's ice crystals had to be transparent in order for the attack to be successful, to which he replies that this was his first real fight, to which the girl states that he trained under her supervision for a whole year, but is still unable to pull off a perfect blow. The protagonist shudders from the screams. He says that he managed to make the ice translucent already in the first attack, which is a good indicator, to which the spirit demands to be silent and states that the first fight is not an excuse, then reveals that freezing blood is a good job, but this does not compare to her efforts. June and the queen make surprised faces. Someone calls for the hunter. There are many people in front of the hero. The woman holds the child and thanks the protagonist for saving her daughter, and adds that she will remember his kindness for the rest of her life. The guy touches his face. Someone declares that thanks to his comrades, he was able to safely meet his father, after which he adds that he could not even imagine that they would receive help from the hunters. The man in armor smiles and talks about how he thought everything would come to an end. The little boy makes a joyful face and says thank you for saving his younger brother, as well as for protecting their city. There are many thanks to the young man. He opens his eyes in surprise. A gloomy ghost hides his face behind a mask. June raises her hand to her face. He bows and declares that he just did what he had to do, then adds that he still lacks a lot, then thanks that people speak so well of him. The queen lifts the ice mask with a smile and reveals that the hero does not listen to her well. Mountains appear against the background of the sunset. The spirit adds that, however, she still did not lose with the choice of the contractor. Vaughn sits behind the screen and reads aloud about how the hunter June actually has freezing abilities, and the Archmage destroyed 100 demons with the help of the Grey Reaper, as well as the warning of the Demon Association to be ready for strengthening, after which she asks the head of the information department what he thinks about it. The man stands behind and says that the accuracy rate of this data is very high, since the source is the Imperial family. The girl replies that she has not heard this from him for a very long time. A man with glasses looks at her and states that the locals are also testifying about this incident, to which Vaughn asks if it's all too unrealistic. The woman looks down. The man in the jacket asks which part causes her doubts, to which she replies, about the Leviathan. The head of the department stands to the side of the boss, who says that the assistant of the continent Reuben, who protects the south, directly mentioned Juna. The black beast's eyes shine blue. Vaughn says that the hero was appreciated as a very ferocious and scary person, then notes aloud that this is the third appearance of the protagonist, including the Thunder Bear and Cobalt. A katana hangs from Kim's belt. He states that this is the fourth. A dark-haired man stands near the door. The woman declares that he frightened her and adds that she needs to knock. He replies that the protagonist helped him in the problem of the migration of the Avars, which was recently solved. Vaughn looks at him in surprise and asks how they met, as the swordsman has no points of intersection with June. The black-haired woman frowns and asks about Singer. The head of the department shifts her gaze to Kim. The girl wonders if this is the work of the hero. The swordsman looks down and reveals that the awl hidden in his pocket will eventually pop out, then adds that he was the first to notice it. Vaughn notes aloud that he is indeed obsessed with such things. She picks up a smoking pipe and states that, judging by Kim's words, it is not the size of an awl, but rather a spear. The woman smokes and says that the swordsman claims that this is a real thing. He replies that she should not use such a pronoun in relation to June. The guild chairman exhales smoke and asks when they managed to get so close, to which Kim replies that the next time they met, they agreed to talk to each other on a first-name basis. Vaughn says that it's time to stop gossiping, after which he asks the head of the information department why he called the swordsman. The man adjusts his glasses and reveals that there has been a request from the imperial family for the highest rank. A long-haired girl stands in front of a black rock. A man in a jacket continues that this is the first request of this level since the opening of the second floor, then adds that St. Smyrna has informed the Church of the Sun about something she managed to discover. Gilbert looks at his son with a rifle in his hands, the head of the department adding that the temple, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately informed the imperial family, then added about the black field in the northernmost part of the continent, which is located behind the ridge of the creek. June digs the ground with a shovel. A man in glasses says that the content of the request is to fill this crack. The hero works together with many people. The man in the jacket says that the black field is an area that has been isolated since the magic tower was created hundreds of years ago and adds that it is an unknown land where even with their intelligence abilities, they cannot figure out what is there. Kim smiles. The head of the department asks him to be collected, because this is a request of the highest rank. Vaughn puts on a white cloak and says it's time to find out what awaits them when they arrive. A huge castle appears. Reuben's Empire, the capital of Ryark. Many people are in a large hall with a coat of arms in the center. Someone wonders aloud that the Thunder Emperor will not be there. One of those present replied to him that since he does not belong to any guild, even the imperial family cannot do anything with him. Cha stands next to his brother, saying that this is the first time he's seen so many of the top guilds gathered in one place, then adds that it seems like the big six are here, then adds that even some of the 9 heavens are present. Hyun walks beside his assistant. Min is surprised by his appearance. His brother asks him to be quiet. Vaughn raises his hand with a smile. The guy in the blue jacket says that the head of the Quiet Moon and the Holy Sword have also arrived. The guy watches them and is surprised that only people of this caliber can cope with this problem. Then he talks about members of the imperial family. Cha scratches his head and asks his brother why he is so worried, then adds that a large force has arrived. The red-haired man greets the guy in the blue jacket. Elder Bloodsword smiles. Min states that they haven't seen each other for a long time, to which he asks if this is his younger brother, who is nicknamed the Saint of the Blue Seas. The older one states that this guy is far from living up to his name, and then asks his brother to say hello. Cha stands next to Mina and introduces himself to the man. The red-haired man says that he has heard that he has become close to a famous person. Kim turns around, and the elder reveals what June means. Richly decorated windows appear. Cha clarifies if the bloody sword is talking about a guy with mesmerizing abilities, after which he claims that they only entered the portals together a few times. Min wonders aloud how his youngest cannot know him, then adds that they are close and it's true. The red-haired man asks Min to tell his opinion about the hero. Cha smiles and wonders if he's talking about June now. The elder stands in front of the brothers with a question about whether the protagonist is really such a ruthless and cold genius as they say he is. The elder replies that he is a giant. Bloody Sword touches his chin and asks if he means that he is tall, to which the guy in the blue jacket says that he is 180 or 185 meters tall, then adds that he didn't mean that at all. The gate opens. Someone declares that the head of the mages has arrived. A lot of people are looking in the same direction. The old man says that there are many familiar faces here that he is glad to see. An older man smiles and adds that there are those whom he meets for the first time. Vaughn crosses his arms. The head of the mages introduces himself. The woman asks why the emperor did not come here in person, then asks if this meeting is taking place without his knowledge. The old man closes his eyes and declares that, before the meeting begins, all the information voiced here should not be disclosed to the outside world, then adds that if this rule is violated, persecution by the empire follows. A lot of people watch an older person. He adds that they all gave their consent. Halo stands in the center of the hall and declares that it's time to start the meeting. He raises his hand and reveals that everyone knows about the black field beyond the ridge of the creek, and then adds that this is the northern edge of the empire, the territory quarantined by the first archmage. Kim stands with his arms crossed. The head of the mages explains that the ecology of the creatures living there is still unknown to them, then claims that a crack has appeared there. The elder holds out his hand with a purple glow. He says that he will show something now. An image of a withered human body appeared in front of the audience. The head of magic frowns and declares that this is the first corpse to emerge from the crack. The dead man lies with his mouth open. The doctors on the recording are surprised aloud that this is a corpse from the side of the black field, then wonder what they should do with it. Over there touches the chin. The doctors are surprised that even St. Smyrna could not heal it, then ask about the cause of death. Hyun looks down. Someone on the recording replies that according to the saint, it was sudden malnutrition. The faded eyes of a corpse appear. Some doctor asks about malnutrition. People in dressing gowns look at the corpse. One of them says that he has almost lost blood and nutrients, and is amazed that the verdict is ordinary malnutrition. He is told that they also have no way of knowing. The dead man's pupils begin to move. The doctor declares that it can be said for sure that this is not a curse or magic. Another wonders why this happened. Kim frowns heavily. The doctor notices a return eye on the recording, and the other notes that it is not moving now. He is told that the eyeball has just rolled up. The corpse rises with inhuman sounds. He pulls an oval object out of his mouth. The doctor says that he spat out something that looks like an egg. The revived dead rises. The doctors call the guards. Saliva drips from the monster's mouth. One of the doctors curses and says that this is the basement floor, so no one hears them. The monster goes at the people in robes. One of them claims that they are undead, and the other replies that no traces of mana have been found. The revived dead pounces on the doctor. Two knights run with swords in their hands. Someone shouts loudly, asks what happened. An unknown person shouts that this is an attack. The doctor demands to take off the monster's head. Halo is standing in the hall over the image of the monster. The picture disappears in front of those present in the room. The old man asks them what they think about it, and adds that it is not the undead. Vaughn sits next to Kim and tells him that it could be a zombie, a vampire, or something like that. The head of the mages closes his eyes and says that it was a person, but he was not affected by magical powers, and adds that it is not about magic, but about the owner. A white oval object appears, and Halo states that what came out of his mouth was nothing more than an egg. Hyun raises his hand and asks what animal in the world lays offspring in its owner, and at the same time makes it move like a zombie. The old man frowns and states that according to their research, it has been confirmed that it is a bee. A scary insect flies on its wings. The head of the tower adds that this is the first time they have been shown a creature from the Blackfield zone. Hyun looks down, and is amazed that there is an animal that is able to reproduce with the help of nutrients, and even run its own shelter. A lot of people in the audience make surprised faces. Halo clarifies that since it was a larva, they couldn't get much information, then adds that the taste of this bee has various effects besides zombifying the host. A red crack appears. The old man tells you that perhaps all living things beyond the ridge of the cry are already masters, then talks about the possibility that they will pass through it and multiply. V bits his head on his fist and asks about what the head of the mages is asking them to block instead of attacking the passage, to which Halo replies positively. The old man stands in front of many people in the hall and tells that there are only 3 cracks and they plan to act in 3 teams, then adds that given the situation, the fee for the request will be at the highest level. Hyun touches the chin. The head of the mages states that if there is someone who can help with this request, then they can safely hire them, then adds that the royalties for their work will also be paid by the imperial family. Kim frowns. The men think that there is one such person who can help. June hangs upside down with a smile. He does an abdominal exercise on the horizontal bar and shouts about how happy he is. The Ice Queen tells him that since he got out of that cramped room, then let him do everything that he could not do this year, then continues that she will eat everything that did not work out during this time. The hero is allowed surprised by the amount of food on the spirit table and wonders whether she will become a pig. The spirit reaches out a fork with a piece of cake to its mouth and claims that it will never become one. The protagonist sweats on the simulator. The queen wonders if he also stuffed his stomach. As soon as he returns, the guy replies that he keeps in shape by training. He shifts his gaze in surprise. A young man jumps down from the horizontal bar. June looks at her watch in amazement. A window with the names of Kim and Hyun appears. The hero is surprised by such a combination. Kim smiles and invites the guy to work together. The protagonist looks at the clock screen. Hyun holds a wand and declares that he would like to make a request for support for the young man. A night city appears. The talk show abruptly bursts into the room with a question about what June is doing on the 2nd floor. The hero sits on the sofa in front of the system window and asks a friend how he is doing, after which he asks to order food, to which the man replies that only the protagonist is calm here, like a boa constrictor. The Ice Queen in headphones drinks a drink from a straw with a phone in her hands. The guy asks the man who entered what happened, to which he states that he wanted to ask him. The president of the association opens his mouth and says that all the hours the powerful guilds of the world are looking for the young man, then adds that it is Juna, then asks how it happened. Stacks of paper fall onto the table. Taku demands an explanation of what is happening, then asks about the hero's ability to evolve. The protagonist looks at the system screen and replies that only freezing. The president sits down next to him, saying that everyone is demanding to borrow the guy, and then asks why. The man turns his head to June and offers to look at the requests together, then adds that he brought new information. The hero replies that he relies entirely on him. The president is surprised that the protagonist offers him to look at everything alone, which he says he does not want to. Stacks of sheets are on the table. June sits with a document in his hands, says that he believed that they wanted to call the guy to prepare for the transition to the 3rd floor, then adds that he is not right, The hero replies that this is indeed the case. His friend says that the imperial family has moved their troops to the ridge of the creek. The man in the jacket reads the sheet and declares that it is most likely a black field. June reads the document and asks about the place. His friend replies that this area was sealed by the first Archmage and is located behind the mountains. An image of mountains is shown. Taku says that there are no inhabitants around the ridge, so there is no point in sending troops there. The hero repeats his words thoughtfully. The protagonist looks at the document. His friend claims that this is the reason why he is wanted by numerous guilds. The guy replies that, whatever the case, the troops of the Imperial Army are clearly not enough. The man opens his mouth wide and says that the Emperor of the Iron Blood is the person who tries to solve problems on his own, then wonders that such a person would hand over the matter to the guilds. The young man smiles and continues that this is a dangerous enterprise. The man snatches the document from June's hands and declares that he will not allow him to accept this request, to which he replies that he does not like this situation. The queen raises her earpiece. Taku declares that not only is the hunter June wanted, but the number of summons of the Grim Ghost has doubled. The president looks at the leaf in front of the hero. The young man declares that he is popular. The man replies that it is not that people want to have the honor of fighting side by side with him, but that the imperial family hires guilds to reduce the damage to themselves. The documents lie on top of each other. The hero's friend adds that the guilds, in turn, are looking for him in order to reduce the losses among their people, then adds that this is how dangerous it is. The protagonist smiles and says that he knows about it, so he should not refuse, then adds that if the dark ghost refuses to take risks, then the value of the product will fall. The president makes a surprised face, and June offers him an auction. A lot of sheets with text are lying on the table. The protagonist asks just to convey information that, whether it is a gloomy ghost or the hunter June, the most precious thing is the chance to fight with him. The queen holds her headphones with a smile. A modern city appears against a blue sky. Taku says that because of the protagonist, the Big Six will get together for the first time, then adds that he will be happy if nothing serious happens. Hyun stands in front of a huge high-rise, his assistant declaring that it has been too long since he was last in the Hunters Association. The guild master closes his eyes and confirms his words. The man in the cloak walks forward and reveals that he hasn't been on the first floor for a long time and adds that he is wondering which guild will get the Grim Ghost. Kim looks at Hyun next to one, who states that everyone has the same thoughts on this matter, after which he claims that the hero will belong to them. Paige eats a sandwich and notes that it tastes so. Yugo furrows his brows and asks the beast to be quiet. Many heads of powerful guilds are sitting at a round table. The blonde man is indignant at the old man's words, asks him not to start a fight for no reason, then adds that if he makes a fuss, then he will lose the opportunity to participate in the auction. Hyun looks at the girl and wonders why she said that, as it was a chance to reduce the number of rivals. Guild Master Takabe. The woman sighs and declares that it is not worth it to start fights within the walls of the Hunters Association, the head of the guild Silent Moon. The blonde man makes a fierce face and declares that some old man, the leader of the Hallam, Paige, will be gone. Yugo furrows his brows and replies that he doesn't have enough strength. The head of the guild is a celestial soul. The robot's front screen shows that he is asleep. The guild leader is amazed. Lewis keeps his eyes closed and prays to the merciful sun god. The hero enters the room. Paige turns around and asks who it is, someone declaring that he is not a grim ghost. Hyun smiles and reveals that it's the hunter June. The blonde chews and repeats the protagonist's name in surprise. The guy goes to the table. The guild leader Hallam calls him Squishy. The young man introduces himself. Paige is indignant that he has come all this way to meet some boy. Lewis looks straight ahead. The robot's monitor is lit black. June furrows her brows. Vaughn watches the hero. Yugo makes a serious face. Blonde wonders where the gloomy ghost is. The protagonist pushes back his chair and declares that the auction will not take place today. Paige bangs on the table and asks loudly what this means. The young man replies that he is a representative of a dark ghost and only conveys his will. The Hallam guild master wipes the crumbs from his face, and June says that further explanation is needed, to which the man argues that the reason must be extremely convincing. The hero snaps his fingers with a smile and says that instead of 1,000 words, it is better to see and judge once. A hologram of a gloomy ghost appears in the center of the table. Lewis and Sweet make surprised faces. The man hides his face behind a mask and talks about the escort. June sits at the table with a smile, the guild leaders wondering aloud. Yugo frowns and declares that the escort means the hero. Paige makes a piercing look. The old man asks if it is necessary to hire the hunter June in order for the gloomy ghost to follow him. Hyun spreads his hands with his eyes closed and claims that this is the layout. The heads of powerful guilds and the hero sit at the same table. The young man says that everything is exactly like this and adds that the gloomy ghost will protect him and follow whoever wins the hero in the auction. His brows are furrowed. Lewis looks down. The suite's monitor is lit black. June smirks and says that she knows that they, the leaders of the Big Six, have a lot of money and little time, and then suggests that they try it once. Callie stands frozen. Mio is in a block of ice. The protagonist raises a finger and offers to place bets, then declares that the highest bidder will be the winner, after which he adds that he will give 10 minutes to think. The end of the third season. The protagonist catches the flower with his hand. Taku opened his mouth and was indignant. 250 billion, a million won, 10 million, and then, if multiplied by 10, the same billion won would come out. June put the pot down on the table and said that yes, that's right, that's the number, he said. The man in the suit, turning his head, said that these billions, such a thing as it is real. How can hiring an employee cost such an amount? Maybe this is the payment for moving to the guild. The head of the guild, moving his eyebrows, said that the guild had made a decision. It was not a fee for the transfer under their wing, not a seasonal contract, but just hiring an employee to fulfill one request. The hero replied that this amount of money was paid for the purpose of hiring a junior, and no other additional conditions. The guy looked down. He sat down on the windowsill and told his interlocutor to order something to eat, because he was hungry. The protagonist, putting his finger to his face, thinks that the quiet moon is 151 and 1/10 of a billion, the Takabe 151 billion, the silver retribution 110 billion, the labyrinth 130 billion, the celestial soul 80 billion, Halem 250 billion. A man with blonde hair got up from the table and said that he had won. How boring it was to deal with mattresses at the table. The guild worker exhaled and said that it was 150 and 1/10 of a billion. Page, pointing his finger at the old man, said that 80 billion won. What is it? He can't believe in such an amount as how much he gives to the imperial family every year. It seems that he is very strict about his finances. The interlocutor, opening the door, explained that the auction was over, so that he dared to leave. He already had a lot of things to do. The man, a laughing man, added that the losing dog flew away with his tail between his legs. He would not go far anyway. The hero, frozen in place, explained that he would join the guild that offered the highest price, so he would cooperate with the guild Halem. Page, banging his fist on the table, said that it was wonderful and let all the misers get out of here. The protagonist asked what was necessary to complete the mission. The interlocutor replied that there was no need for this. You just needed to come to the agreed place, at the agreed hour, and that's it. The bearded guild leader smirked and added that he couldn't forget about the gloomy ghost. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was congratulating her partner. She was stupid, considering his guild as a simple group of mercenaries. She was glad to see everyone after such a long time. The guild employee leaving said, "Sweet Christine?" She closed her eyes and called for Mr. Shin Sung-hyun. The man in light robes turned around and said that he would also go. They would see each other at the operation. May the blessing of heaven be with them. The hero leaned back in his chair. The girl called him too. Hyun, waving his wand, said that he would look forward to a joint duet with the gloomy ghost and leave them too. The hero looked away. Page said that now that everyone was dumped, he needed to sign a contract or something. He needed to get it done as soon as possible. Taku, typing the keys on the tablet, explained that Page and his team, when it comes to money, they are more scrupulous than any guild. It is obvious that they will make the gloomy ghost run around like crazy in search of the master. The ice was burned by tea. The junior said that this was nonsense. They would not be able to do it. The hero, leaning the glass to his mouth, explained that it was a June who was sold under the hammer, but the gloomy ghost only accompanies him. Taku objected that the protagonist himself said that he sold himself for 250 billion. Taku put his hand on his forehead and said what the guy was talking about, if he was going to continue to keep the information about the gloomy ghost a secret. A bottle of champagne appeared. The head of the guild stands in front of the page and says that it is a scam to continue to hide the ghost. How the hero is going to deal with the consequences. If he does whatever comes to his mind, the guild Halem can file a formal lawsuit, and they will not find a single reason to stop the trial. A piece of chicken flew into the mouth of a man in a suit, who says that the head of the guild Halem is the Big Six. The hero interrupted him, but he saw that 250 billion won were received. June, holding food in his hand, explained that it was a lot of money. You need to eat normally first, and then think everything over. The interlocutor said that he was a crazy boy. The spirit of ice froze her drink. A man in a suit says that how not to look. Recently the whereabouts of the ghost remained unknown, so the reaction of people has become very cold. The guy can no longer show himself in public. Doesn't the hero know the laws of show business? Recently there was talk that the gloomy ghost is inactive because he is sick. The contractor, raising his glass to himself, replied that let everyone think as they wished, because he had freedom of choice. The queen takes a frozen tea out of her mug. Taka says that this is his opinion, but at such a time, with such an important contract in one sitting, one shot is enough. With such a large-scale incident, is it possible to make herself known? The head, snacking on chicken, said that the junior hated wearing masks or something like that. The hero's partner clenched her teeth. An ice cube bounced off the guy's head. He was indignant. The head of the man flashed, and he said that if you think about it, the hero can fight using his freezing abilities. The hunter raised his hand. Ice cubes are lying on the table. The protagonist has clarified that the abilities of freeze, they are not inferior to the guardian of darkness. The head of the guild tears off a piece of meat and says that no matter how much he goes to the beautician, the number of wrinkles on his face only increases because of the interlocutor. Let him do as he knows. If he needs any help, then he can turn to him. The guy replied that this is why he adores him. An army of warriors and mercenaries goes to the black magic wall. The man with brown eyes turned around and said that this is a black field. I can't believe that this is the work of one person. It seems that it has become colder here. The girl with pink hair turned around and explained that a hired hunter was coming. Ice crystals appeared on the hero's face. The protagonist goes forward. The crowd says that he is in such a mood, as if he is ready to fight now. Ice appeared on the bridge of the hero's nose. The warriors say that the guy looks as if he has something in front of him. If he is knocked down, maybe some object will fall out. The blade of the axe was overgrown with ice pieces. The fighter explained that if the hero fights, let him not go too far. The protagonist walks forward through the crowd. A mercenary with a katana said that the handle was just covered with an axe and the guy is a guest of the head. Page smirked, the protagonist saying that he had arrived at the appointed hour. The head of the Hallam, opening his mouth, explained that the way a June looks at joining guilds for 7 trillion won, the interlocutor said about hiring. The blonde-haired hunter raised his hand to his chin and asked what the guest thought, like a pro once asked to send a letter of hire after the battle. The girl from the team looked away and told everyone to listen carefully to the instructions. The purpose of the mission is reconnaissance. Reconnaissance of the Black Field is the most important task, no matter who is given it. Ice Cube put her finger up and said that it looked like this was the hole. The reconnaissance team is standing near the entrance. The girl says that at the moment they have no information about what monsters live there and how strong the enemies are. The gloomy ghost can move there to reconnoiter the situation and clear the way. Page's eyes sparkled. He lowered his head to the level of the black-clothed guy and asked where the grim ghost was. The hero replied that the grim ghost master was already there. The protagonist looked up. The commander asked if the ghost was hiding in the shadows. He replied that the ghost's goal was to protect him. The captain closed his eye and thought that even the guy's face was difficult to look at once. June explained that the ghost would not appear as long as his life was in danger. Page punches the air. A mercenary with a sword shields the protagonist from a blow. The holy sword's eyes lit up. The team commander smiled. A man with blonde hair spread his hands and said that the hero was really scared. He just wanted to see the ghost with his eyes. But maybe he went a little too far. The mercenary with a katana, raising his blade, asked if the protagonist was okay. He confirmed that he was fine. The hero's hand froze. Page approached the junior and said that although there are many players with a similar atmosphere, but the guy is on a different level, these are the heights that must be reached to be considered the head. The commander, smiling, added that it seemed that he was wrong about whether Kim could put away his sword. The captain of the team raised his index finger and said that the mercenaries were already on standby. The man jerked the bolt of the pistol. The blue-haired man sheathed his blade and said that he would probably put the weapon away. The blade is sheathed. The ground is cracking. Page frowned and told the holy blade not to boast too much about being one of the 9 heavens. The mercenary with the katana turned around and told the captain to concentrate on the mission. The protagonist closed his eyes. The head of the Hallam asked the guy if he was really close to the holy blade. June was indignant when they went inside. He unopened his mouth and said that the operation had already begun. The Takabe would move along with the other guild. Page smiled and said that the other hunters of the guild must have already entered. The guys had cleared the way for them in an interesting way. The girl from the team added that out of the 3 groups, they were the last. Wasn't it obvious that mercenaries never wasted time on a proven path? The warriors in blue kimonos, frozen in place, said that they would go first. June froze in place and said that he saw familiar faces. The ice flow spoke for the contractor to look away. The man in the respirator turned around and explained that now a more frightening aura emanated from the hero. The Jew replied that this is because the protagonist is in the company of those idiots. It is more suitable for him to be in his native ranks. The Hallam commander grinned and said that he had changed his mind about the amount. Page froze in place and said that he and the gloomy ghost would enter first. The hen agreed. The interlocutor was surprised that the chairman had such an expression on his face, as if he had planned everything. The guild leader Takabe looked ahead and told the head to be careful. The commander of the scouting team replied that it was not Hyun to teach him. The strike team goes to the portal. The captain said that every second they live in the epicenter of battles. Purple lightning sparks behind the group of mercenaries. Page opened his mouth and said to be pinched. They were clearly on the top of the mountain. The contractor and his partner stopped in place. Destroyed buildings have grown on the horizon. Plants envelop the tower. Someone from the group explained that this structure looks exactly like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The pink-haired girl, taking an axe in her hands, explained that it was full of plants that she had not seen on Earth. The local ecosystem had clearly undergone mutations. The hero looked up. The warriors said that wasn't it natural, given that this area had been isolated for hundreds of years. A group of mercenaries are standing on a piece of land. Page has ordered them to move. The leaders are working on the tent of the command post, and the soldiers are to set up a Type A tent. Ju put her hand to her forehead and said that the members of the Hen Guild should follow the instructions of the leaders and set up a base camp. June looked away and Ju said what kind of rumor was it that he put himself up for auction. The interlocutor replied, he didn't even know, probably it was idle chatter. The red-haired girl replied that this time she would like to be a hero in the team. Page smiled and said that the plan was to occupy the sector, scouting it in groups of 5, a tactic used in a portal raid. Hen, looking at the sky, explained that they would use the same tactics. They would explore the city, focusing on the large tower that could be seen from afar. The Takabe would take over the left side, the Hallam the right. If nothing could be found within 6 hours, then let them return to the camp. Princess Ju looked at the ruins. The pink-haired mercenary looked away to the left. June grabbed his icy companion. The blonde commander told no one to worry, because they had a lot for a large sum of money. The spirit of ice said that no matter how much she looked, that blonde captain treated the contractor like a servant. He replied that the hero should work off his money. The team, together with the hero, goes to the giant leaning tower of Pisa. They talk about how it would be good to find the hive and whether the mercenaries from other guilds have eliminated all the carriers. A tree grew out of the windows of the tower. The girl with the axe, opening her mouth, said that in this case, they would definitely send a radio signal. The Hallam team should climb to the top of the tower and think about the next direction. Paige, standing in front of the collapsed building, said there was danger for 11 o'clock. The mercenary rushed forward with the protagonist. Smoke rose. The boots slipped on the asphalt. The captain of the squad stopped and said that he had found a target. His eyes lit up. He said that the creature was bigger than they thought. A man in a suit is sitting on a rock. The warriors from the team explained that this mercenary is the Joel from the labyrinth, a specialist in skillful infiltration and information gathering with the ability to become invisible. Paige, slamming his hand into his palm, stated that he knew the fallen hunter. He was talented. Kaora added that he was taken by surprise and they had no way to resist. Blood froze on the dead man's lip. A warrior from the crowd asked if he should rip open Joel's belly first, as he was now most likely an incubator for egg production. June, opening his mouth, said that the hunter in the suit was already dead. Who was screaming then? The reflection of the hero appeared in the eyes of the monster. It screamed. A wave of shouting quickly spread through the area. The commander was indignant. The spirit of ice, stepping back, told me that every time at such moments, she really can hold back. Paige, averting his eyes to the right, said that this was what a rank request should be. A huge wasp loomed over the captain of the Hallam team. The creature's sting sliced through the air. Paige was stung. He grinned. The soldiers shouted the name of the commander. The man smiles. The stinger approaches his back. The monster opened its mouth, and Paige irritably suggested that if they could pull off a surprise attack, then they were smarter than him. The man gritted his teeth in rage. His hand grabbed his paw. The man tore out the limbs from his opponent. The monster falls. The hero looks ahead and offers to support him, to which the girl replied to leave him, and the protagonist added that they do not know anything about the enemy. The pink-haired woman closed her eyes and said that the captain would deal with the creature himself, because he was the king of mercenaries. Page opened his mouth, and the team members explained that the title of king is not given to just anyone. A hand grabbed the fur. The man hit the floor with an insect. The mercenary king swung for a blow. The commander drives the enemy into the ground. Page looked away. The asphalt buckled after the last blow. The monster's blood gushed onto the ground. The man struck many blows to the opponent's head. The fierce silhouette is reflected in the bee's eyes. Violet energy flashes after each hit. The guy looked ahead and suggested that he needed to provide assistance with an air battle, to which the voice noticed that he did not know anything about his ability. The girl turned around and explained that the captain was furious about that sudden attack, and the captain's ability was based on anger, which meant that the mage had no chance of winning. Blood gushed onto the ground, and the hero replied that he was aware of his abilities but was worried that he was wasting too much energy, to which the team member explained that this was his usual indicator of anger. The pink-haired woman stands and says that now the captain's attack does not even reach the middle phase, which means that the mage is so weak that it is not able to bring him to the middle phase. The head landed near the people, and the lady added that if he intended to deprive the captain of his gate, then he needed to be brought to the maximum phase. The man crushed his head to smithereens. The hero lowered his gaze, and the commander noticed that it was not a bad training, and the protagonist noticed that it was a completely different level compared to any other guild he had seen so far. Page looks ahead. The mercenary king smiles maniacally and asks if there was another creature. A candle is burning inside the lamp, and someone said that they had learned a lot in the week they had been here, so they needed to start a meeting to announce the new information. The tent is standing, and the unknown person continued that after consulting with the beekeepers, they decided to change the direction of their strategy a little, to which someone wanted to know how much this would change. The guy holds a pointer and says that first of all, they should not approach this matter in the same way as they did until now when they hunted monsters, because bees are a kind of legion, where each unit has a certain role. The man smiles, and Hen adds that most of the people they encountered were moving in pairs, to which Page remarked that he had also encountered 2 individuals that were moving in an organized manner. The people are standing, and the guild chairman said that they are dealing with bees that are in charge of hunting, which means that they do not specialize in fighting, and the bees that act as soldiers will appear in their path as they approach the hive. The assistant turned and when asked how many of them would be there, he replied that it was assumed that there were at least 2,000 in each hive. The mercenary king frowned and said that this meant that every time they found a hive, they would have to deal with 2,000 soldiers. The guy holds a pointer and reveals that given that the number of bees increases as you get closer to the magic tower, it would be a good idea to make it the goal of conquest, and then asks what they think about it. Page moves the figurine and replies that he supports this proposal. After all, most likely, the protection of the territory is their main priority. Hen closed his eyes and added that in the case of bees, the priority is to protect the queen, as the queen bee is their command center and command tower. The man smiled, and the chairman reminded them that usually when a queen bee dies, the bees produce another one, to which Milpage replied that they wouldn't have enough time to do so now. A finger nudged the figurine, and the mercenary king told them to work hard together this time to catch the queen. The hero sits on the street and says that he thought that he had conquered the second floor, but did not expect that another wall would appear on his way, and then noticed that humanity is still too attached to the second floor. The protagonist looks up and muses that they must keep moving forward to prevent the destruction of the earth. The stars sparkled in the sky, and the guy mentally said that if everything continued in the same vein, then he could not even dream of conquering the third or fourth floor. The young man is lying on the grass, and the queen has called him. The spirit smiled and noticed that he was thinking again. The girl sat down next to June and said that this was where he was and asked if he was still asleep. Redhead held out the food and June assumed that she had something to do with him, to which Ju replied that the ramen was too hot, so she thought that maybe he would chill him a little, to which Ice Cube annoyed that she was using all sorts of excuses to start a conversation with him. The hero exhaled and said that it was not difficult. A huge amount of ice envelopes the girl's hand and shouted that this cannot be, because this is not an ice statue. As clouds float across the night sky, the protagonist tries to figure out why, and then asks if he should save ramen or what to do, to which Ju yells for him to save her first. People were sitting on the grass, and the redhead wanted to know what was bothering him so much. June looked ahead and began to tell him that it wasn't about worrying, because if he was hitting the wall like this now, then when he could start conquering the third floor, that's what kind of thoughts are in his head right now. Ju turned around and replied that there was nothing special on the third floor, and the conditions for entry were simple. The girl looked ahead and when the hero asked what the simple conditions were, she replied that the ticket could be bought in the administrator's store. The protagonist looked down and thought that everything was so simple. The woman adjusted her glasses, and the girl added that initially the tickets were not on sale, but recently they began to sell them. The redhead nudged the guy with her shoulder and suggested that if Mr. Gloomy Ghost found out about this, he would be extremely disappointed, because it was much easier than the conditions for entering the second floor, to which June replied that he was unlikely to behave like this. The queen's face is filled with anger when someone said that it is terribly hot there, as if the sauna is clean, and the monsters are not particularly strong, but she can't stand the heat. Ju turned around and added that the third floor had not yet been properly explored, and then asked June not to worry too much about this and said goodbye to him. Redhead runs and screams that his ice ability is amazing. The spirit hit the guy on the head and said that her hands were itching with the desire to hit him properly. The hero turned and wanted to know why she was hitting him, to which the queen replied that she wanted to hit him, so she did it. The partner flew up and shouted that if he continued to communicate with others in the spirit, then his identity would be revealed, and even without including her conversation, to which the protagonist noted that she was using all kinds of excuses to start an argument. The partner is sitting in the background of Dawn, and the spirit shouted that she is not arguing now, to which the hero suggested that she was really offended, because he was talking without connecting her to the conversation, to which the spirit replied that this was not the case. The leaders are standing, and the guy began to tell that their goal is a magic tower, where, presumably, the hive is located, and the operation is carried out in cooperation with the Hallam Guild, and also, during the battle, they must help each other, regardless of their affiliation, because the main target is the queen bee. The chairman looked ahead and added that the main task was to destroy the queen bee, which served as a command tower. The hero stands and listens to Hen say that the minimum number of people guarding the camp, in the event of an attack, immediately runs out through the gap and provides security. Someone raised his head and shouted that he was suggesting that they fight on the front lines and just die, to which he was told that the same goes for the people sent to attack the queen bee. The squad is standing, and the guy explained that the main battles will be entrusted to the leaders, and the agents will focus on containment, and he also passed this information on to the other guilds, and they planned to gather near the magic tower. The man looked down, assumed that Hallam knew everything without his words, and then reminded him that in order not to die, you must kill first. Violet energy enveloped the people, who answered in the affirmative, to which the head said that now they had to enter. The aura began to materialize out of thin air. The chairman entered the portal. The guy stands and notices that they came before everyone else. The party is coming, and Hyun says that they came 5 minutes before the celestial soul with the labyrinth, and 10 minutes before the quiet moon and the silver constellation. The man raised his head and said that in the remaining time he could deal with everything. Roy was flying through the sky, and Milpage noticed that those guys had noticed what was going on, too. The hero looks up and says that a lot of them have flown in, to which the queen added that this is the first time she has also seen so many bees. People are shocked. The group looks at the hive. The bees are flying, and the assistant said that based on his scans, he has calculated that there are at least 2,000 of them, and first of all, it has been confirmed that the magic tower is their base, and he also thinks that it is time to slowly enter. The man raised his head and ordered everyone to take their positions. The foot stepped on the asphalt. The queen looked to the side and told her partner to look at this cool view. The squad is pathetically marching, and someone noticed that everyone is ready for battle. The man smiles and tells someone to watch Takabe. The chairman turned and said to block their access and wait for further orders. People look up, and the spirit said that bees cannot attack spontaneously, and the hero noticed that they froze in anticipation. The girl raised her head, and a voice on the walkie-talkie said that it was the trace of the Holy Blade and Wai Zhang Hak on the right, and then added that they had started interacting with the swarm, and the redhead said that they would be able to win. The masked man raised his head, and someone noticed that the silver constellation had also joined, and the girl said that the people who said they would be late had come much earlier, and the unknown person said that the sign of the Heavenly Soul Guild could also be seen on the left. The partners look up, and the queen explains that the flow is pretty good to begin with, to which the protagonist asks if she thinks this is strange. A huge swarm covers the sky, and the hero tried to understand why such a huge crowd froze in the air, and why the bees do not attack. The chairman lowered his head. Page turned. June looks ahead and remembers that bees are smarter than most insects. The guy's pupils narrowed as he suggested that there was something here too. The appendage pierced the man's body. Someone turned around and shouted the name of the hunter Coj Gill. The crack began to creep apart, and the man shouted that it was a sinkhole. The girl lowered her head, and a member of the squad tried to understand what it was just now, to which the pink-haired woman explained that it was an attack from below, which meant something underground. A white sphere is flying. Dark energy sucks in the attack site. The chairman stands in shock, and someone shouted that he is dead. Hen looks ahead in shock, screaming that something is attacking them, which means they need to retreat, and they also need to be careful, because the earth is shaking. The thorns of an unknown creature kill people. The man turned and shouted that something was below, which meant that he had to prevent them from hitting and counterattacking. Page demolished the appendage with one blow, and tried to understand why the hero was just standing. The chairman raised his baton. The beetle began to be enveloped in energy. The guy raised the squad with the help of spheres, and someone noticed that these were ground wasps, bears. The monsters look away. The girl stretched out her hand and shouted that they were ground wasps or bears. A wall of flames struck the creature, and the red-haired woman added that everyone needed to be completely destroyed. The pink-haired woman swung and said that this was a direct attack and destruction. The girl cut the insect in half. The head of the mercenaries raised his hand and shouted that they shouldn't waste their time and energy on such things, because other opponents were waiting for them from above. The man turned around and shouted that he should not stand like an idol and do something, because they gave 250 billion for him. Hyun looked down and asked if June could only gain 10 minutes. The hero stretched out his hand and answered positively. The ice covered the hole in the ground. The protagonist lowered his gaze, and someone noticed that this was a great job. Page scratched his beard and said that it was pretty cool since the hole was completely filled, and then someone asked Takabe what the numbers were. People are lying in the sphere, and the assistant reported that there are a total of 97 members, 7 injured, and 3 dead. The man looked up and wanted to know what Hallam's numbers were, to which he was told that there were 42 dicks in total, with no injuries or fatalities, to which Page added that they should continue to be on the alert. The hero stands and understands that this was an unexpected change, because there are even dead. The chairman looks ahead, and the young man realizes that he is furious. A purple aura envelopes Hen. The monsters open their mouths. The protagonist covered himself with his hand and noticed that it was the power of a ferocious ghost. The mercenary king feels the pressure, and the guy told them to try to endure it. The chairman concentrated his energy, and said that this was a prestissimo skill. A purple sphere has accumulated on the tip of the wand. Hen waved his hand. The bee looks forward. People leaned over, and someone shouted for everyone to concentrate and catch the balance, as well as prepare for an earthquake. The girl turned and tried to understand what he was thinking. The man in the gas mask looks ahead and says that this is the first time he has seen him use his abilities on such a scale, to which the girl decided to try to move forward, to which a member of the squad asked her not to do so. A colossal amount of aura envelopes Hen's body. The queen approached the hero and tried to understand what kind of power it was, and the protagonist thought that it was neither telekinesis nor wind. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that this is like a distortion of space itself, because he pushes and attracts it, so it is natural that the environment will vibrate. The monsters escape. Hen lowered his gaze and cast a spell to Andante. The violet energy bursts out of the sphere, and the chairman explained that it is prestissimo. A bright flash lit up the space. The guy raised his hands against the background of a white glow. Dark energy crushes insects. A colossal volume of aura envelopes Hen's body. The partners look ahead. The assistants close their eyes. People are trying to stand still. A huge amount of violet energy began to burst out of the black hole. A deafening explosion of aura rang out. The man raised his hand. A purple field envelopes the chairman's body. A white ball appeared in the darkness, and the guy said that it was a requiem. A white light filled the surroundings. A black spot spreads in the sky. The hero looks up and realizes that this is an overwhelming force, and then tries to capture the essence of it all. Hyun looks down and turns to Takabe. The girl was standing, and the guy ordered to start the attack. The pink-haired one turned and shouted for Hallam to prepare for battle. The man tilted his head and said that although he had performed magnificently earlier, but now it was their turn, because it was time for them to show Takabe how turned they were in a fight. Page rushed to attack. The assistant raised his hand and shouted for the Takabe to start the fight and break through to the top floor. The guy is standing not far from the tower. Dead people lie on the ground, and Hen asked that graves be dug for them. The chairman leaned over and said that he was sorry. The mercenary king kills monsters. The squad climbs the stairs, and someone notices that the enemies are too weak, as they expected. The gasman stretched out his hand and asked the leader to attack on a medium power fire. Green projectiles fly towards the bees. The girl turned around and told him to leave them for her. The pink-haired one runs away from the explosion. It cuts several dozen bees on the move. A member of the squad runs forward. The man raised his head and said that it was very cruel, but he couldn't lose. Melpage jumped high into the air. The hero runs and realizes that with such a speed he can instantly get to the top floor. The young man turned around and asked the gasman what floor they were on, to which the man replied that they were on the 7th floor, and then realized that it was June and added that it was a great honor for him to work with him, because last time he could not properly say goodbye to him, which is why, while running up the stairs by any means, he did not have time to finish. The creature opened its mouth wide, and someone shouted that it was behind it. Blood gushed onto the floor. People stand and try to understand why this thing stopped. The light reflects off the monster's head. The unknown creature straightened up, and someone from the squad told them to move with extreme caution. The spirit raised its head and tried to figure out what kind of bee it was. The girl turned around and asked if the gas man had any sleeping gas left, to which she received a positive answer. The hero looks at a huge creature, and someone said that first he needs to calm down. The protagonist raised his head and thought that it was a chimera. After all, it was an insect mixed with a human body. The monster is looming over people, and the young man noticed that it did not even look like a bee, more like a mixture with a centipede, which means that it was engaged in cannibalism. Insect heads lay on the bloody floor, and June thought that even among this swarm he stood out a lot. The hero looks from under his brow and said that the gas man should eliminate him. The man turned around and said what would be done. The poisonous gas escapes from the man's hand, who explains that this gas is harmless to humans, so there is nothing to worry about. A member of the squad looks ahead and says that no matter how strong the enemy is, he will soon be defeated. The protagonist pushed his comrade away and told him to stay behind. The tail struck near the young man. June raised his hand and noticed that even such an attack didn't work, but judging by the appearance, it was clearly not a queen bee. Ice covers the monster's body. The creature approaches the hero, who assumed that it was a gatekeeper. The young man made a dash to the side. The explosion rang out behind the girl's back. Ju kicked the creature. The redhead swung for a blow. Flames enveloped the chimera, and someone shouted that they needed to confirm that the creature had been killed. The girl looked away. The gasman stands and shouts that the manager is great. The queen holds her head and says it's strange. The mutant opened its mouth, and the spirit added that even if it was an insect, it was not often that the creature could be seen blocking attacks with its head alone, as it was a hybrid of a human and a bee. Liquid flows down the monster's tail, and the partner noticed that it has a false head on its tail. The hero blocked the monster's attack with an ice shield. The appendage with its eyes looks away, and the protagonist realizes that this is the real head. The young man covers his face with his hands and realizes that they need to break through to the other side. The creature looks at the people, and June shouts that he will freeze his tail, and the girl will have to take care of the head. Ju raised her head and told him to be careful, and then began counting down. The tail is approaching people. The purple field blocked the monster's attack. The guy turned around and asked what kind of nonsense it was, because the enemy wouldn't wait for them to count to 3. The squad is looking at Hen, and someone has noticed that the guild members are fighting on the 6th floor, which means that he cannot be blocked from this side. The hero turned around and said that this was not an easy opponent. The chairman flew up and cast an accent spell. The guy accumulated energy in his hand and said that this floor was too small to fight such an opponent to begin with. Dark energy attacks the creature. The chimera rushed to attack. The insect grabbed the man. The girl raised her head and called to Hen. The chairman took out his wand. The phallic hole began to tighten the centipede, and the guy ordered them to continue rising. Hen turned around and explained that even if a stronger enemy appeared, the darkness would protect them. The protagonist looks at the chairman. The purple sphere exudes energy. A person sits and asks the head if he will be all right. The girl stood up and replied that there was no need to worry about the guild master, because one of the 9 heavens would never lose to that insignificant bee. The hero raised his head, and when asked by the red-haired woman if a gloomy ghost was following them, because he did not appear in such a crisis situation, he replied that he probably did not come forward, because he did not consider it a real crisis. Someone runs up the stairs and curses the stairs, and the protagonist added that they can still handle it within their capabilities. The man stopped and asked why they were standing there, because the 6th floor was almost cleared, and then noticed that everything was clean with them too. Melpage opened his mouth in surprise when he found out that they had a huge monster, but it was taken by the guild master and disappeared. The man in the gas mask turned around and said that they needed to hurry to the 10th floor. The assistant fires a gun, and the man wanted to know how big the monster was, to which a team member replied that it was a mixture of an insect and a human. People are fighting bees, and the mercenary king once again clarified that he needs to know about the size, to which he was told that it was the size of a small train. The girl pointed her finger to the side and said that in any case, the stairs were already open, so they needed to move on, If they went up 3 more floors, they would find the queen. The light penetrates into the room. The man turned around and said that this would be a great fight with a monster of this level 1v1. A hand rested on the girl's back, and Melpage said that this brat, a ferocious ghost, had come all this way here to act like the protagonist. The protagonist rolled over due to the touch. The mercenary king grabbed his comrades and shouted that they would go up to the 10th floor and kill the queen or someone else. The tower is standing, and the girl is shouting that they are going to crash. Smoke billows near the heroes, and the man said that they had almost reached the 10th floor. Ju turned and tried to figure out what the smell was. Blood drips down the wall, and the redhead assumed that it was not the smell of insect blood. The corpse of the insect was lying on the floor, and the gas man realized that this smell was coming from the corpse of the queen bee. Blood runs down the creature's head, and people have realized that this is a queen bee and she is dead. Melpage raised his hand and assumed that she was pretending to be dead, to which the girl remarked that from the way her body decomposed, it was safe to say that she was dead, but it was not clear what attacked and killed her. The hero stands and understands from the wound that someone simply pierced the carcass and pulled out the entrails. Blood flows out of the wound, and the protagonist mentally says that this is impossible unless you have brute force like the mercenary king. June looked ahead and remembered that the body left in this way was considered a show or a warning, something like that. The gas man raised his hand and said that there was also something piled up on this side, and the stench was worse than from a queen bee, and then asked the manager to turn on the light. The girl snapped her fingers and asked what was there. Fire illuminates the eggs. People stand and understand that it seems to be corpses. The light reflected off the embryo, and the gas man noticed that this one looked exactly like the one they had seen on the floor below. The man leaned over and clarified that it was the one that looked like a train, and then wanted to see if he was joking, and the man in the gas mask realized that they had died before they could hatch. The monster opened its mouth. The gas man looked down and realized that only that individual had successfully hatched from this pile, and Melpage shouted that apparently there was a selection among the larvae. The man leaned over and said that if the queen bee and the offspring were in this state now, then their purpose was distorted. The fire is burning, and someone noticed that there were a pile of cocoons with improved larvae in this room and suggested that this was the reason why the queen died. The girl looked ahead and added that now that she had managed to give birth to a successful creation, she might not be necessary, and then she wanted to know what June's thoughts were on this matter. The protagonist stands and says that he agrees with their proposal, because whoever the creature that invaded the bees' bodies was, it brainwashed the bees and held the queen hostage in order to create modified individuals. The man turned around, and the hero added that it was probably all done because they needed human DNA, and Melpage suggested that they needed human intelligence, but there could be a possibility that it hatched from an egg. The young man looked ahead and said that this was an invasion, which meant that the entire 2nd floor would be captured. The Hunter King raised his hand and noticed that the building was shaking and assumed that it was hen fighting, and the hero couldn't believe that even one of the 9 heavens had a hard time resisting such an individual. The spirit raised her head and said that her partner must have noticed, but again, there was something up there. Ju looks up. The protagonist turned around and said that they needed to join and help Hen and stop the crisis, to which Melpage said that he understood what June was talking about. The foot stepped on the floor, and the man added that there was another problem that should be taken care of. The mercenary king stands in the background of the sunset, and says that the problem lies in who killed the queen. The man tilted his head and said that they had to find the thing. The hero looks ahead and understands that he is saying the right things, but only he should fight him. The people turned around, and the protagonist mentally said that he could not fight against the unknown creature slowly, playing 2 roles, but to prevent the worst situation, one option remained. The guy goes up the stairs and tells them to leave it to him, and the girl asks him to wait for her. The hero looked away, and the redhead tried to understand why they just couldn't help Hen and then go up together, to which the protagonist replied that they had time, so they had to help the guild master along with Melpage and the gas man. The light dimly illuminates the stairs, and the girl shouted that they are in a situation where they do not know the enemy. The hero took a step and stated that he had prepared for this situation, which is why he had arrived here with a gloomy ghost. The man raised his head and noticed that he looked cool now. A hand rested on the gas man's head, and the mercenary king told her to leave her job for June, and then asked the masked man if he had enough gas left. Redhead stands and says that she will go with the young man, because she cannot let him go alone, to which the mercenary king replied that she can do what she wants, because whether she dies or not is not his concern, so he will go to help deal with the mutant. An aura enveloped the man's fist, who jokingly asked where he could board this mutant train, and then remembered that he was talking about a place that should be more spacious, which meant it was the 1st floor. Melpage slammed the floor. The gas man began to fall, and the man shouted that they would first check this 1st floor. The partners fly down. The hand holds the masked man. The mercenary king lowered his gaze and shouted for him to spray poisonous gas on him. The fist swung for a blow. The man rushes down and adds that he should pour out every last drop. The chairman swings for a blow. The guy jumped to the side. The monster raised its head, and Melpage shouted that the mercenary king was landing. A monstrous blow fell on the insect. The redhead gets up and asks June to wait. The girl raised her head and said that she would also help, as she wanted to fight side by side with the gloomy ghost, and also added that she would not interfere with its freezing ability. The hero is standing. The protagonist looked sharply to the side. Ice spikes shattered the stairs. Ju staggered back and assumed it was an attack. A huge swarm flies in the street. The girl is standing in front of the cliff, and June replied that starting from here, she should not follow him, and also make sure that others do not approach this place. The protagonist turned around and added that this is not a fight in which you can cope with the enemy only thanks to your combat skills, and the spirit said that it thinks the same. Ice covers the hand. The hero climbs up with the help of ice, and his partner said that there is no guarantee that in this battle he will be able to resist the enemy, protecting someone. The protagonist looks up, and the queen tells him to be careful, as she has not had such a strong sense of danger for a long time. June is standing on an ice platform. The guy went down to the roof. The young man exhaled. A dark aura envelopes the tower. Skeletons lie on the floor. Something sits in front of the hero. The creature turned around, and the system reported that it had encountered the border monster boss Janabi, who, if killed, would form a safe zone on the border. The gate is standing and someone is shouting that he told the others to just die, but they've been through so much that the second member of the squad asks Callie to calm down. The protagonist is standing, and Sky reminded them that they don't have much time left, so they need to decide as soon as possible. The hero tilted his head. The girl turned and said that the gloomy ghost should go. The guy looked to the side and replied that he agreed with Skaya. After all, excluding him, all of them were unable to resist an enemy with the attribute of cold. The man raised his hand and said that he was angry that he couldn't go, but there was no one here like a gloomy ghost. The girl smiled and said that even if Mr. Callie had given his approval, they had all come to an agreement very quickly, because she also thought it was better for the dark ghost to go there. The hero looks ahead, and the queen said that he came here to find his own grave. His foot stepped on the ice, and the guy replied that he had no time to talk. The light reflects off the steel, and June says that he has come to kill her and put an end to this nightmare. My hand trembles. The opponents stand opposite each other. The queen raised her hand and said that he really didn't know anything about this world. The swordsman cut through a huge number of insects. Kim looked to the side and asked on the radio if they should send him reinforcements. The hand holds the sword. The bees were flying, and the guy replied that everything was fine. The swordsman slowed down and added that he was enough here. Kim made a bunch of cuts around himself. The guy kills monsters, and on the radio he said that Takabe and Hallam are fighting inside the tower, and they should also support them, and the swordsman is the closest, so he should clear the way from his side. Kim leaned over and replied that he would make his way to the tower. A ruthless sword, a flash of chaos. The cuts filled the entire space, and the guy said that it was a solar eclipse. With the skill, the swordsman killed all the bees in the area. Ice envelopes the tower, and a voice reports that the first squad is entering the tower. Kim raised his head. Roy flies around the tower, and the swordsman realizes that June is at the top. The guy looked to the side and remembered that he had said that he had come with a dark ghost, but he could trust if it was him, and then mentally summed up that he would look forward to the results. A swarm flies near the tower. The hero looks ahead and says that the ticket is for the 3rd floor. Initially the tickets were not on sale, but recently they began to sell them. The armor began to cover the body of the protagonist, who noticed that some time ago an invasion of mutant bees began. The queen turned, and the guy mentally said that the time had finally come for humanity to meet with the owner of the floor on the 2nd floor, and the spirit asked that his partner not be shy in front of the enemy. The hand holds a sword, and a piece of ice said that it will block small bees. The hero is standing in front of the enemy, and the girl said that he should concentrate on the main battle, and the protagonist thought that the conditions were the best, but the situation was the worst. The monster stretched out its paw in the direction of the guy, who realizes that he felt the same way 25 years ago. The young man looked up and added that at that time, the defeat of the dark ghost meant the defeat of humanity. June stands silently and realizes that there are many people in the world who are stronger than him at the moment. A red aura envelopes the enemy, and the hero realized that he no longer needs to shoulder everything on his shoulders, as before. The queen looks at the swarm, and the protagonist says that he is here again, just as he was then, along with the piece of ice. The guy leaned over and thought that he was getting up, knowing that this was how it would be. The young man smiled. June rushed into the attack and realized that he had been waiting for this, just as he had done then. Ice covers the roof. The hero swung his sword to strike. A blue aura envelopes the protagonist. The guy hit the boss on the back. The wool blocked the blade. Paw approaches the young man. The monster pushed June to the floor. The paw squeezes the protagonist's body. The hero jumped back. The guy turned. The boss took the stinger out of his hand, and the young man realized that this was not a confrontation with an insect, which meant that he should not let his guard down. Lightning enveloped the blade, an 80% acceleration, the path of the sword. The hero quickly attacked the enemy. Ice covers the monster's head. The protagonist chopped off the creature's hand and noticed that it opened up and succeeded. The guy turned around and thought that he should start aiming for partial destruction, like he had chopped off his paw. June opened his eyes wide when the voice replied that there was no need to rush, because we had to slow down. The insect hit the hero. The protagonist looked away. The monster raised his head, and the guy thought that he needed to stop this creature by freezing it. The boss swung his other paw. Janabi reaches out to the person. The young man broke through the floor. A blue aura envelopes the hand with the sword. June blocked the attack and noticed that the enemy's regeneration rate was prohibitive. The monster looks forward. Blue energy envelopes the player's eye. The paw squeezes the blade, and the hero mentally said that reflexes and strength are also stunning. The monster hit the man. The limb regenerates. The guy looks to the side and realizes that he has to cut his body into several dozen pieces before he can regenerate, which means there is no choice but to freeze it completely. The blade cuts through the air. The young man rolled over in the air. June tilted his head and thought he had to go even faster. Repel enemy attacks. The foot pushes off the ice. The boss tries to hit a person. An aura-shrouded sword approaches the monster. The protagonist cut off the boss's limbs. A red aura envelopes the insect. The player turned around and realized that there was not a single gap in his defense to freeze. The creature rushed to attack. June froze the monster. The boss escaped from the trap. The insect looked away. The spear pierced the enemy's head. Ice began to cover Janabi's body. The hero threw something. An ice spike struck the body. A second ice spike pierced the beetle's body. Blood rushed to the ground. Ice sticks out of the monster's body. The protagonist swung for a blow. The guy hit the creature on the head. The young man looks down. The blade tries to break through the cover. June tries to break through the defenses and realizes that the hardness of the cover is different from what it was before. Fragments fall from the head of the insect. The boss opened his mouth. The hero jumped away and realized that with each regeneration, his defenses were strengthened. The creature rammed the protagonist. The guy is holding on to the monster's head. The young man looked to the side. Opponents fly upwards. June closed his eyes. The boss is holding a person. The queen turned and tried to understand what was happening. Something flew past the spirit. Janabi stretched his limbs. The insect tilted its head. Opponents are rapidly flying down. Opponents look into each other's eyes. Enemies are approaching the tower. A shadow falls on the roof. A dark sphere appeared at the top of the tower. The man swings for a blow. The girl looks away. The swordsman turned. A dark aura enveloped the boss, and someone said that he had to wait. The gloomy ghost looks ahead and says that the blow that was struck a moment ago pushed him into the darkness for a moment. The player raised his hand and said that since he was the boss here, he should be able to endure it. The monster lowered its head. The hero snapped his fingers. The black sphere absorbs the light, and the protagonist says that it is an eclipse. The insect flies down. The guy looks away. The boss falls. A monstrous aura emanates from a person. Blood flows out of the antagonist's mouth. The enemy knelt down. His foot stepped on the floor, and June told him that there were dozens, hundreds of types of attributes in this world. The grim ghost leaned over and explained that only the attribute of darkness had destructive power, which meant that he would not be able to resist it. The beetle lies on the floor. The creature opened its mouth. Dark energy envelopes the hand. The player looks forward, and the queen turns to her partner. The spirit pulled her hands to the sides and noticed that these creatures were advancing endlessly, and then asked when it would be necessary to stop fighting. Frost envelopes my hand. The hero stands and replies that when a message appears that the boss of the floor has been defeated. The gloomy ghost looks at the hand, and the queen said that she would gather all her strength into a fist and try to block everyone above, but he should not pull the cat's tail and put an end to it quickly. The wound heals on the monster's head. A purple aura crushes the insect. The protagonist looks forward. The creature raised its paws. The limb stands on the floor. The boss is looming over the guy. The hero bent down and realized that this is endless regeneration and evolution, which means that the longer the battle lasts, the more combat data he accumulates, which means he needs to finish as soon as possible. The limb is approaching void energy. The opponents exchanged attacks. The guy looks away. The creature swings to strike. The monster looked up. The gloomy ghost struck several blows of darkness. The player made a dash. The paw reaches out to the person. The monster pulled out several blades. The hero attacked the boss. A gloomy ghost summoned dark creatures and ordered them to devour the creature. Shadows attack the insect. The monster looks forward. The antagonist cut the shadows. Janabi lowered his head to the blue glow. The protagonist freezes the creature. Ice covers the enemy. The player swung and said that this was the side of death. A monstrous amount of dark energy passed through the boss. The hero swung for a second blow. The guy used the skill on his opponent for the second time. A dark aura envelopes the creature's body. Darkness accumulates in a person's hand. The insect bit the protagonist. The boss looks ahead. The guy had accumulated energy for an attack. A huge amount of aura passed through the beetle. Blood rushed to the ground. June falls. Opponents lie on the ground. The hero is lying on the floor. The young man looks up. The protagonist turned and realized that this creature had provoked his attack by exposing his own body to the attack. The hand lies on the ground. The boss goes to the side of June, who realizes that the boss's intelligence develops every time he encounters him, or he just becomes dumb. The hero is holding his head, who mentally said that to begin with, he will put a minimum of effort into this blow. The protagonist lowered his gaze and realized that he needed to catch his breath. A red aura envelopes the creature's blade. The girl flew into the monster with 2 legs. The redhead raised her leg for a blow. A gloomy ghost silently watches all this. Ju gritted her teeth. A fiery blow fell on Janabi. The girl turned around and asked if he was okay, Mr. Grim Ghost. The hero is standing. The redhead looked down at the protagonist's words that he was fine, adding that she had been his fan for a long time, and hoped that she did not disturb him. The guy tilted his head and wanted to know the reason why she went upstairs. Ju turned around and explained that she wanted to help June. The icy body of the young man lies, and the girl tries to understand if he is okay, to which the gloomy ghost replied that he is in the process of recovering. The hero clutched his head. The protagonist raised his head and realized that he was about to get into trouble, but the queen rescued him. The spirit stretched out his hand. People are standing, and the player asked the redhead if she is his fan, to which the latter replied positively, and the guy explained that if she does not want to be a burden, she must follow his instructions. The boss lowered his head, and the young man added that they should prevent this creature from regenerating. The grim ghost looks ahead and asks if she is able to use a flame of greater power than the one she used previously, to which Ju replies that she will try her best, even if she has to collapse from exhaustion. Dark energy began to accumulate in his hand, and the hero asked that even if she was on the verge of death, she would not regret her decision. The girl turned around and replied that she had left such emotions as regret for something on the first floor, and the protagonist explained that he was creating a gap, and she should be in the resulting gap. The monster rushed to attack. The gloomy ghost said that he was using the veil of darkness. A dark aura enveloped the hero. The boss looks at the guy. The young man jumped out of the darkness. The protagonist chopped off the insect's limbs. June hovered in front of the monster. The player turned and shouted that he had to act now. The girl swung for a blow. The enemy looks away with horror. The redhead hit the monster the head. The guy is standing behind the boss. A hand touched the hairy head, and the hero said to make the creature disappear. Blood gushed out of the insect's mouth after the attack. Ju took aim. The girl is standing in front of a dark sphere. The redhead tilted her head. A huge amount of fire burst out of Ju's hand. A fiery projectile is flying. Yellow-eyed looks forward. A burst of fiery energy rang out. The girl stretched out her hand and added fire. Flames engulfed the boss's body. The hand holds the hair. The hero grabbed the monster by the head. The creature looks away. Dark energy accumulates in the protagonist's hand. The gloomy ghost threw orbs at the monster, and said that this was the side of death. The redhead began to fall. The girl lies in front of the player, and says that they have finally met. The guy looked away. Ju lies unconscious. The hero tilted his head. The young man turned. The gloomy ghost stood up and noticed that he was still alive. The player stands and says that he definitely goes beyond imagination and also has amazing resilience. Laba is lying on the floor, and the protagonist added that because of creatures like him, the people around him are constantly in danger, and he himself does not particularly want to do something risky. The boss crawls towards the man. June has begun to accumulate dark energy in his left hand and says that there is no such path in his life. Ice covers the hero's right hand. The monster opened its mouth, and the protagonist said that the world is a roof built on someone's victim. June crosses energies and adds that since he has exceeded all his expectations, he will also show something that he has never seen before. The grim ghost leaned over and explained that he had conducted simulations hundreds, thousands, and dozens of times. Energies create a vortex. The player turned. The boss began to rise. Dark ice envelopes the opponent's limb, and June said that to the freeze that freezes everything in its path, he will add the power of devastating death that the Dark Guardian possesses. Spikes burst out of the ground, and the hero summed up that he would make even the cages freeze. The creature opened its mouth. The insect rushed to attack. The player looks forward. The antagonist runs on all fours. Blood covers the creature's tail. The gloomy ghost stretched out his right hand. A monstrous cold enveloped the body of the enemy. The eyes of the insect become transparent. The protagonist stands in front of the boss. The player tilted his head and said that this was the best attack he was capable of right now. The guy crossed his arms. The monster reaches forward. The tail approaches the hero's face. The mask crumbled on June's face. A bright flash lit up the head of the insect. A mixture of two energies exudes a rainbow light. A colored aura envelopes opponents. The beetle looks ahead. The northern lights illuminate the yellow flowers. The boss is standing in the clearing. The monster lowered its head. An image of hollow flowers appeared. The sun illuminates the yellow flowers, and the hero began to say that at dawn the buds close. The moon is glowing, and the protagonist adds that when the moons rise, they bloom again. The guy is holding a golden object and says that she is a fairy who opens her eyes in the dark. Flowers grow on the body of an insect. A pile of void plants pierced Janabi's body, and June summed up that it was a lunar guardian. The petals break off from the flower. A bright glow began to emanate from the buds. The flowers open. The petals fly away. The hero looks at this scene. The boss's body falls apart, and the system reports that he has defeated the boss of the border area, Janabi, and he has also received the title of Pest Exterminator, and a safe zone is being created on the border. The golden orb is lying down, and the interface added that the third floor, the Balborton zone, is open, and the hunter level cap has been increased to 150. The hero spat out blood, and the system asked everyone to do their best for the top floor. The protagonist knelt down. The guy looks down and thinks that this is a wound he inflicted on him earlier, which means that the poison has begun to spread. The young man covered the sphere with a handkerchief and thought that first he needed to take the core, and the queen shouted that the bees were flying away. The spirit flies at her partner and says that he did a great job and she is proud of him. Purple veins creep through the body of the hero, who does not know whether it is due to fatigue or poisoning, but his mind begins to cloud. The girl touched her face and tried to understand what kind of wound it was, to which the guy asked not to pay attention to it, because it was a trifle. The young man stood up and added that it was enough to simply freeze it. The redhead was lying on the floor, and June said that she had to go downstairs. The hero carries Ju. The protagonist is breathing heavily. The girl is lying unconscious, and the guy mentally tells her to hold on, because she must endure. His foot rested unsteadily on the ground. The young man sat down and said that it was just a little longer. Veins rise up June's face. The hero began to close his eyes and said that he had to try. The protagonist fell on the girl. People stand and ask if he won. The protagonist looks down, and someone asks him to come to his senses. The unknown is standing. The spirit leaned over and noticed that the pupils had shown. The queen held out her hand and said that he had come to his senses. June bumped into the girls' foreheads and tried to figure out what had happened. The partners are holding their heads, and the girl added that he can safely use such an attack in battle, and the hero tried to understand where he is now. His foot stepped on the floor, and the ice clerk explained that this place was called Denver, and he had been there before, and he had slept for a week. The unknown person is standing, and the protagonist understands why his whole body is numb. Cha, dressed as a cleric, turned around and said that June had woken up. The sun illuminates the building, and the spirit asks him not to make sudden movements, because the saint called it a miracle that he survived. The girl looks around the corner, and remembers the words of the hero. The protagonist is lying down, and Cha thought that June himself had said in the past that he was not fighting for others, but only for himself, and the queen asked if he had heard anything about Saint Shmurn. The saint looked to the side and mentally said that if he really were such a person, he would not throw himself into the thick of it with his head, not caring about himself at all. The spirit rushes from side to side and tries to understand why the saint raised such a commotion, because she cried out that his whole body was poisoned. How could he be alive? Because all these were nerve endings on the verge of destruction, and how he fought with such a body, and then praised his strength of spirit, but asked him not to worry, because he was still alive. The hero smiles. The queen clapped her hands and asked him to collect his thoughts, because if he woke up, it meant that the saint would also come soon. The spirit tore off a piece of food and clarifies if it is true that he does not remember the saint, to which the protagonist replied that he seems to remember, but badly. The guy took a bite of the food, and his partner explained that as soon as he saw her face, he would immediately understand who she was. The spirit put the food in her mouth and reminded her that there were not many women among her partner's acquaintances, and the hero assumed that it was Sky. The protagonist put food in his mouth and began to call familiar names, and the queen asked him not to talk nonsense, because he would understand everything when he met her, so she saw no point in adding anything. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he was feeling better. June raised his head and replied that thanks to her, he was perfectly fine, and then assumed that she was a saint of the Shmurna. The saints were standing, and one of them said that he should still lie down. The hero looks at the girl's mask and says that they have an unusual fashion, and Cha asks why the hell he fought until his body turned into rags. The girl tilted her head and noticed that there was also one of the 9 heavens, and he was lucky to be nearby. The young man scratched his face, and when he said that if he had been late for a second, the hero would have died, he added that there was still a gloomy ghost there. The saint pointed her finger and said that in any case he suffered, and she did not understand why he always squeezed all the juice out of himself, and the protagonist assumed that she was here to scold him. A green glow enveloped his hand, and Cha replied that she was there to scold him. The saint heals the hero and says that she will provide him with healing for the last time, and also thank him for destroying the boss, but there is a nuance. The guy raised his head, and Cha added that the nuance was that he needed to know how to fight, minimizing damage in order to be able to survive in this world for a long time, and June wanted to clarify something. The girl turned and wanted to know what he was talking about. The queen smiled when he asked if she had worked at a Korean hospital last year, to which the saint replied that she had never been in her vicinity. The guy sits there and realizes that this refreshing feeling seems familiar to him, and Cha pretends that she has no idea what he is talking about. Hen was sitting, and someone wanted to know how things were going with the request, to which the interlocutor replied that it was successfully completed, because every single individual had been eliminated. Despite the huge number of enemies, 3 of the 9 heavens had gathered on the battlefield, so this result was predictable. The unknown person holds the phone, and the saint says that the guilds have divided their roles and are looking for the remaining forces of the enemy. The girl was smoking, and Cha added that while some of the combatants had gone to the capital to collect their rewards, she had asked to convey their thanks to Mr. Milpage. The cleric held up a finger and explained that he had said that since the grim ghost had played a key role in the boss's capture, the creature's body would be handed over to him. The hero raised his head and thought that this was great. The monster's head floats in a test tube, and the protagonist remembered that a corpse is needed to use the confession of a dead man. Cha touched her chest and explained that the remains of the boss were kept in the Hunters Association on the first floor, because they, June, Ju, and Mr. Grim Ghost had ushered in a new era. The guy turned around and wanted to know what she meant when the saint said that he was indeed an amazing person. Cha turned around and replied that ever since he had become a hunter, it felt like a stagnant fate had been set in motion. The hero closed his eyes and said that she was exaggerating with praise, but he was grateful for it, to which the girl said that they would see each other tomorrow. The queen smiled and noticed that her partner still did not understand who it was in front of him. The protagonist sits silently. Light enters through the window. Clouds are floating in the sky. The tower is standing. His hand touched the floor. The man stands and says that he is still trying to come to some conclusion, to which Kim replied that he should not talk to him. The long-haired man smokes and tries to understand why he is so interested in what skills the dark ghost has. The guy turned around and noticed that he had followed him because he was curious too, to which V replied that he had gone up with him out of his own curiosity. The light reflects off the broken floor, and the man noticed that there were many signs of destruction and loosening of the soil, and Kim added that looking at the corpse of the boss, it could be said that he was attacked by the elements of darkness and ice at the same time. People are standing on the roof, and the long-haired man assumed that June and the gloomy ghost carried out a joint attack. V turned around and added that even if one of them had fought instead of the grim ghost, then they would have the upper hand. The guy turned around and replied that if he were him, he wouldn't be so sure. After all, he fought this thing, so he didn't know the answer. The swordsman began to leave. The foot stepped on the ground, and the guy listed that there were Ju's flames, June's ice, and a veteran hunter who had passed the test of time. V looked to the side when Kim asked him if he could fight to protect the two, to which the man replied that he hadn't seen the situation with his own eyes, so he didn't know the answer. The guy closed his eyes and summed up that the collection of the necessary information was over. The swordsman was standing, and the long-haired man asked if he had satisfied his curiosity, to which Kim replied that more or less, and then wanted to know what the man planned to do next. V turned and replied that of course he had to go up to the third floor. His comrade looked to the side and said that after defeating the boss, the heat on the third floor had decreased, and they had also been idle on this floor for too long. The young man runs and calls for the head. The guy turned around and wanted to know what had happened. The head's eyes widened as the subordinate shouted that Hunter June had disappeared, to which he wanted to understand what he was talking about. The sun illuminates the empty room, and the assistant explained that everything is exactly as he said, because the hero has disappeared, he is not in the ward. The man turned around and reminded him that he had torn muscles all over his body, and it should have taken months to recover. People are standing on the roof, and V said that this could not be possible at all, and he was also going to meet him. Kim turned, and someone noticed that people didn't disappear so suddenly, and then noticed that the two of them were good friends with him. Sun raised his head and explained that this brat really did everything in his own way. The guy exhaled and asked if he had left a note. The subordinate looked up and replied that there was a note, but he had left one letter for Ju. The envelope is on the table. The dropper is connected to the girl's arm. The redhead opened her eyes and assumed that this was paradise. The light reflects off the ceiling of the room, and the girl repeats her question. Ju looks up and notices that everything is drowning in light. The sun illuminates the pulse measuring device. The guy turned around and shouted that the princess had woken up. The assistant approached the girl and said that he was terribly worried, and then asked if she had come to her senses at least a little, to which the girl assumed that he was also with her in heaven, and the blonde replied that if this had happened, he would have followed her, but neither she nor he died. Ju raised her hand and tried to understand what it was all about, to which Ing asked her not to make sudden movements, because she had not yet fully recovered. The sun illuminates the drip, and the princess wanted to know how long she had been unconscious, to which the assistant explained that it was about 6 to 7 days. The redhead turned around and realized that it was about a week, and then she wanted to know what happened to that thing, and the guy assumed that she was talking about the boss of the floor. The blonde man sat down and revealed that the grim ghost and June had destroyed him, and the girl was surprised when she realized that it was the boss of the floor. The princess looked to the side and said that she could now understand why he was so strong. The assistant held out an envelope and said that Mr. June had left her a letter and disappeared. The redhead opened her eyes wide when she heard about his disappearance, and the subordinate said that it was so. The blonde man began to wave an envelope and say that now the third floor is officially open, and anyone whose level is above 100 can participate. Moreover, the heat has subsided, so it has become easier to move around, but in any case, there are many important things to do now than some letters. The princess furrowed her brows and said that she was a patient, and it was better not to anger her, and also asked for the letter to be returned to her. Ing turned around and asked how about calming down and starting to attend to the important affairs of the guild. The gifts are on the table, and Ju tries to understand how he cares so much about the affairs of the guild, to which the guy replied that he did all the work while she was unconscious, to which the redhead again asked for a letter. Ju opened the envelope and said it was a gift voucher for going to a restaurant. The girl smiled and tried to understand how to understand this, because it could also be an invitation to a date. A rock fell on the bed, and Ju asked what it was. The assistant clung to the artifact and said that this stone could be at least of a unique level, and judging by the aura, it seemed to enhance fire abilities. The girl lowered her gaze, and realized that June had given her a big gift before leaving. Ju turned around and wanted to know where the hero had gone, to which the assistant replied that he didn't know. The redhead lies in bed and assumed that he left without telling anyone where he was going, to which the blonde replied that as far as he knew, it was so. The sun illuminates the hospital device, and the girl realized that he left this place as soon as he got back on his feet. Ju tilted her head and thought that if he was going to leave, she should have just left the place. But for some reason he had left her gifts, or at least he should have let her know when they would meet to use the gift certificate, since she was no longer some little child, and then she tried to understand how it was possible to leave like this, leaving only a faint hope. Raised his hand, and Ju assumed that he thought she would be touched to the core, or thought he would look cool and gorgeous in her eyes, and the guy asked if she was listening to him. The princess looked furiously to the side and mentally said that this was the last straw. After all, she would not close her eyes, and next time she would definitely get an answer to her question. Clouds are floating in the sky. Raindrops fall to the ground. The branch is swaying in the wind. The hero closed his eyes and said that he was going to die. The protagonist is lying under a tree, and the queen told him to look at himself, because if he overdid it, he was immediately covered with a fit of pain, and she told him that he should not overexert himself, and also that he should have undergone a course of treatment to the end. The guy opened his eyes and replied that it was impossible, because the third floor was already open, and a whole week had already passed since its opening. The spirit eats and tries to understand why he can't just relax, to which the young man said that the holy Shmurna is intentionally stretching out the healing process in order to achieve full utilization. The drops fall on the plants, and the partner tried to understand if there was any problem with this, to which June said that in this situation, he would most likely have to spend several months in the hospital for rehabilitation. The hero stood up and added that he could not stay there any longer, and the queen noticed that he continued to talk about how his whole body hurt. The protagonist looks at the food, and the spirit says that if he wants to recover as soon as possible, he already has an idea of how to do it. The girl is sitting, and the guy replied that of course he has it. The young man looked down and said that there were about 3 ways to recover quickly. An image of a red sphere appeared, and June explained that the first way was Janabi's poison, because if he absorbed his core, he would be able to acquire regenerative abilities. The queen looked up and suggested that in this case, he would most likely receive fines. The monster opened its mouth, and the hero replied that therefore, he should first read his memories to gather as much information as possible, but he was so lazy to pay a visit to the association now. The protagonist stretched out his finger, and added that the second way was meat as holy water, and the partner should remember this elixir. The spirit raised its head and assumed that it was an elixir bought from Rigi, which represented the Een energy. An image of a black stone appeared, and the guy noticed that she remembered everything in great detail, and the spirit replied that remembering something like this is easier than a steamed turnip. The girl leaned over and assumed that he thought her intelligence was on par with him, but more importantly, that it was a dangerous medicine that, even when taken in perfect condition, no one knew how it would behave. June put his hand in his pocket and said that for this reason he was inclined to the third way. His hand holds an envelope, and the hero explains that this is a letter of recommendation received from Hen. The queen tilted her head and said that it was the sage of the pointed tower. An unknown person is standing, and the protagonist said that this is the same sage who is able to see the future, and such an impressive person will be able to take care of his recovery, and give answers as to which path he should follow next. The spirit raised her hands, and June added that he wanted to meet him one day anyway, and the queen said it was a pretty bearable plan. The guy wiped the food from the face of the girl, who said that she was for the third way, and the hero said that when she eats something, she should not stain her mouth with crumbs. The protagonist turned around and added that as a queen, she should be more tidy. The young man opened his eyes wide. June spat out the blood. A blood stain spreads on the ground, and the spirit said that, as expected, he couldn't overexert himself now. The hero bent down and replied to the queen's offer to return that he could not return, because he needed to recover as soon as possible and go to the third floor. The girl raised her hand and said that I would not save with him. Her partner summoned an ice golem. The creature lifted the hero, and the spirit asked him to gently embrace him. The girl bent down. His foot stepped on the ground, and his partner said that they would first go to the pointed tower. Golem carries a man. The silhouette of the servant is removed, and the queen has asked that June remain conscious until she arrives at her destination. The golem looks forward. The queen glanced sideways and asked the contractor to be patient for a while, because they were almost there. Jung exhales and says it's okay and adds that he's fine. The squad looks at the stone tower. A stone foot knocks on the ground. The guy lies in the arms of the golem and claims that there is a pointed tower in which the sage lives. He shifts his gaze to the side and states that the entrance is closed, after which he adds that he cannot enter without the permission of the tower. 2 people approach. The queen asks if she should sneak inside and check on the situation. The gate opens in front of the 2 runts. The men fold their hands and ask what brought them there. The constrictor lies down and says he's a guest, and adds that he has a letter of recommendation, so he's there. The golem cracks, The men state that it really came. The queen turns, the runts say that the sage is waiting for them, and ask them to follow them. Zhong descends from the golem. Stones fall to the ground. The guy leans in and says that he wants to introduce himself. The man looks at him and states that everything is fine, and that he is the only one who should be there at the moment, and the young man is surprised. Shorty points to the tower, and says that he will open the door leading to the garden, but then he must go alone. The hero exhales. Zhong heads towards the tower. The wind is shaking the trees. The guy goes forward. The light falls on the stone wall. A locked gate appears. The young man stretches out his hand to the lock. Sweat drips from the hero. He raises his palm. Air bubbles rise in the water. Zhong looks ahead in surprise. A fish swims by. The guy looks up. He turns his head after being told that the pain will subside for a while. The hooded figure smiles and says that he came much earlier than he expected. The old man kicks off his hood and states that Zhong is much younger than he thought. Water droplets fly in the air. The guy looked ahead and asked if he was the sage of the pointed tower, and clarified if he knew he was coming. The sage laughs and states that he sees that the hero doubts his identity. The old man looks at him and says that he lives in this tower, and everyone calls him a sage, after which he adds that he understands his cautious heart, because the path he chose was thorny. The guy looks up and asks if his eyes see through space and time, and the sage replies that he does not. But the eyes of the soul look at the world, the nose smells, and the ears hear everything. The old man turns around and asks if the road was difficult. Zhong replies that no, it was comfortable for him to go there. The sage states that he is not talking about the road to the tower, but about the long journey he made before meeting him. The guy looked at the old man and wondered what his thoughts were on the matter. The guy is standing. The sage looks at him and says that it is a lonely, weedy road, along which you can move on, only burning yourself to ashes. The young man begins to go forward. The old man flies up and states that he has to sacrifice himself, but at the same time he lends a helping hand to others. The sage smiles and says that this is a road filled with compassion and warmth, and asks if this is the path he was walking. He closes his eyes and states that this is the so-called path of the hero. Zhong looks up. The guy closes his mouth. He frowns and says that the old man is exaggerating. Stars light up in the sky. The queen looks sideways. The sage looks forward and states that he has been watching his exploits for a long time, and the reason he came to him is to restore the shattered body to its former form. The young man takes a step and says that he would like to hear his answer, and the old man says that Zhong probably didn't expect the price of victory to be so serious. The fish swims in the air. The old man declares that he cannot heal him, but there are 2 ways to solve his problem. The sage looks into the distance and states that the easier way is to go back and continue to receive treatment from St. Smyrna. The guy swallows. The old man clarifies that his heart is too impatient for this. The ashen-haired man is standing with his hands folded. The sage says that there is another option, which is to find the Thunder Emperor, because he not only has the ability to dissipate murky energy and evil spirits, but can also direct him on the lower level to achieve greater power. The queen flies up to the young man. The old man climbs the stairs and says that there is a difficult and exhausting path ahead and asks if the guy has any doubts. The young man looks down. The old man asks if the great gloomy ghost is too proud to receive anyone's instructions. The young man walks along the road and thanks the sage for showing him the way, and asks if he should pay for such a valuable instruction. The guy looks at the interlocutor and says that he cannot accept all this without giving something in return. The sage turns around and asks to look around, and then asks if this world is already filled with beauty. The light illuminates the leaves of the tree. The old man says that his gaze enjoys those beautiful things without any payment. Birds fly in the sky. The sage asks what more he can want. There is a chandelier in the room. Ha is lying on the bed. The girl looks up and thinks why there is no end to updating personnel information, even if she does it every day. The man begins to look for information in the tablet after the patient asks how many people in the world have more than 2 attributes, and clarifies that there is not magic, but abilities associated with attributes. Ha looks up and listens as the assistant says that there are not even 10 people, and then declares that as she thought, there are very few of them. She remembers the ghost and thinks. Zhong smiles and says that he understands, and states that he needs to make his way to the highest peak of the Screaming Mountains, and there he can meet the Thunder Emperor, after which he thanks the sage. The old man looks at him and claims that he is also grateful that after so much time, a young man like Zhong has visited him, with whom he can have a heart-to-heart chat. The boy turns around and asks if the emperor knows him, and the old man replies that maybe he does. The young man smiles and promises to convey greetings from him, and the sage says that he will look forward to their meeting. The old man closes his eyes and pronounces the name of the interlocutor. He looks at the golem carrying the hero away. The runts look at each other and say that Zhong is a man with a big soul, and that he must have worked hard to develop his strong spirit. One kid looked sideways and stated that he suddenly caught him thinking that he himself would like to be like him. The sage bowed his head and said that tears, pain, wounds, hard shackles of fate. Images of 3 people appear. A girl with a katana jumps up, embraced by purple power. Fire is coming from the tattoo on the man's arm. The sage states that it seems that they do not intend to let him go. He looks into the distance. The old man looks at the starry sky. Tree branches against a cloudy sky. The queen lowers her head and says that it is a warm day, but he seems to be shivering from the cold, and asks if he is chilly. Sweat runs down the guy's face. It confirms the guess of the familiar. She touches his head and asks if he has a fever. The young man asks not to touch him. The queen pulls them away after the guy says they're cold and apologizes. Jong looks at her and claims that he was joking. The queen states that the cold hasn't taken him yet. The mountains stand under the rays of the sun. The girl asks if they are going right, and the guy declares that of course they are going to the most inaccessible place, where even the howling of animals does not reach. The young man closes his eyes and explains that the sage said to go deep into the mountains. The familiar sighs and asks that even if so, it is right to blindly follow orders, and the hero replies that first, they really need to head to the mountains, so you don't have to worry about it. The golem taps its foot on the ground. Zhong declares that tomorrow they will be able to meet with the emperor. Clouds appear in the sky. The queen says that since he says so, she hopes that it will be so. 3 days later, the golem approaches a snowy peak. The guy is breathing heavily. Snow flies past a bald tree. Snow is swirling around the summit. The familiar says that she was right. The queen covers her face with her hand and says that there is no mountain higher than this nearby, and the howling of animals does not reach the top. The young man closes his eyes. The girl asks if she needs to fly forward and reconnoiter the situation. The hero offers to arrange a small halt. Snow flies past the fire. The familiar carries the branches to the camp. Flames soar upward, and Zhong asks if there is anything warmer than a blanket. The guy clutches his head and states that he didn't take anything with him because he didn't know that such a thing could happen. The queen states that she understands perfectly well, and adds that she would never have thought that the monster's venom is able to paralyze even resistance to cold. The young man closes his eyes and mutters what the queen would give him. She flies closer and asks to repeat again, and the hero asks for some water. The familiar stretches out his hands with water and asks for a drink. A fire is burning near the tent. The girl states that it is too cold in this form, and claims that she will heat it up now. The queen holds her hands over the fire. She tilted her head down. The familiar holds out the water and asks the contractor to drink it. The girl looks at the contractor and declares that if suddenly there is no Thunder Emperor at the top, then they will return and the guy will begin to undergo a course of treatment below. Zhong looks at her and refuses, saying that he will find the emperor even if he has to comb all the mountains. In the mountains, the queen's voice is heard, asking the guy why he is going so far in his attempts to become stronger, since he is already strong enough, and wonders if his own life is not at all dear to him. She bows her head and listens to the young man say that if he does not become stronger, he will not be able to protect peace and quiet. The constrictor closed his eye and said that the traces he had left in the past had long since been cut off. The fire flares up. The familiar claims that the situation has changed dramatically, but he can entrust everything to Sky and Gilbert, and take a break himself, and the hero asks if she thinks that the two know the era better than he does. The girl hangs in the air and is silent. She flies away and declares that Zhong is a bore, and she would rather look after the fire. The queen tilts her head and listens as the boy explains that he is not doing this for the sake of protecting peace or doing justice. The fire burns while the guy thinks that the eyes of people in need of help, the eyes of those who fight, and the eyes of those who have trusted him, he is unable to forget. The young man opens his eyes and says that his comrades, his friends, a lot of people who support him and are waiting for him. The hero exhales and states that he must protect them, and asks that in that situation you can simply ignore what is happening. The fire burns harder. Zhong states that his wounds are not something that can make him give up. The golem looks forward. In the snowy forest, the queen can be heard notifying the contractor that they are almost to the top. The girl flies up with the words that she is flying on reconnaissance, and let him put his thoughts in order. Ice hits the golem's leg. The familiar turns around. She opens her mouth. The hand falls on the snow. The guy falls to the ground. The queen rushes to him, calling to him. A man approaches the body while the familiar screams his name. High in the mountains there were 2 residential buildings. The main character, opening his mouth, began to cough. He woke up in bed, clearing his throat. The guy touched his chin, wondering where he was. He touched the queen with his finger, trying to wake her up. The spirit asked for 5 more minutes in response. June looked to the side, saying to get up, and it felt like he had been in the same situation recently. The queen rubbed her eyes, wondering how he was feeling, because his voice was still hoarse, suggesting that he drink at least the tea that was next to him. The hero pointed to the teapot with a mug, asking if it was the one. The Ice Queen, having confirmed, replied to moisten his throat as soon as possible. The spirit watched intently as he drank the hot tea, making sounds. The mask slipped on her face as she heard the question of where they were now, explaining that this was the Thunder Emperor's house. The young man held the mug in his hands, asking again. The queen told them that when he fell unconscious, fortunately for them, they were discovered by the disciple of the Thunder Emperor. A snow-capped mountain was shown. When June said that it was understandable and said that he would find it at all costs, the Queen of Ice explained that it was not the hero who found the Thunder Emperor, but he was found in the snowdrifts. A well with water was shown. The guy reasoned that if he refused halfway and turned back, he would really die, wondering where the Emperor of Thunder was. The guy listened attentively to the fact that it seemed that he was training his student outside. She herself had just recently taken a nap. The man crossed his arms, smiling. The main character reasoned about how the Thunder Emperor was ranked first in the hunter rankings, and he would finally have a chance to meet him in person. The hero froze in his thoughts, sitting in bed, when the shadow of a man appeared. It was about the second heaven. The characters looked at him in surprise. He went into the house, seeing that June was already up, that he was the Lord of Lightning and the undisputed champion. A man stood in the doorway, saying that the guy had no sleep in either eye. The young man wondered if this was the Emperor of Thunder. The guy, sitting in bed, greeted the Emperor. The man replied that he should leave these formalities, asking what he had picked up. He had to lie down. The hero apologized for appearing in front of him in such an inappropriate form. The old man stiffened, repeating that he should forget about all these greetings, and crucified himself in front of him, considering him some kind of important bird, asking him to stop, because he was sick now. The young man blushed slightly, objecting that he had saved him. The man asked again about what he had saved, saying that his disciple had brought him on his shoulders. If he wanted to be so thankful, then let him thank him. The Emperor sat down next to him, clarifying that he was looking, and whether his body still hurt. June asked again, and received an answer that he looked sickly. The protagonist revealed that he actually came because the sage from the pointed tower told him to find the Thunder Emperor. The man grabbed his hand, clarifying why it was. The main character replied that he should heal him and cough. The Emperor informed him that he needed to inspect the hero's body, asking him to remove the blanket and move towards him. The Ice Queen pointed her finger, telling the hero that while he was being repaired, she would stay there. The old man thought, looking into his eyes, asked what the guy's name was. The young man, looking at him, introduced himself. The hero opened his eyes wide when he heard that June was a good name. The man smiled, telling him not to be afraid, and explaining that he did not know how to treat with the standard method. The Emperor held out his hand to him when he asked what he should do. The man's hand flashed with energy when he asked again, and replied that he should receive treatment with a special method. An object appeared in the hands of the Emperor. The young man asked if it was alcohol. The old man put his hand on June's head, wondering if he had gone crazy, because why would he give the patient alcohol? The guy was curious about what it was then. Drops of liquid spilled from the bottle when the Emperor asked to tell A. The man forcibly poured this liquid into the guy, commenting that almost everything went in, and this is great. The Queen of Ice peeked out, hiding, listening to how well he drank, wondering what tasted very salty, saying that he should imagine that it was sea water and drink the last sip. The Emperor dropped the container on the floor, exclaiming that it was ready. June wiped his mouth, listening to him that he had just passed an electric current through the guy, and now every nerve cell of his was bubbling. Also here, he needed to add a special elixir, to which his whole body would react. The Emperor stood with his back, declaring that now it was time for sleep, and let him sleep. The guy asked again that it was an elixir. June, opening his eyes, looked at the point when the man said that this was an expensive thing, but he could not do without medicine, because he would have to give him an electric massage for several days to have the proper effect. The young man asked to wait. June thanked the Emperor, apologizing for such a shameless impulse to him. The Emperor turned around, clarifying what it was, heard that the hero had come not only to receive treatment from him. The young guy looked at the interlocutor attentively, saying that when his body recovered, he would like to learn from him, his art. The Thunder Emperor closed his eyes, smiling, after hearing the question that his request was somewhat unexpected, but if he could give his permission to do so, the man replied that he should leave it all. The main character looked at him in surprise, listening to why the guy continued to ask him for something, as if they had met more than once, adding that he would come back again, let him be ready. The old man looked down, reasoning about what a ridiculous situation it was. The Emperor tucked his hands behind his back as he walked, mused about how he looked to be about 25 and a tail, wondering why so many toxic substances had accumulated inside his body. He touched the dog, banishing thoughts in his head that he was not some kind of hero fighting machine, claiming that such people were the strangest. The sun was shining in the sky, when the man thought that in any case, they would fight to the end and eventually get wounds all over their bodies, and what an obvious scenario, he would just always be a lonely protagonist. The Emperor frowned, thinking that then, the guy would end up the same way he did. The old man looked at the mountains, wondering if he was not at all afraid of ruining himself at such a young age. A beam of powerful energy soared upward. The spoon dropped into the food. Someone continued counting to 456. Ice, pointing with her finger, continued to count when the guy asked if she was bored. June chewed his food, hearing her continue, said that it seemed that someone had made a mistake. The Queen raised her finger up, saying that she was not mistaken, she actually has a very good memory, and immediately the main character corrected her score. The spirit was angry, asking why he continued to talk to her. The young man remarked that she was too noisy, let her sit quietly for a while. The Queen clutched her head, moving around the room, asked if he didn't see that she was now taking care of him. June clarified that it was more like he was going crazy with boredom now. The spirit crossed her arms, declaring that since the conversation had come up, she also had something to tell him, that he treated her too much like a child. The main character held a plate with a spoon in his hand, wondering if she was not a child. Ice Saucer said that she was the Queen of Niflheim, the frost of all worlds, whether he had forgotten about it. The hero replied that it was true, and he just had a mistaken idea about her because of her love of sweets. Various sweets were shown when the spirit replied that there was no law that said that only children could love sweets. The hero opened the system window, asking what she was talking about in general. If she was bored, then maybe she wanted to watch it. The queen rushed to the hero, asking what was there, urging him to open and show as soon as possible. The spirit opened her mouth, hearing that this is a community where she can dilute boredom by watching the videos that are uploaded there, clarified that he offers her to have fun watching these videos, and that it is tactless. The young man stretched out his hand to the system window, explaining that she couldn't use the tablet because the battery had run out there, so let her keep herself busy at least as a replacement. He just had a feeling that the tablet would burn out if he asked the Thunder Emperor to recharge it. The queen opened her mouth wide, saying that the guy should not worry, she figured out the tablet and she would also master it. Ledianka was lying, looking at the system window, glad that the structure was the same, like a tablet. She could see the mountains and the moon against her background as she read about the bulletin board, the news board, and the messenger. A user authentication message appeared when she didn't understand anything. The moon was shining brightly in the night as she read about taking a picture from the front, taking off her mask and taking a picture. The queen put the mask next to her, saying that she was already taking it off. The spirit looked at what was shown with surprise. She tapped the screen, reading about her place of birth, school, and name. A message appeared on the screen that it was an incorrect input. The girl was surprised. She lay on her back, screaming hysterically about why the hell, what exactly had she done wrong? Was it because she wasn't her contractor? Adding that she had heard in the past when it was necessary to edit a page, he betrayed permission or something. I stiffened, looking at the screen, suggesting that she start at first. She will not be in a hurry. The first question, the place of birth, is Niflheim, to prove that she is not a robot. The queen smiled as she said that she needed to take a full-face photo, and asked herself if the contractor had to deal with such difficult tasks every time. She thought that he only endured pain well, but it turned out that he managed to endure all these annoying operations with fortitude. The lens captured her face, after which she clarified whether it worked. An error notification appeared, prompting you to try again later. Ice clenched her teeth in anger and screamed. The message said that the permission was being checked, and the authentication was completed. The queen wondered if it worked. She was intently pressing the screen, saying that she was proud of herself, and now, finally, she had the right to have fun. Her finger touched the screen, wondering what could look into the news report. The spirit sat with a surprised face. After what she saw, it said that this was how they gathered to celebrate this event. In the news feed, there was a photo of the hero with a girl, and it was said that after the gloomy ghost, Khan and June defeated the boss of the second floor. It was no exaggeration to say that the stopped gears of the world began to move again. Fireworks exploded over high-rise buildings. The story was about what was happening on Earth, namely, 12 days had passed since the opening of the third floor, and festivals dedicated to the great victory of mankind were held around the world one after another. The man raised his glass, saying that it was a great honor for them to be a part of this historic event, asking where the ghost had gone, without saying 2 words in response. The Queen of Ice was dumbfounded after saying that only he knew this. The question arises, isn't it always like this? The man was asked about when the Hallam Guild plans to go up to the third floor. The cracked ground was shown as he replied that although they had begun to explore the third floor before Janabi died, but Kim stared in surprise at the words that perhaps they should get down to business. They couldn't afford to be left behind by the other guilds. People were smiling after the announcement that they had just listened to an interview with the guild leader hall. The next picture showed a square with a large number of people. A voice from the screen was thinking about how things were going with the hunters, because those who had reached the 100th level and above had already begun to act. People chanted that they did not have time to enjoy the festival, suggesting that they take the third floor as soon as possible, because they were not afraid of the unexplored lands of the third floor. The frame took the viewer to the metropolis, where the announcer explained that interest in the main characters who opened the passage to the third floor, Khan and June, is also not fading. Constant support is provided for the speedy recovery of these two. Ice Saucer silently looked ahead, standing with her back. She touched her chin, thinking. The people on the screen were happy. The spirit closed her eyes, thinking that they should have fun. She understands. The man looked away, thinking. The Ice Saucer thanked them for their support and desire to cheer them up. The lady held a pen in her hands when she said that she loved festivals and press conferences. Of course, she should like them. The queen hugged her legs as she read about what the girl had said. There was no time to waste while the villains were inactive. A photo was shown where the guy is smiling. I sat staring at the screen, thinking that the contractor was going through a lot of hardship, and it was enough that she was the only one who knew about it. The queen looked away in silence. A huge castle popped up in my mind, at which people shouted that the Legion of Red Ice had given the order, "Long live the Queen, glory." She looked away, remembering the cries of glory. The girl with the crown was holding a curtain by the window. The lady lowered her eyes, thinking that their spirits should not be broken. She was stern when she touched the system's screen, thinking that as a ruler, she had to take responsibility into her own hands. A starry sky with clouds was shown as the queen searched for a camera. Icebird sat on the dais, saying that she was a little sorry for the days that had passed, and she should be a source of strength for the contractor to stop treating her like a child. Now she would strive for a mature and dignified appearance of the queen. Ice Saucer clenched her teeth in anger, wondering what to start with checking her appearance. Spirit looked at the message with a question, which said that there was a problem and the page could not load. The moon spread its light on the mountains when the Queen of Ice shouted what the hell it was. She just swiped her finger lightly across the screen and the mistake instantly popped up. A notification appeared that a live broadcast had been launched. She held out her finger, saying that the camera had turned on again. A message popped up that all the locked functions were activated. The Queen exhaled, closing her eyes, saying that she needed to be calm and keep her composure, thinking about how just a second earlier, she had said that she needed to regain her dignity. A user with the nickname Sunny was shown. The girl reasoned that first she should start improving and respecting herself, and then her contractor would respect and trust her. She looked away, straightening her hair, and talked about how it was partly her contractor's fault for treating her like a child. Ice, closing her eyes, sneezed, saying that she never liked that he acted like he was so great, just because he once defeated her. Comments appeared on the screen about what it was. A person came to the channel because he received a notification from Sunny, asking a question about who she was. Another viewer wondered if June was really a woman. The queen said that without a hat, hair constantly climbs into the nose. Hearts appeared on the screen when she asked a question about whether it would be worth cutting her hair. The lady smiled, saying that she would leave everything as it was, thinking that such a length of hair was quite acceptable. Commenters assumed that she did not see the chat window, asking if June had been hacked. Ice Saucer forced a smile, reasoning that she definitely looked too young to return to her original form, realizing that she could not allow herself to be considered a pig eating cakes. Emojis and likes appeared on the screen. The queen clicked on the screen, asking what it was that was popping up there. Comments appeared before her eyes. The ice lady looked at the screen in surprise. Her eyes were wide open as she reread about being cute. In a flashback, the woman covered her face with a fan, saying that every time she saw the Princess of Niflheim, she looked cute. The man replied that her every action was filled with charm. The queen looked up as she listened to the conversation about how great it would be if she had always stayed so small, and perhaps this was the thought that most often crossed His Highness's head. The woman laughed, asking about the next time she should take her children with her to introduce them to the princess. Not a bad idea, isn't it? The man closed his eyes, fully agreed, added that it would be good if the children of the two countries made friends with each other. The girl took up her jacket, trying to attract attention. She looked up, asking again about what they had just said, that she was cute. A drop of sweat appeared on the old man's face as he replied that she had been said to be a highly respected person, and there was no question of any cuteness. The girl raised her head, hearing that moreover, she was full of majesty and dignity, just like His Majesty. The little princess stepped aside when the adults reasoned that no matter how you look at it, it seems that she does not like it when she is called cute. It is worth leading thoughts of a trip with children. From now on the woman will continue to visit alone. The queen blushed, biting her finger, said that, as expected, she was sweet. The ice was furious, hitting the screen, shouting to go away, and what impudence. There was a message that the live broadcast was over when the Queen of Ice exhaled. She was loudly talking about how she seemed to have made a huge mistake from the contractor's page. The young man put the plate on the table, starting to reason. He put his hand on his chest, thinking that his heart rate was now back to a stable level, although his heart rate was a little fast. But most importantly, it had stabilized. The guy's hand was shaking as he curled his fingers, realizing that he was still unable to clench his fist, but at least he could already try. June looked down, chasing through his mind the thought that he would begin rehabilitation as soon as the pain in his bones and muscles subsided, and he wished that the recovery would go a little faster. The queen burst into the room, with tears, calling for the hero. He sat on the floor, asking what had happened and why she was crying, the ice saucer apologizing for making a mistake. The lady looked down, shedding tears, hearing that it was impossible to make a mistake in such a place, said that she had started broadcasting from his account. The young man's eyes turned white as he asked about the broadcast, hoping it was talking about live TV. The queen apologized, reasoning that it seemed to be the same live broadcast. There were cakes on the table, when the hero said that she needed an eye and an eye, advising that while he checked what was the matter, let him go eat that pastry. Ice feasted on the sweets while the guy sat at the system window, asking a question about how the spirit managed to broadcast live, and whether she was seen during the recording. She replied that yes. The young man looked around, asking about what he had noticed. She had decided not to wear her helmet anymore. The Queen of Ice chewed on her food, answering that she was going to continue to wear it. Wondering why he was asking, it dawned on her. Ice Saucer clutched her head, exclaiming that she seemed to have forgotten him on the roof. The hero watched a recording where the girl forced a smile, saying that as soon as she returned to her original form, she would no longer look like a pig in his eyes. June asked if she was talking about this mistake, and the ice saucer replied that it was. The guy silently watched her freak out on the air. The young man paid attention to the balance, reasoning that it was clear for sure. No one knew that she was the Ice Queen, but still, such a serious mistake left an unpleasant aftertaste. Wondered about 500,000 points. June was surprised, tapping the screen, wondering why there was so much left. He was sure he had lost everything last time. A message appeared about checking the details of the transaction. He looked thoughtfully at the messages from his subscribers. The guy carefully read in the window, asking about what was donated to him. While he was scrolling through the messages, he began to find that users sent him tens and hundreds of thousands of points. The young man turned back, reasoning that everyone thinks that he is now in the hospital, and that the ice saucer is his administrator. The girl, thoughtfully, ate a cupcake. She opened her eyes, paying attention to the hero. June stared at her, which made her mad. The young man smiled, clicking on the message window, thought that this time he would turn a blind eye to this incident. The moon in the night peeked through the clouds. When the main character talked about how strange he felt from the realization that people were so actively interested in him, the guy thought that only a gloomy ghost would attract attention and be mentioned in the news. He understood that he was also very much cared for. Sunlight fell through the windows when the man asked how June was feeling. The emperor stood on the threshold, noting that he finally had a blush on his cheeks, advising him not to strain himself for the time being. The young man smiled, listening to him that today the guy will undergo a course of treatment, and tomorrow he will be able to get on his feet on his own. He replied that thanks to the man, he is already much better. The Thunder Emperor drank from his mug, noticing that he had said that he wanted to learn martial art from him, and said that he would teach him, but in return. June did not expect this development of events. He said that he wanted to learn, asking again what he needed in return. The ice girl hid in a container, listening to what the emperor was saying, where he saw that something was done in the world for free, offering to fulfill one of his personal requests in return. The hero replied that he agreed. The man lowered his gaze, saying that he should destroy the evil. The guy clarified whether this was all. The old man asked a question about what his request seemed ridiculous. The house stood in the mountains. June said that this was too obvious a fact. The emperor replied that they had agreed, asking now to take off his shirt. The two sat opposite each other. The old man told that from that moment on they opened the channels of the flow of power. The hero asked again. The Thunder Emperor frowned, explaining that, how to put it, it was closer to waking up than mastering any technique, wondering if it could probably be said to be some kind of addition to the magic circuit. The young man looked at the other person attentively, hearing that he had now recovered about 90%, but his muscle had not yet returned to normal, so this was the perfect time for a change. The man touched his finger to his head, explaining that the chi energy in his body flowed through numerous channels. The queen listened attentively about what they would open, all these channels, while he was in this unstable state. The emperor raised a mug of tea, warning that it might hurt, and wondered if this would allow him to use his power more accurately. The old man looked to the side, saying that it was something like that, wondering if he could move his ears. The young man replied that he could not. The man said that it was because he did not know how to use the muscles located next to the oracle. June turned his eyes to the side, hearing that the expansion of his magic circuit was somewhat similar to this. The house stood on top of a cliff. The emperor explained that it was going beyond the limits of what the average person would use, wondering if it would only increase his accuracy. He reached for his mug, explaining that if he had been able to call his magical outline a single path, now it would become a multi-lane highway. And that was amazing, wasn't it? And how to apply it would be entirely up to him. June closed his eyes, saying that he was counting on him then. The old man put his hand on his back. He smiled, saying that it was forbidden to shout. It could lead to a release of energy, and then they would both suffer. The young man opened his eyes, indicating that he was ready. A bright light flashed from the man's hand as he said he was starting then. Powerful energy was directed at the back of the main character. The guy closed his eyes, making sounds. The emperor looked at what he was doing. The guy clenched his teeth in pain. The queen was worried, watching what was happening. June sweated, opening his mouth. He looked ahead, commenting that it was passable, but the man said that he was not done yet. The young man looked around tensely, listening to the old man say that this was a kind of preparatory massage so that his heart would not explode from overexertion, advising him to grit his teeth. The Thunder Emperor stretched out his hand forward, emitting powerful energy. The magic discharges headed in different directions as they left the house. The protagonist clenched his teeth from the tension as his eyes turned white. The old man stared at what was happening in silence. The whole room lit up with a bright light from the energy. Tears appeared in the eyes of the ice saucer when she heard that the guy began to talk. Although it hurts, he will never forget the eyes of those who believe in him. The queen opened her eyes wide as she heard that he had to protect them. June closed his eyes, saying that he could not give up yet. Clouds were descending over the houses. The old man's hand sank to the floor. He closed his eyes in exhaustion, saying that even though it was his own energy, it sucked all the juice out of him. Letyanka watched with surprise when the man asked how the guy was feeling, and whether he had achieved enlightenment. The young man, enveloped in energy, put his hand on his chest, replied that yes, he thought that he felt everything within his reach. The protagonist wondered about the leader of the Demon Association, thinking that if he fought the three leaders now, he would be able to tear them to shreds. June opened his eyes wide as he listened to remember, his power flowing through the newly opened channels and the original ones still recovering. The old man put his hand on his neck, explaining that this meant that he needed to continue training and learning how to control them, and now he had only opened the way for him. June looked down at his hands, replying that of course he understood that, thanking the Thunder Emperor. The man smiled silently, thinking that if it were an ordinary person, he would have already fainted and lost consciousness. And this one looks like a child rejoicing at a given toy. He is definitely a monster. The guy grabbed his neck, asked if he could help in any way, for example, with hunting. The old man replied that hunting is the duty of a student, offering to go down to the foot and collect firewood. Behind the hero, there was an enraged ice saucer. The emperor said that at the same time they would wash their faces, and they would start training from tomorrow. The guy asked again. The emperor looked around, reminding him that he wanted to learn the art, specifying that he was either not going to study, and if he did not want to, he could immediately descend the mountain. June looked at his back, answering in the negative. The man asked if he was rude. The hero said that he was not, and would go chop wood. The protagonist smiled, saying that he had succeeded, and now he was accepted as an apprentice. The spirit declared that she did not like it when a contractor was treated as a subordinate. 2 houses were on the top of the cliff. The guy clarified that he had received help and was fine. Now he would go wash and return. The queen said that nevertheless, she would wait until he washed. A bird was flying in the sky as the emperor announced that it was time to begin. He held a mug of tea in his hand, realizing that although, apart from strengthening his channels, he had nothing to give and nothing to teach, questioning how he wasn't as advanced a lightning user as a man, and didn't even know if it made sense to teach the hero his skills. The young man stretched his hands, answering that he would still like the Thunder Emperor to teach him something. The old man smiled as he told him that he was terribly busy teaching his negligent apprentice, wondering that there was a real thief here, and if it weren't for the sage from the pointed tower, he would also remain a small dot on the horizon, saying that if he really wanted to be taught something, he should try to prove his worth like everyone else. The young man closed his eyes, saying that he was saying to prove, promising to try to do everything in his power. The man was sitting on a rock, drinking tea, clarified, in this case, why he did not run to this place. The guy did not understand him. The old man, sitting at a distance, explained that he should come up here, where he was sitting, and whether he was flying, or jumping, or crawling. The queen expressed what she thought. This was a kind of training. The hero replied to her that he also thought so, but had no idea what was in his head, indicating to the old man to give a signal, and he would immediately run. June struck a ready posture, listening to the emperor ask about the signal, claiming that it was ridiculous, because the enemy would not give him a signal before attacking. The hero clarified whether he could then just run to him as quickly as possible. The old man smiled, noticing that he was talking a lot than he seemed at first glance, repeating that he had said just to come here. Under the young man's shoes, energy appeared. He used a 50% acceleration. The main character rushed to attack. The man opened one eye, contemplating that it was using energy to control temperature. However, June burst out of bright energy. Icebird was surprised, calling him fast. The emperor pointed his finger, noting that he was unable to move faster than lightning. The young man was lying on the ground, unconscious. The old man said that he would give up trying to gain the upper hand in speed. He only had to touch it. The guy opened his eyes abruptly, lying in bed. He clutched his head, talking about what a stupid dream he had. The Ice Queen looked at him, explaining that it wasn't a dream, that he had been struck by lightning and passed out, claiming that no matter how much she thought about it, it didn't seem like the old man intended to teach him properly, asking if the young man really thought that staying here could be of any use. June touched his face and exhaled, answering that he didn't know, but he clearly said that he needed to prove his worth like others had done, hence he had conducted a similar test countless times. Ice Girl asked about how about breaking through with another ability, erecting ice walls, or using darkness. The guy replied that he didn't know, even putting aside the fact that he needed to hide his identity, he didn't think it would be effective, because a defensive strategy wouldn't work. The young man clenched his fist, reasoning that even if Janabi managed to break through the defenses, there was no point in using her Thunder Emperor. His main weapons were constant attacks and speed. June smiled, realizing that what he needed now was not a shield at all. The hero thought that he should deflect the lightning in some other way. The guy was heading towards the mark in the rock, when it was said that Hack 51 meters, Kim 58 meters, Hyun 69 meters, these lines were the records set so far. The old man claimed that no one had been able to touch him yet. The man smiled, wondering if he could place expectations on him. The hero's eyes flashed with magic as he spoke of being coming using 60% acceleration. June rushed toward him as fast as he could. The emperor thrust his finger forward, emitting energy. The young man walked away from the powerful beam of magic, realizing that he had dodged. He clenched his teeth, realizing that it would take a second, as the sudden acceleration disrupted blood circulation. The Thunder Emperor watched what was happening intently, saying that the beginning was good, and it was a pity. The guy lit up with bright energy. The main character fell face down in the ground when the man asked about the fact that 12 meters was his limit, and whether he was thinking about the strategy exactly, repeating that speed does not work here. June was amazed by the magic, brightening up, thinking about what would happen again. He lay on the ground, clenching his teeth, thinking about what was happening again. The hero dodged a powerful ray of magic. He gritted his teeth in anger as he used 81% speed boost. The guy made a powerful start from a standstill. His eyes burned bright blue when it was 81.9%. The Emperor smiled, putting his hand out in front of him, reasoning that this boy was already moving quite quickly, specifying that it seemed that he was able to accelerate more. The guy was looking at the passing punch of energy above him. 81.9999% was used. The young man was rapidly looking forward, using 82% acceleration. His leg was covered in a lot of energy. The girl received a notification that the second power of the Hunter June had been unlocked, called him a brat, surprised. She stared at the screen, wondering if she should open the administrator's store for him again. A glass of champagne was shown when it was said that if Reiji was going to distribute items, it was better to forget about it. The girl was frightened and asked about who was there. She looked away in surprise, asking what kind of goblin he had been brought here. An unknown person said that he was here to celebrate this moment. The man held the glass in his hand, specifying that joy is multiplied when it is shared, isn't it? Reiji raised a glass of champagne, saying that he was making a fuss from nothing because it was too early to celebrate, offering him a drink when her retirement was celebrated. Planets with stars were depicted. When Gray clarified that he didn't think he was making a fuss out of nowhere, he initially achieved the greatest happiness before erasing the protective layer on the lottery ticket. The man closed his eyes, saying that the ticket in her hands was clearly a jackpot. Reiji smiled, claiming that she didn't want to leave her retirement to the mercy of fortune, a confirmation of a new opportunity. They were sitting staring at the stars when she added that that was all she had to do today. The hero kicked the ground. Ice flows appeared on his body. The thought arose that he was talking about speed not working here. So far no one had managed to touch him. Yellow lightning flew in the air. He gritted his teeth tightly and wondered if he could place expectations on him. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Suddenly he rushed forward sharply. The man looked ahead. The girl looked at her in amazement, and the MC thought that now he did not need a shield at all, but the ability to outrun lightning. He clenched his teeth. June ran swiftly forward. A bright glow appeared around him. The man was sitting on a rock. The hero looked at him furiously. Smirking, the Thunder Emperor said that he liked his look. Suddenly, lightning struck the ground. The hero was lying unconscious. Looking at him, the master said that he had run 80 meters. This was a new record. From now on let him continue to look with the same determination, and first let him have a good rest. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up. The spirit stretched out her arms to her sides. Hearing that for a second, she said, "He passed out again." No, he managed to complete the task this time. Yes, to which she replied that if he had, would he have passed out from the yellow lightning that fell on him from the sky? She put her finger to her face after hearing that it seemed to him for a moment that he was able to dodge, to which the Ice Queen said that he had failed to touch the Thunder Emperor nonetheless. MC struck with his fist and said it was a curse. Closing his eyes, he added that he had seen the lightning movements slow down exactly. The spirit watched him, hearing that he had sped up to the maximum, and ran without taking his eyes off her. Could it be that even though he was putting in more energy than during the fight with the monster, he had no way of succeeding? Putting her hand on his head, she said that she had bad news and good news, to which June replied that he should say the bad news first. Sitting on the floor, he heard that the bad news was that he hadn't accelerated. The speed was the same, so he had 2 lightning strikes. Frowning, the hero asked what was a good one, to which the Ice Queen replied that everything happened so quickly that she almost lost sight of this moment. He froze the lightning. He ran swiftly forward. He heard what she was talking about, and the spirit said that he continued to release cold energy to maintain speed. She opened her eyes in amazement. A phrase flashed by that the frost was intensifying and eventually bursting out of his body, spreading in all directions. Looking straight ahead, the queen said that as for this level of use of frost, it could be called a force. Sitting in front of it, the protagonist listened to the fact that power is an ability that has reached the soul, unless he received the power of destructive death when using the ability Shadow. His gaze froze when he heard that the same goes for the freezing ability. Wasn't he wishing for something during his training? Ice appeared around his leg, and the MC wondered that he wanted to be able to outrun the lightning. He clenched his teeth tightly. The thought arose that the ability to freeze reacted to this desire as well. June flinched when he was asked that it was okay to enter, to which he replied approvingly. Lowering his hand, the man said that he was interested in whether he had a good rest. We had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, he turned to the hero. Standing up, the hero asked that since he was here, he was a disciple of the Thunder Emperor, to which he was answered approvingly. The young man closed his eyes when he heard that he was grateful for saving him if not for him. They stood back to back. It was heard that if it were not for Mr. June, he would have met a miserable death during the conquest of the Kobold. Sometimes he remembers that day. Smiling broadly, Puck said that well, even if he died, he thought the teacher would follow him to the afterlife to scold him, to which the protagonist wondered if that conquest was also part of the training. MC opened his eyes in amazement, and wondered why he hadn't used a weapon, since he was a martial artist's apprentice, and it was that he had something to convey to him as well. Buildings appeared, and someone said that the teacher said that from that moment on, training would be suspended for some time. Standing in front of the hero, Puck said that he had added since he had found something, let him start training it first, practice until he mastered the skill perfectly, no matter if it took 10 days or a month. Looking at him, June wondered whether it was 10 days or a month. Holding the skin of the animal in his hands, the young man said that since the teacher's standards were extremely high, he could be a little picky. Mountains appeared. The thought arose that it seemed that the Ice Queen was right. The Thunder Emperor remarked that he had reached a new level. Heard that if he needed anything while he was here, let him know. Grinning, the guy said that even though the teacher's training was difficult, I was sure he would do much better than him. He was essentially a real idiot. Bowing, the hero replied that let him not speak like that. Thank you for saving him, and from now on he counted on him. Looking at them, the spirit listened to what was the point of such formalities between friends. Until I met at breakfast, I'm sure the teacher's cooking tasted terrible. It was a little salty. She smiled when she heard that while she was hanging out, they would go for a walk, to which she replied approvingly. Standing on the mountain, the protagonist heard what he said about the walk, why they came here again, to which he replied that he said that he had to hone his strength for 10 days or a month. And the Ice Queen added that they were not yet sure whether it was strength or not. Stretching her finger forward, she said that if it was a freeze ability, it seemed to be a variation of the blocking power she possessed. He had seen her block the ice during her battle with the Ice Witch, and so masterfully. Closing his eyes, the MC replied that yes, I saw her, she was gorgeous, and the spirit said that if it was indeed power, then he now had 2 abilities and 2 powers. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that yes, but even with a lot of skills, if you make an effort to hone them, they will eventually become chains restraining him. Looking up, June thought that it was how he used his time that mattered. Taking a step forward, he added that not a single second would be wasted. The hero ran swiftly forward. His foot slipped on the ground, and the thought arose of how he should move. He jumped aside. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and thought about what these sensations were, in what way. Suddenly he stopped. MC was breathing heavily. There was no one sitting on the stone. June furrowed his brows. The man was sitting on a rock. A phrase flashed by that he should give up trying to gain the upper hand in speed. Smiling, the man said that all he had to do was touch him. The hero closed his eyes. A bright glow appeared. The protagonist ran swiftly forward. Ice appeared around his leg. Lightning flew in the air. MC gritted his teeth tightly and thought that yes, that was the feeling. The Ice Queen put her hands to her face. June jumped off the ledge. He grinned and thought that to freeze everything that moved around him was freedom and time for him alone. The ice from his body evaporated. A star appeared in the air, and the thought arose in my head that the power of freezing was also called. A bright light appeared among the clouds. Blue smoke appeared near the box, and the spirit said that the power of freezing, now he could also be called a veteran of the freezing ability. Sitting on the floor, the hero asked that he had finally received her calling, to which the Ice Queen replied that in any case, she thought he was now ready to accept her. Lowering her gaze, she said that she was referring to the holy water that they had postponed using last time. It was an elixir that only appeared once in 1,000 years, and they would absorb this energy and finish their training as soon as possible. The girl frowned when she heard that she wanted to go down to civilization as soon as possible, to which she shouted that this was not the case. The elixir was in the box. The characteristics of the character appeared. Looking at the potion, the protagonist thought that it was strong energy. The man poured out the elixir, and the thought appeared in his head that he hadn't even been able to take a sip of it last time. But now that he had the ability to freeze, the situation had changed radically. Sitting on the floor, the MC thought that he would subdue this energy at all costs. Ice appeared on his body. The girl looked at her in amazement and turned around. June lowered his head when he heard that he could do it. The ice around him grew in different directions. Looking at him, the fairy said that he had been in this state for too long. Could it be that something had gone wrong? Raising her eyebrows, she thought that she had misjudged everything. No, she recommended taking this step because she saw good opportunities. The ice began to crack, and the ice saucer said that the ability to freeze the contractor was no longer secondary. The spirit looked at me in surprise. Rays appeared in the air. The glow spread everywhere. The fairy smiled when she heard that he had received a new title, a perfect metamorphosis of S rank. He smirked and replied that yes, he had the upper hand. The man closed his eyes and said that he was sure he had told him to immerse himself in the training of his strength, but he saw that he had undergone a body metamorphosis, and then thought that he was truly a genius, loved by heaven, a genius of effort. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was ready. Standing in front of the master, he said that if he didn't succeed this time either, he would devote a month to training, to which the old man replied that he was confident in himself, he liked his fighting spirit. Puck frowned when he heard that he should watch carefully what happens when he makes an effort to develop his natural talent. Stretching his finger forward, the Thunder Emperor thought that perhaps this very talent had been created by just one effort. MC looked away. The master opened his eyes in amazement. The young man frowned and asked that he had just looked at the lightning bolt and dodged. How was that even possible? Lightning flew in the direction of the hero. June lowered his head. He deftly dodged attacks. The hero stretched his hand forward. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he could see them. He could clearly see every lightning bolt. Watching him, the man thought that this bastard had already reached such a level. The fairy gritted her teeth and said that he must not be hit again. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that he couldn't freely use acceleration like last time because using the force required a lot of concentration. Lightning flew in the air. Looking up, the MC thought that the essence of the cold energy was to slow down the approaching target. Suddenly his eyes widened. Lightning struck from the sky. The ice began to crumble. As he dodged the attacks, June thought that he would pass the exam at a measured pace. He was getting closer and closer to the master. Looking at him, the Thunder Emperor thought that he was worthy of praise. The hero pressed his foot into the ground, and he added that then he would increase the difficulty a little. The blow flew right next to him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist wondered what he was watching. He was serious. The man looked down and replied that yes, that's right, let him break through and reach him. The protagonist was rapidly approaching him. Smiling, the master thought that he had exceeded the passing score, and even broke the record. Jumping up, he asked that he was on edge now, right? Looking at the hero, the Thunder Emperor said that the ability to slow down a target. Raising his eyebrows, he continued that he had definitely acquired a useful skill, in such a case, as he looks at going a little further. MC frowned upon hearing this. The man rushed up and said that this was a bonus workout. Lowering his head, he added that he should try to keep up with him, let him show his limits. June watched him silently. Suddenly he jumped up. The young man froze, looking at the sky. With his eyes wide open, he thought that they were both incredible. The hero dodged the attacks, and the guy reflected on the fact that his teacher and Mr. who followed him in 1 foot on this peak, far from the world, he shone brighter than any other hunter. Smirking, Beck thought that his choice in favor of martial arts wasn't wrong, he could also become stronger. Lowering his gaze, the master asked if his fist could reach him. Lightning flew around him. Master raised his hand and added that it was just the old man's reckless wish, but he wanted to know the answer to this question. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, the young man exclaimed. A dragon appeared in the sky. It sounded that this was the true descent of the Thunder Dragon. Smiling broadly, the Thunder Emperor thought that he should try to block it. MC smirked when he heard this. Bright lightning appeared in the sky. Looking at them, June thought that this was the most powerful force of one of the 9 heavens. He was so glad that there was a strong person in the world. As he fell down, he thought that the power of which was difficult for him to imagine. It was so very encouraging. The Ice Queen furrowed her brows. The master looked at him in surprise and thought what it was. That bastard passed out, and then exclaimed. Suddenly, an ice shield appeared in front of the hero. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Peck's eyes widened in amazement. He watched what was happening in the sky. People were standing in front of the gates. It was heard that it would finally happen today. It took a lot of time. Looking straight ahead, the demons said that they should shut their mouths and wait. Looking at her, Isaac asked if it wasn't so. Unlike the others, it must have seemed to her that time dragged on much longer. If she had helped the Lord, this waste of time would not have happened. Crossing her arms, she asked him what he wanted to die. Sitting in front of her, the man replied that he did not even know what to say. He was still above her in the hierarchy, and someone asked that he could stop already. Looking straight ahead, the creature said that he would be out soon. A red glow appeared from the gate. They were on their knees. The girl furrowed her brows. Isaac looked down. Red particles flew out of the portal. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the gate. The man began to exit the portal. Frowning, the monster exclaimed. The creature smiled broadly. Taking a step forward, he said 6 years. Smiling, Aratum added that everything was as he expected, to which he was told that they sincerely congratulated him on the completion of the closed training. The demon's eyes lit up and he said that he was sincere. The demons cried out in pain, and Aratum said that he was surprised that none of them had betrayed him in his absence. Isaac smiled when he heard that they were quite strong fighters, to which he replied that he had a great sense of humor. Looking at him, the Demon King heard that they had been anxiously waiting for his return all this time. Standing next to him, the man asked what he wanted to say, that it was not at all out of fear. Isaac gritted his teeth tightly and replied that he was afraid, which was a natural feeling for his subordinate master, but respect and reverence, not fear, was what united them. Taking him by the head, the devil said that he was still chirping well, mortal boredom. Bats flew in the air, and it was heard that he should post it, to which Shadow replied that the boss of the 2nd floor had been caught. This was the result of a guild expedition with the support of a gloomy ghost. Looking straight ahead, he heard a grim ghost, one of the 5 heroes, to which the subordinate replied that yes, he got out of the block of ice and returned with Sky and Gilbert to launch an active activity, currently using a hunter named June as his representative. Standing with his back to him, the Demon King said that the frozen hunter had returned. The bats scattered to the sides. Watching them, Aratum heard that the hunters had now gone up to the 3rd floor and began to actively develop the territory, to which he replied that he had heard of the guy who was his representative before, which he should know. Let him carefully read the report on return to the shelter. The girl frowned at the approving answer. Raising his hand up, the devil said that the first thing they would do was to leave this accursed place. Bats were flying around the cave, and someone asked where they intended to go. Suddenly, blood splashed on the walls. Smiling, the Demon King said that down, they were heading to the deepest depths. The man struck the ground with a hoe. The hero smiled when he heard that another route. After all, There is nothing more important than roots. The plant was lying on the ground. He heard that the foundation should be strong. He knew why he fainted then. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that it was because he had a flimsy foundation, to which he asked that wasn't this a bonus training right now. Looking at him, the master replied that what other bonus, what a brat. He thinks that if during the fight he says that it was a rehearsal, and then faints, then the enemy will save his life. Let him quickly pull out the rhizomes. Frowning, the MC said that damn, what a vapor, to which the teacher shouted that damn, he damaged the rhizome on the side again. The young man grinned when he heard that no, it was he who kept talking to him. He couldn't take and tape his mouth. What had he just said? Let them just look at this shameless bastard. He had to listen with his ears and concentrate with his hands. This was training, and how digging up roots could be training. The Ice Queen was fast asleep. Taking her face, June asked her for help. Getting up, she asked what he was doing. She was sleeping, and he was pinching her, to which the hero replied that now, while the Emperor of Thunder did not see, he should dig a couple of rhizomes over there. The teacher was standing on the ledge. It was heard that she was feeling terribly tired today. Let him not disturb her. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what and why she was tired, except for something, to which the girl asked what she was saying. She did nothing. She began to hit him on the head, shouting that the squishy contractor, not knowing anything, dared to say something like this, to which the MC replied that she should see for herself. She had strength through the roof. Sitting on a stump, the man said that now even his legs were beginning to fail. He had enough problems of his own, and then this guy appeared. Closing his eyes, he added that he had no regrets. A view of the mountains opened up. Holding the backpack on his back, June asked how many kilograms there was. Smiling, the teacher replied that 105 seemed to be over 100, to which the hero asked what he had put inside, and he replied that he had stuffed the backpack with the heaviest things. Turning his head, the guy said that he was ready. Lightning appeared around the master's hand and he said that it was good. Then go ahead. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. As he walked forward, he heard that he was not going to move forward. He looked. He was in their clouds. Closing his eyes, the Thunder Emperor said that he should only use his physical stamina to find at least some trace of that lightning. This is training. Whoever comes last will dig up the roots alone. The protagonist frowned upon hearing this. As he walked forward, he shouted that he was already flying. Smiling, the teacher replied that he would rest here for a while. He closed his eyes. Frowning, the man shouted that to make a leg grab, to use even more force, even stronger, he had to get out of the trap. Watching the fight, the coach added that he was stiff. Let him find a way. The news appeared on the TV. It was heard that they had worked hard today. Wished them a good weekend. An emergency had arisen. Mio and the gloomy ghost were on their way. The man inserted the key into the lock. Going down the stairs, the man said that it was so cold. He was walking down the street. Holding the phone to his ear, the coach heard that when he arrived, she wanted to eat sweet fish, to which he asked again. He looked away, hearing that yes, sweet fish with cream, and let his mother buy one too, to which he asked if she had been eating too much sweets lately. He would buy fish with bean paste. Okay. City buildings appeared. It was heard that she liked fish with cream. She had already eaten 2 ice creams yesterday. Why did she not answer? She hung up. Standing in front of the cellar, the teacher asked how much one fish with cream cost, to which she replied that 3,001, and he added that then let him give 2 pieces. He raised his eyebrows and said that how cold it was. Let them put more cream inside, to which he was told that he was looking. He still had a sweet tooth, and he added that no, it was for his wife and daughter. Looking at the phone, the coach asked what it was. Frowning, he said that Houndy, a terrorist attack. No, well, what kind of occultists? They have already reached Busan, to which the woman asked that it was a terrorist attack. A message came with a proposal, to which he replied that yes, they say they made a fuss with Sangdong. The man closed his eyes when he heard that even in Busan there was no peace, and her son was now in the army. What to do? To which he replied that he had foreseen such a situation. Now it was no longer just a national problem. Now anyone could be hit. Suddenly, the teacher's eyes widened. Cakes in the form of fish appeared. Suddenly he rushed forward. A building in the distance was burning. The Thunder Emperor looked frightened. Standing in front of the people, the guy said that let them not enter and stay outside, to which he was told that this was his house. Let him in. The trainer opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that the occultists had deliberately destroyed the house in passing. It seemed that everyone inside the building had died. The woman began to cry, shouting about what and how she would be ordered to live now. They were devilish spawn, to which the firefighter replied that she could not go inside. The rescuers were rolling the stretcher. It was heard that there were no more survivors, except for her. No one survived. The broken phone was lying on the ground. The man picked it up. He looked at the broken screen. A photo of his family appeared. Suddenly, lightning appeared around him. Lightning struck in the sky. Standing in front of the building, the man said that it would be a little longer. Turning around, he added that it could not be already here. Looking at the Thunder Emperor, the cultist shouted that why so fast. Suddenly it flew aside. Smiling broadly, the man asked what was the use of hunting them like this. Looking at him, the master heard that if he broke off their branch, the cultists would disappear. Frowning, he said that there were thousands of them. Since there were people, then cultists would exist forever. Suddenly, the coach struck him with lightning, hearing that there would be no end to their era. He stared ahead silently. The building suddenly began to collapse. Blood flowed from the emperor's eyes. He grinned, looking straight ahead. Mountains appeared, and the thought arose in his head that even if the world perished tomorrow, or if it died, he would plant a tree that would bear fruit. That was the main meaning of his actions. The hero furrowed his brows. He put his hand to the tree. Standing near the tree, the protagonist heard that he was far behind. Falling to the ground, he replied that even if he did not speak, it was a good job. The Ice Queen was roasting food over a fire. Lying in his sleeping bag, the MC said that even though he had achieved a perfect metamorphosis, but he couldn't keep up with it, he really had amazing endurance. To which Peck replied that because everyone's level of fitness was different. He gritted his teeth when he heard that, by the way, if you think about it, he didn't know about his abilities yet, to which June replied that he thought he didn't have any specific ability. The young man closed his eyes and said that it was half true. He could absorb one of the opponent's abilities and use it himself, but he still hadn't really mastered any abilities. It had taken more than 5 years to unlock the stuffed predator. A view of the starry sky opened up. It was heard that if it wasn't for the teacher, he would have tinkered with this even longer. Maybe he was able to inherit the abilities of the Thunder Emperor as well. Looking at the sky, the guy replied that this was exactly what his teacher wanted, but first he had to become stronger. A river appeared, and it was heard that since his teacher was extremely stubborn, he was teaching him without neglecting any methods. Smiling, Puck said that the two of them were very similar in this regard, to which the hero asked that he and the Emperor of Thunder. The protagonist looked at him after hearing that they both didn't know the word surrender. He grinned and replied that it was so, because if he was a hunter, it could not be otherwise. People took up food with chopsticks. Looking at the master, the MC said that he should give a piece to his disciple. Lowering his gaze, the Thunder Emperor asked where he had seen a disciple calling his master to his seniors. Sitting at the table, June said that he himself had said yesterday not to call him a teacher, to which the master replied that it was natural, because he had not taught him anything special, and in general, they would start with the fact that he had come here not as a student, but as a patient. Frowning, the hero replied that he kept saying upsetting things. Looking at him, the man said that he should just let him eat this piece of meat. They stared at each other furiously. The young man watched them in bewilderment. Houses appeared on the mountain, and it was heard that maybe he would eat him instead of the two of them. The Ice Queen frowned when she heard what it meant he was going down the mountain tomorrow. He had been away for too long. Holding the food with chopsticks, the master said that yes, that's right, 2 months is quite a long time. He is now worried about something, to which the protagonist replied that yes, because all the other hunters went to the 3rd floor. Sitting in front of him, the Thunder Emperor said that it was a little frustrating, but since the 3rd floor, then the 3rd floor. With a grin, Pac said that if he got bored, he could visit them at any time. He had prepared a delicious meal for them. Pouring tea, the MC replied that with pleasure, he really liked their cooking, to which the teacher said that he was sure he and his pickled Cotinopsis tubers would remember. Closing his eyes, June said that of all the dishes he had eaten with Cotinopsis so far, it was the most unpalatable, to which the man asked that he was saying that to his face, and he added that his cooking tasted exactly like a friend's strange food. Pointing to him, the master said that this brat had fallen into a trap and was about to fall through the ground in shame. In fact, the tubers were cooked by Peak, and the guy added that he cooked it, to which the hero asked what was what, then why only the Cotinopsis tubers had such a terrible taste. The items were on the shelf. Looking up, the protagonist asked that he was drinking wine. Smiling, the man replied that yes, he loves this business, but now he almost does not drink alcohol, to which he said that he stopped drinking due to health problems. Puck looked down when he heard that he didn't know if he was healthy. The man slammed his fist on the ground. On his knees, the guy shouted that he had done his best to get here, to which he was told that he should go back. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he should accept him as his disciple and asked him. Holding the bottle in his hands, the teacher replied that he no longer practiced martial arts. Let him just leave and not stop drinking. He raised his hands up when he heard that he needed strength to fight the occultists and to take revenge, so he asked to be taken as a disciple, to which the man said that for a trivial reason, there was nothing new, and without him, there were a bunch of people who fought for the same reasons. The master lowered his gaze when he heard the crying. Sitting on a stone, he asked why he suddenly burst into tears. He cursed at him, or said something wrong. Frowning, Peck replied that it was because of the anger that had built up in his chest, to which the Thunder Emperor asked what was making him so angry. He froze when he heard that the occultists had taken the lives of all members of his family, and now he heard the words that this was a trivial reason. The teacher put the cup on the ground when he heard that he was angry because he could not take his anger out on him. The guy gritted his teeth when he heard the address. Suddenly, a blow from his fist flew at him. A building appeared. It was heard that he hated such boys as him most of all. He knew why. Raising his finger up, the Thunder Emperor said that he had to take out his anger on him because his family was looking at him from the sky. The young man looked at him in surprise when he heard that, but if he had a thin gut to do even that, then what kind of training could he talk about? Looking down, the man asked what he thought. He was the only one who had lost his family. Grabbing him by the leg, Peck shouted that he would then ask to be accepted as his apprentice. He would become very strong enough to openly get angry with him. He closed his eyes when he heard that he said he didn't want to, a crazy idiot, to which the guy replied that he would cook and wash. The master looked at him angrily and asked that he was not ashamed at all in front of his own family, to which the guy replied that his family would also like this, and he added that no, he was just humiliating himself. Smiling, the Thunder Emperor said that he needed to be in a sober mind and memory. If the question of teaching disciples arose, let him not worry about his health, just let him perform his duties properly, as long as everything went well for him. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that it meant that he was also his student. Giving a thumbs up, the young man said that of course he would admit it as a student. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that no, he was not a student, but a patient. Clenching her fists, the Ice Queen thought that she didn't care whether he was a student or not. She was already approaching her limit, if only tomorrow would come soon. The guy was lying on the grass. The man frowned when he heard that Instructor Gilbert was good at hand-to-hand combat as well, to which he asked that no, didn't he use only one weapon in the first place? Lowering her head, the girl said that even if she didn't speak, she used amplifying potions, but she still lost in close combat. She hopes this training will be useful to them. People were lying on the ground, and someone asked what he thought about it. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that he thought his father did not want them to go to the third floor. A target appeared. I heard what he was saying. They would look at the situation objectively. How many months they had been doing the same training. The head furrowed his brows when he heard that he didn't think he should talk about his father like that behind his back, to which he replied that no, it wasn't like that at all. He just felt like he wasn't letting them go up to the third floor. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The hero was lying next to him, to which the young man exclaimed. Sitting on the grass, the protagonist said that the group that inherited his name, instead of training, they sit here and insult their instructor. The guy looked at him in surprise when he heard that everyone should listen carefully. Looking at them, the MC asked if he should call them gossips instead of guardians, to which he was told that he didn't, and he added that he should go out alone to receive punishment for the edification of the others. The head of the squad looked to the side, hearing that anyone wanted to serve as an example, a step forward. Stretching his hand forward, June asked that he was dissatisfied with his comrades, to which Arthur replied that he was not. He took the guy by the shoulder. As he left, the hero said that they had all done a good job. He would talk to Gilbert. The guy looked at him and asked again, and then thought that it was strange. The uncle was not that kind of person at all. Maybe they would leave joyful outpourings. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he had just finished training as well, meaning that he perfectly understood what they were feeling right now. While sitting in the tree, he heard that he was also training, to which he replied that of course, if they didn't want to be kicked out, they would have to constantly improve until they retired. Isn't that the life of a hunter? To which he was told that it was right. He would engrave these words on his bones. Looking straight ahead, the MC said enough about that. Where is Gilbert? Smiling, the young man said that he had gone to the bathroom for a while. When their rest time was over, he would come again. The man was sitting in a tree, and June asked that this is how it is, then the rest time is over. The man smiled and sighed. Falling to the ground, he said that he had heard rumors that he had caught the boss of the second floor. The hero looked at him silently. Smiling, Gilbert said that he was looking, he had snatched all the fun alone again, and that it was with his hair, pretending to be cool. A tall tower appeared. It sounded that he had failed the advanced training test again, would fail again, and his rating would drop to 3 stars, and he would have to study even harder for the next exam. People walked inside the room. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that if she was demoted, her living floor would also go down. In general, everything was difficult in many aspects. Looking away, the student asked what, by the way, tomorrow seems to be an exam for advanced training, that new employee should take it, to which he was told that he was talking about that Englishwoman. He thought that she would pass something like a 7-star exam with ease. Holding the glass in his hands, he added that the unprecedented growth rate, a former hunter, to which the girl replied that yes, they say she was frozen for 26 years. In the outside world she is a very famous person. The students were sitting at the tables, and it seemed that if she had been frozen for a while, maybe her skills would have improved too. Frowning, the student said that this really sucks. Why each book describes differently how energy works, she should have made a textbook before it was frozen. Looking down, she added that then she wouldn't have to study all these useless categories. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of her. The girl took off her headphones and asked who they were. She thought he was still moaning in pain because he had beaten him properly. Holding the sheet in his hands, the man said that there she was. The time of tomorrow's exam had changed. Now he would tell her a new one. As she was leaving, the student replied that she would not take the exam, to which he shouted that she had some kind of business. Turning around, she replied that yes, there was one thing to do, but there was no need to worry too much about it. Everything was fine. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked what it meant. Scrambled eggs were frying in a frying pan. Looking to the side, the man asked if it wasn't funny that there were no pots in the snack corner, but there were clay pots. In any case, this was not enough for a festive party. Holding the food in his hands, he added that he was congratulating him on his return, to which the hero asked that he hadn't hammered the eggs. Yes, and Sky said that she had heard that he had been trained by the Thunder Emperor. It was really in his spirit. The noodles appeared. I heard whether it bore fruit that he rushed like a bullet to the strongest hunter as soon as he provoked the opening of the third floor. Looking at the food, the protagonist said that, firstly, he could not run to him at full speed, because of the injuries he received. He really almost lost his life. The girl smiled when she heard that in the end he had reached a colossal height that she could not even imagine, to which she asked what height he was talking about. The Ice Queen was fast asleep, and the MC said that if she promised that she would not be jealous, then he would immediately tell her, to which she replied that she did not want to, she would be jealous, and he added that then it was not her fate to hear the answer to her question. Holding the frying pan in his hands, June said that nothing special had happened, he had just gained power, to which Sky asked that he already had the power of the Guardian of Darkness. The man smiled when he heard that thanks to the Thunder Emperor's special training, he also had the ability to freeze. He was jealous as hell, to which he replied that he thought he had acquired more than that. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. Holding the bottle in his hands, Gilbert asked if he didn't look more relaxed now. Throwing his legs over the table, he added that his face was as if some heavy weight had fallen from his shoulders. It could be described as if he had met the strongest man in the world and felt relieved. Smiling, Sky said that if you think about it, the ice saucer also sleeps without hind legs now. The Ice Queen was fast asleep, and she added that it seemed like they both had to endure a lot. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would tell them about his training after the memories were read. The people looked at each other when they heard that the hunters and guilds were active on the third floor, and they should also slowly move forward, having thought everything through carefully. With a grin, Gilbert said that it was the end of the rest. Particles were flying in the air. The wires hung in the air. A huge capsule appeared. A phrase flashed by that why did the association put the boss of the second floor on public display? As if it were an exhibit in a gallery, it was done for research purposes. The incredible ability to regenerate this creature and the hardness of its outer layer of skin is amazing. Looking straight ahead, MC heard that they could use this to create equipment and healing potions, to which he replied that it was not surprising since he had superior abilities in every way. The monster's limbs appeared, and someone said that if you compare them, I wonder whose regeneration would be faster. Raising his eyebrows, June asked that she could get him out. Sky gave a thumbs up and asked if one head would be enough. Yes. The creature's head began to fly forward. The hero looked at her. Red rays appeared around the limb. I heard what it was. Frowning, Gilbert asked that it was definitely a corpse. It seemed to be trying to regenerate, to which Taku replied that that's why he put it in a regeneration slowing solution. What the hell? The brain appeared. It was heard that it had already fully recovered. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that now the process is many times slower than during the fight with him. Even if he survived, it is enough just to kill him again. Stretching her finger forward, Sky said that the shards, she wouldn't have allowed such a situation to arise in the first place. Looking at the brain, the MC heard that one brain was enough for him, to which he replied approvingly. He stretched out his hand. Bees flew near the flowers. The insect sat on the plant. Suddenly a shadow hung over her. A huge object appeared in the air. The bee looked at him. The insect suddenly froze. I heard what it wanted to do. It was an endangered species. People were watching him, and someone said that otherwise why was the order given to restore him, and what was the use of it? The bee looked straight and the man said that they would put him in some box and leave work. She flew forward. The guy looked at me in amazement and asked what was going on. The insect gritted its teeth, and he added why it was so huge. Suddenly, the monster growled loudly. Blood splatters flew upwards. A view of the tower opened up. Insects flew in her direction. The bee looked ahead. A huge swarm flew around the tower. A mutant appeared. It was heard that he continued to multiply and even eat his own kind, thereby constantly mutating. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened. Looking at the screen, the hero said that he was frightened why this image suddenly appeared. It seems that after meeting him, his memories were mixed up, because during the fight he had to regenerate several times after death. Frowning, Gilbert asked if it was possible to replay the recording that had been before, a flashing scene that mentioned endangered species. People were looking at the insect. A phrase flashed by that yes, this is it. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said that it means that it is not only about restoring life, but also about the technology that allows you to transfer life to another dimension. He mutated due to an unsuccessful attempt at restoration and was irresponsibly released. Then who were those bastards? Holding the knife in his hands, the Demon King asked if he was bored, if there was any news from the surface of the earth. The knife touched the ground, and someone said that there is. Let him check. Looking at him, Shadow said that the boss of the third floor had been discovered, to which Aratum asked that it had only recently been discovered, and he added that active activity had been seen by all the high-ranking hunters, including the Nine Heavens, and more. Raising his hand, he added that this is a real-time situation. Standing in front of the demon, the subordinate said that an article about it was expected to be published within 24 hours. Looking at him, the devil pondered. Smiling, he said that the painting he was expecting to see, to which Shadow asked that he was expecting it. Red rays appeared on the ground, and he heard what he thinks. What is the nature of man? Lowering his gaze, Aratum said that he should not think about the question and answer immediately. Looking down, the monster replied that this is not an adaptation, because no living thing adapts to its environment as easily as a human. The demon touched his knife with his finger after hearing that people can become either angels or devils depending on their surroundings, to which he replied that it was a pretty logical conclusion. The creature was lying on the ground, and he added that he believed that. Shadow looked at him in disbelief when he heard that purity was the true nature of humanity. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked what it was. I did not expect such an answer from him. He lowered his gaze when he heard that no, it wasn't. Suddenly the devil waved his weapon. Smiling, he asked that driven by pure desire, did they not drag each other as they fell into the pit? The monsters stood still. A phrase flashed by that just as their goals had remained unchanged for the past 6 years, they too had remained static. Looking at the crowd, Aratum said that what interesting things. He smiled broadly and added that they were now heading towards Galleon. Leaning against the table, Taku said that the information they had gleaned from the monster was quite interesting, but right now it was of no use. Frowning, he added that all over the world, occultists were escaping persecution and disappearing. The hero frowned upon hearing that they weren't just dodging the surveillance net. In fact, they were all apparently moving towards the same unknown goal, to which he asked that he was trying to sit on their tail. The Ice Queen was fast asleep, and the man said that given how carefully they planned their movements, it was difficult to catch even one occultist. The creatures ran forward, and Taku said that this was not all. A large-scale movement of the undead was recorded on the outskirts of the frontier, if we were talking about an incredible creature with such a huge amount of magic. Looking straight ahead, he asked who came to mind first. Closing her eyes, Sky replied that if you weigh all the facts, it's definitely not her, to which she was told that she could at least be serious at such moments, and she added that she was trying to relieve the tension a little, and he was such a thorn. The image of a mage appeared. It was heard that the King of Corpses, Najad, was the only one who could do this. Sitting in front of the hero, Gilbert said that he remembered Arthur saying that the boss of these guys would return this year. Perhaps the actions of the occultists had something to do with it. The protagonist frowned as he listened to what he was saying about the celestial demon. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the 6 years that the bastard promised to return and had passed a few months ago. Looking down, Taku said that he thought the one who was now in charge of Najad and the occultists was a celestial demon. The man put his hand to his face when he heard that it looked like the devil was preparing to take off again. Of course, this was just his guess as the president of the Hunters Association, but they definitely needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The girl looked away. A phrase flashed by that, but in their current composition it could be a little dangerous. The president of the association looked in surprise when he heard that they would be woken up, the two who were still frozen in the ice. Smirking, the MC said that they would go wake up their friends. If he wanted to bring up this topic, he could speak directly. Looking at him, Sky said that he should stop, but if he did, wouldn't he earn the penalty again? To which he replied that there would be no penalty for freezing now, because the level of the freezing ability was leveled up enough. Raising his eyebrows, June said that but he couldn't wake up the two at the same time. There was a 90-day waiting period after the seal was removed. The man smiled and said that he was grateful for giving his consent. The girl looked away, hearing that this issue was resolved. Let her bring the clothes she was wearing when she was defrosted, to which she replied that well, it is not difficult to bring them, but why do it? These clothes are much more comfortable. Crossing his arms, Gilbert said that even if those guys woke up, their consciousness would be the same as 25 years ago, to which he was told that 26 years had passed, and he added that in any case, they would reduce their shock by recreating the situation exactly as it was before the freeze. If you look back, the first thing he did was pull out a gun, isn't it? Turning his head, the hero said that he had just given a good idea. If you think about it, they did it in the movies too, so he approves of this approach. Sky sighed when she heard that yes, they would take care of their mental state, to which she replied that they were not small children, but she supported their idea anyway. The man was standing in the ice. A phrase flashed by that well, at least sometimes let him clean up in his lair. To be honest, he then thought that he had been kidnapped. Looking at the frozen people, the shooter said that he had not been here for a long time either. It was a house or a dungeon, to which the girl replied that perhaps he did not know, but geniuses felt more comfortable in this kind of places, and he added that how difficult the life of a genius was. Frowning, she replied that she should get out of here then, let her just shut up, if she wasn't going to clean up here for her, to which Gilbert replied that okay, he would clean up this for her, and Sky said that she didn't want him to do it, everything was where it should be, even if it didn't look like it in the eyes of others, to which he asked, what the hell does she need from him then? Looking at them, the hero wondered who he should wake up. The Thunder Emperor smiled, thinking that he understood Taku's concern, but it seemed to him that the overall situation was so terrible. The guy held a wand in his hands, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that the Master and the guilds protect the world from their positions. The 5 heroes are iconic characters in history, but they can no longer be called the only personification of power. The man smiled broadly, and he added that well, in any case, it wouldn't hurt to be too careful. With the opening of the 3rd floor, humanity needed a strong protective shield. A frozen man appeared. The thought arose that now they needed an unshakable pillar. Stretching his hand forward, MC said it was time to wake up. Several notifications appeared. Callie smiled broadly. He jumped up sharply and exclaimed. June looked up. Gilbert gritted his teeth tightly. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Clenching his fist, the soldier asked what he thought was this ice. Striking the ground, he added that he could stop it. Callie looked at him in surprise and asked why it was so quiet, if everyone except him was affected. The hero was holding the ice cube in his hands. It was heard that he had already defeated the queen and returned. What happened to Mio? She looked frozen. The man looked away. The shooter stretched his hands forward. Hearing that second, they were also fine, to which he replied that they would talk first. Smiling broadly, Callie said that this time, too, they seemed to have saved the world. The Ice Queen was fast asleep. A phrase flashed by that they should get out of here now, leave this dungeon. A view of the city opened. Sitting on the ground, the guard asked that he was not cold, to which the guy replied that it was a little cold, but it was okay. Looking to the side, he added that what was he worth, stretching out on a string. Let him sit down too and rest for a while. Frowning, the young man replied that everything was fine, to which the man asked that yes, isn't there peace and quiet around? Nothing will happen if he sits down for a while, and he added that no, it is more comfortable for him to stand guard. A view of the sky opened up. It was heard that what a boring fellow he was, and as for him, lately he often wondered why he went to the army. Looking straight ahead, the guard asked why he had such questions, to which the guard replied that on their days, hunters catch both monsters and thieves, more than 300 days without incident. This is something incredible. Suddenly, the guy disappeared, and he added that now he was thinking about just retiring and farming. Frowning, the watchman asked that he would be away for a short smoke, where he had gone. Suddenly, blood poured out of his mouth. Crossing her arms, the girl said that she was Citron, announcing her invasion. The man looked at him in amazement, and shouted that it was a raid. They were being attacked by cultists. The Lord looked to the side. Hearing that the main gate had already been broken and all escape routes would soon be blocked, he had to evacuate through a secret passage to the dungeon. Frowning, he replied that he should take his family and evacuate. He would stay with the soldiers. The child's eyes opened in fright when he heard that he was saying that if he stayed here he would die. He had to run. He wanted to say that the soldiers should fight for the fleeing lord. People were running away from monsters. It was heard that they were risking their lives for the sake of their families, so he asked. The creature threw the people aside, and the lord shouted that he too was staying here for his family. The wall of the fortress was destroyed. The demon looked away. The magi lined up in front of the wall when they heard the command to start setting up the barrier. The guy looked frightened and said that let the second group prepare to cast an ice spell. Taking a step forward, Isaac said that they were in the process of capturing the fortress, and then asked what to do with the prisoners. The young man gritted his teeth tightly as the demon king said that even if it was a defeated lord, he had to adhere to certain manners as a lord. The nobleman was on his knees, putting his hands behind his back. Aratum said that the poisonous, peaceful flow of time, which had inspired boredom, was the reason for his defeat. Looking at him, the Duke replied that their galleon was the city of the beginning for everyone. He intended to attack even neutral territory. The devil looked down and asked why he recognized him in this way. The knights looked at them angrily as they heard how they could forget the great evil that had first united the cultists 6 years ago, trampling the world and spilling a sea of blood. The young man frowned when he heard that in his arrogance he called himself heaven and, being obsessed with killing, went to fight in the heart of the empire, forgetting his place in that battle as well. The Lord looked furiously and said that he had barely escaped bleeding, and now the stage for the return of that great legend was their powerless and peaceful galleon. Had he not yet regained his strength, or his pride? Smiling, the devil asked what he had done with his dying speech. The girl closed her eyes, and he added that it was a bit of a pity, he had a truly great spirit. Standing in front of the Baron, Aratum said that he had made a mistake in 3 facts. First, taking his face, he added that in his eyes this city was not so weak that they had to drag the conquered giants living deep underground here to completely trample this place. His eyes lit up and the demon said that secondly, he did not run away, but declared a truce, because he did not want to end such an exciting battle at all. He looked furiously and continued that thirdly, his strength was not arrogance at all. The guy froze with fright. The knight's eyes widened and turned. Scratching his head, the devil said that Isaac had said that there was an interdimensional elevator nearby. Adjusting his glasses, the man replied that yes, he was not far from here, to which he said that he should send an advance party there, but in such a way that they would not cross paths with him. The tower exploded, and the subordinate asked what and where he was going, to which the king replied that he would go where his feet would lead him. Callie turned his head. Looking at him, the doctor asked that he was sure that he should not go in search of the medical squad, to which he said that he had said that everything was fine. Did he not see that he was now recovering? Pointing to his shoulder, the soldier said that here, let him see, the wounds were gone, to which he was told that he was still hit by a missile, complications may arise, so he should undergo a one-time examination. The lady closed her eyes when she heard that yes, he had fully recovered. If he did not believe, he would go and once again stand under a direct missile strike, to which she said that he should not do this. Sitting on the ground, she asked what it meant that tomorrow he was flying to Antarctica, to which the man said that yes, they should catch and defeat the Ice Queen, to which she asked that he was not afraid. The doctor smiled when she heard that. Well, he was shaking a little, but he had to get used to it, because in any case, if he went there, he would shiver from the cold, to which she replied that thank you, he always fights for them. She would also like to help him as the commander of the medical squad, however, he never gets hurt, therefore, it seems to her that she only receives and does not give anything in return. Callie closed his eyes and said that as for help, he was here. When they returned from Antarctica, he wanted to make himself a suit, but he needed someone to go with him and monitor the process. Opening one eye, he added that no, well, if he went with him, he would treat her to dinner, so that when she had free time, the girl replied that they would go together. Turning her head, the nurse said that she would treat him to dinner, in return, and this time, too, let him return safe and sound. Sitting on the ledge, the man said that he could definitely make such a promise, he would return quickly. The man was watching the city. Standing behind him, Sky said that if he was talking about a girl who had led a medical squad in the past, she now worked at Nest Medical Center. Callie froze, listening to the fact that he did not know what he intended to do when he met, but let him mean that she was now a mother whose daughter was already studying at university. He turned around and asked if he was dressed to the nines. Yes. Looking at him, the mage replied that it was much better than it was, and he added that it was enough. Frowning, the man said that he would just say hello to her, and that's it. The boy raised his head up and said that his cough did not go away. 2 nights had passed, and he was still coughing. Holding the package in her hands, the doctor replied that this is the seashore, so the nights are quite cool. Let him take the medicine, drink it for 3 more days and everything will pass. Smiling, she added that she was here again, and her snot was also flowing. Looking at the child, the doctor said that she should also wear some warm clothes when she goes somewhere, to which the girl replied that she was very uncomfortable. Looking to the side, the girl said that this time she should also return safe and sound. Her image appeared years later. Callie, looking at her, said that she seemed to be doing well, they would come back. Putting her hand on her side, Sky asked that he wouldn't say hello to her, to which he replied that he was going to, but for some reason he had a feeling that he shouldn't. Smiling, the man said that this was what her words meant, that a lot of time had passed. He suddenly felt it sharply, and that time was yesterday for him. Looking straight ahead, the mage asked what had become the distant past. Yes. Suddenly, the tower behind them exploded. Raising his head up, the fighter said that even with the passage of time, there is something that does not change at all. People with weapons fell down. Sticking out his tongue, the guy shouted that even though they were only the vanguard, the honor of the abode of Endy was at stake. They would burn this place to the ground. The woman looked to the side and asked again. Frowning, the man said about emergency evacuation. Let all personnel go into standby mode and the elite agents follow his instructions. The guys rushed forward and answered approvingly. People rushed towards each other. It was heard that an alarm had been announced. Civilians should follow the instructions for evacuation. Striking with her fist, the girl shouted that she was just waiting for this day. The agents were on the defensive, and someone told them to raise their shields. The soldiers took cover behind their shields, and the commander shouted that they would not allow any of these bastards to break through. Sticking out his tongue, the occultist said that whoever broke through first would be rewarded with his position as deputy leader. Monsters began to attack people. The commander looked furiously and shouted that they should turn off the spatial elevator and immediately request reinforcements. At this point they must block their advance at all costs. They fought in the midst of the flames. The boy was crying with fear. The man was lying on the ground, and he heard that it had taken more time than he had thought. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that if it became known that there were significant losses on their part, he would be extremely annoyed. Damn it, a continuous headache. The man looked away in surprise. Suddenly the girl knocked the weapon out of his hands and asked that he had a cool knife. A sharp swing of the weapon appeared. A knife was stuck in the man. Sticking out his tongue, the young man asked that he didn't mind if he exchanged with him, and let him use a small one. He just liked bigger knives. The commander writhed in pain. Holding the sword in his hands, the occultist said that well, he could no longer watch the blood being spilled on their side. It seemed that his subordinates were having a hard time, so he would personally deal with them. Pointing the pistol, the soldier asked what to do. The commander of the detachment was defeated, to which the agent replied that he should not dare to lose heart. The demon smiled when he heard that he should concentrate on his duties. Reinforcements were on their way and would arrive soon. The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder when he heard that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes, to which he replied that it was less than he thought. The young man looked frightened and said that the civilians had been ordered to evacuate. Let them stop, he was crazy. A blow flew to the man. A question was heard that he was tired of living, or something. Swinging his weapon, the demon shouted that this was it, the feeling of striking with a huge sword. Frowning, he added that why were they frozen in their tracks? If only they didn't say that they were seeing someone die for the first time. In a war, anyone could suddenly say goodbye to life. The soldiers froze in bewilderment. Callie looked at me angrily when he heard that they should get used to it. Wide-eyed, the occultist asked what it was. Grabbing his head, the soldier said that he knew perfectly well that in war anyone could suddenly say goodbye to life. Suddenly the villain fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth tightly, Callie said that damn it, it hadn't even been a day since he had bought this suit. He was going to pay compensation, and someone shouted that he couldn't believe his eyes. The agent stared in amazement, shouting that the ability to quickly regenerate. I thought only trolls have it. No, a person also has it. It seems that he heard that he was alone a long time ago. Looking to the side, the villain asked that the deputy leader was dead, to which he was asked again. Throwing his jacket up, the man said that he was in a disgusting mood now. In a normal situation he would deal with each one in turn. Swinging his fist, he added that he was too lazy to mess around now, so he would crush them all with one blow. Suddenly, the fighter struck the ground. Shards of earth flew up. Standing in the middle of the ruins, Callie said how annoying it all was. Suddenly, the monster rushed in his direction. The man deftly deflected his blow. His fist rushed forward sharply. He struck directly into the creature's jaw. Frowning, the cultist asked what was going on. It seemed that they were at a disadvantage again. The villain looked furiously and shouted that he was ordering everyone to retreat, returning to the monastery to regroup. Looking down, Sky asked that she was surprised. She had recently mastered this spell in the magic tower. Taking a step forward, she added that the blinding sparks of the swift battle starfall, and with the use of her formula, the effect was more powerful. She had once again surpassed herself. A destroyed tower appeared. It was heard that the suppression group was free. The support group provided security. The security group assisted the agents in transporting the prisoners. Standing next to the cultists, the squad leader said that they should only try to throw out at least one stupid thing, and a simplified court session would immediately await them. He crossed his arms when he heard that the reinforcements would arrive on a warship, to which he replied that, and how they had the audacity to invade here. The level of security here was the highest in the entire Pacific region. The weapon suddenly fell to the ground. The commander stretched out his hand and asked if they could talk for a second. He had seen a hunter with the same skills as him. Frowning, he added that decades ago, when he was a rookie, he served in their company. After waking up, this man had been fighting evil all over the world. Callie stopped when he heard that his regenerative abilities were just as similar to him, and how he ended up with Miss Skaya. Smiling, the woman turned to him. Standing beside the children, she asked if it was him, and the magician said that he should try to guess what he was feeling now. Looking down, she added that she clearly wanted to look back with a bright smile, but felt that something was preventing him from doing so, because he was the same person from the past who went to Antarctica yesterday, to which the fighter asked that now she had also learned to read thoughts. He closed his eyes when he heard that no, she just felt the same way, and so did Gilbert and June. They just had to accept the fact that they had become beings beyond time. Touching his arm, Sky said that he could find a way to get used to it, but for now, just let him smile. A view of the sky opened up, and she added that although this is a very pathetic argument to fill the gap in time, they are still remembered as heroes. The man smirked when he heard that even after 26 years, he was the same person from yesterday, to which he thanked her. Stretching out his hand, he said that well, this is a rookie doctor and a soldier. They have not seen each other for a long time. He asked for forgiveness. He is a little late. A dark sky appeared. The demon was fast asleep. A view of a huge stadium opened. Aratum raised his eyebrows when he heard that the boss of the third floor had been discovered, to which he asked that the floor had only recently been opened. On one knee, Shadow said many rankers were involved in the study, including some of the 9 heavens and more. The devil lowered his gaze when he heard that this was a real-time situation. The man with the weapon rushed forward, and the subordinate said that the Silent Moon Guild, which was the first to find its way to the Master of the Floor, and the Takabe Guild, which was trying to conquer this territory, were in conflict over the priority in hunting. All the rewards on the second floor were taken by the Grim Reaper. But this time, it seemed, no one was going to give up to anyone. People looked at each other. A phrase flashed by that the other guilds from the Big Six were cautiously approaching the boss's location, and small and medium-sized guilds were trying to take advantage of this conflict. Lowering his head, Shadow said that in other words, most of the forces were currently concentrated on the third floor. Sitting in front of him, the Demon King replied that yes, it's a real mess, by the way, about this boy, the gloomy ghost. Looking down, he added that he hadn't confronted the floor master alone. As far as he knew, his representative was with him, and someone else. Looking at him, the subordinate said that yes, a huntress from the Takabe Guild had fought with him, to which the head said that at the same time, all the reward went to the grim ghost. The girl smirked, and he said that in fact, the media reported that the 3 hunters had joined forces to attack, but a spy inside the guild confirmed that the actual battle was led by a grim ghost, and the other 2 had passed out during the fight. A man was standing in front of the corpses. It was heard that then in the current situation, the hero gritted his teeth, and Aratum said that the gloomy ghost was both the savior of humanity and an obstacle to the development of others. The king's gaze froze and he asked where the gloomy ghost was now and what he was doing, to which he was told that he would forgive him, but at present his movements were not recorded, and he added that then what about his representative? The protagonist turned his head, and someone said that if you read the order of his actions, then first he destroyed a squad of kobolds who were preparing to invade Gileon. A huge star hung in the air, and the subordinate said that he was constantly killing mid-level occultists, including Najit's subordinates. The guy fell to the ground, and he added that he had recently joined forces with the Takabe Guild to conquer the dungeon, and had also killed the head of the Abode of Arrogance. Aratum leaned his face against his fist as he heard that Gilbert and Skaya, who had been awakened by his power, seemed to be quite close to the Grim Ghost as well, not the Grim Ghost's partner, but rather its successor. Looking down, he said that he should upload photos of both of them. Looking at him, Shadow asked again, to which he was told that he should show him photos of the gloomy ghost and his representative. A glow appeared above his hand and he replied that he obeyed. Looking at the screen, the devil heard that this is the very last appearance of these two. Impressions may vary, but this is the most relevant information at the moment. A photo of the hero appeared. A phrase flashed that the media remained silent about the situation on the third floor, which he mentioned earlier. The gloomy ghost stared ahead. It was heard that, but it was expected to be announced within 24 hours. Looking at them, the Demon King heard that since there were fears that the rumors would spread and turn into something more. His face was covered in blood and he said it was power. It turned out to be the corpse of a man, and Aratum said that he would definitely break when he met with greater force. The guy was lying with his face to the ground. It was heard that he realized too early that there is neither good nor evil in this law. Lying on the ground, the man asked what his thoughts were on this matter. Corpses lay around him, and he added that he should not make him wait too long. Standing behind the man, the hero listened to the fact that let them evacuate, immediately leave the stadium, let them take his son out first. They watched the recording from the stadium. The demon looked to the side, and the reporter said that at the moment all roads in the immediate vicinity were blocked. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and combat helicopters of the Air Force were used. The military was using the forces at their disposal to the maximum extent possible to resolve this situation. Frowning, Taku said that it was a heavenly demon. The man froze, and he added that he had returned after 6 years, as promised, a damned psychopath. The protagonist stared at the screen silently. Looking to the side, the president of the association said that it was not necessary to act rashly. It seemed that other hunters thought the same way. He was the head of the association. The king's eyes lit up. A phrase flashed through his mind that although he had remained silent for the past 6 years, but whether he was really going to confront the whole world alone, perhaps the news would begin to come from other places. Looking at the screen, the MC asked what news. A view of the stadium opened, and the man replied that it was about the terrorist acts of occultists. Looking at his watch, he said that it was clear, the request for reinforcements had been accepted. He would contact them as soon as he had resolved the matter. Gritting his teeth tightly, Taku said that the Nest Medical Center had been attacked. These bastards were going to break the spatial elevator. Looking at him, June replied that Callie and Sky didn't have to worry about that. The corpses lay on the ground, and it was true that when he thought the situation was more important here, and he knew that at another time he would have gathered the hunters. Holding the mask in his hands, the hero said that so let him collect them immediately, or maybe he was confused, since the opponent was a heavenly demon. The Ice Queen was fast asleep, and the president of the association replied that that was not the case. He was just trying to make an informed decision, to which he said that it was clear that he went. As he was leaving, the protagonist heard that he should stop. He was going to go alone. Let him wait a little, he would provide him with additional help. Lowering his head, he asked what to tell him, why they were called heroes, because they were always where they should be, that was all. Looking at him, Taku heard that he hoped he would make an informed decision quickly. He had already decided everything. A view of the dark sky opened. Looking down, the soldier said that the bodies were currently piled up, making it impossible to recognize the survivors, to which he was asked where the enemy was. Helicopters flew over the stadium. The corpses of people appeared. It was heard that he was nowhere to be seen. They were looking among the bodies if it was safe for the rescue team to proceed with the operation. The safety was still undetermined. Standing in the middle of the headquarters, the man said that it was a curse. Looking up, the soldier asked where this brat had gone. It had already been 15 minutes since they had started searching. Suddenly the soldier looked at him in surprise and said that the enemy was at gunpoint. No weapons were visible. Aratum stood still, and someone said that he had moved to the stadium. They were engaged in battle. The commander opened his eyes wide and shouted that the fire was from all guns. It could not be missed. Shots rang out sharply from the helicopters. The devil looked up. His face suddenly lit up red. A crushing explosion thundered at the stadium. Waving his hand, the demon said that he would not interfere with their viewing, but this was not a stage they could enter. The military opened their eyes in amazement. Smiling broadly, the devil said that they should not dare to interfere. A powerful explosion thundered. The helicopter exploded in the sky while the others continued to circle after the target. The demon fell to the ground with a satisfied look. While the soldiers said that they would retreat, the drone missiles were preparing to intercept. They needed to leave the airspace. Helicopters began to shoot. Rockets flew at the guy. Frowning, the military said that all units need to return, and the drones need to stay. The missiles flew at the enemy. His face was pleased. There was a powerful explosion. The enraged soldiers shouted that some did not follow the order. The helicopters should be dumped from there. The demon concentrated the red energy. He ran across the battlefield and said that he wanted to use a reflective ball. He looked at the helicopters with a mad look and said that they could stay, because even cockroaches deserve to know how the world really works. A ball of energy formed in his hand. The demon raised his hand above his head. The mana flows destroyed the helicopters. Wolves sprang out of the explosion, soldiers in their mouths. The monster took notice. The military watching the battle were shocked. The animals put the soldiers on the ground. Smiling, the demon said that June, the hope of humanity, had finally arrived. Standing opposite, the protagonist ordered the celestial demon not to move. Smiling, the monster said that he could not believe that he was honored to meet such a famous hero. Everything was going even better than he expected. Looking at the ghost, he asked if he could ask him a question before they continued. The drone flew in the sky. Taking a step forward, the monster said that he had always been curious. He imagined the protagonist being shown buildings on the screen and asked if June was happy with this life, because the world still praised him, called him a hero, and then clarified if MC thought they were disgusting. People looked at a screen that showed a demon that said that people were weak and immeasurably selfish. A projection appeared in the city. The surprised girl listened to the monster say that the guys should understand why they worship him. They just need meat that will voluntarily protect them. If he dies, they will find 5 more to replace. As she sat on the couch, the demon continued his speech, saying that until people conquered the 10th floor and became free again, they would continue to create heroes who sacrificed themselves for their insignificant ones. Looking at his opponent, he noted that it was pure selfishness, which was why he felt sorry for the ghost. The monster with a serious look emphasized that people don't care what kind of person June is, he shouldn't risk his life for such creatures. Examining the protagonist's face, the demon invited him to come with him. He would show him an arrow worthy of his potential. He was suddenly hit by an ice attack. The guy was surprised. MC raced past him, attacking. He grabbed the knife in his hand. The monster watched with a dumbfounded look. He was lying on the ground, and a weapon was sticking out of his body. The wolves pounced on him. They began to bite into the demon. The enraged monster suddenly freed himself. Shifting his gaze, he heard that he was an ordinary criminal. The ghost was behind him and said that he had always risked his life. The demon created a flower in his hand. Enraged, June said that he used the gaze of the moon. He attacked the enemy. Flowers covered the monster's body. The guy was watching the monster closely. Smiling, his opponent said that the protagonist did not give him a chance to take a deep breath. Grabbing FC's hand, he assumed that he had been rejected. Red mana hovered around him. He said that he was Aratum, the god of demons, the first heaven. The guy was watching him closely. Smirking, the monster added that he was the true savior of the era. He punched the protagonist in the stomach. His fist was squeezing June's ribs. The blow destroyed the rock. A notification popped up that the magical protective barrier had been damaged. The man frowned, looking at the messages. He touched the screen. The demons fought with people and shouted that they needed to kill everyone. Looking at the guy, they noticed that this was a historic moment for demons. As they moved on, the monsters noticed that they were a squadron of envy. The man pressed a button on the table. The gun cabinet opened. Approaching him, the head of the association said that it was necessary to prepare for a warm welcome to the guests. Taking the machine gun in his hands, Taku said that he had not lived happily in the 25 years that June had been frozen. Frowning, he emphasized the fact that he will defend his place, and the protagonist must return with victory, as always. Examining the weapon, the man added that his comrade is obliged to at least survive. The door to the room heard blows. It began to crack. Monsters burst into the office. Taku began to aim at them. A glow began to emanate from the cannon as the head of the association said that whoever wanted to kill someone had to be willing to die himself. As he prepared to fire, he stated that if the monster was so hungry for his head, he should try not to break off his fangs in an attempt to get it. Smiling, the demon asked if it was a laser. A powerful flow of energy was directed into them. The shot hit the monster. The building was destroyed by a shot. Looking at the hole in the wall, Taku noticed that the performance was impressive. Frowning, the man said that his body could not stand it. The recoil was simply terrible. Isaac arrived there. Adjusting his hat, he said that the head of the association had prepared a terrible weapon. His gaze fell on the skeleton. With a serious look, the demon wished the deceased children to have good dreams. Sitting on the floor, the man asked if it was Isaac. Stretching out his hand, the guy said that everything was fine and the head of the association could rest a little. Smiling, the monster said that he would change the plan a little. He would not kill him, but he should agree to take on the role of a hostage. The man with a satisfied look offered him another porridge of coffee. The guy with a calm look replied that since he was offered, he would not refuse espresso. Gilbert held a revolver to his head and ordered him to hold his hands so that he could see them. The man picked up the machine gun from the floor. Taku said that he was grateful that Gilbert had come. Apparently, age was taking its toll. It was difficult for him to keep up with him. Standing in front of him, the guy asked if the head was okay, to which he received the answer that he could withstand one more shot, after which he ordered Isaac to disarm all the demons and order them to surrender and not force him to repeat twice, otherwise he would separate his meat from the bones. Looking at it, the monster said that it was interesting, because Taku would not be able to use this gun. Standing behind him, the guy asked not to worry about it, because he was still there. Gusts of wind enveloped the building. Surprised people stood in the street. Raising his hands, Isaac said that he did not expect such a turn of events and gave up. But before that, they had to look at one more trick. He threw a card that had been sent to the head of the association. Taku rebounded from the blow. Frowning, Gilbert shouted for the head to run. Sorting through the deck of cards, the demon said that there would always be spectators who spoiled all the beauty of the performance. They would drink coffee next time. The guy fired a shot, but the monster disappeared. Raising the gun, the guy heard a voice that asked him to make one card in his mind. The man was holding his head with his hands. Looking up, Gilbert listened to the fact that now the demon would read his mind and stab him in the chest with this card. He jumped to the side and started shooting at the monster. The map flew at an incredible speed. Isaac held the deck in his hands. Continuing to fire, the guy shot through the map. Dodging the bullet, the monster said that he was almost hit. Standing in front of him, he asked if he could die now. The monster's gaze fell on the hole in his body. The window was shot through. The demon glanced at the tall building. The sniper aimed at him. He was lying on the floor. Isaac, with glowing eyes, reported that they had prepared better than he had thought. Gilbert remarked with a serious look that if a monster wanted to kill someone, it had to be willing to die itself. The protagonist attacked the demon god. The guys watched each other closely. Their fists clashed. Restraining June's hand, Aratum asked to try to stop the disaster if he was a hero of this era. He opened his mouth under pressure. There was a smirk on his face. The guy flew aside. The monster said with a satisfied look that he would put an end to this disgusting world that MC protects so much and his pathetic games. He threw it in the direction of the enemy. A powerful blow rang out. The guy was lying on the ground. Aratum was behind him and assumed that he had simply been overrated. His eyes shone brightly. The protagonist blocked the attack. He flew aside. June was shocked by what had happened. The monster appeared in front of him and said that the guy only corresponds to the ideals of weaklings. He created a clot of red mana and emphasized that it is possible that the main character is nothing more than just a lucky protagonist. He channeled mana into it. MC grabbed his arm. Taken aback, the demon god asked what the guy was doing. He continued to restrain him. A powerful blow rang out. The monster began to beat the ghost. He struck with great speed. Aratum sat on it, continuing to attack. The protagonist tried to shield himself with his hand from the blows. There was a smile on the demon's face. Streams of red mana hovered around them. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. He waved his fist. The guy struck back. He kicked the monster in the face. They were moving at great speed. Waving his fists, June began to take the advantage. A blue sphere appeared in his hand. Looking at the glow, the demon shouted that it was excellent. He said with a smile on his face that it was even better than he expected. There was ice on his arm. The protagonist was preparing to make a devastating attack. After attacking, he used a pole rupture. Streams of dark energy surrounded them. Lowering his head, the guy tried to catch his breath. His hands began to tremble. Space began to crumble. Standing in front of him, Aratum reported that the protagonist dared to confront him. But this world is not worth it. Approaching him, he noted that even such desperate resistance would not stop the new order that he carried. The embittered monster highlighted the fact that MC's time had come to an end. Looking down, June said that his time had ended 26 years ago. He was just a gambler who didn't want to live like a coward. The god of demons was taken aback by what he heard. He swung his leg and replied that he had only wasted his time. A powerful aura swirled around them. Vian appeared in front of him and swung his blade. There was an explosion. The dumbfounded monster asked if it was a swordsman. Kim covered the protagonist with his body. Drawing his sword, he reported that the man Aratum had tried to kill was one of those who had given freedom to this era. Watching the demon, he added that no one dared to touch it now. The players stood behind him. Watching the guys, the demon god said that the guild masters themselves had arrived, and they said that they were competing on the third floor. It seemed that they were waiting for him. The girl hugged the protagonist and asked if Kim could cope alone, to which she received the answer that he would call. If necessary, she should take care of the ghost. Taking a step forward, the guy noted that if we were to talk about expectations, he had been waiting for the monster for 6 years. They had an unspoken agreement. When the heavenly demon returned, they would unite no matter the circumstances. Lowering his gaze, Aratum replied that he did not think that such a beautiful night would be so noisy. Smiling, he added that it was as if they had gone back in time. So he was giving up the first blow. Kim should kill him if he could. The guy rushed into battle. The dumbfounded monster covered his face with his hand. A powerful blow rang out. Looking into the guy's eyes, the demon reasoned that this sword was especially sharp. He examined the blade. Kim began to brandish his sword. The monster jumped to the side. The swordsman watched him intently. Holding his hand in front of his face, the heavenly demon reported that the guy had grown up compared to last time, by 2 levels. He was preparing to perform a magical attack. He swung his hand, in which the mana was concentrated. Dodging the attack, the young man said that he wanted to use a lightning-fast spectral sword. He made an attack. Blood began to splatter from the monster. He was taken aback by the words that he could not die so quickly. The man hit him on the sly. He noted with a furious look that it was said that Aratum had amassed incredible power, and wondered if he could withstand it. The ground was shattered by the devastating attack. The wounded monster was lying on the ground. He was placed in a sphere of ruins. The magician flew over her. He drew his magic wand. Frowning, the sorcerer noticed that they had raised their weapons to destroy evil. Yellow energy surrounded the sphere. The stranger stretched out his hand and ordered him to be tied up and devoured. The energy began to increase. Frowning, the warrior said that he would add another layer so that he would not have a chance to resist. Blue streams of energy surrounded the sphere. The monster was shocked by the damage he had received. The man rushed into battle. He sliced the sphere in half. The demon with glowing eyes said that this was commendable. Their courage delighted him. First a ghost. Now, if they continued to press like this, maybe they would blow off his head. A ball of mana formed in his hand. Aratum performed a magical attack and emphasized the fact that it would not be today. The flow of energy was moving towards the barrier. Frowning, the guy pulled out his magic wand. The demon with a mad look shouted for them to stop playing. Tonight they would put an end to this protracted war. Kim pierced his chest and ordered him to go to the dream world. The monster was shocked by this. The guy with a serious look said that they would continue to run like him, because they were different. A powerful aura hovered around them. The monster's gaze was blank. Blood began to evaporate from the blade. The demon began to fall to the ground. Dark energy created gusts of wind. His body was surrounded by energy. The guys watched this closely. Only ruins remained on the battlefield. Standing in front of the crater, the warriors discussed that the monster was dead, but they needed to check. Looking at the corpse, they emphasized the fact that there was no doubt that the heavenly demon was dead. Looking at the monster, the guys said that they could not stand as if rooted to the ground. They needed to cut it up and burn it. Hyun calmly ordered to stand still. Looking at the demon, he noticed that they had no right to make the same mistake twice. Giving his hand the red energy, the guy listened to the fact that Aratum could hide some unknown sneaky trick to escape, after which he stated that Hyun was too careful, he would tear him to shreds. Pulling out his wand, the mage said that it was not the first time the mercenary had been there. He had to believe the experience of the knower. The violet energy enveloped the monster. His eyes were completely black. The wizard said with a calm look that not even the slightest chance of escape should be left. The man looked down and said that there was already a corpse. The guy went down to the demon. Frowning, he said that there was no pulse, the heartbeat had stopped. His gaze fell on the demon's face. Smoking a cigarette, the man added that he also felt it. Not even the buzzing of his cunning thoughts could be heard. Energy began to emanate from the guy. He stopped suddenly. Hyun held his wand in front of the monster's face. The map flew at him. Raising his head, he asked if it was a trump card. A hail of maps began to fall on him. His body was pierced through by the map. Blood began to spurt from the guy's mouth. Kim, dumbfounded, called out to him. He began to swing his blade, protecting his comrade. Looking at the cards, the mage shouted for the guys to guard the corpse. Aratum was on his knees. Energy emanated from the cards. The guys watched this closely. The cards enveloped the body of the demon god. The monster suddenly disappeared. The guys were shocked by what they saw. There were traces of blood on the ground. Kim was furious. The forest was covered with flames. Isaac laid his master on the ground. Putting his hand on his chest, he turned to his master. He imagined a battle between humans and demons and said that he had too many unfinished business left. He kept a close eye on the demon god. Closing his eyes, Aratum turned to his subordinate. Lying next to him, he asked how much time had passed, to which he received the answer that about 3 minutes had passed since his death. Opening his mouth, the monster reported that Isaac's skill was excellent. The guy with a serious look said that the gentleman overpraised him. Najit and Valencia reported that they coped with the task. Looking at him, the monster noted that it meant that there were no losers in this battle. June was lying unconscious. He suddenly woke up. A catheter was sticking out of his hand. Looking at the screen with a pulse, he asked what the smell was. The fish was roasted on coals. The sun's rays were shining through the window. Turning around, Callie screamed that the protagonist had woken up. Smiling, he said that he was going to wake him up later. Touching his face, MC clarified where he was and what was wrong with the heavenly demon. Blue skies surrounded the building as the man said it was a safe home for his treatment. Closing his eyes, he added that they had killed a heavenly demon, but he had fallen down. Looking down, Callie emphasized the fact that he had only heard it from words. He had been to nest himself, killing mages. After the guy passed out, the guild leaders came and attacked him, killed him, and then some card player stole the corpse. June listened intently. Imagining the house, Callie told him that the news said that the celestial demon had been brutally beaten, but because of the blurry story about his death, there were many rumors about his death again. Steam was coming from the hot fox. Holding a fork in his hands, the guy thanked the interlocutor for telling him everything. Frowning, the man asked why there were no dishes there. Bringing the fish to his mouth, the protagonist said that he wanted to eat and talk quietly, after which he clarified where the others were now. The Ice Queen stood outside the door and listened to Callie say that Sky had stayed in Nesta, the shooter in Moscow. They asked to be informed as soon as he woke up. Holding the knife in his hands, the man said that he had found the dishes. Exhausted, June asked if he could bring him water. The girl flew to him and asked how he was feeling. Looking at the fish, MC asked if the ice floe had woken up. Smiling, he said that he was happy, even to tears. Smiling, the spirit told me that she had slept for so long because she had gone down to the first floor and eaten a lot of buns. While drinking tea, the ghost noted that she had a spike in sugar. Glancing outside, the girl added that it wasn't because she had wasted too much energy in the snowy mountains, or because she had acted without the contractor's knowledge, so he shouldn't worry. Flying in front of him, The Ice Queen clarified how his body and whether that heavenly demon was really so strong, to which she received the answer that now June is now only able to eat. Callie grabbed her by the wing. He pulled her away from the protagonist. Frowning, the man asked if she was the Ice Queen. Holding her in front of him, he asked if she had frozen them for more than 20 years, after which he heard that she had. Looking into her eyes, Callie stated that rumor had it that she had revived after that day and was now helping MC. Munching on food, Callie listened as his spirit said that although he didn't know how useful he was doing his best to protect the contractor. The man with a serious look noticed that this was the story of the two of them. The upset girl listened that they are not like June, so Callie sincerely wants to ask. Frowning, he clarified what he should do now and how. The Ice Queen lowered her gaze. She landed on the ground. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl said that she sincerely asks for forgiveness. He can hate and curse her, and she has nothing to say in her defense. She wants to apologize for taking away his precious time. Callie stared at her. He remembered the wounded soldiers. Monsters destroyed the city. In his memories, a picture surfaced of how the girl asked to return them safe and sound. The ghost stood in front of the portal. The man imagined chunks of ice. He took the bun from the spirit. He began to eat it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Turning around, the warrior said that he accepted the apology. Smiling, he added that he wanted to thank her separately for protecting his friend so far. The guys arrived at June's. With a smile on their faces, they said that in a month the guy had already recovered well. He was really incredible. He looked like a real patient. Smiling, MC asked how their trip to Moscow went, to which he received the answer that it was SOSO. They were looking for the remnants of magicians and so on. They even had to do all sorts of cleaning, so they didn't have much rest. They began to discuss with a satisfied look that Callie would also like to go there and Sky could stay with the protagonist herself, after which Gilbert noted that the girl could not, she needed to be, taxi, adding that he brought Russian salmon, they would try it later. He shifted his gaze. Looking at the Ice Queen, he emphasized that she had also returned alive after the fight. Sitting on the chair, June clarified what other battle he was talking about, if she had gone to the dentist. The annoyed fairy listened to the fact that she constantly eats sweets, and does not really brush her teeth. The main character with a satisfied look offered to go inside. They have not seen each other for a long time, and he is glad to meet him. Looking at the photo, he said that the owner of this villa turned out to be a fan of the 5 heroes. They really have crazy fans. Sitting on the couch, Sky asked if he could still walk, to which she received the answer that he was. But the sensitivity had completely returned. Only his lower back and left hip hurt terribly. He had no strength at all. Raising her finger, the girl stated that she wasn't too worried. Taku assumed that it would take half a year to fully recover, but he was recovering quickly. Until now there was no one who had survived a one-on-one fight with a heavenly demon. Looking at him, she said that she hadn't learned anything about him, and the name, Aratum, that the protagonist had named had not yet been able to find any records, after which she clarified why he was so fixated if the celestial demon was dead. Lowering his gaze, the guy replied that he was not dead. The guys were carrying food and heard June say that it was a corpse that had been stolen and that the death had not been properly confirmed in the first place. Sky calmly noted that the members of the Mage Association were cunning and clever, but the celestial demon was just another idiot who thought he was a god. Sitting in front of her, MC said that this is the look of the crowd. His true tour is terribly calculating. He knows it, because he is the only one who fought him personally. They looked at each other in silence. Touching the chair, Gilbert noted that his comrade should understand that the players are also confused right now. Standing next to him, he added that in this terrorist attack alone, the number of victims had exceeded 10,000. Even if the heavenly demon was dead, it was impossible to create a festive atmosphere. They were hunting down magi who acted separately from the association, and on the second floor, Leon was in a panic over the death of the ruler. Putting ice to her cheek, the spirit listened to the fact that there was no time to figure out if the heavenly demon was really dead. Sky stressed with a serious look that June's words made sense. He had obtained this information in battle. They could only be believed, and even today the association asked to give him something. She imagined the warriors and revealed that there was a vacancy in the 9 heavens position due to the death of a heavenly demon. The association asked if it was possible to appoint him to this position and give him the title of 9 heavens. MC replied with a serious look that he was not interested in these ranked games. The girl should tell them to do a thorough search for the corpse of the heavenly demon instead. He sat silently in front of her. The sun's rays fell on her face. Gilbert closed his eyes. Callie said with a satisfied look that if June wanted to, he could do it. The protagonist's face was embittered. He remembered standing in front of people and asking if they knew that in the past 24 years, almost 6,000 children had been kidnapped by mages and lost their lives. Clenching his hand into a fist, he emphasized the fact that if the players, guilds, and associations joined forces, the Magi would never be able to rise again. He put his hands on the lectern. Putting on her glasses, Sky said that she understood his point of view and would check the interdimensional elevator herself, separately from the association, and this time thoroughly. Holding on to his hat, Gilbert said that he would go too. He also wanted to see the scene in person. Taken aback, Callie remarked that he should go to check it out then. Shifting her gaze, the girl asked June to focus on recovery more than anything else, because willpower does not solve everything. The guy was left alone in the room. The surprised fairy watched him. A lot of projections appeared in front of him when the protagonist asked to open a letter from Taku. Furrowing his brows, he listened to the results of the request for the highest level examination received. The analysis of the butterfly nucleus was completed. Looking at the many notifications, he began to read that the butterfly core was a legendary item, a core obtained from an alpha individual of an atomic bee. When consumed, it would fall into sleep for 3 days and receive cell repair. The guy with the calm look said that this was the result of the analysis of the butterfly nucleus, noting that it was not worth mindlessly touching the nuclei again, otherwise he would fall asleep again for decades. Glancing at him, the Ice Queen asked if he was going to devour him right now. A cannonball began to appear in his hand, after which June said that if the only side effect was only 3 days of sound sleep, then there was nothing to wait for. Looking at the core, he listened to the question of whether it would not be safer and more correct to warn his comrades and then absorb it. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist thought that this was reasonable. The situation was different from the time when they liberated the first floor. Examining the subject, he came to the conclusion that he had no reason to hurry. Closing his eyes, he wondered if he could afford to slow down, because he was no longer the only hero. He imagined his comrades. Sitting on the chair, MC asked to be taken care of until Callie arrived. The puzzled girl replied that he was not listening at all. Looking at him, she declared that he lived as if he was the only one left in the whole world. She caught the cannonball and heard that this was not the reason. He began to try to get up from his chair. Watching him, the spirit said that he could help. As she flew over him, she noticed that she had grown accustomed to his constant stubbornness when he was wounded. She was taken aback when June confessed to her that he thought he could defeat that demon. Smiling, he added that he had used the moon sword twice, which breaks the body with each use, but lost, and there was no excuse for defeating it. Trying to reach the core, the protagonist wondered if she accepted his stubbornness. Taking the orb, he listened to what she hoped he was thinking wrong, but he was as usual. Looking at her, the guy said that they would see each other in 3 days. He began to close his eyes. The old man stood over him and said that the news said it would take 6 months to recover, but his face was fine. Lying on the bed, MC asked what day it was. His eyes widened. Surprised, June looked at the notifications that the synchronization with the core was 100%. A new ability, cell repair, was obtained. He imagined new purple cells appearing. Standing with his back to him, the old man noticed that the guy had just woken up and was already talking nonsense. However, it was not surprising, he had slept for 3 days. The protagonist read the list of his abilities with a satisfied look, after which he said that he was very happy. The guys followed the main character, whom he said that he thought that a curse had been imposed on the old man, forbidding him to leave the workshop. Putting his foot on the floor, the guy said that he had definitely already fully recovered. He fell to the floor. Lowering his gaze, the old man noted that it was obvious that this would be the case if he lay in bed for so many days, and then abruptly stood up. Surprised, Callie said that if his friend needed help, he could tell about it. Frowning, MC replied that he would say it if he needed help, and then thought that he didn't feel that aching pain. He should moderate his greed. It was a small price to pay for such a speed of recovery. As he tried to get up, the old man offered to borrow him his cane. Watching what was happening, the man said that this guy's head could no longer be helped. Putting his hand on the sofa, June asked if the old man had really come just to visit him. Climbing onto the sofa, he asked if he had come to check if his weapon had worked against the heavenly demon. Smiling, the protagonist asked his friend to bring them aboard. Turning around, the old man said that they hadn't played for a long time, after which he invited Callie to watch, because the protagonist was going to lose a lot. Smiling, the warrior replied that he would rather go on patrol. They should not drag him into their battle. The pieces stood on the board. June sat opposite his opponent. The old man made his move. MC said with a thoughtful look that he was acting quickly. Looking at him, he replied that it was the guy who slowed down. Taking the figure in his hand, the protagonist stated that this could not be, no matter how many breaks he made. He paid attention to the arrangement of the figures. The ghost said with a surprised look that he was giving up. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he was playing as usual. Sitting in front of him, he said that this battle had been very difficult for him, adding that he had not only come there to visit him, but also to report something. Raising his head, he admitted that he was retiring. Looking at the board, the protagonist asked. As he walked away, the old man said that this meant that he would no longer repair his equipment. Looking at the figures, June asked if it was because the Twilight Light did not use his equipment in operations, to which he was told that he was too old to preserve his childhood pride. Standing with his back to him, the old man stated that his age was approaching 100, the level of opponents the protagonist was fighting exceeded his capabilities. Whether it was him or the Twilight Light, it was time for him to finish his business. MC was surprised by what he heard. Smiling, he said that he was going to do it earlier, but because of June, his retirement was delayed. He could have gotten out of the ice a little earlier. Looking after him, the guy noticed that for the development of humanity, it would be better for him to stay frozen. The enraged old man turned around and asked if this meant that he was older than dinosaurs for the protagonist. He placed an object on the sofa and noted that he had a gift for June, which he had been preparing for this day for several decades. Looking at the blade, he heard that it was the same sword he had broken in one hunt, and his first weapon. Unsheathing the blade, the main character said that he thought that the old man had thrown it away a long time ago, and he had it all this time. He said with a satisfied look that just as this broken sword had returned stronger than before, so the protagonist should get up as soon as possible. He should not forget the determination that he had in his youth. This was his parting gift. Looking at the sword, June made a promise that he would never break this sword again.